Chapter 1 Father, Commander of the Three Armies. Fool. Who told you to attack the enemy with troops without authorization? An enraged roar reverberated throughout the camp. Emilio was somewhat dazed, unsure for a moment where he was. He clearly remembered that he had just finished sniping at the enemy and was in the middle of a massive operation. How did he end up here? He couldn't help but look around. This was an ancient military tent, a completely unfamiliar environment. At the same time, Emilio discovered that he had apparently been slapped hard by someone and was lying on the ground with his right cheek swollen and burning. Around him were ancient soldiers in armor, all looking at him coldly. In front of him stood two people. One of them wasn't wearing armor but carried a feather fan and wore a silk headband, resembling an ancient strategist. Right now, this refined strategist was speaking to another man, a middle-aged general. The initial roar came from this middle-aged general. Unfilial son. I'll deal with you after I drive away the Xiongnu. The middle-aged general looked as if he regretted having iron that wouldn't turn into steel and stormed off angrily. Was this a dream? After coming back to his senses, Emilio naturally became furious. What the hell? Being beaten and scolded even in my own dream? That won't do. Immediately, Emilio got up and retorted, "Old bastard, don't think just because you're wearing armor, I won't dare to touch you." With these words, everyone who was about to leave was stunned. The strategist with the feather fan was shocked and kept shouting, "Young Ellie, what nonsense are you talking? Quickly apologize to your father." The middle-aged general's eyes bulged out of anger, shaking with rage. Clang. He drew his large sword. "Unfilial son, I'll cut you down right now." In the dream, Emilio wasn't afraid at all. "Fine, you can beat me, but how dare you impersonate my father?" Everyone stared at him dumbfounded once again. They all felt inwardly that he must have gone mad. This little brat was always arrogant and unruly, unlearned and incompetent, relying on his father, Emmanuel, who was the commander of the three armies of the Dynasty, so no one dared to speak out. Emmanuel wanted to toughen up this spoiled son, especially during this major invasion by the Xiongnu. He deliberately brought him along. But he didn't expect this rascal to be incorrigible. Not only did he disobey orders, but he also stole the commander's seal at night and led 5,000 men to attack the Xiongnu supply camp. In the end, while he ran back, those 5,000 soldiers were all lost. Moreover, he had provoked the Xiongnu, initiating a counterattack. "You insolent child. Say that again." Emmanuel's fierce eyes widened, holding the large sword as he stepped forward. Seeing such a realistic scene, even Emilio couldn't help feeling a bit intimidated. A gentleman uses words, not hands. Bang. Emmanuel kicked him out straight away. Puff. Severe pain surged through his scalp. After spitting out blood, Emilio was utterly stunned. Isn't this a dream? Why does it hurt so much? And this blood? Feeling the corner of his mouth, seeing the bright red on his palm, Emilio was struck by lightning. Damn. Am I really transported? Suddenly, Emilio felt a sharp pain in his head. Then a flood of memories rushed in. Severe pain as if rooted in his soul. Unable to bear it, Emilio rolled on the ground in agony. Everyone watching couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Brother. Bryce kicked your stomach. Why are you holding your head? Seeing this scene, Emmanuel couldn't help but sigh deeply. Heaven's will. My family has produced prime ministers and generals for 8 generations, and then the 9th generation comes up with this. At this moment, Emilio couldn't care less about the others. Shit. I'm really transported. According to the memories in his mind, this is an ancient world called the Dynasty, and the original owner was an extremely spoilt noble descendant. Benedictine days were spent in extravagance or indulgence in luxury. His father in this world was named Emmanuel, who was the commander of the 3 armies of the Dynasty. Speaking of Dali, it was a country with fire as its emblem, with a long history and vast territory, but it was still surrounded by hungry wolves. The Xiongnu in the north, the barbarians in the south, the Chang in the west, and the Wokou in the east. A dynasty's rise and fall usually lasted no more than a few hundred years. Today's Dali was already on the verge of decline. The current earl was old and senile, and in the face of foreign enemies, he only sought peace. Emmanuel could only follow the imperial decree, raise the non-combat flag, defend without attacking, and actively promote peace talks with the Xiongnu, who knew that this spoilt child couldn't stand the humiliation and directly stole his father's military seal, leading people to attack the Xiongnu. Although he burned all their grain and supplies, he also lost 5,000 elite soldiers, provoking the Xiongnu and complicating the peace talks greatly. Report. The disease in the city has worsened, and many soldiers have fallen ill, unable to fight. Just at this moment, a messenger rushed in, panic-stricken. Upon hearing the report, Emmanuel's face darkened immediately. At this time, the Xiongnu were attacking outside the city, and an epidemic was spreading within. How could the city hold up? He had thought it would be under control, but unexpectedly even the soldiers were affected. If things went on like this, they wouldn't last a few days before the Xiongnu attacked, and everyone here would die from the disease first. How did the epidemic break out? Have you not found the cause after so many days? Ignoring everything else, Emmanuel asked sternly. The strategist beside him frowned deeply. I consulted doctors last night. It's probably caused by snakes, insects, rats, or similar creatures. It's still too early to pinpoint the exact cause. Emmanuel sighed upon hearing this. Now that the Xiongnu are besieging us and our troops are afflicted with disease, we fear the city won't hold. Give the order. The army will retreat to Tianmin Pass, and the diseased soldiers must be properly taken care of to prevent further spread. At this moment, Nelson, who had finally recovered from his pain and sorted out all memories, suddenly stood up. Father, there's no need to retreat to Tianmin Pass. All the diseased people should be sent to the Xiongnu camp. His resolute voice and cold tone drew everyone's attention. No one expected the playboy heir Nelson to speak. Why are you all staring at me? Is my plan wrong? Everyone was stunned again, then remembered what Nelson had said. Send them to the Xiongnu camp? What kind of situation is this? Then, a general cleared his throat and said, Ahem, young master is joking. Everyone should just take it as hearsay. Rebellious son, what nonsense are you talking about? Emmanuel reprimanded immediately. Nelson spread his hands and said, I see all of you have been frowning for a long time without any good solutions. And this isn't hard to solve. Just send all the infected in the city to the Xiongnu camp and make their army sick. Won't everything be resolved easily? Nonsense. Emmanuel cursed and turned to leave the tent. Bryce, wait a moment. Just then, the strategist with the feather fan hurriedly called out. Then he looked at Nelson. Young master, what did you mean by that? Nelson smiled and asked, do you all understand why the Xiongnu attacked the city this time? Emmanuel sneered. Wasn't it because of your mischief? Nelson chuckled. Even if it was due to me, they wouldn't attack outright but would leverage more advantages during peace talks. But clearly, they aimed to conquer. Think about it, isn't something off? The soldiers, curious about his suspense, were now attentive. Only the strategist doubted. Young master, didn't you succeed in leading the raid? Their food supplies are gone, forcing them to take desperate measures? Nelson nodded slightly. The strategist is correct. The Xiongnu have no choice. Our surprise attack last night devastated their supplies completely. Now, they face two choices, retreat or fight to the death. With these words, everyone was shocked. No one expected the Playboy heir to achieve such a significant feat. Nelson ignored everyone's changed looks and continued, obviously, the Xiongnu chose to fight to the death. We still had fighting power, but no one expected an epidemic to break out inside the city and even spread among the troops. In this situation, the quickest and most convenient solution is to send the infected to the Xiongnu and spread the disease throughout their army. That way, we can win without fighting. With these words, several generals were visibly shaken. This doesn't seem right. Sending infected civilians and soldiers over is no different from sending them to their deaths. How would the Xiongnu let us get close? Facing their doubts, Nelson sneered. Chapter 2. The Great Defeat of the Xiongnu. Do you think we can let them die inside the city if not sending them to death? Furthermore, they might infect others. If we do this, we might as well send them to the Xiongnu. At least it would be considered dying for the country. Emilio's words shocked everyone in the tent. To smile and send civilians and soldiers to their deaths? Is that something a military leader should say? But mainly, it actually made some sense. If these people were sacrificed, leading to a great defeat for the Xiongnu, it seemed quite worth it. As the commander-in-chief, Emmanuel was naturally not a pedantic and compassionate person. For his wayward son's suggestion, he unusually wanted to agree with this method. However, the others in the tent did not think so. Instead, each one looked at Emilio with a hint of horror. The calm and cold tone, along with the previous sneer. This plan was too ruthless. More importantly, the person saying these words was Emmanuel's only son, Emilio. At such a young age, and with such a status, where did you learn this plan? Emmanuel frowned, recalling something. He still didn't fully believe in his mischievous son. Let me ask you again, if you really want to give up the lives of these civilians and soldiers, wouldn't it shake the morale and lower the fighting spirit? In that case, how would you handle the situation when faced with low morale? It was an exam. Whether he could prove his capability depended on this question. Facing this situation, Emilio smiled calmly. Dad, do you really think we can hold out without this plague? As they say, sorrowful armies must win. Now, 10,000 Xiongnu troops have crossed the Rubicon, attacking our city with all or nothing determination. And we only have a mere 10,000 defending the city, while other reinforcements are still on the way. With this dilapidated border city, how many times can we withstand such a fierce attack? From the moment the Xiongnu cut off our supplies, we were already doomed. Emilio's words made everyone in the tent look downcast. Such words shook the morale. If it weren't for him being the son of the general, he might have been dragged out to be beheaded on the spot. Some generals who were more benevolent hurriedly interjected. Young Ellie is young after all. Talking nonsense is normal. Don't get upset, Bryce. Bryce, we still think we should send the infected soldiers and civilians to Heavenly Gate Pass where there are good doctors. Perhaps they can be cured. There are already 4,000 or 5,000 infected people in the city. We can't just let them go to their deaths. Emmanuel fell into deep thought. A moment later, he looked at Emilio. Do you mean by what you said just now that we should retreat? Emilio shook his head. With the Xiongnu advancing and our land and people behind us, how can we retreat? Where can we retreat to? The appearance of the plague is an opportunity bestowed upon us by heaven. If we use it properly, this war can be quelled. Mannies, 5,000 people also have lives, but if the city falls, how many more thousands will die? To exchange 5,000 sick individuals for peace into Benedict and ensure countless households live in safety, isn't it worth it? His speech left everyone speechless. Based on the experience of the battle-hardened veterans, Emilio's plan seemed like the best option. The true issue was that it was rather inhumane. After this round of dialogue, everyone present changed their view of Emilio. No idle rich boy could come up with such profound thoughts. Even they couldn't speak such wisdom. Emmanuel couldn't help but show a smile of relief. Then he mockingly scolded a few generals. Who would have thought you would be refuted by a young master? Hearing this, the generals lowered their heads. Even though they felt unwilling, they couldn't deny that Emilio spoke logically. But even if the young Ellie is right, there are nearly 5,000 infected people. Sending so many people to the Xiongnu, they would surely be discovered before getting close. Xiongnu excel at archery and cavalry. Wouldn't they all die halfway, dying in vain? Emilio laughed. Sending them directly over would indeed be a waste of lives. Don't forget the Bartolomeo's decree? Peace negotiations? A few generals showed surprise on their faces. How does this relate to Carlo's decree? Emilio slowly explained, the Xiongnu are desperate to break through the city because I burned all their supplies. What if we send envoys to negotiate peace, offering them provisions as a reason? And then let these 5,000 people pretend to be part of the envoy, escorting the messengers. Put yourself in the shoes of the Xiongnu. Wouldn't you agree under such conditions without knowing the truth? Remember, the Xiongnu's initial goal was to plunder more benefits from Arda Benedict. If they truly wage a large-scale war, would the Shi-Rong and Nan Man just watch as the Xiongnu grows powerful? Once again, everyone was stunned by his words. Inside the tent, there were immediate gasps of shock. Even Emmanuel looked astonished at his son. Sending envoys to negotiate peace, under the pretext of providing provisions, to the Xiongnu. This would be an offer they couldn't refuse, as long as the Xiongnu commander agreed to meet. The 5,000 infected people present would ensure no one could escape infection. Maxer, today, you have truly made your father look at you differently. At that moment, Emmanuel smiled slightly. He never expected his rascal son would ever amount to anything. How did this rascal suddenly see the light? Was it the ancestors' blessings? Or did my kick earlier wake him up? Emmanuel's gaze softened, now looking at Emilio with some admiration. Outside the city walls, the Xiongnu encampment. Countless Xiongnu soldiers were gathering, preparing to attack the city. Ha ha. In the main tent, the Hoyt chuckled derisively as he read the letter in his hand. Chief, what does this letter say? Beside him, Adriel asked curiously. With the battle about to begin, he had seen de Benedict's side send someone to deliver this letter. Under such circumstances, could this be Emmanuel's declaration of war? Especially since he noticed many people from de Benedict were already gathering below the border city. But he didn't expect the chief to laugh after reading the letter, sparking curiosity about its contents. The other Xiongnu generals inside the tent also stretched their necks, eager to know what it said. This letter is personally written by de Benedict's commander Emmanuel. As for the content, it's about coming to negotiate peace with us. The Hoyt continued disdainfully. To pacify us, they will compensate us for all our losses. All the provisions and supplies lost previously will be compensated to us in full. Chapter 3 The Feast of Hongmin. The terms for the simultaneous peace talks will also offer us more concessions. The only condition is that we do not attack the city. As these words were uttered, all the generals in the camp burst into laughter on the spot. Ha ha, Emmanuel is scared. Sure enough, the Dali army is a bunch of cowards. Precisimo, what are we waiting for? Quickly summon the envoys of Dali. Such an opportunity does not come often. To be the commander-in-chief of the army and yet behave like this, it seems that Dali's fate is coming to an end and won't last many more years. The Xiongnu Generalissimo waved his hand outward. Bring the Dali envoy over here. Soon after, the Xiongnu Precisimo and others received the Dali delegation at the military parade ground. Seeing the 5,000 guards looking listless, the Xiongnu soldiers burst out in harsh ridicule immediately. This is the army of Dali? So frail? Haha, with such a state, I could take on 10 of them easily. Look at their appearance, they seem sick for a long time, just like Dali now. Mannies, Dali is just a... Seeing the lifeless Dali delegation, even the Xiongnu commander couldn't help but laugh. It must be because the soldiers in Emmanuel's side have been sleepless from worrying about our big offensive, so they looked so listless. With this thought in mind, he led a group of senior generals forward. I, the Precisimo, welcome the arrival of the Dali envoy. How did it go? On the city wall, Emmanuel strode forward confidently. The military strategist, who was observing the situation in the distance, turned around promptly and responded, the Xiongnu has fallen for the trap? Excitement filled his voice. Good. Emilio, who followed Emmanuel, clapped his hands and said, now we just need to wait. According to the city doctor, this epidemic is highly contagious and can infect as long as there's close contact. It will take effect within half a day, and if there's no medicine to alleviate it, death will occur within a day. At that time, we still need to guard against it. When the Xiongnu gets infected, we must burn a firewall between us. Being a modern person, he knew very well the power of infectious diseases. He cannot let himself get infected either. That night, while Emilio was fast asleep, suddenly, the sound of deafening drums and gongs came from outside. Stepping out of the tent, all the soldiers were cheering in celebration. Sir, we've won. Won. The strategist with a feather fan was excited and blurted out nonsensically, the Xiongnu army is gone. They are utterly finished. Of the 100,000 army, only a few thousand struggled to escape back. Hearing this news, Emilio disregarded his drowsiness and quickly climbed up the city tower for a look. In the distance, the Xiongnu encampment was blazing with fire. It was set by his own men. Remembering what Emilio had said earlier, the strategist made sure to use fire all along the way. Finally, they burned the entire Xiongnu camp, including the nearly 100,000 diseased bodies inside. For a moment, the entire night sky was dyed red. The border city seemed like daylight. 10 days after clearing the battlefield, inside the Dali border city, the army was holding a celebratory feast. At the banquet, all the soldiers gave the top credit for the battle to Emilio. Emilio refused hastily, this battle indeed was started by me. If not for the 5,000 brave soldiers' disregard for life and death, how could I still be standing here safe and sound? Therefore, the first credit goes to our fearless soldiers. Without them, without you, without everyone, there wouldn't be me, and there wouldn't be the countless small families of Dali. Such beautiful words earned him full applause. Everyone applauded for Emilio. Many people drank wine and meat while talking about Emilio in low voices. You may not believe it, but Lord Manny used to be extremely reckless. We all despised him greatly. Manny's, who would have thought Lord Manny has changed for good? Not changing for good, I think Lord Manny was simply hiding his true skills. Right, how did that phrase go? Better late than never. They say a tiger doesn't father dogs. Bryce Manny is so powerful, his son can't possibly be useless. Hearing these words, Emilio couldn't help but touch his nose awkwardly. Just as everyone was enjoying themselves, a group suddenly visited. The leader was the eunuch who carried the imperial decree. The imperial decree has arrived. By the order of Randy the Bartolomeo, Emmanuel acted disrespectfully against the royal decree, engaged in war with the Xiongnu without authorization, violating the peace intentions. Therefore, the position of commander-in-chief is hereby dismissed. The marriage agreement between his son, Emilio, and Diana is also nullified, and both are ordered to return to the capital immediately. Thus orders. Upon hearing this, the whole army erupted in shock. Many immediately stood up for Emmanuel. Some of them, who had drunk too much, even stood up and were about to hit the eunuch. Fortunately, Emmanuel hurriedly stopped them. Emilio, upon hearing the imperial decree, especially the part about the annulment of his marriage with Diana, immediately had some scenes flash through his mind. 3 months ago, when he accompanied his father, Emmanuel, on a mission, the Bartolomeo, in order to placate Emmanuel, issued an imperial edict granting him the marriage with Diana. Now that he heard the engagement was nullified, Emilio didn't know whether to be happy or awkward. After all, it had caused quite a stir at the time, shaking the whole capital city. Because Diana was the only biological daughter of the Bartolomeo, many noble families had been eyeing her, but never thought she would end up with him. Now probably everyone in the capital is laughing at me. Emilio felt like laughing out of boredom. Emmanuel helplessly accepted the imperial decree and prepared to head for the capital with Emilio. As the two of them left the border city, behind them, a throng of soldiers came out to see them off. Bryce, you will always be our Bryce. As long as the Bryce gives the word, we swear to follow you to the death. Swear to follow you to the death. Even the Iron Man Emmanuel couldn't help shedding tears. But such words from the soldiers could not be said. If they were to fall into the ears of the suspicious Bartolomeo, it might bring accusations of rebellion. Everyone go back. I, Emmanuel, dedicate my heart and soul to the country, filled with loyalty. Inside the carriage, watching this scene, Emilio couldn't help but let his thoughts wander. This feels somewhat like Sima E. After Emmanuel bade farewell to the soldiers and got into the carriage, he couldn't hold back his question. Father, have you ever really thought about becoming Earl? Smack. Emmanuel slapped the back of his head directly. Don't talk nonsense. I have never had such thoughts. If you say anything like that again, I'll break your legs. Realizing that his father wasn't joking, Emilio understood. It seemed that this adopted father of his was a blindly loyal person. In the current state of Dali, anyone with clear eyes could tell that it wouldn't last much longer. With military power in his hands, Emmanuel hadn't made any preparations early on. 20 days later, they finally arrived at the capital of Dali. Upon entering the city, the two of them were immediately led into the palace. At that moment in the Taiji Hall, all the officials and the old Bartolomeo were waiting. Emilio followed his father Emmanuel step by step into the hall, then secretly raised his head to look at the dragon throne. Sitting there was an old Elio. The old Bartolomeo's name was Shane. Seeing the two of them about to kneel, he weakly raised his hand. No need. His voice was hoarse to the extreme. Thank you, Your Majesty. Chapter 4. The Great Benedict under attack from all sides. Emmanuel bowed respectfully, and then led Emilio to stand among the generals. At this moment, an elderly man from the civil officials stepped forward slowly. Your Majesty, your subject has something important to report. I have heard that many people in the folk are slandering our great general Emmanuel for plotting rebellion. My heart is torn with anguish. Before he finished speaking, Emmanuel could not help but shout, Branson, where did you hear such nonsense? Why haven't I heard of it? Did you make it up yourself? The chancellor of the Great Benedict dynasty was named Carmine Haley. He was Carlo's brother-in-law. As the head of the civil officials, he often had conflicts with Emmanuel, the most revered military general. Carmine Haley was momentarily silenced. Then his face turned ashen as he retorted, Emmanuel, do not accuse me falsely here. How can I, as the chancellor, frame you? I mentioned that this comes from rumors in the folk. I am reporting to your majesty for the sake of the Great Benedict. One chancellor, one grand general. Their voices echoed through the hall. All the officials lowered their heads, fearful of getting involved. Shane spoke slowly. Both of you are pillars of the state, trusted advisors of mine. Do not quarrel over some idle gossip. I believe you, Emmanuel. Upon hearing these words from the old earl, Emilio understood. This court session deliberately arranged for them upon their return was a setup, an ambush targeted at Emmanuel. Bartolomeo Shane showed no concern about the border wars. Instead, he was more interested in whether Emmanuel was plotting rebellion. At this time, any wrong word spoken would bring certain disaster. At this moment, Carmine Haley's son, Kieran, the youngest serving official in the Ministry of Rights, stepped forward. Your Majesty, I have some friends in the army. From what they told me, all our soldiers only know Bryce Emmanuel, but not your Majesty's greatness. Upon hearing this, Emmanuel immediately sensed impending trouble. Emilio did not want others to defame him, so he also stepped out of the line. Minister Carmine, you shouldn't speak without proof. Without evidence, spreading such baseless accusations is a crime of deceiving Carlo. Facing his challenge, Arjan smiled indifferently. Oh, isn't this the famous young Ellie Manny? Take it easy, young Ellie Manny. I didn't say your father, and you were planning a rebellion. I trust Bryce Manny. But, at this point, Arjan suddenly shifted his tone. If someone presents evidence, how would you prove your innocence? Emilio's gaze sharpened. He suspected that this provocation by Carmine Haley and his son was on behalf of Bartolomeo Shane. However, meeting force with force, he wasn't afraid. Emilio immediately replied with a smile, "If anyone truly presents evidence, I will be glad for your Majesty and the Great Benedict." These words came out. All officials stared at him in surprise. Isn't he crazy? What is he babbling about? Oh, Emilio, what do you mean? Asked the old Earl Shane. To all officials. Emilio said to the court, "If my father and I had the time to plan a rebellion, it must be when the country is stable and there are no wars at the borders. So wouldn't it be a fortunate event for the nation? Shouldn't we feel relieved and happy?" The old Earl understood Emilio's underlying meaning. Great Benedict's borders were restless. If Emmanuel weren't there, who could defend against the threatening foreign tribes? When the birds are gone, the bows are stored away. But while the birds are still chirping everywhere, the fine bough should not be hidden. Emilio continued, "On that day, I would certainly seek help from Branson. The Manny family and the Chancellor's lineage have always been the left and right arms of your Majesty, loyal and steadfast. If there is a problem with our Manny family, it must be due to the tricks of the foreigners. Those wolves with ambition want to weaken the fortunes of our Great Benedict. As the saying goes, if the lips are gone, the teeth will suffer. If the Manny family perishes, the Chancellor's lineage would not stand alone for long. Therefore, we should support each other to make a better future for the Great Benedict." Arjan listened with repeated sneers. He dismissed Emilio's words entirely. After all, Carlo was his own maternal uncle. Destroying the Manny family would never endanger himself. However, he didn't notice the surprise in the old Earl's eyes seated on the dragon throne. The Brenton was weak-willed. For the sake of the Great Benedict Empire and the stability of the court. Shane had already made preparations long ago. While appreciating Emilio's subtle hints, he also harbored a murderous intent. Ha ha ha, what a remarkable young master of the Manny family, noble and intelligent. I now declare, no one shall ever mention the conspiracy theory about the Manny family again. Hearing the old Earl's laughter, Emmanuel let out a slight sigh of relief. Shane continued, "It is a blessing for this Earl to have talents like Arjan and Emilio emerge in our Great Benedict. Emmanuel, the reason I urgently summoned you back is to prepare for the imminent war. The secret reports from my undercover agents indicate that after their great defeat, the Xiongnu have allied with the barbarians to launch a joint attack on our Great Benedict. This time, fueled by resentment, they intend to unleash their full strength." Upon hearing this, the entire Taiji palace was thrown into an uproar. Civil and military officials were in chaos. "Your Majesty, do any of you have a strategy?" Stepping forward promptly was Arjan, who had just been praised, "Your Majesty, the Xiongnu are to the north, and the barbarians are to the south. They must not be allowed to form an alliance. I believe the barbarians, being uncivilized and unruly, would work for anyone who gives them benefits. Therefore, whatever the Xiongnu promised the barbarians, we should double it. By doing so, the barbarians will ally with us instead. Moreover, it is widely known that the king of the barbarians is extremely lustful. We should send over a batch of beautiful women as well. With this ace up our sleeve, the barbarians certainly won't ally with the Xiongnu." His words won the nod of agreement from the officials. Many spoke up in support. "Pardon me for speaking frankly. A complete load of nonsense what Secretary Carmine just said." Amidst the wave of approval, a voice of opposition suddenly emerged. Everyone fell silent instantly, turning to see who spoke. It was Emilio. "How can we trade alliances for money and women? What will happen to the face and dignity of our Great Benedict?" All eyes widened and fixed on Emilio. The corner of Arjan's mouth twitched as he immediately shouted, "What do you know as a spoiled young master? I am thinking about the greater good. If the Xiongnu and the barbarians ally, our Great Benedict will be attacked from both front and back, putting our survival at risk." Emilio sneered, "The greed of the barbarians is well known to all. By courting them like this, we only make them think we are easy to bully. For nearly a century, have we given the barbarians too little? But who has ever seen the barbarians show gratitude? They are like leeches attached to the spine of our Great Benedict, constantly draining our marrow. What if we manage to ease the situation this time? What about next time?" Chapter 5. And what about the next time? Emilio's words were resounding and weighty, striking deep into the hearts of the officials. "Minister Carmine, let me ask you, when that time comes, will your Carmine family be willing to give up money and women? If so, I have nothing else to say." Upon hearing this, Branson Haley and his son Arjan glared angrily. "Emilio, you are impertinent. You." Arjan immediately cursed. "That's enough." The old Earl raised his hand slightly and interrupted in a hoarse voice. "Emilio, since you disagree with Arjan's idea, do you have a plan?" "Manny's." Emilio calmly said, "Your Majesty, from today on, issue an imperial edict to the whole world. If the nomads dare ally with the Xiongnu, we must attack the southern barbarians with full force. As for the Xiongnu in the north, we burn the mountains. Burn all the mountains, retreat to the Tianmen Pass and fortify our position." Everyone was shocked upon hearing this. Emmanuel came back to his senses and hurriedly scolded, "Rebel son, don't spout nonsense before Randy." Arjan mocked outright. "This is your plan? Nonsense. How can you think of attacking the barbarians? Absurd." A trace of disappointment flashed in Bartolomeo Adolf's eyes. "Emilio, I need stability, not renewed warfare and suffering." Emmanuel, as an old minister, naturally knew Carlo's intentions and rebuked again. "Rebel son, stop talking nonsense." Emilio smiled and continued, "Lords, the Xiongnu and the barbarians are both eyeing our Dali Empire. This war is inevitable. The reason I suggested a scorched earth policy in the north is because the Xiongnu are nomadic and open field battles would be very disadvantageous for us. Burning the mountain serves three purposes. First, it delays their offensive. Second, it wears them out. Third, it destroys all usable food. We retreat to the Tianmin Pass, using our geographic advantage to rest and prepare. Even if the Xiongnu outnumber us 10 to 1, they won't be able to break through our defenses quickly. It's clear to everyone that the Xiongnu don't excel at stockpiling food, living off hunting. If we prolong the conflict, their rear will be burnt, lacking natural supplies. Relying solely on their own rations, they can't last long. Just then, Aryan snorted, interrupting him. Bah? Armchair strategy? If the Xiongnu don't fall for the trap, what then? The mountains are already burned, everything turned to ashes. Isn't this digging our own grave? Emilio smiled calmly. Warfare is unpredictable, Minister Carmine makes valid points. But my plan is the most reasonable and promising under dire circumstances. Whether to burn the northern border will depend on the Xiongnu's movements. If they only feign attacks, we won't use this strategy. If they launch a full-scale invasion, this plan will come into play. Bartolomeo Adolf listened quietly. Then he asked slowly, what is your plan regarding the barbarians? Why attack the barbarians instead of the Xiongnu? Emilio looked at the old earl and bowed, replying to your majesty. The Xiongnu want to ally with the barbarians, putting us in a position of being attacked from two sides. We absolutely cannot allow this situation. Therefore, we must make it known that whoever allies with the Xiongnu to invade Dali, we will mobilize the entire nation to strike back fiercely. Even if we fight to the last man, the last soldier, the last officer, we will spare no effort. Not doing so invites more opportunists. For Dali, this is an eternal threat. To protect our nation, we must strike hard, making them feel the pain, cry, and learn their lesson. Pausing a moment, Emilio scanned the thoughtful officials. He then continued, the barbarians are different from the Xiongnu. The south is not like the north. The Xiongnu, as nomads, are flexible on the battlefield and thrive in the vast northern plains. The barbarians live in forests and caves, rarely moving or migrating. The south is covered with dense, lush forests. This presents an opportunity. If we declare burning the south, the barbarians will be thrown into chaos. Most importantly, barbarian soldiers lack discipline and have primitive armor and weapons, incomparable to our well-equipped forces. Once battle begins, we have at least an 80% chance of victory. The old earl, hearing this, felt a bit melancholy and said, but if the barbarians learn that we are simultaneously engaged in battle with the Xiongnu, they will certainly launch an all-out counterattack. They will hold us back while we try to contain the Xiongnu. Most importantly, the southern border is covered with dense forests. If they drag on, it will be difficult for Dali to annihilate them. Emilio smiled. Precisely for this reason, I suggest Randy issue an imperial edict to the entire nation from today. We must make it clear to everyone, especially the barbarians. Dali will deploy all our troops to the southern border. Once there's a conflict, we will strike swiftly and decisively, aiming to wipe out several major tribes of the barbarians within a short period. Once those major tribes fall, the remaining scattered forces won't pose much threat. Chapter 6. Resolution to battle and mischief against the Carmine family. The hall fell silent for a moment before Kieran stepped forward first. Your Majesty, this matter is inappropriate. Burning the mountain will disrupt the harmony of heaven. It may damage our national fortune. The old earl frowned deeply. He certainly did not want to be the last earl. Minister Carmine, you are mistaken, Emilio directly spoke up. The southern barbarians are not within the territory of our Great Benedict and have repeatedly invaded our Great Benedict. Subjugating the southern barbarians and avenging our dead civilians is what everyone desires. Removing the southern barbarians would be in line with public wishes. Our Great Benedict's national fortunes will surely rise. The old earl nodded. Your Majesty, annihilating the southern barbarians will only benefit our Great Benedict without any harm, but... Carmine Haley suddenly stepped out. What do you worry about, Minister? Carmine Haley seemed to have an illusion. Nowadays, our country has been at war for consecutive years, and the people have long suffered from military service. The southern barbarians' territories are full of miasma and venomous insects everywhere. Northern soldiers who go to the south often suffer from water and soil incompatibility, vomiting, and diarrhea. The court's previous expeditions all failed because of these reasons, wasting many soldiers' lives. This can sufficiently show that this matter should not be done. I naturally also wish to eliminate the Huns and the southern barbarians, but for the sake of Great Benedict, it cannot be achieved. Prime Minister Carmine, what do you mean? The old earl asked with narrowed eyes. Temporarily seek peace, develop secretly, and wait for the future. After Carmine Haley finished speaking, he glanced at Emilio with an appreciative look. The young man is ambitious and serving the country is commendable. However, Great Benedict cannot support these changes. Emmanuel was dissatisfied. Commanders must not be compassionate. Moreover, they wouldn't enter the mountains. They just planned to burn the mountains and force those barbarians out. After burning the mountains, they would have nowhere to hide and no sturdy armor, making them like children carrying gold through a bustling market. Could they not be wiped out? Your Majesty, now the southern barbarians and the Huns are watching us intently. If the two sides join forces, Great Benedict will be in peril. Why not fortify the northern front, clear the fields, build defenses to resist the Huns, while sending a large army to the south to set fire to the mountains, forcing the barbarians out? Annihilate several major tribes of the barbarians, force them to seek peace, demonstrating the might of Great Benedict, intimidating other riffraff. Once the southern barbarians are destroyed, the Huns alone cannot make much trouble either. I request permission to fight. After Emmanuel spoke, many generals requested permission to fight one after another. The old earl felt comforted and was about to issue an edict. Minister of Revenue Dmitri coldly laughed 3 times. Bryce Manny speaks well, but where will the food supplies come from? The treasury has no money or grain. Can you magically produce the resources? The old Earl pondered. Without funds and provisions, there naturally could be no war. Prime Minister Carmine had previously suggested a marriage alliance to soothe both sides. It seemed feasible as well. Emilio stood up. Dare I ask Minister 1, does seeking peace require compensation? Dimitri held his arc-shaped board with both hands, composed, of course it does. How much compensation is required? According to the demands sent by the Huns, it would probably be 1 million taels of silver, several cartloads of grains, and countless amounts of various gold and silver weapons. How much would launching a campaign against the southern barbarians cost? According to the previous expedition costs, it would take 10,000 taels of silver and more than 1,000 loads of grain. Dimitri paused for a moment. Emilio immediately continued, Your Majesty, if we seek peace, the Huns will demand what the southern barbarians also want. So, just the silver would total up to 2 million taels. Now, the treasury is empty. Where will we get so much money? Not to mention, we also need grain and various gold and silver weapons. On the contrary, the money for seeking peace would suffice to eliminate the southern barbarians, our core threat, and even have surplus left over. Your Majesty, if we don't use the treasury for fighting foreign countries, are we to use it for compensation? The old Earl's heart skipped a beat. Prime Minister Carmine, declare to the world, if the Huns dare cooperate with the barbarians, we shall destroy the southern barbarians first, then the Huns. Manes. The old Earl flicked his sleeves and stood up. The chief eunuch said, Court dismissed. Exiting the hall, Emmanuel felt very pleased. Well done. This is how real men should be. Not just Emmanuel, many generals also came forward to flatter him. A few steps behind them, the Carmine family father and son had identical narrowed eyes. Kieran, being younger and less patient, blurted out, Father, shall we let them be so smug? Carmine Haley sneered, This is just the beginning. Prepare yourself, read more military books lately. I will inform Carlo to appoint you as a supervisory officer. If the southern barbarians are destroyed, you can also claim credit. If not, Carmine Haley's cold eyes flashed, it will be the time of death for the Manny family father and son. I understand, father. Kieran sneered at Emilio. A pampered young man really thinks going to the battlefield will turn him into a phoenix overnight? This time, he's doomed. At the Manny residence, hearing the master and young master return triumphantly, the servants were all jubilant. Emmanuel sighed in nostalgia. It had been so long since he had returned. The butler came out to greet them, but the master and young master did not see any female family members. Emmanuel frowned. Where has Diamond gone? The butler gave a bitter smile. Ellie, you don't know, the family has had some troubles recently. Diamond has been ill. The two men hurried home and saw Rosalie lying in bed, her face pale, her body weak and emaciated. Ellie, dust. Mother, what happened to you? It's all because of the Carmine family. Lizzie, the head maid, couldn't help but burst out. Ever since young Ellie beat their third young Ellie, they've been targeting our family. At first, they just played dirty tricks, but recently, they've set their sights on our general store. Lizzie still held some resentment toward Emilio. Emilio thought to himself that it made sense why the Carmine family was making such a fuss at court. It was due to the original owner's actions. They sell things at too low a price, even lower than our purchase price, taking away all our customers. Lizzie, furious, cursed them for being shameless. Emilio smiled. This is easy to solve. From today on, let the servants go to the Carmine family store to buy things. Buy everything they have. Diamond did this before, but we don't know how they manage it. Even after 2 months, the prices are still so low. Our manor, on the other hand, is now running into financial difficulties. Lizzie sighed. That's even easier to handle. Emilio laughed and said, find a few sharp-witted servants and tell the people that the Carmine family store in the capital has cheap prices. Young Ellie, aren't you crazy? If people know the Carmine family's goods are cheap, won't they all go there? Won't our family lose all our customers? Lizzie was puzzled. Emilio continued, I haven't finished yet. Send out our carriages. Tell those people that if they want to enter the city, they can pay just 3 copper coins for things cheaper than what the peddlers offer. The Carmine family has money, right? Let's see if they can afford to lose that much money. Lizzie's eyes widened. Rosalie's eyes brightened, and she seemed to be feeling better already. Good. We'll do as Dust says. Chapter 7. Change. Emilio glanced at the other person and laughed. Of course I'm not afraid. Wait a moment. Kieran was about to speak again when Emilio said, if you say another word, I can't guarantee what will happen. For the sake of his reputation, Kieran restrained himself. At this time, in the mountains with the barbarians, someone who heard the message ran back quickly, agile like a monkey. Chief, bad news. Those people from Dali have come again. They only brought 30,000 men and said that if we don't go out, there will be consequences. This person's expression was odd, which made the chief laugh heartily. These people from Dali, they just talk big. Last time, they said the same thing. In the end, weren't they drained of energy by the miasma and slaughtered by us? It's rumored that Carlo of Dali issued an edict, saying that if we join forces with the Xiongnu, he will make us pay. Funny. All Dali can do is bark. In real battles, they can't win us. The barbarians laughed as they spoke, with some even mimicking the general from last time, causing more laughter. Go tell those people from Dali that I am here. If you dare, come in and bow before me, calling me grandpa. The messenger nodded and ran out quickly. They were not worried at all about Dali's army getting inside. The situation in the mountains was complex, and even people who lived there year-round sometimes got lost or were injured by toxic gases, let alone others. Especially Dali's army. These soldiers came from the dry northern regions. The previous batches always suffered from diarrhea and other ailments, making it easy for them to be killed. These people would be no different. He popped out, shouting loudly, our leader commands, children of Dali, enter the mountain quickly, bow to our leader, and call him grandpa, and the leader will exempt you from tribute. Upon hearing this, Kieran, a scholar, turned red with anger. What arrogance! What arrogance! A strange thought entered his mind. Turn them into dried corpses. But it vanished as soon as it appeared. Emilio sneered. Looks like they are not well behaved. Go, teach them a lesson. Curious, Kieran wondered how Emilio would do it. Following Emilio outside, he saw soldiers carrying peculiar smoking devices, which they threw into the forest. In no time, the entire forest was enveloped in smoke, except where they stood. Gradually, the smoke spread deeper into the mountains. Kieran asked, what is that? Smoke bombs. Emilio answered briefly. How are they made? With cow dung. Kieran immediately stepped back 2 paces. Indeed, a prodigal son using such filthy methods. After about half an hour, Emilio signaled the soldiers to shout, Benedict Synup, this is just a warning. Next time, we won't be so lenient. At this moment, in the mountains, cough, cough, cough. Coughing sounds filled the area. Some people couldn't help but cry from being choked by the smoke. Damn it. The chief slapped his chair. These people from Dali used such despicable tactics. Shaman, when will the poison gas appear? Chief, rest assured. In about half an hour, we can kill these Dali invaders. The chief nodded. Good. This time, the Dali people must pay the price. I want tenfold compensation. Not good. It's poison gas. Someone shouted, and Kieran's face changed. Quickly, leave immediately, or we will die. Emilio laughed. Look at your tiny courage. Why are you afraid? The mountain people have a trick. Kieran could hardly believe it. You madman. He decided to leave Emilio alone and escape first. Halfway through, he couldn't resist turning back, reminding again, don't turn them into dried corpses. Emilio smiled and promised. Kieran felt something was off. Stay far away. Emilio wasn't polite. Kieran was furious. What nerve. Once back, he would definitely write a memorial to impeach him. When Kieran left, Emilio called his father's advisor. Max, uncle, note it down. He'll impeach me when we return. Max lightly coughed. Ellie, is this proper? Despite his words, his hand didn't stop writing. Emilio glanced over. Abandoning the battlefield? That's quite a serious charge. His father had such a clever person around. Emilio looked at the sky. The time is almost right. Announce it again. If they don't come out, burn the mountain. The barbarians inside. Listen up. Our patience has run out. Come out now, or we will burn the mountain. The voice was so loud that Kieran, who had already left, could hear it. He spat in disgust. Those savages aren't fools. Why would they come out obediently? In the mountains. The chief swore. These madmen actually want to burn the mountain? Shaman, what should we do now? The shaman, with various patterns painted on his face, sneered. First, take the elderly, weak, sick, and scholars away from here. As long as the miasma appears, they have no power to stop it. I will personally lead people to test them. As long as the Dalians spread out, we can kill them one by one just like before. Everyone responded and began to leave in batches. Max was very puzzled. Young master, if we warn them in advance, they will definitely move. By then, won't all our efforts be in vain? He thought that setting fire to the mountain should take advantage of time differences. Now, if these people don't come out and know that they are going to set fire to the mountain, they will definitely run. Do you remember, Uncle Max, when we asked the villagers at the foot of the mountain about where the mountain dwellers like to go? Uncle Max's brow relaxed. Emilio spent 10 taels of silver asking the villagers about their preferences. At the time, he thought it was nonsense, but now it clearly indicated potential escape routes for the savages. Smart young master. Emilio smiled. Now I need to trouble Uncle Max. Please instruct everyone to block the possible escape routes. If there's any abnormality, set fire immediately. Emilio watched the dense forest coldly. Troops, hide. They are coming. In the mountain forest, birds and beasts suddenly flew up. The smoke gradually dissipated. One could vaguely see someone rushing over. Max didn't hesitate and gave instructions while leading Emilio into hiding. Men of Dali, are you here to die? The shaman wore a bull-headed mask and glared at Emilio. Heske, it seems the Xiongnu were right. Dali has no more brave men. A hairless child can become a general. Emilio snorted. But you've got it wrong. Dali has many generals who look down on such small victories. Since I am the least useful in court, I was sent here. Chapter 8. Setting the mountain on fire. A single word made the Chaz so angry that he wished to flay Emilio's skin off. The smoke had already dissipated, and the Chaz sneered. Very well. It was time for the boy in front of him to know who the true kings of the jungle were. Manilow-haired boy, do you dare to lead men in here? The Chaz sneered. The previous soldiers were brainless, yet they had charged into the forest directly. They would receive a harsh welcome. Seeing the fine armor on Emilio, a hint of fanaticism flashed in the Chaz's eyes. These de Benedict people weren't good at fighting wars, but their weapons and armors were indeed excellent. If he could capture this yellow-haired boy alive, that armor would be his. The Chaz did not believe that the yellow-haired boy could have much skill. Prepare. Emilio responded by immediately stationing 2 rows of archers. The Chaz's eyes turned vicious. Apply the poison. Their equipment couldn't compare with the de Benedict people's. But what kind of poisons didn't exist in the mountain forests? Poisons so potent that even wild boars couldn't withstand them. He doubted the de Benedict people could either. Loose the arrows. The first round of probing between both sides was an exchange of cold arrows. But the Chaz greatly underestimated Emilio. Emilio had already prepared shields. The wooden arrows sent over were directly blocked by the shields. Conversely, the arrows from Emilio's side hit their marks directly, injuring many. Chaz, we can't keep this up. The Chaz frowned. Find a way to lure them into the woods. These de Benedict people are as stupid as pigs. If we run, they will surely chase after us. Saying this, the Chaz led his men into the forest. Emilio, however, wasn't deceived and stopped the arrow barrage. After running for a long while without seeing any pursuers, a barbarian scratched his head. Chaz, why have these de Benedict people suddenly become smart? The Chaz wondered the same thing. How did those de Benedict people suddenly become smart? Launch a surprise attack on them. The Chaz sneered, glancing at the sun in the sky. The poisonous gases will be coming soon. They won't be able to withstand it. Unfortunately, he hadn't realized that Emilio had already thought of the miasma. Throwing smoke bombs earlier was to neutralize the miasma. Those smoke bombs weren't just cow dung. They contained substances to counteract the miasma toxins. He had already tested this before coming. Unfortunately, Aryan had been right next to Emilio all along and hadn't noticed a thing. After going downhill, he entered his tent and started writing a memorial to report evil deeds. Aryan quickly finished writing, found someone, and carefully instructed, send this with utmost urgency. It must reach its destination before Emilio realizes what's happening. Mannies. The messenger carried the letter and ran at top speed. Aryan glanced at the mountain where a hazy gas began to appear. He sneered, Emilio, you have doomed 30,000 troops. Let's see how you live this time. On the mountain, with one order from Emilio, torches were lit around. The forest had already been doused with fire oil. Sir, we have controlled all possible escape routes they could take. Good. Order the men down the mountain, leaving a few to start fires and run away afterward. Mannies. Landon was extremely excited. He couldn't believe he was witnessing such a historic moment. He had to admit, their young master was formidable. Happy and satisfied, Landon carried out Emilio's orders. Soon, a huge fire broke out. Inside the forest, the Chaz was still planning an ambush when he suddenly smelled burning wood. He became furious instantly. Who is hungry? Who ran here to barbecue meat? Don't you know the de Benedict people might notice? Not us. Everyone shook their heads. Standing on higher ground, the Chaz scanned the area, eyes widening. Trouble. The de Benedict people have gotten smart. They've set the mountain on fire. Quick, send men to extinguish the fire. Immediately notify the leader to accelerate the evacuation. The Chaz gave orders calmly, though inside he was panicking. If the fire got out of control, they wouldn't survive. Their tribe lived in nearby mountains, not a large one. Once the forest burned, they would either disband and join other tribes or perish. The Chaz inwardly cursed. How did these de Benedict people get smart? Water was brought quickly, but it was too late. With fire oil present, not only did the water fail to put out the fire, but it also fueled the flames larger. Even from a distance, the Chaz felt the heat waves. He sat down hopelessly. It's over. Everything is over. Chaz, let's go quickly. Someone pulled his arm, and the Chaz gritted his teeth. De Benedict people, I will avenge this. Saying this, he got up, leading his tribesmen away swiftly. The fire grew larger, spreading with the wind straight toward their tribal territory. By this time, Emilio had already led his men down the mountain. Landon grinned from ear to ear. Young Ellie, we caught them. All of them, including their leader. Emilio nodded in satisfaction. Lock them up first. Wait until the fire stops, then invite the barbarians to come and admire together. Ah. Landon was puzzled. What to admire? Of course, the scenery after the mountain burns. This? Landon felt disappointed. Not killing them? How could we? Emilio looked at Landon with a sigh of exasperation. Uncle Max, our de Benedict is a civilized country, a land of propriety and rights. How can we do something without just cause? After saying this, Emilio clutched his chest and fell onto Landon. The barbarians were extremely cruel. We went up the mountain for peace, urging them to live down the mountain. But not only did they show no gratitude, they even tried to kill me. Fortunately, my guards fought fiercely. Emilio paused for a moment, kicked the few people his father gave him a few times, watched them stagger around, and then leaned weakly on Landon again. We barely escaped. The barbarian tribes refused to accept de Benedict's friendship. Helpless, de Benedict could only resort to killing. Unexpectedly, they lost their minds and set the mountain on fire. Emilio sighed. It was their destiny. To prevent issues during peace talks, we have to use them as an example and invite other barbarian tribes to reconsider. Of course, during the discussions, someone became dissatisfied and tried to attack me. We had no choice but to imprison their leaders and found several large tribes to burn the mountain again, exterminating the tribe. As for those small tribes, our de Benedict has always been kind-hearted and knew they always adored us. Randy is willing to allocate a place at the foot of the mountain for them to live down below. If it weren't for being his young master, Landon would really want to shout, have any shame? This strategy was too cunning. It was clearly giving them a slap while offering a sweet date. He wanted both inside and outside. Landon admired him to the ground. Young Ellie, what a good plan. I will send people to invite various tribal leaders to, come to the banquet tonight. Chapter 9. Invitation to the feast. Mannies, yes. I'll attend the feast tonight. Landon left with a delighted demeanor. Emilio leaned against another person. Seeing him stand as straight as a pole, Emilio couldn't help but say, act more natural. The other person immediately limped. Soon, the barbarian tribes on the mountain received the news. What? Invited down from the mountain? Many of their dwellings were near this mountain. Looking at the flames rising from the mountain, they had originally wanted to help, but the fire was too large for them to get close. They became even more wary of these people from Dali. Chief, we can't go. According to what the Dali people say, it's like a weasel greeting a chicken. They have no good intentions, someone warned. As the chief of the largest tribe among the barbarians, Rocky's eyes flashed with a cold light. The barbarians had long been divided. Numerous small tribes didn't listen and ruled individually. Rocky always harbored ambitions and wanted to resolve this matter. Now that the Dali people invaded their territory, he naturally wouldn't let it slide. He also intended to display his military strength through this opportunity, making other tribes submit. Thinking of this, he laughed. What's there to fear about a mere Dali? I could defeat them before, and I can do so now. Rocky was brimming with confidence. Bring the weapons we seized from the Dali people. Today, I'll show them the might of our tribal warriors. Why don't we just charge down and catch them off guard? Someone suggested, which greatly pleased Rocky. Good idea. Not only will we catch them off guard, but we'll make them pay in silver. All the fine things those Dali people have should be ours. Chief, let's try using what that old Earl of Dali uses. Rocky nodded in satisfaction. Agreed. Gather everyone quickly. Now, let's head down the mountain and show the other tribes our strength. Cheers erupted. Rocky sneered. What kind of nonsense general is this? A mere mountain fire? Do they really think it can scare him? As long as he kills these Dali people beforehand, why would he fear the mountain fire? No wonder Rocky felt this way. Previous encounters had proven that the Dali people were easily defeated. The poisonous gas produced by the mountain deity would weaken them. This time would be no different. Without the antidote, wasn't he supposed to just monitor Emilio without turning humans into food? How did he end up worrying not only about human affairs, but also whether he could survive? Would it be too late to run away now? Landon walked over. Young Ellie, I've already sent people to watch. Edison's eyes widened. What have you done now? Emilio shrugged. Nothing much, just thinking about trying an ambush. Edison laughed angrily. Even as a civil official, he knew this was unacceptable. Emilio, how could Randy ever approve of such a rogue? If this continues, his life won't be safe. Edison secretly signaled to the servant behind him, indicating that they should be ready to flee if anything went wrong, blaming everything on Emilio. Uncle Max, keep an eye on this. After saying this, Emilio looked at Edison. Attendant Carmine, let's go. You need to host this feast. Enraged, Edison yelled at Emilio. You want to die, but I don't. Despite this, Emilio had already found people to knock Edison out and take him away. Landon watched from the side and couldn't help but comment, Young Ellie, isn't this inappropriate? Emilio remained calm. Uncle Max, remember to write it in the report? Landon's eyes lit up. Young Ellie, this really isn't right. Emilio glanced over and saw Landon taking out a small notebook to start writing. Attendant Carmine attempted to escape, but was fortunately stopped by Administrator Manny with his valor. Deserting in the face of the enemy, this is a great taboo. Emilio didn't continue reading when he got to this point. After all, the original owner was a wastrel who didn't recognize the subsequent character. Emilio stood with his hands behind his back and instructed, Is everything ready? Bryce, rest assured. Everything has been prepared. Emilio was satisfied. How efficient. Now, all he had to do was wait for the barbarians to come down. Whether they came down or did something else, Emilio wasn't afraid at all. He had already made preparations and was waiting for them to descend from the mountain. The terrain on the mountain was complex. Soon, Rocky led his people to the halfway point, where someone reported, Leader, there are 3 other leaders ahead who want to know if we should go down together. That's fine. Rocky felt smug. This time, he would show them his strength. Following the messenger, they quickly caught up. There were 4 or 5 tribal leaders with many followers behind them. It was clear they had the same idea as Rocky. Those Dali people dared to set fire to the mountain. It's very disadvantageous for us. Why not attack them together and wipe them out? The Dali people are truly annoying. They keep coming back again and again to harass us. They only took a bit of our things. The annual tributes sent to the Xiongnu are much more than that. Exactly. It would be better to give these things to us rather than the Xiongnu. Hearing this, Rocky laughed. Last time, those Xiongnu people acted arrogantly, as if we needed their help to win battles. How overconfident. Now, let's give the Dali people a big surprise and show them our strength. Everyone responded enthusiastically, except for one person who showed signs of worry. I feel something isn't right about this. You saw the fire this morning. Our tribe isn't far away. We heard that Dali man speak and even threw a smoking object at them. And didn't you notice that the mountain god didn't release any poison gas today? Could the mountain god want us to follow the Dali? Chapter 10, A Feint. Huh. Karsamla, stop your nonsense. Our mountain god is our protector. How could he possibly aid the Dalians? He must have seen through them. Those Dalians look fierce, but are as fragile as rabbits in the mountains, their necks breaking with a mere pinch. That's why he didn't send poisonous gas to protect us. Manya, Karsamla, Rocky is right. What can those Dalians do to command the mountain god? Karsamla remained worried. Unlike others, he had truly gone down the mountain and integrated into the lives of these Dalians. Although many were just as poor as his people, many commoners among them were even stronger than him. This surprised him greatly. After all, he was known for his strength in the tribe, ranking top in the entire barbarian clans. Moreover, they had relied on hiding in the forests during previous attacks. Now, facing armored Dalians with sharp swords down the mountain, could they really handle it? Karsamla furrowed his brows deeper, but urged by those behind and not being the chief himself, he could only follow obediently. The barbarian tribes gathered together. The fire raged on, heating up the whole mountain. Man it, the flames couldn't reach their settlement. Having lived in the forest long enough, they knew how to fight fires. They had chopped down trees early to block the spread. Down the mountain, Emilio sat listening to Aryan berate him. Max Tao entered from outside. Ellie, the people from the mountain are coming down just as you predicted. They're ready to attack. Let them be. Max Tao nodded and left. Emilio, you only talked about burning the mountain earlier. Now you want to bring down these savages. What's your true intention? To use the Imperial Army recklessly. Is your Manny family planning a rebellion? Aryan cursed. Emilio ignored him. A rebellion? He'd love to, but his father wouldn't. So he had to play this out slowly. Otherwise, the Carmins would bite them to death. Fortunately, he already had a plan. Attack. An order came. Next, people wearing patched-up armor rushed down from the peak. Emilio ordered an onslaught of arrows that hit them instantly. Man it, the attackers charged undeterred, convinced of their inevitable victory. Rocky sneered. These Dalians only have these tricks. Don't fear, when they run out of arrows, victory will be ours. Rocky thought wisely. Previous expeditions against the southern barbarians failed due to the fog, unsuitable environment, and the belief that the barbarians lacked skills. Flawed weapons led to insufficient arrows, plus the speed of the savages made them hard to catch, leading to wasted arrows, thus losing battles. But Emilio was different. To many high officials now, he was terrifying. None wanted to be historically associated with someone like him. Their hard-earned reputations built from studying classics couldn't be tarnished by Emilio's actions. That's why Arjan was sent to prevent excesses and unethical practices. They were scholars who cared about appearances. Peeking from the tent, Arjan inhaled sharply at the sight of fallen barbarians. Would Emilio make mummies again? He quickly instructed someone. Order the corpses burned completely, leave nothing for Emilio. Scratching his head, Yale asked, puzzled, but still replied, mayonnaise. Still uneasy, Arjan peeked out again. Winning was good, but making mummies would get him killed. For future prospects, this couldn't happen. Arrows flew continuously. Realizing something was wrong, Karsamla shouted, quickly retreat. Rocky angrily retorted, Karsamla, you're mad. Now is the time to charge, not retreat. Warriors, advance and show these Dalians our might. Rocky shouted loudly. Karsamla felt deeply uneasy. Since when were the Dalians so formidable? Their leader must be insane. He couldn't help it and ran backward. After running for a while, he suddenly smelled something strange. Damn, it's lamp oil. Karsamla shouted, it's bad. These Dalians are going to burn the mountain. Unfortunately, on this battlefield, his voice was too weak. Karsamla had no choice. He had to get back quickly and relocate the people in the tribe. He grabbed a few nearby people and shouted loudly, hurry, go back to the tribe and report that the Dalians are going to burn the mountain. Tell them to evacuate immediately. After saying that, he also headed toward the tribe. Morale was like that. Once someone fled, what little morale there was would vanish. Especially now, to everyone, this felt more like a one-sided massacre. When Karsamla fled, those behind him followed. By the time Rocky realized something was wrong and tried to call them back, it was already too late. Ellie, it's not good. They are going to flee. Emilio sneered. Let them go into the mountains, then burn it. Arjan watched with wide eyes as the barbarians ran frantically into the mountains, and then the mountain caught fire. With the help of lamp oil and the wind, the fire spread rapidly. The sky turned red. Arjan shivered. Emilio was inhuman. He deliberately lured these barbarians out, and then had the mountain set on fire, forcing these people to their deaths. In this way, how many able-bodied laborers would the barbarian tribe still have? He felt a chill down his spine. A person like this must not be allowed to live. As Karsamla ran, he felt as if fiery balls were chasing him. Was his life about to end like this? No. He had to get back. His parents and family were still waiting for him in the tribe. Karsamla sped up, shouting as he ran. The Dalians are burning the mountain. His voice was extremely loud, and the entire forest erupted into chaos as animals started to run wildly. Many who fled back were killed by stampeding animals. Karsamla ran faster and faster. He returned to the tribe without even pausing to drink water, and urged the people to descend from the other side of the mountain. The Dalians are burning the mountain. Chapter 11, all captured. Despair was spreading. The tribe's people didn't even have time to gather their belongings before rushing out in a panic. Soon, more and more people were fleeing outside. Josiah's family was among them. What they didn't know was that there were people waiting for them at the foot of the mountain as soon as they came down. Emilio, you're crazy. Kieran couldn't believe it. You never intended to let these people live from the start. Otherwise, how could such a scheme be concocted? To live? Emilio sneered. Of course, he would let these people live. It just depended on how they lived. Being a citizen of Dali was living, and being a slave was also living. Thinking about those small southern countries later on and how they behaved, Emilio didn't want to give them any chance to survive. What you're doing is... Kieran thought for a long time, unsure how to describe it. Tricking Carlo? That probably didn't count. Back then, Emilio had clearly said he would kill chickens to scare the monkeys. But wasn't this too cruel? The elderly, women, and children. Don't worry, those people won't die. Kieran sighed with relief. At least Emilio wasn't so deranged as to kill the elderly and young. Emilio maintained a calm expression. He, Emilio, an upright man, wouldn't kill the elderly, women, and children. Manya, keep them as reserve supplies. Fortunately, Kieran didn't know what Emilio was thinking, or he might have died from shock. The fierce fire burned. Josiah's family finally made it down the mountain but was directly captured by Dali's army. Josiah smiled bitterly. They had underestimated their opponents. Many were taken away directly. Initially, Josiah still harbored a sliver of hope. The people of Dali were indeed formidable, but they weren't far behind either. They had lived in the mountains all their lives and knew every inch of it. Even if the mountain fire chased after them, escaping should be simple. However, as he saw more and more people being caught, Josiah finally realized something. They had underestimated the means of the Dali forces. From the start, these Dali people were not ones to provoke easily. It was only because they relied on the strength of the forest that they could always tease these Dali people. But now, having abandoned their advantage in the forest, they attempted to fight against the Dali soldiers wielding weapons like golden bows. This was akin to courting death. Now it was too late to regret. They were brought directly before Emilio. Kieran crossed his arms. He had to supervise Emilio here, fearing these savages would turn into dried corpses if he weren't careful. Fortunately, Emilio did nothing. He merely frowned as he looked at these people. Then he beckoned to Max Chu. When Max Chu came over, Emilio whispered in his ear, Uncle Max, aren't these people too skinny? If we were to make jerky out of them? He was cut off by Max Chu. Ellie, you can't do this. If you dare to do such a thing, those people will. Max Chu pointed to Kieran, who was standing behind with his arms crossed. Absolutely impeach us. Emilio pouted and seriously said, as long as he doesn't know, and eating them isn't good? Max Chu swallowed hard. Bryce Manny wasn't so brutal. So why did he have such a brutal son? Weren't they saying the young master was uneducated and wasteful? This was completely different from the rumors. Before, one could say their young master had some skills, but now he just wanted to beg him to loosen up a bit. Ellie, didn't you say you wanted to keep these people, giving each one without a wife? Emilio clicked his tongue, ultimately deciding not to continue talking about making jerky. Soon, a large number of savages were brought down, including Josiah's family. Seeing the young-looking Emilio standing at the front, Josiah couldn't help but marvel. Formidable. Dolly must have tried to capture them countless times, but never succeeded. And now it was accomplished by a young man. While admiring his prowess, he felt a wave of anxiety, wondering how this person would deal with them. Bryce has captured everyone who could be captured. Emilio nodded in satisfaction and gestured to someone nearby. Understanding the cue, that person took up a loudspeaker and began shouting, "People in the mountains, listen! Your wives, sons, and daughters are in our hands. Surrender immediately, and your lives will be spared. Otherwise, not one of your loved ones will survive." The voice was loud and quickly spread throughout the entire mountain. Meanwhile, the fire in the forest was gradually dying down. Being forest dwellers, they naturally knew where to avoid the flames. Rocky sat in his seat, looking very disheveled, and kicked the ground hard. Since becoming the leader, he had never felt so humiliated. Now, it was truly humiliating. These damn Dalians, how dare they? Now is not the time to talk about this. The cursed Josiah. If not for him spreading false messages recklessly, how could we have lost? All right, stop complaining. We heard what those Dalians said. What should we do now? What else can we do? We should fight our way out and leave not a single one of them alive. The person who spoke was hit on the head immediately after. Fighting? Didn't we just get defeated when we fought? Look, what happened? Weren't we killed by so many of the Dalians? Now, you still want to fight. Why don't you see how many people we have left? Rocky looked around, frustration clear in his eyes. How did these Dalians manage to bully them like this? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Now, they have burned our mountain, leaving us with no place to live. You are even thinking of retreating. Do the Dalians just rely on their better weapons than ours? If we had the same weapons, who would fear whom? He said it firmly. He believed that as long as they had the right weapons, they wouldn't fear the Dali people. But others didn't believe him. They weren't fools. Clearly, the Dali had ways to deal with them. If they went now, it would clearly be sending themselves to death. No matter what, they couldn't send themselves to die. Seeing their expressions, Rocky sneered. Do you think those Dalians will let us leave peacefully if we do nothing? How ridiculous. They won't let us go at all. Even worse, they'll use our parents and children to threaten us. In the end, we will still die. It's better to kill them now. Suddenly, thunder roared outside the cave, followed by a heavy downpour. Excited, Rocky ran out. Haha, it's raining. The mountain god agrees. Rocky turned back. What do you think? Shall we do it? Chapter 12, The Final Charge. Rocky's voice resonated in unison with the sound of the rain outside. It seemed to have a beguiling power, sounding in their ears. The mountain god saved us. He surely wouldn't wish for those from Dei to continue their arrogance. Someone stood up and walked outside, allowing the rain to soak him. He then looked at the people inside the cave. Death comes sooner or later anyway. I'm willing to believe Rocky and take a chance. Take a chance. More and more people joined in. Soon, a strange light shone on Rocky's face, and he felt confident of victory. What capabilities could those from Dei possess? After all, they were only people. As long as they were human, they would have weaknesses. He couldn't believe those from Dei would be so astute. Clearly, they had been so foolish before. At the foot of the mountain, Emilio watched regretfully as the mountain fire was extinguished by the rain. The air became cooler because of it. Aryan frowned deeply. You've seen it. With the mountain in this state, it will be hard for us to capture those people. Emilio waved his hand nonchalantly. Why fear? We have hostages. Unless they never come down from the mountain. Aryan questioned suspiciously. You're not thinking of killing one person per day to stir things up, are you? Emilio looked at him in surprise. How can you think of such a terrifying idea? Aryan thought. Him terrifying? Wasn't Emilio the terrifying one? If he wasn't terrifying, how could he come up with burning the mountain or turning people into dried meat? Weren't you thinking that way? Of course not. Emilio said earnestly. Aryan began to doubt if he misunderstood Emilio. Could Emilio actually have such integrity? Thinking of his various strategies, just hearing about them sent chills down anyone's spine. Let alone facing them head-on. Too abnormal. This was too abnormal. But it made sense. Before this, Emilio was just a notorious playboy in the capital city. What skills could he have? Driving the infected to the Xiongnu camp definitely wasn't his doing. Someone must have guided him from behind. His father always said Emmanuel didn't follow the playbook and was extremely ruthless. Come to think of it, only Emmanuel could do something like this. Perhaps even proposing the mountain fire to the court was Emmanuel, just to give this playboy Emilio a good reputation. Thinking this, Aryan revealed a hint of disdain in his eyes. A playboy was still a playboy, no matter what skin he wore. The more he thought about it, the more disdainful he felt, unaware of what Emilio regretted. The rain grew heavier. Soon, the mountain ahead became unclear. Man it, Emilio led the group to move 10 kilometers back before stopping. Aryan increasingly believed Emilio knew nothing. He had to impeach Emilio. He kept muttering to himself. At this moment, Emilio was counting down. 10, 9, 8, 7. Aryan frowned and couldn't help but ask, what are you counting? Emilio ignored him and continued counting. 3, 2, 1. As soon as he finished, a large group rushed down from the mountain. Aryan's pupils constricted. Did he know the savages would come down? Before he could ask, a loud noise came from the mountain. Then the ground shook violently. Aryan nearly fell but was steadied by a servant. They're here. Emilio smiled slightly. Aryan felt a chill run through him and couldn't help asking, what did you do? What? Isn't it obvious? Emilio pointed forward. I did nothing. It's merely the mountain god punishing them. Aryan looked and saw countless tons of soil sliding down from the mountain. This is a landslide. Aryan swallowed hard. How could this happen? How did you know? Don't tell me it's the mountain god. If there really were gods and Buddhas, those savages would have become immortals long ago. Why couldn't they? Emilio raised an eyebrow. Of course, he had prepared a little bit. The reason he delayed for several days was to find every valley with people. Before setting the mountain on fire, he had ordered dust and even vegetation to be piled into the valleys. When burned, these things produced steam which rose into the sky. Huge amounts of heat forced the cloud layers to gather rain. In theory, the more dust he placed in the valleys, the heavier the rain would be. And with the forest burned, the land exposed. Without tree protection, the soil would slide down with heavy rain, forming landslides. Every step was within his calculation. This was also why he had to proceed bit by bit. He didn't expect that these barbarians would be so impatient. They came down just like this. Watching the people being engulfed by the debris flow, Emilio clicked his tongue twice. These 2 clicks made Aryan's heart colder. Emilio, he was simply not human. He actually did something like killing so many people like this. Doesn't that mean he could kill everyone so easily? Aryan suddenly thought of their father and son's various targeted actions against the Manny family. No way. He must inform his father and advise taking down the Manny family as soon as possible, or it would affect their big plan. Thinking of this, Aryan signaled to a servant to prepare writing tools. He secretly slipped into the tent while Emilio wasn't paying attention and began to write a letter. At this moment, Emilio was facing some of the barbarians who were not buried by the debris flow. A fight broke out among them. Emilio stood with his hands behind his back, watching them in action. He then walked towards where the captured barbarians were held. Your hero has come to save you. With these words, Carson LA's heart tightened. He felt that this was not a good sign. His family was now imprisoned here, unable to leave. Not to mention there were so many elderly, weak, women, and children here. Unfortunately, your mountain god is very unhappy. Carson LA's heart leaped to his throat. Among all of you, who can lead? Carson Law looked around. Most of the people here were from their tribe. But, not knowing what Emilio meant, he didn't dare to speak up. Not speaking. Emilio smiled. Well, I'll have to use another method to make you speak. Bring someone in. Manny's Bryce. A large, rough-looking man with a scarred face walked in. I give her to you. Emilio pointed at a girl and said. The man's scarred face twisted into a flattering smile, revealing yellowed teeth. Thank you, Bryce. Saying that, he reached out to grab the girl. No, don't. The girl screamed in despair. Hold on, I can speak for the tribe. Carson Law stood up. Too late. Chapter 13. Emilio is a god. Spencer hurriedly blocked the girl but was pushed aside by Yale. Get out of the way. The girl was still dragged away. The tribesmen fell into total confusion. Soon, there was no sound outside, only the heavy breathing of Yale and the jeering sounds. Emilio cast a cold glance at Spencer. Remember, it's because of your disobedience that she suffered such humiliation. Clenching his fists, Spencer had yet to react when he was pinned down and tied up. He couldn't believe it. These people from Dali were different from those before. Previously, these people from Dali had always coaxed them. Even after capturing them, they just wanted to coax them into revealing the location of their tribe. Once, there was even a general who sent their women back intact after capturing them. He didn't get angry even after being slapped. Why are the people in front of him different? Benedictal did he know. Not only does Emilio not show mercy, but he is also brutal. Leaving them alive was merely for future provisions. And he planned to continue moving forward after eliminating everyone in the forest. To create a sea in the south for Dali. When Spencer was dragged out, he saw the girl lying unconscious with traces of bruises all over her body. He gritted his teeth in hatred, but dared not act rashly. The person in front of him wasn't human. He was a madman. The mountain god will punish you. Oh, are you talking about this? Emilio pointed at the people chased by the mudslide and laughed. Look, your mountain god seems quite angry. Spencer widened his eyes. Impossible. How could the mountain god treat them like this? What have they done wrong? Now aren't you thinking about what you did wrong? Emilio smiled. How do you know? Spencer found it hard to believe. Because. Emilio turned around, casting a cold stare at him. I am your mountain god. Spencer spat. How could you be our mountain god? The mountain god would never be someone like Emilio. Know that you won't believe me now, but soon, you will see. Emilio looked mysterious. Before coming, he had already gathered information. The mountain tribes worshipped the mountain god. Given the Manny family's current contributions, rewards would eventually be impossible. This time, the old earl did not reward them precisely for this reason. The old earl, having intentions to eliminate them, refused to give rewards. But if he didn't secure his own backup plan, he'd truly be foolish. Compared to the Xiongnu, he favored the tribesmen more. They were easier to bully and worship deities. As long as he became the mountain god, they would have no choice but to believe. I will capture all of you. Emilio said confidently. Spencer watched helplessly as his tribesmen were buried by the mud. It was the wrath of the mountain god. That was the anger of the mountain god. But how could they possibly anger the mountain god after working so diligently all these years? Could it really be as Emilio said? Is he really the mountain god? No. Spencer didn't believe it. The mountain god could never be a person from Dali. Otherwise, why would the mountain god help Dali? Spencer steadied his breath. He couldn't be defeated like this. He had to lead his tribe away from here. Escape. Away from this devil. You see, Emilio said with a smile. The one at the front will die within 3 seconds. Spencer couldn't see clearly who it was, but he didn't believe it. Although he didn't understand what 3 seconds meant, he knew it referred to a very short period of time. Man it, even an arrow wouldn't travel that fast. Next moment, Spencer froze. A huge stone dropped from the sky, directly smashing into the person at the front. How can this be? Spencer couldn't believe it. Emilio still smiled, looking extremely mysterious. He will die next. His finger pointed to another person. That person fell for some reason and was quickly trampled by those behind him. The mudslide swallowed him whole. Spencer's eyes widened. And him too. He will die. At the same moment, a branch flew out from nowhere, striking the person's heart. Soon, that person collapsed. One after another, whoever Emilio pointed at died. Spencer was greatly alarmed. Could he really be the mountain god? No. How could the mountain god hand over his own people to Dali to toy with? He glanced at the girl, full of anguish. Impossible. Their mountain god was a benevolent being and would never do such a thing. He was firmly convinced. You want to trick me into believing you're the mountain god? Impossible. Stop dreaming. Emilio smiled. Trick you? You're not worth it. The mountain god has always loved his people. Those were the sacrifices. Emilio smiled. Spencer felt a chill in his heart. Sacrifices. That's right. They offered sacrifices to the mountain god every year. If Emilio wasn't the mountain god, how would he know about the sacrifices? And how could he possibly know that they hadn't made a sacrifice this year? Benedictal did Spencer know that Emilio had discovered the bodies of the girls in the valley. Through deduction, he inferred when the girls had died and that no sacrifice had been made this year. Spencer naturally didn't know this, and Emilio wouldn't let him know either. As for the girl, she was just the beginning. To assimilate these barbarians, a marriage alliance was the best catalyst. He intentionally did this to warn them that if they dared to resist, this would be their fate. Afterward, when he wanted to arrange marriages for these people, they wouldn't dare to act rashly. Are you really the mountain god? There was a hint of caution in Spencer's voice. Of course. Emilio smiled. If I weren't, how could I have made you be buried by mud? Spencer swallowed hard. Lord Mountain God. He knelt down. Please calm your anger. In his heart, Spencer had doubts. He knew that Emilio couldn't possibly be the mountain god. But now, only if Emilio were the mountain god would they have a chance to survive. He had no choice but to plead with Emilio to spare them. Do you know what to do? I will persuade them, Spencer said reluctantly. Very good. Emilio was satisfied. Go. Don't forget, your parents, wife, and children are still here. Spencer gritted his teeth. Don't worry, sir. As he finished speaking, he was surprised to find that the mudslide had stopped. Could Emilio really be the mountain god? Despite his doubts, he still walked towards Rocky and the others. Emilio was extremely pleased. He liked smart people. Although everything was part of his plan, how could they believe that the mountain god was so respectable? Even if they believed, they would hesitate. However, he would force them to believe. Rocky, stop. The Lord Mountain God is already disappointed in us. Chapter 14. Capable of avenging me up. We can't continue to oppose the people of Dali. Continuing like this will only result in more deaths. Kevin shouted loudly, trying to make everyone stop. Kevin, I think you've gone mad. Rocky ran and shot arrows at Kevin. Kevin hurriedly dodged. However, more arrows were shot at him. While dodging, he tried to explain. Dali is no longer the Dali of the past. They are even more terrifying than we imagined. Don't sacrifice yourselves anymore. Kevin's loud calls were met with hateful voices from his tribespeople. Kevin, if you don't aspire to better yourself, do you want us to die with you? We are not weaklings like you. Kevin, you should die. We do not acknowledge your existence. All these words stabbed at Kevin's heart like needles. No matter how much Kevin tried to explain, no one would listen. Our advantage lies in the forest, not on the plains. What you are doing now will only result in meaningless sacrifices. Cowards without backbone. Rocky cursed angrily. As barbarians, we can win those foolish Dali people anywhere. Upon hearing these words, Kevin's face was filled with bitterness. He knew it was all over. The term barbarians, which the Dali used to call them, would soon no longer apply. They would become citizens of Dali. At court, the old earl looked displeased, glaring at Emmanuel who knelt below. Your son is truly a remarkable man among men. Emmanuel didn't know what to say. Knowing that his son was a playboy, why had he neglected him? His regret could circle the city walls several times over. Now, not only was military progress being delayed, but various strange tactics were also surfacing. Furious, the old earl harshly berated Emmanuel, and then issued an imperial edict to reprimand Emilio. The urgent message traveled southward for 800 miles. Emilio was completely unaware. Just as Kevin thought, everything was over. Dali's troops moved too fast. His tribesmen had already been captured. Some were dead, others injured, and the rest lay prostrate on the ground. Everyone was disbelief. How could this happen? Only Kevin knew that Dali was no longer the reckless Dali they once knew. After years of tricking Dali, they were finally being tricked by them. Kevin couldn't describe how he felt. He could only hope that their tribe could survive this crisis. Rocky, having been shot in one leg and pressed to the ground, saw Kevin and cursed loudly, "You traitor." Kevin gave a bitter laugh. "I am not a traitor." "If you're not a traitor, why did you speak on behalf of those Dali people?" Kevin opened his mouth but couldn't find words. Emilio walked over with a smile. "He indeed is not a traitor. Pa, Dali dogs, if you dare, don't burn down the mountain. Watch me capture all of you." Rocky roared furiously. Emilio remained calm. "Oh, capture us? Wow, how scary. Oops, you frightened me. Ouch." Emilio's expressionless face seemed to make people want to laugh. Landon couldn't hold back his laughter. Since they weren't his men, he laughed freely. In response, he received a murderous glare from Rocky. Rocky wished he could rush over and kill him on the spot, but the soldiers held him tightly to the ground. Desperately wanting to kill Landon, Rocky could do nothing. "Evander them up," Emilio said directly. Edison, who had just finished writing a memorial, heard this. "Emilio, what do you plan to do?" He ran over quickly while speaking. "To hang them on flagpoles." Emilio wore an innocent look. "What's wrong? Is that not allowed?" Edison didn't believe it. If it were simply hanging on flagpoles, he would have believed it before hearing Emilio's earlier cruel tone. Now, he suspected that Emilio was trying to make jerky out of humans. No way. Emilio clicked his tongue. Director Carmine, you're just in charge of provisions. Your only job is to transport supplies. Military matters are none of your concern. Edison replied bluntly. The Bartolomeo has given orders. I'm here to supervise you. Now that supplies are abundant, are you planning to make jerky? I'm just hanging them on flagpoles, not making jerky. Emilio seemed slightly guilty. Director Carmine, are you the one who wants to make jerky and so you warn me on purpose? Oh, Director Carmine, you're not honest either. Edison nearly exploded with anger. You're the one who wants to make jerky out of people. He pointed at Emilio's nose and started cursing. You came up with this insane idea in the court. How can you push it on to others? Emilio, you are despicable. Emilio scratched his ear, pretending not to hear. Despicable? Can that be eaten? Definitely not. But human jerky can be eaten. Moreover, Emilio scanned Rocky. Rocky felt a chill run down his spine. It was as if he was being targeted by something terrifying. Human jerky? How could there be such a horrifying thing? Could it be that these Dolly people really intended to do this to them? Rocky swallowed hard. Impossible. In their impression, Dolly people were all fools. Even in warfare, they would emphasize some righteous reason for action. How could they possibly dry them into jerky? It must be a scare tactic. Rocky sneered. Dolly dogs, no matter what you say, I won't believe you. Rocky looked indignant. We are warriors, not just anyone like you. You Dolly are all dogs, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. How can you compare to our warriors? Today we lost, but in the future, you will all die by our hands. Emilio calmly responded. Do you think you'll have a future? Rocky paused. Previously, Dolly had released their captured people after detaining them in order to appease them. Rocky thought it was because their warriors made the Dolly people feel scared, forcing them to release them. Unknown to him, it was due to food shortages. They found these prisoners consumed too much grain. Benedict Gabon stuck between ribs, neither savory nor worth keeping. Better to release them and save the grain. Huh, trying to scare me? Rocky sneered 3 times. Let me tell you, I, Rocky, am not scared easily. If you have the guts, hang me on the flagpole. Chapter 15, An Audience. Emilio looked at Arjan with an excited expression. Minister Carmine, did you hear that? I didn't want to hang him on the flagpole. He asked for it himself. I've never heard such a request before. Of course, we have to fulfill it. Get someone to hang him up. Arjan also stared at Armin with a doubtful look. All he wanted was to pry open Armin's head and see if there was anything inside. Otherwise, how could he be so brazen as to ask Emilio to hang him on a flagpole? Anyone else might not do this. But Emilio, he really dared to do it. Arjan stood there in stupefaction. Madness. These savages were truly mad. Armin had thought that after saying so much, Emilio would definitely let them go just like what happened with the previous Daily captives. But what he hadn't expected was that Emilio actually wanted to hang him directly on the flagpole. And someone carried out the order. Cold rain pelted Armin's face. It hurt a bit. The rain fell for a whole day and night. Armin was also hung for a whole day and night. At first, he was somewhat afraid. After all, being pummeled by raindrops was painful. But now, he found that more terrifying than the rain was the night. Cool breezes chilled his soaked body to the bone. Later, when dawn broke and the sun came out, he finally felt a trace of warmth. However, the scorching heat of the sun made him increasingly weak and his lips parched. Seeing Armin like this, Josiah couldn't help pleading for mercy. Bryce, please let him go. Emilio took a sip of tea, fanning himself contentedly and said, No way. This is what he requested. I'm going to hang him on the flag. Since it's his request, how can I not comply? But, if this continues, he will die. Emilio seemed indifferent. What does that have to do with me? Anyway, you're all going to die anyway. Josiah's heart tightened. You. Don't worry, I won't kill you yet. Emilio smiled. Just as Josiah breathed a sigh of relief, he heard Emilio say, Your reserve provisions. A chill ran down Josiah's spine. This Dialy man, was he seriously planning to turn them into dried humans? Recalling what another Dialy person had said yesterday, when had the Dialy become so brutal? In his memory, they were just a few small fries. Now, Bryce wants you back. Someone reprimanded Josiah. Josiah hurriedly forced a smile and walked into where the captives were held. Upon entering, everyone saw that his expression was off. Someone spat. Traitor. Josiah didn't explain, only sat dazedly on the ground. You're the real traitor. Josiah's young daughter couldn't hold back and spoke. But the other party wouldn't let Josiah's little daughter get away with it, and an argument ensued. Dialy soldiers drew their knives. If you dare cause trouble again, we'll butcher you. With that, they slashed through some wood. The captives immediately stopped their mischief and huddled together in fear. Josiah's daughter Stacy clung tightly to him. Father, what exactly happened? Josiah gave a bitter laugh. It has changed. Everything has changed. His voice wasn't loud, but many knew he had been outside. The captives knew Josiah must have learned something. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spoken. They just wanted to know when they would be set free and when their people would come to rescue them. Josiah sighed. Armin has been hanging on the flagpole. What? Stacy couldn't believe it. Previously, the Dialy never did this to them. The Dialy didn't dare. Why would they hang Armin on a flagpole now? Josiah continued, They keep us alive because they want us to be their reserve provisions. Nonsense. How could the Dialy have the power to make us into reserve provisions? They are our defeated foes. That's right, that's right. Everyone refused to believe it. After all, the Dialy weren't like this before. It was true. Josiah sighed heavily. Armin has been hanging on the flagpole for a full day and night. Before, I didn't believe it either. When that Dialy official said we were reserve provisions, I thought they were joking. Who would have thought he would really do it? Many have been captured. The living are temporarily confined in one place. The dead are all hanging in high places. Those Dolly people, they soaked their bodies in salt and then hung them in the most ventilated places. Whenever Josiah thought of that scene, he wanted to gouge out his own eyes. He truly never imagined these people could be so cruel. An entire day and night. No one knew what kind of pain he had endured. He even had to personally pickle his own clansmen with his own hands. His hands were already covered in blood. The more Josiah thought about it, the more terrified he became. They were no longer dolly people. They were devils. Devils. No one believed Josiah's words. Inside the tent at this moment, Emilio was happily munching on dried meat. This was pork jerky. He had specially asked someone to make it for him. Arjan looked at his delighted face and almost vomited. He actually ate jerky. Thinking of yesterday, when he ordered the corpses to be pickled with salt, Arjan felt like eating nothing at all. Seeing Arjan's reaction, Emilio asked, "Minister Carmine not feeling well?" Arjan laughed bitterly due to anger. Not feeling well? With those dried humans hanging outside, how could he possibly have any appetite? The most lethal part was, today's lunch was actually jerky. Even though Arjan had strong mental resilience, he couldn't swallow a single bite. Don't waste food. Bring it over, I'll eat it. Emilio was extremely happy. What was the most uncomfortable thing about being in ancient times? The food really wasn't tasty. Their cooking methods were really too backward now. In the future, he would have to let the cook at home study some cuisine. Emilio took big bites while Arjan couldn't hold back anymore. He ran out directly and threw up nonstop. Finally, after vomiting to his heart's content and standing up to look around, oh, a bunch of dried humans. More vomiting ensued. After vomiting until he was dizzy and disoriented, Arjan couldn't vomit anymore and was dragged back into the tent. He wanted to file a complaint to impeach Emilio. Emilio dared to defy the imperial decree. This time, their Manny family would not die but would definitely be stripped bare. Using every venomous word he could think of, Arjan wrote them all down in the petition. Meanwhile, Josiah requested an audience with Emilio. Emilio was slightly stunned. He became curious. This Josiah had quite some guts. Chapter 16. Want a wife? Emilio thought for a while and still decided to have Carson Law come over. This time, Carson Law didn't come alone. Instead, he brought 3 young girls with him. Originally, the elderly, women, and children who were captured didn't believe what Carson Law said at all. Until Carson Law pleaded with the soldiers of de Benedict, taking several respected elders out for a walk. They saw the various corpses hanging on tree branches, and the salt crystals formed on their bodies. Also, Rocky, hanging on the flagpole, barely alive. Suddenly, they realized that things had changed. The people of de Benedict were no longer the same as before. Those people from de Benedict had already transformed, but they were still immersed in the joy of previously eliminating the de Benedict people, paying no attention to this change. Now, the tables had turned. What should we do? After returning, the elder explained what was happening outside. Even if you don't believe Carson Law, others would believe the tribe's elders. Everyone fell silent. Never in their wildest dreams did they think they would become reserved food for the de Benedict people. Even more unbelievable, the de Benedict people actually hung them on trees to dry. Incredible. No one believed it. What should we do? Someone asked again. Carson Law gritted his teeth. I heard earlier that Bryce Emilio used to be a wastrel. Under Carlo of de Benedict, he indulged in eating, drinking, gambling, and lust, especially lust. Since he likes beauty, why not sin some? After a moment of silence, everyone agreed. Carson Law silently looked at the girls in the tribe. All of them were blossoming like flowers. Were they just going to give them to the de Benedict people so easily? But, what could they do? They couldn't defeat the de Benedict people. They had to submit. Just like how de Benedict once negotiated peace with the Xiongnu. I'll go. Stacy stepped forward first. Carson La's heart ached. His daughter was only 15 years old. Another girl stood up soon after. 5 in total. They were recognized as beauties. Carson Law took a deep breath. The future of the tribe depends on you. Then, he led them to meet Emilio. Emilio scanned them. What do you mean by this? Carson Law wore a flattering smile. I hope you will honor us. Emilio huffed lightly. They're just a few girls, not even pretty, skinny as they are. Back where you came from. Don't make me thrash you. Carson La's face froze. Didn't work? Not plump enough? As he surveyed them again, indeed, they weren't voluptuous enough. He smiled awkwardly and led them away. Thinking to himself, he hadn't expected Emilio to prefer plump women. No wonder people said he liked married women. Emilio scolded, not knowing to send plump ones. So thin, they'd be bones after drying. After returning, he mentioned his suspicion. The elders' faces were grim. If they sent someone, what if it was their daughter-in-law who got chosen? But the other side's intentions were clear. If they didn't send anyone, the previous examples were still hanging on the trees. Considering this, they decided it was better to send them. Painfully, they called out the plumper ones and followed Carson Law again into Emilio's tent. Seeing them, Emilio's eyes lit up. Sir, please. Not bad, not bad. Emilio walked down and patted the girl's shoulder seriously. I see. You've got some skills. Carson Law looked bitter. Among them was his wife. Bring them in. Emilio suddenly said. Several soldiers entered. Carson Law felt worse. Could it be? Prepare them. Hang them on the flagpole. Let them dry. Carson La's eyes widened. What? Dry? Sir, are you going to dry them? Mannies. Emilio, acting knowingly, patted Carson Law on the shoulder. Don't worry, sir will share the bounty with you. Carson Law hurriedly blocked the girls. Sir, that's not what I meant. Then what did you mean? Emilio retorted. No, can't be made into dried human. Emilio's face fell. You upset me greatly with this attitude. He coldly stared at Carson Law. If you didn't want this, why bring these people here? Provoking me? Or do you intend to? He paused, eyes filled with coldness. No, sir. This is for you. I know. Emilio sneered. Since you've given them to me, they are my people now. Now, you only need to do one thing. Follow my arrangements. These plump ones will have more meat even when dried into human jerky. Didn't you support the idea of making human jerky, which is why you brought them here? Carson Law was utterly bewildered. He hurriedly said, "No, no." His face turned red from holding back his breath. He knew Emilio was cruel, but he never expected this level of cruelty. No wonder those girls seemed too thin earlier. Clearly, Emilio thought they wouldn't taste good after being dried. They had completely misunderstood Emilio. What kind of lecherous ghost was this? This was clearly a devil. Carson Law now doubted if the others had deceived him. Otherwise, how could they say that Emilio used to be so captivated by women? What captivated by women? He clearly wanted to eat people. Mannies, yes, that's what I meant. After gesturing for a long time, Carson Law finally said, "We hope you can show them your favor." Emilio laughed. "Are you crazy, or am I? How could someone like me, who can marry a Rosanna, be interested in ordinary beauties like you?" Carson Law felt aggrieved. What could he say? If he had known Emilio was so ruthless, he would never have mentioned it. What a terrible idea. He really wanted to beat himself for coming up with such a foolish plan. Just as Emilio was instructing people to prepare these women into jerky, a voice called out, "Where is Emilio?" "The Bartolomeo has issued an edict. Emilio, come out immediately to receive the imperial decree." Edison suddenly became agitated. The imperial decree had arrived. Emilio was finished. Thinking about the first report he sent out, he struggled to stand up and went out to receive the decree. In contrast, Emilio leisurely washed his hands, burned incense, and then slowly walked out, kneeling on one knee. "I, your subject, receive the edict." He had no intention of kneeling fully. The Bartolomeo's verbal decree. "Emilio, what are you? How dare you openly defy Carlo's order and not truly destroy the barbarians? Do you want to die? No more tricks. The Earl wants results. You have 3 days. If you cannot subdue the barbarians within 3 days, your entire clan will be exterminated." The eunuch berated him mercilessly. Chapter 17. No way you can slander me. Edison was very agitated. Randy was wise indeed. He saw through it immediately, that Emilio was no good. The Manny family wasn't any better either. He looked at Emilio with a hint of self-satisfaction. "What now? Do you feel regret yet?" Unfortunately, it's too late. At that time, he had already warned Emilio not to act recklessly on the mountain. Though he didn't know how Emilio managed to escape the miasma, one thing was for certain. Emilio's recklessness led these barbarians to scatter in all directions, forcing their soldiers to search the mountain bit by bit. This was Emilio's wrongdoing. Thinking of this, he became even more excited. "Emilio, did you hear that? Randy demands you to exterminate the barbarians, and scolded you for being overly cruel. You were even thinking about making dried human corpses. And worse, within the camp, you involved many soldiers in making those dried bodies. How disgraceful to the great Benedict kingdom. What difference do you have from those wild people who eat raw flesh and drink blood? Randy sent you to attack the barbarians, not to disgrace the great Benedict kingdom." Joaquin felt relieved. Fortunately, there is only one Emilio in the entire great Benedict kingdom. It's true that Emilio was sufficiently ruthless, but others weren't as cruel. As long as Emilio was dead, he felt an intense surge of excitement. With Emilio dead, they would be free. How wonderful. Joaquin wished Emilio would make a mistake right now. He wished Carlo of the great Benedict kingdom would exterminate Emilio's clan immediately. However, he dared not show his feelings. Secretly, he instructed his wife to lead the people back home as quickly as possible. Better days awaited them. Nobody paid attention to these barbarians. Everyone's focus was on Emilio. "Man it," Emilio wore an aggrieved expression. "Your Excellency, you don't understand. These barbarians are truly terrifying. I went to address them properly, hoping to use Randy's wisdom to get them to surrender voluntarily. Who knew? They not only refused to surrender but also retaliated. They injured me directly. I nearly lost my life. I could only start with that small tribe first, burning the mountain, but I didn't expect that the people of the small tribe would resist to the death, so I had to capture them. I invited other tribes down to deal with the people of that small tribe together. But," Emilio sighed, "I never expected that the other tribes would refuse to give face to us from the great Benedict kingdom. I kindly invited them to come down from the mountain, and as a result, they—" Emilio pretended as if he wanted to cry. "They wanted to kill me. Your Excellency, you know me. In the past, I was just a wastrel. What did I know? If they killed me, that would be it. But they said they would go kill Randy after they killed me. How could I tolerate this? Randy is the heaven of our great Benedict kingdom." Emilio's performance left everyone stunned, especially Joaquin, who almost shouted out loud, "These are my lines." But before he could, Steward Shen had anticipated this and sent someone to cover his mouth, dragging him to the back. Joaquin could only watch helplessly as Emilio slandered them. "I naturally had to teach them a lesson. So, I burned the mountain again. That's how I managed to capture some of them. To make them clearly recognize Randy's wisdom, I hung up those who disobeyed." Emilio's gaze was resolute. "Even if I suffer countless slanders, I'm unafraid. But I absolutely cannot let Randy's reputation be tarnished." The eunuch's eyes lit up. He genuinely hadn't expected this. Emilio actually had such spirit. No wonder he came from the loyal Manny family. Especially that solid piece of gold. It was so heavy. Minister Manny serves the country and its people, always thinking of Randy. "Don't worry, Minister Manny. I will certainly report this matter to Randy. At that time, Randy will surely praise Minister Manny." Edison was taken aback. Why did this seem off to him? "Actually, Attendant Minister Carmine," the eunuch's eyes carried a threat. "This matter ends here." Edison felt like he might explode. Why not? Why should this matter end just like this? But this eunuch had been with the old Earl for 50 years. Dared he argue? He could only laugh awkwardly, watching Emilio enter the camp tent with the eunuch. Hearing the sounds coming from inside, he wished he could strangle Emilio. Despicable. This damned Emilio. How could he be so despicable? Inside the tent, Emilio looked remorseful. Your Excellency, there's nothing much to eat while we're on campaign. There's only coarse tea and plain food. It really humbles Your Excellency. However, you can rest assured, eunuch. Once I return, I will invite you to the best tavern in the capital for a sumptuous meal. The eunuch cast a glance around. Indeed, it was coarse tea and plain food. Porridge, steamed buns, pickled vegetables. He recalled what was written in the memorials. Provisions are sufficient, but Emilio insists on making human jerky. But now, if provisions were really so abundant, why would even the main general be eating such fare? Lord Manny, from what I know, the camp should not lack food supplies. Emilio's face showed difficulty. This matter. Landon could not help but speak up. Bryce, since you find it hard to say, let me speak instead. You don't understand, eunuch. Carmine, the undersecretary. There isn't much food on this mountain anyway. Our Bryce originally planned to kill those people, but Undersecretary Carmine wouldn't allow it, insisting we treat them well. How can this amount of food suffice for everyone? So, the eunuch immediately put on a stern face. How could it be right to let our own people starve while outsiders eat their fill? Landon embellished further. That's exactly what our Bryce has said several times, but Undersecretary Carmine just wouldn't listen. Worse still. Landon, you are forbidden to continue speaking about this to trouble the eunuch. Upon hearing Emilio's words, Landon sat down sullenly. The eunuch, an astute person, how could he not see through this? Just then, Edison came in carrying a dish of meat. Eunuch, the camp only has coarse food, except for this plate of meat. Please grace us with your presence. Edison laid it down flatteringly. The eunuch harumphed softly. I dare not eat this. Edison froze. What did that mean? Why was he being cryptic? Did he do something wrong? He glanced at Emilio. Emilio wore a sorrowful expression, and suddenly Edison felt a chill run down his spine. Could it be? He thought of Emilio's antics earlier. Emilio, did you defame me? Undersecretary Carmine, how can you say such things about me? Emilio sighed. After all, we have worked together for so long. Edison was livid. Pa, you heartless wretch. Having worked with you for so long, does your superior not know you well enough? Do not try to slander me. Chapter 18. The Mountain God's Will. Aryan wanted to curse out loud. Emilio was a black-hearted villain. Sir, don't believe him. Alas, the image of Emilio had already deeply imprinted itself on the mind of the eunuch earlier. Lord Manny, in order to maintain the noble image of Randy, did not hesitate to destroy his own image. How could such a good person be wronged? The eunuch looked at Aryan with even more dislike. Minister Carmine, my eyes are open. Especially when he saw the meat dish sent by Aryan, compared to the simple congee and pickles on Emilio's table. He became even angrier. I will report everything I have seen back to Randy after returning to the capital. I won't let anyone be slandered. Hearing this, Aryan felt something wasn't right. Why did it feel like the eunuch's gaze wasn't quite normal? Could it be that Emilio did something again? He wanted to say something but was scolded by the eunuch. Enough. I still need to report back, so I won't eat. Not that he didn't want to eat. It was just too terrifying outside when he arrived. He feared this meat might come from those desiccated people. Rest assured, Lord Manny, I will explain for you before Randy. Emilio expressed his gratitude repeatedly. As the eunuch passed by Aryan, he snorted heavily. Aryan was bewildered. Did he do anything to upset the eunuch? After the eunuch left, he couldn't help but look at Emilio. What did you do? Emilio looked innocent. Just told the truth. Then he went out to see off the visitor. Aryan thought to himself, this truth probably has some soy fun, water content. Thinking of this, he hurriedly wrote a letter. No way. He must let his father know what happened here. Otherwise, they would be too passive. Damn Emilio. This time, he must make him suffer. When Emilio escorted the eunuch, Kevin was telling good news in the tent. Emilio is truly cruel. He wants women just to turn them into desiccated corpses. Suddenly, everyone was terrified. Now, every day, they were dragged out to observe their fellow tribesmen hanging from trees and flagpoles. They even had to participate in the preparation of their own kin. They never imagined Emilio could be such a devil. There was no hope for survival. Initially, when they heard women could be sent, they hoped for an escape. But now, they were nothing but food reserves. Seeing everyone's morale was low, Kevin said, don't worry. I just overheard Carlo's eunuch cursing Emilio. Kevin laughed. He cursed Emilio for doing such terrible things, and said they would kill 9 generations of his family. You know how many people 9 generations means for the Dalians? Kevin grew happier as he spoke. This was a turn for the better. What about Carlo? What will happen to us? Kevin sneered. Don't worry. If we pretend to submit now and wait for them to let their guard down, we can still kill these arrogant Dalian people. Everyone nodded in agreement. From now on, we should show a stronger attitude. Kevin hummed. Let Emilio know our strength. That night, when the soldiers brought food, Kevin directly said, this is pig feed. How can you expect us to eat it? Your Earl values us so much, yet you dare to mistreat us. Aren't you afraid we'll tell him? Don't forget. He said if you mistreat us, you'll all be killed. 9 generations. Understand? He angrily shouted. At first, the soldier was confused. Then, realizing what was happening, he chuckled, took the food away, and reported it to Emilio. Upon hearing this, Emilio immediately became interested. Oh, so impressive. That's great. He simply ordered, starve them for 5 days. No water either. But sir, they might starve to death. Then dry them out. Max Shang took a deep breath. Isn't that too cruel? I mean, if none of them survive, won't Randy think we're too brutal? Emilio stroked his chin seriously. There is that risk. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, there are so many landless people in our Dalian Empire. This place was just burned. It's perfect to relocate those refugees here. That way, we can relieve pressure on the court and control this area. What do you think? Landon gave a thumbs up. Young Ellie is wise. Emilio smiled modestly. Oh, it's all thanks to the contrast with others. Kevin and his group thought the soldiers had gone to fetch their meals again. However, they did not see any food until midnight. I'm so hungry. Stacy held his stomach and said pitifully. Kevin couldn't resist and wanted to go out. Suddenly, 2 long knives were placed on his neck. He immediately stopped moving. He could only return in frustration. What's going on? Didn't they say Carlo of Dali would make him treat us better? Kevin took a deep breath. He was sure he hadn't heard wrong. But why was the truth different from what's happening now? Was there something he overlooked? For 2 consecutive days, they didn't get any food. Stacy was too weak from hunger. Women with infants also had no milk left. If this continued, the children would starve to death. We must find a way. Kevin gritted his teeth, about to step forward. Suddenly, he heard bustling sounds from outside. Then, someone was pushed inside. It's the shaman. Stacy exclaimed in surprise. They shared the same ancestor, but not every tribe had a shaman. The shaman held great power. Any tribe with a shaman, even if it was small, couldn't be underestimated. The shaman was the spokesman of the mountain god. Shaman, why were you captured too? Kevin couldn't believe it. The shaman sighed. This is the will of the mountain god. Kevin opened his mouth. The will of the mountain god? He recalled what Emilio had once said. Could Emilio really be the mountain god? But how could Emilio be the mountain god? Their mountain god was such a gentle person. We have no other choice. We can only submit. The shaman looked at the tribespeople and said sorrowfully. What? Submit? Kevin shook his head repeatedly. No way, shaman. They see us as food. If we submit, more people will be hung on trees tomorrow. Chapter 19. Very good. The shaman sneered. Of course he knew. Moreover, he had witnessed with his own eyes the people hanging on the flagpoles. He knew even better. Not only these clansmen. There were more clansmen being confined in other places like pigs and dogs. Even those who resisted were impaled and hung on trees as a warning. They had once seen their own clansmen being sliced up and then pickled. That kind of agony, none could truly understand. But precisely because of this, he knew. These people from Dali were not human but devils. Devils from hell. However, recalling Emilio's words, the shaman was tempted. He was unwilling to remain just a shaman of a small tribe. He wanted to advance further. If he could become the controller of the tribe, or even if all these scattered tribes united, the shaman swallowed hard. He couldn't imagine how joyful he would be at that time. Emilio straightforwardly told him that originally he had a competitor. It was Carsanla. But Carsanla's performance had greatly disappointed him. Therefore, he intended to give him a try. How could he not be tempted? So, he came. Carsanla, you underestimated the young general of Dali too much, the shaman said with a bitter face. Do you know what his identity is? Carsanla shook his head. He had only heard that this person used to be a dissolute youth. But could such a dissolute person really come up with such a cruel plan? He didn't believe it. If you don't know, it's normal. The shaman sat down and began chatting. Do you remember when those faraway Xiongnu in the north suddenly wanted to form an alliance with us? Carsanla nodded. He also held a position in the tribe. Although not as high as the chief, he was still second in command. He knew about the affairs of the tribe. Manis. There was indeed such an event. Didn't we discuss it back then? But everyone agreed that the possibility of this happening was too low. After all, we're in the south, and they are in the north. Even if something happened, those Xiongnu wouldn't be able to help. Moreover, what they offered. Carsanla spat. To fend off beggars. The shaman nodded. He knew about these matters well. Naturally, he understood what those people were thinking. You're right. But what you don't know is what the Xiongnu encountered before allying with us. They moved south and met Many Family's army. The person we're dealing with now. At that time, a plague broke out where they were guarding. So, he pretended to seek peace with the Xiongnu and had all the infected pretend to be soldiers for the peace talks. In just one night, the Xiongnu soldiers were infected with this virus. He set fire and burned alive the 6 Xiongnu soldiers. The flames burned fiercely for 3 days and 3 nights. Many 6 Xiongnu didn't have the strength to escape and were burned alive. More terrifyingly, those people didn't even know why this was happening. Hiss. Gasps filled the air. Everyone was incredulous. How could this be? So horrifying. Could this really be done by a human? Indeed. More like a demon from hell. Climbing out of hell. Then came another wave of fear. Had their mountain god abandoned them? If not for the 5,000 who luckily escaped and recounted the events, they would never have known. That was an army of 10,000. 10,000 reduced to only 5,000. The shaman looked outside after finishing. You've seen those clansmen outside. As he spoke, he shed crocodile tears. Alas, if we don't submit, then in the future. He did not continue. But everyone understood. Manis. If they did not submit, would their future be like those Xiongnu? 10,000 reduced to just 5,000. What about them? Would they be completely wiped out? They thought further ahead to the deeper woods. Beyond these woods, there were many more people. Would they become reserves? Then, would Emilio use them to conquer the people beyond the forest? Chilling thoughts. Imperial decree has arrived. Suddenly, a eunuch's call sounded from outside. The shaman hurriedly stood up. I'll go check. Don't move around. Carsanla thought he wished he could move around. Ever since that day when a knife was placed against his neck, he had come to realize one thing. Never act rashly or recklessly. Otherwise, Emilio would truly kill them without hesitation. Outside, Emilio hurried out to receive the imperial decree. Once again, it was an edict filled with rebukes. Emilio scratched his head. That shouldn't be. He had been performing so well. Why was it still criticizing him? Could it be that Aryan, that young rascal, was preemptively accusing him of wrongdoing? Had he reported him several times already? Without thinking further, Emilio said with a wry face, Your Majesty, please understand. I have been wronged. At this moment, in the imperial court, the old earl was very pleased. He pointed at the eunuch and addressed the ministers. Benediction, this is what a loyal subject should be like. And you, old fellows, all day long, All you do is talk about this or that. Why? Have you never thought of tarnishing your own reputation to enhance my reputation like Emilio? His words grew more indignant. These days, indeed, some places have suffered from disasters. You keep forcing me to issue self-censoring edicts every day. Why don't you think about how to prevent these disaster reports from reaching me? Looking at these people, anger filled his eyes. However, no one dared to speak up. They feared that even the slightest misstep might get them dragged away by the old Earl's order. After saying all this, the old Earl turned to Emmanuel. Minister Manny, you have raised a fine son. Emmanuel hurriedly stepped forward, flattering, all credit goes to Randy. If not for your Majesty's foresight in sending my son out to establish accomplishments, how could my son have achieved today's accomplishments? My son owes much gratitude to your Majesty. Hearing this, the old Earl felt greatly appeased. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Your loyalty will always be remembered by me. You people should also learn from Minister Manny. Someone, rewards. The eunuch smiled beside him and said, Manny's. And pass on another decree, commending Emilio, telling him to keep up the good work. Ensure those barbarians never dare to show disrespect to our great Benedict again. Upon hearing this, everyone shouted loudly, Long live the wise Bartolomeo. Chapter 20, Treason. Emilio still didn't know about his reward. He was directing the old shaman to process human jerky. The old shaman had now become a qualified trader within the barbarian tribe. Not only did he behave very obediently, but more importantly, he also completed everything Emilio had instructed him to do earlier. Emilio couldn't help but think, indeed, no matter where you are, there will always be such a mole. Sir, what shall we do next? The old shaman asked. He was already looking forward to the scene that would unfold once he became the controller. Emilio replied calmly, Not yet. You have control over those people now? The old shaman was quite pleased with himself. Bryce, you may not know this, but I am the shaman, the mouthpiece of the mountain god. Oh. Emilio raised an eyebrow. The old shaman flattered, and even more so, the mouthpiece of the general. Emilio chuckled lightly. A bit of talent, try a little harder. Your future isn't just here. There's a higher place. Emilio hinted. At first, the old shaman didn't understand. How could there be a higher place? It wasn't until he was sleeping at night when he suddenly sat up. Could it be? Though he was a shaman, he had also heard. Within the Dali Empire, everyone was talking about it. Was it true that the Manny family wanted to rebel? The old shaman grew excited. If it were true, wouldn't that mean his future would be even brighter? As long as he could win over the clan now, relying on Emilio to turn them into formidable weapons. Once Emilio rebelled, they would directly come out to assist him. What would happen then? An act of merit for joining from the beginning. That's what it means. They say in Dali, those who have such early merits will achieve great success in the future, ranking second only to Carlo. Maybe, if things went well, he might even take a look at that throne. Thinking of how he might sit in the highest position one day, the old shaman grew even more excited. It might be too late for him, but there's still hope for his son. Done. He must ensure everyone listens, and if not, kill them outright. A cold glint flashed in the old shaman's eyes. It was midnight. In the north, however, it was far from quiet. The Xiongnu gathered again. Jean, this matter cannot be left unresolved. They truly hadn't expected it. Those two-legged sheep dared to resist them. More importantly, they had tricked and killed so many people. That was 10,000 soldiers. How did only 5,000 remain? Originally, they thought Jean wanted to cooperate with the short southerners because he had lost his mind. Now they saw, Jean was wise. Surely guided by eternal heaven. It won't be left unresolved. Jean gritted his teeth. How could his 10,000 troops just disappear like that? Even the 5,000 who escaped back were infected with that strange illness. He had no choice but to order their execution. Those were the men he had cultivated. How could they suffer such humiliation? The more he thought, the angrier he got. This matter certainly can't end here. Who do those Dali people think they are? This land belongs to us Xiongnu. When did it become their turn to rule? Pass my order. Tomorrow all tribes shall bring their brave warriors for assembly. We're going to raid Dali. Everyone cheered upon hearing this. Raiding Dali. Those soft and tender two-legged sheep, along with smooth-skinned women. So weak and easy to bully. How could they not be delighted? This time, they must fight all the way to the capital of Dali. Let that earl change places with someone else. Thinking of this made them even more excited. We'll make them understand our power. Jean sneered. Dog Bartolomeo. I'd like to see how you resist my army without the Manny family troops. On the second night, the old earl was sound asleep in his favorite concubine's bed. Suddenly, a eunuch rushed in. Your Majesty, urgent military report from the north. The old earl opened his eyes, slightly dissatisfied, but knowing it was urgent, he let go of the softness in his arms. Hearing her soft hum, she opened her eyes pitifully. Your Majesty. The old earl's expression brightened. Benedictal minx, wait till I get back. After speaking, he threw on his clothes and walked out swiftly. Unnoticed was the look of disdain from his favored concubine. Old fool. Useless. Wasting such good assets. The old earl entered the hall. Several ministers were already there. After bowing, Emmanuel spoke first. Your Majesty, the Xiongnu are coming with great force this time. Although the border has made preparations, without a reliable person there, it might not be good. I request to lead the battle. The old earl glanced at Emmanuel. He knew of Emmanuel's prowess, but precisely because of that, he was unhappy. Emmanuel's reputation at the border was even higher than his, Carlo's, to the point where many only knew of Emmanuel and not him, Carlo of Dali. How could he be willing? Bryce Manny has been working tirelessly for so long, he should rest well. There are not just you as a military general in the court, it's also time for others to show their strength. Marquis Xiongnu. Your subject is here. Carmine High, Marquis Xiongnu, stood up excitedly. I will give you an army of 10,000 troops. Do you have the confidence to make those Xiongnu retreat? Rest assured, your majesty, I shall not fail my mission. The old earl laughed heartily. Good, good, good. I will watch your performance. Emmanuel sighed. Hope Marquis Xiongnu can hold off against those armies. The ministers dispersed, and Carmine Haley suddenly walked up to Emmanuel, bowing slightly. Bryce Manny, truly impressive. Emmanuel frowned. He didn't have much acquaintance with Carmine Haley, let alone good relations. What does Chancellor mean by this? Carmine Haley chuckled mockingly. Lord Manny, stop pretending. My wife's shop was really troubled by you. Emmanuel had a sudden realization. He had forgotten about this matter. His wife hadn't mentioned it either. Did they really fix things with this Branson? Women's affairs, how can men interfere? Emmanuel smiled and deflected. Carmine Haley snorted heavily. Better be like that. With that, he left. Curious, Emmanuel ran back home. It was already dawn. Seeing Rosalie already awake, he couldn't help but ask, my lady, about the Carmine family. Rosalie, who was drawing her eyebrows, paused and smiled cheerfully. Lord, our dust has truly grown up. Emmanuel widened his eyes. You don't know what dust did. Rosalie covered her mouth and laughed. Previously, weren't our shops being squeezed out by the Carmine family shops? Now, it's their turn to have no business. Chapter 21. Too greedy. Rosalie laughed heartily. How did it become that they had no more business? Emmanuel was even more curious. The things in the Zahuopu, the purchase price is basically the same. The Carmine family deliberately used a low-price strategy to squeeze our shop out of business. They wanted to drive our shop away. At first, I didn't intend to buy their goods, but they kept selling nonstop. Later on, Maxer suggested we promote to farther places. After the servants went there, on the first day, they attracted nearly 100 people. They almost bought everything from the store. When I saw the result on the second day, I sent even more servants there. Unexpectedly, more people came. Our servants weren't enough at all. So, I found your retired brothers, and within just 2 days' time, our carriage business spread throughout the city inside and outside, even to the county 100 miles away, who also heard about us. They all came to take our carriages. I originally thought we would lose some money doing this. Unexpectedly, not only did we not lose money, but we earned more than before. I made the servants buy more of their goods and sold them to even farther places, adding only some cost and labor fee. Unexpectedly, we did several large deals. Unfortunately, they stopped selling now. Rosalie sighed here. If only Maxer were here. He surely knows what to do. Emmanuel took a deep breath. Where did our family's carriage business come from? And how could we make money by going so far? You don't understand. Rosalie was proud. Maxer gave me advice. If one carriage only carries one person, it's too wasteful. But if it carries dozens of people, the cost can be shared. Moreover, it's a round trip. I roughly calculated, in these few days, only relying on carrying passengers, we earned nearly 10,000 taels of silver. At first, only village women, then some scholars. Our carriage has our family's emblem, so no one dares to sabotage it. They feel safer riding it. As news spread, more people joined. I followed Maxer's teaching and provided both luxury and regular carriages. Whatever type, it's always better than riding ox carts. Emmanuel breathed deeply again. Maxer really has grown up. He could think of such an idea. Great, great, great. All thanks to lady's good education. Rosalie glared at him playfully. Now you don't say I spoil my son anymore? Emmanuel flattered. My wife is indeed formidable. I'll give you an eyebrow drawing. The couple of the Manny family acted affectionately. Far away in the south, Emilio was being picky. No meat at all? While he said that, his eyes looked outside. Edison took a deep breath. Emilio, don't be too outrageous. The Bartolomeo already rebuked you, forbidding you from eating human flesh. Do you want to disobey the Bartolomeo's order? Emilio sighed. Minister Carmine, look at this vegetarian dish. Just as he spoke, outside came the voice announcing the imperial edict. The Bartolomeo's decree. Emilio's eyes lit up and ran out immediately. Edison secretly felt bad. Last time, he was scolded severely. The time before, he was criticized. This time, absolutely cannot fail again. He must mend his image. He also jogged out. The Bartolomeo's decree. Minister Manny, young and capable, truly lives up to my expectations. Be bold in your actions. I am your support. If you encounter unreasonable people, you don't need to inform me, kill them directly. I understand your thoughts, Minister Manny. Emilio listened happily, while Edison felt even colder inside. Finished. Totally finished. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of magic potion Emilio fed to the Bartolomeo. Otherwise, why would it turn into this? Damned. So damned. Edison gritted his teeth. Emilio had already invited the eunuch into the tent. Upon seeing the simple meal, the eunuch disliked Edison even more. To treat little Bryce Manny like this when he was here. Who knew how badly he treated the general in his absence? Thinking more, the eunuch disdained Edison more. His previous disrespect aside, now towards little Bryce Manny too. Back in court, he would definitely add fuel to the fire for the Bartolomeo. With this thought, he lost appetite, excused himself that he needed to report back. He hurriedly left, giving Edison a vicious glance. Edison. Unfair. So unfair. The old shaman spent 3 days, and then hurriedly came to claim credit with Emilio. Emilio was very pleased. Great. Great. You did a good job. Only a small portion of the barbarian people managed to escape, while the rest were captured. The shaman personally led people to capture them, and many cursed him. But what use was cursing? No use at all. Most importantly, he could now torment them. In his previous life, he had already understood the shameless behavior of a certain small country. After being helped, they turned around and stabbed in the back. He, Emilio, would never do such things. Not only would he not do it, he would ensure not a single one of these people remained. He glanced at Landon. Landon nodded and walked out. Emilio then looked at the shaman and said, Look, they seem quite bufuchi, unconvinced. Might they stab me in the back if I take them into battle? Emilio spoke directly. The shaman hastily said, rest assured, everything will be handled by me. I will definitely stabilize the situation. Emilio almost burst out laughing. He didn't dislike ambitious people, but someone like the shaman, who had ambitions but too grand, he didn't like. People with overly grand ambitions were prone to self-destruction. What he wanted was a dog, a loyal and obedient dog. Not impossible. But don't you want to be the chieftain of your tribe? The shaman's face showed hesitation. Indeed, there was still the chieftain. How should this be resolved? I can handle it, he said. Emilio immediately put on a stern face. You? Too greedy. With that, he walked into the tent. How could the shaman let go of this opportunity? He hastily said, tell me what you want me to do, and I will do it. Emilio turned around. Show me your sincerity. Pick a few people who will be loyal to me, and bring them here. The shaman's heart sank. Manis. These de Benedict people are truly cunning. After some thought, he chose Spencer and a few others, a total of 5, and brought them before Emilio. These people all listened to him in the tribe. Emilio looked at the 5 men, pointed at Spencer, and said, you stay. Chapter 22 Poison? Sesame balls. Carsanla's heart sank. Could it be, again, caused by humans? He wanted to protect his own clan. He did not want to stay. But the priest gave him a stern look and then left with the others. He had no choice but to remain here. Emilio did not speak, and Carsanla did not dare to open his mouth. After a long wait, Landon came in from outside. Ellie, everything is done. Emilio nodded and looked at Carsanla. Do you want revenge? Carsanla shivered. Revenge? Against Emilio? He wanted to take revenge, but he dared not. Emilio's methods were just too powerful. He was terrified that instead of dealing with Emilio, he might end up dead at Emilio's hands. How aggrieved would he be then? Carsanla did not want to die. His wife, children, and parents were still alive. What future could he have if he died? Not to mention his daughter Stacy, who was the best girl in the tribe. Who would protect her then? No, I don't. He waved his hand hastily. Emilio smiled. Your actions reveal your hatred. He propped up his head. In fact, seeking revenge is simple. Saying that, he threw a dagger directly in front of Carsanla. Now, pick it up, and you can kill me. Carsanla clenched his fists. There are only the 2 of us here. What are you still afraid of? Shakily, Carsanla squatted down and picked up the dagger. Good, you have courage. Come over and stab here. Emilio pointed to his heart. You can get fake revenge for your clan. At these words, Carsanla immediately threw the dagger on the ground. Fake revenge? What does that mean? Come on. Emilio raised an eyebrow. Sir. Carsanla knelt down and stuttered. I just want to know, what do you mean? You don't know? Emilio tooted. That priest of yours isn't exactly honest. Emilio alluded to something. Carsanla's heart raced. He had already felt something off about the priest earlier. The more he thought about it, the more unreasonable it seemed. Sir, what do you mean? My meaning? Emilio laughed. Why did it become my meaning? The matters within your group have nothing to do with me. Sir, Hey, no need to say more. Emilio called out, Uncle Max, come in for a moment. Hearing this, Landon walked in, noticing the dagger on the ground, and became wary of Carsanla. Ellie, did he try to assassinate you? He doesn't have the ability. Emilio sneered. Landon, what did the priest say? Landon's eyes narrowed, recalling Emilio's instructions, and replied, there's an outsider here. Inappropriate. Outsider? Carsanla couldn't help but ponder. What the priest said also concerned their tribe. Why was he considered an outsider? It's fine. Ultimately, it's their tribal matter. Moreover, the priest trusts him. Upon hearing this, Landon frowned but spoke anyway. The priest has found the remaining people. They will soon be captured. Emilio nodded. Good, very effective. Make sure he handles this properly. After everyone is caught, we can proceed. A chill ran through Carsanla's spine. Proceeding forward, and the captives being found by the priest? He thought of the innocent clanspeople, how they were caught along with him. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Initially, it was the priest's ancestors who captured them. Could it be? This was all a conspiracy? They were deceived by the priest. The priest had betrayed them. No wonder the mountain god was enraged. No wonder so many clanspeople died. Carsanla gritted his teeth in hatred. Of course, he also heard about the secrets Landon mentioned about the priest. Carsanla tried to eavesdrop further. Unexpectedly, he was driven out. Outside, Carsanla saw the priest staring at him with unfriendly eyes. Thinking of what he knew, Carsanla bit his lip and wanted to ask. Then he remembered what Emilio had said. Who is the real enemy? It's this person right before him. The priest had too much power, too much credibility. No one would believe him. Carsanla wasn't stupid. He suppressed his thoughts and greeted him. What did Sir tell you? The priest asked, initially just wanting to know if Emilio would promote Carsanla. After all, Emilio had previously said he was too greedy. However, this gave Carsanla an opportunity to overthink. In just a moment, Carsanla thought of it. Why would he ask like that? Naturally, it was because of guilt. Only someone feeling guilty would ask like that. It seems the priest truly has issues. Carsanla kept his thoughts inside and said, nothing much. The Lord instructed me to prioritize assisting you. Instantly, the priest felt relieved. In his view, no one from the tribe would deceive him, and even less likely would they develop ambition. He felt very secure. In the future, he would become the leader of the tribe, and also have a chance to glimpse the highest position in Dali. The priest and Carsanla had different thoughts. Unbeknownst to them, another person entered the tent. It was one of those brought over earlier. The same events and dialogues occurred again. However, this time, the villain became Carsanla. After everyone was called in, Landon looked at Emilio in confusion and asked, Ellie, why go through so much trouble to bring these people in? Besides, how does such a plan benefit us? Emilio smiled. Uncle Max, have you heard of tribes in the south raising poisonous insects? Raising poison means placing a bunch of the strongest venomous insects in a jar. After 49 days, only one insect remains in the jar, and that is the strongest venomous insect. What I intend to do now is something similar. I want to disperse all the people of the Manzi tribe and let them fight amongst themselves. Each believes they are the strongest venomous insect. But, Landon frowned. At that point, won't their forces greatly increase? How do we deal with them then? Emilio threw several sesame balls to Landon. Here, this is an excellent poison. Landon looked as if he were staring at a fool. Young master, you? True within the false, false within the true. Shortly, have someone deliver water. Oh right, remember to add some croton seeds. Not too much, just a tiny bit. Then tell them 6 that this contains poison. After the effects start, give them these pills, saying it's an antidote. Do this once a month. Chapter 23. His son can't read. Landon's eyes widened. Emilio continued, if they obey, I will send them the antidote every month. If they don't obey, then they'll just have to die. Landon found it hard to believe. After all, although those barbarians might not be civilized, they weren't exactly stupid. How could they possibly fall for it? Uncle Max, just wait and see. As long as they experience the poison once, they will fear. They will be terrified and lose sleep every month when it's time for the antidote. Landon gave a thumbs up. Indeed, when it came to poison, no one was better than young Ellie. Ellie, I'll get started right away. Rest assured, I will ensure these people are firmly under your control. No. Emilio smiled. I want them in Uncle Max's hands. So, before the Worm King appears, Uncle Max needs to stay here and wait for that day. When the truth is revealed, you can directly take his place and build power for the Manny family. Landon's pupils contracted. He never imagined that this most decadent young master from the capital had such grand ambitions. If he could take over, then in the future, not to mention being ennobled or becoming prime minister, he would at least become a marquis. Never let me down. Excited, Landon left. Emilio sat back down. Landon was given to him by his father. Although he was a strategist, in reality, the lives of his entire family were in the Manny family's hands. Moreover, they had leverage on him. Emilio wasn't worried about any regrets from his side. Once the Worm King appeared, he could secure a powerful force for the Manny family. In the future, even if the old Earl wanted to strike again, he'd have to think twice. Unfortunately, he didn't have real poison. Otherwise, he could fully control Landon. Emilio squinted his eyes and began writing his first letter ever. 3 days later, Emmanuel received Emilio's letter. His son was conscripted far away, yet he still remembered to write home. Inside, Emmanuel was pleased, but his expression remained unchanged. When he opened the letter, his smile immediately vanished. He closed the door without expression and shooed away everyone who wanted to know what Emilio had written. Sitting at his desk, Emmanuel slapped it hard. Rebellious son. This rebellious son. At least he's my son, and he can't even write. Not only are characters missing strokes, but some parts are outright drawings. Even if they were accurate drawings, they couldn't be uglier than these scrawls. For the first time, Emmanuel felt this son might as well not exist. The face of the Manny family is utterly disgraced. Grinding his teeth, Emmanuel put away the letter. He couldn't understand it, and he couldn't let anyone else see it. Otherwise, how embarrassing. After all, he was once able to pass the examinations for a degree. Now saying his son can't read or write, what a disgrace. Emmanuel picked up his pen, intending to scold Emilio, but stopped after writing a single word. He could only sigh. What could he do if his son couldn't read or write? Forget it. Send a loyal, tight-lipped servant to deliver the message, and teach his son to read while he's at it. Emmanuel sighed deeply. Far away in the south, Emilio had no idea how much trouble he caused his father, or that his teacher was already on the way. At this moment, he looked at Landon. Excellent. Uncle Max did well. He started to appreciate Landon. He just gave a hint, but Landon completed it brilliantly. Please grant the medicine, the priest pleaded. Emilio chuckled and walked up to him. I can give you the antidote. However, he crouched slightly. Once a month. If you obey, it's fine. If you disobey. Emilio grinned nastily. You'll be eaten alive by worms. Don't worry, I will definitely obey. Very good. Emilio handed him a sesame ball. Don't even think of duplicating this antidote. Only I know its recipe in the whole world. Without hesitation, the priest swallowed it and then left. After 6 more times, Emilio sat down satisfied. Uncle Max, how should I reward you? Serving young Ellie is my duty. Emilio raised an eyebrow. Quite a rapid change, but he liked it. Excellent. Keep it up, and there will be a place for you in the future. Landon became even more excited. Titles and honors were within reach. In the court, the old Earl raged. 100,000 troops reduced to 10,000. And Xiongnu Marquis. Where is my Xiongnu Marquis? Who can tell me why 100,000 troops couldn't hold a single city? Why did Xiongnu Marquis Carmine High die? No wonder the old Earl was so furious. When the Manny family was defending the city, they faced a Hun army of 100,000 troops. With only 30,000 men within the city, they managed to hold on for 3 months. But Carmine High brought 100,000 troops against just 10,000 Huns and lost 90,000 men. And he died too. Could it be that only the Manny family could be relied upon? The old Earl glanced at the courtiers and found them all kneeling obediently on the ground. He became even angrier. Do any of my ministers have an explanation for this disaster? Or are you all just good-for-nothings? You can't even compare to a young rascal like him. Hearing himself compared to Emilio, a known rake, one minister couldn't keep kneeling. Your Majesty, I have something to report. Speak. The old Earl coldly demanded. Your Majesty, Emilio is but a child who had some luck in his first battle. How can he be compared to the entire court of ministers? I request to lead an expedition. I will wash away this humiliation and show the Huns the grace of our great Dynasty. Upon hearing these words, the old Earl finally let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, there were still some sensible individuals among his ministers. Now, thinking about it, using the Manny family again was indeed an option. But continuing to rely on the Manny family made him uncertain if anyone would still know who he, Carlo, was in the future. Moreover, the Manny family had shown signs of rebellion. In such matters, it's better to believe it exists than not. Power in the world. Everyone wants them. As an earl, he understood this best. Good. How many troops do you need? All requests will be granted. Ministry of Works, Ministry of Revenue, pause support to Emilio for now. The old earl suddenly paused. He thought, if he really stopped supplying Emilio with food, what if Emilio really ate those dried human corpses? He had heard from his eunuchs that below the barbarian mountain, there were countless dried human bodies spread out to dry. The Ministry of Revenue also reported. Recently, Emilio kept sending letters asking not for grain but for salt. Even Aryan repeatedly wrote back, saying Emilio was disobedient and drying human corpses. Even if it was for praise, it still frightened him. Without grain, Emilio might really start eating human corpses. No way. Chapter 24. There's no way to save face this time. Forget it, we cannot cut off Emilio's supplies. Go inform all the grain merchants in the country. This time, as long as they are willing to provide grain, the court is willing to exchange salt for it. Manny's. With the old earl's order, many people rushed around. The generals gathered again at Emmanuel's home. How could a civil official be sent to war this time? Is Randy really losing his mind? A civil official meddling in military affairs. It's bound to cause trouble. Everyone was very worried. Actually, when Marquis Xiongnu Carmine High was dispatched, they had already sensed something was wrong. Strictly speaking, Marquis Xiongnu does not qualify as a general. His family has not been engaged in warfare for a long time. Even if he had some skills, he couldn't have taught Carmine High much. But Carlo insisted. Helpless, they had to agree. They even helped Carmine High several times when he sought assistance. However, they did not expect that Carmine High really had no talent. 10,000 troops. That's 10,000 troops. How many of them have fought such a large-scale battle? Man it, they still lost. And lost a city too. When the news arrived, they immediately petitioned to join the battle. But Randy suppressed it and instructed them not to speak up. Now, an official from the civil administration is sent to the battlefield. What can be done? Bryce Manny, your son is smart. How about letting him come up with a plan? Emmanuel thought of Emilio's poor handwriting inside. I wish I could, but as you know, my son is in the south now, unable to be here. Emmanuel thought, right, this is how it should be said. Die before letting his colleagues know how embarrassingly bad his son's handwriting is. That's fine. Someone laughed foolishly. My family raises pigeons. We can send one over. Emmanuel, stealth attack. He really didn't want to lose face. But even if my son replies, it might be too late. Huh. That doesn't matter. We have many pigeons and can send messages both ways. Emmanuel, all right. I'm going to lose face today. This isn't proper. After all, my son holds no official position. Direct involvement might not be suitable. Finally, Emmanuel remembered. His son has no official title. Ha ha ha. Truly heaven helps him. That's difficult. Emmanuel appeared modest on the surface but was smug inside. Ah, what a pity. Not at all. A high-pitched voice came from outside. The imperial edict arrives. Minister Manny, please receive the decree. Emmanuel thought. What new tricks does the old earl have? His legs obediently knelt down. Your servant receives the decree. By the grace of heaven, Bartolomeo decrees. Young Emilio is specially appointed as Middle Bryce. This is hereby decreed. Congratulations, Minister Manny. Emmanuel, where is the joy coming from? He's definitely going to lose face. Mutual congratulations. Emmanuel wanted to cry, but also slipped the messenger a gold ingot. Seeing the eunuch delighted, his heart ached even more. Not only did he lose face, but also his savings. He regretted it. If only he had let that guy remain a rascal. After the eunuch left, the general surrounded him again. Minister Manny, congratulations. Your son is truly outstanding. Unlike mine who can't even write yet. What a disgrace. The other general sighed. Emmanuel saw an opportunity. Oh, how old is your son? He's 8. Emmanuel, self-isolated. Do not disturb. Meanwhile, Emilio was unaware that his lack of writing skills would soon spread across the entire de Benedict kingdom. He was still feeling proud of himself. Though he couldn't write calligraphy, he managed to finish the second letter. He needed poison urgently. Satisfied with his chicken scratch handwriting, Emilio thought, really good. Once it dried, he had someone send it off. Max returned with news. Ellie, the road has been cleared. During this period, they were not idling. They were building roads. The mountain paths were hard to travel and filled with miasma. Regardless of present needs or future governance, this road must be built. Since it must be built, hard work is inevitable. Of course, the ones working hard are not them, but the savages. Under the direction of shamans, the savages toiled to open the path. The timber felled was secretly sold by Emilio. Such good wood, he naturally sold it for profit. Who fights wars without making money? Wars without profits. What's the point? Ironically, all this happened right under Edison's nose, yet he saw nothing. Still urging Emilio daily to finish the battle quickly. He worried that if the savages were not completely eradicated, their nation wouldn't be destroyed. If the domestic support cannot sustain their supplies, Emilio could give them a taste of cannibalism. Just thinking about it made him lose his appetite and thirst, let alone having any energy. The thought was nauseating. Man it, Emilio did not make a move. Edison knew that he had no shame. Even if he wrote a memorial. Once the Bartolomeo knew, Jackson scolding Emilio would only result in the Bartolomeo changing his attitude from reprimand to praise due to Emilio's influence. It was better not to write at all. Early in the morning, he entered Emilio's tent with his hands behind his back. Mr. Manny, when are we advancing? Our supplies are running low. Emilio's eyes lit up. Running low? Manny's. After Edison said this, he immediately regretted it and quickly corrected himself. No, just somewhat less. We should conquer the savages as soon as possible to repay the nation. And also, Emilio responded indifferently, if it's less, remember to ask them for more. Edison thought, them? The Ministry of Revenue? Those people want to kill Emilio. He still dares to act recklessly. He wondered if Emilio even knew his own capabilities. Remaining silent, Edison then said, deploy troops as soon as possible. Don't worry, we can deploy today. Edison was delighted. Really? Of course. See for yourself. Emilio threw something to Edison. The road has been cleared. Since Attendant Carmine is so eager, why don't you be the vanguard? Uncle Max, please let Attendant Carmine go ahead first. Hearing this, Edison felt his legs go weak. I'm just a supply officer, not a general. Right. Supplies come before the troops. Attendant Carmine, it's going to be tough on you. Landon then dragged Edison out. Edison really wanted to protest. In the end, he could only reluctantly get into the carriage and go ahead. Was this being a vanguard? This was clearly going to scout the way for them. Who knew if those savages would be so kind-hearted? Edison cursed but had no choice but to proceed. Supplies must precede the army. Emilio was unpredictable. He was genuinely afraid that the other side wouldn't follow the usual tactics. Fortunately, they were safe after traveling half a day. Relieved, he ordered the men to speed up. Attendant Carmine, something happened. Chapter 25. Act accordingly. A voice came from behind, and Carmine Huichin furrowed his brows tightly. This was not a good sign at all. Let's talk this through calmly. The general has ordered you to return. Carmine Huichin was livid. What nonsense? Make me go back? Isn't he leading the expedition? Why? Does he think he can bully me just because he's a general? Do they really think I'm made of clay? No, it's because Randy has issued an edict ordering the general to the northern border. What? Carmine Huichin's frown deepened. Why are we heading toward the Xiongnu now? Didn't we already dispatch an army of 100,000 soldiers? And they were under Carmine Hai's command. Previously, the Manny family had almost decimated the Xiongnu. Out of their 10,000 troops, only 5,000 managed to escape. And those survivors might have contracted diseases. We've created such favorable conditions. Sending an army of 100,000 should easily finish off the Xiongnu. Carmine Huichin had been looking forward to enjoying tea on the grasslands next year. Now why send Emilio instead? Why is Emilio being sent? Carmine Huichin was unhappy. He'd already traveled so far, and now he had to go back. More importantly, what did it have to do with him as a quartermaster? Shouldn't he stay here waiting for the next general to continue fighting the enemy? Why go back? He had been hoping to earn military merit. The Marquis is dead. What? Carmine Huichin couldn't believe it. Even though Carmine Hai hadn't fought alone, he had been trained by the old general in the border regions. On this campaign against the Xiongnu, Carmine Hai led 100,000 troops, facing an already weakened Xiongnu. No matter how foolish, he should still have outnumbered them. How could he die? Oh, Secretary Carmine doesn't know. The Marquis fell into a trap. Out of the 10,000 troops, only 10,000 escaped, and the rest were either captured or killed by the Xiongnu. Worse, the Marquis himself lost his head during that battle. It was hung on a banner, causing chaos within the army. Almost couldn't hold the city. Fortunately, a former deputy of Bryce Manny stepped up, annihilated the enemy, and saved the city wall. This prevented the Xiongnu army from breaking through the Avandergu Pass and rushing straight to our capital. Otherwise, the capital would be in peril. Carmine Huichin cursed. Carmine Hai was truly useless. With 100,000 troops, he couldn't even defeat the small Xiongnu force. Now that the situation in the south is stable, why doesn't Randy send another general to guard the border? Why choose Emilio? Isn't Bryce Manny still in the capital? The man glanced around, and Carmine Huichin understood immediately. He dismissed everyone else and moved aside with Yale before continuing. The Chancellor asked me to inform you. Initially, Randy was worried about another highly capable person emerging from the Manny family. But then the appointed general encountered an unexpected incident. Randy discovered that most of the generals currently in command have ties to the Manny family. Continuing this way will harm imperial authority, and it also disrupts Miguel's plans. The Chancellor intended to cultivate our own personnel, but Carmine Hai failed miserably. This has left many generals hesitant towards us. The Chancellor thought, aren't you following the Mannys closely? Now, Emilio has established some influence in the south. Given the Manny family's existing reputation in the north, combined with their growing influence in the south, our plans will become increasingly difficult to execute. So Miguel decided that you should follow Emilio, find evidence of the Manny family's collusion with the enemy, and gather support in the north. After the use deal with the Xiongnu, you will have gained enough local support to present evidence of their rebellion. With the fall of the Manny family, the great cause can be accomplished. Carmine Huichin's heart raced. He naturally knew what his father had in mind. He nodded. I understand. He had already planned how to handle Emilio. Benedicto Emilio, does he really think his few tricks can match him? What a dream. The sudden return of provisions sparked some speculation among the nomads. Does this mean the Dali Empire no longer intends to advance? But if they don't advance, why prepare the provisions? Why discuss stockpiling food? Everyone was puzzled. At that moment, inside the tent, Landon frowned deeply. Young Ellie, about this matter. Manny's, let's leave it to you, Uncle Max, Emilio agreed. Landon, though inwardly delighted, maintained a calm exterior. Are you sure? He never thought that one day, as a mere advisor, he would have the opportunity to wield power. He wished he could proclaim it to the world. But he also knew that before matters were finalized, he needed to remain composed and cautious. Emilio smiled. What's so bad about this? Since Randy has ordered me to go north, it must be because things there are dangerous. But we can't abandon the southern territories. Especially those barbarians. No matter how capable they are, they must remain under our control. My future plan is to see the sea here. If there's no sea, we'll create one. Emilio spoke directly. No sea would be better. He highly valued the south. Just thinking of that wealthy region. 3 harvests a year. If this place could become part of our territory, countless people would be able to eat their fill. Thinking of this, he felt even happier. Uncle Max, you're the only one I can rely on for matters here. You understand Randy's intentions. At this moment, our Manny family is already being suspected. Although I'm leading troops, the north is dangerous, yet Randy didn't send my father to war. This clearly shows that Randy has other thoughts about our family. If we lose control of the south, our future will lack confidence. So, the south can't be too peaceful or too chaotic. If it's too peaceful, Randy will suspect us of building strength in the south. If it's too chaotic, Randy will think we're not doing enough. You need to balance this well. When necessary, let these barbarians stir up trouble, preferably to a point where no one else can resolve it. Don't fear death. As long as the court knows that the people in the south are like roaring wolf cubs, that will suffice. Landon frowned. I'll find a way to handle this. Young Ellie, this journey might be extremely perilous. Emilio gave a cold laugh. Perilous? Which battle isn't perilous? If it weren't perilous, what use would we have for generals? Chapter 26, Dog Scratch Script. Landon's heart stirred. Right. If there was no war, what would be the use of military generals? But conversely, as long as there was chaos, generals would have a place to prove their worth. It seemed that young Ellie's trip to the north wouldn't completely eradicate future troubles. Otherwise, they would have no way to take their place. Rest assured, young Ellie, I'm here. Here's the antidote for them. Emilio handed over the items to Landon. Landon froze for a moment. This was clearly not the original sesame ball. Ellie, this? I initially intended to scare them, but plans couldn't keep up with changes. Now, since I'm going to the north, I gave them real poison which requires a monthly dose. If they don't take it, they will truly suffer immensely. Emilio wore a half smile, his gaze landing on Landon. Landon suddenly thought of something. Don't worry, young Ellie, I'll listen carefully. Of course, I trust you, Uncle Max. Emilio smiled lightly. Whether it was poison or not, that depended on their capabilities. At this moment, Carson Law, who had been eavesdropping outside the door, broke into a cold sweat. They had already felt the antidote was strange. Turned out, it was fake. These people from the Benedict dynasty were indeed incredibly cunning. What was even more unexpected was that Emilio was leaving. If the antidote didn't arrive in time, what would happen to them? Carson Law dared not continue thinking and quietly slipped away. After much deliberation, he decided to reveal the truth. Regardless of others' private intentions, they were all poisoned now. They needed to face Emilio together. Before turning against each other, they should put aside their scheming and follow Emilio's instructions to save their lives. Indeed, after hearing these words, everyone else began cursing loudly. Only the old shaman remained calm. Shaman, what should we do now? Don't worry, we're still useful to Emilio. They won't harm us. A flash of anger passed through the old shaman's eyes. Fortunately, he had chosen a successor long ago. Once these few people were eliminated, he would pass his position to his successor, and then seek revenge for him later. Thinking about this, his mood gradually calmed down again. Now, the most important thing is to follow Emilio's orders and protect the lives of our clansmen. If we lose our lives, what can we possibly do? Everyone nodded. Within half a day, Edison returned again. As soon as he returned, he sought out Emilio. How do you view this matter? Emilio pretended to be innocent. What matter? That good-for-nothing Carmine High led an army of 10,000, only for 9,000 to run back, almost losing the city. If he wasn't already dead, I would have cut him to pieces. Good. Emilio applauded enthusiastically. True to form, Attendant Carmine indeed has spirit. Uncle Max, note this down. Attendant Carmine showed courage and wanted to cut Carmine High to pieces for his failure. Attendant Carmine's bravery should be known by all in the Benedict dynasty. Initially, Edison was proud, but as Emilio spoke, his expression changed. What did it mean to let everyone in Benedict know? If everyone in Benedict knew, wouldn't the Marquis mansion also find out? Who would willingly make enemies for nothing? This Emilio. He had intended to set a trap for Emilio. Instead, he was outwitted. Damn Emilio. Though cursing inwardly, Edison hastily said, there's no need to record such a trivial matter. We'll just remember it between us. That won't do. Emilio flatly refused and continued, Attendant Carmine, there's no need to be modest. I know you're usually low-key. Rest assured, I will spread your good qualities too. Attendant Carmine certainly did a regrettable deed. But despite Lord Ho's unfortunate fate, isn't there still Attendant Carmine? I believe, since Attendant Carmine mentioned this, you must want to take responsibility. Rest assured, I will ensure everyone in Benedict knows about your actions. And let them see how formidable Attendant Carmine is. Edison. That wasn't what he meant. But Emilio pushed on, urging Landon to write it down quickly before forgetting. Enraged, Edison pushed open the curtain and walked out. The warm breeze reminded him that he needed to get serious. Emilio, we must leave for the north immediately. Emilio nodded. Exactly. Those who would snatch the fruits of his labor were already arriving, but they hadn't anticipated the additional trouble he planned to cause. Let me pack up and we'll leave right away. Attendant Carmine, hurry back and pack as well, Emilio urged. Edison also went back to pack. Emilio originally wanted to pack, but his plans were disrupted. Outside the camp, someone was looking for him. He had no choice but to have someone bring the person in first. Ellie, sir has sent me to find you. Emilio was taken aback. Wasn't this the servant boy from his father's side? He was told that he was his father's foster brother. Uncle, why have you come? Can't do it, can't do it. While he said that, his face was full of smiles, clearly delighted. It's sir who sent me, he said. The other party suddenly paused. The servant's real name was Cameron, the third eldest in his family. Since he was born in the same year as Emmanuel, he started following Emmanuel at the age of 5. No one knew better than he did how much Emmanuel cared about saving face. Now, with the strategist Landon here, to maintain the face of his foster brother, he cleared his throat a few times, indicating that there were still others present. Emilio was about to say there was no need to worry, but then thought that if it really was the antidote that had arrived. After some consideration, he asked Landon to go out and supervise Carson Law and the others. Once the others left, Cameron put on a wretched face and said, "My lord, you have no idea what kind of trouble you'll be in when you return." Emilio felt wronged. He had worked hard fighting outside, so why would he still suffer when he returned? "Uncle, is my father having another episode? Which pampered son is like me? I'm so capable. I've conquered the South." Cameron sighed upon hearing this. Manny's. Which pampered son has the abilities of their young master? But the young master just had bad luck. Which pampered son didn't know how to read? Until now, he didn't know the young master couldn't read while always being by Sir's side. It wasn't until Emmanuel took out Emilio's letters that Cameron faced a pile of scribbles and remained silent for a whole quarter of an hour before looking at Emmanuel. Perhaps the young master was just a bit naughty. Emmanuel laughed angrily. Naughty? This was too much. It would be embarrassing to say out loud. "Young Ellie, your handwriting." Hearing about handwriting, Emilio became quite proud. "My handwriting is good. I know, no need to keep praising it." Chapter 27. Governor Carmine wants to add dishes. Cameron was dumbfounded. He had always said that the young master looked so much like the Lyle. How could he not inherit the Lyle's merits? Turns out, he really didn't inherit any good traits at all. Not only did he fail to inherit any strengths, he got the self-obsession and shamelessness in full measure. This father-son duo was just something else. "Sir, what the Lyle said wasn't very nice. Don't get your hopes up." Emilio was taken aback. "What did he say?" "You disloyal son." Fortunately, this did not last long, as Aryan called him from outside. Emilio had to start packing up. Cameron helped while giving advice. "Sir, you must remember one thing. There are no illiterate generals. In the future, when you send memorials asking for funds, and the Bartolomeo sees your handwriting, he may feel ashamed of you." Emilio thought about it, and realized it was true. If his handwriting were poor when drafting documents in the future, his authority would decrease. He needed to man up. "Uncle, rest assured, I will definitely study hard." That's what he said. But the Bartolomeo's summons was urgent. They rushed all the way and took a whole half-month to reach the northern region. At this point, chaos reigned in the north. Outside the Evandergu Pass, the Xiongnu were cooking sheep and cattle, enjoying themselves immensely. The aroma of meat drifted inside continuously. On the city wall, a few soldiers gulped audibly. They hadn't eaten meat for a long time. It was meat. Why could the Xiongnu eat and they couldn't? They leaned together, whispering quietly, wondering when the army's rations would be distributed. They hadn't had a decent meal in 3 days. "We only get one meal a day with hardly any oil. If there's not even a grain of rice, why not just give us hot water? All those officials back in the capital eat their fill. Who cares about our suffering here? They say the officials in the capital live in luxury. Just imagine how much fat they have. I don't care. I just want to have a full meal. Sigh. All the provisions have been embezzled by those officials. When will it be our turn?" As the soldiers muttered among themselves, a voice came from behind. "Rogues, you dare slander the court?" Immediately, each soldier received a kick. Startled, they stood up nervously. They never expected anyone to appear behind them. Moreover, it was their general. They wailed inwardly. How had they been overheard? After all, the general rarely came here. Most often, it was deputy officers or lower-ranking subordinates who visited. When had the general returned? And he brought several people with him. Surely, he couldn't have come specifically to punish them. Wanting to eat is a good thing. Emilio said calmly. "If you're not being fed properly, it's because it wasn't explained clearly." The other party quickly acknowledged it. Emilio ignored him. From that sentence alone, he knew something wasn't right. But he didn't care. Clear waters hold no fish. Besides, he had the ultimate weapon. He smiled and looked at the soldiers, catching the scent of meat in the air, understanding everything. "Do you want to eat meat?" The soldiers gulped, answering spontaneously. One of them, young but brave, said, "Mayonnaise. Who wouldn't want to eat meat? Who wouldn't want to eat meat?" Of course, it would be the nobles in the capital. Emilio had seen all kinds of banquets in the original host memories. What they ate were all sorts of peculiar and expensive dishes. Indeed, they were delicious, but not necessarily meat. A dish like hot and sour shredded cabbage might taste like meat, yet contain not a trace of it. The soldiers on the border didn't get to eat these, while those in the capital didn't particularly enjoy them. It seems that once you have something, you no longer cherish it. Thinking of this, he said, "You will soon be able to eat meat." The eyes of the few soldiers lit up. Who wouldn't want to eat meat? But this official was offering them meat. The bold one couldn't help but ask, "Could you give us a little more?" Behind him, Aryan inwardly knew this wasn't good. Was Emilio actually going to? "Of course, I'll give it all to you." Emilio pointed at the general, saying, "Kill him. The meat on his body will be yours." The small group of soldiers was terrified. Kill someone? Forget it. The key was to eat his flesh? How could they possibly eat human flesh? This was. Their limited knowledge failed them in finding the right words to describe it. "Shut up." Aryan angrily rebuked. "Emilio, how dare you incite the soldiers to kill an imperial official, and to make them?" Aryan took a deep breath. "To eat human flesh. You are openly defying the court. Defying Randy? Emilio, do you wish to die?" Emilio looked at Aryan calmly, feeling wronged. "Carmine Shurang, as you see, it's not that I wanted them to eat human flesh, but they are starving. If they starve to death, our great Benedict would become a laughingstock. Have you ever seen a country that lets its own soldiers starve to death? Never. Even the most cruel monarch would never want their soldiers to starve to death. But they are about to starve to death. I had no choice but to take this lower approach." Aryan was speechless. He took a deep breath and said, Isn't it just food supplies? Isn't that what I'm here for? Let me help you. Emilio was delighted, turning to the soldiers and urging them, hurry up and thank Carmine Shurang. He's not only going to give you rations, but also meat to eat. Aryan almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Don't talk nonsense. Chapter 28 Impeach you. Manny's yes yes. Emilio hurriedly added. Lord Carmine means that you should also be able to eat some Hun's mutton every day and drink lamb soup with pepper. Aryan. Emilio, don't go too far. Why am I going too far? Emilio looked innocent. Lord Carmine, didn't you say you would take care of the provisions and salaries? The north is not the south. In the south, it's so hot. There's no shortage of food. It's cold in the north. You need hot food. Aryan pointed at Emilio. Nonsense. When did I say that? You didn't. Didn't Lord Carmine say you'd handle the logistics? Aryan was half laughed and half angered. I said I would solve the logistics issues, but are we talking about logistics now? Don't you mean? Before he could finish, Emilio spoke again. You heard it. Lord Carmine said he will solve the logistics. Lord Carmine is the son of Miguel. He never lies. You can rest assured. Everyone looked at Aryan after hearing this. Their eyes sparkled. Even if Aryan had become a heartless attendant, he found it hard to deal with those sparkling eyes. He hesitated for a moment. The soldiers were already licking their lips. Thank you, Lord Attendant. Attendant Lord, you're amazing. Thanks, Attendant Lord. When can we eat meat, my lord? My lord, you wouldn't know how fat the Hun sheep are. They're delicious. As one person spoke up and saw Aryan not reprimanding them, the others couldn't help but join in. Manny's, my lord, we secretly got a piece of meat during the battle, and it was heavenly. Exactly. The Huns may not be good at anything else, but they really excel at raising cattle and sheep. Everyone chimed in. Aryan couldn't even get a word in edgewise. Instead, Emilio couldn't resist adding, Manny's, you're right. Absolutely. Our Lord Carmine has great skills. He'll definitely get you these things. Impossible. Our Lord Carmine always keeps his word. Just wait and see. Maybe tonight, Lord Carmine can bring you some lamb. MMMPH. Emilio's mouth was finally covered with a handkerchief by Aryan. Not by someone else, but by Aryan himself. Aryan gritted his teeth and whispered in Emilio's ear, damn fool. What do you mean? If I could get Hun mutton, why would we need to fight? Aryan was starting to curse out of anger. If he didn't stop Emilio, who knew what other trouble Emilio would stir up? This was already troublesome enough. Is that so? Emilio feigned confusion. But you are the son of Miguel. Can't you manage such a small matter? Aryan took a deep breath. He really wanted to beat Emilio up. I'm the son of Miguel, not the Bartolomeo's son. Emilio wore a shocked look. Lord Carmine, you have such ambitions. Aryan paused. What? Ambitions? He didn't understand. You want to be the Bartolomeo's son. Rest assured, I'll keep this secret inside. No one will know. Manny's, I won't expose your thoughts. Lord Carmine, I understand. The imperial son-in-law is also a son. You must want to be the imperial son-in-law. The last sentence was spoken loudly. Aryan almost spit out blood on the spot. He had long known Emilio would trip him up, but he didn't expect Emilio to be so ruthless. This was clearly trying to drive them all to their deaths. He could guarantee that soon. The old earl would receive reports about their family planning a rebellion. Damn Emilio. On what grounds? Emilio, don't speak nonsense. My Carmine family has diligently served the great Benedict dynasty for generations. Everything is done according to Randy's wishes. How could we do something so traitorous? Manny's yes. Emilio quickly agreed. I understand. The imperial son-in-law is almost a son. If he can sit in that position, Aryan acted swiftly, covering Emilio's mouth again. He realized Emilio was doing this deliberately. Otherwise, how could he repeatedly hint that they were planning a rebellion? Even if they were to rebel, it wouldn't be now. After all, the current timing and conditions weren't in their favor. There were still military generals following the old earl. Only if the Manny family father and son were dead, could there be a possibility of advancing further. Aryan's eyes lit up as he smiled and said, I was never betrothed to any Rosanna. But rather, Lord Manny, if I'm not mistaken, Bartolomeo by Hayleague once wanted to betroth the Rosanna to you. Could it be that your Manny family had such intentions? It seems the rumors in the court about your Manny family having treacherous thoughts are true. When Aryan spoke, his eyes were filled with provocation. Emilio feigned innocence. What? Lord Carmine, you're being too sensitive. I was just joking around. You're so sensitive. It can't be because Branson has this plan, right? Aryan was directly silenced. He fell for it. This Emilio was indeed very difficult to deal with. Of course not. Aryan gritted his teeth. He intended to speak loudly, but his voice couldn't drown out those chattering soldiers. In a short time, he was left speechless by Emilio's rebuttals. Emilio, stop this. Aryan gritted his teeth. Just tell me, what do you want? Trying to ruin our family's reputation on purpose, really thinking I'm an easy target? Just say it straight. What do you want? Otherwise, don't blame me for not being polite. Emilio smiled. My demands are very simple. Let them all eat Hun's raised mutton. Aryan laughed angrily. Do you think I am what kind of person? I'm just a minister. I can't defeat the Huns or make them obediently send over their sheep. Isn't there still Miguel? Emilio chuckled. Aryan got even angrier. My father is Miguel of de Benedict, only managing de Benedict's affairs. He's not Miguel of the Huns. Why would they listen to my father? If they listened to my father, he would have made them scram long ago. Emilio, don't cause trouble for no reason. I'm telling you, if you dare to act recklessly again, I'll have my father impeach you in the imperial court. Chapter 29. Ambush. Emilio spoke with indifference. Let them impeach me. So what? After all, they're just making things up. Damn, I thought Miguel was impressive. If he can impeach our Manny family, Surely he has a way to deal with those Huns. Turns out, he's just good at talking. Edison was infuriated once again. After several deep breaths, he finally calmed himself down. He couldn't win by arguing with Emilio, so it was better not to stoop to his level. Least he become the one who ends up miserable. I can't get lambs from the Huns. At most, I can make sure they have enough food. Edison did not speak too absolutely. After all, he was well aware of the current situation in Dali. These past few years, Dali has been restless. There was the severe drought in the north, leaving the land barren for miles. Then came the floods in the south, displacing countless families. Not to mention, the refugees starving and becoming bandits. In the end, the granaries are running low on grain. Currently, they can only rely on old stocks and the expensive grain bought from merchants. Man it, the price of grain keeps rising. The national treasury depends on taxes. Harvests haven't been good these past few years. The old Earl's palace needs repair. Winter is coming, and arrangements need to be made for the imperial residence. Money is being spent like water. What can they do? Wait, that's all. He took up this position as Emilio's commissary officer because the old Earl wanted to save face. What if Emilio actually makes his soldiers eat human flesh? How would they handle it if such news spread? Losing face domestically was one thing, but now, it would also mean losing face in front of the Huns and barbarians. They pride themselves on having more culture than those Huns and barbarians. How could they let their people suffer worse conditions? Of course, if they could eat Hunnic mutton, he wouldn't mind. That won't do. We need meat. Emilio demanded. No meat. Why don't you stew me instead? Edison snapped angrily. Wanting meat? He wanted it too. But can you just get meat whenever you want? Have some backbone. Go raid the Huns yourself. What you capture is yours. You can decide how they eat their meat. Edison said furiously. He admired the audacity. This was blatant bullying. Don't even think about it. You said it. Emilio replied. Mannies. I said it. Edison responded irritably. Since they were already framed, saying this much wasn't a problem. Fine. Emilio grinned. Brothers, tonight we feast on meat? Ooh. Excited shouts echoed from the city walls to the Huns. The leader, gnawing on a sheep leg, paused, frowning. These people from Dali must be crazy. I heard they can't even get enough food. Why are they so happy? Someone chuckled. Why else? They probably smell our meat and are giving themselves a pep talk. Ha ha ha. True. These crazies from Dali. Finally, it's their turn to taste defeat. Your Majesty, this time, we shouldn't agree to peace so easily. Otherwise, they'll think we're weak. Right. This time we won't agree easily. Your Majesty, I heard the women of Dali have smooth skin. Get lost. As if you haven't tasted them. The leader laughed and kicked the speaker playfully. Don't worry, when they seek peace, I'll demand 3,000 beauties for our men to enjoy. Long live the great king. Everyone cheered loudly. For a moment, the Huns' camp was bustling with excitement. Occasional screams punctuated the air. By midnight, both sides were quiet. Edison looked disdainfully at his clothes. Ugly and stinky. Emilio, the bastard, rubbed his clothes with cow dung. Edison nearly vomited. This scoundrel. If Emilio hadn't promised plenty of sheep and cattle if he complied, he'd never. After all, Emilio wasn't someone easy to deal with. Those barbarians' corpses. If Edison hadn't refused repeatedly, Emilio would surely have brought them along. At that time, thinking of that scene made Edison want to vomit. Fortunately, he didn't have to wait long. The ground suddenly started shaking. Immediately after, the Hun war horns blew. Soon, someone yelled, "Trouble! The cattle and sheep are rebelling." What? Cattle and sheep rebelling? Edison instinctively tried to get up and run but was pushed down by someone. Attendant Minister Carmine, don't move. Emilio, what are you doing? A cattle and sheep rebellion is beyond our control. Don't worry, we'll bring the cattle and sheep back shortly. Chapter 30, Cattle and Sheep Rebellion, Great Benedict Prophets. Emilio said with delight. Do you know what I was doing? I was causing the cattle and sheep to riot. Mania, not only the cattle and sheep, but also the horses. TSK. These Xiongnu truly live on horseback. Their horses are really great. Shiny as oil. Just looking at them makes my mouth water. I've already thought of a way to bring some back. Edison laughed in spite of himself. Are you crazy? Bringing back a few cattle and sheep, I might believe you. But stealing horses? Do you think the Xiongnu are just eating their meals for nothing? Emilio smiled mischievously. Why don't we make a bet? Edison. Forget it. He had been tricked by Emilio too many times. He didn't want to challenge Emilio's strange luck again. What if he really succeeded? Who knows how Emilio would trick him next? No bet. Edison spoke, then looked at the approaching Xiongnu, unable to help saying, they're all coming over. If we don't move, we'll definitely be caught. Emilio laughed. Don't worry, I have a plan. Luckily it was nighttime. Otherwise Edison would have noticed how sly Emilio's smile was. As if he was watching a show. Before Edison could figure out what was happening, he suddenly heard Emilio shout, "Get ready! Jump on!" Trained all afternoon, Edison instinctively got up and followed. Then, he saw a crazed bull charging towards them. Behind it were sheep, and in the distance, the horses. Getting closer. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The Xiongnu voices grew louder, mixed with some strange tunes. Jump on! Emilio ordered, dashing forward first, grabbing the bull's horns and jumping on. One by one, everyone behind him followed suit. Edison copied the move, but ended up being lifted by a bull. Damn! Edison cursed. This damn Emilio. Did he do this on purpose? Emilio! I swear, I'll never forgive you. But then he was grabbed and thrown onto the bull's back. By Emilio. For a moment, Edison felt somewhat guilty. Sir Carmine, be careful. Edison coughed dryly. He wanted to be careful, but he hadn't expected to fail at jumping on, and he had just cursed Emilio. Unexpectedly, Emilio actually helped him. Thinking about it, Edison felt a bit guilty. Thank you, Sir Manny, for your help. No need to thank me. Emilio grinned maliciously, then plunged his dagger into the bull's rump that Edison was riding. Edison. F***CKF, **CKF, **CKF, **CK. Emilio, you son of AB **TSH. Edison was dragged along by the running bull, managing to hold onto the horns just in time to avoid falling off. Even so, it was still very dangerous. Half his body was almost floating in the air. When he finally stabilized himself, he suddenly realized something. The bulls around him were looking at him with ill intent, as if they had seen the most beautiful woman in the world. A flicker of unease crossed Edison's mind. It couldn't be. Emilio wouldn't be so despicable. Edison tried to convince himself to trust Emilio, but after 3 seconds, when a bull came panting heavily towards him, he knew it wasn't good. Glancing at the dagger in the bull's rump, Edison gritted his teeth. Sorry. He removed the dagger and stabbed it back into the bull's rump again. Moo. The old bull roared and charged ahead like it had a second spring of life. Edison clung tightly to the horns, muttering curses. To hell with it. He shouldn't have believed Emilio had any conscience. Behind him, Emilio sneezed violently. He repeated his trick, and the sheep followed close behind, running fast. Finally, only the horses remained. So much time had passed. The Xiongnu had already reacted. They tried to calm the horses and then mount them to chase after. But whatever Emilio did made the horses restless. Their previous calming methods no longer worked. The horses kept running forward as if attracted by something. The Xiongnu could only painfully try to stop the horses, but it was futile. We must find the lead stallion. Someone shouted loudly. Where is the lead stallion? The Xiongnu had thought about this earlier, but that was the problem. Where was the lead stallion? They looked around but couldn't find it. It was their leader's beloved horse. Its temperament was particularly wild. It couldn't possibly be captured. Farewell, gentlemen. A sly voice suddenly came. All the Xiongnu found that a person, riding a large black horse, crossed over the obstacles they had set up. Immediately after, all the horses began to be restless, shaking off the Xiongnu and running in the direction of the big horse left. It got worse afterwards. When they tried to catch up, kites actually appeared in the sky. These kites suddenly started to sprinkle some strange powder, which fell into their eyes, feeling as if pricked by something. Hot, burning, unbearably painful. My eyes. In just a moment, many more people were rolling on the ground. Don't open your eyes. Someone shouted loudly. Even so, some people still got hit. The whole air was filled with an indescribable smell. If Emilio were here, he would patiently tell them that this is quicklime. Do not touch it with water, otherwise, TSK. Emilio quickly caught up with the main group with the horses. People ran to greet him from behind. Bryce. These are really horses and cattle and sheep. Heavens. He really brought them back. Long live Branson. Branson is truly amazing. On the city wall, cheers echoed everywhere. Cameron followed beside Emilio, extremely worried. Young Ellie, isn't this adding prestige to the Carmine family? Miles, sometimes, having too much prestige is not a good thing. The one who did this, anyone with eyes can see clearly. But whose name this credit goes to, and who has gained great prestige in the army, that's not a good thing. Our Manny family was suspected by Randy just because of this prestige. You mustn't muddle things up. Cameron took a deep breath. This move by young Ellie is really damn poisonous. Young Ellie, I'm convinced. Then today's calligraphy practice, can we skip one sheet? Emilio, thank you very much indeed. Forget about this matter, we're still good uncle and nephew. Miles, I also worked hard today, how about? Sir said that if he doesn't see the calligraphy you wrote when he comes then? Chapter 31. The Xiongnu have arrived. Cameron deliberately paused. Emilio forced a smile. The world is so beautiful, yet I am so irritable. This isn't right. Not right. Which spoiled son is chased onto the battlefield by his own father to be beaten. This original host must have been living in misery. Emilio cursed under his breath, but he didn't dare speak it aloud, mostly because Cameron would truly tattle on him. Great. Whoa, they are really cattle and sheep. And horses. Director Carmine is so capable. Clearly it's Bryce Manny who is the best. I will always remember Director Carmine's kindness. A group of rough soldiers were deeply moved. Arjan was quite proud of himself. Emilio, you never expected this, did you? After all your hard work, who do these peasants thank the most? Me. Your Manny family is nothing much. Give me a few more months, and I will control the border city smoothly. I will completely fulfill our family's plan. Arjan felt very pleased with himself. Cook the cattle and slaughter the sheep for a grand feast. Arjan said excitedly. The cheers below grew even louder. Cameron was very unhappy. Young Ellie, didn't you see how smug he looks now? That was clearly your idea, but he got all the credit. How shameless can he be? As a military officer, he had an innate opposition to civil officials. Even more so, Cameron. Man at Emilio smiled. Miles, don't worry. I'll tell you something to pass on to him, and he'll know what to do. Cameron was filled with doubts. Was their young Ellie thinking too simply? This Arjan didn't seem like a good person at all. How could he possibly listen obediently? But their young Ellie was different from before. Maybe there really is a way. Though he hoped it was true, he still didn't fully believe it. After all, their young Ellie used to be a pampered rich kid. Back in the capital, he spent days stealing chickens and causing trouble. When he had nothing to do, he'd run to the streets to uphold justice. Unexpectedly, he often ended up getting beaten instead. He frequently caused trouble. Last time, he offended someone from the Carmine family. Now he has to offend the Carmine family again. Oh well, when will young Ellie grow up? As for what happened in the south, Cameron didn't believe it. Surely one of the advisors gave the suggestion to young Ellie. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done that. In Cameron's memory, their young Ellie always caused trouble, but he absolutely never harmed others. From the bottom of his heart, their young Ellie was a very kind person. There was no way he could do such evil deeds. It must have been some wicked advisor giving him bad ideas. If only he knew who that person was, he wouldn't let them off easily. Not only would he not let them off, he would seize them and give them a thorough beating. As Cameron thought this, Emilio whispered a sentence in his ear. After hearing it, Cameron froze. He looked at Emilio in disbelief as the crowd was loudly discussing the cattle slaughtering. Far away, some citizens cautiously opened their doors and peeked out. Seeing the cattle and sheep, they grew bold and rushed out to join the excitement. Many envied those who Arjan helped bring the cattle and sheep to. Cameron still couldn't believe it. Young Ellie, are you sure about this? Emilio replied confidently. Of course, go ahead and tell him. He'll know what to do. Cameron hesitated. Isn't this a bit too good? Besides, others wouldn't know it was young Ellie's idea. What if they find out, then what? That shall I try? Reluctantly, not wanting to put Emilio in a difficult situation, Cameron decided to give it a shot. He took advantage of a break and squeezed through the crowd, speaking loudly into Arjan's ear. Lord Carmine, you forgot. These cattle and sheep belong to our young Ellie. The crowd was noisy. Although Cameron's voice wasn't quiet, only a few people heard it. Arjan's face stiffened. How could he forget this? He intended to cheat, but he overheard someone muttering. Mania, didn't this idea come from Benedictal Bryce? Why did Lord Carmine end up welcoming the victory instead? I heard Lord Carmine's father is Branson. Perhaps to gain glory for himself, he purposely stole Benedictal Bryce Manny's limelight. I heard Branson is exactly that sort of person. Back then, Branson had a fellow townsman who was extremely envious of others. He ended up stealing someone else's achievements. Hiss. Indeed, these civil officials have dark hearts. How could Arjan endure this? If they were to be defamed, how could their future plans proceed? The pressing matter was still to resolve this issue first. He immediately looked at Cameron and said, Look, I've already spoken out those words. Cameron heard this and hey, their young master was truly divine. He even predicted Arjan's reaction. It seemed that their young master wasn't incompetent after all. Going by this trend, wouldn't their future also be bright? Thinking of this, Cameron directly interjected. Or, would you like to speak to our young master? Arjan's heart sank. Speak to Emilio, that scoundrel? He suspected he might get himself into deeper trouble. After all, how Emilio had tricked him before was still fresh in his mind. However, for the greater good of the family, he endured for now. With this thought, Arjan forced a smile. Well said, well said. Gentlemen, although I wish everyone could enjoy the feast of roasted cattle and sheep, this matter involves Benedictal Bryce Manny as well. It's best we consult with him. Right. Everyone agreed. As soon as Arjan emerged from the crowd, he walked up to Emilio's side. Through clenched teeth, he said, What exactly do you want to do? What can I do? Emilio squinted his eyes, looking innocent. Don't slander me. I am an upright little general. In his heart, he didn't want to slander Emilio either. But in Arjan's eyes, Emilio had long been perceived as cunning. Now, with evidence in hand, how could Arjan let this go? Thinking of this, he smiled. Of course, Sir Manny is upright. Is there anything you wish to discuss? In fact, it's not that I cannot let Lord Carmine take all the credit. I'm just worried that Lord Carmine might not be able to handle the Xiongnu. Arjan sneered. They dare to come only if they are foolish enough. Bad news. The Xiongnu are attacking the city. Chapter 32. A wager. Arjan was utterly shocked. How could this be? How could the Xiongnu so conveniently choose to attack just now? It was clear that Emilio had just said this. If he didn't know that the Manny family would never collude with the enemy, and that Emilio could not have made the Xiongnu change their mind in such a short time, he would really think that the Xiongnu were slaves of the Manny family. They would come whenever ordered. Benedictal did he know. Emilio had foreseen it all along. These Xiongnu were a vengeful bunch. After all the hardship they endured at his hands, they wouldn't rest until they took it out on him. Emilio knew it clearly in his heart. This attack had some uncertainty involved. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. In no time, the cry of enemy attack spread throughout the area. No one expected the Xiongnu to arrive so quickly. Even less did anyone expect them to attack in the dead of night. Everyone rushed towards the city wall almost immediately. The Xiongnu must not be allowed into the city. That was everyone's thought. Unable to hold back, Arjan confronted. What exactly did you do? Emilio smiled. This was bound to happen. Since Secretary Carmine wishes to take on this responsibility, I will certainly not let you miss out on it. But may I ask if you have thought through how you are going to handle it? Grinding his teeth in frustration, Arjan mused. If he could command a battle, would he need the father and son of the Manny family? He would have killed them long ago. Especially Emilio. Previously, he only thought that Emilio was just a dandy. Who could have imagined? This dandy turned out to be as adept in battle as fish in water, coming up with numerous vicious tactics. More importantly, no one in the capital ever detected his capability. Clearly, this was a case of hiding a tiger in sheep's clothing. With this thought, Arjan retorted, This is your battlefield. But those? Emilio pointed at the oxen and sheep, not wanting to miss an opportunity to improve his image. Besides, he wanted to use this place in the future. Name your terms. As long as they're reasonable, they'll be met. Emilio laughed. I love smart people. Arjan snorted. Smart people? And loves the most? So what? Now calling him smart? Does it mean he was a fool before? Very simple. I need something incriminating about Secretary Carmine. What? Arjan laughed sarcastically. Emilio, do you think I'm a fool? Evandering over my own incriminating material? Why don't you just fly to heaven then? Even if this matter comes to light, even if I lose face among others, I would never agree. Forget it. Arjan laughed coldly 3 times. Emilio laughed along with him, whispering into Arjan's ear, Prime Minister Carmine is indeed capable. Imagine what would happen if we add today's events. I reckon, the Carmine family might not let go, right? If not, it might be quite troublesome in the future. Emilio implied. Arjan did not respond. He knew that Emilio was trying to put pressure on him mentally, but now wasn't the time for him to show weakness. Don't worry, I definitely won't reveal it. But since Secretary Carmine is unwilling to provide me with leverage, why don't we make a bet instead? Relieved, Aryan still managed to say sarcastically, "Ha, the Carmine family has always been upright. There's no way we would have any incriminating information." Emilio nodded nonchalantly. "Manya, yeah, so shall we bet or not? As long as Secretary Carmine wins, today's matters will be under your control. If you lose, what happens if I lose? Lose and tomorrow, Secretary Carmine will go to negotiate peace." What? Unbelievable. Impossible. After so many years of enmity between the Manny family and the Xiongnu, generational animosity like this, how could the Manny family possibly seek peace with the Xiongnu now? Last time when the Xiongnu sought peace, the Manny family tricked them badly. Out of 10,000 soldiers, only 5,000 escaped. And those 5,000 were diseased. Such a terrifying opponent should instill fear in the Xiongnu. There's no way they would agree to it. Do you want me to go to my death? Secretary Carmine, that's not right. The game hasn't started yet. How can you be sure you'll lose? Reflecting, Aryan found it true. So what do you plan to bet on? He thought that if the stakes couldn't be achieved, he could use it as an excuse, making Emilio unlucky. Then, their reputation here would soar, while Emilio would likely be described by court officials as out of ideas. Thinking of this, Aryan became quite excited. The hatred from the court and the tricks Emilio played on him when he was in the south. He still remembered. How could he possibly let Emilio off easily? It's very simple. Let's make a wager on when these Xiongnu will leave. No way. That's not fair. Aryan immediately protested. You are the one leading the troops, of course. You will say they left whenever you want them to. I don't believe it. Emilio waved his hand. Secretary Carmine, you seem so anxious again. Why don't you ask me when I think the Xiongnu will leave? What if I can't achieve that? Aryan thought it was possible. Then you decide. I bet on a quarter of an hour. Aryan was utterly delighted. A quarter of an hour? How could that be possible? Even if they went to the city wall now, it would take a quarter of an hour. At this moment, he was betting on a quarter of an hour for them to resolve these fierce Xiongnu. Even though he hadn't come to the north and seen the war firsthand, he had still met some wounded veterans who retreated. So brutal. It was enough to see how fierce the Xiongnu were. Such people attacking the city, how could they withdraw after just a quarter of an hour? I'll take the bet. Aryan nodded immediately. No matter what. This time, Emilio must lose. I have another condition. If you fail, not only today's matter is up to me, but in the future, you must bow your head to me whenever you see me. Of course. Fine. Aryan stretched out his hand. A gentleman's word is as binding as a four-horse chariot cannot catch up. They clapped hands to seal the deal. With the bet made, Emilio did not hesitate, got on his horse, and headed to the city wall. By then, outside was already crowded with people. Many of the Xiongnu ran there. These horseback riders, having lost their companions, looked so small and weak. Countless men carried ladders charging toward the city wall. Countless arrows rained down from above. Many of them fell halfway. The Xiongnu were not good at besieging cities. As long as they held on, it would be difficult for the Xiongnu to break through. But now, they had been driven mad by fury. They never imagined that these Dali people dared to steal their horses. Chapter 33 Really retreat. Without horses, how would they return to the prairie? Even if they did manage to return, they would likely face rebuke from the Jin or even risk their lives. If there was a choice to live, who would choose death? No one wanted to die. After a volley of arrows, the Xiongnu showed no fear but instead became more aggressive. Ladders were already set against the walls when a voice suddenly rang out. Justice Jin, do you really want to sacrifice your tribe's warriors for nothing? The voice was loud and startled Justice, the leader who brought these men. Only tribal leaders could be addressed as such. And the Jin was their king. He wasn't the king. Why would the other party call him Jin? As he was lost in thought, some Xiongnu had already started climbing the ladders. The voice spoke again. If I were you, I would remember what happened last time when your Jin attacked Dali, and the person who was eventually killed by your Jin. Justice's heart tightened. That's right. Last time, those who failed in attacking Dali were indeed executed by the Jin. If he also fails, would he not share the same fate? Others' failures may seem laughable, but his own failure would be anything but. We in Dali have a saying, a wise man knows when to yield. If I were you, after making such a big mistake, I'd think carefully about how you'll be treated when you return. Not choosing a doomed course like continuing this assault. Chilled to the bone, Justice hurriedly ordered someone to blow the horn. The soldiers who were climbing immediately stopped, pausing awkwardly mid-climb. Riding up, Justice looked at the wall and said, what do you want to say? This isn't about what I want to say, but rather what you plan to do. Emilio spoke coldly. Leader Justice, think carefully. The difference between a chief and a Jin is just a single thought. Justice pondered for a long time. He knew this was a trick by the people of Dali. But what if? Who wouldn't want to become the great king rather than remain an unknown soldier? Besides, if the news of losing supplies and horses got out, how would he be treated? Justice didn't dare to imagine. He had already witnessed the Jin's ruthlessness. Even his brother was beheaded for losing 100,000 troops. His body burned. Heaven help us. How cruel is that punishment? Now, he had made an even greater mistake. What would the Jin do to him? It might be worse. Thinking of this, Justice waved his hand again. The Xiongnu who were climbing began retreating. They didn't understand why their leader changed his mind so suddenly. But they knew one thing. Such a huge mistake. Their leader might escape severe punishment, but what about them? Where did the 50,000 who returned out of the 100,000 go? Many knew full well. They were burned alive. Heaven help us. They wouldn't even have a chance to reach heaven. How could this be? Facing this, they would surely. Do you have a way? Justice suddenly asked. Initially, he hadn't much hope. But his people told him that Manny family was responsible for guarding the city this time. Coincidentally, it was also the Manny family that trapped the 100,000 troops. So, maybe the other party has a solution? Justice still harbored a sliver of hope. I naturally have a plan. Tomorrow morning, I will send someone to find you. As for whether Gene Justice believes, it depends on your current actions. Biting his lip, Justice thought. Already trapped, what difference does it make to attack Dali now, or later? Retreat. Soon, the Xiongnu withdrew, and intense cheers erupted on the city walls. Edison fell to the ground in disbelief. How could this be? This couldn't be true. Just a moment ago. He gritted his teeth. Emilio, how did he do it? It was just a few words. How did he succeed? Emilio didn't understand, and neither did Cameron. He couldn't help asking, young Ellie, how did you do it? Why did the Xiongnu retreat so obediently? Very simple. Emilio smiled. Just understand their nature and act accordingly. On the way here, I observed the patterns of the border wars and the behavior of the Xiongnu over the years. This Justice happens to be a very meticulous person. The more meticulous a person is, the more they value life. The more cautious, the more cowardly. But oddly enough, he always uses the fewest men to defeat many, reaping the greatest rewards. This shows how greedy he is. When someone has desires, it's the easiest thing to handle. Since he is such a person, the incident with the Gene and the previous 10,000 army must have left some shadow in his heart. He must be afraid. Even if he's afraid, he will surely try to find a way to resolve this matter. But tonight, I caught him off guard. Emilio pointed at the cattle, sheep, and horses. Now, he can only worry about whether he will be Chingthon-ed by the Gene. Whether he will meet the same fate? Even if he is extremely worried inside, he will still show anger on the surface, in order to let the Gene not perceive him as a threat. And at this moment, if we mention the Gene and the incident with the 10,000 army, he will certainly be shaken and fearful. Worse yet, he might think about which failure is more serious this time compared to the previous one. Will he die even more miserably? As long as he thinks this way, he falls into our trap. Cameron suddenly understood, and he couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Young Ellie, you are truly amazing. No wonder. Ellie always says that the blue comes from indigo but is bluer than indigo. It turns out that their young master has really grown up. As for his previous unruly behavior, embarrassing. Which young man doesn't have a bit of unruliness? Their master, when young, claimed to be the first Gongzir in the capital. In the dead of winter, he would fan himself and go to the imperial examinations, returning with the title of scholar. Afterward, he was known as the capital's foremost talent. Even now, their master often laments. Why was he so unlucky? He could only come to the battlefield and couldn't remain a comfortable civil official in the court. If even their master could grow up instantly, how much more so for their young master? Young Ellie, I've decided. Starting today, I'll add 5 large characters for you. With your talent, you absolutely cannot let poor handwriting make you a laughingstock. Emilio, no. I can hire clerks. No need to write myself. Chapter 34. Not a heartless person. However, Cameron was exceptionally resolute. He believed that under his guidance, young Ellie would definitely surpass his predecessors in every way. In the future, he would become even more formidable, absolutely not tarnishing the reputation of their Manny family. Looking at Cameron's determined gaze, Emilio suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. No way. He was already this old, and he still had to practice calligraphy? With a brush pen no less? This was a death sentence. Miles, we can negotiate on this matter. In fact, I'm not that good either. I just happened to get lucky once or twice. Miles, you have to believe me. Young Ellie, stop talking. Cameron grasped Emilio's hand firmly and said, I understand how smart you are. Your talent is so great. As long as you study diligently, you will surely fulfill Lord's dream back then. Emilio was taken aback for a moment. My father's dream? Wasn't it to become a general? Of course not. Cameron laughed heartily. Back then, Lord aimed to be the top scholar. Unfortunately, after passing the examination for scholars, he was sent to the battlefield. Since then, he could only hold bows and arrows, never a writing brush again. A spark flashed in Emilio's eyes. Miles, as you mentioned, my father couldn't hold a pen. So since he became a general, I shouldn't need to hold a pen either. I am also destined to be a general. Cameron frowned. These words made him feel odd. Could he be getting senile? Something seemed off, but he couldn't figure out what exactly. It wasn't until late at night on the city wall that he suddenly realized. Right. When did his lord lose the ability to write? His lord was a legitimate scholar by birth. He only became a general to take over the family business. Even so, Lord still read books every day. He abruptly stood up, intending to find Emilio, but Emilio had already fled. He could only wait until tomorrow to look for Emilio. This matter must be clarified. He swore inwardly. Meanwhile, Emilio was looking for Aryan. Attendant Carmine, I know you're inside there. Don't play dead. Aryan was busy searching for a place to hide himself but found no luck. There was only so much space in this tent. Ironically, he entered the tent to enjoy with the soldiers. Now he was trapped here with nowhere to hide. Trapped here by Emilio. He could neither escape nor explain. Who could tell him what Emilio actually did? How did he manage to kill someone so quickly? Earlier, he didn't think Emilio had such capability. Now, according to the bet, he had to go find people. Not only that, he might be killed by unreasonable savages. Thinking of this, his heart sank. Initially, he wanted to trap Emilio. Why did it end up trapping him instead? Aryan couldn't figure it out. If Emilio were there, he would say that from the very beginning, he had anticipated this outcome. Trapping Aryan was inevitable. Otherwise, how could he have been so submissive? Letting Aryan take all the credit? But those credits would have to be returned. Even being lured into this situation was part of Emilio's plan. People are most likely to lose rationality when they are duryi, self-satisfied. Thus, they abandon rationality, even being manipulated by others, ultimately making things more complicated. Naturally, Aryan hadn't expected it was a trap set by Emilio, so he was destined to suffer. Oh dear, Attendant Carmine, aren't you going back on your word? Emilio shouted from outside. Soon, some soldiers started gathering outside. What's going on? Heard that Attendant Carmine lost a bet? What did he lose? What do you mean what did he lose? Let me tell you, these civil officials are devious. Obviously, Manny Benedictal Bryce came up with the idea, but in the end, it became his idea. What? Tell you what, Attendant Carmine is Prime Minister Carmine's son. Heard that he came here to snatch our credit. A civil official coming to snatch our credit? That's right. Heard he wanted to gain military merit to become Prime Minister later. Heavens, how could this happen? And you don't know, this Prime Minister Carmine wants to kill our Bryce Manny. What? Kill Bryce Manny? Such a good person, how can they bear to harm him? Exactly. No way. I need to go home and find some rotten eggs, throw them on him. Let him know that our Bryce Manny isn't someone who can be bullied so easily. Aryan gritted his teeth in anger. These brutes. How could they treat him like this? But if this got out, even with all his skills, he wouldn't be able to fix the situation. Aryan lifted the curtain. Bryce Manny, what can I do for you? He forced a smile, waiting until Emilio entered the tent before grabbing his collar and yelling, You bastard! What have you been spreading outside? Let me tell you, I was just unlucky. If I had known the other party was a coward, I would have stepped up too. And why would a general from Dei easily persuade the other side to leave? You tell me, aren't you and your father making some kind of deal with the Xiongnu? You can fool others, but not me. Aryan gritted his teeth. He couldn't figure it out. Why did Emilio stick to him like a shadow? All he wanted was to beat the living daylights out of him. If only he could give him a good beating, that would be great. But this was in the army camp. As a frail scholar, how could he possibly deal with the other party? Aryan already had a plan in mind. That was to provoke Emilio. Once Emilio made a move, there would be no way to explain. Then, he would gather a group and impeach Emilio directly in court. The Manny family father and son would be done for. Benedictal did he know? Emilio wasn't buying this trick. He lightly pulled Aryan's hand away, earnestly saying, Lord Carmine, Attendant Carmine, why be so angry? It was just a bet. If you don't want to follow through, how can I force you? I'm not heartless, nor do I have the nerve to pressure an official of the court. Don't you agree? Aryan tasted his words, realizing there might be something to it. But Emilio suddenly smiled, sending Aryan's heart into a lurch. Chapter 35. Still have to go? Kieran swore that he had never disliked the word, but so much in his entire life. What are you going to say now? Having already witnessed Emilio's shamelessness, Kieran was on high alert. If it were anyone else, it would be fine. But this person, Emilio, would absolutely not have anything good to say. From their long interaction, he could no longer believe that Emilio was just a dissolute youth. He could be 100% sure that Emilio was definitely putting on an act. This was all part of the Manny family's plot, to lull them into complacency and make them overlook matters concerning the Manny family. Then they wouldn't care if a playboy got sent to the border, because a playboy couldn't possibly change anything. Moreover, those 5,000 troops that Emilio took out might not have been abandoned at all, nor did they die. Instead, the cunning father-son duo of the Manny family hid them somewhere. At some point, these 5,000 troops might suddenly appear and kill everyone. Kieran felt that his intuition wouldn't be wrong. What puzzled him forever was that initially, Emilio appeared as a dissolute youth. But later on, Emilio was far from being a playboy. Not only was he not, but he was also a poison master. I have a small request. Do you think Sir Carmine would refuse me? Emilio smiled slyly, but Kieran wasn't falling for it this time. What small request? Clearly, this was meant to trip him up. Kieran said outright, Don't even think about it. All right then. Emilio calmly spoke. In that case, I can only go out and tell everyone what you've said. Oh, actually, I don't want it to come to this. After all, our Manny family has guarded here for so many years. People surely believe me. Just too bad Sir Carmine endured suffering earlier. Kieran gritted his teeth. His suffering was all because of this person before him. Now he dared to pretend to be innocent, thinking of those raging bulls charging towards him. He didn't even know what happened. And that person beside him was still loudly encouraging, Sir Carmine, well done. Plus the smell on that clothes. Kieran felt unclean just thinking about it. He had long known Emilio was devious, but he hadn't expected Emilio would be this underhanded, tricking him into wearing clothes soaked in cow urine. Even the cows were in heat. Thinking of those crazed bulls again made Kieran feel like vomiting. Not good. Someone quick. Sir Carmine is pregnant. Kieran nearly exploded with rage. Can men in your family get pregnant? Emilio looked aggrieved. How would I know? My mother said only pregnant people vomit like that. Kieran thought, both of us are 1,000-year-old foxes. Why is he acting with me here? You're such a big playboy, having played with women numbering in the hundreds. Could you possibly not know that only women get pregnant? Cursing wildly, Kieran spat. Never seen anyone as shameless as you. Emilio replied, thank you for the compliment. Kieran nearly fainted from anger, again thinking about how Emilio mentioned pregnancy causes vomiting, and the stinky clothes he wore earlier. Ugh, he wanted to vomit. Kieran felt he wouldn't be able to eat properly for days. Get lost. No matter what, I won't help you. Kieran roared. Emilio said, Sir Carmine, this isn't right. How are you helping me? Who you're helping is Randy. Kieran paused. What does he mean? Think about it. Whose empire is Dei? Of course, it belongs to the Bartolomeo. You see. Emilio clapped his hands. Since it's the Bartolomeo's empire, when you negotiate peace, aren't you doing it for the Bartolomeo? Kieran pondered. It did seem like that. Quickly, he snapped back to reality. No, he almost fell for it. It's the Bartolomeo's realm. But what does that have to do with him? Negotiating now means trampling on the Bartolomeo's dignity. When he returns to the capital, he'll certainly face reckoning. Absolutely not. Hurriedly, he responded, stop dreaming. There's no way I'll help you. Rest assured, Sir Carmine, I definitely won't harm you. And moreover, since we're talking about negotiation, doesn't that mean I must go over? Isn't it? Kieran was bewildered. Negotiations involved two parties discussing things together. Why should their situation be different? Oh, don't need to cross over? That's right. All you need to do is lead them out. Edison directly kicked towards Emilio, but to his surprise, Emilio was prepared and dodged easily, nearly causing Edison to fall on the ground. You. He pointed at Emilio, wishing he could beat him to death. He still said there was no need to go over. To lure them out. Isn't that just a reason to go over? Edison was incredibly angry. If he believed Emilio again, he would be a fool. Emilio, do you really think I can't deal with you now? I'll let you know. When a gentleman gets angry, blood will spill everywhere. Today, either you die or I live. Edison raised his fist and struck Emilio's body. Surprisingly, Emilio did not dodge and took the punch, falling straight to the ground. Edison was stunned. No, isn't he a general? He has fought in battles before. How could he fall with just one punch? Damn, if the soldiers outside saw this, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. At that moment, Cameron's voice came from outside. Ellie, where have you been? Ellie. Edison was utterly panicked. Regardless, Emilio was the highest commander. Now that he had hit him, it would definitely make Carlo unhappy. If it got to the old Earl's ears, Edison was sure that the Manny family would claim they were envious of them, or even say that they intended to rebel. What kind of person was the old Earl? No one knew better than the Carmine family. His father, Branson, often said, serving Carlo is like taming a tiger, especially the old Earl. No way. He needed to find a way. He probably didn't kill him, right? He sniffed cautiously and couldn't help saying, if you wake up now, we can still talk about it. As long as you ensure my safety, everything can be discussed. Ara, really? Of course it's true. Edison hurriedly replied. He suddenly felt something wasn't right. If Emilio fainted, who was talking then? He glanced at Emilio, who remained unconscious. A breeze blew through the door. He turned stiffly. Cameron was staring at him coldly, as if ready to tear him apart. The Manny family. Edison thought. All is lost. Chapter 36 forced out. Gardwong, it's not what you think. Kieran stuttered. It was just a joke we played. But Cameron ignored him, pushing Kieran aside and looking at Emilio with a bitter smile. Oh, my young master. Kieran tried to explain. No. Gardwong, believe me, your young master is absolutely fine. We were just joking. He enjoys this kind of thing. Sir Carmine. I'm not a fool, Cameron. You have harmed our young master like this, and you're still thinking of running away? And now you dare to say it's our young master's fault. Sir Carmine. Even if our two families don't get along, you shouldn't lie like this. As Cameron grew more agitated, he carried Emilio out while saying, Sir Carmine, I know that you scholars always look down on us rough men, but it's because of us rough men risking our lives that you can safely meet Carlo in court. How could you possibly understand what we've sacrificed for the stability of this country? You don't understand. Not only do you fail to understand, but you even want to steal our young master's credit. Just stealing credit would be enough. But I didn't expect you to be so shameless as to try to kill our young master too. Today, I will take our young master back to the capital, report to Randy, and file an accusation against you. Kieran really panicked. He hadn't used any force at all. It was even questionable whether he had touched the other party at all. Man, it now, he couldn't explain himself clearly. Who knew why Emilio had collapsed? Moreover, this guy was shouting so loudly that everyone knew about it. Some soldiers even poked their heads out to watch. After all, this was a military camp, a place protected by the Manny family generation after generation. Their family would find it difficult to intervene here. What could they do now? They could only try to make the other side ignore them. Gardwong, I was just joking with your young master. If you don't believe me, please call for a doctor to examine him. Your young master is really fine. And we already agreed that we would go see the Xiongnu together tomorrow. If you don't believe me, ask your young master when he wakes up, and I'll explain. Cameron clearly did not believe him. Impossible. When did our young master ever say he was going to meet the Xiongnu? Besides, our young master would never go meet the Xiongnu. On the contrary, if you hadn't reminded me, I wouldn't have remembered. Earlier, you bet with our young master that if he could make the Xiongnu retreat within a quarter of an hour, you would go to the Xiongnu camp tomorrow. Now, how did it become our young master going with you? Are you unable to accept defeat, unwilling to fulfill your promise, so you want to frame our young master? Indeed, the hearts of you scholars are dirty. No. Kieran was livid. This damned Emilio, not fainting earlier or later. Why did he choose to faint right now? What was he thinking? Was he trying to get him killed? Or did he want to ruin him? Judging from the situation, this guy might be pretending. But the surroundings were filled with various voices. People pointed at him, saying, I didn't expect Sir Carmine to be like this. Earlier, when he brought cattle, I truly thought he was a good person. Which scholar among them is good? If it weren't for Bryce Manny protecting us, these scholars would have eaten up all our rations long ago. Besides, when did getting the cattle become Sir Carmine's doing? It was clearly young Bryce Manny. Kieran's face turned a dark red. Damn Emilio, did he fall for it again? But even if he did, he had no choice but to accept it. Grinding his teeth, he said, how could I be such an unreasonable person? I was just talking. Moreover, I will definitely go to the Xiongnu tomorrow. Everyone can be my witness. At the moment he finished speaking, the entire camp erupted in praise. I didn't expect Sir Carmine to be so responsible. Although the plan came from young Bryce Manny, Sir Carmine also worked hard. We cannot remember only young Bryce Manny and forget Sir Carmine. You're right. Sir Carmine is truly commendable. Among those scholars, Sir Carmine is indeed the one I admire the most. Sir Carmine felt quite proud of himself. He glanced at Emilio. What if Emilio fainted? In the end, wouldn't it be all for nothing? Just then, A weak voice sounded. What's wrong with me? Emilio had woken up. Aryan was quite smug. Guard Wong, I told you. I didn't do anything. Cameron ignored him and loudly said, Young master, you fainted in Sir Carmine's tent. Did something happen? Emilio rubbed his head and spoke rather weakly. I don't remember clearly. It has nothing to do with Sir Carmine. Aryan became even more smug. See, even he said so. Aryan thought. This time, Emilio did him a favor. Emilio opened his mouth again and said, Man ya, Sir Carmine didn't hit me. I just fainted suddenly. With these words, everyone looked at Aryan. Aryan's face turned liver-colored. He really didn't expect this. The situation. This Emilio clearly wanted to put him on the hot seat. He wanted to explain, but Cameron snorted. Young master, let's go. A man who doesn't keep his word like this. Better stay away from him. No. Aryan felt wronged. He really hadn't used any force. But no one listened to his explanations. Aryan felt like crying. All the little benefits he had gained were gone after this commotion. These people were truly despicable. But what could he do? Not only had he lost his benefits, he still had to go tomorrow. Aryan cursed all night long. On the other side, Cameron pointed at the scribbles on the table and said to Emilio, Young master, luckily you've learned to write your own name these few days. Otherwise, I would have thought it was just some random scribbles. It might have been too late to save you. Emilio chuckled awkwardly. All right, his handwriting was indeed a bit poor. Just a little bit. No big deal. But, Cameron frowned. Aren't you afraid Sir Carmine will notice something's off? After all, they had played quite a trick on him. Chapter 37 Everything went according to plan. Emilio laughed heartily. Notice something amiss? Does it matter? Cameron was taken aback for a moment. He recalled the events. Following young master's plan, not only he but even the Lord would be confused by what happened. Who could have imagined that their young master was so brilliant? From the beginning when he made a bet with Minister Carmine, everything had already been planned. First, he let Minister Carmine show off on purpose, and then because of the bet agreement, all the cattle and sheep became the young master's. If Minister Carmine wanted to obtain them, he'd have to pay. The second bet came next. Then, young Ellie demonstrated his exceptional strategy skills and drove the troops away with just a few words. It was simply unbelievable. Even if the Lord were here, he would exclaim in admiration at how amazing this was. The second bet made Minister Carmine negotiate with the Xiongnu. However, negotiating with the Xiongnu would definitely not be what Minister Carmine would want. After all, those people did not follow any rules. They didn't refrain from killing messengers before. One misstep, and he might lose his life. So Minister Carmine wouldn't agree to do it. The young master made him angry enough to fall down and appeared as an opportunity. Even the soldiers who spoke up were from the Manny family army. Step by step, no one could withstand such a well-thought-out design. Who would have thought that it was all planned by their young master? Even Aryan couldn't figure out why the young master would faint. Why did he insist on going? More astonishingly, Minister Carmine would never expect this. Their young master's calculations. Even if he felt strange afterward, he would only think that he failed to see through the young master's plans. Genius. Absolutely genius. Cameron now looked at Emilio as if he were looking at a deity. Having such a young master, wouldn't they fare better in the future? The Manny family would surely flourish even more. Cameron was happier than ever. As for why he went along, it was naturally because he saw the cryptic symbols left by the young master. The young master indeed had the ability, living up to his title. Cameron felt delighted in his heart. Young master, what should we do next? Minister Carmine might renege tomorrow. At that time, won't it affect your plan? Emilio raised an eyebrow and remained calm. It doesn't matter. Let's talk about tomorrow's matters tomorrow. Now, it's time for bed. After saying that, he lay on the bed and started snoring happily. Cameron sighed. Young people are different. Once they decide to sleep, they go straight to it. After leaving the tent, he suddenly realized he hadn't practiced calligraphy today. Looks like he could only accumulate it tomorrow. The next day, Aryan emerged with dark circles under his eyes. He hadn't slept all night, pondering over the policy. Although Emilio assured him that it was for negotiations, Aryan didn't believe it one bit. When did the Manny family ever mention negotiations? He feared not only that he would have to go but also face terrible consequences. The more he thought, the less appetite he had. Outside, there were occasional noises, seemingly mocking him. Aryan grew angrier. To maintain his image, he gritted his teeth and walked out with a forced smile, although the dark circles clearly betrayed his lack of sleep. Just as he stepped out, he met Emilio's smiling eyes. Aryan thought to himself, how can I knock him dead? Last night, he had already written back home, but the capital was too far away. Distant water cannot put out a nearby fire. Even if his father received the letter and hurriedly gave advice, it would take several days for him to get the reply. By then, his life might be in danger. Thinking about this, Aryan returned to his room. No way. He couldn't let himself bear the anger alone. He needed everyone else to be angry too. He needed to make the Bartolomeo reprimand Emilio. Previously, Emilio had said in court that he would definitely make the Xiongnu and the barbarians feel fear and terror. Now he was asking for peace talks. At least let the Bartolomeo know about this. This could also be used as an excuse to delay things. With this thought, Aryan wrote faster. Once finished, he immediately sent the letter back by express courier. He must make the Bartolomeo reprimand him and dismiss this idea. Aryan was fast, but not as fast as Emilio. Just as his letter was sent, Emilio walked in. Seeing Aryan, he said cheerfully, Minister Carmine, have you eaten yet? What does Lord Manny need? Minister Carmine, don't you think you're a bit too easily provoked? I just greeted you. Why are you so explosive, as if you've swallowed gunpowder? Aryan chuckled in frustration. Is the peace talk your own idea or the Manny family's idea? Did Lord Manny consult with Randy? Emilio thought to himself, staying up all night certainly proved one's capability. He had hit the nail on the head with these questions. Minister Carmine, When generals are away, they do not have to strictly follow orders. Moreover, who said we are going to negotiate for peace? Aryan was taken aback. Not negotiating for peace? Then why send him there? To be sent straight to death? He looked at Emilio accusatorily. Didn't he realize how dark Emilio's heart could be? Emilio, you can't be wanting me to go there just to die, can you? Why would I? Emilio hurriedly replied, in fact, I have a plan. Aryan's heart pounded wildly. Why did he feel that this plan wouldn't be a good one? Have you asked what kind of person that Xiongnu general is? Aryan frowned. As a man of daily, why should he care what kind of person a Xiongnu was? It was completely unnecessary. What do you mean by that? Aryan directly asked. He realized that confronting Emilio directly was much faster than beating around the bush. After all, Emilio didn't know what humility meant, nor did he understand subtlety. Bryce Yuri. To put it nicely, he's cautious. Bluntly speaking, he's cowardly and afraid of trouble. On the way here, I observed from his tactics in past battles with Daly. This person does have some skills, but he's overly cautious. Previously, when Bryce Evander fought against him, although Yuri had more troops and greater power, he remained overly cautious. As a result, he lost the advantage and allowed Bryce Evander to recapture our lost city. Just this alone shows that he is very afraid of their gene. Otherwise, why would he be so careful? Aryan frowned. If what you say is true, then doesn't it mean this person has never promised any victory? And how can you be sure it's because he fears their gene? Did you not hear my shouting last night? Aryan paused. He seemed to recall something. Among those shouts, it was mentioned that the 10,000 troops who escaped, the 5,000 survivors were all killed. What about him? Could it be that this was part of Emilio's calculation? Chapter 38. Mobilization. Emilio remained unperturbed, and Aryan could not help but ask, so, you want me to go for peace talks? Of course not for peace talks. On the surface, it's about peace talks. In reality, I want you, Secretary Carmine, to stir up discord between Jean and Carson. What? Aryan couldn't help but curse loudly. Do you think I'm a fool? Or do you think you're too smart? How could you come up with such a bad idea? Emilio was puzzled. Why do you think no one has tried to provoke discord between Jean and other tribes over such a long time? Don't you think those well-known generals of the court have never thought about this? So, they all failed, yet you believe you can succeed? Aryan sneered coldly. They had used such divisive tactics before, but alas, these people wouldn't fall for it. What could be done? Now, Emilio thought he was incredibly clever and wanted to use the same old tricks again. Does he consider himself the only smart person in the world and everyone else fools? Emilio laughed. That was before. Now, am I not here? If it's me, then I will certainly make this happen successfully. Emilio was very confident. He continued, the previous people failed in creating discord because they didn't find the right person. But now, the right person is right in front of us. How can we possibly fail? Aryan snorted. Bryce Evander also interacted with Carson but did not talk like you. That's my talent. Emilio said proudly. Secretary Carmine, this matter originally didn't need your involvement. But if you appear, the other side will definitely believe it. I will send someone to escort you. You just say it's for peace talks, without bringing anyone along, and suggest holding discussions between both camps. At that time, armies on both sides will be lined up. After getting the other party to sign this fake peace agreement, you tell them that Randy thinks highly of them, often saying how nice it would be if they were part of our kingdom. The rest, I'll take care of. The most important point is to delay time. Delay time? Aryan suddenly thought of something. Are you planning to do something? What can I do? Emilio laughed heartily, acting innocent. I just want to pass some messages. Since it's passing messages, why must it be during today's peace talks? Can it be tomorrow? Weren't we discussing the timing today? Aryan didn't quite believe him. After all, he had seen Emilio's maneuvers. Since that person doesn't know me, why don't you pretend to be me? Emilio frowned. This isn't good. Aryan thought, as expected, Emilio definitely wasn't up to anything good. One little probe, and it came out. What's not good about it? Just say it's me. Even if heaven collapses, I can bear it. To prevent you from going back on your word later, let's finalize it now. After saying this, Emilio took out a contract immediately. Aryan. Could it be that he had been wary from the beginning? Emilio sighed. Well, Secretary Carmine acted differently from what he said yesterday. I fear Secretary Carmine might renege again. Aryan blushed when he recalled his own shirking from yesterday. He thought to himself, even if Emilio had countless skills, he wouldn't be able to trick him everywhere. Besides, what if peace talks went through? Anyway, in his report to Randy, he had already mentioned that Emilio forced him into a marriage alliance. Why should he be afraid? As if Emilio could run away. With this thought, he took the pen and wrote down the contract boldly. It stated that Emilio would go for peace talks on his behalf, and regardless of what happened, he would take responsibility. Emilio smiled and dried the ink before putting it away. Thank you, Lord Carmine. Lord Carmine, rest assured, I will definitely not mess up. Aryan secretly hoped there would be problems as soon as possible. Best if Emilio was killed by the Huns. What prudence. What timidity. He didn't believe a single word. He wished Carson could be fierce enough to directly finish off Emilio. Aryan happily wrote about the matter in a letter home to Prime Minister Carmine. At that moment, Cameron outside the tent saw the contract and couldn't help but widen his eyes. Did he really write it? Their young master was simply amazing. Young master, you? Shh, walls have ears, Emilio whispered mysteriously. Cameron hurriedly nodded. Covering his mouth with both hands, he followed Emilio, only opening his mouth after returning to their tent. Young master, what do we do next? Proceed as planned. Did you send the letter I asked you to write yesterday? I had it sent this morning, so we should hear back soon. Just as Cameron finished speaking, he heard a report coming from outside. He got up and walked out a few steps, took the letter, and after a quick glance, his eyes lit up with joy. Ellie, it's done. Emilio glanced at it too, nodding thoughtfully. Miles, what does it say? Cameron. No. How could Shu Max, that good-for-nothing, do things like this? Having been with Ellie for several months among the nomads, didn't he realize that their young master was actually illiterate? If Shu Max were here, Cameron would definitely give him a beating. Carson agreed to our plan from yesterday, and he mentioned that there are indeed people around him who belong to Jean. After saying this, Cameron was still somewhat astonished. Ellie, how did you know Carson definitely has Jin's people around him? I don't know. Emilio shrugged. I just gave it a try. What if there are? If there are, we won't lose anything. If not, according to Carson's character, he would definitely be suspicious of those around him. In the end, it would only benefit us, not hurt us. Cameron immediately gave a thumbs up. Indeed, young Ellie surpassed the old one in every way. No, young Ellie is much more cunning than Ellie. When will Ellie learn from young Ellie? Don't be so straightforward all the time. Cameron felt that Manny Gia's future belonged to Emilio. He had to go back and get his 3 sons into young Ellie's circle. Young Ellie's future is limitless. Tell Carson that our meeting must be conducted in secret. Otherwise, his life will be in danger. No problem. Cameron nodded immediately. He now completely trusted Emilio. Whatever young Ellie says, goes. Carson will definitely believe it. Where should the meeting place be? Emilio whispered a few words into Cameron's ear. Cameron nodded repeatedly. Then he went off to write the letter. Chapter 39. It's actually here. When the letter was delivered back, it was already noon. Cameron quickly scanned through it and informed Emilio, then hesitated to say, Young Ellie, isn't it too late now? And you're sending Carson back immediately to gather intelligence. Will they know it's us causing trouble? Emilio smiled faintly. This kind of thing mainly relies on timing. I sent someone deep into the grasslands last night to spread the message. I'm sure Carson's people will hear many explosive pieces of news along the way. And about those 5,000 dead people, Emilio curled his lips. That Jean is indeed ruthless. He could make a swift decision to eliminate 5,000 returnees. But there's one thing he won't know. The death of these 5,000 can have thousands of possible explanations, but the only one it cannot be is that he killed them. Otherwise, even those who know the inside story would speculate in their hearts. They returned, died. Does it really have anything to do with the epidemic? Cameron suddenly realized. So, as long as we continuously feed this information to these people, constantly emphasizing that what the Jean hates most are failures, he wouldn't hesitate to strike down even his own brother. Eventually, the people of the grasslands will develop doubts about their Jean, and then, it will be the time for our success. Emilio looked at Cameron approvingly. You truly are teachable. Cameron smiled slightly. The young Ellie is indeed wise. Manny's young Ellie. Emilio responded smugly. You are exceptionally intelligent. Upon hearing this, Emilio hurriedly touched his head, relieved that his hair was still intact. Not bald yet. Miles, you mustn't praise me like that anymore. Cameron froze for half a second before realizing why, turning black-faced instantly. His lord was a scholar. Even if his son couldn't become a scholar, he certainly couldn't be illiterate. It was impossible for him not to write elegant and beautiful characters. Young Ellie, Cameron said seriously. You haven't practiced your large characters from yesterday, including today's. That's 30 sheets total. Emilio. He forgot. What a painful day. After practicing 30 sheets of large characters, Kieran's voice came from outside. Startled, Emilio hastily tidied up everything. Can't lose face. When Kieran entered, he smelled the scent of ink and books, raising an eyebrow. Bryce Manny has such refined interests. Didn't you say you were going to explain things to the Xiongnu? Why haven't you left? Emilio mumbled inwardly. What do you mean I haven't left? You practically want me to go to my death. On his face, however, he kept smiling. Just had something come up, delayed a bit. But rest assured, Envoy Carmine, I will not misuse your name. Blocked by Emilio's response, Kieran hummed indignantly, then added, just get it done quickly. Emilio nodded, signaling that Kieran could leave. Fuming, Kieran stormed out, angrily sweeping his sleeves. Only then did Emilio breathe a sigh of relief. This is too hard. Fortunately, evening arrived quickly. Taking advantage of the night, Emilio set off with Cameron, running madly toward a nearby small hill. Curious after learning about the plan, Kieran also secretly brought some people over. After arriving, they waited for a while before Carson appeared. He was confident. He was a famous warrior in the tribe. A strong man over 200 pounds could be lifted by one hand. Suffice to say how powerful he was. Naturally, he wasn't afraid of any tricks Emilio might play. Thankfully, Emilio only brought Cameron. The 3 of them sat down where they were. Are you Kieran? Carson sized up the young man before him. He found it hard to believe that this seemingly delicate youth could have taken away their supplies, or could have exposed the relationship between him and the Jean. His relationship with the Jean was indeed poor. Back then, the Jean and he were half-brothers with the same father. The Jean was the 5th born, while he was the youngest. Before his father passed away, he repeatedly considered passing the position of Jean to him. However, unexpectedly, before the transfer could happen, his father died mysteriously. Then, his mother was poisoned shortly after. Everything seemed too coincidental. He almost believed that it was related to his older brothers. But the person who ascended the throne was the 5th brother. Previously, the 5th brother seemed incompetent. How could it be him? Various speculations arose. The most humiliating rumor was that he was actually the son of the 5th brother and his mother. This was simply mocking his lack of knowledge of Chinese characters. To counteract this, Carson diligently studied Chinese characters until he became the best Evander Chinese speaker among the Xiongnu. Man it, he still couldn't do anything about the Jean. Still being wary of him. For so many years, he could only be cautious. This time, he actually felt a sense of crisis. The expedition of the 10,000 army was led by the Jin's half-brother with the same mother. But if the Jean could kill even his own brother in the end, how much more him? Carson had always been afraid and worried. Until Emilio spoke it out. Of course, Emilio put on an air of arrogance. To cut a long story short, Since Chief Carson is willing to come here, it shows that you already understand what you're facing, so I won't say any more. Now, there are two main solutions to resolve this issue. First, you continue attacking Arda Benedict. Both sides would exchange attacks. Eventually, you wouldn't conquer the city. The Gene would be displeased and use this as a pretext to execute you. Second, you choose to build your own power base and resist the Gene. This way, you can save your life, and might even have a better future. Carson frowned. A better future, huh? But who can guarantee that he will definitely win? This the Benedict person in front of him? He's just a civil official. What does he know about tactics? Is there a third option? The third option would be a bit harder. Emilio hesitated for a moment before speaking. Carson's eyes lit up. What is it? We cooperate. What? Carson was entirely confused. Cooperate with a de Benedict person? He certainly didn't want to be stabbed in the back. The reason he came alone this time was not only because he had prepared beforehand, but also due to previous lessons. The 10,000 army was reduced to 5,000 after a peace talk, and those 5,000 were killed by their own people. Given such situations, such a future, how could he not worry? He feared that he too would eventually be implicated. Then all his thoughts would become empty talk. I think some people around you must have said certain things, right? Carson frowned and nodded. Indeed, they did say some things. After all, the Benedict people can't be trusted. That was their accepted truth. Do you mean they are all the Jin's men? No, not all of them are the Jin's men. Chapter 40. The Xiongnu Rena. Carson was taken aback. If Emilio had directly said that they were people of the Jin, he might not have believed it. He might even have taken action against Emilio. But Emilio mentioned that they may not necessarily be people of the Jin. This was intriguing. Besides the Jin's people, could there be others? Carson smiled and asked. I only have a few scattered people around me. Every one of them I've investigated thoroughly. Only one was found to have ties with the school. Just tell me, who would want to harm me? Emilio took a deep breath. The person in front of him was truly. He hesitated for a moment before thinking of a word. Stupid. Manny's. Exactly stupid. He had never seen such a fool. Who wouldn't want to become the Jin? Once becoming the Jin, not only would one be accompanied by beautiful women and fine wine, but also enjoy the best of everything the tribe has to offer. And power. Could he possibly be unmoved? Carson, I know you don't believe me. Why don't you go back, think about it, and gather some news from the grasslands? In 3 days, let's meet here again. What do you think? Carson frowned, thought for a long time, and then nodded. Fine. With those words, the trio dispersed. Edison, who arrived late, only saw their horses' tails and couldn't help but curse, how so fast? On the way, Cameron started showering compliments right away. Young Ellie, you are truly invincible. You anticipated today's events accurately. Now, news must have already spread across the grasslands. When Carson investigates, it will certainly deepen the misunderstanding. Emilio shook his head. How simple is that? Carson is cautious and careful in his actions. He will surely gather more information. The grasslands are vast. Without hearing it from their Jin's mouth, he still won't believe it. What should we do then? Cameron frowned. The Xiongnu often move around and live as nomads, with no fixed location. Because of this, they've been unable to find the exact location of their royal court. Given Carson's character, he might just run off to ask at the royal court. The people they sent out may not be able to reach the location of the royal court. At that time, Carson would definitely know that they lied. Emilio pondered for a moment. Wang uncle, didn't I ask you to investigate the whereabouts of that Ren who came to Dali years ago? Cameron nodded. Indeed, such a thing happened. That Ren had a tragic fate. Back when Dali had just sorted out its external troubles and internal issues, and established a new imperial court, the Xiongnu invaded with a large army, assuming Dali was as weak and incompetent as the previous dynasty. However, they hadn't expected the war-loving Dali to defeat them so soundly. The Xiongnu panicked. Some unknown wise man suggested sending Gale to Dali for marriage alliances. Strangely, after being defeated, instead of regrouping and continuing to harass Dali, the Xiongnu seemed to come to their senses and followed the precedent of the previous dynasty by sending a Rosanna. It was said that she was the Jin's favorite Rosanna at the time. Unfortunately, due to past conflicts, Dali had no fondness for the Xiongnu, let alone a Rosanna sent for marriage alliance. Although she arrived, no one wanted to marry her. And the founding earl, who lost family members due to the Xiongnu's invasion during the previous dynasty, disliked the Ren even more. Disliked by Carlo, disliked by the ministers, and naturally disliked by Carlo's son. This Rosanna lived in Dali for 10 years, from age 18 to 28. Not only did she fail to marry successfully, but she was also frequently bullied and abused. Her end was unimaginably tragic. Even so, this Rosanna showed courage, daring to fight back, but alas, she was in the Dali Empire. The people had experienced being attacked by the Xiongnu in the previous dynasty, where countless women were treated like cattle. Countless women chose death over dishonor. How could they pity this Rosanna? Over 10 years, this Rosanna gave birth to 4 children. Xiongnu society lacked moral standards. For her, it was the same. She did not resist the people's behavior, but rather enjoyed it. To the women of Dali, she was an unchaste person. Frequently, women would throw rotten eggs and leaves at the place where the Ren lived. This made the guards unwilling to stay there. As if that weren't enough, in her 20th year, the Xiongnu invaded the borders again. The Earl was enraged and discovered through intelligence that this incident was related to the Ren. She took advantage of her beauty and secretly developed relations with several high-ranking officials in the court. She learned about critical information from them and secretly passed it on to the Xiongnu. This led to their attack on the Evandergu Pass during a shift change. Fortunately, the Evandergu Pass was of utmost importance, and Bryce Evander, the commander at that time, had made preparations. He changed the guard in advance, catching the Xiongnu off guard. Thus, the Evandergu Pass was saved. The Earl was furious. He handed the Ren over to Bryce Evander for punishment. In his anger, the old general hung this Rosanna directly on the city wall. The one who invaded the border was precisely this Rosanna's own elder brother, who seemed to have some affection for her, which was why he retreated. It was also because of this that Gale escaped. Afterwards, the third Earl of the Dali Empire ascended the throne, who is now the old Earl. But the whereabouts of the Rin were never found again. The 4 children left behind by this Rosanna either died or became disabled, leaving only one barely alive. I followed the clues and discovered that the place where this Rosanna went missing is right here. Here? Emilio felt a stirring in his heart. This was too coincidental. He suddenly spoke up. Miles, hasn't every attack by the Xiongnu started from here since Gale went missing? Cameron thought seriously and then nodded. He wasn't stupid and naturally realized there must be something wrong here. The Avandergo Pass has 10 watchtowers. Even if they were attacking, they couldn't possibly target just one tower while ignoring the rest. Unless someone was leaking information. Wang Sai suddenly thought of the missing Rin and looked at Emilio. Could it be that the Rin didn't die but has been hiding here all along? Otherwise, how would one explain why the Xiongnu always start their attacks from here? Moreover, it seems like they know their troop distribution very well. Each time, they manage to block them perfectly. Emilio nodded and said earnestly, it's highly possible. Miles, I ask you, in the entire city, who is most likely to access the city gates and pass on messages? The guards at the city gates. Chapter 41. Passing the message. Emilio nodded. Among all those who could contact the outside world, only the city gate guards could send out messages without arousing suspicion from everyone in the first place. Moreover, the city gate guards could easily perceive the defense situation inside the city and on the city walls from afar. Though they couldn't directly reach the most critical places, they could easily extract information. I suspect that not only did the Bet not die, but her children are also alive? A spark of light flashed in Emilio's eyes, and it wasn't surprising he thought so. City gate guards indeed could pass on messages, but don't forget that these guards were not fixed. Guards rotated, and once rotated, even if they knew the information and wanted to convey it, they would be discovered by others. This way, one of the guards must have a connection with Gale. Cameron's eyes sparkled brightly. Upon returning, I will immediately investigate the backgrounds of these guards. We will surely find the culprits. No. Emilio gave a mischievous smile. Since they've already made arrangements, how can we not interfere? We should give them a little trouble. The light in Cameron's eyes grew brighter. His young master truly had ideas after thinking for just a moment. Ellie, whatever you say, this old servant will follow. Emilio curled his lips. It's time for young Ellie Edison to take the stage. Cameron frowned. What did this have to do with Edison? Miles, go back and do as follows. After Emilio whispered several words into Cameron's ear, Cameron couldn't help but laugh aloud. When it came to deviousness, his young master was indeed unmatched. On their return trip, Cameron ran faster, leaving Edison trailing behind, wondering if they really hadn't done anything. Why did they return so quickly? It was no wonder Edison felt this way. Emilio's impression in his mind had already sunk to rock bottom. Ever since they were in the barbarian lands, this guy had always tricked him, making him reprimanded by the old Earl and warned by his father. But it had nothing to do with him. Now in the north, on their very first day here, he fell into another trap. He had vaguely agreed, letting himself be sent out as a messenger, even drafting a contract. After finishing writing, he regretted it immediately. If the other party used his name for treason, what would happen to him and the Carmine family? The more Edison thought about it, the more he regretted it. However, why didn't he think twice at the beginning? Now it was too late. He could only pray that Emilio still had some conscience left. Unfortunately, his prayers were destined to be in vain. Shortly after returning, Cameron came to call him into Emilio's tent for a discussion. Edison wondered when Cameron had become so cooperative, and when did Emilio ever consult with him? He always acted on his own. Also, as a supply officer, why would he discuss state affairs? He couldn't understand it, yet remained vigilant. Whenever he encountered Emilio, something bad was bound to happen, so he needed to prepare beforehand. Edison wrapped himself tightly before entering Emilio's tent. Upon entering, he saw Emilio leisurely sipping tea, which made him dazed. Was everything going well? Could there be good news? While Edison pondered this, he walked over to Emilio and sat down directly. Say what you need to say. I have things to handle. After speaking, Emilio said admiringly, Minister Carmine is indeed a model for us all. It's already so late, yet you're still handling business. No wonder you became Minister Carmine. It must be through your own efforts. In every dynasty, there has never been a younger Minister Carmine like you. Edison coughed lightly, appearing quite humble. I'm not as good as you say. I've just worked harder than others. Emilio continued. It's not merely working harder. Clearly, you've put in far more effort. Otherwise, how could someone as young as you become a minister? Unfortunately, I'm not cut out for studying. Just seeing books gives me headaches. Otherwise, I would certainly ask Minister Carmine for advice more often. Edison felt particularly happy hearing this flattery. After saying all that, Emilio finally spoke up again after getting hoarse. How pitiful. What's pitiful? Edison frowned tightly. Rarely did Emilio praise him so much. Why was it suddenly a pity now? Young Minister Carmine is not married yet, right? Pity there isn't Jolie worthy enough for you. Edison blushed hearing this. How could I be as good as you say? Why not? I say, Minister Carmine could even marry a Rosanna. Edison wore a look of satisfaction. Alas, what a pity. The Rosanna of Daller is like a flower nurtured in a hothouse, unworthy of the feet kissing Minister Carmine. If it were the Bet, Edison felt a jolt. You actually dare to have me marry the Bet. Edison was filled with regret. Had he known Emilio wasn't a good person, he would never have signed that contract. No, wait. He definitely knew Emilio wasn't a good person. Why had he fallen for this trick so easily? His father had already arranged everything. Upon returning, he was supposed to ask for the hand of Gale. This way everything would have been perfect. Now his desires were fulfilled by marrying a Rosanna, just not the one he expected. A Rosanna from the Huns. Edison pointed at Emilio and raged. You are not part of my family. How can you arrange my marriage so casually? Even Randy cannot do that. Who do you think you are? Or does your Manny family have ambitions to rebel, wanting to pull our Carmine family into this mess? Emilio looked innocent. Minister Carmine, what are you talking about? When did I ever suggest you marry the bet? Before Edison could react, Emilio, with feigned panic, said, Minister Carmine, you want to marry the bet? Do you not care about your parents, relatives, and ancestors? Emilio acted as if he had misjudged Edison, pointing at him. Edison almost exploded with anger. Wasn't that Emilio's deliberate leading? If Emilio hadn't suddenly suggested he should marry the bet, how could he have misunderstood? Shut up. You deliberately misled me. You made me misunderstand by mentioning the bet. Oh, I was thinking of saying that the bet sent here during the founding of the dynasty might still be alive. I wanted you to help me put on a show, to pass false information. Emilio sighed. I didn't expect that Minister Carmine wouldn't believe me. Chapter 42. A scheme within a scheme. Edison opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word. Although he had been on guard, intending to fend off Emilio, he never imagined that Emilio could be so cunning. Emilio had nothing to do with the marriage of the Rin, yet he deliberately mentioned her. And not just that, he brought up the topic of marriage. This was clearly intended to make things difficult for him. After making him angry, Emilio then suggested staging a play to make him feel guilty. Unfortunately for Edison, he had already seen through Emilio's character. There was no way he would fall for it. Emilio, I know exactly what kind of person you are. Why bother deceiving me with such lies? Just say directly what you want. Do you intend to trick me into marrying the Rin after all this? Or are you trying to get me in trouble, making me lose my title? Emilio thought to himself that Edison was becoming increasingly hard to deceive, but he was prepared. Director Carmine, if you say so, I will be hurt. We serve in the same court, though we haven't known each other long. But don't you understand my character? How can someone as upright as me possibly harm others? Edison spat directly. You're so upright, why don't you ask those Southerners? I challenge them to tell me if they fear you. If even one of them says you're upright, I'll believe your words. Changing his tone again, Edison said, or let anyone go down south to ask these savages how they feel about you. Then you wouldn't dare claim you're an upright person. Emilio felt deeply wounded. As an upright person, he risked his life for the realm. How could he not be upright? If Edison knew what he was thinking, he would surely curse. Risking your life? For the sake of the people? You forgot the countless people hanging from trees in the south? Don't worry about details. This is a serious matter. If completed successfully, Randy will reward you heavily. Who knows, you might even marry Gail. At the mention of Gail, Edison still felt some allure. She was the most beautiful woman in all of Dali. The Rosanna is Randy's daughter. Whether I can marry her depends on Randy, not you. Though Edison spoke thus, his tone had softened somewhat. How could it not be related? After all, I was once Gail's fiancé. Emilio quickly added. And besides, aren't I helping you marry Gail? Edison remained silent, but his expression showed clear interest. Emilio seized the opportunity and continued. It's not a big deal. I've discovered that the Rin who arrived during the founding of our nation may still be alive, possibly hiding here. Therefore, I need Director Carmine to help me stage a play and spread some false information. What does spreading messages have to do with the Rin? Don't forget, when those Xiongnu invaded Yang City, the old general hung her on the city wall, and someone shot an arrow at her regardless. After being defeated by Bryce Evander, they retreated. You can't really think the Xiongnu Jeremiah withdrew just because she was his sister, can you? Edison's words were sharp. For a general's son, you should know military tactics well. Not knowing this makes me ashamed. Come now, how could I not know? Of course I do. But after investigating, I found out. Emilio spoke seriously. One elder who survived that war told me that once Gail was hung on the wall, the Xiongnu ceased their attack. An hour later, they retreated, demanding her release before leaving. Bryce Evander complied, but little did he know, the Ren was so cunning that she vanished shortly after. Despite thorough searches by our forces, she was nowhere to be found. Later, someone exaggerated the story, spreading it to you. Edison opened his mouth, now doubting. Could it really be as Emilio said? In short, that Ren might still be alive, and reporting everything about our city to the Xiongnu outside. Emilio grew more earnest. You must understand, we've been ambushed several times before. Why did Bryce Carmine die? He was just betrayed. How could those 10,000 troops not have a single survivor? Unless someone knew our deployment beforehand? Emilio grew more and more agitated as he spoke. Attendant Carmine, now that those Xiongnu are riding on our necks, are you still going to endure it? After a moment of silence, Edison finally stammered. Just a few words may not move them. I am making some other adjustments. Emilio was quite satisfied and thanked Edison before sending him off. After Edison left, Cameron slipped in and made an okay sign at Emilio. It was something Emilio had taught him. This way, there was no need for words, which made things safer. Ellie, everything is ready. What do we do next? Of course, we will cooperate with Attendant Carmine to put on a big show, making the Xiongnu believe that we truly want peace, not to play tricks on them. Seeing Emilio's eyes squinting in a smile, Cameron couldn't help but light a candle for the Xiongnu. You should have provoked someone else, not our young master. This time they're really going to be in trouble. Edison soon arrived and looked at Emilio, asking, is my preparation appropriate? Emilio glanced at Edison dressed in fur, looking very much like a Xiongnu person, but seemed to have forgotten this wasn't Xiongnu territory but Dali. Dali's people hated the Xiongnu so much that sometimes he really feared this person might get beaten up for no reason once he went out. Sure enough, after only a short while, a large group of menacing people followed behind Edison, wishing they could knock him dead with a spade. I'm all set. Tell me, what's next? Emilio smiled slightly. Just need Attendant Carmine to sacrifice a bit of yourself. Edison felt uneasy, took 3 steps back, and pointed at him, asking, what are you planning to do? Chapter 43. Move outside the city. Emilio saw Kieran's cautious look and couldn't help but put on a hurt expression, sighing dramatically. Sir Carmine, what happened to trust between people? We've worked together for so long. Don't you trust my character? As soon as he heard this, Kieran took another big step back. Oh, does he really think he is still that naive sir who doesn't understand Emilio's wickedness? No, he isn't. He is grown up now. After all, he has gone through the imperial examination, just like crossing a log bridge among 1,000 competitors. Plus, he has a chancellor father at home. Unable to judge Emilio's character initially, Kieran had come to understand him during their subsequent interactions. He was now very confident that he wouldn't fall into his trap again. Speak up quickly. No tricks. Kieran spoke righteously. Emilio sighed. Oh, trust is gone just like that. In fact, it's not a big deal. I just hope Sir Carmine can make a trip to the city gate. Whatever happens then, you should look happy about it. Kieran instinctively felt there was something wrong here. You're not trying to let me acknowledge marrying the Wren, are you? He glared at Emilio. If so, he would act immediately, get on the horse, return to the capital, and lodge an official complaint. Emilio thumped his chest loudly. What do you take me for? I've read the classics of sages. How could I do such despicable things? Emilio spoke with great righteousness. Kieran wondered if he had misunderstood him. Since Sir Carmine is unwilling to help, forget it then. Emilio continued. I must have misjudged you. I thought Sir Carmine was a man of honor. It turns out you also have a petty mind. After saying this, Emilio got up, brushed off his sleeve, turned his back, and said coldly, Please leave, Sir Carmine. Kieran stood up too, looking somewhat troubled. Could it be a misunderstanding? It seemed from Emilio's reaction that he was important. Who wouldn't want to be important? Kieran found it hard to move his steps forward. When he reached the door, he stopped, turning back to see Emilio sighing heavily, muttering softly, with Sir Carmine's help, the big task could succeed. Perhaps Randy would even make Sir Carmine a prince consort upon returning. A pity. Kieran paused, lifting the curtain. Regarding matters involving Gale, he did need some consideration. Also, he was quite curious about what major event it was to make Emilio so reliant on him. Recalling Emilio's brilliant performance against the barbarians, it was said that over half a month had passed, and the mention of Emilio's name made the barbarians tremble. Would the Xiongnu react the same way? If so, wouldn't their family plan succeed? Moreover, he could gain enough prestige in the army. Even if he had other ambitions in the future, he could command a large following in the army. Maybe he could seize the chance to incriminate the Manny family. Then, Kieran turned back, walked a few steps to Emilio's side, and said righteously, Bryce Manny, since you mentioned needing my help, I am willing to assist as long as it's against the Xiongnu. But, whatever the help is, please tell me what exactly we are going to say. Kieran was serious. He thought asking like this wouldn't cause any problem, and he could bargain with Emilio. Thinking about it, there were many benefits indeed, but he still needed to voice it out. How could I trouble Sir Carmine? Emilio shook his head. Sir Carmine, you have great potential. I cannot delay your prospects. Rest assured, I am a man of integrity. Even if you don't help, I won't reveal anything. Emilio was earnest. Though due to this, nothing will be accomplished. We can't defeat the Xiongnu either. But what does it matter? Emilio spoke righteously. It's just war. When have our brave men of Great Benedict ever feared war? Rest assured, no one else will know today's incident. Kieran looked moved. Adult Manny works for the country and its people. He truly sets an example. I shall definitely help Adult Manny. Emilio hesitated. Isn't this inappropriate? After all, Sir Carmine's concerns are understandable. Kieran forced a smile. How could it be inappropriate? Just give me instructions, Adult Manny. Only then did Emilio say, very well. Then, Sir Carmine, could you please stay outside the city overnight? Kieran. Frankly speaking, he had thought Emilio would try to trick him, but he never expected that Emilio would do it in such a way. But he couldn't refuse. Leaving aside other reasons, just the few guarantees from Emilio, Carmine Huirong doubted their worth very much. He was certain that as soon as he left, news would spread in the camp that he refused to negotiate peace with the Xiongnu out of selfishness, leading to an imminent attack by the Xiongnu. Or perhaps, he acted on his own will, wanting to negotiate peace with the Xiongnu. So he tried to harm those who were unwilling to negotiate. There might even be all sorts of accusations made against his family. He could no longer face Emilio's words directly, nor did he trust Emilio's character. Whatever Emilio could do, he would do. It was better for him to keep his distance. He should agree if he could, to avoid bad luck, and also to avoid involving his family. What's the big deal about going outside the city? Go then. With a huff, Carmine Huirong left the tent, turned around, got on his horse, and headed toward the city gate, continuing to scold Emilio under his breath. What a damn thing. Wanting to ruin me? Don't be too smug. My letter sent to the capital is almost there. Then we'll see what you can do. Thinking of this, Carmine Huirong spurred his horse to go even faster. The lone rider vanished in a cloud of dust. At the city wall, a tall and slender soldier whispered, Why is Lord Carmine running so fast? It's like there's a hungry wolf chasing after him. This comment wasn't anything special. Someone else responded softly, You just don't know. Lord Carmine is going out to negotiate. Negotiate at night? The tall and slender soldier was utterly confused. You don't understand. This is to negotiate with the Xiongnu. What? Negotiate with the Xiongnu? The court must be crazy. The tall and slender soldier was quite indignant. We have been bullied by those Xiongnu for so long. How can they talk about peace now? What do those people above treat us as? Can they just ignore our needs so easily? I say, Axel, don't be too picky. A tall and robust man spoke up. Look at the people here. Who is willing to fight? If we can cease fire, it's not a bad thing. Chapter 44. Passing the message. What about those people killed by the Xiongnu? Axel was very bufuchi, indignant. Are they supposed to die just like that? And my parents and sister, they were all killed by the Xiongnu. So, are we just going to let it go like this? Randall, you're so magnanimous, but I'm not that kind of person. I refuse. If that Carmine really succeeds in making peace, even if I risk my life, I have to. Shut up. Randall scolded, pondering inwardly how Axel usually doesn't talk much, but why wouldn't stop talking about the ceasefire? Randall felt he was utterly hypocritical. If he really cared about his family being killed, why didn't he go fight on the battlefield? Instead, he became a bureaucrat with them, only joining the battle on the city walls when necessary. Though Randall mumbled in his heart, he said aloud, "Don't say such unlucky things. The best days are yet to come for us. You know that the leader now is Bryce Manisia. Bryce Manisia single-handedly trapped so many Xiongnu. And those Xiongnu? Only a few tens of thousands. Would Bryce Manisia be afraid of a mere few tens of thousands of Xiongnu?" The more he spoke, the happier he got. That previous war was the most comfortable major battle he had ever fought. It was just 5,000 men who managed to trap 100,000 enemy troops. Even the old Bryce Evander of the past couldn't achieve such results. So he wasn't worried at all now. As long as Bryce Manisia was here, what was there to fear? On the contrary, something about Axel seemed different today. Bryce Manisia is indeed formidable. You're right. He won't let attendant censor Carmine get what he wants. Randall nodded absent-mindedly. He thought Axel wasn't like this before. Just moments ago, he was so agitated. But now he had calmed down. The more he thought, the stranger it felt. Maybe some impure thing had possessed Axel recently. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but inch closer to the other people. Better to stay away from Axel. Axel narrowed his eyes. In the tent, Emilio scrutinized the object in his hand, frowning deeply. To be precise, every small soldier guarding the city wall had some grievances with the Xiongnu. It didn't make sense for any of them to pass messages to the Xiongnu. Could his analysis be wrong? He believed his analysis couldn't be wrong. There must be something he overlooked. Could someone have been replaced? After much thought, this seemed the only possibility. Regardless of whether they were replaced or not, he needed to verify first. If they were replaced, then information would inevitably be passed to the Xiongnu, and within the shortest time possible. Once they received the message, depending on their current nature, they might prepare accordingly. He suspected they would certainly target Carson. Thus, Carson's plans would change completely. After hours of contemplation, Emilio decided that even if his guess was incorrect, and the Wren hadn't stationed her people near the gate, he still needed to find a way to keep the Wren alive. "Miles, I need you to do something." Cameron hurried forward. "Ellie, just tell me. I'll handle it properly." Anyway, one of the reasons his lord sent him was to assist Emilio. With Xiongnu not around, it fell to him to take care of it. At present, based on these materials, each of them could possibly be descendants of the Wren, or even their parents and siblings. One of them might be the Wren herself. We cannot determine detailed situations now because too much time has passed. It will be quite difficult to solve this. So I need you to provoke them. Tomorrow, after attendant censor Carmine finishes his business, you will put on a show. Cameron was also excited. It was time for another performance. Recently, he had developed a bit of an acting addiction, so he promptly replied, "Young Ellie, just give orders, I'll guarantee it." Emilio nodded. Leaning close to Cameron's ear, he whispered softly. The more Cameron listened, the brighter his eyes became until finally, he couldn't help but clap his hands. The corners of Edison's mouth curled up, revealing his excitement. Cameron was also very pleased, not expecting Edison to be so cooperative, agreeing with everything he said, truly worthy of his young master's foresight. Even the other party's reaction had been predicted. He would definitely set up a plaque for his young master once he returned, making sure everyone knew how impressive his young master was. When the imperial decree comes down, Mr. Carmine mustn't forget to invite us all to celebrate with a glass of joy wine. Manny's, yes, everyone is welcome. Edison nodded to Cameron and the others before riding away. As he left, he couldn't stop thinking about how unexpectedly easygoing Emilio was this time. Just as Emilio had said, it was just a simple formality. Who would have thought that Emilio would actually keep his word? Really? Mr. Carmine is actually going to marry Gale of the Xiongnu? Chapter 45. Mountain God Emilio. A short and thin guard couldn't help but speak up. Cameron had a smug look on his face. Of course. Who is our young master? He's none other than the famous little general of the Manny family. How could what he says be false? Moreover, the Carmine family has always been for peace talks. Since this matter can be resolved peacefully, he naturally wishes to marry the small Rosanna of the Xiongnu. But, if I'm not mistaken, didn't a Rosanna also enter our great Benedict dynasty during the founding of the country? Man it, in the end, that Rosanna didn't fare well. Why would the Xiongnu agree to marry another Rosanna? Cameron glanced at the skinny man coldly. Do you think you're someone important? How could you possibly know what those nobles are thinking? If it can be resolved peacefully, they would naturally choose peace over conflict. Do you think everyone wants war? Who would want war if they weren't forced into a corner? Cameron turned to someone beside him. This kid must have a grudge against stags to so desperately want a war. The stout one hastily spoke up. Sir Wang is right. His parents were killed by the Xiongnu. What he most desires is to kill more Xiongnu to avenge his parents. Of course, avenging his parents is important, but why not join the army instead of coming here to guard the city walls? How many Xiongnu can you kill by guarding the wall? The stout one listened and found this quite reasonable, but the boy had been with him for quite some time. Moreover, he had plenty of silver, which often went towards treating them to drinks. After some thought, he spoke again. This kid isn't even 20 yet, both his parents killed by the Xiongnu. While he's full of passion wanting to avenge them, he's still too young to resist the allure of life. He might just want to stay alive, and as he grows older, who knows, maybe he'll run away from the army. By then, we'll have to ask Sir Wang to watch over him. Cameron shook his head. It's not that I don't want to watch over him, but by the time he grows up, Benedictal Bryce may have already wiped out all the Xiongnu. How could there be any left for him to kill? You haven't been to the south, so you don't know how valiant our Benedictal Bryce is down there. Now, when those barbarians hear the name of our general, they cry out in fear. The Benedictal Bryce's reputation is well earned. The Benedictine Bryce excels whether in leading troops or anything else, surpassing others in every way. Therefore, the old general has long decided to retire and let him take over. At this point, Cameron paused, then said somewhat angrily, "Why am I telling you these things? You're just guards in the north. How could you know about such military secrets?" Well, today's events mustn't leave this place, especially the news about Registrar Carmine marrying the Wren. Keep it under wraps. If I find out any of you spread it around, don't blame me if I get rough. Cameron made a killing gesture, and the guards immediately nodded in agreement. Then Cameron left. The tall and thin man, who had been silenced before, couldn't help but ask, "Boss, is this Benedictine Bryce Manny really that extraordinary? It sounds so incredible. I heard that the soldiers in the south were beaten into submission by the barbarians. How did our Benedictine Bryce turn things around after arriving?" Porter laughed heartily. "What do you know? Our Benedictine Bryce isn't like those cowardly generals. At the time, our old Bryce Manny returned to the capital. The Earl wanted to hold him accountable, accusing him of colluding with the Xiongnu and plotting rebellion, an offense punishable by the destruction of the entire clan. But our Benedictine Bryce spoke a few words that completely cleared Carlo's suspicions. Not only that, but he proposed a plan to resolve the issue with the southern barbarians." Porter grew increasingly proud as he spoke. In court, the Benedictine Bryce proposed eliminating the collaboration between the Xiongnu and the barbarians. He first issued a warning, prohibiting such alliances, and then led a large army to the south to battle the barbarians. "But I heard the south is filled with swamps, and the forests often emit poisonous gases. Any soldier sent there invariably ends up with dysentery and poisoning, making it hard to solve. Why did it become so easy for our Benedictine Bryce?" "Our Benedictine Bryce was aided by a god," the fat man said. "Who is our Benedictine Bryce? He used 50,000 troops to wipe out 10,000 Xiongnu soldiers. This kind of person naturally has exceptional skills. It's just a few doors and gates. They hide in marshes and forests. How can they match our wise and brave Benedictine Bryce?" After the Benedictine Bryce arrived, he carefully studied the area. He found that these barbarians lived in the forests. A forest fire would leave them nowhere to run. But our Benedictine Bryce was so meticulous. He had already investigated all possible escape routes of the barbarians beforehand, for fear that they might flee. After courteously dealing with them and seeing their refusal to cooperate, the Benedictine Bryce had no choice but to order the mountains to be set on fire. According to reports, this fire burned for 3 days and 3 nights until a heavy rain extinguished it. However, even more astonishing was that this heavy rain was summoned by our Benedictine Bryce. On that day, our Benedictine Bryce, dressed in Taoist robes, shouted at the sky, "You thieving heavens, why don't you send down heavy rain now to destroy these bandits?" In an instant, a flash of lightning struck the sky, followed by a torrential downpour that came down like pillars from heaven. Tyson originally didn't believe it, but listening to the fat man's confident narration, he couldn't help but frown. Could little General Emilio be this capable? If he's so capable, why does he still want to stop the war? Then, those barbarians charged towards the Benedictine Bryce, but unexpectedly, the Benedictine Bryce chanted, "Mama Red." Immediately, mud rushed down the mountainside like mudslides, enveloping the barbarians. These barbarians never expected to witness such a scene in their lives, and each one of them was utterly frightened. They then knelt on the ground, pleading for mercy from the mountain god, but the Benedictine Bryce stepped forward, declaring that he himself was the mountain god. He claimed that these people's incessant, unreasonable behavior had angered the mountain god, who then possessed the Benedictine Bryce to punish these disobedient believers. Speaking of this, the fat man felt very proud, truly worthy of being the Benedictine Bryce, our role model. I wonder if the Benedictine Bryce can make those grassland Xiongnu fear him as well? Porter chuckled and said, "Time will tell, time will tell." They soon finished eating, and someone came to relieve them on duty. Tyson invited the fat man for drinks, but unusually, the fat man waved his hand and said, "I have guests at home today. I'll go back first." Chapter 46. Show some guts and let go. The skinny man was very puzzled. This fatty usually loved drinking, and always pulled him to drink together in the past. Why was he acting differently today? He couldn't figure it out. The skinny man didn't dwell on it for long before heading home. Soon, Kieran's upcoming marriage to a Wren spread throughout the Avandergu Pass. By the time Kieran found out, it was already evening. He stormed angrily towards Emilio's tent, but did not expect that Emilio wasn't inside at all. Kieran gritted his teeth. This damn Emilio, playing tricks on him again. Kieran didn't dare to guess how many times he had been deceived. At present, he had only one thought. If he believed Emilio's words again, he would be a dog. Even so, Kieran didn't plan to let Emilio off easily. He grabbed the guards in front of Emilio's tent and threatened, "If you don't tell me where Emilio has gone, I will tell Randy that Emilio is plotting rebellion. By then, the Manny family and you will all die." The guards were startled. They hadn't expected Kieran to do such a thing. "Sir Carmine, the young general ordered us not to tell anyone about his movements." The guard was very afraid, but he still followed Emilio's instructions, and spoke to Kieran as Emilio had asked before leaving. "Can't tell anyone his moves? Is he using my name again to swindle people around? I'll definitely tell Randy and have him reprimand him severely. As for you, daring to disobey a superior officer, do you want to lose your lives?" The guards were taken aback and hurriedly replied, "Of course not. We were unaware, but Sir instructed us to speak truthfully." Hearing the word, "Sir," Kieran frowned tightly and asked, "What did he instruct you to say?" The guards hesitated while Aryan sneered, "Do you forget that your supplies are in my hands? If you really upset me, you won't be able to eat peacefully afterward." Danger flashed in Kieran's eyes, and the guard said, "Sir went to the city tower, saying there was something important to discuss with the Xiongnu." Kieran sneered again. To the city tower? To discuss something important with the Xiongnu? His gaze turned extremely cold. This damned Emilio clearly intended to sell him out. Did he really think he could not deal with him? Was he thinking he was someone easy to bully? Today he must kill Emilio. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Immediately returning to his tent, he took the imperial sword his father obtained from Carlo before leaving. Anger surging, He rode toward the city wall. Although Kieran didn't care much for the old Earl now, the old Earl still wielded power, and even more so being Carlo. Just these reasons alone were enough to make him tolerate somewhat. But why should he temporarily endure because of Emilio? With his father's current position, what if he killed Emilio? A petty soldier who only knows how to use treacherous schemes. In their civil servant's view, he was insignificant. An empty title of military general without actual power. What did it matter? If it were his father, there would be some fear. But now, his father, Emmanuel, was trapped in the capital. Even knowing Emilio's fate, he couldn't save him. This was Kieran's chance. Earlier, Kieran still hoped to get along well with Emilio, acquiring some reputation. Now, he had already thrown those thoughts away, focusing solely on how to suppress Emilio, or even kill him directly. Kieran quickly rode to the city gate, and saw Emilio talking to someone dressed like a Xiongnu. He shouted loudly, "Emilio, you are asking for death. How dare you betray me like this? You think I'm too kind? Today, I will let you know what it means to kill silently." Hearing this voice, Emilio wasn't curious at all. After all, he had anticipated this. He expected Kieran to rush over angrily and even take drastic measures. He just didn't expect Kieran to bring an imperial sword, which seemed familiar. Cameron, seeing the sword, froze. His voice trembled. "Young master, that is the imperial sword. It can behead a tyrant and corrupt ministers. How did the Carmine family obtain it? Imperial sword?" Emilio's eyes lit up. He had been worrying about how to trick the other party. After all, the Xiongnu weren't fools. If he spoke casually and they believed him, wouldn't that be a betrayal to the audience? He hadn't expected someone to bring a pillow when he needed one. Kieran was indeed a good helper. In the future, when marching to war, he still needed to let Arjan manage the provisions for him to feel at ease. A mischievous smile flashed in Emilio's eyes, and then he shouted loudly, "Carmine Shurang, don't get so worked up. I know you're embarrassed about this, but rest assured, the Xiongnu also look favorably upon your marriage to their Rosanna. In the future, I will certainly request an imperial decree and ask Randy to bestow a wedding blessing on the two of you. When that happens, you'll be able to win the beauty's heart, making others envious." Hearing this, Arjan became even angrier. What did this damned Emilio want to do? He had previously guessed that the other party would play some tricks, but thought he wouldn't act recklessly anymore. After all, he had mentioned marrying a Rosanna from their own court before. How could it turn into a Wren now? Arjan felt extremely regretful. If he had known that Gale Emilio referred to was the Wren, he would never have agreed. Thinking of this, Arjan grew even angrier, unable to resist sneering at Emilio through gritted teeth. "You shameless Emilio, do you really think no one can see through your little schemes? I've told you countless times, I disdain the idea of marrying a Xiongnu." Originally, Arjan intended to say this grandly, but Cameron, who stood beside Emilio, acted faster, covering his mouth in the next moment. Arjan struggled hard, trying to speak those words, only to be preempted by Emilio's smiling response. "Look, I said these two are a match made in heaven. Our Sir Carmine is incredibly moved. He even brought out the imperial sword bestowed by Randy as a dowry, just to marry Gale. We are full of sincerity. We wonder what you think." The Xiongnu man gave Emilio a strange look and then asked, "Is that really the imperial sword bestowed by your Earl? And you used it as a dowry?" "Of course, our Sir Carmine never tells lies." Arjan thought, "Unsure if you dare. Just let me go." Chapter 47. What are your orders? Carmine Huayan was trying to speak while Cameron covered his mouth, but how would Cameron give him this opportunity? His actions only became tighter. He even forcefully took the imperial sword from Carmine Huayan's hands. Enraged, Carmine Huayan mumbled curses. "You bunch of damned fellows." However, with his mouth firmly covered, he couldn't say anything else. Edison watched helplessly as the Xiongnu man gleefully accepted the imperial sword from Cameron, even weighing it a few times and poking at the gems on it. Edison felt like exploding with anger. To use the imperial sword as a betrothal gift. This Emilio wanted to doom his family. Who would dare use an imperial sword for a dowry? Even when requesting the hand of a Rosanna from the Dali kingdom, no one dared to use an imperial sword as a betrothal gift. He could imagine that if this matter reached the capital, there would be endless criticism. The old Earl, who was already suspicious, might shift his suspicions about the Manny family onto their own family. He might even believe they were defying imperial authority on purpose or planning to use the Xiongnu's power to achieve their ambitions. Thinking of this, Edison nearly fell to his knees. What had they ever done to the Nelsons? Earlier, Emmanuel tricked his father, and later Emilio, a mere debauchee, attacked his younger brother. Just as their family planned to retaliate, Emmanuel brought them here. If that were all, it would be bearable, but their plans against the Manny family were thwarted by such a simple stratagem. Now, his family lost tens of thousands of silver taels each month to avoid confrontation, while the Manny family thrived. Worse yet, during the southern campaign, Emilio got him reprimanded by Carlo several times. Now in the north, attacking the Xiongnu, he had been outwitted by Emilio again. If this happened once or twice, it might be acceptable, but this wasn't just once or twice. Edison suddenly felt inferior even to a debauchee. Sure, they had conflicts before, but Edison focused on studying and had nothing to do with Emilio, except for occasional mischief by his younger brother. Nothing as bad as what Emilio did. Even over Jolie, any quarrels were minor compared to this. The more Edison thought, the angrier he became. His burly, strong younger brother was outmatched by Emilio, a loiterer in brothels. Losing face miserably, beaten almost to death, it was unbearable. Emilio was simply born wicked. Edison cursed inwardly. Meanwhile, the Xiongnu man was delighted. Leaping onto his horse, he saluted Emilio and said, "Your sincerity has been received. I will report back to our chieftain. Since both sides have intentions, we will send Gale's dowry ahead. We hope for more communication between us." With that, Yale rode off faster than a hare. With Cameron covering his mouth, a tear of defiance streamed down Edison's eye. Heartbroken, knowing Emilio allied with the Xiongnu, he wouldn't have shouted. He would have killed Emilio outright. But there was no medicine for regrets. Carmine Huayan could only regret silently. Once the Xiongnu left, Cameron released Edison, excitedly saying, "Indeed worthy of Carmine Sherlang. So generous, even using Carlo's prized imperial sword for the betrothal. So, the marriage is set. Don't forget to invite me to drink at the wedding." Edison forced a smile. Invite him to drink? Isn't this a dream? Being tricked so badly, let alone a feast. If he didn't kill Cameron with sticks right now, it was already lenient. Glaring at Emilio and then at Cameron, Edison began. "I will not let today go unpunished. I will inform Carlo directly. The Earl will decide then. As for you taking the imperial sword awarded to our family by Carlo, I will request justice for the Carmine family. Emilio, remember this isn't over." Fuming, Carmine Huairong stormed off. He now understood that he had come out for an interview today in vain. Not only did he lose face, but he was also forced to marry a Rin and lost the family heirloom sword. This damned Emilio. Did he have some grudge against him? He now regretted it immensely. Initially, when his younger brother quarreled with Emilio, and hearing it was because of a girl, he even beat his younger brother again. Looking back now, he should have gone straight to find Emilio with wooden cudgels then and settled accounts heavily, chasing after him even if Emilio went to the frontier, giving each other a good beating. No, it should have been him unilaterally beating the other side. Only then would he feel relieved. Unfortunately, it was too late now. Even though at present, all Emilio had was just a nominal title of a military officer, however, he was already an official appointed by the court. Moreover, a fifth-rank official of the court. Just this rank alone made him think deeply. Edison grew angrier the more he thought about it. But where in life were there perfect satisfactions? He could only temporarily suppress this matter in his heart. After Edison returned, he immediately picked up the brush and began writing furiously on paper. In a short time, he finished writing a letter and hurriedly sent it out. He could only imagine what expression Carlo would have upon reading this letter. The revered imperial sword, once used by the Son of Heaven, was given away carelessly by Emilio. The Earl would surely be enraged. He imagined his father being smart enough to take advantage of the situation and get something from the Manny family. Edison secretly nodded. This time he must make Emilio suffer. While he was thinking, the sharp voice of a eunuch suddenly came from outside. Edison's heart skipped a beat. It turned out the news of Emilio using despicable means to trick people had spread so fast. He didn't expect Carlo's reprimand to come so quickly. If he had known earlier, why write another letter? He could have directly asked one of Carlo's close attendants to say a few words and ask for help in conveying some paintings. Edison felt the heavy silver chopsticks in his sleeve and flashed a self-satisfied smile. This time, he wouldn't believe Emilio could escape alive. "Eunuch Ho, thank you for making this trip. I wonder what instructions Carlo has." Chapter 48. Still considering peace talks. The moment he heard Emilio's voice, Arjan stopped in his tracks immediately. He still held a grudge over the unpleasant treatment he had received from Emilio earlier. He might as well wait. It would be more interesting if he waited until Emilio was reprimanded, and then jumped out to see Emilio's misfortune, just like before. With this thought in mind, he halted, even though he desperately wanted to know how Randy would reprimand Emilio. Unfortunately, Marty failed to catch on and not only did not speak in that direction, but instead said that every day, Randy would ask about the latest trends. This left Arjan utterly confused. He truly couldn't understand why Randy paid attention to these things rather than what was happening here. What contributions has he made? Thinking of this, Arjan felt a bit disgruntled. Having been confined here for several days, it had thoroughly exhausted all his patience. Now, he could only temporarily follow others' arrangements, eating whatever he could. Feeling increasingly indignant, Arjan heard the sounds outside fade away. Unable to resist, he peeked out, only to be startled by Marty's rat-like face, causing him to pull the curtain shut immediately. Arjan inwardly sighed. Others sacrificed so much. We've come this far. How ugly this Marty really is. Thankfully he's nothing like Marty, otherwise, wouldn't he be doomed to a life of mediocrity? The more he thought about it, the stranger it seemed. Since film reels were updated daily, why was the media image still so fragmented? As Arjan was lost in thought, Marty had already conveyed what the old Earl needed. Randy has always harbored lofty ambitions, aiming to ensure all citizens within the borders are well fed. However, due to consecutive years of floods and droughts, crops have failed. At this point, Marty shed some crocodile tears. Emilio also wiped his face, seemingly moved by the old Earl's frugality and love for his people. But no one knew the real situation, yet their expressions were consistently touched. Randy has been worried about these matters for years, unable to eat properly or sleep well. Marty added nonchalantly, anyway, there were plenty of beauties in the palace. Since receiving news from Bryce Manny, Randy slept soundly for several nights. If we can follow Bryce Manny's suggestion, selling cattle and sheep from the grasslands at lower prices to the common people, allowing them to be well fed, more people will come to know the greatness of our Dali kingdom. Randy is naturally delighted therefore, Randy asked me to inform you, Bryce, to act boldly without fear. Any trouble you stir up will be backed by Randy. Emilio remarked that this was exactly what he wanted to hear. Though the old Earl might not be great, he still used his brain. With confirmation to proceed, Arjan could not blame him. Imagining Arjan's reaction to this, he'd probably break down into tears. Thinking of this, Emilio laughed unkindly. Afterward, he and Marty enjoyed a hearty meal and drinks, deepening their bond. Their conversation was warm and engaging, incomparable to any other. Even Arjan couldn't know what they discussed. After drinking and feasting, Marty had to leave. After all, he served close to Carlo where every position was crucial. Becoming an Earl's close aide wasn't easy. Without delay, he went back to report, ensuring his position was secure. Seeing him off, Emilio discreetly slipped something heavy to Marty. Feeling its weight, Marty knew it was gold. His eyes widened. I've informed Randy. In the future, Randy will be very pleased. Marty was somewhat surprised. The Manny family certainly spent generously, no wonder some doubted their loyalty. If he were Carlo, he too would suspect if the Manny family had ulterior motives. Speaking of which, the Manny family's generosity was indeed significant. Even military funding sometimes came from the Manny family when there were shortages. Wasn't this a means of control? Regardless, Marty didn't care. After bidding farewell to Emilio, he left without seeing Arjan. In the evening, Arjan finally emerged, only to learn Marty had already gone. Furious, he stomped his feet, blaming everything on Emilio. If not for Emilio, he would have spoken with Marty long ago. Carmine Hawaiian said this, a trace of unease flashing through his mind. It seemed as though what he had anticipated was happening just as expected. A significant event unfolded in the court. The old earl glared at Emmanuel and said heavily, "Just look at the fine son you've raised." As these words left Carlo's mouth, the civil officials began to feel uneasy. Minister Carmine stood at the forefront, trembling, with no sign of relaxation on his face. His eyes were closed, making it impossible to tell if he had fallen asleep, simply hadn't heard, or didn't understand. Emmanuel also did not know that after a short while, his son had already gone north, although now every day he could learn a little about Emilio's progress. He was quite happy about it, especially the old earl, who had praised Emmanuel and Emilio multiple times. There were even hints of reconsidering marrying Gail to Emilio, which made Emmanuel very pleased. But before he could respond, Minister Carmine suddenly stepped forward and said, "Congratulations to your Majesty for having such a capable general. Our great Benedict will be promising for generations to come." The old earl was delighted and laughed heartily. He was not only an enlightened ruler, but also a revivalist. Historians would surely record his name alongside Qin Shi Huang and Evander Wu Di. Thinking of this, he became even happier. "Gentlemen, today I am indeed very pleased," he said. Just as his words fell, Marty shouted loudly beside him, "Those with matters may speak, those without may retreat." However, before the officials could confer, someone stood up. It was none other than Minister Carmine. The old earl furrowed his brows, wondering what this old fox wanted again. "Your Majesty, I have something to report. I believe Bryce Manny is indeed extraordinarily capable, but isn't he acting too rashly? I've heard that recently, Benedictal Bryce Manny went to the Xiongnu to steal things and even attempted peace talks." Chapter 49 fainted from a beating. The old earl furrowed his brows and glanced at Adifier. Adifier whispered, "Your Majesty, it is indeed true. Yesterday when the memorial from Junior Censor Carmine was presented, you mentioned that the two of them worked together flawlessly, definitely aiming to deceive the Xiongnu army." Upon hearing this, the old earl's frown relaxed, and he looked at Branson with added kindness. "I am already aware of this matter. The great achievements made in the southern barbarian region were not solely because of Emilio's son. There was also Carmine Iching's son, Arjan. I have taken this into account, and will certainly remember their good deeds." Branson frowned tightly. It delighted him that his son was on Carlo's mind. However, what he intended was not merely to receive favors, but to eliminate the Manny family through gaining advantages. But with the old earl in high spirits, if he said such things, it would undoubtedly arouse suspicion, for Carlo has always been distrustful. So, Branson could only suppress these thoughts and smiled, saying, "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. I believe my circle of friends, upon learning this, will be greatly relieved. To gain such an opportunity, we owe everything to Your Majesty's grace." At hearing these words, Carlo felt even more pleased. He couldn't help but pat Branson several times, smiling and saying, "You've always been so eloquent, making me happy after all these years." Branson modestly cupped his hands and replied, "Your Majesty praises me too much. I only speak the truth. The current peace within the country is all due to Your Majesty's efforts. Without you, many commoners would have starved." The old earl nodded approvingly, then glanced at Adifier. Adifier immediately understood and waved his duster, saying with a smile, "Any official business? If not, the court session ends here." Fortunately, there were no significant events next, and the officials left accordingly. After Carlo departed, sitting alone in the imperial study and looking at Adifier, his gaze turned intense. He threw the 18-bead rosary he often played with and coldly stared at Adifier, saying, "How much favor did Manny's family shower upon you? How can I not remember ever praising Manny's young man?" Adifier was internally very tense. He hadn't expected Carlo to bring up these matters after returning. It seemed Carlo was suspicious of him. Having served the old earl for so long, he knew well that Carlo had a natural tendency to be wary. At that moment, he knelt heavily on the ground and earnestly said, "How could this humble servant deceive Your Majesty? Besides, the Manny family has long lived at the border, with little interaction with this servant. Even if I had 18 lives, I wouldn't dare accept any favors from them. Your Majesty, my loyalty to you is unwavering. I would never go against your wishes." The old earl narrowed his eyes. Adifier stole a glance at him, seeing Carlo's expression, and promptly continued, "Your Majesty, this servant knows your thoughts. Now, both the south and north remain unrest. The barbarians in Xiongnu are extremely aggressive, and the court isn't stable either. Branson, along with other ministers, opposes you everywhere. Presently, you can only rely on the Manny family's military power to stand firm in court. If the Manny family were dealt with first, the Carmine family would become arrogant. How could I bear to see harm come to you then?" Adifier spoke sincerely. "Your Majesty, everything this servant does is for your sake, to ensure you live in peace. It was deliberate to show friendliness towards the Manny family to make them lower their guard. Now, since the Manny family is willing to take the lead in helping you curb the Carmine family, why not let this happen and handle the two factions in the end?" After saying this, Adifier bowed his head loudly several times, his voice trembling with fear. "This humble servant speculated Your Majesty's intentions, which is entirely my fault. Please don't let this small matter affect your health. I'll take the punishment myself as long as Your Majesty stays well." Adifier's words were beautifully delivered. Even Carlo couldn't help being moved. Looking at Adifier, he said, "You've been by my side for so many years. I understand your heart. Now, given the two factions holding me back in court, taking action is difficult. Since you're willing to act on my behalf, go ahead. But remember, If you really accept favors from the Manny family while neglecting the Carmine family, I will not forgive you once I find out. Be careful about the balance between the two. Hearing this, Adifir repeatedly thanked him, kneeling and kowtowing, endlessly shouting, Long Benedict the Bartolomeo, Long Benedict the Bartolomeo. The old earl was extremely pleased to hear this. As they were talking, a eunuch came from outside to announce that the Amir had arrived. The old earl pondered for a moment, and then suddenly looked at Bodagong, saying, The Amir is growing up. Should I let him get acquainted with the Manny family early? Bodagong's heart raced upon hearing this. He couldn't quite understand what Carlo meant. Daring not to answer rashly, he could only lower his head as if he hadn't heard. Indeed, the old earl spoke again as if talking to himself, seemingly deciding there was no need to rush. At this time, Emilio in Bianching was unaware of Carlo's plans. Even if he knew, it wouldn't have bothered him. After all, in his eyes, they were just a few people, and he could naturally handle it. He was currently having someone tie up Arjan. Arjan was also in a pitiful state, his hair disheveled, looking nothing like the elegant young master he once was. Even if he said he was a refugee, no one would doubt it. Struggling while cursing Emilio in his mouth, he yelled, Emilio, you heartless villain. How dare you hand over the imperial sword directly to the Xiongnu, and even force high-ranking officials to marry the Ren? Do you think I'm such an easy target? Emilio smiled and said, Of course not, Carmine Dara. The situation isn't as terrible as you think. It's just asking for your help. Why be so uncooperative? Upon hearing this, Arjan wished he could push away the others and go straight to Emilio, giving him a good scolding. Is this called just a small favor? This clearly ruins his reputation. He was still an unmarried, youthful gentleman, and he, Arjan, was supposed to marry a Rosanna in the future. How could he let himself be ruined by a Ren of unknown beauty? Indeed, Carmine Sherlong, it's just a small favor, and it won't make you lose out. Rest assured, after completing this task, you will surely marry Gale when you return. Chapter 50. Rena. Arjan did not believe it. After all, this guy didn't look like a good person at all. Just as he was about to speak to dissuade Emilio, he found Emilio acted more quickly, making a swift move. Then Arjan only felt everything before his eyes turning dark, and he fell down. Before he lost consciousness, he was still cursing Emilio in his heart. This damn Emilio dared to treat him like this. Just wait. Once he woke up, he would definitely make Emilio pay for this, and he felt deeply wronged. If only he had known that Emilio was so unreasonable, he would never have agreed to be the provision officer for Emilio. Such a good deal should be left for someone else then. After Cameron hit successfully, he walked to Emilio's side and asked, Young Ellie, isn't this a bit too much? There was still a tiny bit of compassion lingering in Cameron's heart, screaming at him to help Arjan up. But his legs wouldn't obey him and directly bypassed Arjan lying on the ground. He thought, since the Carmine family wanted to harm the Manny family, and he was part of the Manny family, there was no way he would help Arjan. Thinking of this, that last bit of compassion vanished magically. What's wrong with this? Miles, I still need your help with this matter. Find someone to pretend to be a Xiongnu, to provoke that Ren. Maybe she will step out by herself, which will save us the trouble of looking for her. Cameron responded, patting his chest, indicating that he had already found someone. Emilio thought to himself that his Miles was no different from Uncle Max when it came to doing bad things, both having unique insights. Moreover, he now wondered why such an upright man like his father kept people like these around him. Could it be that his father wasn't as honest and kind as he imagined? Then he thought and figured something out. After all, in the original host's memory, his father was often in hotels, rarely coming home this year. When he did come back, he pretended to be simple-minded, which didn't seem to be a problem. Emilio mused that his father wasn't reliable either. He appeared to be very honest and kind in front of his son, but actually kept a group of cunning people around him. No wonder this person could stand firm in the frontier for so long. In the capital city, Emmanuel, who was enjoying some rest with tea, suddenly sneezed. Then, his ears started to feel hot. He mumbled to himself, Which little bastard dares to curse me? Don't let me catch who it is. Otherwise, he would definitely whip the person's bottom raw with a horsewhip. He also thought that it might be that old thing Carmine Haley, considering how many times Carmine Haley had tripped him up over the years. It was no surprise he would think of Carmine Haley. Meanwhile, Carmine Haley, who was unaware of being suspected, probably wouldn't care even if he knew. Now he was reading the urgent message sent by his son, his brows tightly furrowed, his face filled with rage. This Emilio, just like his father, had the audacity to dare attack his son. Wasn't he afraid of retaliation? But now, with his son still in the border city, even if he could send people quickly to help, the distance was far, and the time was long. By the time they arrived, he may already be unable to assist his son. At present, Carmine Haley didn't know his son had been engaged to someone inexplicably by Emilio. If he knew this, he would explode immediately, riding madly to the border city with a whip to thrash Emilio thoroughly. Even Emmanuel, Emilio's own father, would not let this go unpunished. Luckily, he was unaware, so the incident led directly to Arjan being tied up and dragged away. This small event caused quite a stir in the entire Vandergoo Pass area, and many people were talking about it in hushed tones. What's going on? Aren't we supposed to be preparing for war? War? When did anyone say anything about war? It's clearly peace talks. And haven't you heard what they said? It's by Bryce Manny Jr.'s order. Do you know who Bryce Manny Jr. is? He's the son of Bryce Manny Sr. He's the one who sent out 5,000 men, completely wiping out the 10,000-strong Xiongnu army. A person like him? At this point, the speaker seemed at a loss for words. Manny's, how could a person like him consider peace talks? But now, with the Ren entering the scene, how could there be no peace talks? What they didn't know was that this Ren was a fake. And the person who took the Imperial sword that day was not a Xiongnu but someone sent by Emilio to pretend. His plan was to give a surprise and make the Ren reveal herself voluntarily. However, he didn't expect Arjan to lose his cool so quickly, daring to take the Imperial sword to slash at him. He had a sudden idea and gave Cameron a meaningful look, signaling them to directly take away the sword above, which would increase their credibility. No matter how smart that Rin was, she would still fall for it. The only thing he hadn't expected was that Aryan wouldn't back down even after being told multiple times that it was just a joke. So, Emilio couldn't be blamed for his actions now. Emilio sighed inwardly. Even if there wasn't this Rin in a Vandergoo pass, the Grassland spies would surely spread this news. Then, it wouldn't be up to the Gene whether he believed it or not. Besides, there was Carson. Emilio's calculations were very clever, and at this moment, the so-called Rin was indeed feeling uneasy. Axel and the fat man sitting at the city gate were her people. After returning, both of them had serious expressions as they reported the situation to the Rin. Originally, the Rin didn't believe it. After all, she knew how this family treated the Xiongnu. Her elder brother had personally killed the old general of the Manny family by dismemberment. That was why Emmanuel, who had planned to abandon martial arts for literature, requested battle more than 80 times within a day just to come to the front lines for revenge. The murder of one's father, unavenged, and now, how could they possibly agree to peace talks? She frowned and stared at Axel and the fat man, asking, "Are you sure things are this simple? That Emilio always acts in ways no one can understand. What if this is a trick?" Axel immediately replied, "Rena, isn't this easy to handle? As long as we can find out who Gale who came over is, we'll know." Porter rolled his eyes beside him. He was a Xiongnu person, born with less body odor, and managed to enter a Vandergoo pass after figuring out a way. If Gale could recognize the newcomer, would you need to speak? Chapter 51. Married. This statement left no room for politeness. Axel was a local who, by chance, had cooperated with them. Davik had left the Xiongnu many years ago, and naturally wouldn't know if this Rosanna was newly born or from before. Even if he did know, he hadn't seen Gale to compare her. As for their frequent contacts with the Xiongnu, even when they contacted each other, it was mostly about significant military events. After all, communicating required substantial human resources, and getting messages out or in wasn't easy. They certainly wouldn't talk about how many Rosannas there were or what they were called. These were trivial matters. This gave Emilio an opportunity. He was gambling on the fact that the other side didn't know much about the Xiongnu's internal affairs. By chance, he gambled right. If Davik didn't know, this Ren certainly wouldn't either. She was already over 60, which was considered quite old. In those times, elders struggled against various risks, and it was common for people to die in their 40s or 50s. Her living over 60 years and experiencing 3 earls showed her exceptional abilities. To survive so long in a foreign land and protect herself, this Ren must have been very clever. But now she felt somewhat confused. She had been away from the Xiongnu tribe for nearly 50 years. She didn't know whether the number of Rosannas had increased or what Gale looked like now. After such a long time, even the ties with her brother had faded. Truthfully, Gale still harbored some resentment towards her tribe. Hadn't they insisted on sending her away, making her life so miserable? Moreover, she had lost 3 children, and now she couldn't even see the one remaining. The Rosanna wanted to pass along messages to ensure her child's safety. Emilio hadn't guessed that Gale's children had indeed died. These spies were carefully recruited and bribed, some originally being Xiongnu. The Rosanna hasn't spoken yet, but you are talking. Davik finished, and Axel immediately spoke up. In his view, this was still a Ren, who wouldn't know about changes in the tribe despite being away for a long time. The Rosanna didn't speak. After much thought, she told Davik, "I remember tonight you don't have duty. Find a way to send the message back to the Jeremiah, warning him to be cautious of justice." Davik nodded eagerly, casting a glance at Axel. Axel snorted softly. Forget it. He wouldn't argue with such a person. Making up an excuse, he left. After he left, Davik said to Gale, "Rena, Axel isn't really one of us. Is it really okay to tell him?" The Rosanna nodded, looking at Davik with a cold expression. "What? Don't you trust me? Don't forget, I went through great efforts to set up these identities for you, allowing you to pass messages. Now that I'm old, do you intend to cast aside and kill me?" Davik waved his hands urgently. "Not at all. I'm just worried about you." The Rosanna sneered and dismissed Davik, then sighed. If they really cared about her, why did they send her to Dei, such a cold place? Moreover, she couldn't even see her own child. What was there to live for? Dei was full of villains. Hypocrites. She would take revenge someday. Dishes were smashed onto the floor. Twilight approached. Outside became more lively as Aryan was led into the bridal chamber by someone. Fortunately, the roommate wasn't Jolie. Aryan was thrown onto the bed, fell asleep instantly without feeling anything. Meanwhile, Cameron rushed in and whispered something to Emilio. Emilio raised an eyebrow, seeing signs of trouble. Find a way to cause some trouble for justice. Cameron nodded quickly. Emilio looked up at the sky, dark as ink. What time is it? He suddenly asked. Cameron glanced at the sundial and said softly, almost midnight. Only 2 days left. Cameron nodded again. Emilio remained silent, also looking up at the sky. He didn't understand either. What was their young master thinking? What did 2 days have to do with the sky? However, he remembered very clearly that in 2 days, they would meet with justice again. By then, he might know what was going on. He didn't dwell on it much and immediately went to find people to harass justice. After all, there were those among them who were unwilling to negotiate for peace. Among them, their young Bryce Manny was one of those who was against peace talks, while those who favored negotiations were naturally Aryan and Minister Carmine. As for the commoners cursing at him, that was none of his business. They were not afraid that Aryan would complain to Carlo when the time came. After all, even if Aryan did file a complaint, no one would believe him. Who could blame Aryan after he had already signed that treaty? The more Cameron thought about it, the more he felt that Emilio was indeed very capable, even more so than their master. At this rate, their family was really set. This further solidified his idea that once he returned home, he must place his son by Emilio's side. Aryan slept until dawn. The moment he woke up the next day, someone greeted him with a laugh. Congratulations to Minister Carmine. May your newlywed joy be plentiful. Aryan was taken aback. Then he recalled how Emilio had forced him to marry the Ren yesterday but ended up knocking him out instead. He never expected Emilio to be so despicable as to carry out the wedding while he was unconscious. His face turned unpleasant, and he grabbed the other person loudly demanding, "Where did that despicable Emilio go? Tell me right now." The other person was startled at first, then something seemed to dawn on him, and he looked at Aryan with sympathy. Seeing this look, Aryan's expression grew even uglier. Only then did Yale say, "Minister Carmine, please calm down. We understand. After all, this is a matter of dignity, and we will certainly not tell anyone." Hearing this, Aryan was momentarily stunned. What was this about? Then he noticed the other person looking awkwardly at a certain part of his body. Following his gaze, Aryan exploded in anger. "Emilio, I swear I'll never forgive you." Chapter 52. Loss of masculine vigor. Edison was so infuriated that he cursed Emilio, but provoked by the mocking gaze of the other party, he retorted, "What are you staring at? I'm perfectly fine." However, they took Edison's words as an attempt to mask his inability to endure the provocation and humiliation. Their gazes remained filled with pity. Under this gaze, Edison felt like spitting blood. He hated Emilio even more in his heart. If it weren't for Emilio, why would he have lost face so badly? And then he was married under such strange circumstances. Was he destined to clash with Emilio? Otherwise, why did everyone else seem fine while only he suffered misfortune? I've told you many times, I'm perfectly fine. If you keep looking at me like that, I'll gouge your eyes out. The more Edison protested, the more others felt he was pitiable. Poor Minister Carmine. He was so upset now that he couldn't even speak clearly. Forget it. Forget it. After all, Edison had lost his manhood's vigor. Come to think of it, it was truly pathetic. They decided not to take offense at someone like him and quickly fled, fearing that if they stayed any longer, Edison might pull them aside and keep whispering endlessly in their ears, trying to prove his manhood. Still, they were too slow. Edison already grabbed one of them and started yelling, "Go tell Emilio that if he dares play tricks behind my back, he will bear my anger. This time, I won't let him off." The man responded with a bitter smile, grunting in agreement. He turned and whispered to another person nearby, "Seems like what young Bryce Manny said is true. Minister Carmine is really shaken up. What a pity for the young minister who has lost his vigor so early in life. How can he possibly continue?" Hearing this, Edison felt even more like spitting blood. He must inform Randy directly. He needed to make sure Randy taught Emilio a lesson. Otherwise, his reputation would be ruined, and how could he marry later on? So, Edison immediately wrote letters to inform the old Earl and his father. At this moment, Prime Minister Carmine was still unaware of his son's current predicament. Had he known, he wouldn't have been smilingly talking to Emmanuel. Bryce Manny truly excels. To raise a son so outstanding that no one else can catch up. Upon hearing this, Emmanuel waved his hand. How can he compare to your son? Minister Carmine Jr. is now an important official in the court. In the future, he may very well succeed you. Our entire family enjoys such glory. My foolish son can't catch up even if he tries. Prime Minister Carmine smiled happily but maintained a calm demeanor. These were just pleasantries, nothing serious. Besides, the reason he came was also to gather some information. He didn't believe that Emilio would give no information at all to his own father. If there was none, then Emmanuel had failed miserably as a father. After years of fighting on the frontier, now back in the capital, his son was sent away again, and he showed no concern. That would be highly unqualified. Thinking about this, Prime Minister Carmine smiled and asked, "I heard that recently, young Bryce Manny caused quite a stir in the capital. The border news says that young Bryce Manny played tricks on the Xiongnu and beat the nomads until they crawled on all fours. What's his next move?" Emmanuel thought. How would he know what that rascal planned to do next? He wanted to know too. On the surface, he replied, "Haha, military affairs should not be casually inquired about." Carmine Haley sneered. Tight-lipped indeed. But that depends on who you're dealing with. With a smile, he continued, "Randy mentioned today that young Bryce Manny intends to negotiate peace. However, the Xiongnu never keeps their word. They agree today, but what happens tomorrow? Moreover, I have some concerns. I've heard that our Ministry of Revenue is struggling, and the supplies for Berkeley's campaign have been forcibly collected from wealthy households in the city. If peace negotiations are to happen, we might lack the resources to bargain with those Xiongnu." Emmanuel thought, what does this have to do with him? Anyway, he didn't believe his son would negotiate peace. He could only laugh and say, whether or not to negotiate peace is decided by Randy. Since Randy hasn't given clear instructions, my son acts as he sees fit. Being in the army, he naturally knows these matters. But since I am not in the army, discussing military affairs outside is strictly forbidden. So, I don't know either. Carmine Haley was about to inquire further when several officers came running over and pulled Emmanuel away. There was nothing he could do, so he could only watch as they left. He scoffed inwardly. These rough and tumble officers were not as honest as they appeared. No sooner had Carmine Haley returned than he received a letter from Edison. Frowning deeply, he wondered why his son had been writing home so frequently for help lately. If he couldn't handle things on his own, how could he be trusted with important responsibilities in the future? Despite these thoughts, Carmine Haley quickly opened the letter and read it. His expression changed dramatically after finishing the letter. Slamming the table, he cursed vehemently. What an insolent child, Emilio, daring to humiliate my son like this. He had spent nearly 20 years painstakingly grooming his son, not to marry him off to some barbaric Rosanna, but to make him a distinguished imperial son-in-law of the Dali dynasty. He wanted his son to be second only to Carlo himself, above 10,000 others. How could such aspirations be shattered by an insignificant rascal? Moreover, Emilio had even taken away the imperial sword. Thinking about this made him even angrier. What a sharp-tongued and cunning little boy. Wait, this matter would not end here. Since Emilio seemed so eager to marry the Wren, Carmine Haley decided to take charge and arrange the marriage for him. Especially infuriating was that Randy had actually encouraged Emilio to proceed freely. This one sentence had left his son in a difficult position. If that was the case, then Randy should at least compensate him with a Rosanna. After considering this for a moment, Carmine Haley burned the letter, instructed a servant to deliver a verbal message urgently to the frontier, and then tidied up before heading toward the palace gate. Walking along, Carmine Haley's face looked pitiful, as if he were being victimized, drawing many people's attention. The family steward of the Carmine household also looked grief-stricken, exclaiming, "Sir, you must hold on. These Manny family members, they are truly too oppressive." Chapter 53. The situation escalates. These words only piqued everyone's curiosity even more. To them, the Manny family had always been the heroic figures of the Dali dynasty. How could they possibly engage in bullying? Although Emilio back then was a minor debauchee, no one in the capital was unaware of him, yet he had never done anything that defied conscience. He was merely rather lustful. Sometimes he would kick someone and then give them a few taels of silver as compensation for their troubles. People in the capital, while cursing the debauchee, also thanked Emilio not infrequently. Conversely, the Carmine family appeared righteous and compassionate, but no one knew if they truly did good deeds. Commoners believe what they see, and since the Carmine family held high ranks, they wouldn't inform ordinary people of their thoughts. Naturally, commoners had no reason to admire them. 生们不服气地开口说，叶家怎么得罪你们了？你们竟然要用这种恶毒的手段来污蔑叶将军的名声。Indeed. Bryce Manny has always been upright and open, working tirelessly for the welfare of our people. What have you done? You're nothing but idle officials who know nothing but eating and drinking. When did you ever care about us poor commoners? The steward was so enraged that he nearly lunged at the person to strike him, but Carmine Haley stopped him with just a look. Carmine Haley said nothing. His expression was mournful. His hair was disheveled, making him appear as if he had suffered an unbearable wrong. Seeing his master in this state, the steward understood what to do. After all, having served in the Carmine household for many years, he was well versed in his master's intentions. Immediately, he started crying again, facing the crowd and saying, "What do you know? When did I ever say the Manny family weren't good people? I'm just heartbroken for our young master." This made the crowd even more curious. Someone who knew the background whispered that Carmine family's young master is a fourth-rank official, a junior minister, and accomplished it at a young age. During the campaign of Benedictal Bryce Manny, he managed logistics from the rear. Who would have thought a rotten bamboo like them could sprout some good shoots? Someone murmured, eliciting laughter from others. Even rotten bamboo can produce good sprouts. Never expected that this Carmine family still has a few people with conscience. But you misunderstood this Carmine family's young master. He has never done those petty things. Not only that, he is very outstanding. At the word outstanding, everyone grew curious. In what way is he outstanding? He became the top scholar at a young age. Although his father is Miguel, he never used his father's name. Not only that, he's famous in the capital for being polite and kind to his colleagues, never treating himself as the son of Miguel. It's just a pity that he deliberately paused, setting up suspense. Sure enough, several impatient people pressed for answers. What a pity. Tell us already. How else can there be a pity? Although this young master is already a junior minister despite his young age, he hasn't married yet. They say he's waiting for someone special. He's specially kept the position of his principal wife empty for that person. Hearing this, someone couldn't help but speak out. Which family's daughter could it be, to have such good fortune? Indeed, for many, which family's daughter would have such good luck, marrying this devoted young master with a bright future? Considering this, everyone became more curious. Unexpectedly, after these words, the Carmine family's steward suddenly started sobbing. Do not speculate, lest you damage the reputation of someone still unmarried. Commoners love to listen to gossip and rumors, especially about officials. Originally, they were guessing whose daughter might have such good fortune to meet a promising young master. But upon hearing the steward's words, they became even more curious, urging him on. What happened? Did something happen to that young master? The steward almost hit the person who dared to curse his young master. However, he quickly regained his composure and sighed. If only it were just that. At least my young master would remain clean and untainted. But I never expected the Manny family to be so bold, daring to humiliate my young master. The crowd was confused by these words. How did it become humiliation? And they had never heard of any daughters in the Manny family. That young general from the Manny family, that Emilio actually forced our young master to propose to Gale of the Xiongnu. How can a Rosanna from those barbaric lands compare to the women of our great Dali? Hearing this, everyone was astonished. No way. Didn't we hear that Emilio is very lustful? How could he possibly force someone to marry a Rosanna? Someone immediately rebutted. What are you talking about? That Manny has always been known as one of the infamous playboys in our capital city. Isn't it normal for these playboys to force others into doing things they don't want to do? Besides, now he's forcing attendant Carmine and making him marry a Rin. At least he's a fourth-rank official. Marrying a Rosanna from some remote land. Isn't that a humiliation? Moreover, it would also end Carmine's career in the government. Someone who didn't quite understand asked out of curiosity, is it really that serious? Of course, don't you know what those Xiongnu people have done? In the previous dynasty, we were so badly bullied by the Xiongnu. If it weren't for Bartolomeo Haley leading us to successfully resist them and establish today's Dali dynasty, how could we have such a good life now? Moreover, those Xiongnu once sent a Rosanna here before. Do you not remember what Carlo did back then? Let me remind you all. The late Earl decreed that anyone who marries a Xiongnu should never serve in the government again. Heaven, Benedictal Bryce Manny must be more than just lustful. He wouldn't go this far, right? Just listen to what you're saying. Appearances can be deceiving. How do you know he wouldn't force someone? Anyway, I fully support Branson. The news spread quickly, and many people heard about it. Curious onlookers followed along, and soon the story reached the ears of ministers in various palaces. Emmanuel, who was drinking tea, spit it out. You say, what did that disobedient son do? Chapter 54, Defamation of Reputation. Emmanuel simply couldn't believe it. His son was actually capable of committing such an act of great disrespect. Coercing a colleague to marry the Hun's Rosanna? If it had been a Rosanna from another country, it would have been acceptable. But why must it be Gale of the Huns? One must know that the founding earl once said, "The Huns are a small nation. Their men are crude, and their women uncultivated, unfit to be the wives of our heavenly kingdom's people. Any man who marries a Hun may not serve in office for life." With this rule, even the Southerners, who originally had no strong feelings toward the Huns, could never do such a thing. It's impossible, absolutely impossible, that rebellious son, though stubborn, cannot commit such acts of grave disrespect. There must be some misunderstanding. Emmanuel tried to explain for his disobedient son. However, the butler outside felt helpless. He spoke up, "Sir, whether there is any misunderstanding now or not, Branson has already taken people to the imperial city. If Randy finds out now, then?" The old butler simply couldn't imagine what might happen since the young master had gotten himself into such trouble. What would he do next? Thinking about this, the old butler blamed his master somewhat. When the young master was in the capital, although he spent his days sucking up and doing nothing good, he definitely did not do anything so disrespectful. But after accompanying his lord on a trip to the frontier city, his actions upon return were astonishing. He seemed like a completely different person. There must have been some kind of shock while he was in the border region. Otherwise, how could his young master change so drastically? After all, this was also due to the lord, making his young master become unkind. Emmanuel was anxious inside, but seeing the butler glaring at him made his heart catch fire. What do you mean by that? That rebel son committed such an act of great disrespect, and you dare to blame me, his father? Did I teach him this? Just as he finished speaking, he heard Rosalie's cold laughter. Lord is right. These things weren't taught by you, Lord. After Max was born, you've always been away from the capital. How could you teach my Max? Poor me, having diligently managed family affairs for the Manny family and worked hard to educate my son, only to be blamed in the end. If I can't teach my son, then Lord has such talent. Why didn't you teach your son earlier instead of being inactive now? Rosalie directly laid down her grievances, leaving Emmanuel speechless. He felt guilty towards his wife and child. When his son wasn't yet a month old, he went to defend the border town for several consecutive years without returning, only knowing news of his son through letters. What qualifications did he now have to blame his wife and son? All he could do was beg, "My dear lady, it's all my fault. Please don't be angry. I will try to find a solution." Rosalie laughed coldly again. "How dare I be angry at Lord? I only regret my own incompetence. Had we gone with you to the frontier, our son wouldn't blame me." Hearing this, Emmanuel repeatedly begged for forgiveness. He knew well his wife's personality, sharp-tongued but kind-hearted. Sure enough, after a few more words, Rosalie snorted and rolled her eyes, saying, "A mother knows her child best. Max would never behave rashly. There must be something involved here. Since the Carmine family has already made their move, you should go to the palace and try to clear his name. Since the incident has happened, there won't be another chance to remedy it." Rosalie still harbored resentment over the previous obstruction of their shop by the Carmine family. Now that her son was targeted by the Carmine family, she knew he wouldn't do something foolish, but it was rare and efficient for them to suffer. She would be very happy indeed. Besides, her son definitely wouldn't do something as shameless as the Carmine family did. Emmanuel nodded seriously. "I'm relieved. I've already planned this out." He trusted his own judgment, especially given that his son hadn't acted improperly before. Afterward, Emmanuel rushed to the palace without delay, while Carmine Haley was already standing before the old earl. The old earl was somewhat displeased. He had just finished dealing with state affairs and was discussing matters with his beloved concubine when someone dragged him out. Naturally, he was unhappy, but since it was Carmine Haley, he couldn't say much. By the time he arrived at the side hall and saw Carmine Haley's appearance, he was greatly startled. "My loyal subject, what's wrong with you?" Seeing the old earl, Carmine Haley fell to his knees and wept. "Your Majesty, please seek justice for this humble minister." The old earl gestured for a diffier to bring a chair and to help O'Haley up before he continued, "Is it something serious? Speak your mind, and I will give you my advice." Upon hearing this, Carmine Haley understood the old earl's intention. He was afraid it couldn't be resolved. "Dog earl," he cursed inwardly, thinking of the old earl's words, "Let Emilio do as he wishes," which emboldened Emilio to act so recklessly, he couldn't hold back more curses. "Your Majesty, Emilio actually wants me to marry the bet, and demands an immediate wedding." The old earl paused for a moment. "A matter of the frontier?" He glanced at a diffier, who immediately whispered, "Young Bryce Manny has written a letter about this." Recalling, the old earl confirmed it did happen. He had to say, "I am aware of this matter." Then he ordered a diffier to fetch the letter. A diffier hurriedly nodded and handed the neatly organized letter to Carmine Haley. Skimming through the letter, Carmine Haley's eyes narrowed, his heart seething with hatred. This matter had the old earl's approval. Damn, how dare he bully his son like this? His eyes flashed with ferocity. This matter would not end here. "Your Majesty is wise." However, Carmine Haley hesitated. Sure enough, the old earl was intrigued. "What is it?" "Your Majesty may not know, but the late earl decreed that anyone who marries the bet cannot serve in the court afterward. Though your servant is not very wise, he has always harbored a patriotic heart. It's a pity that this aspiration might never be fulfilled." "Marrying the bet?" The old earl waved his hand. "No, that was just talk. I understand your concerns. Rest assured, I definitely won't make Carmine Shurang leave the court. Not only will I not, but I will also promote him further. On behalf of my son, I thank your Majesty." Carmine Haley appeared profoundly moved. "With these words from your Majesty, even if my reputation is ruined, what does it matter?" The old earl suddenly realized. "Rest assured, I will clear Carmine Shurang's name and ensure his reputation remains untarnished." Chapter 55. Even more. Carmine Haley said respectfully, "Thank you, your Majesty. On the surface, he was extremely respectful, but in his heart, waves were already surging. How could he possibly let his goal go unachieved? Even if the old Earl cleared his son's name later, it would be just a light word, yet in the common people's eyes, his son's reputation would be ruined. In the future, there would always be some unreasonable commoners who would not forget this matter. He naturally would not stop here. Now to turn his son's reputation around, he had only two ways. First, let his son marry a Rosanna and cover this up. Second, make Emilio marry the Xiongnu Rosanna, proving everything was just a rumor. Therefore, he spoke again. It is this minister's honor to alleviate Carlo's worries. However, now that he hasn't married and has encountered such an event, I boldly ask Carlo for a marriage. The old Earl understood immediately what the Prime Minister was thinking upon hearing this. He agreed right away. In the future, if he has someone he loves, I will certainly help him. Grateful, Carmine Haley prostrated himself. Meanwhile, Emmanuel arrived at the palace. Before announcing his arrival, he was pulled aside by eunuch He, who whispered softly, "The Earl intends to clear Secretary Carmine's name." Understanding between the lines, Emmanuel turned his sleeve and directly handed over a golden object. Marty narrowed his eyes. Indeed, the Manny family was very influential. Then he went to announce the arrival. At the same time, in Bianching, Edison stormed off angrily to find Emilio. When he found him, Emilio was drinking with a wheat-skinned woman. Seeing him enter, Eleanor smiled and said, "My husband has come." Edison was furious. "Who is your husband? I have never been married." After saying this, he glanced at Emilio. Emilio shrugged, indicating it had nothing to do with him. However, Edison didn't believe it. The damn Emilio. He actually found him a Xiongnu woman. This woman before him, plain-looking, flat-chested, and without an Adam's apple, seemed almost like a man. How could such a person match him, Edison? He was going to marry a Rosanna. Haha, really can't stand teasing. Simone laughed loudly and introduced herself. "I'm Tilda." She raised her delicate eyebrows. "Emilio has mentioned you." Secretary Carmine became a fourth-rank official at such a young age, truly a promising future. Edison was stunned. Not a Xiongnu? But why did she have a prominent nose bridge and a rugged look different from other women he usually saw? He looked at Emilio again. Emilio whispered, "Tilda is my grandfather's goddaughter and my godsister. Her grandfather used to be a bodyguard to my grandfather. He died saving my grandfather, so my grandfather treated her like a real granddaughter. My third sister Tilda is different from the women in the capital. She grew up on the frontier, has a tough character, and has participated in many battles. She even has her own army of women soldiers. Her name has also caught Carlo's attention. You should have heard of her." Edison was suddenly enlightened. It was her. Looking at Tilda, more dislike appeared in his eyes. A woman should stay at home, raise children, and be gentle and virtuous. Man, she acted completely opposite, even participating in many battles and forming a nonsensical women's army. Such Jolie. None of the officials would stoop to associate with her. If not for Emmanuel's tactics in actively seeking peace with his father, this women's army would never have been established. He didn't expect Emilio to bring her here. "Why did you bring her here?" "To pass as a Xiongnu person." Emilio laughed. "Do you think the Xiongnu are fools?" Edison laughed mockingly. He didn't know whether to call the other side a fool or himself a fool. Tilda's women's army was famous in the border region, scaring the Xiongnu for a long time. How could the Xiongnu not recognize her, let alone her reputation? Was Emilio really treating the Xiongnu as fools? Or did he think Gale definitely wasn't there? Thus, he used this tactic to ruin his reputation, making it impossible for him to marry Gale. No matter what happened, this Emilio was truly detestable. Tilda, a tomboy, remained unmarried. Emilio probably thought of finding a handsome young man to take care of Tilda's life, deliberately using this trick to make himself Tilda's husband. By then, Edison became enraged all over. He reached out and swung at Emilio. "Emilio, today, I won't spare you." He was genuinely angry. Now, his reputation, marriage, and even future were all destroyed by Emilio. How could he be happy? And it was Yiathanang, the one he despised the most. However, before Emilio could dodge, Tilda restrained his hand. "What are you going to do?" Tilda frowned, looking like someone not to be trifled with. Not to mention, Emilio, hiding behind her, was even pretending to be wronged. "Let go, I don't hit women." Edison considered himself a gentleman and naturally wouldn't pick a fight with Jolie. Even though Tilda was a tomboy, she was still Jolie. He would not stoop to her level. "You bully people for no reason, just as expected of you civil officials. None of you are good things." Edison sneered. "For no reason? I am a young master from a prominent family in the capital, traveling through mountains and rivers, painstakingly securing provisions for all of you. To ensure your rear is safe, and what did you do?" He pointed at Emilio's nose, starting to scold. "First, he used my name to negotiate with the other side. This matter was previously agreed upon by me, so it can be overlooked. But, this inexplicable betrothal? And the inexplicable marriage? Not to mention, as a young master of a prestigious family, I have yet to take a wife or sire children when I am suddenly engaged to an unknown woman. Even more, I am told that she is a Xiongnu Rosanna and that we are married. Do you know, if this news gets back to the capital, my mother will be unable to arrange marriages for me, and even worse, I might lose my official position. Emilio, even if you are ignorant, you should have heard that Bartolomeo Gauzu has repeatedly emphasized that officials must not marry Xiongnu women. Those who violate this cannot hold office. As for you, you not only spread the rumor about my marrying Gale but also solidified it. In the future, how am I supposed to handle this? Shouldn't Emilio be punished?" After these words, Tilda awkwardly withdrew her hand. "Emilio, what you did was indeed too much." Emilio laughed, a laugh born of frustration. "Too much? There's even more egregious than this. Do you want to know?" Chapter 56. The mask falls off. Kieran was taken aback. Even more outrageous? He took a few steps back. He was well aware of all the tactics Emilio had used recently, and he must not fall into this trap. Now, he bitterly regretted not bringing his own people along when he came to settle accounts with Emilio originally. As a result, he found himself at a significant disadvantage now. Who would have thought that the former top rogue of the capital city would now possess so much capability? Even the old earl couldn't foresee it. Kieran had always looked down upon people like Emilio, having no real talent, relying solely on his father. Though he also relied on his father's promotion, Kieran claimed he was genuine and had earned his top scholar title through hard work. After all, even the runner-up that year wasn't as good-looking as him. This was enough to show his literary talent. Kieran took another step back. Emilio, don't go too far. I told Randy about this long ago. So what? Emilio sneered. If I kill you now and blame it on the Xiongnu, what can you do then? Kieran's heart sank. He had no way out. If Emilio really did this, he would be dead for sure. But how could Emilio dare to do such a thing? How could you? How could I? Emilio laughed. Kieran, haven't you forgotten? The day my father and I returned to court, how did your family attack us? Kieran felt a chill. He remembered. In the court, he and his father directly targeted the Manny family, forcing them to admit rebellion and imprisoning them until they were killed. Moreover, his mother constantly attacked the Manny family over trivial matters at home. Most notably, during that time, the Manny family's grocery shop lost its supply chain. Realizing this, Kieran wanted to leave even more. But he didn't expect that Emilio was faster. Emilio stood in front of him and said again, when your family tried to doom our entire family, why didn't you say it was too much? Now that I've retaliated a bit, you think it's too much? Is losing one's life too much, or is death worse? Originally, it was them. Manny Sanchon angrily said. I thought Dusty, Emilio, uses all kinds of poisons but never harms others. Knowing the ancestral royal decree left by the imperial family, why did you make it known to everyone that Minister Carmine was to marry the Wren? It turns out it's because this family first betrayed ours. Manny Sanchon was very angry. She initially thought their family owed the Carmine family, but now she felt the Carmine family owed them. Her foster father and grandfather would never betray the family or the court, yet they were falsely accused by the Carmine family as traitors with intentions of rebellion, risking extermination. If not for Emilio's plan to dispel Carlo's suspicions, how could they be sitting here drinking tea today? Manny Sanchon glared at Carmine Huayan with intense anger, wanting to kill him. You failed to kill our whole family. Now my brother has retaliated against you. What right do you have to scream here? Moreover, you and your wolf-hearted family deserve it. Help me end your miserable existence. It might save our empire from ruin. With guilt gnawing at his conscience, Kieran stammered. You're talking nonsense. Your family was suspected by Randy, not harmed by us. You're delusional. How is your defamation related to us? Indeed, you officials are all the same. Enraged, Manny Sanchon raised her fist, ready to punch Kieran awake, but was stopped by Emilio. Emilio shook his head, signaling her not to act. Turning to Kieran, he smiled. All I've done is use some minor tricks. You're not marrying a Wren anyway. Even if Randy finds out, nothing will happen. As for your reputation, that depends on your father's skills. My actions today serve as a warning. If you do it again, don't blame me. Carmine Huayan, with a narrow heart, felt a sharp pain after hearing these words. Looking at Emilio's face, he added fiercely, mark my words, this isn't over. With that, he left. After this incident, Carmine Huayan became somewhat tamed, no longer wandering around the army camp or seeking to boost his reputation. Meanwhile, rumors were spreading across the grasslands. The Jeremiah wants to kill Carson. This news spread rapidly across the grasslands, supported by seemingly solid reasons. The Jeremiah's people, upon hearing this, had no reaction at all. To them, Carson was nothing. How could he compare to their Jeremiah? It wouldn't matter if the Jeremiah hated him or even killed him. Even if the Jeremiah threw him to the wolf god, they would think it was a sign of the Jeremiah's incomparable wisdom. It was precisely because of this that Emilio, by chance, managed to complete his plan. When Carson heard this news, he felt completely dispirited. He never expected that after all these years of serving, the Jeremiah still harbored murderous intentions towards him. Now, he was no longer the pampered child of his father. The resources he possessed were the least among all his brothers. The Jeremiah had been wary of him back then, and now that wariness had only increased. His days became even more difficult. Carson thought the Jeremiah had forgotten and that he could continue waiting, but he never imagined that the Jeremiah truly intended to kill him. This time sending him out was meant to make him fall into a trap. Everyone on the grasslands knew it. In just 2 days, Carson felt that the looks others gave him were strangely different. He was well aware that they were all calculating how much loot they could gain once the Jeremiah made a move against him. On the grasslands, cattle, horses, sheep, yurts, women, and children. All of these were considered spoils of war. Whenever a tribe was destroyed, all the men and elderly would be killed. The remaining people would become spoils of war, distributed by the Jeremiah to every tribe. His mind was in turmoil, sensing that someone must be watching him. But who could that person be? He was extremely uneasy, looking forward to meeting Emilio again on the 3rd day. While inside the Jeremiah's tent on the grasslands, the Jeremiah frowned with distrust on his face. You mean Carson wants Gail to marry a man from Dolly? And the one he wants her to marry is his own daughter, whom he calls a Rosanna? Chapter 57. Doing something big. The other party nodded hastily. Manny's, Jeremiah. Now Carson already has a rebellious heart. Should we take the initiative and strike first? After hearing this, the Jeremiah burst into laughter. He did not believe at all that Carson had any intention of rebelling. Over the years, he had been openly and secretly weakening Carson's power. Carson sent out the most troops, but received the least rewards. People in all his tribes have gained some standing against him, and if things continued this way, Carson would definitely be replaced by tribal members. At that time, he would naturally move to deal with Carson, but now, it was impossible for Carson to dare rebel against him. All of Carson's troops had been forced to join this northern expedition. Moreover, half of the tribes in his northern army were loyal to him. He naturally didn't think the other side stood a chance at success. However, cooperating with people from Dali was worth looking into. He firmly believed such an eventuality was completely impossible. As Jeremiah, he knew better than anyone what their ancestors once did. Back then, the founding Earl of Dali personally decreed that anyone who married a Rin could never hold office and couldn't reside in the capital city. Because of this, even after so much time, their people, once caught by Dali, would be sold as slaves immediately. Especially women, they became servants right away. No one would consider marrying them because doing so would ruin not only their own lives, but also their descendants. Not even being a lowly constable would be possible. This situation made it very difficult for them to infiltrate Dali. If it weren't for the Rins who were initially sent over, they wouldn't even dream of sending more people in now. It's impossible, absolutely impossible. The Jeremiah spoke bluntly. While he trusted the messenger sent by the Ren and the information conveyed, he did not believe that the coward Carson dared to rebel against him. To put it nicely, Carson was overly cautious. Bluntly speaking, he was just a coward, a total coward. Even a slight raise of an eyebrow from him would make Carson fall ill out of fear, let alone direct rebellion. As the other party tried to speak further, the Jeremiah waved his hand and dismissed him, laughing aloud. Seeing the Jeremiah laugh, others joined in until the Jeremiah finished and someone asked, "Jeremiah, why are you suddenly laughing? Hasn't Carson always had a rebellious heart? Why do you feel it's impossible for him to rebel?" Hearing this, the Jeremiah laughed even harder. After a while, he answered the question. Carson indeed has a rebellious heart, but don't forget that over the years, even a slight raise of my eyebrow would frighten him into illness. Now, even if he has intentions, upon truly seeing me, he will instinctively become so frightened like before that his rebellion would be nothing more than a joke. Everyone began to recall past events, and it seemed true. Each time Carson looked at their Jeremiah, his expression was off. In that case, did it not prove how formidable and powerful their Jeremiah was? They lavished praises upon him, making the Jeremiah laugh loudly for a long time and couldn't help but promise grand futures. By the end, everyone was thoroughly satisfied. Except for Yale sent by Gale, who was somewhat worried. Emilio wasn't a good person. What if he truly harmed the Jeremiah? What would happen to them then? The memory of those southern savages was fresh. He didn't believe the Jeremiah hadn't heard about this matter. Unable to resist, he stopped a person and quietly inquired whether the Jeremiah knew about Emilio. After asking around, he concluded that the Jeremiah must know about this. However, the Jeremiah simply didn't take those southern savages seriously. His heart grew cold, and he couldn't even finish his meal. He needed to quickly return and tell Gale about the situation. Things had reached this point. It was better to prepare early. Meanwhile, Edison was sitting in his tent reading letters from home. His eyes flashed with malice after reading them. Since Emilio was so disrespectful, he shouldn't blame him for being ruthless. He instructed a servant to go handle matters immediately. These servants were specially trained by his father back in the capital. They were devoted to obeying only the Carmine family. Thinking about this, Edison felt extremely smug. This expensive creation of killers was indeed different. He didn't believe that anyone in the Manny family could stand against these men. Relieved, he relaxed his furrowed brows. He wanted Emilio to witness everything he had collected with his own eyes the next day. Watch as it was gradually destroyed, leaving him too exhausted to manage anything. And this place would become a new starting point for their family. Excitement gleamed in Edison's eyes. Emilio, this time, can you withstand it? Emilio sneezed. Cameron was very worried. Ellie, did it really matter none that you openly told Edison today that we were just toying with him? Emilio nodded. No problem. But, Cameron still felt uneasy. What if they act rashly out of desperation and cause us more trouble? And that Ren? We can't be certain if the Ren is alive or dead. What if we guessed wrong? In that case, it will depend on the people on the grasslands. Emilio glanced at the sundial. Miles, it's already the third day. Have our people returned? Cameron shook his head. The grasslands are vast. Their scouts, unfamiliar with the terrain, found it difficult to return in a timely manner. Moreover, the time was too short. There was no guarantee their plan would succeed. Emilio took a deep breath. Let's not wait. Proceed to the next step of the plan. What? Cameron was taken aback. Another plan? Send an early warning to Carson. Tell him something has happened. After hesitating, Cameron nodded and complied. He quickly went out and returned shortly after, bringing back news from Carson. Meet at 10 o'clock tonight at the usual spot. Emilio sneered. It seems there's a higher chance now that things will work out. Before Cameron could ask, footsteps were heard outside. A large, burly man entered by lifting the door curtain. Cameron's eyes lit up. It was the scout they had sent to the grasslands. Expectantly, he looked at the other party who then said heartily, Ellie, the mission is successful. Cameron excitedly looked at Emilio. Emilio smiled faintly. Excellent. Miles, order 50 men to lie in ambush. Today, we're going to do something big. Chapter 58A Poison. Cameron rubbed his fingers excitedly. Ellie, shall we just tie them up for the enemy? Or shall we kill them directly? Or better yet, let's kill them. A big head like that can exchange for a lot of military credits. And it can also throw the Xiongnu into disarray. Cameron was more than willing to follow Emilio's orders, but killing Xiongnu was a great deed in his eyes too. He had been a soldier all his life. Wasn't it all about slaying enemies? How many of the soldiers on the border really wanted peace with the Xiongnu? Family enmity. Revenge is 10 generations long. Thinking of this, he relaxed. Ellie, I think we could parade with that head in front of the Xiongnu camp and then lure them out. Miles, what are you thinking? Emilio was speechless. He was about to cooperate with Carson. How could he attack him at this crucial moment? Don't you want to kill Carson? Cameron was also confused. If not killing Carson, why would they ambush anyone? Emilio smiled. Of course not to kill Carson. If Carson dies, wouldn't it make the Xiongnu unite and directly target us? He's more useful to us alive. Cameron nodded uncertainly, then heard Emilio continue. We need skilled men. When the time comes, follow my signal. Emilio made an okay gesture. Cameron was still puzzled, but went out to find people. By afternoon, they found suitable candidates. Cameron brought them to Emilio, who gave instructions one by one. Night soon fell. The sky was cloudless, with a crescent moon hanging high. Not very bright, but enough to see directions, yet distant figures were hard to discern. Emilio and Cameron led their men out quietly. As soon as they left, Arjan exited the camp in the opposite direction. Emilio hurried along, arriving just as Carson did, accompanied by his confidants. Initially tense, Carson saw Emilio was only accompanied by one man and sighed in relief, feeling a pang of sadness. His half-brother couldn't earn more trust from the Dolly Hans than himself. Young Bryce Manny is very punctual, Carson praised, extending his thumb. Emilio merely nodded. Jane Carson is equally punctual. Just wonder why Jean is so eager to meet me? Carson countered. It seems young Bryce mentioned wanting to see me first. Emilio laughed. I just wanted to prompt Jean Carson. Didn't expect Jean to come to meet me. Carson paused. It seemed Emilio was indeed prompting him to ask about matters. Even now, they still wanted to kill his whole family. He couldn't bear it any longer. The Jeremiah indeed wants to kill me. I don't know how you found out, but since you know this and still want to negotiate with me on this condition, it must mean you have a way to help me solve this. As long as you are willing to help me, I can tell you now that as long as I am the Jeremiah, I can guarantee the Xiongnu will not attack Dolly. Emilio smiled. That's quite an enticing offer. Upon hearing this, Carson felt relieved. It seemed Emilio believed him. Good. Now, he needed someone's help. At the very least, he couldn't afford to engage in a war with him. Otherwise, he would be caught between two enemies and easily eliminated by the Jeremiah. But, I don't trust you, Emilio said casually. Carson was stunned. Why? Generations of hatred exist between Dolly and the Xiongnu. To be precise, Dolly hates the Xiongnu, while you covet Dolly's wealth. While this sentiment remains, your promise is worthless. On the contrary, if you could follow my orders, it might actually be believable. Carson laughed in spite of himself. Obey a young brat from Dolly? Even Amelia Glong, Emilio's father, wouldn't dare to say such things. Emilio was truly arrogant. Extremely arrogant. Thinking about this, he replied, if your father had said this, I might hesitate. But I happen to know exactly how to break your current situation. Carson opened his mouth. Indeed, this person could provide a way out for him, temporarily. And just agreeing to obey didn't guarantee anything. He wouldn't necessarily have to comply afterward. Thinking this over, Carson smiled slightly. All right, I will listen to you. So, what should I do? Emilio smiled. Before that, I need you to take something. What? Before Carson could react, a pill was shoved into his mouth and forcefully swallowed down. Not only did he not react in time, but neither did his confidants. Jean. They rushed to support Carson's body. What did you do? Relax. Emilio grinned. It's just a poison. Chapter 59. Killing 3 Knights with 2 Peaches. The moment he heard it was poison, Carson immediately started to induce vomiting by stimulating his throat. His confidants also came to help him. But after trying for a long time, nothing came up. Carson glared at Emilio hatefully. You actually poisoned me. Emilio sneered coldly. Would you have really listened without any way to control you? Carson gritted his teeth. He had originally thought that as a profligate, Emilio could be easily deceived and might actually believe a few empty words. Never did he expect that Emilio was well prepared. Indeed, even if he was a profligate, now being the commander-in-chief of an army, how could he possibly neglect his troops? Earlier, he had assumed that Emilio's actions were due to his father, Emmanuel. So others were just helping him gain military credit. Unbelievably, Emilio was this kind of person from the beginning. What profligate? He was certain that it was because Emmanuel feared they would lead people to kill his family in the capital that he concocted this lie. Bryce Manny back then also said he wanted his son Emmanuel to become a civil official, didn't he? In the end, wasn't it the same result? Onto the battlefield. Using the same trick twice. How could they fall for it again? Carson clenched his teeth in anger. This time was indeed too careless. There wouldn't be a next time. Give me the antidote. I won't cooperate with you anymore. Even without Emilio, he remembered that his people had investigated and found another man named Arjan in the unit. Originally, it was supposed to be Arjan coming. For some unknown reason, it changed to Emilio. He believed that since Arjan could serve as Emilio's logistics officer, he must have talent. Moreover, he had heard that during this time in Dolly, the Chancellor's surname was Carmine. Maybe he has some connection with Arjan. Then, he could use this opportunity to connect with Branson. A country's prime minister certainly holds immense power. With a prime minister as his backer, who would still believe in a mere general. He knew that in recent years, there was severe conflict between civil and military officials in Dolly. Civil officials held significant positions in the court, controlling many resources such as food and weapons. If he could cultivate good relations with these civil officials, he could surely get his hands on these supplies. That way, he would have absolute confidence to defeat Jeremiah. Carson spoke coldly. Give me the antidote right now. Otherwise, you'll die here. He wouldn't let anyone threaten his life. Emilio smiled gently. Is that so? Why don't you try? Do you not feel as if there are worms gnawing at your stomach, causing waves of pain? Carson sneered. No. Actually, he was already starting to panic inside. It's poison. How could there be no reaction? Because it hasn't taken effect yet. Soon, you will feel the pain. Emilio said directly. Before long, Carson felt something sharp tearing inside his abdomen. Occasional bursts of pain. Carson was afraid. It can't be. Give me the antidote. Otherwise, I'll kill you. He roared angrily. Emilio remained calm. The antidote needs to be administered once a month for 10 years. If, within 10 years, you miss even one dose in any given month, you will die from internal ruptures. You can try killing me now if you want. Carson became even more terrified. He was always overly cautious. Man, he never imagined that despite all his precautions, he would still be caught by a young boy. Now what should he do? He gritted his teeth. Give me the antidote. I submit to you. He didn't want to die. If he died, his young son wouldn't be able to inherit his position. Worse, his wife would be shared with others. He couldn't die. He had been influenced by Dolly's thinking, believing women should remain chaste. How could she serve two or even multiple men? If he had to die, he would take them with him. Now, kneeling on the ground, he pleaded for the antidote. His confidant also knelt, gritting his teeth. Please give me the antidote, my lord. Emilio laughed coldly. Just moments ago, you didn't say that. Carson felt humiliated. My lord, it was my fault. Please forgive me. Now I am quite busy and won't bother with you. I know you want to break the deadlock. But relying on the people you have now, it might be very difficult to solve this problem. I will help you obtain some people first. With enough manpower, solving this problem will be much easier. Currently, you have only one task, to kill a chicken to scare the monkeys. Your Jeremiah doesn't trust you, and will surely embed his people within your ranks. Now, what you need to do is find one of these groups and then kill them. At the same time, tell the rest that as long as they remain loyal to you, you will grant them unparalleled glory in the future. Upon hearing this, Carson frowned. Though Ellie's plan sounds good, we have no way to make them jump out right away. To be honest, their forces far outnumber mine. I only hold the title of general now. If I act rashly, they definitely won't just sit by. I'll teach you a method, killing 3 knights with 2 peaches. Emilio sneered coldly. This kind of high-level stratagem, he didn't believe the other side would not fall for it. Please instruct me, Ellie. Emilio cast a glance downward. Before this, I need you two to lend a bit of effort. He made a gesture, and 50 men leaped out from a distance. Carson was startled. Where were these people hiding? They hadn't seen them on their journey here. Moreover, what were they going to do now? Instinctively, he tightened his grip on his saber. Even though he was poisoned, he had to ensure his survival first. However, those men seemed to ignore him entirely and rushed straight for his confidants. Soon, his confidants were killed. Carson froze. You, watch. Emilio spoke coldly. Confidants can be replaced, but if you are gone, there will be nothing left. Carson relaxed his grip. He acknowledged Emilio's words. As long as he lived, everything could be regained. Thank you, Ellie. Now, what should we do next? Emilio raised an eyebrow. Not bad, you're quite perceptive. He smiled and said, once, there were 3 brave warriors, each believing they were the strongest, so they constantly flaunted their power, even looking down upon your Jeremiah. Carson felt a hint of longing. If only he could be like them. Just later, they all died. Chapter 60. Causing trouble? Carson opened his mouth. He really wanted to say that discussing such an ominous event right now wasn't appropriate. Although he was just an ordinary person, he still believed in these superstitions, didn't he? Moreover, what did Emilio mean? Just like this, they were dead? Because these 3 people were too arrogant and their power too great, the Jeremiah had no way to deal with them. So, he came up with a plan and invited all 3 for a drink. Halfway through, he placed 2 peaches before them. He said there were only 2 peaches, which should be given to the 2 bravest among them. But the 3 men felt indignant, each believing himself to be the bravest. So, they fought fiercely, and in the end, all 3 died. Do you understand the meaning of this? Carson pondered for a long time before suddenly realizing it. You mean killing with a borrowed knife? You are very smart. He cast an approving glance at Carson. Unexpectedly, they had some intelligent individuals here. In a place as underdeveloped as this, it was quite rare to find such intelligence. Unfortunately, their current situation was different from before. If this man had grown up in Dolly since childhood, perhaps his future would have been even stronger than Aryat's. Now that you know this, do you also know why I must eliminate your confidant? Carson hesitated. To make sure I have no worries? Mannies, you need to remember, you are the Jeremiah, and your weakness should only be held in my hands, not those of your subordinate. Now use his corpse to create a diversion. After saying this, Emilio swung himself onto his horse. Whether or not this mission succeeds will determine your future as Jeremiah and whether you can gain more help from me. You must think carefully. Carson watched Emilio ride away. First, he cursed Emilio profusely, then fell into deep contemplation. He had to admit that one thing Emilio said was true. His weakness couldn't be known by anyone, especially not his own confidant. If that happened, it would be like handing control over to the enemy. What would happen in such a case? Carson clenched his fingers tightly. With this loophole, there was no way he could resolve this matter. He placed the body of his confidant on the horse, glancing at his intact clothing. Gritting his teeth, he cut himself, even creating a small wound on his face. Then, he mounted the horse and quickly rode backward. All the while, he thought about what he needed to do next. Unknown to him, Emilio hadn't gone far. Someone reported Carson's actions directly to Emilio. Emilio smiled. He's a smart one. Cameron was puzzled. What does young Ellie mean? If he looked too neat while only his confidant appeared dead, it would surely arouse suspicion. But now, since he looks equally disheveled, who could have done it? Cameron immediately gave a thumbs up. No matter how they speculate, they'll never suspect us. Emilio nodded. Exactly. No matter how they speculate, they won't suspect us. Now we wait for news from Carson. Cameron nodded. I'll have someone keep an eye on the situation. They returned afterward. The wind was strong on the road, and Emilio sneezed several times in succession. Cameron asked anxiously, Young Ellie, are you sick? As soon as we return, I'll get a doctor for you. Emilio waved his hand. He knew his body well. It shouldn't be illness, maybe just his father worrying about him. And indeed, Emilio guessed correctly. It was Emmanuel who was fretting over him. To be precise, it was the old Earl, Emmanuel, and Carmine Haley all together worrying about him. They had debated all day. The topic was the marriage between Emilio and Aryan. As for Aryan, it didn't matter much since imperial marriages weren't common, thus having little impact. But it was different for Emilio. Previously, she had been arranged to marry Gale. Later, due to the issue of the 5,000-strong army, the arrangement was cancelled. The Rosanna bride just ran off. Initially, Emmanuel was furious. After all, this was an imperial marriage, a huge honor. He had worked so hard to gain prestige for his son, and in just one day, it was all gone. He couldn't help but be angry. Then he noticed something peculiar about the old earl. Despite his son's immense contributions, he received only a meager reward. Not to mention, the cancellation of the marriage arrangement. Now his wife couldn't even find a suitable match for their son. After all, his son had been jilted by Gale. If Gale didn't like him, how could other girls possibly be interested? Even if someone did like him, who knew what would happen in the future? Thinking about it gave Emmanuel a headache. He wondered what to do with his son. Then this incident happened. He thought that once Carmine Haley knew that Aryan was only pretending to marry the bet, everything would be over. But after listening for a long time, he suddenly felt something was not right. What did no fight, no acquaintance mean? What did if enemies can be together? It will certainly be harmonious and show our great Benedict's grandeur mean. And how did it turn into his son wanting to marry the bet, thus setting a trap for Aryan? His little rascal indeed was restless, but these days, everyone saw him improve. Could these improvements not deserve praise? Even if they didn't praise him, they shouldn't slander him. This was trying to ruin his son. Or did Carmine Haley think that since he now held power, he couldn't directly harm him? So he wanted to reduce him to a commoner first before making a move. Truly hateful. Your Majesty, my son has completely changed in character since the engagement was broken off. Now, he might not be fit for marriage. Emmanuel directly reminded the old earl. Don't forget, his son was once engaged to Gale. If he marries the bet, who knows what people would say? The old earl suddenly remembered his pampered daughter, who couldn't be compared to the barbaric bet. If his daughter didn't like someone, it certainly wasn't anyone else's business. Especially when Emilio still had some capabilities. I understand. The two of you rest assured, their marriage matters are on my mind. If there is nothing else, you may retire. The old earl dismissed the two outright. After they left, the old earl cursed under his breath. Emilio, that little scoundrel, truly gives me troubles. Chapter 61. Predicament. Adifier did not complain upon hearing this, but could not help but retort. It's all because of Randy's magnanimity. Otherwise, how would young Bryce Manny dare to act recklessly? The old earl cast a smiling glance at Adifier, causing his heart to tighten. Fortunately, the old earl didn't say anything after that. He just summoned Jing Shifeng and subsequently flipped the plaque. Adifier pondered in his heart what Randy was implying. Was it a warning to him? But looking at Randy, he didn't seem particularly angry. Could there be another meaning behind it? Adifier couldn't figure it out for the moment, but he noted it down quietly, thinking he must be more cautious in helping his family from now on and first gauge Carlo's attitude. After returning home, Emmanuel found Rosalie had been waiting anxiously all day. Seeing him back, her heart instantly felt relieved. How did it go? What does Randy mean? Randy said he would arrange a royal marriage for our son. Rosalie sighed. But will an arranged marriage even matter if no noblewoman in the capital finds our son appealing? At this rate, even with an imperial edict, it won't be helpful. It might even lead to resentment rather than kinship. Emmanuel opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. He hadn't been in the capital for years, and wasn't familiar with which families had daughters of marriageable age. Moreover, while marriages were decided by parents, he and Rosalie were enlightened people who naturally hoped both parties would agree. Otherwise, they'd end up with a mismatched couple, blaming them for their future troubles. Thinking about this, he looked at Rosalie. This matter still depends on Max Ger's wishes. I'll send a messenger right away to ask what his stance is. If he has someone in mind, that's best. You should investigate further. If not, you should look into it promptly. Our future daughter-in-law doesn't have to come from a prestigious family. Even a humble background is fine as long as she can manage the household well. With an imperial decree, others won't dare look down on her either. Very well. Rosalie agreed and started urging Emmanuel to send someone immediately. Reluctantly, Emmanuel dispatched his confidant, who galloped towards the Evandergu Pass. Meanwhile, the Evandergu Pass was unusually lively despite it being midnight. For some reason, the soldiers guarding the city felt incredibly drowsy. One soldier, unable to hold back, whispered to a companion, "Hold on for a bit. I'll close my eyes for a moment." His companion hurriedly responded, "Don't do that. I'm feeling sleepy too." It's strange. We've always been used to night duty without feeling so tired. Why today? They found it peculiar but feared falling asleep, worried about potential threats from the Xiongnu. Similar incidents had occurred before. Until the Xiongnu withdrew their troops, even if peace talks were discussed, it wouldn't matter. Realizing this, they whispered to each other, trying to stay alert. If only one person felt this way, it might be ignored. However, nearly 30 people in the squad felt similarly drowsy, which alarmed the squad leader. There might be something wrong. He instructed them, "Stay here, and I'll send someone to inform young Bryce Manny." Finishing his words, he rushed downstairs. Even the patrolmen knew something was amiss, daring not to sleep easily. Despite their overwhelming drowsiness, they reminded each other not to fall asleep. Some even pinched themselves hard enough to bring tears, yet the drowsiness persisted. A sense of unease grew among them. Soon, they noticed faint flames appearing in the distance. Emilio had just returned and hadn't changed out of Tallulah's clothes when he heard the reports outside. He froze for a moment. What happened? Cameron, having overheard the outside commotion, entered through the curtain. "Ellie, something might happen." The patrolling soldiers reported that several squads felt exceptionally drowsy tonight, suspecting that the food might be tampered with. Emilio frowned. Logically, the Xiongnu couldn't enter the city. But if there was indeed a Rin, they might have attempted to cause trouble. Apparently, Gale couldn't wait any longer. Neither would he hesitate. Find a doctor to check if it's knockout powder. Meanwhile, have someone control everyone watching the city gates. Surround all the places we've secretly identified as frequently visited by them. Move directly. After speaking, Emilio thought of something else. Where did Attendant Minister Carmine go today? I heard from my subordinates that Attendant Minister Carmine went out for a while today, and came back very soon. However, it was very strange that when he returned, there were several people following him. They didn't look like they were from the camp. Attendant Minister Carmine said they were family members who came to visit. Since it involved personal matters, our people didn't ask too clearly. Emilio frowned and then spoke. You find someone to watch him closely. Don't let him cause any trouble. If any of the people he brought with him are not honest, don't give him any face, just kill them. Make sure he doesn't stir up any trouble. Cameron agreed and then left to arrange these matters. His actions were quick. Within no more than 15 minutes, everything was arranged. At this time, Aryan was still talking with the other party. I've done as you asked. Now you can leave. His eyes were filled with coldness, and his tone was somewhat malicious towards Emilio. Emilio, don't you think you're quite capable? This time, I'll see how you deal with it. Attendant Minister Carmine, don't be in such a hurry. With the current situation unclear, we should better prepare earlier. Unclear situation? Aryan gave a cold laugh. To be frank, your unclear situation has nothing to do with me. So, I won't bother. Right now, I only want you to leave. Leave quickly. This way, it's good for you, good for me, and good for everyone. Otherwise, Aryan showed a malicious smile. If Cameron were here, he would surely say that it was exactly the same as his young masters. I don't mind catching you all like fish in a jar. When that happens, even if you want to run, you won't be able to escape. The other party hesitated for a moment, but still stood up. Since Attendant Minister Carmine put it this way, we won't disturb you anymore. We will remember what happened today, and look forward to our next cooperation. Attendant Minister Carmine, farewell? You're leaving already? Chapter 62, Cooperation. A voice came from outside, followed by Emilio walking in with a stride, clad in armor. Edison's expression changed. How did you come here? That was what his face said. But in fact, there was something strange in it, as if he had been waiting for Emilio all along. Moreover, what the Xiongnu people did not expect was that Emilio appeared quite young. Although he bore some resemblance to Emmanuel, he was clearly younger and more handsome, even with an intense innocence in his eyes. Man it, when compared to what he had done before, they would hardly believe that such a pure young man could have sent 5,000 sick people directly into the tents of the Xiongnu, thus killing their 10,000-strong army at once. And he burned his own men too. Such a person. How could he be so vicious? They couldn't believe it. However, even more unbelievable things were yet to come. Of course I'm here to play this act well with Attendant Carmine. Emilio smiled mischievously. Someone, please bring the leaders their medicine. Hearing this, Edison sat down immediately, marveling aloud. I didn't think you had this skill. After saying that, he looked at the few people he brought in. His face also wore the same mischievous smile as Emilio's. Cameron stood aside, amazed. Indeed, one turns red if he lies close to vermilion. One turns black if he lies close to ink. Attendant Carmine used to be such an upright boy, but after being with young Ellie, he turned into someone entirely different. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. The only ones who looked astonished were the few people staring at Edison. They tried to escape but failed, and then attempted to kidnap either Emilio or Edison, which also failed, and finally were held down by dozens of men and forced to take poison. What did you give us? One of them asked. This man was called Axel. He was quite capable within the Xiongnu, but this time, Edison used his hatred towards Emilio. After all, the forced marriage was known throughout the grasslands. Moreover, they knew Edison would leave the political scene soon. So, when Edison sought help, saying he wanted to take revenge with their power and offering tempting conditions, they were moved. After all, everyone wants to be stronger. Edison promised, as long as they followed him back, he would find a way to make the defending generals fall asleep. Then they could easily climb over and slaughter inside. They could plunder more treasures too. Since the Manny family guarded the Avandergu Pass, they hadn't successfully captured a city in a long time. The last attempt ended up with a huge loss due to the Manny family's tactics. But now it was different. This was the son of the Prime Minister. They heard he had power and status, and even the old Earl trusted him. Naturally, they believed him. So they came. And now, they regretted it. Leg-stretching pill. Emilio laughed. A poison that requires monthly antidotes. Otherwise, you'll feel as if bitten by insects, causing unbearable pain. If you can't take the antidote quickly during the pain, it will only take 1 hour before you turn into poisonous water. No way. Axel directly retorted. You're lying. Your kingdom doesn't have such powerful poisons. He knew a little about medicines. Previously, a doctor from the kingdom was captured by his tribe. He learned a bit from him. Unfortunately, the doctor died within 3 months. Had he known earlier, he would have treated him better. Oh, you don't believe me? Axel sneered coldly. I know about medicines. Brothers, don't be deceived. He definitely can't kill us. Where did you learn your medical knowledge? Emilio asked curiously. He wondered who the traitor was. Then he heard Axel laugh and say, from your kingdom's doctors, naturally. Doctors wouldn't leave the city. Emilio interrupted. Humph. I caught him myself. Axel boasted. Your doctors aren't that great. Claim to be miracle workers, but only lived for 3 months in my hands. Our shamans are far better. Emilio laughed upon hearing this. You said it yourself, he wasn't a miracle worker, so how could he have such profound medical skills? Tell me, does this world really have such deep poisons? You probably don't know about our imperial physicians. Our imperial physicians from Dalei have studied many poisons. Such people, let alone the leg-stretching pill, could make you vanish with just a wave of their hand. Emilio stood up. Bring them forward for a trial. After saying this, Cameron came out with a bottle of bone-dissolving water. Looking at one of Axel's men, he directly pulled out one of his fingers and poured the bone-dissolving water on Axel's hand. Ah! Axel screamed in agony. Pain. It was excruciating. He never imagined that these people from Dalei actually had such skills. He also didn't think that his flesh would just disappear like that. Emilio smiled slightly. How about it? Want to try more? Axel had no other thoughts and hurriedly begged. No more. No more. Please spare me. He was now genuinely afraid, but the finger was already gone. He regretted it immensely. He wanted to show off his power, but he never expected it to be real. Soon after, he felt something uncomfortable in his body. Apart from the pain, it seemed as if tiny creatures were gnawing at him. Please, master, give me the antidote. Axel lay on the ground in agony. This scene made the others feel as if their bodies were being torn apart too, and they couldn't help but beg as well. Edison swallowed hard. He realized now, Emilio, this bastard, had some real tricks up his sleeve. Fortunately, he hadn't thought of betraying Emilio but instead cooperated with him. Otherwise, he couldn't imagine what he would have become if treated like this. Thinking of this, his heart grew colder. No matter what, he wouldn't compete with Emilio anymore. This person was too terrifying. You're calling me master? Emilio said casually. But I don't have enough antidotes. What should we do? Chapter 63, An Unmentionable Place. This voice made the others even more frightened. Ellie, please, as long as you give us the antidote, we are willing to do anything. Kieran silently turned his head away. How terrifying. He was certain that there couldn't be so many antidotes. Emilio absolutely had the antidote, but he didn't want to give it out. Moreover, there might very well be a big trap waiting for them. Kieran thought to himself that Emilio indeed was somewhat difficult to deal with. It seemed that to handle him, it would be better to directly confront his father. Emmanuel would surely be easier to deceive than Emilio. Thinking about this, he covered his ears. It was best not to hear. He was afraid that he, a good young man, would be influenced by the other side. Why did he believe he could earn military merits by following this ruthless person like Emilio? The other party would never share it with him. Fortunately, he was smart. He found a way to get his own military merit. With this credit on his record, even the old Earl would have to recognize it. Regarding this matter, he should tell his father and let him operate. Who knows, maybe he could marry a Rosanna. Anyway, they were only pretending to be fighting the Xiongnu in the first place. Now, everything fit together perfectly. I beg you, I can bring you greater benefits. Whatever you want, I can get it for you. I will help resolve everything that falls under your gaze, even if it's dealing with the Jeremiah. Please give me the antidote. As Axel finished speaking, the people behind him hurriedly expressed their stance. Everyone tried all kinds of tactics, only wanting to coax Emilio into giving them the antidote. Really? Emilio's face took on an innocent expression. Kieran couldn't hold back and looked at him several times before saying, don't believe them. If you give them the antidote, they will definitely run away. At that time, things will not be as they say now. Emilio nodded thoughtfully. Secretary Carmine is right. Miles, give each of them one antidote pill. Kieran. He understood now. This Emilio was just trying to trick him, nothing else. He chuckled twice and caught the hostile gazes of Axel and the rest. Kieran became even angrier. This damn thing. Being tricked by Emilio was one thing. What did it have to do with him? Kieran glared right back. What was there to fear? Whoever chickened out would be a loser. Cameron distributed the antidote to a few people. Then, he stood behind Emilio, watching as they, like dogs, lay on the ground trying to swallow the antidote. Cameron sighed inwardly, wondering what they would think if they knew he still had another trick up his sleeve. Sure enough, once they had swallowed it, Axel seemed rejuvenated, pointing at Emilio and yelling, "You're quite capable. Now without the poison, how will you deal with us? Kill me, right? Big deal. At that time, we will still be Xiongnu and kill your Daily Eye people until heads roll." Hearing this, Emilio smiled. "I won't kill you." When Kieran heard these words, he felt something wasn't right. Not likely. Was this guy being so easygoing? How could he not remember Emilio being easygoing? There had to be a catch. If it weren't for being in his tent, he really wanted to go out. He was afraid of also being on Emilio's mind. Not only will I not kill you, but I will release you. Axel didn't believe his eyes. After all, why would the Daily Eye let them go? They wouldn't be doing bad to take prisoners for military credit. While he was thinking, a bugle suddenly sounded outside. It was the sound of attack. Axel instantly understood and sneered at Emilio. Originally, you were afraid we would attack immediately, and you would have to face consequences then. But your fear won't stop our brave warriors from advancing. Today, this place will become ours. If you're smart, you'd let us leave quickly otherwise. At that time, I'll make you turn into a pile of minced meat. Emilio laughed. That sounds great. He stood up and said to Cameron, "Miles, since they hope we die so much, we can't fail to reciprocate. Just have someone dispose of all my antidotes. After all, the stretch leg blink eye pill needs an antidote every month. Otherwise, death is sure. We will die, but we will have company, especially important figures within the Xiongnu. That will be something too. Secretary Carmine, aren't you unafraid of death?" Kieran thought to himself, what does this have to do with me? I am just a grain supply officer. If worst came to worst, they could just escape from the other side directly. They could run back to the capital to gather reinforcements. Now, he declared grandly, the people of Daily Eye have never feared life and death. Since they dared to reach out to us Daily Eye, then we will chop off their claws. We will sever their hands and feet tendons, making them bow down and submit under our feet. Upon hearing this, Emilio was very satisfied. No matter what, these words had quite an imposing momentum. Good, good, good. Then let's do as you said. Emilio chuckled and said, "Miles, before the battle begins, hang them on the city wall, first to let their people calm down. Then, we'll see if they want mercy or death." After saying that, Emilio left. Axel wanted to speak, but Cameron already had people block his mouth and dragged him out like a dead pig. Arjan silently put down the curtain, cursing in his heart that indeed, Emilio was not a good person. Otherwise, how could he be so honest in doing things? The more he thought about it, the more he felt he had misjudged the situation. That stretch leg blink eye pill, he had never even heard of it. It might all be made up on the spot. Man, at those Xiongnu people believed it. He thought that he could also create something like this for himself, controlling others with it. It wasn't bad at all. Thinking about this, he felt much lighter. He wrote a letter to Carmine Haley immediately. Now, he had found a way to earn military merit on his own. After this matter became public, it would be easier for his father to operate on his behalf, maybe getting him a Rosanna. He felt that his father definitely wouldn't let him suffer. At this moment, at the Carmine family residence, Lady Carmine frowned as she went through the monthly accounts. After looking for half the day, she sighed deeply. She glanced outside. It was already dark. Has the second young master returned? The second young master she referred to was Aryan's younger brother, Carmine Huayan, who also had conflicts with Emilio. Not yet. This disobedient child. He must have gone to some shady places again. Chapter 64. Shameless. Lady Carmine cursed inwardly. Carmine Haley came in from outside. What unsavory place. Lady Carmine's expression didn't change as she went forward to greet him. Nothing. My lord has returned? What did Randy say about Ray's matter? While speaking, Lady Carmine helped Carmine Haley take off his official robes. Carmine Haley took the tea offered by the maid and said contentedly, it's not bad. Randy has given assurances. In the future, if Ray finds a sweetheart, Randy will grant marriage to Ray. That's it. Lady Carmine was quite dissatisfied. Putting down the teacup, Carmine Haley glanced at her. Then what do you want? Lady Carmine sat down beside him, grumbling. Our Ray almost lost his reputation. If the noble ladies of the capital city learn of this incident, they may well keep their distance from our family. Carmine Haley remained silent as Lady Carmine urged again. You have to speak up. We can't let my Ray marry into those petty households, right? Marry a Rosanna? Carmine Haley countered. Lady Carmine still wasn't happy. What's so great about a Rosanna? She is a royal Rosanna. If she really marries in, would I, her mother-in-law, have any peace? She wasn't foolish. The noble ladies of the capital, despite their status, had to formally show respect to her, a mother-in-law. Just that point alone sufficed. As long as she didn't torment people excessively, her daughter-in-law would listen to her. If it were a Rosanna, she'd have to follow Gale's orders instead. Not only that, she'd even have to bow to her. How humiliating. Naturally, Lady Carmine didn't want such a daughter-in-law. Carmine Haley sipped some tea. There's no rush on this matter. Ray is still in the border town now. Once we deal with those Huns, Ray will earn military merit. By then, with me as his father, I can promote him quickly. Then, find a kind Rosanna who can be filial to you, and help Ray gain more favor in the palace. That's the right path. Lady Carmine was puzzled. What did this have to do with the palace? Why would her son need to go there as a man? But Carmine Haley had already gotten up. Tonight, I'll visit Lady Haley. He left, leaving Lady Carmine furious, fiercely flinging the handkerchief. What a despicable woman. At least, she couldn't have any more children. At the Evandergoo Pass, beneath the city walls, lanterns flickered. On the wall, Cameron was instructing people to hang Axel and the others up. They also placed several torches next to them, so everyone below could see clearly. Axel cursed loudly, but Emilio had tampered with their antidotes. Now, they were completely powerless. Axel had to exert all his strength just to curse. After cursing for a while, he was already out of breath. Save your strength. It'll take an hour after taking the antidote for you to regain strength, Cameron said cheerfully. He thought, his young master sure was powerful. Even Carmine Sherlang, who often accompanied him, had become exceedingly cunning. He wondered how Carmine Sherlang persuaded them. After all, these chieftains weren't simple folk, renowned figures within the Huns with formidable power. Logically, they shouldn't believe Aryan's words easily. Man it, Aryan succeeded. Indeed, one tends to adopt the characteristics of those around them. He should write a letter home, telling his family to immediately send over his two straightforward lads. Let them learn more by staying close to the young master. Perhaps they might pick up some cleverness. That way, he wouldn't worry about them finding wives in the future. Lost in thought, Cameron planned to write the letter at the lamp fair. Just then, voices shouting from beneath the wall interrupted his thoughts. The people inside de Benedict, listen up, immediately release our chieftains, or else we won't let you off. Cameron laughed. These Huns truly thought they were fools? Not letting go. If you have the ability, shoot arrows. Kill your chieftains directly, and we'll spread it on the grasslands that it was you who wanted to overthrow the Jeremiah. So, you sent over the chieftain intending to kill him. To frame us. Holding a megaphone, Emilio shouted back. You shameless de Benedict people. Despicable. You clearly deceived our chieftain. Chieftain, what should we do next? Axel thought to himself that he wanted to know too, but his shout earlier had used up most of his energy. All he could do now was curse Emilio for being shameless. Emilio smiled. Miles, how high is this wall? 30 zhang high. Chief Axel, tell me, if you fall down from here, will you still be alive? Axel's heart tightened. Now he understood why Aryan had become so cunning. Being with such a cunning person, how could Aryan not become cunning? The only thing he was puzzled about was why Aryan would deceive them along with their Rosanna. The Rosanna had sacrificed too much for the Huns. Axel didn't believe Gale would collude with the people of de Benedict to deceive them. Moreover, they still had news about the whereabouts of Gale's son and daughter. There was no way Gale would deceive them. It seems Chief Axel has great confidence in his own flesh. Miles, just borrow some ropes and let Chief Axel say hello to his men. Axel was immediately frightened into a cold sweat. He was now hanging on the city wall. If the rope was loosened, he would fall down and splatter his brains. He didn't want to die. Don't talk nonsense. I never said anything. What do you really want to do? As long as you speak up, I'll definitely agree. Axel hurriedly expressed his intention. He knew clearly that Emilio was truly unpredictable, and whatever poison he used was merciless. How ruthless this person was. This isn't good. Emilio smiled pleasantly. The more he did so, the more nervous Axel became. When this person said, not good, it meant it was certainly good. Perhaps he still planned to torment them. Axel hurriedly said, what's not good about it? We are all willing to listen to you. After speaking, he urgently signaled to the others. They nodded repeatedly. Right. We'll all listen to you. Whatever you say, we'll follow. Emilio tut-tutted. You guys make it hard for me too. Axel's face nearly twisted. Difficult? What difficulty did this guy have? Wasn't he just thinking of ways to harm me? He'd never seen such a shameless person. If you really think so, then make your Miles take away the scissors. Chapter 65. Agreeing? Facing the rope right in front of him, this was what you called a dilemma? Was it really that difficult for him too? But since you all have said so, then I will reluctantly agree. Make all your men retreat 10 steps back. As soon as these words were uttered, Cameron gave a thumbs up. Sure enough, his young master was capable. These few sentences had scared the other side into retreating 10 steps with their people. Axel, upon hearing this, thought retreating 10 steps wasn't too hard a demand. He hurriedly shouted loudly, retreat immediately, 10 steps back. Hearing the leader's voice, even if they were unwilling, the men followed the order to retreat. They all knew this was an excellent opportunity. Perhaps they could display the lifestyle grandfather spoke of, eating the most delicious food, playing with the youngest women within the city, or even indulge in arbitrary slaughter, acquiring numerous good things. But now, it seemed unlikely. What do we do? Someone asked. What else can we do? The leader gritted his teeth. For the safety of our leader, immediately retreat. Upon hearing this, everyone bit their lips and retreated. After all, not retreating would be bad for them too. The opponent was shameless. If they didn't retreat, they might be branded as rebels by the other side. They were well aware that Jeremiah would never forgive any act of betrayal. Moreover, their families were still in the tribe. With just them, how could they possibly deal with the opposition? Thinking about this, they gritted their teeth and retreated 10 steps. Axel heaved a sigh of relief. Feeling as if some of his strength had returned, he believed the poison must have started to be neutralized. Still, there was lingering fear in him. Recalling the inexplicable loss of his finger and the peculiar stretching pill that had been forced on him, he never imagined he'd face such a situation one day. Axel now deeply regretted coming. Had he known earlier, he wouldn't have come at all. But what about Gale? Where was Gale? Emilio saw his predicament and was very satisfied. He stood up and said, Miles, send someone to watch them. Don't let anyone die. Don't worry, young Ellie. Cameron smiled without realizing it. His smile increasingly resembled Emilio's. This also served as proof that those who stay with virtuous people become virtuous themselves. I've already made the necessary arrangements. I won't let these leaders suffer from hunger, thirst, or sleep deprivation. Emilio gave a thumbs up in acknowledgement of his efficiency. Then, he left with Cameron. Only after they had left did Axel realize something was amiss. Not letting them sleep? Does that mean they must endure without rest? And for how long? He wondered. Unable to control himself, he called out, come back. You can't leave. But the other side paid no attention to him. Then, a bucket of water poured down from above, chilling him to the bone. His clothes, not designed for cold weather like those worn by the Huns, offered little warmth. Doused with water, he felt as though he had fallen into a freezer. It was unbearably cold. Why was it so cold? Axel's body shivered slightly, but no one cared about this. The only person who might care had already left. After leaving the wall, Emilio instructed Cameron, Miles, devise a plan to make them believe their bet has ulterior motives. That's why she deceived them. Not only should Carson know, but also Axel and their Jeremiah. But the information they receive should differ. Emilio sneered. The Jeremiah learns he has been betrayed. Axel's group plans to betray him, joining forces with Gale and using our great Benedict to depose him. Axel needs to know that the Jeremiah has harbored murderous intentions toward him. The Rosanna didn't intend to deceive them. The Jeremiah secretly manipulated things, leading them to receive incorrect information. As for Carson, we've already gained control over him, so let him find ways to rescue the kidnapped Rosanna. Emilio smiled. Ensure Carson works hard. Only through hard work can he earn Gale's trust, making our next step easier. Cameron nodded. I'll find some reliable people to get the job done. Those from last time were quite good. They could be considered again. Young Ellie, rest assured. Emilio nodded after listening. Cameron had always been dependable. After wrapping up here, he went directly to Edison with Cameron. Edison was drinking tea. Seeing Emilio come in, he wasn't surprised at all. He poured himself a cup of tea and asked directly, what do you plan to do with me? Why would I do anything against you? Edison sneered. You tricked me twice already. There's no way I'll fall for it a third time. Emilio, do you really think I don't know? From the very beginning, it was your scheme. I don't care about anything else now. I'm just very curious. Is Manny-san truly your grandfather's goddaughter? Or does she have something to do with the Xiongnu people? Emilio raised an eyebrow. I didn't expect you to be so perceptive, to even discover something like this. Indeed, Manny-san's identity is somewhat peculiar. Before this, I never doubted her. Not until I found out that the Rin from back then might not have died. Don't you think that's strange? Emilio sat down and poured himself a cup of tea without hesitation. The appearance of Manny-san seems too coincidental. Given her age, how could she possibly be my godsister? Edison frowned deeply in thought. He was well read. After all, naturally, he knew what had happened to Manny-san back then. It was said that Manny-san had taken a fancy to Emmanuel. They could be considered childhood sweethearts. But Emmanuel, who had a fiancée in the capital, naturally rejected Manny-san. Later, Emmanuel returned to the capital, intending to take the imperial exams. However, within 2 years, the Xiongnu suddenly attacked Evandergu Pass fiercely. Bryce Manny, Emilio's own grandfather, died in battle. Afterward, Emmanuel was entrusted with the urgent mission to avenge his father and arrived at Evandergu Pass. At the same time, he learned that Bryce Manny, on his deathbed, had adopted Manny-san as his goddaughter. Logically, Manny-san and Emmanuel were of similar age, just 8 years apart. Bryce Manny could have adopted her as a goddaughter. Why did he make her a granddaughter? The old general can't answer, and now, they have no way of knowing. But Emilio noticed something was off. Chapter 66 Awakening. 3 years after observing mourning for his father, he returned to the capital for his wedding and married his mother. At this time, Tilda also returned to the capital. Not long after she entered the capital, the nearly 70-year-old Rin disappeared from the city. For this reason, the Xiongnu used it as an excuse and tried to seek compensation. At that time, there was a severe drought in the northern part of the empire, and nothing grew. A particularly difficult period for the court. The old earl personally summoned Tilda and kept her in the palace for several months. Later on, the controversial women's army appeared inside and outside the court. You can't be trying to say that Tilda has something to do with the Xiongnu. I remember very clearly that Tilda has some connection with your family. Moreover, she is the daughter of your grandfather's bodyguard. So, the oddity lies here. Emilio spoke directly. I had Miles investigate thoroughly. My grandfather's bodyguard's daughter has a red birthmark on her forehead like a plum blossom, but Tilda does not have it. Aryan took a deep breath. So, you're accusing Tilda of being the Rin and planning to marry her off to me? Emilio nodded. I just wanted to see how he would react. But she readily agreed. You should know that in the entire border city, no one is willing to be associated with the Xiongnu. And certainly not agree so easily. Furthermore, I noticed a small gesture she made at the time, which was quite peculiar. Emilio demonstrated. Didn't it seem like the way the Xiongnu greet? Aryan nodded. It does look similar, but that doesn't prove anything. What about these letters? Emilio placed the letters in front of Aryan. Aryan's pupils constricted as he read through them carefully. When he opened his eyes again, there was a cold glint in them. It seems we underestimated the Xiongnu. Emilio nodded. Who would have thought that the Xiongnu would go to such great lengths to make them suffer, starting from childhood, using women to gradually infiltrate the higher echelons? Aryan felt uncomfortable thinking about having been betrothed to a Xiongnu. If Emilio had spoken up earlier, he wouldn't have misunderstood things. Now it's too late. He had already sent word back, and he really did end up marrying a Xiongnu woman. This isn't a joke. If news gets back, his future will be ruined. Aryan looked at him angrily. You should have told me earlier. This matter must remain confidential. I couldn't do anything else. Emilio shrugged, but Aryan wasn't buying it. He knew what kind of person Emilio was. If he didn't resist now, Emilio would definitely take advantage of him. This matter isn't over, Aryan said firmly. Emilio laughed. All right, whatever you say. Aryan was surprised by Emilio's sudden agreeableness. He always felt like Emilio had something up his sleeve. Sure enough, as soon as he said this, Emilio sighed deeply. What a pity. Aryan decided not to ask what was a pity. After all, Emilio lacked tact. It was better not to get involved. As expected, Emilio calmed down once he realized Aryan wasn't asking. Attendant Carmine, I have a fantastic opportunity for you. Do you want to hear it? Aryan looked at Emilio disbelievingly. Is this guy really being so nice? He was about to refuse when Emilio added another line. Absolutely good news. And it can increase your military merits. No danger at all, and it won't harm your reputation. Only someone like Attendant Carmine would I tell this to. Aryan still didn't believe it. Emilio had said similar things before. But what happened later? He lost both his wife and troops. He dared not trust Emilio anymore. Attendant Carmine, just listen first, and if you think it's good, then act. If not, I won't force you. Isn't that fair? And I haven't even started talking yet. Attendant Carmine, you convinced several chieftains with your eloquence. Someone as capable as you. What's there to fear? Aryan clicked his tongue. It did seem to make sense. Although he didn't know why those Xiongnu so easily trusted him. Still, he had brought those Xiongnu back. Thinking about it now, he was indeed impressive. Emilio also said just listening wouldn't hurt. They were officials serving the same court. Emilio wouldn't really trick him. Go on. Aryan cautiously responded. Everyone wants you to persuade Tilda. Upon hearing this, Aryan burst into laughter. Say that again? I want you to persuade Tilda and the Rin. Aryan directly offered tea as a signal for the guest to leave. Berkeley, regarding what happened today, you haven't said it, and I haven't heard it. You may go now. Persuade Tilda? And that Rin? Shouldn't he say that Emilio was really overestimating him? If he had such skills, would he need to accompany Emilio to earn military merits? Even if he did have such skills, he wouldn't use them. After all, if he succeeded in this matter, it would be fine. But if he failed, well, he felt like his life might not be safe. Tilda had such a huge temper, and that mysterious Rin wasn't someone to be messed with either. As a Rosanna, wouldn't she have people protecting her? What gave Emilio the illusion that he was so powerful? Was he laughing until he could cry? Carmine Sherlang, you must believe in yourself. Emilio tried to persuade him. Don't forget, Axel and the others were all brought here by you. If you can persuade those men, why not a few women? For a handsome man like Carmine Sherlang, dealing with a few women should be child's play, right? Enraged, Aryan smashed the cup. Emilio, are you asking me to seduce those Xiongnu people? Emilio hurriedly said, seduce. Don't put it so crudely, Carmine Sherlang. This is for the glory of our country. For the glory of de Benedict. All the citizens of our great de Benedict will hail Carmine Sherlang as a hero. Stunned, Aryan sat down silently. Those words sounded nice indeed. This matter isn't urgent, Carmine Sherlang. You can think about it slowly. The latest deadline is tomorrow morning. This is an opportunity to serve the country. What a pity, I don't have the silver tongue like Carmine Sherlang. Otherwise, I'd do it myself. Aryan instantly woke up. Right. Emilio managed to convince him, so why couldn't he convince others? You're not tricking me again, are you? Your eloquence is clearly better. Chapter 67 Release. Emilio thought to himself what a pity it was that the other side had discovered his plan. However, it wouldn't make much difference even if they did find out. He had his ways to make Aryan follow his lead. Sir Carmine, your words are inappropriate. How can I be compared to Sir Carmine? Emilio sighed. I merely followed in the footsteps of Sir Carmine. Aryan thought to himself, was he really that excellent? Really? He looked at Emilio with some doubt. It wasn't surprising for him to think this way, since Emilio had been too cunning. He had to scrutinize carefully. Otherwise, he would fall into the other party's trap. Of course. Emilio thought thankfully that Miles made Aryan his target last night to spur him on. He even recited some of the policy essays written by Aryan during the imperial examinations. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to fabricate it. I vaguely remember your policy essay during the palace examination, Sir Carmine. In it, you wrote, an official should worry about the worries of the world before worrying about one's own worries, and enjoy the happiness of the world before enjoying one's own happiness. These words enlightened me, which enabled my achievements today. Could I have these achievements if not for Sir Carmine's essays? Otherwise, why would I be so capable? Sir Carmine, you're my teacher. And naturally, you should lead the way. Aryan clicked his tongue. Admittedly, being praised felt great. Ha ha ha. Now he felt delighted. Seeing Emilio admiring him like Elena, he coughed slightly. I am not that excellent. But, if you are already so supportive, I will definitely put on a show. Now, tell me what I should persuade them to do? Emilio thought as expected, it wasn't hard to deceive Aryan. Just flatter him a bit, and he was over the moon. Naturally, persuade them to abandon the dark and join our Dayu Empire. After some consideration, Aryan nodded. I know how to handle this matter. Emilio also felt relieved. Looking at Aryan's performance, everything seemed fine. Relieved, Emilio went to the city wall to greet Axel and others. At this time, Axel was both cold and weary. He had been drenched with several buckets of cold water. His body felt awful. Now, he was truly afraid of Emilio. Who could have thought that coming here, planning to attack, he ended up caught like a fish in a jar. He had been too arrogant. Unbelievably, he was captured. Axel only wanted to go back immediately. Once a month passed, he could verify whether there was any poison or not. He also hoped Emilio would release him soon so he could leave without looking back. Now, he wasn't sure if there was really poison or not. But what if there was? Axel felt uneasy. While thinking, Emilio arrived. The moment he saw Emilio, Axel quickly spoke. Just let us go. We'll leave immediately and won't bother you anymore. Emilio smiled. Okay. Cameron was surprised. Young Ellie, we can't let them go. If they were released, how could they capture them again later? Moreover, it was military merit. Military merit couldn't be let go. Cameron rushed to say, Young Ellie, if we keep them, we can strike multiple tribes. At that time, the Xiongnu people would surely be quiet for some time. Emilio smiled. Miles, just release them now, I'll tell you the reason later. Though unhappy, Cameron obediently released them. They certainly couldn't open the city gate. So, Cameron had people slowly lower each person down one by one after another, ensuring they didn't attack the city wall. Once everyone was gone, Cameron asked puzzled, Young Ellie, about that stretched leg open eyes pill? Emilio led him to a secluded place and confirmed no one was around. There is such a thing, but its effect isn't strong. Hearing this, Cameron panicked. If they find out next month that they've been deceived, won't they get furious and attack Vandergo Pass directly? It's only a problem if they discover it. Emilio implied something. For a moment, Cameron didn't quite understand his young Ellie's meaning, but seeing his confidence, he believed that if his young Ellie said so, then it would be fine. However, he was still concerned. Young Ellie, Randy has been urging us to resolve this matter. If we don't try harder now, it might be difficult to solve it quickly. Why don't we think of another method? Emilio shook his head. Miles, do you know why the Bartolomeo wants to kill us but hasn't done so? Miles fell silent for a moment. He actually didn't understand either. But perhaps it was because his master worked for the good of the country and its people? However, if that were the reason, then why would there still be an imperial edict against them? He should have been directly punished more severely. Could it be because of what their young master had said? That dividing the Xiongnu and the barbarians' risks could lead to greater success. Isn't it because young Ellie said he has a way to deal with the Xiongnu and the barbarians? Emilio nodded. That's one reason. The other reason is that we can't resolve the Xiongnu and the barbarians. The Manny family, or any other military officials, need war to survive. So, the barbarians and the Xiongnu cannot be completely eradicated. Unless... Emilio smiled but did not continue. This only piqued Cameron's curiosity. Unless what? But Emilio wouldn't say. After all, his thoughts bordered on treason. Thus, the fewer people who knew, the better. Young Ellie, so we must ensure the Xiongnu live on. But they don't know gratitude. They want to harm our people. What should we do? Should we just watch our people die while our warriors fight to the death? Miles, haven't you noticed Alashan and the others? Alashan and Carson are both like nails driven into the Xiongnu. As long as they exist, we will have some control over the Xiongnu. In time, we can divide them and even incite internal conflict. Internal conflict means war. As long as we support Alashan and Carson to counterbalance the Jeremiah, we can maintain peace for at least 10 years. At that point, we will have the opportunity to take care of them one by one. Cameron suddenly understood. Young Ellie, I get it. What should we do now? Now, we need that Ren to pass on false information to us. Chapter 68 captured. Take it easy, give Attendant Carmine a little time. We should let him have a good performance. The corner of Cameron's mouth twitched. For some reason, he felt that there was mockery in his young master's words. Could something big be about to happen? Thinking of this, he became even more curious. Taking advantage of Emilio going to sleep, Cameron couldn't help but sneak over to where Rosalie San was being held. Aryan had brought a pot of wine and offered her a drink. Rosalie San scoffed. You people from de Benedict, always resorting to seemingly caring methods like this. In reality, you don't care about anyone else at all. What use is it now, bringing me wine? It would be better if you just gave me a quick death. Lady San, there are countless possibilities in this world. Why end your life before you've experienced them all? Aryan poured her a cup of wine and drank it himself first. No poison. You can drink it safely. Rosalie San glanced at Aryan, then said involuntarily, do you really not understand? Or are you pretending not to? If Emilio saw through it, how could you not have noticed? Regardless of whether you understood or not, I must seriously tell you. I am a person of the Xiongnu. No matter what tricks your Benedict uses, I will never trust you. The wine. She picked up the cup and threw it to the ground, saying coldly, if I don't want to drink, so be it. The sound of the shattered glass startled those outside the door, who burst in immediately. Seeing an opportunity, Rosalie San tried to escape, only to run into Cameron coming in. The two of them stared at each other. Rosalie San quickly reacted, running back to choke Aryan by the neck. Let me go, or I'll kill him. So what? Cameron shrugged. He's not my master. If he dies, he dies. He hadn't expected she would react this way. Cameron, do you know who he is? I know. He's Attendant Carmine. Rosalie San was furious, gritting her teeth. He's the son of Carmine Haley, the Clyde of Branson, the next heir carefully nurtured by the Carmine family. Don't you fear that if he dies, Branson will come after you? Rosalie San squeezed tighter. Aryan tried to pry her hands off his neck. However, Rosalie San's strength was too great. He simply couldn't budge her fingers. Now Aryan regretted not practicing martial arts diligently when he was young. He never thought he'd be choked by Jolie. Damn Emilio. He didn't mention they would encounter such a situation while persuading her. Had he known, he would never have agreed to Emilio's plan to persuade Rosalie San and the Ren. At this thought, he clenched his teeth, trying harder to free his neck from Rosalie San's grip, but it seemed to have no effect on her. So what? It's not me who killed him, it's you. To be precise, the Xiongnu killed him. If it's the Xiongnu who killed him, then Attendant Carmine died heroically, and Carlo will reward him. At that time, Attendant Carmine will become a marquis. You'll become a fugitive. The Xiongnu will become a major threat to Branson. That's not impossible. Furious, Aryan pointed at her with his finger. Damn it, this damned Cameron. Just as despicable as his master. How could he, a good man, die at the hands of Jolie, and be strangled to death by her? No less. How could he show his face again in the future? He would be laughed at for being incompetent, unable to deal with even Jolie. Too shameful. Suddenly finding strength somewhere, Aryan managed to break free from her grasp. When Rosalie San realized what happened and tried to grab Aryan again, Cameron had already pulled him behind himself. Without hesitation, Rosalie San launched a palm strike at Cameron. Cameron reacted quickly, blocking her attack. They fought fiercely and soon moved out of the room and into the courtyard. Once outside, Rosalie San leaped onto the roof with a few powerful jumps. However, before she could jump down, 10 blades were already pressed against her neck. Rosalie San was tied up and thrown down. She glared at Cameron angrily. Cameron, when did you start using your brain? Cameron grinned. Do you think everyone is as stupid as you? I've been following Ellie for so long, naturally, I predicted you would try to escape. So I've been waiting here for you. I didn't expect you actually jumped out. Hee hee hee. Rosalie San sneered. I say, you brainless one. How could you be so meticulous? It turns out Emilio did it. Cameron was instantly unhappy. You're the brainless one. Aryan cut in directly. Take her in. Since Rosalie San is being so uncooperative, don't blame me for being ruthless. Rosalie San glanced at him. Go ahead. If I scream once, I'm not Jolie. Aryan sneered and ordered them to take her in. He got the torture instruments ready and instructed their use, then went to the residence of the Ren. Coincidentally enough, the Ren was staying in Rosalie San's home. Upon closer inspection, there was a hint of familiarity between the two women's faces. Aryan had no intention of dealing with her gently. As soon as he entered, he saw the Ren. Perhaps because she had been living in Benedict for quite some time. Her originally somewhat dark skin had become smooth and fair. Though her age showed in some wrinkles on her face, she still retained signs of her youthful beauty. More importantly, when she saw Aryan, a look flashed across her face that he couldn't quite read. You've come. Aryan raised an eyebrow. You knew I would come? The Ren smiled. Her original name was Catherine, once the most beautiful Rosanna of the Xiongnu. She was called the Benedictal Sun. When she was born, the grasslands were abundant. It was a good year. Because of this, she was also known as the daughter of the eternal sky, the Rosanna who brought good fortune. Catherine's life was quite unique. From a young age, she showed a difference from others. She was born during the family's most prosperous period. She enjoyed the finest education de Benedict could offer. Those scholars from de Benedict, humiliated and kneeling, taught her all about de Benedict. At that time, she admired de Benedict immensely. She believed only such a country deserved her. However, they lost later on. From the fertile lands, they moved all the way to the grasslands. The grasslands were beautiful but lacked exquisite ornaments and delicious delicacies. Why did they fail? Chapter 69 Persuading the Rena. Christy was unsure, but she still remembered her father's words. Sooner or later, they would return. She looked forward to it. Until one day, her father died, and she was sent alone to Dolly. She became a Rosanna for marriage alliance. But clearly, Dolly should send a Rosanna to the grassland for marriage alliance. Why was she sent to Dolly instead? Dolly was beautiful. It matched her memories, yet the people there harbored hatred towards her. Once, those lowly commoners she had lashed with a horsewhip now dared to throw stones at her. They forced her, daughter of Tungri, to kneel and become an insignificant slave. Later, she came to realize this. If these people didn't want her to live, then she would live to make everyone know she could live better. Her first target was Miguel of Dolly at that time. Coincidentally, he also surnamed Carmine. Are you the grandson of Carmine Hung? Aryan looked at Dolores in surprise. How did she know? Reasonably speaking, he had never met this Dolores. Dolores smiled. You look very much like your father. Aryan frowned. Looked like his father? She, a humble Rosanna, not only saw his father but also knew his grandfather? This seemed rather odd. How is your father doing? Aryan didn't know how to respond. He always felt as if there were some hidden affairs between his father and this Rosanna. But by age count, his father would have been 20 when Gale was already over 40. Would his father really have such tastes? Aryan couldn't help but wonder about his father. You don't need to say these things. I came to ask you if you're willing to help Dolly. How did Dolly treat me? Dolores sneered. Do you think I'd believe you after they treated me like that? And how could you expect me to help you? Christy had many men in her life, too many to count. But few ever asked who they were. Few even knew their backgrounds. At her lowest point, she was at the mercy of those once despised commoners who entered and exited her room at will. What kind of existence was that? She was the daughter of Tungri. Why should she endure such suffering? I remember. You are the daughter of Tungri, Aryan said. Christy was momentarily stunned. Although she often claimed to be the daughter of Tungri, it had been long since she last heard someone else say that. Now, a peculiar feeling flashed through her mind. Someone actually remembers me? The daughter of Tungri. How could she suffer so much? And the true beginning of your pain isn't the people of Dali, but the Xiongnu. They abandoned you. Had they not sent you to Dali for their own benefit, why would you have left your homeland? Why would you have suffered so much? Don't you feel any hatred towards them? Christy laughed. She wasn't a naive child to believe everything told to her. She simply looked at Aryan. Why do you think I would hate my own people? Why can't it be that I chose to leave willingly? Perhaps I enjoy Dali? Her eyes locked on Aryan. There was a hint of nostalgia in her gaze, but more importantly, malice. But Dali wasn't so welcoming to you. Your people never told you Dali didn't welcome you. Man it, they still sent you to Dali, watching you suffer. Even when there were countless chances to take you away, they preferred various compensations over bringing you back. Do you really think you are important to your own people? Have you never felt that you were disliked? Aryan questioned. For a long time, Christy remained silent. Finally, she spoke. So what? Should I just help you then? Helping me won't hurt. Aryan sat down. As you know, my father is also a chancellor. The current court is led by civil officials. If you help me, I'll ensure you get what you wish. The heads of those who abandoned you will be placed before you. You can kick their heads around like balls. If you wish, you can return to your tribe and be the daughter of Tungri again. Even gain control over tribal power. Dali will become your eternal backing. Christy laughed. Backing? She didn't need it. In those tumultuous years, the one thing she knew for sure was to never rely on anyone. Human hearts change, mighty trees may fall, and even the eternal sky can abandon its beloved daughter. How much more so for Dali? She had no descendants, posing no threat to Dali. Naturally, they would be happy to see the Xiongnu turn against each other. If she were her former self, she would have refused. She had exhausted all her energy and did not wish to continue. But now, she wouldn't refuse. She looked deeply at Aryan. What do you want me to do? Help us pass on false information. All right. Christy agreed without hesitation. Now it was Aryan's turn to be surprised. You're so quick to agree? Manis. Christy nodded. But there's a condition. Aryan thought this was expected. You can say it. If I can do it, I will. Let me touch your face. Aryan. What kind of condition is this? He felt like he was being teased by an old woman. But what could he do? His charm was just too great. Now then, let you touch my face today. Aryan slightly turned his head, and Christy's somewhat rough hand touched his face. Inside the tent, Emilio held a piece of paper, smiling coldly. It described how Dolores had close relations with the Carmine family in the past. Now, he could confirm that Carmine Haley had serious issues. Miles, write a letter to my father and tell him to send some men here. The situation here needs control. Also, the 1 month time has passed. Tell Landon that it's time for the barbarians to move. Leave it to me, young master. Cameron quickly started writing. In moments, 2 letters headed south. 3 days later, in the Imperial Court, the old Earl glanced at Esmond. Esmond immediately announced, those with matters, speak up. Those without, retire. I have something to report. Emmanuel stepped forward. Your Majesty, the Ministry of War received an urgent message this morning. The Xiongnu have once again gathered 50,000 troops, besieging the Avandergu Pass. Bryce Manny requests Carlo to send reinforcements. Although I am old, I still have a patriotic heart. I request permission to lead the charge. The old Earl frowned, looking at Esmond. This is such important military news. Why didn't you report it earlier? Chapter 70, The Amir. Marty wore a wronged expression. Your Majesty, this news was not delivered. The old Earl flew into a rage. Matters of state. Emmanuel, how dare you delay? Emmanuel stood tall and spoke without arrogance or servility. Your Majesty, I entered the palace at Cho hour today, but did not encounter Marty for unknown reasons. I was detained in the imperial study and only hurried to morning court after drinking 4 or 5 cups of tea. I originally thought your Majesty would address this matter on the court, so I didn't mention it immediately. Upon hearing these words, the old Earl grew even angrier. Matters of state cannot be delayed. Who dared to obstruct the communication of state affairs? Marty, find out for me. Even if you must turn the palace upside down, find out. The old Earl's anger soared. Ministers were terrified and knelt on the ground directly. May your Majesty calm down. The old Earl sneered coldly. Calm down? Do you take me for a fool? Important matters are not reported. Do you want me to know what's happening outside only when the Xiongnu reach the city gates? The ministers were even more frightened, kneeling on the ground trembling, too afraid to speak for a long time. The old Earl raged for a quarter of an hour. Only then did Marty timidly walk in. Your Majesty, it has been confirmed. The one who intercepted the news is the people close to the dag. The dag is young, and listened to his attendants who said the person came to disturb your Majesty's sleep. The dag, caring for your Majesty, wanted you to have more rest, hence asked the eunuch to report later. Unfortunately, that eunuch neglected his duty and forgot about it. Servant has seized both persons, awaiting your Majesty's instructions. The old Earl's displeased face eased slightly. But he was still his son, and the one he favored most. Naturally, he wouldn't punish him. Marty was also clever. Knowing the old Earl wouldn't blame the prince, he deliberately blamed those around the prince. They, as attendants, had the responsibility to advise against improper actions. Marty sighed. What a pity for that young eunuch. dying at such a tender age, to be dragged away and executed. The remaining ones should be well disciplined. The Dag's entourage shall be replaced. The old Earl coldly ordered. Carmine Haley lowered his head, with a trace of satisfaction in his eyes. The Dag can no longer aspire to the throne. Emmanuel frowned. A young prince, regardless of how much he was favored, couldn't possibly block important state affairs for no reason. Besides, prince's attendants were carefully chosen and shouldn't make such major mistakes. There must be some hidden agenda here. Fortunately, the old Earl started arranging the delegation to Evandergu Pass. Emmanuel did not dwell on this matter further. After court, he approached several military officers since his son mentioned something they needed to know. At this moment, in the imperial study, the old Earl twirled the prayer beads in his hand, looking coldly at Grand Marty. Dog slave, who do you serve? How old is little 12? Just 3 or 4 years old. If he said childish things, someone should have advised him. How did he end up making those decisions? Marty prostrated himself on the ground. Your Majesty, it was actually orchestrated by His Royal Highness the Amir. The old Earl was startled. The Amir did this? He didn't believe the Amir would do such a thing. After all, he was the future of Great Benedict. If Evandergu Pass was breached by the Xiongnu, he couldn't possibly become Earl, nor would he become the most revered man in the world. The Amir couldn't be unaware of this. How could he be so foolish? What exactly happened? Who put such an idea in the Amir's ear? It was Marty kowtowed vigorously. How dared he speak? This was a power struggle. One misstep and his life would be over. Without his precious organ already, his life was hard enough. To lose his life would make it even worse. Seeing him continually kowtowing and not speaking, the old Earl became enraged. He got up and kicked Marty forcefully. Speak. Tell me who did this. Indeed, he favored the Dag. Benedict XII was his youngest child and late-born son. Clever from a young age, he naturally loved him. But this did not mean he would abandon the Amir, depose him, and establish Benedict XII as heir. He knew his days were numbered. If he died prematurely, the court would be in turmoil with the inexperienced Brenton. Surrounded by ambitious officials, Benedict XII would be unprepared to handle it. On the contrary, although the Amir was somewhat foolish, he had been taught by the old Earl since childhood and knew the art of balance. He would definitely be more reliable than Benedict XII. The servant has not found out? His Highness the Amir suddenly came with the Dag today. At that time, Your Majesty was still sleeping. I was off duty tonight, and only learned about this matter this morning. Chowtai, who was on duty, said that when His Highness the Amir heard someone reporting military affairs, he directly intercepted it, soothing the Dag by saying that if that person were to enter, it would disturb Your Majesty's sleep. Your Majesty's health has not been good recently. Without a good night's sleep, you can't play with the Dag. After hearing this, the Dag directly reprimanded the other party, forbidding him from entering. This caused the delay in reporting. The old Earl sneered. What about the Amir? After the incident, His Highness the Amir returned to the Eastern Palace. I just sent someone to summon him, but the Amir said that His Highness is not in the palace. He went out early in the morning and no one knows where he is now. Good. The old Earl fiercely slapped the table. Truly a fine son of mine. He truly didn't expect the Amir to be so foolish. He wouldn't even give his youngest son a chance to live. Once today's event spread, even if he lived longer and Benedict XII grew up, the loyal ministers in the court would remember what happened today. This was an open plot. How could the Amir have the intellect to handle such matters? Thinking of this, he sneered. Go and investigate who the Amir has been in contact with recently. Mannies. Marty wiped the sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, the Earl did not blame him. Now he only needed to investigate. Since he had already offended the Amir, he might as well be more direct. He signaled to the small eunuch behind him to proceed and then stood silently until the old Earl spoke again. Do you think the Amir is unsuitable as heir? Chapter 71. Not in the capital city. Marty was startled. Randy would have such thoughts? But Randy has always acknowledged the eldest legitimate son. Why would he suddenly change his mind? He did not dare to speculate wildly, nor did he dare to respond to matters of the royal family. What the Bartolomeo said, he could not speak about. Indeed, after a moment, Carlo spoke again. Perhaps, Gray is not suitable to be in the capital city. Marty thought, Prince Shire is only 3 or 4 years old. If he's not in the capital city, where can he go? Could it be to his maternal grandfather's home? If I'm not mistaken, his maternal grandfather is the Ebenezer and holds military power. If he really sends him there, could Randy still sleep soundly? I remember, Emilio is fighting the Xiongnu in the north? Mannies, Your Majesty. It's also the news that came from Bryce Manny today. The old Earl was silent for a while without saying anything. Marty thought that Carlo didn't want to send Prince Shire away. Standing by the side, watching the old Earl handle state affairs until he put down the last petition, Carlo then spoke. The army hasn't gone far yet. Let them take Shire with them. Marty was shocked. Prince Shire is leaving? Won't Alessia raise a ruckus in the palace? He is her heart's darling. As a servant, he naturally didn't dare to speculate recklessly, so he just responded, quickly went out to convey the message, and brought Prince Shire away from the capital city's military camp. At Evandergu Pass, Emilio sneezed. Then he raised his thumb and said, Still Oying Sherlang. Edison snorted softly, acknowledging the praise. Indeed, he was very capable, and one move had made the others look at him differently. Moreover, he never expected that Dolores admired him so much. She agreed to cooperate without many demands, almost like a divine existence. I've done my part. As for Tilda, I can't do anything about it. If you have a way, go ahead. After all, you have plenty of nasty and dirty tricks. Emilio thought, how could a good person like him become wicked? Now Edison even scolded others directly. He humphed, wanting to say something, but suddenly remembered something, then said with a smile, Indeed, indeed, indeed. Scholar official Carmine does live up to being the top scholar. A man of great ability. Edison raised an eyebrow lightly. You're not asking me to do something else, are you? Of course not. Emilio spoke with righteous indignation. I just think Scholar Official Carmine is working hard. You can rest assured. I will definitely tell Randy about this and recommend you for meritorious service. The citizens in the city will do the same. Edison felt something was off, but Emilio's gaze was exceptionally serious. After thinking for a moment, he didn't say anything. I finished this task. Don't bother me anymore. I'm just a grain supply officer and shouldn't meddle in other things. Edison left after speaking. Emilio smiled. Grain supply officer. Isn't he quite capable? If Edison gets off easy, wouldn't he get more work? This matter should let Edison do more. Otherwise, how could he slack off? Letting him go today, he'll deal with it tomorrow. He got up and took Cameron to Tilda's room. Third sister, you look so haggard after just one night. What happened? Emilio fanned the wind, then sat down to pour himself some tea. Tilda looked at him with disdain. Spit it out if you have something to say. Hey, no need to rush. I know what kind of person you are, third sister. You're always strong. How could someone like me oppress you? But, third sister, don't you want revenge for your fallen sisters? Emilio looked at Tilda, his eyes filled with emotions she couldn't understand. Tilda's heart skipped a beat as she stared at Emilio intently. What do you mean by that? What else could it mean? Emilio laughed. I think, third sister knows better than anyone how the women's army that violated ancestral rules came to be. Tilda's expression changed instantly. She of course knew. She remembered the humiliation she suffered back then. If it hadn't been successful and under the protection of the Manny family's halo, she couldn't believe what her women's army would have become. What are you trying to say? Third sister, I know who you hate most is the old Earl, but Carlo is the ruler, and you cannot harm him. But don't forget, I have a way. I can help you achieve your wishes. Tilda raised her eyebrows. Are you planning to rebel? Emilio hurriedly said, how could that be possible? I just think those who have the ability should take the position. Tilda laughed. You don't seem like your father's son. What should my father's son be like? Tilda thought for a moment, but she couldn't quite picture what it should look like. However, she found Emilio somewhat intriguing. Maybe he could really make it happen? She was accustomed to being cautious. Back then, when she first arrived in the capital, she saw that gentle and refined woman and naturally knew that she didn't match up. But she never expected that Carlo at the time would actually seek her out to enter the palace. Though she felt uneasy, she still went. During her time in the palace, she witnessed too much corruption. Even the old Earl tried to make moves on her multiple times, but she managed to evade him each time. But did such a country, with such an Earl, really deserve to exist? She didn't think so. She pondered why some of the women in the harem could slap the old Earl righteously, especially Lady Alessia, if not for her protection, who knew what fate awaited her. Later, she learned that Alessia's father was the Ebenezer, commanding significant military power. When young, Alessia had also been renowned on the battlefield, holding considerable military authority. It all made sense now. She realized that with power, no matter how many people there were, they would fear her. Desiring power, she seduced the old Earl and obtained the women's army. No one knew that initially, the old Earl agreed to the existence of the women's army merely because she promised to gather beautiful women from all over the realm and send them into the palace. The women's army was just a cover. In this way, the officials of the realm wouldn't dare say anything. The old Earl insisted against opposition, making everything official, and thus, she gained her current military authority. However, the old Earl wouldn't have anticipated that his women's army wouldn't provide the beauties he desired. Even if there were any, the portraits she submitted were of unattractive ones. She also secretly established ties with the Xiongnu. If she couldn't resolve the issue with the old Earl, she might as well bring down the Xiongnu as well. After all, as long as they fought each other, she could survive. Her sisters in the women's army would live better lives. Good. Tilda smiled. If you can overthrow the old Earl, I'm willing. But you need to show me your sincerity. Chapter 72. There are bandits. Wouldn't it be better if you just went to the capital and killed that old Earl? Nelson laughed in spite of himself. This sister really thinks he's capable of anything. Killing someone. Of course, he could do that. Just not now. Sister Sanshang, aren't you making things difficult for me? I can't kill the old Earl, but I can incite chaos within the Xiongnu while taking you and your wife to the south. The south will become our stronghold. Manny Sanshang fell silent for a moment. Fine. I need to leave here within 3 days with my comrades and head south. Can you do that? Nelson did some quick calculations. The messenger had already informed Landon. Word of the unrest in the south would soon reach the capital, and the old Earl would definitely send him there. Fine. Manny Sanshang took a sip of tea. Then I'll be watching and waiting. Nelson clinked his cup against hers. Watching and waiting. At the same time, the army was already on the move. Bryce Gao, leading the troops, looked at the young 12th prince with a troubled face. What kind of situation is this? He, a grown man, had to take a child to the battlefield. If it were any ordinary child, it wouldn't matter, but this one was a prince. Their journey was rushed. How could such a small prince endure the hardships of travel? It was Carlo's command. Who dared to refuse? Who could refuse? Unlucky him, after a game of rock paper scissors with a few others, lost straight away and resignedly took charge of the 12th prince. Watching his brothers in arms trot away, he was filled with regret. If only he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have lost. How despicable. These rascals, always bullying the honest. Now, he was carrying the 12th prince on horseback, listening to all sorts of why questions while ensuring the little prince wasn't injured by the armor. As if that weren't enough. After only a few miles, they heard urgent hoofbeats behind them. It was Lady Haley's personal attendant. She was genuinely raised on the frontier. Upon arrival, she glared at their rough bunch before taking over the 12th prince, speeding up their progress. Man, he's still worried about hindering Nelson's plans. So he told her to go ahead and they'd catch up later. Luckily, she too grew up on the frontier and understood the importance of military success and timing. They moved out first, managing to reach Vandergoo Pass with the vanguard within 3 days. Upon arrival, Bryce Gao immediately vented his frustrations to Nelson. Bryce Manny, you don't know how absurd Carlo is being. He actually sent us with the 12th prince here. Bryce Gao complained bitterly, causing Nelson to frown deeply. Why would the old earl send his son to such a dangerous place? Especially a child. Does he dislike this child? Or does he have some ulterior motive? Thinking this way, he felt uneasy. If the old earl found out, they'd be in big trouble. Moreover, his current plan was critical. If the little prince were taken away, what would happen? Misfortunes never come singly. As he pondered, Marty came running, disheveled. Terrible news. The 12th prince has gone missing. Nelson's heart skipped a beat. Did his mouth carry some sort of curse, predicting bad luck? He had just wondered if the prince might get lost. And within moments, the little prince disappeared. Really? Nelson hurriedly ordered, search for him. And question those people as well. Nelson puzzled over this. The visit of the little prince was supposed to be a secret. How could someone capture or even lose him? Maybe he wandered off? Nelson guessed right. The young prince wanted to relieve himself and, unexpectedly, fell into a pit when he turned around. Crying for hours, no one came to find him. Desperate, he managed to climb out. Only problem, he forgot where he came from. Thus, getting lost. Emilio and others started searching for the young prince. Meanwhile, back at the military camp, Carson was experiencing excruciating pain all over his body. He hadn't expected Nelson's words to be true. And this drug hurt so much. Without the antidote, he would surely die. This thought made him abandon any rebellion. Looks like he had to follow Nelson's instructions. Fortunately, he had successfully dealt with those people according to Nelson's advice. By pitting 2 peaches against 3 scholars, he had eliminated those close to the Jeremiah and strengthened himself. Now, he was feeling very pleased. If he could just get the other party to continue completing tasks, he might really become Jeremiah. Leader, the Jeremiah has sent a message urging us to immediately attack Evandergu Pass. If we cannot break through Evandergu Pass, there's no need to return. Upon receiving this news, Carson started cursing loudly. Break through Evandergu Pass? Why doesn't he come himself? Doesn't he know how difficult it is to breach Evandergu Pass? After cursing for a long time, he suddenly thought of a plan. His master always had plenty of ideas. If his master could give him another strategy, could he capture the Jeremiah without much effort? With that thought, he gave orders directly. You, write a letter and tell the people inside Evandergu Pass that I want to see their general. Mayonnaise. His subordinate left obediently. He was Carson's second in command. When the first in command died mysteriously, he had an uneasy feeling. It definitely wasn't a sudden death. But what he hadn't expected was that the boss still had connections with people from Evandergu Pass. Would there be any benefits? However, he was smart enough to know not to ask unnecessary questions. The first in command was already dead, and even his wife had fallen into the boss's hands. He didn't want to be the next victim. Soon, he wrote the letter and delivered it personally to Evandergu Pass. At this moment, Evandergu Pass was bustling with activity. Everyone was searching. They had scoured dozens of miles outside the city, but they still hadn't found the dag. Marty cried out loud. All over. Losing the prince is a grave offense. The personal attendant of Alessia also looked grim. Why did she have to leave precisely at that moment? If she hadn't listened to the dag and walked aside, she wouldn't have lost him. It was too late now. Did we search the wrong place where the dag went missing? Emilio asked suddenly. Marty put on a pained face. We've searched thoroughly, but the prince isn't there. Tell me where it is, and I'll take people to search. 2 li outside the city, in the woods. Not good. There are bandits there. Chapter 73, Captured. Cameron let out a cry of shock. Marty collapsed to the ground in dismay. Disaster. The dag must have been captured by those bandits. What are we going to do? The maid beside Alessia was in disbelief. She almost grabbed Emilio's collar. We must find the dag, or else Alessia will not forgive you. Emilio laughed wryly. I didn't lose him. You people lost him, and now you're blaming me. If it's the dag, why wasn't anyone accompanying him? And why wasn't anyone informed when he arrived? Should I have sent someone to greet him in advance? Now that something like this has happened, it's all your fault. Emilio crossed his arms. It's got nothing to do with me. Alessia's personal maid Zaylee was furious. Looking at Emilio's uncooperative manner, she sneered. Do you know who you are? The dag is extremely precious. How dare you refuse to look for the dag? Is it because you don't respect Alessia? Or perhaps Randy? Even if you are a young general of the Manny family, what does that matter? How can a mere member of the Manny family compare to the honor of the dag? I'm only saying this once. You must find the dag. Otherwise, when I return, I'll make sure Alessia punishes you. Zaylee glared at him coldly. And Arvin won't let you off either. Emilio wasn't afraid of such threats. Just as he was about to speak, Cameron, who was frightened, hurriedly pulled him aside and whispered, Young Ellie, Arvin isn't someone to be trifled with. Moreover, the dag is still a prince. Randy won't care who actually lost him. In the end, we'll all be punished together. She's also Alessia's maid. Not a good person at all and never reasonable. Arvin controls the military. If we don't help find him, won't we offend Arvin? The court officials are just waiting for us to slip up. Emilio sneered. Sir, we shouldn't ruin ourselves for an unreasonable person. Cameron pointed at Zaylee. Fine, send people to look, but don't alert Zhang Qiwu. Otherwise, if the bandits know, the dag might really be in danger. I understand. Cameron smiled slightly and said to Zaylee. You lost the dag yet want to blame us. It's already your fault. But our young Ellie is generous and won't argue over this. The incident regarding the missing dag is too significant. It must be kept secret. Otherwise, you know what consequences await. Zaylee gave them a cold look. Why aren't you sending people to search? Emilio glanced at her disdainfully. She doesn't look impressive and doesn't seem too smart either. He then spoke quietly to Cameron. He had never been a patient person. Since the other side showed no respect, he wouldn't give them face either. After listening, Cameron hesitated, casting a slightly regretful glance at Zaylee before leaving. Seeing this, Marty quickly came over, pulling Emilio aside. This is the maid who accompanied Alessia from her boudoir. You mustn't act rashly. Marty, rest assured, I won't act rashly. Marty was still a little uneasy. But thinking again, Emilio was still a man after all. How could he harm Jolie? Surely it was unnecessary worry. So, let's go find the dag right away. Not so fast. First, I'll send someone to investigate. The dag is valuable. If they discover him, it could backfire on us. The best outcome would be if the dag wasn't captured at all. If he was captured, it would be much more difficult. Unbeknownst to Emilio, the dag Ricardo was indeed not captured by bandits, but his situation was even more perilous. This young prince, seemingly emboldened by his youthful courage, did not feel scared upon being separated from his entourage during his first outing. He simply chose a direction and wandered aimlessly. Coincidentally, he reached the edge of the grasslands. Exhausted, the young prince collapsed on the ground and fell asleep. He probably wouldn't realize the danger until hunger woke him. Cameron led a group directly to the bandit stronghold. After some inquiries, they inadvertently let the other party notice something. The leader of Hay Feng Fort is called Gus. This man has been the boss around here for 10 years. He knows a lot about the area. He himself is not very upright, but he has some skills. He knows not to provoke the imperial court people. Otherwise, trouble would arise. All along, he has never touched anything belonging to the court. He only asked for protection fees from passing rich merchants. This allowed him to live quite comfortably. Seeing Cameron's attire and demeanor, he guessed in his heart that perhaps a young master of this family had gone missing. If he could find him, wouldn't he be able to extort a large sum? Gus clasped his hands together and said with an embarrassed look, "There are many children in this fort. If you say it's a child, I can't really help." Upon hearing this, Cameron immediately understood what the other person meant. He was planning to ask for an exorbitant amount. Moreover, it wasn't certain if the other party knew anything about the dag. He hastily said, "Since it's difficult for Boss Gus, let's just forget it then." After saying that, he didn't hesitate and turned to leave directly. But how easy was it to enter and exit Hay Feng Fort? Coming in was easy, but going out was hard. Gus, after all, was a bandit who raided homes and robbed travelers. How could he easily let anyone leave? Immediately, he had someone block Cameron and his companions. "Mr. Wong, it's not proper to just leave like this. Others always come with gifts." Cameron inwardly knew this was bad. Gus was planning to blackmail them. However, he wasn't panicked. This time he brought few people with him, but he was always meticulous. Knowing Gus wasn't a good person, he naturally guarded against him. He signaled to the people behind him. Someone immediately rushed out and shot a flare into the sky. This naturally drew attention. Seeing this, Gus didn't feel angry, nor did he feel scared. He didn't know these people. After all, being a bandit on the mountain, he couldn't risk going to the city, and he certainly wouldn't know about Cameron and Emilio. Chapter 74 Going up the mountain. Bringing more people is good. Recently, I'm quite short on cash, so let me borrow some money from you to spend. After saying this, he ordered his men to tie up Cameron and the others, sending them directly to the prison. Calling it a prison, it was essentially just a dilapidated mud house without even a roof. How could anyone escape smoothly once caught by these people? Of course, there wasn't any possibility of that. Fade naturally wouldn't think about repairing the house. Instead, he believed that making these people suffer would make them pay more tribute. But he didn't expect that Cameron and the others were not ordinary people. If they were just ordinary people, how could they have allowed themselves to be easily captured? They would have fought back long ago. Fade had done such things countless times before, so he was naturally more experienced than others. After the captives went in, Fate started planning with his brothers. "Big brother, we've obtained quite a few good things these days, but the situation seems a bit unstable now. I heard that the Xiongnu won't have many good days left. If the Xiongnu are gone, it will be difficult for us to continue staying on this mountain. Big brother, should we make preparations?" Fate snorted. "Do you think I haven't thought of that? I've already planned it out. After this deal, I'll lead the brothers south to Jiangnan. I heard that there are displaced people there. We can blend in among them and wait for the government to distribute disaster relief grain. We can eat more relief grain, and when the government offers places for the displaced to settle, we'll find a spot too, settling down. At that time, with land, houses, and all the silver we've saved over the years, marrying wives and turning over a new leaf, who could still call us bandits?" As soon as Fate finished speaking, the others teared up. Only Big Brother could plan out our future like this. Exactly. Big Brother is awesome. Fate chuckled proudly. "All right, send someone to guard the foot of the mountain. We mustn't let these people escape. One of us will go." Someone immediately ran downhill. At this moment, 50 miles away, a group had set up camp here. They had seen the signal, and naturally, informed Emilio. Within a quarter of an hour, Emilio arrived with his men. Zaylee instinctively wanted to run up the mountain, but Emilio and his men stopped her. "You scoundrel! How dare you stop me from rescuing the dag?" "Aunt Zaylee, we can't be sure yet if the dag is actually on the mountain. These bandits are usually cunning. If we rush up without being sure, aren't we just falling into their trap? If they really have the dag, rushing up blindly might put him in danger." Zaylee's face darkened. "Whether he's there or not, we can't go up. I thought your Manny family had backbone. It seems it's not the case. Not going up fine. I'll go myself. If you don't save the dag, I'll rescue him on my own." With that, she turned around, bypassed Emilio and his men, and rushed toward the mountain. Emilio hurriedly sent someone after her for a few steps, then stopped. Emilio curled his lips. TSK. Those are bandits, not gentlemen like him, who understand respect for women. I hope Aunt Zaylee can keep her integrity. Haha. Emilio laughed for a while, but then Bodhi's voice came from behind. Bodhi's age made it hard for him to keep up after a period of travel. His body couldn't handle the pace, so he lagged behind. Upon arrival, he found Zaylee missing. Panicked, he asked, "Benedictal Bryce Manny, where's Miss Zaylee?" Emilio hesitated. "I said rescuing the dag should be handled carefully, but Aunt Zaylee refused and ran up the mountain. I didn't catch up, but I've sent people after her." Bodhi slapped his thigh, wincing in pain. Ow, this Miss Zaylee, what a troublemaker. He glanced at Emilio. Miss Zaylee is one of Stephanie Alessia's most trusted attendants. She cannot come to harm. Emilio felt a stirring in his heart. He took a closer look at Bodhi, who seemed to speak those words deliberately before falling silent. Suddenly, Emilio understood. He was helping him. He quickly responded, rest assured, sir. I won't let Miss Zaylee suffer. Bodhi was satisfied. Talking to smart people, everything can be conveyed with just a hint. He wobbled off his horse, legs trembling. A young eunuch quickly supported him. Then he spoke again. The most important thing now is the dag. Now, are we certain that the dag is on the mountain? Emilio directly said, we're not sure. The bandits are cunning. They might use this as an excuse to try and scam us. I've already sent people to check on the mountain. I hope Aunt Zaylee won't cause any trouble. Upon hearing this, eunuch he nodded. That's good. Miss Zaylee has martial arts skills, so she'll definitely be fine. At this moment, up on the mountain, Zaylee had stomped one of the men who came down for ransom. Speak. Where have you hidden our young master? The man felt utterly wronged. He didn't know. The boss only told him to wait for the ransom, not to expect a crazy woman. I don't know. He opened his mouth. If you let me go, our boss definitely knows. Zaylee gave a cold laugh. Your boss? Tell him to come down here and see me. The man quickly said, please, noble lady, give me some leeway and let me go back up. Only then can I bring my boss down. Zaylee kicked him. Shout for me. This put Yale in a dilemma. Blackwind Fort was at the top of the mountain. How could he shout down the boss from the foot? Where did this crazy woman come from? Why was she so crazy? Noble lady, please show mercy. I can't shout him down. Or would you like to go up with me? Although Zaylee was anxious, she was also cautious. Go up? And get captured by you? Not likely, noble lady, your martial skills are formidable. Our boss is no match for you. And besides, we just collect protection fees, we never kill anyone. Zaylee raised her eyebrows. Whether they had killed or not, she could tell at a glance. The person in front of her was even less experienced than a new soldier. Her martial arts were taught by the old Marquis back then. She wouldn't be afraid of these bandits. She made her decision, bound Yale, then mounted her horse. She tugged hard on the rope, raised her whip, and lashed him once. Lead the way. Chapter 75 found. The other party didn't say a word, walking obediently ahead, mentally planning how to convey the news to their boss. After walking for half a day, he keenly spotted a large gong halfway up the mountain. This was originally used for communication. It came in handy now. However, the madwoman behind him wasn't someone to mess with. He thought about it and suddenly stopped walking. Seeing this, Zaylee whipped him several times. He rolled on the ground in pain. Why aren't you moving? Zaylee barked harshly. Do you want me to whip you to death? Miss, I have a terrible stomachache. I need to go to the toilet. Zaylee's face turned green at his vulgarity. Miss, please untie me. Otherwise, I'll soil my pants. He acted convincingly, and Zaylee took a step back in disgust. Oh no, it's coming out. Zaylee stepped back again. Hurry up and go. Miss, you should untie me first. Zaylee gave a cold laugh. Don't even think about it. You have 3 counts to start moving, or we head straight up the mountain. Daring not to argue, he rushed behind a big tree. Then, Zaylee heard the sound of the gong being struck. Her brows furrowed. She realized she had been tricked. She was experienced in the world, having lived luxuriously in the palace for so many years, yet she was deceived by a bandit. Enraged, Zaylee grabbed her whip and went after him. But she was unfamiliar with the mountain paths and couldn't catch up with the bandit who had already freed himself from the ropes. She could only watch helplessly as he disappeared into the dense forest. Zaylee gritted her teeth in anger. Damn it. Fortunately, she could now see the faint outline of rooftops. She jumped on her horse and galloped towards the mountaintop. Emilio had already searched the area thoroughly, discovering a piece of cloth near a hidden spot. Upon feeling the material, he knew it wasn't something ordinary. He sent the cloth to Ewan. Seeing the cloth, Ewan became agitated. Manny's yes. This belongs to Freddy. Why is there only a piece? Did he encounter an accident? Ewan staggered. If Freddy met with misfortune, they wouldn't be able to return, not to mention Stephanie Dowager Haley and the Bartolomeo. They could execute them slowly for failing the prince. Not quite. Emilio interjected. This was found near a cave entrance. He must have fallen down and then climbed back up. Saying that, he frowned. But judging by the direction the cloth pointed, it leads to the grasslands. Ewan collapsed onto the ground. Grasslands? Wouldn't that mean facing the Huns? And even packs of wolves on the plains. It's over. It's really over. They don't need to worry. I've already sent people to search. Now I just need to ask Ewan if you wish to join me? Ewan nodded hurriedly. Manny's yes. We must go. He had to go. Should anything happen to Freddy, the vast grassland would be a place to hide, especially with gold and silver. Later, he could find a safe place to settle as a wealthy man, better than facing execution. Please follow me, public official. Emilio led Ewan towards the grasslands. At this moment, Freddy woke up, famished, Benedicting his head. All he saw were green grasses, blue skies, and a ravenous hunger. He burst into tears. As a noble born to the imperial family, when had he ever encountered such a situation? Ricardo cried for a while, but no one came to comfort him. Finally, he ran out of energy to cry. He sniffled and looked around. All he saw was endless grass, with no sense of direction, not knowing where he was. None of the maidservants or eunuchs were with him anymore. Gone was the joy he once felt when leaving the palace staff behind. Now he longed to return. But which way was home? Lost, Ricardo looked around aimlessly. The grass towered high above him, making him look like a tiny speck. Suddenly, he heard the sound of hooves approaching. Delighted, he followed the sound until he saw several men dressed differently from those in Dali. Terrified, he covered his mouth immediately. He recognized them. In a picture book his mother had given him, these people were called Huns and were very dangerous. They loved eating children, especially dolly children, whose delicate skin they relished. Recalling his mother's words, Ricardo felt like crying again. Why was he thrown here? To face such evil people who eat children? Wailing. He wanted to return to his mother and see his father. Why did father send him here? Did father no longer love him? Ricardo's tears fell in large drops. Naturally, he did not hear the conversation between those few men. Strange. The Rosanna said that the boy came in this direction. Why can't we find him? Keep searching. If we can't bring him back, Gale won't let us off. Damn. If I catch that little brat. Otherwise, I will crush his head. There are signs here. Suddenly, someone shouted. Immediately after, Ricardo felt the hoofbeats getting closer to him. He wanted to run but didn't know which direction to go. He curled up his body. He hoped no one would find him and silently wished for Sister Zaylee to come quickly. The hoofbeats grew louder and closer. Ricardo tensed up to the extreme. Found him. A voice came from above his head. Ricardo looked up to see a face splattered with blood. Ah. With that scream, he fainted. Emilio Tzged. And he's a prince. Just that much courage? He had heard that this young prince's maternal grandfather was the Ebenezer, the legendary war hero known as the God of Death after earning his military honors. Why is his grandson so timid? Can't be fake, right? Ouch. My little ancestor. Marty hurried over and held the dag tightly. Thank goodness. They found him. He was overwhelmed with excitement. Now he wouldn't lose his head. Thinking about it made him even more excited. Bryce Manny, the dag has fainted. We should hurry back and find a doctor for him. Look at his pitiful state. He must have suffered a lot. Emilio thought to himself. These people really had a lot on their minds. After all, he's a prince, and at such a young age, they let him go to the toilet alone. They didn't even send someone to watch over him. Now they're starting to feel heartache. He really couldn't understand it. Then let's go back. After saying that, Emilio gave a signal to someone behind him. The person nodded immediately. Then, he ran towards Blackwind Fort. Chapter 76 Not Found. The person who left spurred their horse on towards Hafing Fort. At this moment, Cameron was speculating with his brothers about why things outside had suddenly become so lively. Could it be that Emilio had brought people here? They were all betting on it, but none of them ventured out to check until someone dropped from the sky, startling several of them. Cameron asked, why did you come? Weren't you supposed to stay by young Ellie's side? The person hastily said, we've already found Freddy. Young Ellie sent me to find you all and bring you back. Right. Why haven't we seen Aunt Zaylee? Zaylee? What's it got to do with her? Cameron responded, puzzled. Honestly, he wasn't fond of this young lady. Though she had panicked over the loss of Freddy, she shouldn't have laid hands on his young master. It wasn't as if they had lost the prince. If anyone should be slapped, shouldn't it be herself? If not for the fact that Zaylee was a close attendant to Noble Alessia, he would have thought she deliberately lost Freddy. Otherwise, knowing that Freddy was just a child, why leave him alone? This was clearly meant to harm Freddy. Aunt Zaylee has also arrived. What? Cameron slapped his thigh, and his entire demeanor brightened up. Hearing this, I told you it couldn't be young Ellie. The commotion outside must definitely be caused by that woman Zaylee. Do you believe it or not? Someone spat in contempt at the same time, but they admitted they didn't understand Emilio as well as Cameron did. Cameron got up with satisfaction and brushed the dirt off his body. Come on, let's go outside and see what kind of state Lady Zaylee is in now. Someone retorted sullenly, she's Drake's subordinate. How could she possibly be in a sorry state? I think that young lady has steady footing. She must be quite skilled. Cameron rolled his eyes and directly said, you guys don't get it. It's not certain. Although Zaylee does have some skills, as an attendant of Noble Alessia. But where are we? The open wilderness. And this is Hafing Fort. Those bandits haven't seen Jolie in hundreds of years. Seeing someone like Zaylee, they'll definitely lose their cool. Who knows, maybe there'll be a scene of bandits causing trouble. Everyone laughed heartily. Then, led by Cameron, they all jumped out. The guards of Hafing Fort froze upon seeing them, looking at them in disbelief. You actually know martial arts. Cameron flashed a terrifying smile. Now that you know, you can't live anymore. With that, he knocked the person unconscious. As they proceeded, they knocked out people along the way, and by the time they reached the entrance of the fort, they had knocked out most of the people. Outside the fort, Zaylee, dressed in Red Riding attire, aimed her long spear at Fateh. Evandered over my young master. Otherwise, your life will be forfeit today. Fateh spewed filthy words. His eyes were filled with provocation. Zaylee, not one to be trifled with, immediately stabbed a man's throat, then threw Yale in front of Fateh. She sneered. Now what? Are you going to hand over the person or not? Cameron swallowed hard. This woman is pretty tough. I wonder if young Ellie's plan will succeed? He was genuinely worried. At Evandergu Pass, Marty anxiously paced back and forth while Emilio pressed him into a chair. Marty, no matter how anxious you are, Freddy won't arrive any faster. We might as well wait patiently. How can I wait patiently? If something happens, even if I had several heads, they wouldn't be enough to atone for the mistake. Marty was naturally anxious. He was indeed a close confidant of Carlo. However, remember, many people have their eyes on his position. To remain stable, he had to exert a lot of effort. Moreover, as a confidant, how could he compare to Carlo's own son? As a eunuch without roots, he still wanted to adopt a godson. Let alone Carlo? This is Carlo's beloved son. Freddy's status is also prestigious. Now, with the Stephanie having passed away long ago, only Noble Alessia has sufficient seniority in the harem. Unless Randy marries another Guadalupe. Otherwise, wouldn't the harem still be under Noble Alessia's command? How could he not show respect to the son of Noble Alessia? Thinking of this, he felt even more restless. Marty knelt down and began chanting. All gods and Buddhas, please protect Freddy, safe and sound, safe and sound. He continuously prayed. Seeing his expression, Emilio knew that nothing could be asked from him. He directly looked at the little eunuch standing beside and asked, what is your honorable surname, sir? The general overawes this lowly servant. My name is Xiao Benedict Z. Sir Xiao Benedict, I have some questions regarding Freddy, and I hope you can answer them for me. Bryce Manny, please don't be too formal. Just ask, I will tell everything I know. Emilio then pulled him aside and asked, why did Freddy suddenly ask to go to the toilet by himself? Xiao Benedict Z laughed after hearing this. Bryce, you don't know. This was a request from Noble Alessia. Noble Alessia thinks Freddy is still young and shouldn't be pampered too much, so she taught Freddy to be independent since he was young. Except for things that he couldn't do due to his age, most of the time, he was taught by palace attendants to do things on his own. Even going to the toilet is the same. While in the palace, Freddy often does it himself. I just didn't expect an accident to happen this time. Emilio thought to himself, this isn't like forcing something not bitter into one's mouth. This is really. Regarding Aunt Zaylee, how much do you know, Sir Xiao Benedict Z? I entered the palace a bit later, so I only heard some things about Aunt Zaylee. I heard that she has been serving by Noble Alessia's side since she was still a young lady, never leaving her side. She has a slightly aggressive personality and usually carries herself with a sense of pride. How is she with Freddy? Emilio was curious. After all, yesterday, Zaylee's behavior really didn't look like someone who had lost her master. She immediately used overwhelming pressure. Didn't she realize that the loss of her master, Freddy, was due to her actions? Wasn't she afraid of being punished when she returned? I don't know. Xiao Benedict Z had a difficult look on his face. I served before Randy and have only recently entered the palace, so I haven't heard much about what goes on in the harem. Chapter 77. Personality Issues. Maeli should know about this. Benedictal Benedict looked at Adifir sighed and said, I've heard about this matter as well. I'm just not sure if it's true or not. Previously, it was said that Lady Zaylee doted on the dag immensely. If not for Stephanie Alessia's prohibition, the dag might have been indulged into idleness by her. Because of this, Stephanie Alessia never allowed Lady Zaylee to get close to the dag. This time, allowing Lady Zaylee to come along was quite peculiar. But since Lady Zaylee carries Stephanie Alessia's imperial decree, there shouldn't be any problem. As for her temper, Lady Zaylee indeed has a rather fiery one. Stephanie Alessia also has a volatile temperament. After all, she grew up as the apple of her family's eye, even after entering the palace. With Drake supporting her from behind, Her Majesty has always been bold enough. She is the only concubine in the harem who dares to pull Carlo's beard. With the Stephanie consort being so favored, servants naturally don't need to worry about others' attitudes, thus they are more relaxed. Lady Zaylee's temper is somewhat inherited from this environment. Emilio nodded. How could someone who adored the dag let him go to the bathroom alone? Clearly, something was off with Zaylee. At Hafing Fort, Cameron watched disappointedly as Zaylee reprimanded everyone harshly. Young Ellie truly miscalculated. Who would have thought that Zaylee's martial arts skills were so good? She seemed specifically trained to protect the young ladies of the household. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel envious. Daughter. He wished he had a soft and adorable daughter. Before he finished thinking, Zaylee rode in swiftly, pointing her spear directly at Cameron. Where is my young master? Cameron quickly raised his hands, indicating that he was on their side. Aunt Zaylee, we didn't find the young master here. Humph. Zaylee sneered. What good are you? As subordinates of Drake, you should be whipped for failing your duty now. Cameron muttered quietly. Those who became Drake, subordinates were doomed. Without proper investigation, what did it have to do with them? Obviously, it was the person in front who lost the dag and yet accused them. Such shameless behavior. Though he didn't voice it out loud, Zaylee glanced at him. Search. You must find all the children for me. Cameron reluctantly went to search. They searched the entire Hafing Fort, finding no child, not even Jolie. This place clearly wasn't welcoming to people. Zaylee, however, paid no attention. She pointed her spear at Fade's neck, demanding, where are they? Fade almost wished he were dead. Why did he greedily demand ransom? Now, not only were his brothers in trouble, but he himself would probably suffer the same fate. In desperation, he said, we don't have any children here. I was just being greedy. Mercy, heroine. Mercy? Zaylee sneered. Then what about the innocent civilians you killed? With that, she thrust her spear hard, piercing through Fade's neck. If Fade had known this would happen, he wouldn't have acted greedily. Unfortunately, it was too late. Zaylee swept a glance and ordered Cameron, burn everything. Leave none alive. With that, she rode away. Zaylee felt furious. Emilio dared to lie to her. Had Emilio not said the dag was here, why would she have come? She didn't know how the dag was faring now. The more she thought about it, the more anxious she became. She rushed to the agreed-upon location, only to find no one there. Zaylee furiously kicked the ground. Damn Emilio. Wasn't he planning to look for young 12 anymore? She decided to report this matter to the Bartolomeo. Glancing at the tracks, she chased after them. Coincidentally, she ended up heading toward the grassland. And she unfortunately encountered the Huns. Both sides, upon seeing each other, immediately engaged in fierce combat. The Huns outnumbered her, and Zaylee was injured. Knowing continuing would be disadvantageous, she quickly broke free and fled toward the Evander Gu Pass. Meanwhile, Adifir looked joyfully at the awakening dag. Thank heavens, dag, you've finally woken up. Ricardo stared blankly at Emilio, hiding in Adifir's arms and shouting, bad person blood? Adifir hurried to soothe him, saying, dag, that's not a bad person. He's Bryce Manny. Didn't you recently inquire about him often? He's the very Bryce Manny. Ricardo peeked out, Toe Steelsley stealing glanced at Emilio. Then Thoasoa shrunk back into Bodagong's arms, muttering something indiscernible. Immediately after, Bodagong, holding Ricardo, directly thrust him into Emilio's arms. He chuckled and said, Benedictal Bryce Manny, the little prince truly likes you. Emilio stiffened all over, unable to find any smile on his face. He didn't like kids. What kind of situation was this? If the child were just an ordinary kid, it would be fine. But this wasn't an ordinary person. It was a prince. He couldn't just throw him aside. so he had to awkwardly hold him. Why wasn't it a girl he was holding? Emilio sighed deeply. Fortunately, Bodagong noticed his discomfort and took the child back, saying, "It seems Dag is feeling better." Emilio breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. Just as he was about to say something, Cameron came running in, panting and shouting, "Something terrible has happened. Something huge. Cui Chao Bujanla. Zayli is missing." Bodagong frowned. This Zayli, how could she be so troublesome? He held the dag and walked out. What happened? Butcherdal. We don't know. Cameron was breathing heavily. She told us to burn that mountain. But when we came down from the mountain, she was gone. We searched the area but couldn't find her. Bodagong wasn't worried at all. They still remembered how Zayli almost lost the prince. If they returned to the capital city, and she reported this to Alessia first, who knows what punishment they'd receive. Now is a good opportunity instead. Pay no attention. Zayli is very capable. She will handle it herself. Cameron glanced at Emilio, who nodded, giving him a guess. Could it be that even Bodagong doesn't like Miss Zayli much? Indeed, anyone seeing that young lady might not like her. After all, she went too far. She lost the prince and then ordered everyone around. They didn't know her anything. Suddenly, the horn sounded. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Chapter 78. Bastard? The cry echoed through the military camp. Emilio's first reaction was disbelief. How could there be an enemy attack? He had already received Carson's letter. Regardless of what the other side was thinking, they were indeed convinced at the moment. All he asked for was the antidote. Along with the antidote came his next plan. Carson would be his vanguard, and then, more people would become his archers to stir up chaos across the grasslands. Carson definitely wouldn't come into the palace. As for Axel and others, their time was also near. He wasn't afraid that they would come uninvited. If they did, he had ways to make them regret it. Now, who were these new arrivals? He fell silent in contemplation. However, it only took him a moment before he gave orders to defend against the attack on the city walls. Ricardo was at the age where he loved to move around. Perhaps influenced by the Drake bloodline, he wasn't afraid at all. Initially, he was afraid of blood, but now awake, he seemed to have forgotten that fear, focused solely on following Emilio. Marty tried to persuade him but couldn't, so he carried him, following behind Emilio, hoping to delay things. When they reached the city wall, Emilio was speechless. Where was this enemy attack? It was just dozens of people chasing Jolie from the Great Benedict Kingdom. That person looked strangely like Zayli. Emilio used a spyglass to confirm her identity and laughed. Initially, he felt sorry for Zayli not having suffered any disadvantage. Now, he had a better idea. He ordered his men to hold the city gates and then start shooting arrows. Zayli never expected Emilio to be so cowardly. With nearly 200,000 troops at Avandergu Pass, to still fear a few minor soldiers and refuse to leave the city for a fight? Zayli shouted loudly, "Emilio, you've eaten so much grain. Man it, you dare not face those few Huns. You truly dishonor the warriors." Despite her loud shouting, she was still blocked by arrows, forcing her to run quickly, using her spear to block incoming arrows. But there were many arrows from the wall, raining down without end. Zayli wished she could get on the wall and fiercely reprimand Emilio. Was he aware of how hard the Northwest Army was suffering? The Drake had requested supplies multiple times, but the court was only concerned about the Huns and the barbarians, ignoring the Northwest entirely. What Emilio wasted weren't just arrows but the lives of the Northwest Army. Her eyes turned red with anger. However, in the next moment, several people appeared on the wall. Using arrows as cover, they used lassos to pull the Huns off their horses, followed by heavy thuds as bodies hit the ground. The barrage of arrows stopped suddenly. Outside the city, silence fell. The city gate opened, and Emilio rode out on horseback. He didn't even look at Zayli, walking directly to the newly arrived group. "Who do you belong to?" "It's none of your business." The Hun spat. "Great Benedict dogs." Emilio laughed, turning to someone nearby, saying, "Cut out his tongue." Zayli watched Yale lose his tongue and felt no fear. Instead, she thought this was how a real man should act. These Huns deserved to learn a lesson for their filthy mouths. She wasn't an ordinary lady confined to the boudoir. She had been on the battlefield with the Drake, killing people. Being kind to enemies is being cruel to oneself. She always believed in this principle. Otherwise, she would have died countless times in the past. Even after entering the palace, she hadn't forgotten this. Regarding Emilio's actions, Zayli withdrew her initial intention to report him. Not bad, worth observing. Cutting one person's tongue didn't cause the others to react. Emilio asked again, but still received no answer. Finally, looking at the last man, Emilio said indifferently, "Cut out his tongue." The man panicked. "Haven't you asked me yet?" Emilio smiled. "Even if I ask, you won't speak. Better to kill you outright." "I'll talk. We are under Jeremiah Rashida." He hastily spoke. After seeing the ruthlessness of the other side, he no longer believed that mentioning his Khan's name would matter. Anyway, these people from Great Benedict were only fiercely outwardly. Facing their vast army, they would obediently follow commands and then fail, sending various tributes to them. This was what their ancestors taught them, something they firmly believed. The people of Great Benedict had no courage to deal with them. Thinking of this, she continued, "You're scared now, aren't you? If you fear, then let us go immediately. Otherwise, when our Jeremiah arrives, you will regret it." The man stood up but was immediately pressed back down to the ground, ranting furiously, "Release us. Otherwise, you will surely regret it. Our Jeremiah is a military genius who will kill all of you. When that time comes, he will break into your homes and toy with your women. Just release us, and we won't tell our Jeremiah about this incident." Emilio waved his hand and said, "Kill them. After they die, don't waste their bodies. Hang them on the city wall to feed the birds." These people's mouths were so foul that he really didn't want to dry their corpses. After all, the smell was too strong. He was afraid he would suffer from the stench. He still longed for the days in the south. Those barbarians, although looking fierce, were very obedient under his control. Moreover, they smelled less. They were truly good materials. Thinking of this, Emilio began to consider how to quickly push these people together so that he could happily head to the south. There were many wonderful things waiting for him in the south. You people from Great Benedict are untrustworthy. Why did you kill me? No. Blood splattered everywhere. Zaylee looked at Emilio and thought, this kid sure hates deeply. I didn't expect you to kill them. Don't you think killing them directly loses your identity? Emilio glanced at Zaylee and spoke frankly. Are you okay? Do you actually think we should be polite to the Xiongnu? Do you think they deserve our courtesy? Zaylee paused for a moment, then laughed. If Drake heard you say this, he would be very happy. Emilio clicked his tongue. This statement seemed off. Could she be the illegitimate daughter of Drake? Otherwise, why did she call him so intimately? Where is the dag? Zaylee suddenly asked. Chapter 79. Assurance. Emilio found the situation increasingly bizarre. Zaylee immediately asked where the dag was upon arrival. Her tone didn't sound like someone worried about the dag at all. It rather resembled one of barely suppressed exasperation. Could it be that Zaylee is the biological mother of the dag? Just as he thought this, Emilio dismissed his own idea. Stephanie concubine Haley would hardly have the time to disguise herself as a servant and come to the frontier. Why would she leave the palace if everything was fine there? Even if her father is the Conway, the old earl would be displeased with her actions. In that case, it might even bring trouble to her family. Stephanie concubine Haley has been in the palace for many years after all. She definitely wouldn't do such a thing. But, the more unexpected it seems, the more likely it is to happen. I'll ask again, where is Ricardo? Upon hearing her tone, Marty couldn't help but rebuke, silence. How dare you call the dag by his name? Emilio thought to himself that although she was just a servant, Zaylee certainly had more authority than Stephanie concubine Haley. Ewan, look who I am. After saying this, Zaylee tore off her mask, revealing a stunning face. Although there were some wrinkles, it was evident she took good care of herself. Stephanie concubine Haley, Stephanie concubine Haley. Marty hurriedly knelt and greeted her. Emilio reluctantly followed suit. He muttered inwardly, was this what people called jinxing it? He just felt something was not right about Stephanie concubine Haley's servant, Zaylee, and indeed, it turned out to be Stephanie concubine Haley. Thinking about it, he even felt pretty proud of himself for guessing correctly. My lady, the border is so dangerous. How could you leave the palace? Moreover, leaving without permission is a grave offense. Stephanie concubine Haley sneered. He could send my son to such a dangerous place. Who knows if the next step isn't killing me? You old fool, the older you get, the more mixed up you become. How can you even try to harm your own son? All for the position of Amir, wanting to kill my son? Why shouldn't I come out? Stephanie concubine Haley was seething with anger. If he hadn't taken my son away, I wouldn't have come. At worst, I will defy him. Marty secretly thought this was no good. How did Stephanie concubine Haley come here again? If others heard this, who knows what trouble it might cause? He knew the details of the incident the most clearly. The dag had been framed by his own elder brother. How petty could the Amir be, trying to harm a child for the position of heir? Marty glanced at Emilio, who quietly slipped away. He had no interest in these imperial family matters. He just wondered how the old earl would react if he knew his concubine wanted to rebel against him. Thinking of this, he clicked his tongue. He then asked Cameron, how is the grassland situation? Carson came over for the medicine, and I gave him a pill as instructed by young Ellie. The rest, including Axel, have returned to the tribal regions. There's no news yet. However, Dolores wants to see you, young Ellie. Shall we go? Emilio nodded. Certainly we should. I'll make the arrangements. Cameron left. Emilio thought staying here might get him into trouble. The old earl had done poorly enough. Now he's quarreling with his own concubine. But why send the dag to him if his maternal grandfather is the Conway? Wouldn't it be too risky to let the dag die here and turn the Manny family against the Marquis? Considering the old earl's devious nature, he just might. Even if the old earl doesn't, there's always Carmine Haley and his family, who surely would. Emilio got on his horse and went to meet Dolores, visiting Third Aunt Manny along the way, telling Third Aunt Manny about Stephanie concubine Haley's arrival. Since they're planning to rebel against the old earl, having them chat together wouldn't be bad. Third Aunt Manny indeed became interested upon hearing about Stephanie concubine Haley and quickly joined her. Meanwhile, Emilio met Dolores. Despite her age, she looked well-preserved, not like an elderly woman at all. Seeing him, Dolores pushed a cup of tea toward Emilio. Have a taste. Emilio didn't touch the tea. Who knows if Dolores did something similar to him? To control him? Afraid I poisoned it? Dolores asked. Emilio was honest, simply replying, mayonnaise. Dolores was taken aback. This was the first time someone admitted it so straightforwardly. Rest assured, I won't poison it. I can drink it to show you. She took a sip and pushed the cup back to Emilio. Emilio calmly said, there should be no physical contact between men and women. Dolores realized that he wasn't going to drink the tea today. Fine, if you don't want to drink, then don't. I asked you here to ask what you plan to make me do? Emilio was straightforward. Be the Jeremiah. Jeremiah? Dolores laughed. Female Jeremiah? Have you ever had a female earl? Emilio thought about it, yes. In his time, there were many female earls. However, there was only one domestically, while there were several internationally. So what? Power has always been in the hands of men. I don't believe you haven't been tempted. Emilio pointed out directly. If you become Jeremiah, no one will dare touch your people, and you can arrange marriage alliances with men. Isn't it better not to have to marry for an alliance yourself? Dolores fell silent, feeling herself tempted. What are your terms? After you become Jeremiah, you must address me as your lord. Me? Dolores was taken aback. You're planning a rebellion? What rebellion? Emilio acted righteous. Given the current unrest, I aim to restore peace and order to the world. Dolores studied Emilio carefully. She felt this guy had incredibly thick skin. Even Carmine Haley's father didn't have skin as thick as his. Suddenly, she found her life becoming more interesting. All right, I want to see what you can do. As long as you can secure the position of Jeremiah for me, I will ensure that the Huns become your subjects. Emilio inwardly mused that Carson was not generous enough. Look, Gale is much more magnanimous. This promise was for all eternity. Deal. Emilio directly said. Dolores smiled again. Can you now drink my tea? Emilio stood up and said seriously, that still doesn't work. Men and women should not have physical contact. Besides, I trust Gale. You have courage and audacity, and I can also give you a guarantee. Chapter 80. An agreement is reached. Dolores looked at Emilio, as if she wanted to know what kind of guarantee he would offer. Emilio spoke seriously. As long as my descendants remain, I will ensure your child inherits the Jeremiah's throne without any issues, regardless of their health. Dolores abruptly stood up. Are you serious? She had many children, but only one survived with intellectual challenges. This fact pained her immensely. Although she said that helping Emilio was worth even becoming a female Jeremiah, with his promise, she knew that even after her death, her son would be secure, and her grandson would also smoothly ascend the throne. A gentleman's word is binding. Even 4 horses can't catch back a spoken word. I can swear by the eternal blue sky. Emilio was sincere. Dolores took a deep breath. There's no need for more words. I believe you. Whether or not Emilio swore by the eternal blue sky, it no longer mattered to her. Since leaving the grasslands, she no longer believed in the eternal blue sky. If it truly existed, why was she abandoned? Why did she suffer so much? In Dali, she knelt and repeatedly prayed for the eternal blue sky's protection. But in the end, no one protected her. From then on, she knew that gods and Buddhas could only talk, but only demons could directly fulfill people's wishes. Manit, demons had long disappeared from this world. She could only rely on herself. She would be the demon. Let's formalize the agreement, Dolores suggested. This was something she had never thought about before. But just like a popular saying, this world, a mother becomes strong out of necessity. When she was alone, it didn't matter. But now, she needed to secure a future for her child. These were all things owed to them by the Xiongnu. All right. Emilio didn't dare write the agreement himself because his handwriting was terrible. He ordered Cameron beside him to write instead. He dictated while Cameron wrote. Soon, it was done. Dolores signed first, using both her name in Dali and her Xiongnu name. Rarely taking the task seriously, Emilio actually wrote his name neatly, impressing Cameron deeply. Finally, his young master showed some progress. Next time they met, Ellie wouldn't scold him for poor supervision. Benedictal Bryce, whether what Isolated Smoke said was true or false, I just want to tell you that I have taken this seriously. So, it can only be real. In the future, if you fail to keep your word, I won't let it pass. Dolores's eyes were filled with seriousness. Holding this light piece of paper, she felt its weight like 1,000 caddies. Of course, he replied directly. Dolores carefully blew on the ink to dry it, then folded the paper and put it away. Now, let's discuss the plan. Emilio said, I've already made arrangements. Soon, the Xiongnu will be in turmoil internally. If Rina is willing, now would be a good time to return. Dolores pondered for a moment and immediately gave orders. Prepare everything now. We're returning to the Xiongnu today. She glanced at Emilio, then clapped her hands, signaling someone to bring an eagle. This is my beloved pet, which can always find me. If needed, it can be used to send messages. Emilio nodded, and Cameron eagerly took the eagle. How cool. Dolores left soon afterward. The few guards at the city gate also left simultaneously. The guards at Evandergu Pass suddenly changed several times in just a few days. By the time everyone returned, it was already forgotten. After all, there were wars year-round here, and guards were replaced frequently. They were long accustomed to it. Who could have guessed that Dolores was still alive? When Emilio next met Stephanie Dowager Xian, it was already half a month later. During this time, the old earl issued an edict reprimanding her, demanding she return to the palace quickly. However, leaving the palace without permission couldn't just result in a verbal warning. Either this Stephanie Dowager Xian was highly favored by the old earl, or she had a powerful patron behind her that made Carlo hesitant. Maybe he planned to use her against Emilio's family. Whichever it was, as long as Stephanie Dowager Xian stayed, things would be difficult for Emilio. He had just finished reading the letter from Axel. He instructed Cameron to send letters out one by one. Along with the letters went antidote pills. Unfortunately, one of the recipients refused to cooperate and stopped writing letters. A few days ago, that person passed away. The remaining people were all afraid and sought out the shaman from their tribe for various treatments, but none of them worked. They had no choice but to yield and follow Emilio's arrangements. Emilio didn't hesitate and immediately organized a major brawl. He made them fight against each other first. Before he finished writing the letter, Alessia burst in. Your Majesty, this is a military restricted area. Women cannot enter at will. As Emilio spoke, he quickly put away what he was holding. At the very least, he couldn't let Alessia see it. Alessia said nothing, just sat down and looked at Emilio. I need your support. Emilio thought to himself, what does this have to do with me? You two old spouses play on your own. Your Majesty, if you need anything, as long as I can do it, I will try my best. Alessia thought, can it really be done? If he couldn't do it, why would she bother coming to him? Besides, he had already learned from Manny-san that this person did have some skills. Who doesn't like capable people? She liked them too, but now she needed it even more. She had heard a thing or two about what happened in the palace. That day, her son went out to play with the Amir and didn't return until very late. Who could have thought that the Amir would be so malicious, wanting to harm her son? It was a pity that she had always thought the Amir was young and lost his mother early, and treated him extremely well, always preparing everything for him. Even after Benedictal XII was born, she still did not neglect the Amir's presence. Benedictal XII's things, the Amir also had. Benedictal XII's toys, which seemed too childish for the Amir, she directly exchanged for silver money to subsidize the Amir. As a stepmother, she considered herself thorough in every aspect. How could the Amir still be so malicious, trying to harm her son? She couldn't accept it, but she wouldn't just endure it either. She wasn't someone with a good temper. As for the Amir inheriting the throne later, that would only happen when the time comes. Her father was powerful. At worst, she could take her son and go to her father for help, directly rebelling. She thought very far ahead, but it was all for the sake of her son. If something really happened, what would happen to her son? She would never harm her own son. Chapter 81. Becoming a disciple. I need a way out, she said directly, without any hesitation about whether Emilio would agree or report it to others. Since she dared to speak, it meant she had alternative plans. The Amir can barely tolerate my son now. Who knows what kind of treatment Benedictal 12 will receive when he grows up? As long as my son can be protected, I am willing to do anything. Emilio lifted his eyes. Lin, His Highness the Amir is Carlos Clyde and the future successor to the throne. How could he possibly harm a little child? Moreover, the Amir is much older than the Dag. We don't know how long Randy will live, but after 100 years, the only one who can inherit the throne will be the Amir. Why would you go through all this trouble? Emilio's words were also intended as a subtle warning to her. No matter how bad the Amir might be, he is still the future Brenton. Besides, there is an age difference. The Amir wouldn't be foolish enough to frame a little prince, especially one who is only 3 or 4 years old. The old prince doesn't seem to have many years left. When the Amir ascends the throne, he'll be in his prime and has his own sons. He certainly won't care about the Dag, even if the old earl lives another 10 years. So what? The Dag will still be a child. What can he do? Lin's mind raced, understanding Emilio's meaning. What does her family have that worries the Amir the most? Military power. The military power in the Northwest has always been in their hands, which is the way to protect them all. Her father would not easily take action. Even if she entered the palace, she was prepared to sacrifice herself at any moment. But now, the Drake has a grandson, pure imperial blood. If she could push her grandson onto the throne, wouldn't that mean every future earl would carry the bloodline of the Drake? All becoming relatives of the Drake? The Amir naturally fears this. Not the child, but the Drake behind him. Military power is what the Amir lacks. I once told the Amir that in the future, the Drake mansion will be his sword. Lin said, but does the Drake feel the same? Before, it didn't matter much without a legitimate grandson. Now that we have one, how will the Drake think? Lin understood her father's and brother's character well. They are extremely protective. Naturally, they would try to push Benedictal 12 onto the throne. However, Benedictal 12 is too young. He has no influence in the court, making it hard for him to stabilize himself. After Benedictal 12 was born, he rarely came to see me. I thought he just grew up. Turns out, that child's mind is very meticulous. At this thought, Lin frowned slightly. But this isn't a reason for him to harm my son. I know my own child best. I know exactly what the throne means. Power is real, but being controlled by others is also real. I don't think Benedictal 12 has that capability. Lin spoke frankly. Emilio thought, no wonder she is the birth mother. She really doesn't hold back when talking about her son. He felt that this Dag would indeed be unlucky with such a mother, and yet escaping misfortune is quite rare. Your Majesty may not think so, but others might. How does your Majesty know there aren't supporters of the Dag in the court? Lin remained silent for a long time. She couldn't be sure. You're right. But I also know that if the Amir perceives us as a threat now, he will continue to view us as a threat in the future. So, why not remove the Amir now and make my son the heir? Lin looked at Emilio. Do you understand? Emilio cursed inwardly. This woman is indeed no good. So heartless. What does it mean by understanding or not? Why come to ask for advice if it's actually inviting him into the plot? Emilio pondered for a moment. There are always some opportunistic people. They might try to fish in troubled waters. Your Majesty can try having them propose the Dag. Of course, what matters most is not the officials, but Carlo. If the Dag truly performs excellently, Carlo will see it and feel protective. Putting the Dag here is actually a form of protection. Sometimes, your Majesty doesn't need to focus on immediate concerns. The future holds infinite possibilities. Lin frowned. I understand. She realized it. The old Earl wants Benedictal 12 to have the ability to protect himself. And this ability means allowing Benedictal 12 to have military power. With military power, even if the Amir wants to harm Benedictal 12, he would have to think twice. Moreover, sometimes her father, the Drake, may not necessarily be of help to Benedictal 12. They were too eager, trying to pull the Amir down, which instead drove the Amir into a frenzy. Haley Faye, understanding everything, couldn't help but smile. No wonder Randy had Xiao Bryce Manny come to be the teacher of the Dag. Having Xiao Bryce Manny around, I can rest assured. I entrust Benedictal 12 to you. Xiao Bryce Manny. Emilio wore a look of surprise. What on earth? Rely on him? No way. What did the old Earl mean? He was already exhausted. Every day spent planning and strategizing, and now he had to help raise their royal child as well? Was there any justice in the world? Dempsey, the border is a dangerous place with swords and knives. It wouldn't be good if the Dag got hurt. You should ask Randy to take the Dag back. Before Emilio could finish speaking, Haley Faye interrupted him. Xiao Bryce Manny is being modest. I've heard that despite being just a playboy who isn't particularly skilled in martial arts, Xiao Bryce Manny still manages to live comfortably at the frontier. This shows how formidable Xiao Bryce Manny is. Rest assured, Xiao Bryce Manny, since you've become my son's teacher, I won't let you suffer any loss. Marty, bring the gifts. As soon as she finished speaking, Marty walked in carrying a large chest that looked quite heavy. Placing it on the table caused the table to shake slightly. Marty wiped the sweat from his forehead. Xiao Bryce Manny, these are all the rewards given by Haley Faye. Manny's, this is just a reward. The tuition fee will be sent over later. Emilio stood up and bowed. Thank you for your favor, Dempsey, but I truly lack the skills to properly educate the Dag. But, I do have someone in mind. Why don't you ask him? Who? Haley Faye was a bit excited. Could the person recommended by Emilio be Emilio's own master? Would that make the Dag Emilio's junior brother? Chapter 82. Win-win situation. After the excitement subsided, Alessia suddenly remembered that Emilio had always been the most notorious rogue in the capital, known for wandering streets and playing with birds. He was always unpredictable. How could such a person possibly have a teacher? Even if Emmanuel indeed had some ability to tutor him excellently and kept it hidden, the traces of his years as a rogue wouldn't vanish completely. Was he just making fun of her? Is there really such a good teacher in this world? Why have I never heard of him? She asked because if there were truly someone so excellent, why would Carlo not know about him? If Carlo knew, he would certainly find a way to place this person as an important official in the capital instead of letting him remain unknown. Upon hearing this, Emilio laughed. I understand your majesty must have some doubts, but this person is very famous in our region. Alessia became excited again as she tried to recall all the renowned scholars in the imperial court. But no matter how hard she thought, she couldn't figure out who could have interacted with Emilio and become his son's teacher. She hesitated and said, could you tell me who it is? It's normal that Alessia doesn't know. After all, Director Carmine has been away from the capital for nearly half a year with me. Hearing Director Carmine, Alessia suddenly recalled something and blurted out, is it Prime Minister Carmine's Clyde, Edison, Director Carmine? Indeed, it is Director Carmine. Alessia was deeply moved. After all, what kind of person was Edison? He was carefully raised by the current Prime Minister. He was also the top scholar at a young age. Even the third-place winner in the same year could not match his handsome appearance, which showed how good-looking Director Carmine was. Such a person could make Carlo overlook his appearance and choose him as the top scholar, indicating his remarkable talent. With these thoughts, Alessia felt reassured. However, beside her, Marty reminded, I remember Prime Minister Carmine has never involved himself in these matters. This might be difficult. Upon hearing this, Alessia's heart skipped a beat. Right. She only thought that Edison had the ability to teach her son well, but she forgot that Edison's father, the Prime Minister, was staunchly loyal to Carlo and would never involve himself in the struggles among princes, let alone train his son for it, which made things complicated. There's nothing difficult. I have a way. Alessia immediately got excited. Tell me quickly, how can we invite Director Carmine? You may not know, but Director Carmine is currently working under me as a logistics officer. This position is indeed beneath him, given his abilities. But who is Director Carmine? He studied under the Prime Minister and learned a heart full of devotion to the country. If you can praise Director Carmine before Randy, he will surely gladly accept the 12th prince as his disciple. This way, it can fulfill your loving maternal heart while making Carmine's dedication known to all. Alessia, being a clever person, could maintain her power in the palace for so many years without arousing Bartolomeo's suspicion, showing her political acumen. After hearing this, she immediately understood what Emilio wanted her to do. After all, reputation was the most valued by literati. She curled her lips and said, I can do that. Director Carmine has worked so hard. Naturally, Randy should know about him. Once I speak on his behalf, Director Carmine will surely act accordingly. Isn't that my role? Emilio smiled. If Alessia is worried, you can leave this matter to me. In 2 days, Director Carmine will definitely accept the 12th prince as his disciple. Alessia carefully examined Emilio and saw the seriousness on his face. Although she doubted whether 2 days were enough to promote Edison's reputation and make him accept her son as a disciple, knowing that once a minister accepted a prince as a disciple, they became firmly associated with that prince's faction. She had never heard of a Brenton's teacher not belonging to the Brenton's faction. These were unwritten rules. Even if they managed to exploit a time gap, it might make Prime Minister Carmine hate them, leading to more losses than gains. Seeing Emilio's confident expression, she wondered if he really had a way. Having lived in the deep palace for so long, Alessia naturally didn't know what Emilio had done. If she knew, she would immediately take her son away from Emilio. She feared that her son would be ruined by Emilio. Therefore, with gritted teeth, Alessia said, done. For him, it was a win-win situation. If successful, he would gain significantly. Emilio smiled contentedly at the scene. Recently, Edison had been mumbling and plotting something new again. Now sending the 12th prince to him would serve as a check on Edison. This way, Edison wouldn't cause trouble for him. In time, news of the military situation in the south would reach the capital. Then Emilio could put the matters concerning the Xiongnu aside and leave the north to return to the south. Though plagued by venomous insects and miasma, the south had vast fertile lands that produced 3 rice crops a year. Even in flood years, a large amount of grain could be stored for future needs. Controlling the south meant holding the lifeline of the empire. Seeing Alessia agreed, Marty wanted to say something more but stopped himself. Emilio was never lazy. Seeing everyone satisfied, he immediately went to find Edison. As expected, Edison did devise a plan against him, just not put into action yet. Emilio's sudden appearance startled Edison, who pointed at him and scolded, You are a minister of this country, yet you don't know the most basic etiquette? Was your book of rights fed to dogs? Emilio responded smugly, Not everyone needs the imperial exams like Mr. Carmine. I was just a rogue before. Why should I learn the book of rights? Those words made Edison's fingers tremble with anger, but he couldn't come up with a retort. Why get upset over a rogue? It would only invite more trouble. Seeing Edison truly angry, Emilio quickly changed the subject. Mr. Carmine, I have important business with you today. Edison snorted coldly. You make it sound like I have nothing better to do than play with you every day. Chapter 83. No longer falling for it. The thought of it still infuriated him. He was, after all, a prestigious 4th-rank official, the Deputy Minister of Personnel. Who knew? He might even be the next Prime Minister one day. So what happened? Not only did he have to come out here to serve as a supply officer for Emilio, that ungrateful young man, but he also had to endure his orders. Just thinking about it made him seethe with anger. When had a 4th-rank official fallen so low? If you have something to say, spit it out. I don't have time to waste here. Don't be so harsh. We're colleagues. We should help each other. As soon as he said this, Aryan burst out laughing in annoyance. Colleagues? Helping each other? Why didn't you mention that when you betrayed me? You let me deal with the Xiongnu and tried to ruin my reputation, even giving me the title of Xiongnu Rena at a Vandergo Pass. Do you think I'm such an easygoing person? Emilio quickly said, of course, besides our esteemed Mr. Carmine, who else could possess such good temper and grace? A person like Mr. Carmine would be perfect even as a Brenton's tutor. Arjan's face remained stony. Emilio wondered if his usual tactics wouldn't work today. But then he noticed Arjan's lips twitch slightly before he suppressed it. Arjan pointed at him, saying, don't think that just because you've told some truths, I'll let you off. You've deceived me too many times before. This time, I won't easily forgive you. Despite these words, his smile lingered on his face. Emilio instantly realized that Arjan still fell for it, though more cautiously than before. That was fine, as long as it worked. Emilio hastily added, of course, I understand that our Mr. Carmine is such a noble and upright person, but if only I realize it, while others remain oblivious, wouldn't they misunderstand our great Mr. Carmine? Arjan's ears twitched, but he stayed silent. Emilio continued, a person with such high moral character as Mr. Carmine can only be fitting as a prince's tutor, befitting his knowledge and character. Arjan coughed lightly. This time he couldn't hold back his laughter. He spoke calmly, let's keep a low profile. I just did what I should do. No need to make such a fuss. This isn't making a fuss, it's simply speaking the truth. Mr. Carmine shouldn't be so modest. It's a pity there's no prince here. Otherwise, he'd surely come to seek you as his teacher. Hearing this, Arjan felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Was this boy trying to trap him again? Talking about princes or not, why did it feel like he was talking about Freddy? Was he sent by Freddy to involve him in the royal succession dispute? The more he thought about it, the more he believed it. After all, Emilio wasn't exactly straightforward. Getting involved in the royal succession was utterly dangerous. Indeed, following the future Earl would be rewarding, but not everyone could achieve that glory. The current Emir seemed secure, but even a seemingly solid position could be suspected by the old Earl. Now the old Earl, getting older, was increasingly obsessed with power. Why were the Manny family called back? Apart from their own machinations, there was also the old Earl's intention to reclaim military control. His father did hold some power now, but the old Earl's thirst for control was immense. How could mere words win over a general with real military power? Others might not see Carlo's manipulations, but he saw it clearly. Accompanying Carlo was like walking with a tiger. Before coming here, his family had warned him not to get involved in the princely succession struggle. Coming here meant playing it safe. His father was worried that the Emir might find a way to drag them into it. On the surface, the Emir appeared more mature, but in reality, his actions were becoming less prudent. Not only was he overly eager for imperial power, but he also showed no mercy to his younger brothers. Recently, he received a letter from his father in the capital. Freddy, barely 3 or 4 years old, was already targeted because he was backed by Alia. The Emir was willing to damage his own reputation just to eliminate Freddy's chance at the throne. Who dared oppose such a person? At least until Carlo formally deposed the Emir, he remained the official heir. He then said, please don't tell me that you found me a disciple, none other than Freddy. Oh, our Mr. Carmine. You are indeed the smartest person there is. As soon as Emilio finished speaking, Arjan immediately started pushing him out of the room. The smartest one? He would be killed by Emilio's schemes. Emilio wasn't planning on letting him off easily. Don't come to harm me. You look for someone else in Dali who can do it. Don't come to me. I have no interest in these things, and I definitely don't want to get involved in the struggle among the princes. Just look at what you're saying. It's merely about being a teacher. How could that possibly get involved in the princely struggles? Emilio tried to salvage the situation. Moreover, Freddy is still so young. Even if Randy lives for several more decades and something unfortunate happens to the Emir, it wouldn't be Freddy's turn to take the position. Just rest assured. Besides, Freddy is the most favored prince by Randy. Aren't you set on making a name for yourself? Tutoring Freddy will surely fulfill your ambitions. Emilio, are you really unaware, or just pretending? The news in the capital has been spreading like wildfire. Didn't Bryce Manny tell you? Arjan began to suspect if Emilio had lost his mind. Such a huge event, and he didn't know anything about it? He couldn't believe that even the common folk had already made up rhymes about it. A few days ago, when he was walking down a Vandergo Street, he heard people singing this little rhyme. Could Emilio really not know about such things? He refused to believe it. How could Emilio possibly not know? It was precisely because he knew that he introduced Arjan to Alia. After all, it's better for others to sacrifice than for oneself to be sacrificed. Besides, he wasn't doing it solely for the sake of protecting Dali's future. He had his own ambitions as well. How could he teach a little kid? Then going after the little kid's position afterward wouldn't make sense from any perspective. He also couldn't ruin the child's potential. If he did, Alia would never forgive him. At this moment, the issue was too complicated because Arjan was overly concerned with his reputation. Chapter 84. Asking for money. There's no need to say more. I definitely won't listen to you. Edison directly spoke up, attempting to dispel Emilio's thoughts. But how easy was it to discourage someone like Emilio? He looked at Edison and suddenly said, "Are you sure?" Edison laughed out of frustration. Was there any doubt about this matter? Of course, he was sure. Among the princes, who brought disaster upon those they associated with, his family had already reached unprecedented prosperity. If he could marry another Rosanna, this prosperity would only grow greater. Why risk decapitation? Oh, what a pity. Stephanie Haley mentioned something. Emilio deliberately left half his sentence hanging, waiting for Edison to ask what was said. He could see clearly that Edison not only liked hearing good things about himself, but also had an especially strong sense of curiosity. However, this time Edison acted differently than before. Instead of asking further, he dismissed Emilio outright. Emilio thought to himself, as expected, once Huang Zitao was involved, even someone as not so smart as Edison could become wary. Indeed, it was not easy to maneuver. But that was only true for others. He still had a way, though it might take more time. Emilio did nothing else, but wrote a letter to Dolores who was already on the grasslands. since Dolores's hawk was always available for communication. This hawk flew quickly, delivering the message back to him by nightfall. After reading it, Emilio was now certain about the current situation on the grasslands. As he had predicted, the grasslands were now divided into 4 forces, one loyal to the true Jeremiah, another supporting Dolores, then Carson, and finally Axel. Because of the information advantage he had, neither Carson nor Axel knew they had both been poisoned. And Dolores did not know why these 2 parties were targeting the Jeremiah. The Jeremiah was the only one unaware, and also the most unfortunate. Of these 4 forces, the Jeremiah's faction was the largest, followed by Axel, who led over a dozen tribes, far outnumbering Carson's people. The weakest was Dolores. To control all these factions, Dolores was the key point of entry. After committing the power dynamics of the grasslands to memory, he immediately wrote another letter to Dolores, sending it back via the hawk. Since Dolores's force was the weakest, he had to ally with the other 2. Moreover, with Dolores involved, they had another reason to attack the Jeremiah. Sure enough, news spread quickly. The next morning, the hawk returned. Emilio smiled when he saw the words written on it. Even if Dolores had already expressed herself so clearly, he wouldn't hold back. Emilio summoned Cameron and instructed him to inform Carson to meet with him immediately. However, before that, he needed to deal with Edison first. Although he needed to deal with Edison first, Emilio first wanted to see Stephanie Haley. Upon seeing him enter, she asked eagerly, "How is the matter progressing?" Emilio didn't hesitate and replied directly, "Your Majesty, as I came here to wage war, the Xiongnu are currently quite restless. I'm afraid I must deal with them first before coming back to discuss matters with you." Stephanie Haley didn't suspect anything at all. Having grown up in military camps, she naturally understood the rules. Besides, Baishan had already violated palace regulations by escaping from the palace. Even if he acted arrogantly now, Carlo would severely reprimand him upon return. Furthermore, having been out for so long, she naturally welcomed the opportunity for him to stay longer. So she waved her hand towards Emilio and said, "Since you've spoken, then do as you say. Military affairs are of utmost importance. Prioritize them. Your Majesty can rest assured, I will handle it as soon as possible." Stephanie Haley waved her hand, signaling that Emilio could leave. He walked out backward, then headed straight to Manny Hua's place. Upon seeing Emilio, Edison felt a headache come on. He pointed at Emilio and said, "Why have you come again?" Emilio smiled. "Do you mean to tell me you're unwelcome, Sir Carmine? Do you think you're indispensable?" Edison didn't give Emilio any face, speaking bluntly. Emilio had no choice but to say, "I've come today to discuss important matters with Sir Carmine." Edison raised an eyebrow and said, "Important matters? You don't mean to ask me to be a prince's tutor, do you? If that's it, forget it. I won't agree." "Of course not. If it's just about being a teacher, there are naturally people qualified for that. I heard before that some Mr. So-and-so offered to be the tutor of the DAG. I believe he wrote something about under the eastern pear blossoms." Emilio frowned. Forget about what's under the eastern or western pear blossoms. In any case, he wanted to be the tutor, but Stephanie Haley did not agree. Stephanie Haley only admired Lord Carmine's exceptional qualities as a youth surpassing grown men. Since she had no interest, she thought of inviting that Mr. So-and-so over. Edison frowned. Could it be Mr. Xiongnu? Mr. Xiongnu once wrote a poem with a line mentioning under the eastern pear blossoms, but he was uncertain if Emilio was trying to mislead him. What eastern pear blossoms? Emilio knitted his eyebrows and looked at Edison. "Lord Carmine, aren't you putting me in a difficult spot? I'm just a wastrel. I attended school for a few days but didn't read as much as you. How could I remember anything about under the eastern pear blossoms? I just happened to hear someone mention how skilled that Mr. So-and-so is. I heard he studied under a great scholar from the previous dynasty. Pity that because of this connection, he cannot enter officialdom in this life." Upon hearing this, Edison became more convinced that Emilio was referring to Mr. Xiongnu. Indeed, Mr. Xiongnu was a disciple of a loyal minister from the previous dynasty. If this person wanted to become the DAG's tutor, could it be that the DAG really has something exceptional about him? But even if he does have something exceptional, after being taught by that person, Carlo definitely wouldn't be pleased. No wonder Stephanie Haley initially refused. Edison didn't think further. Even if the DAG does have exceptional qualities, he couldn't let him get entangled in factional struggles. "Alright, since you say it has nothing to do with the DAG, then what do you plan to propose to me? We're about to go to war, right? So, please, Lord Carmine, give us more money." Emilio rubbed his fingers together in front of Edison, mimicking the gesture of counting money. Chapter 85. 5 million Benedictong? The moment he saw Emilio's shameless gesture, Arjan could not hold back his anger. If I'm not mistaken, the court just sent a huge amount of grain. Don't tell me it's all gone in just a few days. Arjan thought that if Emilio dared to nod and admit it, he would immediately report him to the court. But to his surprise, Emilio grinned and said, "How can it be gone? I just need a little more." Arjan looked at him suspiciously. "Really?" Emilio hurried to assure him, "Of course it's true. Carmine Darun, we've worked together for so long. You wouldn't doubt me now, would you?" Arjan was deeply skeptical but puzzled. If it wasn't about asking for supplies, what did this gesture mean? "So what do you mean?" "Sir Carmine, it's quite clear. I don't lack anything else. I lack money." When Arjan heard this, he nearly choked on his own saliva. "Lack of money? You're not at war now, nor is it time for rewards. What money do you lack?" He couldn't understand. It wasn't as if he thought Emilio was foolish enough to be easily fooled. Arjan looked at him disapprovingly. "Look at what you're saying, getting too formal. Lack of money doesn't necessarily mean sharing with others. See how hard our soldiers have been here. They've endured so much. Even if they haven't suffered greatly, some hard-earned money should be given. The court already finds ways each month to reward them, which is a great grace. What else do you want?" Without listening further, Arjan interrupted. "And I don't believe you're unaware of the current situation in the court. The Ministry of Revenue has no extra grain, let alone money. Now you ask me for money? Where am I supposed to get it from?" "No money." Arjan coldly threw these 2 words at him. Then he heard Emilio say, I came to show my concern for you, Sir Carmine. Do you mean I should pay out of my pocket and give the soldiers money? Emilio, remember you were once considered clever. Don't you know court money can't be dispersed by officials? If Carlo found out, he'd surely be worried. Do I really need to remind you of such basics? That's none of my concern. All I need is money, and I need it now. Arjan laughed angrily at Emilio's unscrupulous attitude. He also directly retorted, no money, scram. Or else, I won't give it to you. Pausing, he added, if he didn't provide Emilio with supplies, within 2 days, those Xiongnu people might turn into food. Eating human flesh was immoral, especially since their empire prided itself as a civilized nation. How could they commit such an inhumane act? He swallowed these words down. But Emilio, knowing his hesitation, shamelessly continued, if you don't arrange it, I'll sell the grain and buy more from the Xiongnu. I've always wondered what human flesh tastes like. At this, Arjan forced himself to suppress a twitching mouth corner, clenching his teeth as he stared at Emilio. All right, you win. Money, right? Just name your price, and I'll try my best. Emilio smiled and stretched out his hand. I need this much. Seeing Emilio hold up 5 fingers, Arjan initially thought Emilio wasn't asking too much. 5,000 liang, sure, that's manageable. But Emilio shook his head, considering perhaps it was 50,000, which wasn't too much either. 50,000 I could manage too. Not 50,000. Arjan was stunned. How much then? Don't tell me it's 500,000. Are you insane, Emilio? That would bankrupt me. Don't underestimate me. Who asked for 500,000? A measly 500,000 isn't fitting for someone like Sir Carmine. I'm talking 5 million. Upon hearing the figure, Arjan didn't even look up, pushing Emilio away. Even 5,000 is hard to come by, let alone 5 million. Go daydream somewhere else. Even selling all the grain won't get you 5 million. Get out. You can roll wherever you want, and you can amuse whoever you want, but don't come and tease me. I don't have time to play these games with you. Emilio sighed, but this money is very important to me. Important? Otherwise, you could take my life and see what use you'd find in it. Hearing this, Emilio actually got excited. You really mean that? Good for you, Emilio. This morning, a crow kept cawing outside my door, and I thought something was about to happen. It turns out you're just here to set another trap for me. Forget it. Get lost. How could Emilio leave so easily? He had planned this long ago. If the other party didn't agree, he would simply stay here indefinitely. Without further ado, he hugged the table leg. No way. No money. No leaving. Arjan was so angry that his teeth itched. Emilio, don't think I'll just follow your tricks and drag the dag into some public scandal. Let me tell you straight. Forget it. I will not get involved in palace intrigues. Just give up on that idea. After saying this, he tried to push Emilio out again. But Emilio said, Sir Carmine, though you are annoying, we've lived together for so long. Don't you know my personality by now? I treat my people very well. Think of Landon. Think of Cameron. When have I ever been unfair to those around me? Sir Carmine, think about it. If guiding the Zane truly had no benefits, would I come to you? Arjan sneered. Do you think I'm a child who can be fooled by a few words? Emilio, let me tell you frankly, I won't fall for it again. Emilio thought, he really has learned. But will he never fall for it again? Emilio smiled mysteriously and suddenly asked, Sir Carmine, do you think you won't get involved in the prince's struggles if you don't guide the dag? Chapter 86. What is the intent? Kieran felt a sudden chill in his heart for some unknown reason. He always felt that Emilio's words carried hidden meanings. Unable to resist, he asked, what do you mean by that? My father has always been a representative of neutrality. He is a staunch royalist. How could he possibly get involved in the prince's contention? Emilio smiled. Sir Carmine, you are still too young. Haven't you seen through Randy's actions? Think about how many ministers there are in this court. Which one isn't more experienced than us? Man it, why does the Abdurrahman stay in the capital and now suddenly be sent here to Tianguan, specifically into our hands? Kieran pondered for a moment. Indeed, he couldn't figure out why the old earl did not keep the Abdurrahman in the capital. Even if he were to find a great scholar to teach him, it would still be better than sending him to this dangerous border area. The border is always full of dangers. If anything happens to the prince, wouldn't it be too late to regret it? Moreover, the old earl, though not mad, would surely grieve deeply over the loss of one more prince. Do you have something else on your mind? Could you know Carlo's intention? I certainly do. Not only do I know, but I also understand why he was sent here. Kieran couldn't help but ask. Then please enlighten me. Why exactly? The reason is simple, Emilio said straightforwardly, which made Kieran laugh out loud. I thought you had something else to say. You dare to say that the Amir doesn't meet Randy's expectations? You might not know, but the Amir is born of Carlo's first Guadalupe. That Stephanie was Randy's beloved. After the Stephanie died, there hasn't been another Leanne in this palace, showing how much Carlo cherished her. When she passed away, Randy decreed national mourning for a whole year. Such deep affection between them is evident enough to prove their close relationship, and the Amir, being the rightful heir-born to the Stephanie. Whether in terms of status or age, he is most suitable. Now, you're saying Randy might distrust the Amir. That seems unreasonable. Kieran looked disbelieving. Emilio responded directly, you only see the love between the Stephanie and the Bartolomeo, but have you considered whether the Amir might be getting too old? Being older makes him more mature, Kieran countered. Would you rather have a 3- or 4-year-old child ascend the throne? Wouldn't that invite ridicule from other nations? Besides, what does a child know? Mannies, what can a child know? But didn't the Abdurrahman once talk about state affairs outside Randy's bedchamber? As soon as these words left his mouth, Kieran understood why Emilio said so. Indeed, the Amir's actions have gone too far. Given his status, the Amir need not compete with his younger brothers. After all, no matter how hard they try, none of those younger brothers can match the elder Amir. Besides the reason of being the Stephanie's son, the Amir has been groomed by Carlo's relatives as the heir apparent. In terms of both identity and status, he far surpasses others. Even without his mother, he remains unmatched by anyone. But why does the Emir continue to act this way? Emilio also questioned. If the Emir is so excellent, why can't he tolerate even a 3- or 4-year-old child? Although the Emir is the legitimate heir, don't forget that his father does not share the same prestigious background as him. Suddenly, Kieran recalled that Carlo was not the eldest grandson born to in Guadalupe. The late Earl's birth mother was the noble Valerie. It is said that she was gifted at dancing, much favored by the previous Earl. However, the previous Earl had few offspring, only 3 sons. The Clyde, although born to the Stephanie, always preferred martial arts and showed little interest in imperial studies, coupled with his short temper, leading the current Earl to dislike him. The second son appeared gentle and cultured, but harbored a prideful disposition. Initially, the previous Earl designated the Cliff as Emir. But the Cliff committed a grave mistake, implicating everyone involved, including himself, leading to their execution. In the end, the position fell to the present Earl, who was often ridiculed for having gotten lucky. Upon taking office, the old Earl worked desperately to prove himself. Alas, fate was cruel. Who would have thought that Dali would suffer repeated calamities, leaving its people destitute, with formidable enemies looming? The empire, painstakingly built by ancestors, was gradually eroded by foreign invaders. Though the old Earl possessed considerable skills, he was ultimately just a defensive ruler. No matter how grand his ideas were, they were constrained by the myriad issues within the country, ultimately leaving him unable to accomplish anything. This delay carried on until he grew old. Thus, the old Earl's heartache was being ridiculed. What he envied most was the first prince from long ago. After all, even now, that eldest prince often scolded the old Earl as someone who merely lucked out. Moreover, that person was born of Stephanie, while he was the son of a concubine, so he truly didn't dare to take action against him and could only endure. Now, the actions of the current Emir were like dancing on the edge of the old Earl's heart. After all, he had never gotten along with his elder and second brothers. His elder brother frequently criticized him for having reaped enormous benefits. With this in mind, he naturally did not wish for his own son to face such predicaments as he had. The Emir's actions inevitably cast a shadow over the old Earl's heart. The decision to send the Abdurrahman away became much clearer. He feared that if the major operation failed, he might as well start another minor one. These reasons weren't something ordinary people could understand. Speaking ill of Randy is illegal. These past years have been when I reached a certain age. Far from the capital, who would report this to Randy if you don't say it and I don't say it? This matter is known to heaven and earth, you and me. Could it be that Sir Carmine intends to report my words to Randy? Aryan snorted coldly. He didn't need to do such despicable things. Sir Carmine, are you still refusing? Aryan pondered for a moment. He admitted that what Emilio said indeed tempted him. Just as Carmine Haley said, serving Carlo was like tending to a tiger. Gaining Carlo's favor and contributing to the establishment of a new regime wasn't an easy feat. Whoever gained the next Earl's favor would be the one to thrive. Their family's previous generation succeeded because his grandfather made the right choice. Now what should they do? Aryan smiled. This matter requires careful thought on my part. There's no need for Lord Manny to concern yourself. Lord Manny? He made a gesture. Please go ahead. Chapter 87. Underestimating Minister Carmine. Emilio laughed along. Sure. I hope Minister Carmine can respond promptly. Aryan smiled. Without further ado, Emilio was certain he had piqued his interest. So he bade farewell and left. Soon he was outside. Cameron had been waiting for quite some time. Young Ellie has received a letter from Max. Cameron deliberately obscured Landon's name. Emilio nodded in acknowledgement and signaled that they would discuss the matter upon their return. Back at the military camp, Cameron immediately handed over the letter to Emilio. Skimming through it rapidly, Emilio's brows furrowed tightly afterward. Young Ellie, is something major happening? Emilio nodded. Severe flooding in the south. Some civilians are fleeing to the southern barbarian regions. Cameron frowned. Strictly speaking, this was beneficial. After all, what they needed now was manpower. The south should not only be populated by those barbarians, but also include citizens of De Benedict. However, if the civilians fled southward, it would highlight the severity of the floods. Moreover, the area would soon face food shortages. The national granary already didn't have much grain, compounded by the southern flood. There were fears that this year's harvest wouldn't be successful, which would complicate grain trading. They couldn't accumulate enough grain either. Landon said he had already recruited many civilians as our family's base. But with grain production significantly reduced due to the southern floods, even the wealthy south is now short of food. Now, the grain he collected is insufficient, and those grain merchants are jacking up prices. It's becoming extremely difficult to buy more grain with the same amount of money. These grain merchants truly deserve death, Cameron cursed, knowing that such words were futile and did no real harm. Instead, it was they who faced difficulties in stockpiling grain. If they could not return to the south with an advantage, things would become problematic. What should we do now, young Ellie? Emilio closed his eyes, pondering for a moment before responding. It seems we must quickly resolve the northern issues. Inform everyone to speed up operations, making the Huns fight each other within 3 days. He thought for a bit more and added, write to Dolores, telling her it's time to start spreading propaganda. Manny's. Matters were swiftly arranged. Meanwhile, rumors began circulating within the Evandergu Pass. The recent activities of the Huns outside were very frequent. Those who had lived in Evandergu Pass for decades predicted that war was imminent. Even street vendors on the streets had significantly decreased. Regardless, I once saved him. Even if he dislikes me, how can he make our son suffer here? If he insists on teaching, it should be done by his grandson personally, not these inexperienced boys. I understand your concerns. Emilio does show intelligence, and Aryan is the renowned top scholar. But no matter what, an outsider can never compare to his own grandfather who is blood-related and gives his heart and soul. Today, no matter what you say, I will take him home with me. Marty tried hard to persuade Alessia, but still couldn't sway her decision. He urgently signaled the young eunuch beside him to fetch Emilio. Fortunately, before Alessia could leave with Prince 12, Emilio arrived. The moment he stepped in and saw the scene, he understood Alessia's intentions. She was not really planning to leave. She was putting pressure on them. Alessia truly lived up to her reputation as a formidable adversary. However, he certainly wouldn't let Prince 12 go. Where is your Majesty in such a hurry to go? I am naturally taking my son home. Dempsey, allow me to be frank. Randy has ordered that Prince 12 remain at Evandergu Pass. Please don't forget this. If you take Prince 12 away now, it would be considered defiance of the imperial decree. Heaven, earth, ruler, kin. The ruler comes before family. Prince 12 is Randy's son, but Randy is Prince 12's sovereign. If the sovereign speaks and Prince 12 disobeys, even if he won't be beheaded, he might lose his princely title. At that point, Dempsey may never see your own flesh and blood again. After saying this, Emilio fell silent. He believed that Alessia was intelligent enough to know what to do next. Sure enough, Alessia drew a deep breath. Then what should we do? My son is already 4 years old. In ordinary families, children at this age have already started their education. But Randy keeps delaying, and now he sends him here to Evandergu Pass, claiming that there are teachers here. You said Minister Carmine is an excellent person, but how could such a high-ranking official look upon my son? They all want to get closer to the Amir. Alessia spoke with sarcasm, but Emilio replied, that's where you're mistaken, Dempsey. You underestimate Minister Carmine. Chapter 88 Return to the Palace. Noble Alessia did not believe it. Edison indeed had some abilities. After all, he became a fourth-rank official at a young age, yet he never showed off his full potential. Moreover, once he got involved in teaching his son, it would indirectly mean participating in the competition among princes. Even if the Brenton's position is secure now, but if the Brenton hadn't made a move against his son, ministers might have thought the Brenton was someone worth supporting. Now that the Brenton has targeted his son, what would those ministers think? Especially those who were originally supporters of the Brenton. Wouldn't they worry about meeting a similar fate in the future? This way, the competition among princes will inevitably happen. Among many princes, his son is the youngest, only 3 years old this year. Even if Randy could live another 5 years, his son would be merely 8 by then. Who would believe an 8-year-old child could govern the country well? This isn't just about loyalty. It's real and tangible interest concerning the honor of the entire family. Who would easily make such a bet? If Edison were alone, he might. But behind Edison stands Prime Minister Carmine Haley, who is no ordinary person. He is our Benedict dynasty's wisest man. With Carmine Haley around, even if Edison had hundreds of talents, he couldn't properly educate his son. The son raised by Branson is naturally formidable. But how do you know Branson will agree? Branson is betting not just on my son's life, but on the whole realm. Emilio smiled. Noble consort, as you said, Branson definitely wouldn't, but Lord Carmine might. Do you remember what Lord Carmine once said? When he was young, Lord Carmine was indeed rather impetuous, boasting that he would marry the most revered woman in Benedict. In this world, apart from noble consorts in the palace, Rosannas are the most prestigious. Lord Carmine dare not compete with Randy for women, but what about a Rosanna? I heard noble consort has a beloved daughter. At this point, noble Alessia seemed to understand something. She did have a daughter, a biological one, not adopted from another concubine. However, her daughter was Diana, who previously had a betrothal with Emilio. What did he mean now? Did he really want Neve to marry Edison? Regardless of other factors, when Carlo annulled the engagement between Neve and him, he didn't believe the Manny family didn't harbor resentment. And now he wants her daughter Diana to marry Edison. Though Edison's father is the current chancellor, who knows what unknown matters lie here? Or is the other party trying to harm Neve? Do you know what you're saying? Neve was originally your wife, and you were willing to hand her over? He didn't believe men lacked possessiveness, and if there was, it was a fatal weakness. Furthermore, previously, Emilio was just a playboy, notorious for lust in the capital. Neve was the most beautiful among all Rosannas of de Benedict. Even though Emilio has changed now, can a dog change its habit of eating feces? Noble consort, I know you must have concerns. However, all favor and disfavor come from Carlo. I wouldn't dare to hate. Moreover, Diana is exceptionally beautiful and virtuous. How could a mere playboy like me match her? It's not about hatred or lack thereof. I understand someone as distinguished as Diana deserves a better man than me. Noble Alessia thought for a long time, but found it hard to fathom why it felt so easy. Yet she saw no falseness in his facial expression, so she spoke. Since you've spoken thusly, I can naturally arrange for Bartolomeo to marry Neve to Edison. Just hope you don't regret it later. Of course, I won't regret. Emilio responded with a smile. His face showed no trace of resentment. But in his heart, he thought, if he really married Diana, how would he rebel in the future? Rebelling against his own father-in-law? That wouldn't be right. Seeing how cooperative he was, Noble Alessia calmed down and said, if you can really facilitate this matter, I will ask Carlo to promote you further. As long as your requests aren't excessive, I will grant them. Thus, I do have a small request, hoping noble consort can agree. Upon hearing this, Noble Alessia nearly showed her surprise. He had just mentioned asking for something, and the other party immediately proposed a request. How shameless. But since she initiated it, she waved her hand to let Emilio speak. Your Majesty, after you return to the capital, could you help me take a look at the various young ladies in the city? Which family has a daughter with virtue and good character? At the very least, she should be on par with Diana. Of course, besides being beautiful, the most important thing is that she can manage both household affairs inside and outside. I believe with your help, Your Majesty, I will definitely find a good wife. Upon hearing this, Alessia laughed. Isn't it just about helping you find a future wife? You can rest assured, I will help you with this matter. Emilio exaggeratedly said, thank you, Your Majesty. But in his heart, he was thinking that it was great, finally getting rid of the title of Diana's husband. The de Benedict dynasty was different from previous dynasties. It was somewhat like the Feng Yun, turbulence. During the time of Tang China, these Rosannas were all very bold. The founding earl once said that Rosannas should receive treatment equal to princes. Therefore, Rosannas in the de Benedict dynasty had authority and were even more influential than dukes. Precisely because of this, he became even more vigilant. Diana had always been favored by Carlo. With such a personality, such a Rosanna would surely cause trouble in the future. It would be better for him to distance himself from her early and cut off any possibility of her marrying him again. In this way, great accomplishments could be achieved. Emilio's words were elegant, both praising Diana and admitting he did not match her. This was an indirect compliment. As Diana's birth mother, Alessia was naturally very pleased and decided to help him find a suitable wife when she returned to the capital. Therefore, Alessia didn't stay long but instead talked with Esmond, wanting to take the 12th prince back to the palace immediately. Esmond finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had already communicated with Randy earlier. Randy once instructed that if Alessia refused, she should bring the 12th prince back. Now he had completed his mission perfectly. Before leaving, he didn't forget to salute Emilio. Benedictal Bryce Manny's kindness, this eunuch will never forget. Chapter 89. Giving them a break. Emilio also smiled. Everything was understood without words. As soon as Alessia left, Emilio immediately called for Cameron. Tell everyone that we can start right away. Cameron nodded, then reminded him, young Ellie, don't forget the letter from Dolores. I know. By the way, go congratulate Lord Carmine and tell him a great surprise is about to befall him. Why should we congratulate that family Carmine? Cameron was still somewhat dissatisfied. Young Ellie, even though Diana is a Rosanna, the status of Rosannas and princes here is quite equivalent. Moreover, she is the youngest Rosanna most favored by Randy. Her power far exceeds that of some princes. Our master had to use many military achievements to arrange the engagement between Diana and you. Now it's fine if the engagement is annulled, but why should it go to the Carmine family? They harbored evil intentions and did so much harm to Ellie and young Ellie. Why are you giving them such a huge fortune? Emilio said, Miles, think about Diana's temper. Cameron recalled carefully, seemingly no notorious incidents of Diana had been spread in the capital. She should be a gentle and virtuous Rosanna. Is there something wrong with this Rosanna? Miles, since you and my father have long been on the frontier, you naturally wouldn't know this Rosanna's not so good temper. As you know, I'm someone who likes to play around. If I married a commoner's daughter, it would be fine. We could muddle through. But if I really marry a Rosanna, who knows if I would still be alive if I couldn't hold back one day. Cameron was still Bufuchi, unconvinced. Young Ellie, even Rosannas should follow the law, right? Although our ancestors Earl said Rosannas and princes have the same treatment. But once a Rosanna marries into our family, she becomes our family member. She shouldn't be jealous at least. This matter you need to ask Gales, and to see what they've done. Emilio mentioned this, and Cameron recalled what the old Earl's sister did. He fell silent. Indeed, the current imperial consort tried every means to have a mistress outside. And as for Gale, instead of being upset, she ended up keeping more male consorts herself. Now, the couple leads separate lives and is infamous in the capital city. Thinking of this, Cameron felt his lord might not be as wise as he previously thought. But everyone says Diana has the best temper. Surely, she wouldn't do such things. Emilio felt a headache at this. If he hadn't seen the original owner's memories, he would have thought Diana was gentle too. But he clearly remembered how Diana's people beat the original owner. The original owner knew who did it, but didn't dare speak out. Even if spoken, everyone would think the original owner was lying. Why bother? He said meaningfully, Miles, you must understand. One cannot judge a person's heart by their face. No matter how gentle she seems, she is still a pampered Rosanna. Why not marry Jolie from a small family as lady of the house? She can manage our Bryce's mansion properly, respect the elders above, and maintain the honor of the Bryce's household below. Whether or not she is gentle, doing these is enough. As for my wife, let her focus on maintaining the household and face. The rest, I should provide as a husband. Cameron immediately gave him a thumbs up. Young Ellie truly lives up to your name, indeed taking responsibility. Emilio thought, this is considered responsible. In any case, such behavior would be seen as patriarchal in modern times. But he believed true patriarchy wasn't about limiting what a wife could spend. It was about fulfilling what his wife wanted. Alright, hurry and inform Lord Carmine. Besides, make sure the meeting place with Dolores tomorrow remains secret. Don't worry, young Ellie. Everything is arranged. Since there's nothing more here, I'll inform Lord Carmine. Emilio watched him leave, then lazily sat down in his chair. It was time to move on. He had played enough here anyway. Dolores arrived very quickly. Pitifully, at her age, she still had to ride over to find Emilio. She couldn't help but curse Emilio in her heart for not knowing how to respect the elderly and care for the young. Fortunately, this conversation didn't drag on, and they went straight into it. There's something I need your help with. Dolores was very curious. Something that someone as smart as you can't solve. Do you really think I can solve it? Of course you can. This is an internal matter of your Xiongnu tribe, so naturally only you, Rena, can resolve it. Dolores was amused and annoyed. Whatever it was, couldn't it have been written in a letter instead of making an old woman ride all the way over here? Was this Emilio even human? The matter you speak of had better be important. Otherwise, I'll have to reconsider our cooperation. It is a very important matter. Emilio instructed, I hope that after you return, you can persuade your Jeremiah to launch an attack on a Vandergoo Pass. What kind of joke is this? Didn't we agree earlier that as long as you are at a Vandergoo Pass, we wouldn't attack each other? Now you want me to persuade the Jeremiah to attack a Vandergoo Pass. Are you planning to break our agreement? Dolores became wary. During her time back in the Xiongnu tribe, she hadn't stopped investigating Emilio. She knew what kind of person he was. His methods were ruthless enough. He managed to bring 5,000 plague-infected soldiers to their tribe overnight. What was called a peace talk turned out to be a ploy to spread the plague among them, leading to the deaths of 10,000 troops, leaving only 5,000 survivors who fled back. And those 5,000 were all infected with the virus. If the Jeremiah hadn't acted quickly, these 5,000 would have swept across the entire grassland. What could they have done about the epidemic then? When she first heard this news, she was indeed stunned. Cooperating with Emilio was no different from seeking skin from a tiger. But for her son's sake, she decided to give it a try. When they sent her to the Benedict Empire years ago, they should have known she would come back to seek revenge one day. Chapter 90. Who is the Jeremiah? Stop joking. Let's not even talk about whether I can persuade the Jeremiah to attack Avandergu Pass. Just thinking about the power distribution on this grassland is enough to give you a headache. You kept saying that you would definitely help me become the first female Jeremiah in the history of the Xiongnu. But now, it's a tripartite confrontation, and none of these factions are familiar with me. How can I make progress? Dolorous spoke bluntly. His current situation was indeed very dire. The Xiongnu tribe was no longer ruled by his biological brother, but by his nephew. If he had grown up within the Xiongnu tribe, there might still be some warmth left between him and these people. But he did not grow up within the Xiongnu tribe. Those who grew up with him are either dead or too old. Who would be willing to serve under him? No one wants to do thankless work. If you could bring me 300 men, then I would believe what you say, and persuade the Jeremiah to attack Avandergu Pass. But if I can't even get 300 men under my command, how can I expect the Jeremiah to join me in attacking Avandergu Pass? Emilio chuckled lightly. I remember you, Dempsey, are the daughter of the eternal blue sky. Joke. If I were truly the child of the eternal blue sky, how dare they send me to Day Benedict? They merely deceived me, and also deceived those naive fools. You said it yourself, the so-called daughter of the eternal blue sky is nothing but deception. If it worked back then, why wouldn't it work now? I don't believe that when it was calculated that I should marry for peace, no one mentioned I am the daughter of the eternal blue sky. Dolorous thought deeply for a moment. Indeed, before she was sent away as a peace bride, it caused quite a stir in the tribe. Many tribes believed she was the daughter of the eternal blue sky and could not be sent as a peace bride. But there were also those who believed that, since she was the daughter of the eternal blue sky, she should take on the fate of the grassland tribes. She, as the daughter of the eternal blue sky, was the most suitable person to be sent as a peace bride. Caught between two opposing views, she eventually chose to agree to the marriage alliance to resolve her father's concerns. It was because of this that some of those who once supported her began to feel disappointed in her. Is there still a way to solve this now? She didn't believe she could easily win back those people. After all, some of them were already dead. Rena, as far as I know, the Xiongnu on the grasslands worship the eternal blue sky. They also worship the wolf god, believing that the wolf god brings good luck to them. Is that true? Dolorous nodded. Indeed, that was the case. The wolf god was the symbol of the grasslands and naturally brought fortune to the steppes. If I could produce a pair of transparent statues of the wolf god, and Dolorous, guided by the eternal blue sky, obtain the wolf god statues, how would the tribal people think? Dolorous's eyes immediately turned sharp. How could you have such things? The wolf god was the symbol of the grasslands. Even if there were transparent statues, they should only exist on the grasslands. Why would they end up in Day Benedict? Could it be that their statues went missing because of the people from Day Benedict? Dolorous should know that my family has served in the imperial court for 8 generations. When my grandfather fought on the grasslands, one night he had a strange dream. There was a glowing object guiding him to a place, which puzzled him at the time. Why did this thing appear in his dreams? However, he didn't take it seriously. But the next night, he had the same dream again, for 7 consecutive nights. The same glowing object, the same place, the same guidance. My grandfather believed it was divine will, and followed the glowing object to that place. Unexpectedly, there he found a pair of majestic and imposing transparent statues of the wolf god. After finishing, Emilio glanced at Cameron. Miles, bring the pair of wolf god statues here for our Dolorous to see. Dolorous's expression immediately became serious. The wolf god statues had been lost for nearly a century. During her father's time, those statues stood at the center of their grasslands, where everyone went to worship. But one night, the wolf god statues disappeared. Everyone on the grasslands fell into panic. They believed it was punishment from the eternal blue sky, that they had done something to anger it. That night, everyone knelt at the center of the grasslands, praying sincerely, hoping that the eternal blue sky would abandon its punishment of them. But the eternal blue sky did not respond. Since then, every year they would gather at that spot, praying for forgiveness from the eternal blue sky and offering numerous items as sacrifices. Until her father grew up and became the Jeremiah of the tribe. In his youth, he quickly married and started to conduct independent sacrificial rituals. He went to the central position with his mother to pray for the protection of eternal blue sky. Right after the ceremony ended, her mother suddenly fainted. The medicine man in the tribe said that her mother was pregnant. Because of this, everyone believed she was the sign of eternal blue sky forgiving the grassland people, believing she was the daughter of eternal blue sky. He did not know if the story was true, but he also knew this matter could indeed be exploited. Soon, Cameron pushed a small cart with 2 statues wrapped in red cloth to Dolorous. Then he uncovered the red cloth. The moment the curtain fell, sunlight shone through the transparent statues, illuminating Dolorous's face with rainbow-like light. It was just like the legendary pair of wolf god statues. These are really the wolf god statues. The legendary wolf god statues. As long as one could find the wolf god statues, they would be the next successor of Jeremiah. Now the person who found the statue is him. Dolorous smiled. I can help you achieve this. Thank you for giving me such a great opportunity. Emilio also smiled. These things given away for free might lead to unpredictable events once taken back. Only Cameron silently turned away, his body shaking with suppressed laughter. He couldn't hold it in anymore. He really wanted to laugh. If he hadn't seen his young master using sand and other materials to burn and create these crystal-clear objects, he would probably think they were marvelously crafted too. But in reality, his young master had wasted many such statues before. It took quite a few tries to make these few successful ones, which were then divided among 3 people, Dolorous, Carson, and Axel. Cameron thought that he could definitely look forward to what kind of impact these wolf god statues would have in the future. They had heard from Axel that whoever found the statue would be the next Jeremiah. So, who would become the true next Jeremiah? Chapter 91. Just throw it away, Benedict. The current Jeremiah would never entrust the wolf god statue to Dolores for his own position's sake. Benedict-wise, Dolores would not expose the wolf god statue but attract more people subtly instead. This would facilitate Emilio's moves even more. Even if these 3 identical wolf god statues were accidentally exposed later, Emilio would still have a way to extricate himself, and he might even gain benefits from it. Dolores took a deep breath. She had not expected Emilio to give her such a big gift. You've given me this great gift and only asked for my help in persuading the Jeremiah to attack Evandergu Pass. Think again. Is there anything else you want? I can get them for you all at once. Emilio pretended to ponder. Finally, he waved his hand and said, although I really want to ask for a lot, I know it's not easy for Dempsey now. So forget it. You owe me a favor. You can return it in the future. Dolores smiled. She was not a fool. In this world, free things were always the most expensive. Since you don't know what you should ask for, let me decide for you. I will give you something. Just wait until the day when Evandergu Pass is attacked. If Evandergu Pass remains standing afterward, your gift will naturally be delivered into your hands. Cameron listened angrily to this. Although you are Gale of the Xiongnu, you cannot curse us like this. Before he could say more, Emilio held him back. I will definitely not disappoint Dempsey. Dolores looked at Emilio with amusement. She wondered what methods Emilio would use next to retreat the Jeremiah. Don't forget, the Jeremiah was already quite furious because the attack on Evandergu Pass had been delayed for so long. He needed only to sow discord slightly upon returning. Then this army would surely set off toward Evandergu Pass. Who could guarantee they couldn't conquer Evandergu Pass? And even if they couldn't take Evandergu Pass, how could he make the Jeremiah retreat? Well then, I'll sit here waiting for your good news. Don't forget the gift you promised me. Christy laughed softly and rode away, seeming to forget the wolf god statue. Only after Cameron and the others left did she speak. What did young Ellie mean by that? Not wanting this statue anymore. The statue is still necessary, but getting it back is a whole new issue. Confused, Cameron said, isn't it just a statue? Why make it so complicated? Emilio said seriously, Miles, I told you to read more books. Look at you, you don't understand. Cameron, quick-witted, immediately asked, young Ellie, teach me what the problem is here. As for this issue, Miles must think it out for himself in order to remember forever. You slowly figure it out. I'm going back first. With that, Emilio rode away. Cameron glanced at the magnificent transparent statue, then at the departing Emilio, and mumbled. After spending so much effort to get this thing, just throw it here? If he brought it back, he thought of all the effort he put in. Biting his teeth, Cameron jumped onto the horse. Forget it. Since young Ellie doesn't bring it, and neither does Dolores consider it important, why should he care? Besides, creating glass was not so difficult. Young Ellie could easily create an even larger wolf god statue. Let it stay here for those Xiongnu to worship their young Ellie. Cameron caught up with Emilio on a fast horse. Young Ellie, what should we do next? Why let the Xiongnu Jeremiah attack Evandergu Pass? It's hard-earned peace. Because it's hard-earned peace, we must shake things up. After all, our official Carmine needs some achievements to marry Diana. Wait, young Ellie, you caused such a commotion just for your rival to marry your ex-fiancé? People back in the capital will laugh their heads off. Let them laugh. What does it matter to me? Cameron froze for a moment. Was his young master's face so thick now? Why hadn't he noticed before? It seemed that staying in power for too long would thicken one's face. His lord used to be the same. Indeed, like father, like son. Seeing Emilio ride far ahead, Cameron hurriedly shouted to catch up. Young Ellie, wait for me. Don't run so fast. Within a few days, Arjan had not seen Emilio. He sensed something was wrong. When had Emilio become so easy to deal with? Previously, he had demanded 5 million taels of silver. This time, he didn't even create any trouble like dried human meat strips. Instead, he was quiet and peaceful. According to his subordinates, these few days Emilio had been reading books and practicing calligraphy. Acting so well behaved it didn't seem like him at all. Was this possible? Arjan always felt that Emilio must have some trick up his sleeve, but he really couldn't figure out what Emilio could do. He was anxious for several consecutive days. The weather today wasn't good, gloomy as if it were about to rain. Already worried, Arjan then heard urgent news from outside. He immediately went out. What happened? The little soldier who came to deliver the message spoke hastily upon seeing him. Something bad happened. 10,000 troops of the Xiongnu are marching toward us. What? 10,000 Xiongnu troops? How could there be so many people? It's no wonder Arjan didn't believe it. After all, the Xiongnu army had already been deceived by Emilio once before. Out of 10,000 troops, only 5,000 returned. And those 5,000 were infected with diseases. Ultimately, they had no choice but to kill those 5,000. After being cheated to this extent, would they dare to send such a large force again? Aren't they afraid something similar might happen again? Where is Emilio? He's the commander. He should take responsibility. Bryce Manny took people out of the city early this morning to go hunting. He's not inside the pass now. What? Arjan nearly spat blood. He was highly suspicious that this Xiongnu army had been lured here by Emilio. Oh, you Emilio. He should have known why this person suddenly became so quiet, setting a trap for him. The commander leaves the city just as the Xiongnu arrive. Emilio truly isn't afraid of being impeached. Arjan was so angry he spat blood. Go check which generals are still around immediately and find someone to defend the city. The soldier stammered. Anything else? Chapter 92. The garrison commander is absent. Lord Carmine. All the garrison commanders in the city are out. What about the one remaining? The one remaining. Seeing his hesitation, a flicker of unease flashed through him. What about the remaining one? Speak up. The remaining one was already severely injured last time, and now the wounds haven't healed enough for him to even wear armor. He can hardly defend the city walls. Arjan laughed bitterly. Good, very good. You, Emilio, have really pulled this off just to trip me up. Manet he knew that Emilio couldn't predict when the Xiongnu army would arrive. Naturally, Emilio wouldn't know about the sudden attack and couldn't prepare such detailed measures. What should be done now? He couldn't let a civil official like himself go into battle. The young soldier looked at him anxiously as Aryan's face darkened. Why do you look at me? I'm a civil official, responsible for provisions. How could I fight on the battlefield? But now you, Lord Carmine, hold the highest rank in the city. You cannot not go up the city wall. If you don't, our army will surely lose. Aryan was certain that Emilio was hiding somewhere watching him. Otherwise, why would this young soldier dare say such things? Just tell me the truth. Where did Emilio go? I don't believe your lies. He said he went hunting. With no Xiongnu attacks for so many days, why did he suddenly choose today to go hunting? Even if Bryce Manny couldn't foresee this, they also didn't expect the Xiongnu to come back after we drove them away. We've had rare peace at Evandergu Pass, yet they still dare to invade. Lord Carmine, please don't make assumptions. Misunderstandings? Emilio should know he has neglected his duty. Once I return to the capital, I must report him. The young soldier remained silent, only looking at Aryan and urging him. Please hurry, Lord Carmine. There's no commander on the city walls. Everyone is leaderless. If the Xiongnu attack, what will we do then? Aryan wanted to say it wasn't his problem. He was just a civil official. Seeing the soldier's insistence, he felt that if he didn't go, the soldier might force him onto the wall. In his heart, Aryan silently prayed. Ancestors of the Carmine family, bless me to safely get down from the city wall. Although he hasn't fulfilled his wish to marry a Rosanna or continue the Carmine lineage, Aryan kept muttering as he followed the young soldier up the city wall. The enemy army stretched endlessly, an endless sea of black. Seeing this scene, Aryan's legs trembled as if he might fall to the ground. How do they usually command in peacetime? Aryan had no experience with military affairs. He had always imagined being a civil administrator, never a military general. Previously, the general would have us prepare stones to repel any attack and ready other defenses. After hearing this, Aryan immediately ordered, follow the previous methods immediately. Do I need to be troubled with such trivial matters? Suddenly, he felt it wasn't that hard. A small defense, nothing too difficult, just preparing stones and similar supplies. Moreover, Evandergu Pass had sufficient reserves. As a provision officer, he had dealt with these weapons and understood the current situation. It seems he also had some capabilities of a general. This time, he would definitely protect the entire Evandergu Pass. What did those generals rave about daily? Such simple matters, complicated by them. Once he returned, he would suggest his father cut their expenses. Aryan coldly scoffed. Dealing with a few generals wouldn't be a problem. He knew the importance of generals to the state, but he also knew the importance of money. War meant lives, but were there not plenty of lives everywhere? Why rush? Feeling rather arrogant, Aryan saw that everyone had prepared the defensive equipment properly. Below, the Xiongnu started their attack. Aryan demanded that they follow the previous measures to repel the Xiongnu. The battle was about to begin. Aryan didn't know who struck first, but when the first arrow whizzed past his ear, he quickly retreated into the tower. After all, it was unsafe outside. He had to ensure his face was unharmed, so that Gale would find him appealing. As a prince consort, he couldn't possibly have a scarred face. Moreover, for future promotions, he couldn't have any facial injuries either. How could he face Carlo otherwise? Aryan hid quickly and naturally didn't know how brutal the battle outside was. All he could think about was, once he returned, he would ask his father to cut down on military expenses. He never thought about how brutal the battlefield truly was. Fortunately, from the very beginning, they hadn't planned for Aryan to actually fight on the battlefield. Seeing Aryan hide inside, Cameron spat out in disgust. I knew this guy couldn't be relied on. Man it, they wanted to give him military credit. Even such a trivial task, he couldn't do it. How can we give him any credit? Should we count his hiding in the tower as merit? Let's just give him the credit for stabilizing the troops' morale. Nelson was also speechless. Couldn't this guy show some responsibility? This was a major army assault. Even if he was scared, he shouldn't just abandon the soldiers and hide in the tower. In front of so many people, he couldn't possibly claim that this battle was under his command, right? When did giving away military credit become so hard? Usually, when he offered military credit to others, they at least pretended to accept it, but this one didn't even bother. Just thinking about it made him frustrated. Ellie, you're giving this military credit to him for nothing, and he doesn't even appreciate it. Why should we give it to him? Cameron was clearly dissatisfied. If we don't give it to him, how can we ensure he wins the heart of Diana? Marrying Gale isn't exclusive to him. Can't someone else marry her? Ellie, choose someone else. You don't understand this matter. I've already planned everything. Nelson muttered mysteriously. Seeing him speak like that, Cameron had no choice but to suppress his dissatisfaction, glaring fiercely at the tower. Then he ordered someone to watch closely and not forget to pour down the flammable oil to give the Xiongnu a taste of something formidable. Only his master could come up with such a ruthless plan. Set fire to the Xiongnu. At this moment, the Jeremiah was laughing heartily below, stroking his beard. As expected, my aunt has some skills. She accurately predicted that Nelson wouldn't be here. See, they are panicking. Chapter 93. Old Wong also has quite a bit of strength. The Jeremiah laughed arrogantly. The current situation was very much in their favor. Not only was Emilio not present, but there wasn't even a general leading the troops. Those guarding the city did not shoot arrows. Instead, they were just pouring water over the wall. Jeremiah, look at those foolish Dei people. They don't know how to defend themselves and are actually pouring water down. They're completely idiotic. This time, it's certain they will lose. Jeremiah, when we breach the defenses, you must reward us well. Those Dei women, they say each one is tender and slippery. Never thought that after several decades, we would get a chance to enter the Evandergu Pass again. Look at them, how foolish they are. The Jeremiah was amused by his men's words and laughed loudly. His expression was extremely relaxed. Well said. As long as we can capture Evandergu Pass, you will all be rewarded handsomely. Even the livestock will be heavily rewarded. The more you kill, the greater your rewards. Warriors, charge forward. I, the Jeremiah, will reward you greatly. Did you hear? The Jeremiah has given orders. Once we charge forward, anything good inside the city is ours for the taking. Zhu Dani, why haven't you moved yet? That beautiful Dai woman is waiting for us to show her some loving. The moment he finished speaking, countless soldiers became excited and started shouting slogans as they rushed toward Evandergu Pass. Seeing the crowd getting closer and closer, Emilio remained motionless. Edison hid inside the tower, unwilling to come out. Naturally, he couldn't see the scene outside, but he mumbled to himself, blaming Emilio for putting him in danger this time. Next time, he firmly decided, he wouldn't be Emilio's supply officer again. This experience was enough for him. After returning home, he would ask his father to help plan a few military exploits so he could propose marriage to Diana. Diana held the most power in the entire dynasty. With her support, wouldn't what his family wanted be within reach? At the thought, he laughed heartily. His laughter was drowned out by the cries and shouts from outside. Of course, no one knew he was laughing. As the back-and-forth commotion continued, everyone was anxiously preparing to respond. Cameron watched as the crowd got closer and closer. Some had already set up ladders and started climbing. He felt increasingly anxious. Young master, if we don't act now, they'll climb right up. Just wait a bit longer. Once these Xiongnu are halfway up, we can light the fire. No sooner had he spoken than Cameron called out, they've reached the middle. Quickly, have them ignite the prepared fires. Pour the burning oil down and let these Xiongnu taste the bitter end. Cameron sneered. Don't worry, young master. They won't have an easy time. Who knew how much fire oil had been buried beneath? Since last night, they had prepared for the Xiongnu's large army. The Xiongnu stretched from their camp to the walls, all drenched in fire oil. Because it had been spread too early, they hadn't noticed the smell under the sound of galloping hooves. Moreover, the Xiongnu were overly eager for victory. Upon hearing Emilio wasn't at Evandergu Pass, they became overly excited. They were only thinking about seizing the opportunity for rewards, unaware that Emilio had laid a trap for them. The moment the fire descended, the prepared Xiongnu quickly retreated, thinking these Dai people could only resort to such means to drive them away. These tactics were familiar to them. Once the flames subsided, they planned to continue attacking. But this time, it was different. None of them expected the fire to travel along their bodies and spread rapidly along the road to their main force. The eastern wind aided the fire. Initially, none realized the implications. Even the Jeremiah laughed, saying, look at them, still trying to use fire attacks. We've grown accustomed to them. Everyone around him nodded. Manis, the Jeremiah is right. These Dai people are indeed utterly stupid. I've never seen such fools among the Dai. Clearly, without Emilio, they're nothing. Exactly. What's so great about the Dai? They will also submit under our iron cavalry. Ha ha ha, warriors attack immediately. Let Evandergu Pass crumble under our hooves. The mad voices rang continuously. When the Xiongnu covered in fire oil and flames fled crazily, they finally realized something was amiss. Jeremiah, what's going on? Look, how did the ground catch fire as well? Jeremiah, it's not good. The fire is spreading toward us. Jeremiah, something's wrong. We should retreat immediately. This situation is far from normal. The Jeremiah's face turned pale. What's happening? Didn't we say Emilio wasn't here? How could they come up with such a brilliant plan? Hurry up and retreat. What are you waiting for? Retreat, retreat. But it was already too late. The fire rapidly spread towards them, fueled by the oil that had been trampled underfoot. The clothes of these nomadic people were made from various animal skins, which were already flammable and now soaked in fire oil, making them even more combustible. Noticing the danger, someone shouted urgently, take off your shoes, quickly take off your shoes. The message spread quickly, and everyone hastily removed their footwear. Indeed, without the burning shoes, the fire didn't spread to their bodies as easily. However, the wind continued to howl fiercely. The Jeremiah and his men retreated in disarray. On the city wall, Cameron watched Emilio with a smile. Ellie, this move of yours is really brilliant. With this, many of the Xiongnu will die. I've heard they don't have many troops left. Now with so many dead, even if he's the Jeremiah, he can't escape the resentment of other tribes. Ellie, you're amazing. Every move calculated perfectly. Emilio laughed. This isn't the most impressive part. Imagine what will happen when the Jeremiah returns home and finds out his home has been looted. Cameron shivered. He suddenly recalled that Ellie had taken a group of people out this morning but didn't know what he had instructed them to do. Could it be they went to raid the Xiongnu's base? If that's the case, Cameron became excited. Ellie, how could you not tell me about such a good opportunity? Old Wang also has quite a bit of strength. Chapter 94. It's still coming. Emilio glanced at Cameron, his tone calm. Miles, your contributions will still be needed later. Then, he looked into the distance and pointed to a specific location. I'll give you 3,000 troops. Can you reach there within a quarter of an hour? Cameron looked at the distance and the burning Xiongnu soldiers, his expression showing difficulty. Ellie, this may be a bit challenging. It has to be done no matter how difficult it is. Emilio narrowed his eyes. What you need to do is drive these Xiongnu here. Emilio pointed to a place on the map. Cameron keenly noticed that this was the same spot where Dolores met yesterday. What is Ellie planning to do now? He remembered that the pair of giant wolf deity statues were still there. He wondered if Dolores had taken them away. If not, wouldn't they end up benefiting the Jeremiah? How would they then deal with the Xiongnu? How could this plan be carried out? Don't worry. Everything has been prepared. Emilio's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Cameron instinctively stepped back a few paces, fearing that if he got too close, his young master might use him as a pawn, which would be terrible for him. Why are you so nervous, Miles? Rest assured, Miles, I definitely won't do anything detrimental to our own family. Cameron wiped the sweat from his forehead. Manny's, how could he forget that he was a loyal servant of the Manny family? His young master wouldn't treat him like that. He thumped his chest and said, don't you worry, Ellie. Old Wang will make sure everything is done properly. That's much appreciated, Miles. As soon as the words left his lips, Cameron led a group of people away through another city gate at top speed. At the same time, in the royal court of the Xiongnu, Dolores was looking at everyone. Now that the Jeremiah is not here, I am the highest ranking person in the entire royal court, so naturally, I make the decisions. You're just Jolie who came from some unknown place outside. How dare you claim to be the senior most among us? How shameless. An unidentified voice spoke up. Dolores smiled, extremely delighted. She had anticipated that taking over the royal court wouldn't be easy, but she didn't expect someone to step forward so early, volunteering to be her scapegoat. All the better, saving her the effort. Bring this person to me. The individual was surprised for a moment. He really didn't expect Dolores to directly order his arrest. He shouted, "What right do you have to arrest me? What right do I have? I'm Gaston's aunt. Isn't that enough authority?" As far as everyone knows, Dolores died long ago, the person stated directly. Another new Rosanna from who knows where? You're clearly not Dolores, but a person from Day. I'm indeed from Day. If I were from Day, why would the Jeremiah show such respect to me? If I weren't Dolores, how could I possess this? As the words faded, the massive red cloth covering something in the tent was lifted. The translucent wolf deity statue appeared vividly, as if leaping toward them. The sunlight outside cast upon the wolf deity statue, making it seem as if it had come to life, vibrant and real. This is? Everyone was astonished. 100 years ago, my great-grandfather lost the wolf deity statue, and since then, one of the two faiths of our grassland people vanished. But as the shaman prophesied, I am the daughter of Tungri. Tungri sent me down to this world to find this pair of wolf deity statues. Dolores smiled. You all know I was once sent to Day, but you don't know why, as the daughter of Tungri, I must go to Day. People below started murmuring, some discontented. What daughter of Tungri? If you were truly the daughter of Tungri, why haven't we been blessed all these years? Why hasn't it helped us breach the Avandergu Pass? Dolores sneered. I am indeed the daughter of Tungri, but I have a mission. My mission is to find the missing wolf deity statues. Otherwise, how would this statue appear before you today? I originally didn't need to go to Day. I could have stayed on the grasslands, remaining Dolores, the daughter of Tungri, respected by all. But why did I have to go to Day? The people below began whispering to each other. Manny's, if Dolores hadn't left, she would have remained such a noble figure. Back then, Dolores, the daughter of Tungri, was with us, and our grasslands were always blessed with favorable weather. Manny's, yes, I remember my father once told me that when Dolores was still on the grasslands, every year the cattle and sheep were well fed. Even the lambs and calves born were easier to raise than before. This went on for a long time until Dolores left. Really? My father never mentioned this to me, but he did say we were indeed blessed by Tungri in the past. We just don't know why Tungri suddenly stopped protecting us. It seems like this change happened right after Dolores entered Day. Could it be that Dolores is truly the daughter of Tungri? Some believed it, while others didn't. Someone immediately countered, nonsense. If she were really the daughter of Tungri, she should still protect us even after leaving the grasslands. Would Tungri's protection really disappear just because Jolie left? Someone snorted in disdain. Indeed, if she were the true daughter of Tungri, why would the former Jeremiah send her to Day? The speculation and debate spread throughout the royal court. However, they all firmly believed the wolf deity statue before them was genuine. They thought no one would go to such lengths to create such a perfect pair of statues out of massive glass. What they didn't realize was that while no one could do it before, now there was Emilio. Dolores signaled to the people she had gathered over the past few days. He hurriedly pounded the table, demanding silence. The tent fell quiet again. Then, Dolores said, why was I sent away by my father rather than going on my own accord? Everyone exchanged glances. Was this possible? That was the old Jeremiah. When he was around, everyone had enough to eat. Chapter 95 Emilio's plot. It's impossible. How could the old Jeremiah be such a person to send the daughter of eternal heaven to Benedict? Exactly. When the old Jeremiah was in power, everyone had enough to eat. He truly cared for us. How could he send the daughter of eternal heaven away? You can't possibly be the daughter of eternal heaven. The sound of argument erupted again. Dolores gestured for silence. Be quiet and listen to what Rena has to say. She might not even be Gale. Someone whispered under their breath. Dolores wasn't angry. She spoke calmly. My father treated you all very well, but as I said before, my descent this time is because I have a mission. To find the long-lost wolf deity statue. It was something every Huns in that era prayed for. Eternal heaven heard your prayers and sent me down. However, eternal heaven did not expect. Dolores paused. That someone would try to harm me out of personal greed. Many people were stunned. If Dolores were indeed the daughter of eternal heaven, who would dare to harm her? They immediately began to doubt again. Could it be that this person is deceiving us on purpose? I came from heaven with the goal of finding the wolf deity statue, but I didn't expect the Benedict to resist us so fiercely. At that time, our Huns were defeated. Such a humiliating defeat was unacceptable to everyone. At that moment, someone proposed marriage diplomacy unexpectedly. I believe those present should know that in the previous dynasty of Benedict, they frequently arranged marriages with us. The Rosannas from the Central Plains were all delicate and talented. They were adept in singing and dancing. It has always been the Central Plains sending women to our Hun territories. When did we ever send women there? My father initially opposed it vehemently, until the investigators I sent out reported back that the latest appearance of the wolf deity statue was in the hands of a merchant in Benedict. To avoid arousing suspicion among the people of Benedict, why would our Huns need to enter their territory? I suggested marriage diplomacy to my father myself. Only through marriage diplomacy could I enter the great Benedict dynasty and find the whereabouts of the wolf deity statue. I think everyone here, especially those older, remember that in the first year after I left, people on the grassland still had enough food. But it was different in the second year. Because it was only in the second year that I realized I had been deceived, and by then, I couldn't return to the grasslands. How could anyone dare to deceive you? At this point, some people already believed Dolores was indeed the daughter of eternal heaven. Dolores smiled coldly. Can you guess who that person is? They looked at each other. Who could guess? And some who vaguely remembered past rumors had heard that Christie herself requested the marriage diplomacy to Benedict. Otherwise, who would send Christie, the most beloved Rosanna of the old Jeremiah? Regardless of whether Dolores was the daughter of eternal heaven or not, she was the favorite Rosanna of the old Jeremiah. Why would he let his beloved daughter go for marriage diplomacy? Their old Jeremiah had many daughters, not just one. But the one sent was Dolores, whom the old Jeremiah adored the most. There must have been a reason. Could it really be like Dolores said, that someone had deceived her? You probably don't know that I only discovered during my second year there that the wolf deity statue never existed in the hands of any merchant in Benedict's capital city. At first, I thought the merchant had left the capital. Benedict is vast with countless merchants, and I needed to search one by one. But the more I searched, the more I found that none of these merchants actually had the real wolf deity statue, not even a transparent one. Someone lied to me. Although I realized this, I didn't want to give up any hope because it carried the hopes of the entire grassland. So I stayed in Benedict for many years, searching from the capital to remote areas. None of them had the wolf deity statue. Where was the wolf deity statue? Who spread the news that the wolf deity statue was in the great Benedict dynasty? Dolores paused here. Some people already felt uneasy. Almost all supporters of the Jeremiah were gone, leaving only 2 or 3 people, which was enough to keep the rest in check. One of them, Kingston, hastily rebuked, "Nonsense. I've never heard my father say that Gale went to the Benedict dynasty for this reason. You clearly lusted after the riches of the Benedict dynasty and coveted its prosperity, which is why you went there. Who is your father? Dare you speak his name or have him come forward to confront me face to face?" The other person opened his mouth, but no words came out. "My father has been dead for a long time. It's something everyone in the tribe knows," Kingston spoke up. "Although my father is dead, he told me before he died that what truly happened was that you coveted power and wealth. You were envious of all the fine things in the Benedict dynasty that our grasslands could not provide, which is why you went to the Benedict dynasty. If I truly coveted such things, why would I return now? And not only did I bring back the wolf deity statue, try explaining that." For a moment, Kingston didn't know what to say. He couldn't admit that everything he had said was wrong, but he felt that he couldn't go along with Dolores's reasoning. Otherwise, they would all be in trouble later on. Many years of constant warfare had instilled within him a danger detector, allowing him to sense peril, and now was indeed a dangerous time. With your father dead, how can you prove that what your father said is true, or even that it matches what you claim? Without evidence, how can anyone believe you? But I do have proof. This wolf deity statue is something I painstakingly found after so many years in the Benedict dynasty. To transport the statue back here, I expended tremendous effort to keep it under wraps, even faking my own death to escape. In order to prevent them from discovering the statue, I endured humiliation and survived in secrecy at the border for so many years. Even while enduring humiliation and surviving in secrecy for all these years, I still continuously sent messages back to the grasslands to ensure your victory. But what was the outcome? Chapter 96, Everything Given? Did you win? You did not win. You have betrayed my trust and the expectations that Santiago had for you. Rena Adriana's accusations filled everyone with shame. They knew they had help from someone inside the Avandergu Pass, which was why they could learn about activities within the pass. But they never imagined that the helper would be Rena Adriana. And they couldn't imagine how much Rena Adriana sacrificed to aid them. How much effort she put in to find the wolf god statue. She is the daughter of Santiago, the former Rosanna. How many efforts has she made for these commoners? But what about them? They are still harboring resentment. I can bear witness. Everything Adriana said is true. An aged voice came from behind them. Turning around, they saw it was the Archers. Before Adriana was born, the Jeremiah already had several children. The Archers was also one of the Jeremiah's most cherished daughters. She married the leader of a large tribe. That tribe, brave and skilled in battle, earned much respect for the Archers. She walked in vigorously, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at Adriana. Adriana, you've suffered so much. For all these years, your older sister and your elder brother failed to protect you well. The Archers was highly emotional, yet no one dared interrupt her. All listened as she recounted the past. That year, you were only 15, just blooming like a flower. Yet you had to risk everything to marry for peace. As she spoke, tears fell down her face. Adriana wept along with her. Older sister, I'm finally back. Elder brother is dead, but luckily, there's still you. Both were deeply moved, and their emotions touched the others present. Now they had no choice but to believe in Adriana's sacrifices. After all, the Archers was a witness from the previous Jeremiah's era. She knew more than anyone else. When she confirmed this, everyone understood. The former Rena Adriana indeed loved them so much. Their words of gratitude stirred many hearts. They couldn't imagine Rena Adriana enduring such slander yet still willing to return to the grasslands, bringing back the wolf god statue. What incredible selflessness, worthy of being the daughter of Xiongnu. Thank you, daughter of Xiongnu. Thank you, Rena Adriana. Someone shouted out loud, followed by waves of similar voices. The two women, crying together, smiled faintly. Their mission was accomplished. Rena Adriana never expected Emilio's words to be so powerful. Not only could she now bring out the wolf god statue openly, but she also gained people's support. Most importantly, since the current Jeremiah wasn't here, these people would follow Emilio secretly without him ever knowing. Thinking about the Jeremiah trapped at Avandergu Pass, she wondered how Emilio would handle him. Whatever happens, as the saying goes, a man's loss might turn out to be his gain. She, on the other hand, stood to benefit from this conflict. She must thank her dear sister for helping her with this. In the future, she'd need to take good care of her eldest nephew. They smiled at each other, understanding each other perfectly without words. Meanwhile, on the grasslands, Emilio remained unaware of the progress there. However, he did know that the poor Jeremiah, once brought before him, was now humiliated. Look at our guest here, looking so pitiful. Miles, you should have been gentler with him. Although the Jeremiah isn't Jolie, he is still the king of the grasslands, and we should show him some respect. Come, let's tie this rope up a bit tighter. Cameron, who was about to loosen the ropes, silently resumed tying knots. Indeed, when it comes to being cunning, his young master was even better. Damn, you dogs of Dali, untie me now or I'll make you pay. Even bound, the Jeremiah refused to give in. Emilio sked twice and said regretfully, Jeremiah, don't get angry. You're a big shot on the grasslands, and I'm just the chief here at Vandergoo Pass. 2 leaders meeting should be friendly. Now that we've met, why not chat amicably? Who knows, maybe I can help solve your problems. The Jeremiah spat at Emilio's face, but missed as Emilio quickly dodged, spitting on Cameron's foot instead. Cameron rubbed his foot against the Jeremiah's body in disgust. This was a pair of shoes his wife had made for him with great effort, and this man was truly filthy. After wiping his foot, Cameron kicked the Jeremiah hard in the stomach. My young master is asking you a question. Answer properly, or you'll taste some hardship. A trickle of blood leaked from the corner of the Jeremiah's mouth, but he continued to curse foully. Damn, you dogs of Dali, if you have the guts, just kill me. Otherwise, once I escape back, I will never let you off. You see, this is too uncooperative. I don't like uncooperative people. Emilio wiped his hands. Miles, handle this person first. Take good care of him. In a few days, when he comes to his senses, bring him back to see me. Remember, use whatever means necessary, but don't kill him. If he dies, it won't do us any good. Rest assured, young Ellie, I'll make sure he tastes my hospitality thoroughly. Cameron rubbed his hands eagerly. Why aren't you taking this person away? Tell the brothers to take good care of our Jeremiah. Manny's. Excited voices echoed behind him, but the Jeremiah's face turned pale. What did these Dali dogs plan to do to him? If he died under their torture, he might as well commit suicide. As the Jeremiah prepared to bite his tongue and end his life, someone dislocated his jaw. Take good care not to let him die. One captain, rest assured. We will keep an eye on him and give him a proper reception to show him how formidable we are. Cameron was satisfied and left with his hands behind his back. Just 2 days later, the Jeremiah couldn't bear it anymore. The methods of the Dali people were indeed cruel, leaving him unable to even die. When Emilio came again, the Jeremiah directly begged for mercy. Forget about me. I can promise you many things. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Beautiful women, gold, jewels, anything you want. Emilio showed great interest. Anything, including your grasslands? Emilio, don't push it too far. Chapter 97. Never cross Emilio. Seated across from Arjan, Emilio skillfully poured himself a cup of tea. Arjan sat with a sullen expression. Emilio, to make me become the mentor of the DAG, you would actually go to such lengths? Do you know what consequences it has when you take away the general guarding the city? Thinking about that scene today, Arjan still felt so angry that he trembled all over. Even if he understood this was Emilio's strategy, he still had lingering fear. He always knew what kind of person Emilio was. On the surface, he would be friendly and agreeable, but behind the scenes, one could never be sure if he wouldn't trick him. But Arjan didn't expect him to treat human lives as nothing more than playthings. Emilio sipped his tea before putting down the cup. Director Carmine, why get so angry? Isn't the matter resolved now? Mentioning this made Arjan slam the table in fury and rise to his feet. So you made this despicable move just to get me to agree to you? Are you threatening me? Arjan sneered. No one in my Carmine family will yield. Looking at Arjan's righteous appearance, Emilio almost forgot how cowardly Arjan had acted back then. Emilio sighed helplessly and stood up, putting an arm around Arjan's shoulder. Director Carmine, calm down. I'm not trying to threaten you. Your character is steadfast, and naturally, I wouldn't use such foolish tactics to deceive you. Everything I did was for your benefit, Director Carmine. Please don't misunderstand. Arjan turned his head sideways, doubtful. For me? Do you think I'm stupid? Wait, I will definitely report this matter and seek imperial judgment. Emilio showed no reaction to Arjan's words. Instead, he maintained a smile throughout. His lips curved slightly. Young Ellie Carmine, do you wish to marry Diana? Emilio said this without any hint of restraint. Arjan immediately turned around, surprised for a moment before returning to normal. Emilio, don't say such nonsense. Diana was Carlo's most favored Rosanna. Even if Arjan had such intentions deep down, he certainly did not have the audacity to act on them. Seeing Arjan like this, Emilio couldn't help but laugh. Really? I must have misunderstood then. What a waste of my well-intended effort. I heard in the capital that the renowned young Ellie Carmine once said he would only marry the most noble woman in the world. I thought young Ellie Carmine had feelings for Diana. Emilio's ambiguous words piqued Arjan's curiosity. He frowned. What do you mean by that, Emilio? Emilio released Arjan, placed his hands behind his back, and revealed a profound expression. Since I learned about this statement, I have been planning on behalf of young Ellie Carmine. This was also part of my plan. Young Ellie Carmine, rest assured. If you really have feelings for Diana, I've already smoothed things out with concubine Haley. However, at your current status, you cannot marry Diana. You need a military achievement. Emilio turned his gaze towards Arjan. Arjan was not a fool. In an instant, he understood Emilio's meaning. With the city lacking its usual defenses and only he remained, the defeat of the Xiongnu troops below the city and the capture of their great Jeremiah would indeed fall upon him. Once this realization struck, Arjan grew even more perplexed. Emilio, what exactly are you up to? Arjan always believed he saw through Emilio, but it wasn't so. I have no other intention. I just want you to do me a favor again. Still the same thing, only this time. Will young Ellie Carmine agree? Arjan hesitated. For a mere Diana, risking the fate of our entire clan, Emilio, I don't have that much courage. They both knew that if this plan failed, Emir would not let them off. This was why the Carmine family maintained neutrality. Emilio understood Arjan's thoughts. He snapped his fingers, and someone burst into the room. Cameron carried a pigeon. Arjan looked puzzled as Emilio beckoned Cameron to bring the message tied to the pigeon's leg to Arjan. Aryan glanced at Emilio and then opened the note. After just a few glances, Aryan gripped the note tightly, looking at Emilio with heavy eyes. Did you do this? Emilio sat in his chair, flashing a rogue smile. If you believe it was me, then it was me. Aryan found it hard to believe. If this was truly Emilio's doing, it meant he had manipulated everyone in the dark. News came from the capital that the Emir had formed cliques for personal gain. Forming cliques was not unusual among princes, but if this matter reached Carlo's ears, it would be different. Moreover, the current earl was rather critical of the Emir. Sure enough, after being reported, Carlo swiftly punished the Emir and confined him in the Eastern Palace. Though the punishment was not severe, it clearly showed Carlo's attitude. What do you plan to do now? Young Ellie Carmine, you must understand that one wrong step could lead to eternal ruin, but if you take the right path, glory and wealth will be at your fingertips. Besides, if you marry Diana and have the Dag as your disciple, won't the Drake become your backing? What else is there to worry about? Emilio's words were reasonable. Faced with such a great temptation, Aryan pressed his lips together slightly. After a moment, he looked at Emilio. Emilio's mind was deep and unfathomable. Following him would surely lead to great accomplishments. Aryan finally nodded, understanding one thing. He could not oppose Emilio. Emilio was very satisfied with Aryan's timely decision. He quickly informed Alessia, who was quite surprised as well. After resolving this issue, Emilio strolled back to where the great Jeremiah was imprisoned, as if taking a leisurely walk. Indeed, Cameron's methods were effective. The great Jeremiah was thoroughly submissive under torture. The place where the great Jeremiah was held captive was a decaying, damp old shed. As Emilio entered, a pungent smell hit him. He waved his hand twice, then his gaze fell on the great Jeremiah, whose body was covered in bloodstains, utterly miserable, bearing no resemblance to the mighty leader he once was. Seeing Emilio arrive, Cameron immediately greeted him. Ellie, I've tamed this great Jeremiah completely. I thought he'd be tough, but turns out he's just a coward, Cameron said, and Emilio sneered. Anyone, no matter who they were, would submit under torture. Emilio patted Cameron on the shoulder. Well done, wake him up. Cameron splashed a bucket of water over him. Chapter 98. What dare I not do? The man was breathing heavily. Emilio. De Jeremiah's face showed signs of tension as he saw Emilio. Cameron's methods were quite effective. Although De Jeremiah was covered in blood, none of the wounds were fatal. Emilio squatted down and glanced at him disdainfully. Who would have thought that the great De Jeremiah could end up in such a wretched state? Emilio scoffed, which made De Jeremiah glare fiercely. Suddenly, De Jeremiah lunged at Emilio, but Emilio swiftly stepped back, brushing off some dust from his clothes. Emilio, whether you want to kill or torture me, it's up to you. But if you intend to humiliate me, I will never submit. Emilio raised an eyebrow. Just days ago, this person was acting like a coward. Now he had the nerve to speak such words? Turning to Cameron, Emilio said, Cameron, your methods don't seem severe enough. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare say these things. Upon hearing this, Cameron immediately understood what Emilio meant. He chuckled and fetched a red-hot iron block from beside them, with sparks still flickering. De Jeremiah's pupils constricted, and sweat started pouring from his forehead. Just as Cameron was about to start, Emilio reached out, and Cameron promptly doused the hot iron onto Emilio's hand. Do you dare? De Jeremiah roared angrily. Emilio responded impatiently, what dare I not do? The next moment, 惨叫声在潮湿腐臭的柴房中回荡. The screaming echoed in the damp, foul-smelling shed. It lasted for a full minute before stopping, with De Jeremiah fainting from pain. Cameron poured another bucket of water over him. When De Jeremiah opened his eyes this time, he no longer dared to talk to Emilio the way he did before. Emilio, what do you really want? If you tell me, I know that your earl is incompetent and weak. Don't you wish to be Carlo yourself? If so, I can help you. His eyes turned bloodshot. Only now did he realize how terrifying Emilio truly was. Emilio looked at him expressionlessly for a moment before smiling faintly. De Jeremiah, are you asking me to betray my country? De Jeremiah shook his head frantically. How could this be called betrayal? Your earl is incompetent, causing hardships to the people. Continuing this war would only bring more suffering to the border residents. Why don't we stop and come to a compromise? At this moment, De Jeremiah no longer cared about his dignity. All he wanted was to survive. Emilio shook his head and sat down on the ground. So, De Jeremiah, are you willing to give up the entire grassland and help me ascend to power? Aren't you afraid of failure? And why should I believe you? De Jeremiah's Adam's apple moved. I know Bryce Manny is capable, but Carlo of Dei looks at you with hostility. The current dynasty is unstable, and the position of Brenton is shaky. This is an opportunity to replace them. As long as Bryce Manny gives a word, I will lead the Xiongnu tribes to submit to you. Such beautiful words. If others heard this, they might have been tempted. But for Emilio, it was laughable. Honestly speaking, if he wanted that position, would he really need their help? Unexpectedly, De Jeremiah has such high regard for me. Cameron, bring the wine. Let's drink together with De Jeremiah. After hearing this, De Jeremiah's eyes flickered. He knew no one could resist such an offer. Cameron didn't understand Emilio's true intentions, but he knew this young master was very deep thinking, so he simply brought a jar of wine. Emilio took the jar and handed it over. Since then, why don't you have a drink first before we discuss further? De Jeremiah nodded quickly, fearing Emilio might change his mind. The cool wine slid down his throat. De Jeremiah smacked his lips. Good wine. Emilio laughed softly. Want to drink more? He raised an eyebrow. You may not have such good wine again. What do you mean by that? De Jeremiah frowned. Supporting himself with one hand, Emilio stood up, brushed off the dust from his bottom, and threw the wine jar to the ground. The sound of shattering pottery filled the shed, and the fragrance of wine spread everywhere. My point is, you will never have such good wine again, De Jeremiah. Did you think I'd really cooperate with you? You're cunning and good with flattery. Why should I collaborate with you rather than Dolores? Emilio's words made De Jeremiah feel a chill in his heart. His body twitched, and his face darkened. Emilio, what do you mean by this? What does Dolores have to do with this? Emilio glanced at him. De Jeremiah had been ruthless toward Dei captives, subjecting them to countless torments. Emilio kept De Jeremiah alive, just to make him taste this pain. Moreover, the ones who suffer from betraying the country are always the common people. Until the very end, Emilio would never do such a treacherous thing. He also had his own principles. Do you know why you are isolated and unsupported? De Jeremiah, too much pride only leads to one's own foolish defeat. After saying this, Emilio strode away, leaving behind De Jeremiah's heart-wrenching shouts. There was no longer any Xiongnu tribe at his back. He was left alone. What could be more interesting than watching someone in a high position fall into the dust? Just as Emilio walked out, he saw Arjan. Are you really going to send him to the Daily Empire? Arjan's voice carried a hint of uncertainty, and Emilio nodded. But the journey is long. If he escapes, what will you do? Wouldn't it be better to just deal with him here and avoid future troubles? Emilio had previously told Arjan about sending De Jeremiah to Daily for punishment, but Arjan did not believe this was the right approach. De Jeremiah was wicked and sinister, and keeping him alive was a constant danger. Emilio laughed softly and gently patted Arjan on the shoulder. If you privately dispose of him and Carlo finds out, how will you handle it if someone impeaches you? Arjan sneered, showing disdain on his face. He waved his sleeves. Impeach me then. Keeping him alive makes my heart uneasy. If you think this will involve you, then let me handle it. Emilio sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. So I say Arjan is still too inexperienced. Human hearts are treacherous. How do you know I don't have another plan? Arjan had been slightly angry due to Emilio's previous words, but now he was filled with confusion. What do you mean? Now isn't the time to tell you. Just remember, let's play the long game and catch the big fish. That's what I'm teaching you. After Emilio left, Arjan stood there thinking about Emilio's words. It took him a while before he finally reacted. Chapter 99. The Drake Manor. Emilio was taking advantage of him, and they were clearly the same age. In the past, Kieran would have long lost his temper, but at this moment, he also knew how formidable Emilio was. Although he knew he was well-read and talented, after encountering Emilio, he suffered setbacks frequently, realizing that Emilio was not an ordinary person. Kieran glanced at the shed, then let it go and decided to see what Emilio was up to. The reason why Emilio did this also had its own logic. It was better not to eliminate the Great Jeremiah immediately, as the current Dali Empire was indeed as corrupt as the Great Jeremiah described. Emilio couldn't believe that the Great Jeremiah could lead the Xiongnu to defeat the Dali time and again without any support within the court. If he wanted to uproot them all, this would undoubtedly be the best way. Once the Great Jeremiah left, the entire Xiongnu tribe would fall into Dolores's hands. After returning to his room, Emilio found someone already seated inside when he pushed the door open. Dolores? Dolores stood up and bowed to Emilio, who quickly helped her up. There's no need for such a grand salute. Dolores looked up. Although she was no longer young and time had left its mark on her face, she still had a unique charm. No, if it weren't for Bryce Manny's assistance, I wouldn't be in this position today. Bryce Manny, I came here both to thank you and to remind you of the promise you once made. Do you remember? Emilio nodded and sat down on a nearby chair. I naturally remember. Rest assured, whatever I promised, I will certainly help you achieve. As long as your descendants are worthy, they will inherit this position. Is that satisfactory? Dolores's lips curved into a smile. I naturally believe in Bryce Manny's capabilities. Please rest assured, now that I am in this position, should you ever need my help, I will do everything in my power. Emilio smiled. It seemed Dolores's visit was merely to express her loyalty to him. With the Great Jeremiah captured and the Xiongnu army leaderless, this was the best time for Dolores to take over. If Emilio chose to invade with his army now, conquering the Xiongnu would only be a matter of time. Dolores was also worried about this very issue. To others, this would undoubtedly be the perfect opportunity, but for Emilio, ending the war was his ultimate goal rather than conquering the Xiongnu. Dolores, rest assured, we share the same goal. Dolores took out a wolf god sculpture from beside her. From now on, whenever one of my people sees this, they will obey your orders. This was the greatest loyalty Dolores could show. Emilio nodded. In fact, he wasn't worried about Dolores forgetting her promise. Even if she were blinded by greed, Emilio remained confident. After settling matters, they headed northwest. Under Kieran's guidance, the 12th prince grew steadily. Dust and sand filled the air. The border area where the Drake resided was far from prosperous and particularly poor and backward. Upon arrival, Emilio's group received word from the Drake Manor that only Kieran and the 12th prince were invited to meet the Drake, while the rest were settled in the city manor. Cameron was highly dissatisfied with the Drake behavior. Why didn't they invite you, young master? You're a general too. Isn't this treatment from the Drake too much? Emilio appeared calm and simply glanced at Cameron. He will invite me, just not right now. Hearing this, Cameron closed his mouth. Thanks to the Drake presence, the border region enjoyed relative peace. After arriving at the Drake Manor, Emilio spent his days lounging around. Before coming here, his life had been quite peaceful. However, the political struggles within the court had kept him constantly busy. He thoroughly enjoyed these quiet days. A few days later, someone from the Drake City Manor came to relay an invitation from the Drake. Let me go with you, young master. I've heard that the Drake has a violent temper and is quite rough. The Drake, having long been stationed at the border and holding military power, naturally had a haughty and self-centered personality. This was precisely why Carlo viewed him with great caution. Emilio patted Cameron on the shoulder. Relax, there's nothing to worry about. Don't you trust your young master? I've always made others suffer. Emilio then went to the meeting alone. The Drake had a rugged appearance with black beard stubble. This was Emilio's first time meeting the Drake, whose past military achievements he had often heard about from others. Now seeing him in person, Emilio harbored a bit of admiration. The man lifted his eyes to glance at Emilio, a trace of disdain flashing in his gaze. So you are Emilio? The person they say is both talented and wise. I don't see anything extraordinary. Disdain laced the Drake's tone. He was just a young upstart who hadn't even grown out his whiskers yet, but was highly regarded by Carlo and his sister. The Drake found it utterly ridiculous. Emilio chuckled softly. Of course, Emilio can't match the martial prowess of the Drake. The Drake raised an eyebrow and let out a light snort as he stood up. I want to ask you, why didn't you kill the Xiongnu Great Jeremiah on the spot? This matter had already reached the Drake's ears. The news that the Xiongnu Great Jeremiah went missing during his return to the capital and was unaccounted for was widely spread. The story had already made its way to the court, though Emilio hadn't expected the Drake to receive the news so quickly. Do you know that what you've done is akin to letting a tiger back into the wild? The Xiongnu Great Jeremiah has malicious intent and has harmed countless civilians of our country. Your actions, do you have some hidden agenda? The implications of the Drake's words were clear to Emilio. When the news reached the court, Carlo was furious. Imperial edicts would likely arrive within days. I also heard from Carmine Huayron that your military achievements were once credited to him because of your help, right? If that's true, you're no ordinary person. Don't you understand the danger of letting a tiger live? The Drake drew the sword beside him. The sword gleamed silver under the light. Emilio stood there all along, a faint smile on his lips, showing no sign of retreat or fear. And I also know about your collaboration with Dolores. Emilio, are you planning to betray the country? If so, I might as well kill you now. The sword lunged straight at Emilio, who did not take a single step back. But as the blade pressed against Emilio's throat, a metallic taste suddenly filled the Drake's mouth. His expression flickered, and he immediately withdrew the sword. Chapter 100: The Stinking Fish and Shrimp in Muddy Water. What did you feed me? Drake stared at Emilio with bloodshot eyes, while Emilio arched an eyebrow. How could I dare to feed anything to the noble Drake? I think there must be some misunderstanding between us. Why don't we sit down and have a good talk? Emilio said, knowing that Drake had been well informed of his movements all along. Emilio was always aware that he was under the surveillance of Drake's informants, but chose not to eliminate them. You, Drake roared in anger. Your behavior only shows that you are afraid I might be someone of Carlo, right? Emilio observed as the Drake's pupils constricted, slightly narrowing his eyes. At this moment, he developed a bit of curiosity towards this young man in front of him. Initially, when he heard his sister talking about collaborating with Emilio, he thought it was absurd. He had once entered the capital by imperial decree and saw Emilio as a man without scholarly knowledge, just a reckless playboy with no grand accomplishments. Without his father Emmanuel, someone like him would have no future at all. Drake remained silent for a moment, moved his arm, and the silver blade slipped back into its scabbard. Emilio chuckled softly and sat down on the chair beside. Although the Xiongnu is a significant threat, my choice surely has its logic. I know you don't trust me, Drake, but you should trust this. With that, Emilio placed the wolf god sculpture on the table. Drake's gaze stopped for a second. He knew about this wolf god sculpture. How did you get this? Drake asked, somewhat surprised. This was given to me by Dolores, daughter of the eternal blue sky. As long as I have this in hand, the Xiongnu can be controlled by me. I didn't do this to betray the country. I can easily hand this over to you now. Drake rolled his eyes. Then why did you send back the great Jeremiah of the Xiongnu? He couldn't figure out what benefits Emilio had gained from this action. A sly smile appeared on Emilio's face. To others, it seems that I and the great Jeremiah of the Xiongnu have some sort of deal. Otherwise, I wouldn't do this. Imperial edict will reach here in a few days. But have you ever thought that the Xiongnu can be so arrogant without help from inside the court? This was something Drake had already considered. However, the court relationships were complicated and intricate, and being in the border region, even with great power, he could not interfere in court affairs. You mean there is someone in the court colluding with the Xiongnu? Emilio nodded gently. So, it's not letting the tiger return to the mountain, but rather, using a long line to catch a big fish. Drake thought about it, and found that Emilio was indeed right. Does anyone else know about this? Of course not. And you dared to do this? There must be someone who dares, isn't there? Emilio gazed intently at Drake. Drake began to truly look at this young man seriously. Before he met Emilio, he always thought that people might exaggerate. A mere boy, how powerful could he be? But now, after meeting him, he realized that this person had broad-mindedness and exceptional talent. Drake squinted his eyes. So you predicted I would come find you? When did you poison me? He had long heard about Emilio's potent poisoning skills. Emilio laughed uncontrollably. You needn't worry, Drake. It's just a minor trick that won't harm your body and will wear off soon. Drake felt his face flush red. He was actually played by a junior. He coughed lightly. So what are you planning to do next? Randy may not forgive you easily. That's exactly why I need your help, Drake. Hearing this, Drake turned his head away. What do you mean? I need you to keep this secret from everyone. I want to return to the capital without letting anyone know. After careful consideration, I believe only you have the means to do this. To simply use a long line to catch big fish would not achieve the desired effect. What Emilio wanted was to truly return to Xiongnu and catch those stinking fish and shrimp lurking in the muddy water. Drake's eyes widened in surprise. You mean returning to the capital without summons, deceiving Randy? Do you know the consequences if things go wrong halfway? Deceiving Carlo meant certain death. Emilio nodded gently, understanding this better than Drake. I am fully aware. Only by doing this can I gain full insight into the political situation and strike decisively. Drake reevaluated the young man in front of him. After a moment, he nodded heavily. He never thought that what he couldn't achieve in his old age, a young man could dare to accomplish single-handedly. If it were someone else, Ebenezer might have found him arrogant. But with this young man before him, Ebenezer believed he really could do it. All right, I'll trust you once. You go with peace of mind. I'll take care of things here. Emilio nodded, getting up and preparing to leave, but then stopped. In extremis, feigning death is also an option. Ebenezer furrowed his brows at these puzzling words, somewhat confused. Just as he was about to ask, he realized there was no more sound by the door. This matter must not be known even to Edison. After returning, Emilio immediately packed his belongings to prepare for his return to the capital. After tidying up, Emilio climbed onto his horse under the cover of night. Cameron followed, ready to mount another horse. Cameron, you don't need to follow me, Emilio said. This was treasonous behavior. Despite Emilio's confidence, he couldn't drag others into this bottomless abyss. Cameron shook his head vigorously. Ellie, what are you saying? It's only after following you that I truly lived. If not for you, Ellie, I would never have imagined that I could accomplish so much. Ellie, I know how perilous this situation is, but precisely because of this, I must follow you. If he fled now when faced with such a critical moment, it would dishonor the life he had lived since joining Emilio. Emilio's voice grew heavy. Cameron, are you really decided? If we return this time, losing one's life is trivial. Being exterminated 9 generations is a serious matter. The Imperial Court's forces were deeply entrenched, wanting to strike them down at once. How easy was that? A slight misstep could lead to eternal doom. Cameron showed no hesitation, nodding firmly. Seeing Cameron's face, Emilio paused momentarily before finally smiling. Since that's the case, follow me then. Cameron's face lit up instantly. Thus, the two men rode off under the moonlight, leaving Ebenezer's residence, heading back to the capital. Only Ebenezer knew about this matter. No one else did. Chapter 101. A golden exterior, but a tattered interior. After a long journey, Emilio and his group finally returned to the capital city half a month later. Looking at the flourishing and prosperous capital, Emilio couldn't help but sigh. Though it appeared splendid on the surface, inside it was already in decline. With a glance, Emilio walked up to a stall and ordered 2 bowls of noodles. Cameron's face was anxious. Young Ellie, you're still eating? We've been delayed for so long on this road. Let's hurry and find Ellie. He must be worried sick about us. But Emilio waved his sleeves. What is he worried about? If I return now, I won't escape a scolding. Thinking about it that night, the words seemed true enough. The noodles arrived quickly. Emilio took a deep breath, gazing at the fragrant bowl. He had missed this taste for a long time. After tasting it, he grabbed a nearby waiter. Boy, do you know Emilio of the Manny family? Do you know where he is now? Upon hearing these words, fear flashed across the waiter's face. Why are you suddenly asking about him? Emilio raised an eyebrow slightly. It looked like something significant had happened during these past half-month when he was busy traveling, paying little attention to events back home. The waiter glanced around cautiously before leaning close to Emilio's ear. Rumor has it that the young general from Manny Manor once captured the great Jeremiah of the Xiongnu, but later sent him back and even allowed him to escape on the way. Now everyone knows about it. The Earl was furious and dismissed him from all his posts, ordering him to return to the capital immediately. You'd better not mention his name anymore. If someone hears, they might confuse you with him. Emilio's reputation hadn't been good before, and now, with this incident, commoners believed he openly betrayed the country. Emilio raised an eyebrow and nodded, dismissing the waiter. Beside him, Cameron's eyes were wide with anger, looking extremely upset. The dog Earl didn't even clarify what happened, but rushed to strip you of your position. I think he had this plan all along. Everyone knew Carlo was suspicious by nature. Anyone who displeased him would not have a good end. As the saying goes, serving an Earl is like living with a tiger. Although Carlo's support had given Emilio his status, removing his military power would be just as easy for Carlo. However, Emilio seemed oblivious to Cameron's complaints, continuing to eat his noodles. Cameron watched him, feeling somewhat helpless. Young Ellie, are you still eating? The Earl already suspects you. Now that we're back in the capital, aren't you going to pay respects to Randy? Cameron was quite worried. Emilio gulped down the entire bowl and wiped his mouth. Cameron, did you know, one should not talk while eating or speak while sleeping, worry less about things you can't control. What are we going to do now? Should we tell Ellie? Emilio scanned his surroundings. Of course we'll return to Yaler and pay our respects to Randy eventually, but not now. Why else would I return early? Cameron frowned. Young Ellie, do you mean we won't see Randy yet? What should we do? Let's go back to Yaler first. As for other matters, let's leave them to the Drake. However, Emilio didn't know that the Drake was currently furiously cursing him. If the Drake had known how complicated things would become, he wouldn't have agreed to Emilio's request. To prevent anyone from bringing Emilio back, he had to lie and say Emilio was ill, delaying things as long as possible. After finishing his meal, Emilio strode toward Manny Manor. He had already disguised himself using melting powder, taking on another appearance so no one would recognize him. On the way, Emilio wandered like a young girl shopping, buying a pile of new trinkets from the capital, revealing his playboy nature. He began to understand why the former Emilio behaved like a playboy. It felt too good. Reaching the gate of Manny Manor, Emilio was about to enter when he was stopped by 2 guards. We want to see Bryce Emanuel. Could you please inform him? The 2 men sized up Cameron, hesitating for a moment. Bryce Manny said he will not see any guests during this period. Emilio seemed to have expected this. He raised an eyebrow. His Chavez appeared rough but had a sharp mind. Leisurely walking up to the guards, Emilio leaned close to one of them. Here's the thing. Tell Ellie Manny that I'm Emilio's young master and I've come back. The 2 men's expressions changed instantly. All right, wait here. One of them hurriedly ran inside while Cameron slowly walked up to Emilio. Why won't Ellie receive guests? Emilio gently tapped his head. You've been with me for so long, and you still can't figure this out? Now that Randy wants to deal with his son, claiming not to see any visitors can save a lot of trouble, can it? Cameron immediately nodded, scratching his chin. So that's it. Emilio couldn't help but smile. Soon, the messenger ran back, already covered in a layer of sweat on his forehead, treating Cameron and Emilio with much more respect. Ellie invites you in. Emilio nodded, and then swaggered into the Manny Manor with Cameron. Once inside, Emilio was led to the main hall. Upon entering, only one person was there, and everyone else had retreated. Emmanuel looked extremely haggard, utterly exhausted. After all, such an event involving his own son would make anyone lose sleep. And during these half-months, he had tried to contact Emilio multiple times without getting any response, which made him even more worried. Since that time, Emilio had become like a different person, always doing things unexpectedly. Did Emilio send you? Emmanuel asked in a deep voice, and Emilio nodded. So Emmanuel immediately approached Emilio, his voice tinged with anxiety. What did he say? Emilio smiled, nodding again, and Emmanuel leaned his ear close to Emilio's lips. Dad, I'm back. This sudden sentence made Emmanuel freeze for a moment before he finally reacted, turning his head slightly to look at Yale before him. Hesitating for a moment, he asked, Emilio? Emilio nodded lightly. Emmanuel was greatly shocked because this person bore no resemblance to his son at all. When he first saw this person, he didn't connect them at all. Chapter 102. Weeds must be removed. How could you? How did you end up like this? Emmanuel's voice carried a hint of uncertainty. What about now? As Emilio wiped off the powder on his face, his true appearance was fully revealed. Emmanuel's expression became even more shocked, fluctuating between pallor and redness. What is going on? How did you do that? It was merely minor Eastern mysticism. Watching Emmanuel's astonished expression, Emilio couldn't help but think of how amazed he had been when first seeing online makeup tutorials. Nothing much, just a few extra strokes on the face. Having said that, Emilio sat to one side and picked up a piece of cake to eat. However, Emmanuel looked anxious. You actually dared to return. Do you know what Randy plans to do with you? You should come with me immediately to present yourself before him and beg for his forgiveness. What about the great Jeremiah of Xiongnu? Was it really your order? Did you not consider the possibility that he might escape along the way? Now all the blame has fallen upon you. The Bartolomeo already harbors suspicions toward our family, so he certainly won't let you off now. Why did you return? Thinking of this, Emmanuel was about to instruct someone to take Emilio away at once. Emilio couldn't help but sigh. Though his father appeared very rough, he treated Emilio without a word of complaint. So what should I do? Defy the imperial decree? As Emilio spoke, Emmanuel couldn't help taking a deep breath. He had commanded battlefields and served the country for many years, never expecting it to end like this. Just leave. If anything happens after, I'll handle it for you. Emilio glanced at Emmanuel, then took another bite of his cake. Don't worry, we're not there yet. Moreover, if Randy wants to act against our family, he must weigh his options. And the Ebenezer still has my back. If worst comes to worst, I have other ways too. Emilio's tone was indifferent, and Emmanuel couldn't help but widen his eyes. You are still in contact with the Ebenezer? Are you seriously planning to? Emmanuel didn't dare say the rest, but Emilio understood well enough. The Ebenezer had always harbored treasonous thoughts, though he hadn't acted on them yet. Getting involved with him would be disastrous, especially since the matter of the dag hadn't been resolved. Everyone in the court was on edge. Even the Amir was under house arrest. No one knew what the Bartolomeo truly intended. And now there was this issue with Emilio. I haven't planned for that yet. Emilio replied, and Emmanuel shouted out loud, do you intend to do something like that in the future? Emilio found no point in continuing the conversation with Emmanuel, who only knew blind loyalty. Why did you come back this time? Knowing his son wasn't foolish, Emmanuel realized there must be a reason for his return. This time I came back secretly to enter the capital. Didn't you ask me before why I sent the great Jeremiah to the city? Aren't you curious if he has people within the court? Upon hearing these words, Emmanuel's face changed dramatically. What are you saying? Could it be that you deliberately did this because you think the court has informants for the great Jeremiah? But this isn't your concern. Do you realize how many enemies this will make for you? Emmanuel's voice was heavy, while Emilio looked content. As you say, there must be such people within the court. If they aren't rooted out soon, things will only become more difficult to handle. So, wouldn't it be better if I were the one to root them out? I brought the great Jeremiah here to uncover who those people behind him are. After a moment of silence, Emilio continued. I know this is risky. A small misstep could mean total disaster. But this kind of thing must be done. If you wouldn't do it, who else would? Rather than clinging to a corrupt nation, shouldn't all its rotten roots be eradicated to rejuvenate the country? Emmanuel fell silent. Of course, he couldn't fault Emilio for doing what was right. But what if he fails? What would be the consequences? Rest assured, even if this fails, it won't drag you down with it. Besides, I have a good chance of success. Emmanuel sighed, feeling helpless. Alright, since you've made your choice, I can't say much more. I just hope you have a fallback plan. Don't leave yourself without a way out, alright? Emilio nodded. Seeing the young man before him, Emmanuel couldn't help but recall his own youth. He thought he might really be getting old. What about next? What do you plan to do? Trying to find the great Jeremiah in the entire capital city is like looking for a needle in the ocean. Extremely difficult. Emilio curled his lips. He had long thought of this point. Indeed, it's like looking for a needle in the ocean. But if we have a target, wouldn't it be much simpler? Even those who are in contact with the great Jeremiah would not dare keep him in their residence. If things were exposed, that would mean deceiving the Bartolomeo, a crime of high treason. There are only two places in the capital where people from all walks of life gather. One is the casino, and the other is the brothel. Focusing on these two places, it should take only a few days to find clues. That's why Emilio was so confident during this time. Emmanuel nodded. Alright, then you make your own decisions next. Let me know if you need anything. Emilio nodded. After settling this matter, Emilio lay down in his room. He did not even tell Rosalie, only Emmanuel knew. Because if word got out, Emilio would be accused of deceiving the Bartolomeo. The next day, Emilio packed up and went to the casino. The largest casino in the capital is the rich and noble studio. However, after roaming around this casino for several days, Emilio found no trace of the great Jeremiah. But this was within his expectations. Casinos, though crowded with all sorts, have many eyes and ears. If not in the casino, then there was only one place left, the largest brothel in the capital. Emilio stood below the brothel, looking up at the signboard, Huaman Building. Beside him, Cameron watched the women calling customers with a delighted expression on his face. Young Ellie, are we really going in? Emilio glanced at Cameron beside him and chuckled. I will go in. You stay out. Chapter 103. The net hasn't caught enough fish, man it. Upon hearing this, Cameron immediately shook his head. Don't stop me. I want to go in and see the world too. Emilio smiled. He had been here for so long but had never set foot in a brothel. Now he was curious to see what an ancient brothel looked like, so he flicked his sleeves and walked inside. As soon as they entered, several pretty women quickly surrounded them. Just as Emilio was about to speak, everyone's eyes turned toward the upstairs. They parted ways, revealing Jolie standing upstairs. She was incredibly beautiful, with a face like a flower. Cameron couldn't help but salivate. I've heard that all the girls in Womanlu are very beautiful, and now I know they weren't lying. Emilio raised an eyebrow slightly and asked a nearby girl, "It seems we've arrived at a good time today?" The girl smiled. Indeed, today is Adeline's monthly embroidered ball throwing event. Whoever catches the ball can spend the night with her. This is the highlight for anyone who comes to Womanlu. I didn't expect you to have such good luck and arrive just in time. Emilio nodded and looked upstairs again. He saw that Eleanor had no expression on her face. For the men downstairs cheering for her, she seemed to carry a hint of disdain, as if she had seen it all before. "Sir, should we try our luck too?" Cameron asked. Though he really wanted to try, he knew their purpose wasn't exactly this. Emilio glanced upstairs and curved his lips. "Why not? Who knows, maybe we'll get lucky?" Cameron couldn't help but open his mouth in surprise. He had always thought the young master was uninterested in such things, but it seemed that wasn't the case. Standing among the men at the bottom of the stairs, Emilio didn't seem different from the others. However, Adeline's gaze fell on him. Adeline frowned slightly. She felt this man was somehow different from the rest. After hesitating for a moment, Alma urged her on. "Adeline, hurry up. Whether morning or evening, the ball still has to be thrown. Don't keep everyone waiting too long." The old woman spoke, and Adeline hesitated for a while before ultimately throwing the ball near Emilio. Emilio looked at the easily obtained embroidered ball and smiled. The jealous expressions on the other men's faces were evident. Who is he? A nobody we don't even know. Why does he get the embroidered ball? Cameron argued with the other men while Emilio looked up at Eleanor upstairs and then walked toward her. Standing in front of Adeline, Emilio handed the embroidered ball to her. "Pleasure to meet you tonight," Emilio said, and Adeline nodded. Emilio walked into one of the rooms. Meanwhile, Alma and Adeline stood aside, with anger apparent on Alma's face. "What did you do? Didn't I tell you to throw it to those few only? How did you end up throwing it to him? Isn't your aim usually better?" Adeline pressed her lips together and hesitated for a moment before raising her head. "If it's always those few, they'll get tired of it. After all, rarity increases value, doesn't it?" Her tone was unusually honest. The old woman hesitated upon hearing this, considering that it made sense. "All right, you're right. Then go inside and serve him well. We have another important guest later." Adeline nodded and walked into the room where Emilio was. Emilio was already sipping wine. Adeline bowed respectfully to him. Emilio looked up at her. "Can you play music?" Startled, Adeline nodded. "Then dance for me." After a brief hesitation, Adeline picked up the pipa beside her and started playing. Indeed, she was not only beautiful but also skilled in music, comparable to the best from noble families. Emilio closed his eyes and enjoyed it intently. When the music ended, Adeline stood up and approached Emilio. She gently placed her slender fingers on Emilio, ready to undress him. But Emilio caught her wrist. "Do you really want to do this?" Emilio asked. Adeline froze, confused. "What do you mean?" Emilio smiled. "If you don't want to, you don't have to." Adeline's whole body stiffened. This was the first time anyone had said something like this to her. "Are you joking?" Adeline finally found her voice. "I'm not joking. The reason I caught your embroidered ball is that you chose me, but I have no such intentions toward you. Your lute playing is excellent. If you weren't here in this brothel, perhaps you should have a better place," Emilio said, and Adeline lowered her gaze. "Do not worry about me." Adeline finished speaking, then picked up the pipa beside her and started playing again. Emilio watched her closely. Late at night, Adeline got up and walked out of the room after seeing that Emilio had already fallen asleep. However, she didn't know that the moment she stepped out, Emilio's eyes were already open. As the great Jeremiah of the Xiongnu, if he stayed in a brothel, he would certainly choose the best girl. Emilio scanned his surroundings before closing his eyes again. Now is not the right time for action yet. The net hasn't caught enough fish. In the following month, Emilio came back at the same time. Cameron fully understood Emilio's behavior, and once again, Adeline chose him. Sitting in the room, Emilio asked her, "Why did you choose me again? Is it really okay to pick the same person twice?" Adeline pursed her lips slightly but said nothing. Instead, she picked up the pipa beside her and started playing again. "Why don't I take you out?" Emilio's sudden question caused Adeline to stop her pipa playing abruptly. Adeline raised her eyes to look at Emilio. "I advise you not to entertain such thoughts. Most women wouldn't react this way when they heard such words. Don't you want to leave? Who wouldn't want to escape this prison?" But Adeline was very clear about her current situation. Even if she wanted to leave, she couldn't. Adeline didn't speak, continuing to play the pipa. Another peaceful night passed. Emilio returned to the Manny residence early the next morning. Cameron immediately approached him. "How did you rest, young master?" Cameron raised an eyebrow, a sly smile on his face. Emilio nodded satisfactorily. The pastries were good. Cameron was taken aback, but saw that Emilio had already walked far ahead, so he quickly caught up. "Ellie, Lord Manny told you to go straight to him when you return." Emilio paused for a moment, then nodded and walked briskly towards Emmanuel's room. Chapter 104. Merit overshadows the Ellie. In the center of the hall, Emilio looked at the figure and slowly walked towards him. Hearing the voice, Emmanuel turned around, his face unusually stern. "Father, what do you need me for?" Emilio appeared particularly laid back, while Emmanuel's face was dark. "What have you been up to recently? I've heard all about your activities. Why are you always running to the brothels? Are you going to repeat what happened before?" Others might not recognize Emilio, but Emmanuel knew exactly who he was. Emmanuel's face showed a hint of hesitation as he glanced over Emilio from top to bottom, then sighed. helplessly recalling how the original owner of this body used to be a dissolute playboy, a regular visitor to brothels. Emmanuel chuckled lightly. Rest assured, father. It's not as you think. The reason I go to the brothels every day is that I've gotten some leads. Emmanuel's eyes widened slightly. You've got leads? Have you found the person? Emilio shook his head. If he wanted to dig out the root cause, it would still take some time. I may need some more time, but don't worry, father. My visits to the brothels aren't for the reasons you imagine, Emilio said. Emmanuel sighed again and nodded, though the slight worry on his face didn't completely fade. Emilio could tell that Emmanuel's anxiety wasn't entirely about this matter. Father, did something happen in court today? Emmanuel nodded. It's not that I want to rush you, but we really don't have much time. Today, Randy flew into a rage during the court session, saying that your illness has lasted a whole month, almost as if you don't respect him. He has already issued an imperial edict ordering you to set off immediately, regardless of whether you're seriously ill or not. This is a way for him to pressure me. If you don't act quickly, the trouble will soon reach our family. Emmanuel sighed. He knew the Bartolomeo was wary of them. Emilio snorted softly. That Chavez Havelock couldn't wait to strip him of his military power? Emilio shifted his gaze to the teacup beside him, poured himself a cup, took a sip, and his expression remained unchanged. Father, there's no need to worry. I've already informed the Conway, and I'm sure he'll cover for me. But if I were to capture the great Jeremiah now, I'd never know who's behind him. For now, Havelock is just trying to intimidate us. He wouldn't dare to make a real move since the military power is still in our hands. When one's merit overshadows the master, no matter how loyal you are, you still pose a threat to those in high positions. They will seek to reclaim your power so you can remain their devoted servant. Throughout history, such incidents have occurred countless times. Faced with this situation now, Emilio couldn't help but feel a sigh of melancholy. Emmanuel nodded and saw Emilio staring at him intently. Startled, Emmanuel touched his face, a bit puzzled. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Emilio shook his head. He was thinking about how his father had spent his life in military service, dedicated to the country, yet was still doubted by others. Since that's the case, this matter is left in your hands. Just try to visit the brothels less often, understood? Also, resolve this issue as soon as possible. Your mother is very worried about you. Emilio hesitated, then nodded. Although he lived in the Manny residence, he often heard servants say that Rosalie stayed in her room praying for him upon hearing about his illness. After leaving the hall, Cameron immediately followed, looking somewhat curious. Young Ellie, what did Lord Father call you for? Emilio patted Cameron on the shoulder gently. You really should change this habit of eavesdropping. Cameron laughed awkwardly, scratching his head. Oh, right, young Ellie, someone delivered a letter earlier. Cameron handed over a sealed letter to Emilio, who raised an eyebrow and then relaxed. He had a pretty good idea who sent it. He took the letter and opened it. Inside were just a few words. An invitation to meet at Huamanlu. Cameron glanced over and immediately widened his eyes. You don't mean you've fallen for that lady? Cameron didn't oppose his young master's behavior, but he wondered if indulging in romance during such a critical time was proper. Emilio sighed helplessly and tucked the letter back into his robes. Am I only capable of romantic affairs in your eyes? Cameron scratched his head. But what could it be for running to the brothel in the middle of the night? And young Ellie, you always stay there all night. At least other men staying all night would definitely not be innocent. Unfortunately, Emilio was an extraordinary man. Alright, this time it's really serious business. Tonight you and I will go together as a cover. Although Cameron didn't know exactly what his young master was going to do, hearing him say so, he immediately nodded. So that night, the two of them packed up and went to the brothel again. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace. You said 2 people recently entered the Manny residence? Have you figured out who they are? The person below immediately replied, Your Majesty, they are just 2 unknown individuals. We heard that they were sent back by Emiliok. They've been going to the brothels every day lately, but there's nothing suspicious about their activities. Havelock slightly frowned, bracing himself up. Because he was too elderly, even this small movement made him cough several times. Even though his body was already weakened to this state, he was unwilling to abdicate. Are you sure they are just 2 unknown individuals? Could it be Emilio's trick? That person shook his head. I observed closely, and it wasn't Emilio. Havelock narrowed his eyes slightly. Based on his understanding of Emilio would never give up easily. The news that he contracted an illness at the border was clearly just to buy more time. However, this message was relayed by the Conway, which made Havelock suspect if there was a connection between this incident and the Conway. Although Freddy was sent back to the Northwest Ho's residence, the military power was firmly in the hands of the Conway. If Emilio and the Conway joined forces, it would be catastrophic for the de Benedict Empire. Thinking about this, Havelock couldn't help coughing again. A eunuch nearby quickly approached, holding a handkerchief to Havelock's lips. When he took it away, there was a trace of blood on it. Your Majesty, please calm down, the eunuch said. Chapter 105. The Courtesan of Huamanlu. Shane waved his hand slightly, signaling the people to withdraw. He then spoke to those below. Continue monitoring and report immediately if there's any action. Just as Shane gestured for them to leave, his gaze paused momentarily, and he coughed lightly. Emilio received that letter and went to Huamanlu that night. After the previous 2 incidents, he had become quite well known in Huamanlu. As soon as he entered, several young ladies quickly surrounded him. Why did young master come today? That's right. There won't be a throwing of the embroidered ball tonight, so you won't see Adeline. Hearing this, a smile slowly spread across Emilio's lips. He gently lifted one girl's chin with his finger. I didn't come here to find Adeline today. I came to find you. The girl blushed upon hearing this. I'm far inferior to Adeline. Emilio shook his head. In my heart, you are no different from her. Cameron, listening from the side, couldn't help but admire his young master's skill at spinning lies. They weren't really there to meet these girls. They just needed their cover. Late at night, after putting on his clothes, Emilio headed to Adeline's room. He knocked gently on the door, which was then opened. The dark room revealed nothing. Adeline lit a candle, and in its faint light, Her outline could barely be seen. Emilio nodded slightly to her, and then pulled out the letter from his memory, handing it to Adeline. Did you give this to me? Adeline lowered her eyes briefly, then looked up at him after a moment and nodded. You've already guessed, haven't you? Emilio smiled. It was always easier talking to intelligent people. So, are you willing to go with me? Adeline pursed her lips. She certainly wanted to leave with Emilio, but this brothel was different from others. It wasn't something she could just walk away from. That's why she called him over, to confirm. Can you really take me away? Emilio raised an eyebrow. Are you doubting me? Adeline shook her head. That's not what I meant. My status is different from others. I am the flower queen of Womanlu. Taking me away won't be simple. Moreover, I know too much. I want to know if you're truly capable. Emilio smiled. Since we're being frank, you should have met the Xiongnu great Jeremiah recently. Emilio stated this confidently. Adeline furrowed her brows and stepped back, her eyes wide with surprise. Who are you? If Adeline hadn't noticed something was off by now, she would have wasted half her life. Emilio raised his eyes and poured himself a cup of wine, drinking it in one gulp. The wine is good. After speaking, he took out a token from his waist. I am the son of Miguel, sent by Aryan. He knows about the great Jeremiah and has specially dispatched me to investigate. If you can assist me, I will definitely take you out. I mean what I say. Even if you don't believe me, you should trust the death of Miguel, shouldn't you? Emilio showed no guilt for taking someone else's token. He believed it wasn't stealing but borrowing. Adeline took several deep breaths to calm herself down. As expected. Adeline spoke, and Emilio frowned slightly. What do you mean by as expected? I heard about the great Jeremiah escaping earlier. A man suddenly appeared in the brothel, and I had my suspicions. Now that I've seen you, I can confirm it. You want me to help you catch him, right? I can help you, but you must guarantee my safety. Adeline's eyes flashed. She had lived in this brothel for years and had long learned to read people. From the moment she saw Emilio, she knew he wasn't ordinary. When Emilio heard Adeline speak like this, he shook his head. I don't need you to capture him. It's beyond your capabilities. Emilio chose not to lie. Adeline was just Jolie, and trying to capture the great Jeremiah was a fool's errand. Moreover, Emilio's original goal wasn't to capture him, but to uncover the person behind everything. So, what do you want me to do? A moment later, Adeline took a few steps back, her eyes revealing complex emotions. Could you possibly be a Xiongnu? With those words, she retreated to the bedside, suddenly pulling a silver blade from under the pillow and rushing at Emilio. Her movements were incredibly fast. Emilio furrowed his brows, grabbing the silver blade. In an instant, the blade was thrown into the corner. Emilio couldn't help but look at Adeline, who also had a face full of caution. I am not from the Xiongnu, Emilio explained, then lowered his head to look at the fresh red blood on the sword. He didn't expect this girl, who looked so delicate on the surface, to be so merciless when it came to action. Clearly, Adeline was also somewhat surprised and stood there in a daze for a moment. I just want you to follow him. I want to know who he has been in contact with recently. You only need to give me the list of people he met. Adeline hesitated for a while. I really want to help you, but I'm sorry, I can't do it. Although I can see the great Jeremiah, if I want to know who he has contacted, it's something I cannot achieve. He is hidden in a room, and no one except me can see him. I can only see him at special times. Outside of those times, I cannot contact him either. Adeline's gaze fell on Emilio's hand, and Emilio slightly pursed his lips. He knew they were cautious, but he didn't expect them to be this cautious. If that's the case, things would get complicated. But regardless, at least they have some leads now and know that the great Jeremiah is here. Since that's the case, I won't disturb you anymore. After saying this, Emilio turned to leave. Staying in a girl's room in the middle of the night wasn't appropriate. Adeline watched his retreating back, frowned slightly, and then called out to him. Take care of your wound first. Adeline said this, and Emilio looked down at the cut on his palm. It wasn't a serious injury to him, but seeing Emilio's anxious expression, she sighed and sat down by the table. Adeline took out medicine and treated Emilio's wound. The room was silent, dark, with only a faint candlelight illuminating them. Adeline was exceptionally focused. After bandaging him up, she finally lifted her head. Chapter 106 The Ruler of the Brothel. Emilio glanced at his bandaged wound, then said nonchalantly, You have something to tell me, right? Adeline was taken aback for a moment, then lowered her head. I will tell you about the great Jeremiah's whereabouts. Can you take me out of here? Emilio touched the wrapped cloth. She lifted her eyes and looked at Adeline. You once mentioned I could take you away. Why? Even a courtesan like yourself can be taken away if I pay enough silver, right? Could it be that your identity comes with restrictions? Even though Adeline was the top courtesan, officials exploiting brothels were not rare occurrences. I'm different from others. I know too much, and if I leave this place, my life would be in danger. But as you said, if you were Kieran's man, then perhaps only you can help me. I want to leave here, no matter what it takes. Emilio's gaze darkened slightly. Then what if I'm not Kieran's man? Adeline was silent for a moment, visibly disappointed without uttering a word. Just teasing you. I really am Kieran's man. Rest assured, if I can get you out, I certainly will. But I wonder why you, as the top courtesan, always wish to leave. Shouldn't life here be good for you? Emilio knew such a topic wasn't suitable, yet seeing the dejected look on Eleanor before him, he hesitated for a moment. Others may think the life of a top courtesan is fine, but they don't know what I go through. If those things happen to you or anyone else, no one would be happy. Moreover, I've tried leaving, but they say the person behind this brothel is someone I can't provoke. I can't provoke them, so I can't leave. As she spoke, her gaze became distant, staring at a certain spot, tears welling up in her eyes. Emilio caught the key point. You mean the owner of the brothel is someone you can't provoke? Do you know who's behind this place? Emilio had been thinking about where to start investigating, but after hearing Adeline, he suddenly remembered that the only person who could hide the great Jeremiah in such a place might be the person behind this brothel. Adeline thought for a while and shook her head. I don't know who it is, just that he visits every 5th day of the month, but no one has seen his face. Emilio fell silent for a moment, then a smile crept across his lips. This trip wasn't entirely fruitless. He stood up and opened the door, ready to leave when he paused. Rest assured, I meant what I said earlier. I will get you out, even without Kieran. After saying that, Emilio left swiftly. That night ended, and the next day, Emilio and Cameron returned to the Manny mansion together. The carriage swayed along the streets as Emilio rested with his eyes closed. Suddenly, Emilio had the carriage stop. Ellie. Cameron looked puzzled. What's wrong? Emilio glanced behind him, then tapped his fingers, speaking with interest. Go buy me some pastries from the street. Although Cameron was puzzled, he still got off the carriage. Once Cameron was off, Emilio gently pulled back the curtain and stared at a corner not far away. A black shadow darted across, and Emilio saw it clearly. When Cameron handed over the warm pastries to Emilio, he asked, Ellie, someone seems to be following us. Emilio smiled and nodded. Not too dumb. Did Ellie send someone? Don't overthink it. It's unlikely my father sent anyone. Probably Havelock isn't fully trusting me. Wonder if he knows I'm already back? Cameron shivered after thinking for a moment. If he knew we returned, wouldn't there be some reaction? Emilio felt the warmth of the pastry in his palm and nodded. Indeed, but we should be more cautious going forward. In fact, Emilio had already guessed that Havelock wouldn't trust him so easily and would likely have someone tail him outside Elysian. But Emilio was prepared. His disguise was even foolproof against his own father, let alone others. Upon returning to Elysian, Emilio headed straight to Rosalie's chambers. He gently knocked on the door, which was opened by a middle-aged woman. Rosalie's face was unusually pale, looking utterly exhausted. Previously, Emilio had heard from the servants that Rosalie worried about him, so much that she couldn't sleep or eat properly. But now, seeing her condition, Emilio felt somewhat heartbroken. Although Emmanuel had instructed that no one should tell anyone, Emilio had never intended to inform in the first place. When Rosalie saw Emilio, a hint of confusion appeared on her face. Who are you? Emilio handed the pastry in his hand to Rosalie. This is from young Ellie Manny. He asked me to give this to you and told you not to worry, that he is doing well. After saying this, Emilio strode away. There were only a few days left until the 5th day of the month. Soon it was time, and this time Emilio did not bring Cameron with him. After all, if he wanted to find out who was behind the scenes, the more people he brought, the easier it would be to be discovered. Emilio hid in Adeline's room early. Are you sure this will work? Adeline looked at Emilio with concern. Emilio glanced around for a while before nodding. Don't worry, since he dared to come, he must want to see the great Jeremiah. Staying in your room is the safest place. Rest assured, I won't implicate you. Adeline hesitated for a moment, murmuring, I didn't say you would implicate me, but Emilio didn't hear this. Night soon fell, just another ordinary night. Yet nobody knew that this seemingly normal night held hidden secrets. Emilio wasn't sure how long he waited in the room, but it was late when Adeline rushed into the room in a hurry. The person has arrived. Adeline spoke, and Emilio nodded. Just as he was about to go out, Adeline grabbed his wrist. Be careful, and don't get yourself killed. Don't worry, the person who can kill me hasn't been born yet. If others said such things, Adeline would think they were boasting, but somehow, hearing these words made them seem resolute and genuine. Adeline smiled and nodded. After leaving the room, Emilio headed towards the direction Adeline had pointed out. However, what surprised him was that there was no one along the way. Emilio frowned, feeling something was amiss. Standing outside the chamber door, Emilio hesitated for a moment. Chapter 107. The person colluding turns out to be the Amir. Silence prevailed within the room. Although Emilio knew that Adeline should not have deceived him, he felt that something was not quite right. He dodged swiftly and climbed up the eaves, lifting a tile. His movements were gentle as he peeked through the gap. Emilio frowned when he saw many guards with long swords hidden inside. What astonished Emilio even more was that these guards wore palace uniforms. Man, at this place was clearly where the great Jeremiah of the Xiongnu was hiding. Why would there be palace guards here? Could it be that someone from the palace was aiding the great Jeremiah? Emilio felt that this matter was getting more complicated by the minute. He furrowed his brows. The mastermind behind the brothel must be in this room, but how could he infiltrate it without being noticed? A smile curved on Emilio's lips. Fortunately, he had already planned ahead before coming. He ignited the firework in his hand, sending a burst of light into the deep purple night sky, a dazzling spectacle. Cameron, standing at the entrance of the brothel, also saw it and immediately rushed in, causing chaos. The commotion drew the attention of those inside, and they all rushed out. Seeing everyone leave, Emilio entered from the front door. He surveyed the surroundings and walked to a candle, pausing as he gently turned the bookshelf beside it, which moved away instantly. He hadn't expected such intricate mechanisms in this small brothel. Emilio stepped into the dark passage. After entering, he restored the passage and opened his palm to reveal a firefly, whose light was faint yet sufficient for the narrow tunnel. He continued walking. Soon, he heard rustling sounds. Finally, you are willing to see me. How can keeping me in this insignificant brothel help me achieve my grand plan? Do not fret, great Jeremiah. I just learned that the Xiongnu has already been subdued by Dolores. If I help you regain control over the Xiongnu, will you give me something in return? Upon hearing this, the great Jeremiah's tone became intense. Didn't I already give you countless treasures? Don't forget, without me, your position as Amir wouldn't be secure. With other princes eyeing the throne and factions competing in the court, don't you need my assistance to maintain your status? Emilio paused, startled. He had anticipated that someone in the palace would be aiding the great Jeremiah, but he never thought it would be the Amir. The Amir's confinement period had not ended, yet he dared to meet the great Jeremiah here, taking significant risks. Emilio frowned deeply. He never imagined that the great country of Daya would stoop so low that even its Amir would engage in such secretive dealings, rendering the entire nation like a dilapidated ruin. The Amir paused, then laughed heartily. Great Jeremiah, what you say is true. However, I don't need an ally who has lost power. As a wise man, you should understand what I mean. The voice in the passage fell silent for a moment. Then what do you want? I want you to pay tribute to me with 10,000 taels of gold and silver annually. Are you willing? After a pause, this deal should benefit you too. Wouldn't you want to reclaim your position as Great Jeremiah instead of giving up? Very well, I agree. To the Great Jeremiah, his position was far more important than treasures. But I have one condition, added the Great Jeremiah. The Amir raised an eyebrow. Speak. When you ascend to the throne, hand Emilio over to me. I want to tear him limb from limb, throw his remains to wild beasts, and make sure his soul can never return home. I will have him torn apart for forcing me into such dire straits. I will never forgive him. His voice dripped with rage. The Amir chuckled. Of course. Even without your request, I won't let him interfere with me. Father sent the dag to the Drake. If they join forces, my throne will be unstable. I cannot allow them to live. Suspicious by nature, the Amir was nearly identical to Bartolomeo Nanguayuan, if not surpassing him. With numerous imperial offspring, if he became Earl, he certainly wouldn't leave them alive. If the Amir ascended the throne, the whole country might fall into an abyss once again. Having reached an agreement, they prepared to leave. Emilio hurriedly exited the secret passage and hid in a corner, holding his breath. After the Amir left, the room was left with only the Great Jeremiah. Perhaps because he had just finalized an agreement, the Great Jeremiah was now in high spirits, picking up the wine to drink deeply. Suddenly, he turned his head, drawing a dagger from his waist. Come out, whoever you are. Emilio slowly stepped forward. The Great Jeremiah furrowed his brows tightly, wearing a somewhat wary expression. Who are you? Emilio chuckled softly. Great Jeremiah, have you already forgotten me so soon? You just mentioned my name in the secret passage. How could you not recognize me? As Emilio spoke, the Great Jeremiah's pupils constricted. He had only mentioned Emilio's name just then, but this person before him didn't bear any resemblance to Emilio. Are you sent by Emilio? Emilio remained silent, wiping his face with his hand. When his hand fell back down, the Great Jeremiah's expression changed dramatically. Emilio, how can you? Before he could finish his thought, he lunged at Emilio with his knife. Emilio stood still, not moving an inch. To wield weapons as soon as we meet, isn't that a bit impolite? He extended his fingers to make a 3, then another one, and finally it became 1. Following this, the Great Jeremiah suddenly felt an unbearable pain in his abdomen, clutching his stomach. The pain was as if countless insects were gnawing at his internal organs. What is this? He had clearly arranged everything carefully. How could Emilio appear before him? Doesn't your stomach ache so badly you can't stand it? Do you remember the cup of wine I gave you before you left? What do you mean? Did you poison the wine? Emilio raised an eyebrow, flicking his hair. Indeed, I did poison it. A poison that only I can cure in the world. This poison is very strong. Once it takes effect, the pain will last for 2 days and 3 nights. Chapter 108A Full page of names. Until it consumes your internal organs, leaving you an empty shell. You won't faint during this process. I will give you medicine to ensure you clearly feel the pain as if being cut into 1,000 pieces. At this moment, de Jeremiah was glaring angrily at Emilio. The door was pushed open. Cameron wiped the sweat from his forehead. Young Ellie, they are about to arrive. I can't hold them off any longer. Emilio nodded, and immediately Cameron grabbed de Jeremiah's hand and dragged him away. When de Jeremiah regained consciousness, he saw someone standing in front of him already. Emmanuel? De Jeremiah recoiled in shock, but found himself tied to a pillar. A smile curled up at the corner of Emmanuel's mouth. You remember me? That's unexpected. De Jeremiah frowned slightly. He had struggled with Emmanuel for half a lifetime. How could he possibly forget? You actually managed to capture him. Well done. Emmanuel patted Emilio heavily on the shoulder, extremely satisfied. But Emilio frowned, looking worried. What's wrong? You caught him, so what are you still worrying about? Emilio sighed. I'm just concerned that we captured too many people this time. The Great Benedict Dynasty is already like decaying ruins. It would be difficult to uproot everything in one go. If it were anyone else, it might not have been such a big deal, but even the Amir was involved, showing how serious the problem was. Fear not. Just sweep them all out at once. If you're scared, I can do it for you. Emmanuel patted his chest. Father, that's not what I meant. Did you know who was shouting for cooperation when I saw a large group? Emmanuel glanced at him. Who? The Amir. What? Emmanuel's eyes widened. How is that possible? Isn't the Amir still under house arrest? How could the Amir cooperate with the Xiongnu? Did you see wrongly? Emilio shook his head. If I saw wrongly, then he definitely wouldn't make a mistake. Emilio turned his gaze to de Jeremiah beside him. Your Great Benedict has long been a nest of snakes and rats. What can you really do? People like you, Emilio, should cooperate with me instead. You must have seen that even the Amir is involved. Do you think there's any hope left for the Great Benedict? I've heard about Havelock's son long ago. I told you before that Havelock would never let you off easily. He is inherently suspicious. Cooperate with me, and I will guarantee your prosperity. Emilio merely gave him a glance. Just with you? No matter how corrupt the Great Benedict becomes, I will absolutely never cooperate with someone like you. I suggest you hand over the list of everyone you've collaborated with now. I might make you more comfortable. Emilio looked down at him while de Jeremiah clenched his lips tightly. You want me to pave the way for you? Dream on. Emilio chuckled and snapped his fingers. De Jeremiah immediately bent over in pain. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Emmanuel stood by, hearing his heart-wrenching cries, also frowning and asking cautiously, is he really okay? Don't worry, he won't die just yet. After saying that, Emilio squatted down and found a jade pendant from Emmanuel's arms. Emilio recognized this jade pendant. It belonged to the Amir, bestowed upon him by the Bartolomeo specifically when the Amir was placed under house arrest. He didn't expect the Amir to use this object as a token with de Jeremiah. Emilio flicked the jade pendant a couple of times. I'll keep this. Even if Emmanuel was skeptical about the Amir's involvement, he believed it after seeing the jade pendant. He knew very well that with the Amir's participation, the matter would likely be unresolved, but Emilio wouldn't allow it. Cameron, watch him. Cameron nodded immediately. Emmanuel's expression turned serious. If this involves the Amir, things will be difficult. What do you plan to do next? Emilio lifted his head. Father, I need your help. I want to extract those names from him, then you round up everyone. Leave the rest to me. Emmanuel nodded. Emilio thought Emmanuel would hesitate, but unexpectedly he agreed quickly. Father, aren't you afraid I might mess things up? Emmanuel shook his head, his face showing affection. No, even if you did mess it up, it doesn't matter. You're already exceeding my expectations. Emmanuel originally didn't expect much from his wayward son, but since that incident, Emilio continually surprised him. This was enough to satisfy him. Sure enough, not a few days passed before Jeremiah could no longer hold out. He divulged the names of all the people who had collaborated with him. Emilio looked at the entire page of names, feeling a myriad of emotions. Meanwhile, the news also reached Braden, who immediately announced Emilio's return to the capital. The news of Emmanuel controlling court officials quickly reached Havelock's ears as well. At the next day's imperial conference, Havelock flew into a rage. Emmanuel, you have quite some nerve. You dared to control court officials without an imperial edict. What would you do if you had an imperial edict? Would you even defy me? Havelock coughed twice, and Emmanuel immediately spoke. Your Majesty, I admit that my actions were improper this time, but there was a reason. All the people I arrested were involved with the Xiongnu. Havelock slightly narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixed on Emmanuel. What do you mean? How do you know they are involved with the Xiongnu? Moreover, do you even know how many people you arrested this time? At least half of the court officials were taken away. Emmanuel nodded. Your Majesty, I am fully aware of that, but what I say is true. All these actions were carried out by my son, Emilio. He has something important to tell your Majesty. Havelock raised an eyebrow. Emilio has returned? Why didn't I know about it? Emilio returned to the capital a few days ago, but stayed hidden to avoid alarming the suspects. Hearing this, Branson couldn't help but snort. What a fine excuse for not alarming the suspects. Could you not even inform the Bartolomeo? Is your family's power now greater than the Bartolomeos? Branson had always been like this, and Emmanuel was already accustomed to it. Havelock was too lazy to listen to their bickering and waved his hand. The eunuch standing nearby immediately shouted, "Summon Emilio." Emilio stepped forward and paid his respects. Long live the Bartolomeo. May your Majesty reign eternally. Havelock waved his hand again, allowing Emilio to stand up. Chapter 109, 30 Stripes. Your father said you captured so many people this time because you had planned it in advance. Tell me, why did you choose not to alert anyone beforehand? If your reason is unsatisfactory, don't blame me for being unkind. Shane squinted his eyes. To him, this was undoubtedly a good opportunity to bring down the Manny family. Even Emilio had handed the opportunity directly to him. The reason I returned to the capital earlier than expected is that the great Jeremiah of the Xiongnu was hiding in the capital city. I came here to capture him. Is that so? But wasn't it you who sent the great Jeremiah of the Xiongnu back, only for something to go wrong on the way? Wouldn't finding him be justified? Branson turned his head away. Emilio sighed. Branson should worry more about yourself. You are far inferior compared to your son. Upon hearing these words, Branson's eyebrows shot up in anger. Emmanuel, how do you discipline your son? Is this how he speaks to his elders? Enough. This is the court, not a place for bickering. However, Branson is right. The great Jeremiah indeed escaped due to your negligence, and retrieving him is your duty. Your mistake hasn't been punished yet. Emilio smiled. Your Majesty, please calm down. The reason I did this is that I suspected there were insiders in our court collaborating with the great Jeremiah. Therefore, I used him as bait to catch these corrupt officials. Those officials my father has recently arrested are just the ones who took the bait. After saying this, Emilio raised what he held high. If Randy doesn't believe me, you can look at this confession from the great Jeremiah. The rest are pieces of evidence found in the homes of various officials. Emilio never procrastinated in handling matters. Shane tilted his head, and an eunuch immediately stepped forward, presenting the evidence to Shane. Shane had already begun to suspect such events were happening within the court. However, he always turned a blind eye to it. Removing all of them at once would have too high a cost, but he didn't expect Emilio to take action. This time, Emilio had done something meritorious. Criticizing him now would make him lose credibility. Furrowing his brows, Shane threw what he held onto the ground. How dare they, officials of our great Benedict dynasty, committing such acts of treason? Throw them all into prison and wait for further orders. No one involved will be spared. As for Emilio, given your contribution, your crimes and merits offset each other, so I won't punish you. But if this happens again, I will not show mercy. Do you understand? Emilio nodded, but it wasn't over yet. Your Majesty, I still have one more matter. Shane raised his eyes. Speak. I accuse His Royal Highness, the Amir, of having suspicions of aiding the enemy, as stated by the great Jeremiah of the Xiongnu himself. Upon hearing this, silence enveloped the court. What did you say? The Amir has been confined in the Eastern Palace by me. How could he possibly aid the enemy? Can you determine this is true based solely on his word? Emilio, you are being too bold. He is the Amir. Emilio's actions were clearly tarnishing the royal dignity. Even if Shane disliked the Amir, he would never allow this. Do you have any evidence? Slander the Amir without proof, and you might risk losing your head, asked Branson, full of doubt. Why would the Amir cooperate with Emir Xiongnu? The entire great Benedict dynasty belonged to him. Why would he stoop so low? I do have evidence. This jade pendant was found on the great Jeremiah. I remember this jade pendant was personally inscribed by your Majesty. Why would it be on the great Jeremiah? The eunuch brought the jade pendant forward. Shane squinted and examined the jade pendant closely. A smirk appeared on Emilio's face. With this jade pendant, even if it couldn't completely bring down the Amir, it would certainly weaken him significantly. This is fake. Shane scoffed and threw the jade pendant to the ground, breaking it into two pieces. Emilio's pupils constricted as he lowered his head. Emilio, with a fake jade pendant, what are your intentions? Are you trying to frame the emir? Shane's voice carried a hint of rebuke. Emmanuel immediately knelt down. This is my doing. Please spare my son. In view of his sincere heart, please forgive him this time. But Emilio stood frozen. He had thought this was a good opportunity to strike against the emir, but the situation developed differently from what he expected. He was certain the jade pendant was real. Why did the Bartolomeo claim otherwise? Could it be that he did not want to strip the emir of power? Was he planning to see a competition among the princes? Emilio clenched his fists tightly and looked up at Shane. Sincerity? If you can falsely accuse even the emir today, wouldn't you dare to do the same to me tomorrow? Emmanuel, you've done a fine job raising your son, Shane said, clearly not intending to let this matter go easily. He had long planned to strip them of their military power, only lacking such an opportunity. Emilio knew very well that if things continued this way, the consequences would be too much for him to bear. So he immediately knelt down. I failed to think it through. Since that's the case, please relieve me of my military authority starting from today. Shane paused in his gaze, surprised by how cooperative Emilio was. Then as you wish, Manny family's military power will be transferred to someone else. Emilio, take him away for 30 strokes and confine him for a month. The Bartolomeo looked at Emilio. Any objections? Emilio promptly replied, I dare not. So he followed the men and lay on the bench. Emilio never thought he would one day end up so miserable. He had originally planned everything thoroughly, but didn't expect it all to collapse due to one word from the superior. Indeed, plans are always outpaced by changes. The long board fell on Emilio's body. He could almost feel the pain of his flesh tearing open, but compared to his body, his heart felt even colder. For the great Benedict dynasty to have such a ruler is its misfortune. After receiving 30 strokes, Emilio was carried back by Emmanuel. Never did I think the Bartolomeo would protect the emir so much. Previously, I thought the Bartolomeo had intentions to depose the emir, but who would have thought? What karma? Emmanuel looked at Emilio beside him, unable to understand why this happened. Cameron, standing nearby, also felt distressed, wiping the sweat off Emilio's forehead. His waist was already stained with a patch of blood red. Emilio took a pill from his pocket and swallowed it, feeling the pain gradually subside. Those people had hit him very fiercely. These injuries wouldn't heal in less than a month. It must have been instructed personally by Randy. This was to warn him. Emilio couldn't help but sneer. Chapter 110 The Remains of a Wild Goose. The news of Emilio being beaten quickly spread to others. Most people laughed at him, as Emilio had once been a spoilt rich kid before gaining the Bartolomeo's favor and becoming the famous and powerful Bryce Manny. How many people had mocked him behind his back? Now that Emilio had lost his military power in a day, how could these people not ridicule him? But Emilio did not care about these. After returning to the Manny residence, he lay down on the bed. Honestly, he was very disappointed. He wasn't upset about being beaten. What truly troubled him was that after collecting so much evidence which could lead Carlo to thoroughly investigate the case, Carlo still refused to do so. What was Carlo up to? And did Emilio still need to protect the great Benedict dynasty? He remembered reading about rebellions in history books, admiring those who led them as heroes. Now, having faced such matters firsthand, he no longer believed so. If he were to rebel, he would be branded a sinner by all. The door knocked twice. Come in. Emilio's voice was hoarse. Soon the door opened, seemingly with someone standing there but not coming in. Turning his head out of confusion, he saw Rosalie standing at the door holding a bowl of porridge, her face showing traces of tears. Mom, why are you here? Emilio froze and tried to get up, only for his movements to tug at the wound on his waist. Emilio groaned in pain. Hearing this, Rosalie couldn't hold back her tears any longer. She hurriedly put the bowl on a nearby table, then walked over to Emilio with trembling fingers. Does it hurt? Emilio shook his head. No, my skin is tough. Rosalie knew Emilio was joking, but seeing his injuries, she couldn't laugh at all. Don't talk like that. Do you think I don't know? Can you not feel pain from 30 strokes? I've heard about your father's matter in court. Believe in yourself. What you did was right. You have pulled out all the bad fish. You're a hero of the great Benedict dynasty. Rosalie gently stroked Emilio's hair, with loving looks on her face. Benedicting his head, Emilio couldn't help but smile, wiping his eyes. Hero? Hero? They are probably all laughing at me outside. Nonsense, they are praising you. Emilio sighed, and didn't continue. Seeing Emilio's look, Rosalie picked up the bowl of porridge, offering it to Emilio. It has been a long time since you left home. Come taste if my cooking skills have decreased. Emilio nodded and took a sip, finding the taste just like in his memories, which made him feel relieved. Without restraint, he finished the whole bowl, saying, It's delicious. Rosalie smiled. After bringing the porridge, Rosalie left. Emilio noticed that she cared about him very much. In the next few days, Emilio did not immerse himself in this matter anymore. Since it cannot be changed, he needed to start anew. He understood why Shane said the jade pendant was fake. If it were real, it would indirectly prove the corruption within the great Benedict dynasty. Moreover, he might also have to deal with the Brenton. But if the Brenton was deposed, it would destabilize the entire situation. Shane needed a balanced court. After half a month of staying in the room, he could finally walk properly. Though he could use his medicine to cure the wounds within 2 weeks, he deliberately didn't do so because he wanted to keep this pain as a reminder. Walking out of the door, Emilio saw birds singing and flowers blooming, stretching lazily. Lying for half a month made him feel like his bones were going soft. Now walking around made him feel lighter. Turning his head, he saw many people gathered in the hall nearby. Looking panicked, wrinkling his brows, Emilio moved towards the hall. Can't find her family? Emmanuel's voice was stern. They have looked for them, but her family refused to take her back, claiming that once she was sold off, she ceased to be part of their family. Sir, what should we do? Cameron asked. Emmanuel sighed, his voice laced with sorrow. Bury her honorably then. She didn't live well, let her rest peacefully now. Cameron nodded and was about to leave when Emilio arrived. Seeing Emilio, Cameron panicked and shielded the stretcher beside him. What are you talking about? Everyone looked so serious. Has something happened? Emilio hesitated for a moment, frowning. Could it be that Havelock has caused trouble again? Upon hearing this, Emmanuel replied, don't address the Bartolomeo by his name directly. That's disrespectful. Do you want to implicate our entire family? Emilio sighed and nodded. He felt that even mentioning Havelock's name dirted his mouth. So what are you all panicking about? Emilio shifted his gaze to Cameron, who looked rather guilty. He tilted his head. What's behind you? What are you hiding from me? Cameron lifted his head guiltily. Nothing, just bought some little trinkets. Emilio raised an eyebrow. Normally, he might have let it go, but seeing Cameron's guilty expression, he sensed something was off. Really? Cameron shook his head vigorously. Seeing Emilio turn to leave, he breathed a sigh of relief. But unexpectedly, Emilio suddenly darted towards him. He grinned. Let's see what you're hiding. And with that, he pulled off the white cloth. His face froze when he saw what was underneath. It was Jolie's face, more accurately, Jolie's body covered by the white cloth. Simone's face was pale, with blood at the corner of her mouth and red marks on her neck, as if she had been strangled. There were also wounds on her forehead. Her death had been brutal, and this face was one Emilio knew all too well. Jalen? Emilio muttered in disbelief. How could this be? I sent people to find her before. Didn't the brothel say she had already returned home? They lied to me. They lied to me. Emilio roared in fury, clenching his fists tightly, veins popping out on his forehead. He knew deep down that Jalen's death was his fault. Where did you find the body? Chapter 111. The long-prepared letter. He asked, but no one in the crowd responded. Cameron squatted down, his face tinged with a bit of apology. I didn't mean for you to see this, young master. It's not your fault. I'm asking where the body was found. Emilio roared. Simone on the stretcher looked unusually calm, as if she had long known that this would be her fate, accepting death calmly. But the more composed she seemed, the more Emilio felt a stabbing pain in his heart. It was his fault, all because of him. It was his failure to foresee the consequences for Adeline. His arrogance led to this. If only he had taken it more seriously that day. If only he could have brought Adeline back directly, none of this would have happened. It was found at the entrance of the Manny residence, placed there stealthily by someone. I've already arranged for a proper burial, Emmanuel explained. He knew how much Emilio must be suffering now. Emilio sneered. Sweat dripped from his forehead. They knew this was a deliberate act by His Highness the Emir, placing Adeline's body outside the gate as a warning and mockery. But why use such a method? If he couldn't be blamed for this, what else could he be blamed for? A proper burial? Can anything compare to her being alive? Emilio stood up, ready to head towards the entrance of the Manny residence, but Emmanuel grabbed his wrist. Emmanuel yelled at him. What are you going to do? Emilio pressed his lips together, suppressing his anguish. I'm going to kill every person who tormented her. I want those people to accompany her in death. As Emilio spoke, Emmanuel kicked him, causing instant fiery pain in Emilio's body. What are you planning to do now? Are you going to kill His Highness the Emir too? Are you crazy? Don't you care about the Manny family? Do you know how your actions will bring disaster to our family? The Bartolomeo has always wanted to eliminate the Manny family. You're giving him an opportunity. She was just a courtesan. Emilio lifted his head. She wasn't just a courtesan. She was strong and brave. She shouldn't have met this end. Emilio knew that, as the exalted Emir, if he wanted to get rid of someone, he could do so quietly, even through torture or dismemberment. This was feudal society. But when Emilio faced this situation, he simply couldn't turn a blind eye. So what? Emilio, you must understand the consequences of your actions. They are too great for you to bear. Emilio froze. He could do nothing. Was he supposed to storm into the Eastern Palace and thrash the Emir? He could do nothing. Emilio turned away and knelt down, using a white cloth to cover the face once more. Send more offerings for her, Emilio said, then turned back to his room. For the next half-month, he never left his room. On the last day of his confinement, Cameron put the food as usual at the door, but the door suddenly opened. Emilio was dressed and smiling. Bring the food inside, he said, looking completely different from his previous distracted self. Cameron hesitated for a moment, then immediately carried the food inside and placed it on the table. Watching the food on the table, Emilio started eating quickly. Cameron watched him suspiciously until Emilio finished everything. Are you really all right, young master? Cameron asked, feeling that Emilio's sudden behavior seemed off. He knew Emilio blamed himself. No one could console him. Only Emilio could resolve this. I'm fine. Why do you look at me like that? Cameron hesitated but decided to speak up, sitting next to Emilio on the chair, adopting a patient tone. Young master, although I know you blame yourself, no one could have predicted this. You're not a god. Besides, I have something I want to show you. Cameron pulled out a piece of paper from his chest and placed it on the table. This note was found in Adeline's hand. Judging by the handwriting, it seems she wrote it for you. Emilio looked up at Cameron, who immediately waved his hands. Don't worry, I didn't read it. Emilio sighed. I didn't say you read it. Why didn't you give it to me earlier? Cameron scratched his chin. I wanted to, but you didn't talk to us those days. I couldn't find the right time. Emilio had nothing to say. He picked up the paper and unfolded it. The paper was crumpled, and the handwriting wasn't particularly neat, but it was evident that each word had been written with great care. Emilio, by the time you read this letter, I may already be gone. Actually, I foresaw this long ago. When I learned that you had received 30 strokes, I knew my fate was sealed. No matter what, I couldn't escape it. Don't blame yourself. If I can't run away, then I choose to accept it. That was all Adeline had written in the letter. It was simple and casual, as if she harbored no regrets about this outcome. Emilio clenched the note tightly. Young master, rather than lamenting and grieving endlessly, it's better to think about what to do next. Emilio remained silent. After a moment, he raised his head. He placed the paper over the candle flame, and soon it turned to ashes. You're right. Instead of wallowing in sorrow, it's better to think about other problems. Since I can't seek revenge now, I'll remember it and repay it one by one for her in the future. Over the past half-month, Emilio had come to understand this. He knew that with his current abilities, he couldn't avenge her. Therefore, the only thing he could do was accumulate strength to avenge her in the future. Seeing Emilio had let go of his grief, Cameron immediately stood up and slapped the table. That's right. I knew you wouldn't give up, young Ellie. If one day I face the same end as Adeline, I won't blame you either. So go ahead, and whatever consequences there are, I'll bear them for you. Cameron patted his chest firmly. Emilio couldn't help but look at him. Why do this? Do you really trust me so much? Cameron smiled. I'm just a servant. Without you, young Ellie, how could I have traveled far and wide, seeing so many beautiful landscapes? Moreover, I know your ambitions are great. Following you, I might even get my name in history. I feel that following you, even if something happens, it's not a loss. These were Cameron's heartfelt words. Chapter 112 The Feast of Hidden Dangers. Emilio couldn't help but laugh. He stood up and patted Cameron's shoulder lightly. All right, since you've put it this way, I'll do my best to keep you out of trouble. Cameron nodded immediately. After resolving the matter, Emilio followed Cameron to Adeline's grave. They had buried her in a place filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers. Emilio personally burned many offerings for Adeline. This is the first time I'm visiting you, but it won't be the last. I will remember your grievances and avenge them for you. After saying this, Emilio left in large strides. He also sent someone to cause some chaos at Adeline's home. As a fine young man from the 21st century, he couldn't stand the cold indifference displayed by Adeline's family toward her the benevolent Amir? This was the biggest joke Emilio had heard recently. What do you mean? When has young Ellie ever been a villain? Who do you think you owe your life to? If not for our young Ellie's battles across the land, would you even have the life you have today? Cameron rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight, but Emilio stopped him. Looking at Cameron's impulsive behavior, Emilio sighed. After following him for so long, he still acted rashly. Let them talk. Let's go. Saying this, Emilio walked away, with Cameron following closely after casting a glance at the vendor. Young Ellie, don't mind them. They're just parroting what the Amir spread. You've done so much more, but they refuse to listen. Don't let their words get to you during this time, said Cameron. Emilio chuckled. Do I look like someone who can't handle such criticism? Don't worry, I won't take it to heart. Besides, isn't this the kind of behavior we expect from the Amir? He always likes to play the good guy. Cameron nodded in strong agreement. After returning to the residence, Cameron received a letter from the Ebenezer. The letter expressed admiration for Emilio and hoped that he would visit the Marquis's residence. Emilio burned the letter entirely after reading it. This letter could not fall into anyone else's hands. Otherwise, it would be detrimental to both him and the Marquis. He knew the Marquis admired him, but at least publicly, he and the Marquis must not have any contact. Without military power now, the Bartolomeo already treated him this way. If he got involved with the Marquis, the Manny family might truly be in peril. Such a peaceful life didn't last long. Soon, an imperial decree arrived at the Manny residence. Emilio hadn't expected his casual words about distancing himself from Diana to be taken seriously by Stephanie Alessia, or perhaps the Bartolomeo had other plans. The content of the decree roughly asked him to choose a wife. There was also an upcoming banquet in Stephanie Alessia's palace, and she invited Emilio to attend. Why do you look so troubled, young Ellie? It's being personally organized by Stephanie Alessia, asked Cameron, confused by Emilio's expression. Emilio sighed and gently tapped his head. Do you really think this is a good thing? Emilio looked up at Emmanuel. He wants to tie us down. Now that the military power has been taken away, the Bartolomeo's intention is to find leverage against you, Emilio. Emmanuel sighed and slowly added, perhaps you were right. Great merit can threaten the ruler. Emilio nodded. As Emmanuel said, the Bartolomeo's intention was indeed this. He has already taken action against the Manny residents. Now what do we do? Will you really go? Once you attend, it may solidify our ties. The Bartolomeo won't easily forgive us. I thought giving up military power would be the best solution, but Emilio continued what Emmanuel had started. I didn't expect that the Bartolomeo intends to lock us in the capital and completely cut off our thoughts of anything else. Emmanuel nodded. Although they never intended to betray the country from the start, the Bartolomeo didn't see it that way. After all, to him, anything that could possibly happen must be nipped in the bud. Emilio looked at the yellow imperial edict in his hand, lightly stroking it. I definitely have to go. We can't defy an imperial decree. Now that the Bartolomeo has made a move against us, defying the order at this time would only push the Manny family into a dangerous situation. But Emmanuel was somewhat worried. Emilio, on the contrary, showed a smile. Don't worry, father. This time I won't let them find any leverage against me. I've learned my lesson from last time. From now on, I won't fail again. If they want to catch me by surprise, I'll make sure it never happens. Emilio's eyes were fixed on the distance. Emmanuel knew that the previous incident had left some yin-yang on Emilio. Even though Emilio hadn't mentioned it, he knew his son best. Good, since you've decided, I can't say anything more. Just be extremely careful this time. The palace was different from home. Even though he knew Emilio could handle it, he couldn't help but worry. Emilio nodded. In the following days, Emilio prepared for the banquet. News of Emilio's attendance spread among the officials. On the day of the banquet, Emilio entered the palace wearing a dark black outfit. His appearance enlivened the atmosphere in the place. However, most people looked at him with a mixture of resentment, as the list he had previously provided had implicated many. Cameron followed Emilio into the palace. Seeing the young ladies present, Cameron couldn't help but widen his eyes. Put your eyes away before someone gouges them out. Emilio patted Cameron's shoulder, and immediately Cameron lowered his head, covering his mouth with his hand. Chapter 113 No longer, Benedictal Bryce Manny. It's unlikely they would gouge out your eyes, but a few lashes are quite possible. A voice came from behind, and Emilio turned around to see Jolie in luxurious attire. This woman was none other than Alessia. Emilio chuckled and immediately bowed. Alessia speaks truly. I apologize for the misconduct of my subordinate. Alessia nodded, and then walked up to Emilio. By nature, she was very open and generous, having been raised by the Ebenezer. But after spending so much time in the palace, she knew such a straightforward personality wouldn't work here. At this moment, she appeared dignified and virtuous, completely different from her previous demeanor on the road. There's no need to be so formal. I was only joking. I must thank you for helping my son find a good teacher. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do. Please choose one of these beauties as my thanks. Alessia looked at the various beauties with a slight smile. The corners of Emilio's mouth twitched. How could he have known that Alessia took his casual comment seriously? I'm grateful that you remember my words. But it's clear to everyone that Randy doesn't intend for me to choose a wife. Even if I were to choose one, it probably wouldn't be to my liking. It might be better not to choose at all. Emilio spoke openly, and Alessia was momentarily stunned before covering her mouth and laughing. You certainly speak boldly. I've heard about your earlier deeds. You're truly daring. The officials can be ignored, but you even confronted the emir. Even I don't dare speculate on the Bartolomeo's intentions. You've narrowly escaped this time, but I fear there won't be such luck next time. Alessia was right. Now more than just the Bartolomeo wanted his life. Emilio had offended virtually every court official, who all wished him dead. Emilio brushed off some imaginary dust from his clothes. Alessia, rest assured. I've always been lucky. I believe not only this time will I survive, but Leanne Mother will also remain as before. Emilio's words made Alessia raise an eyebrow. My father wrote that you are an open-hearted person, worthy of deep friendship. It seems he didn't misjudge you. However, I still must remind you. One cannot be too arrogant. My father once acted like you, and look what happened. He was exiled to the border by the Bartolomeo. Though titled Ebenezer, how well he lived is clear to everyone. Emilio nodded, taking Alessia's advice to heart. If he had been arrogant before, he certainly wasn't now. The lesson from Adeline was deeply etched in his mind, unforgettable. Thank you for your guidance, Alessia. Alessia nodded again. Very well. No matter what, you must choose one. Whom the Bartolomeo gives you is up to Randy, and you cannot prevent it. Your situation is perilous, and that's all I can say. Before Emilio could respond, Alessia had already walked away. Cameron approached from the side. Ellie, did you notice how different Alessia appears outside the palace compared to now? But is what she said true? Emilio nodded, lifting his eyes to observe the nobility around him. The Bartolomeo wants to keep me bound in the capital. Although I've lost military power, he will never give me the daughter of any noble family. He waits for me to make a mistake. As Emilio explained, Cameron shivered involuntarily. Isn't this a banquet like Hongmin? Emilio shook his head. It wasn't that serious yet. Just as Emilio was thinking, a stone suddenly flew toward his face. With swift reflexes, Emilio caught it. He glanced at where it came from. There stood a group of young men, led by one standing with his hands on his hips, slightly surprised. Who's that? Emilio whispered to Cameron. That's the son of Censor Benedictong, a notorious troublemaker. Those standing behind him are similar types. And I heard that Censor Benedictong sides with the Amir. Their approach doesn't bode well. Emilio nodded, understanding their intention to either seek revenge for the Amir or curry favor. Emilio, it's been a while. I didn't expect you to still have some skills. The leader stepped forward, looking down at Emilio disdainfully. Emilio held out his hand, still clutching the stone. Clenching his fist, powder started seeping out from his palm. He had crushed the stone into dust. The young men stared in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. Doing something like sneaking up on someone? Aren't you ashamed? Emilio coldly snorted and clapped his hands, wiping them on Cameron's clothes nearby with some disdain. Silas saw this and immediately turned red with anger. What are you talking about? Who ambushed? I tell you not to slander. I slandered you? Didn't you throw that pebble at me? It was aimed right at my face. If I hadn't caught it, wouldn't I have been injured today? A bunch of immature brats, daring to ambush me? Emilio found it ridiculous. Adding up the ages from both of his lives, he could be their father. In Emilio's eyes, it was naturally absurd. What did you say? Emilio, show some respect when you speak. Don't think you're still the famous Bryce Manny everyone talks about. Your military power has long been taken away. I'm telling you that you can't provoke anyone now. Just because Alessia invited you here doesn't mean you can show off. The leader Silas nodded slightly, a mocking smile on his face. Indeed, what he said was true. Now Emilio no longer had military power, and the Manny family was on the verge of decline. These people, emboldened by the prince, wanted to seek justice for him and gain favor in front of him. But in Emilio's eyes, they were just a bunch of fools. Really? So what do you want to do? Hearing Emilio say this, the person thought Emilio was giving in. Immediately, he nodded and showed a mysterious smile. All right, there's a cup of wine here. If you drink this cup of wine, I won't tease you today. Saying this, he handed the cup of wine to Emilio. Looking at the wine, a smile tugged at the corner of Emilio's mouth. He only needed one glance to see that the wine had been drugged. In the eyes of an accomplished poisoner, putting such toxins in the wine was nothing but an insult. Chapter 114. Emphasis on benedicturature, neglect of military. The man immediately nodded. They were very pleased with Emilio's submissive attitude. After all, a famously renowned Bryce Manny in other people's mouths was now only listening to them right in front of their eyes. How could they not feel excited? Cameron frowned slightly beside him. Ellie, shall I drink it for you? Said Cameron, but Emilio reached out to stop him. Emilio winked at Cameron and then tilted his head back, drinking the cup of wine in one go. Those young masters saw this and each of them had gleaming eyes as they waited for Emilio to make a fool of himself. However, after a while, there was still no reaction from Emilio. Emilio turned the wine glass upside down, showing it was already completely empty, then he threw the wine glass aside. Is this satisfactory now? Those young masters furrowed their brows slightly, all with reluctant expressions. How could this be? They clearly put something in the wine. How come there wasn't any reaction at all? Looking at the expressions on those young masters' faces, Emilio couldn't help but laugh. He made Cameron bring several cups of wine. Since I have already drunk it, why don't you drink too? To be able to have a drink with young Xiongnu is an honor for me. This move made Silas nod slightly, stepping forward and picking up the wine glass. He thought that dealing with Emilio would take some effort, but never expected Emilio to be just a coward. Not sure how someone like him dared to ridicule and drag down the Brenton in court, truly overestimating oneself. Silas drank that glass of wine, and the others also drank it down. Indeed, young Xiongnu is generous. I, Emilio, admire you. Lowering his eyes, when Silas heard this, he couldn't help but feel even happier, puffing up his chest. That's right, someone like you, a brute, could never have my caliber. Let me tell you, if you dare to oppose the Brenton again, we will definitely not let you off. You should know what you are, daring to oppose the Brenton. Let me tell you, this empire will be the Brentons in the future. What did you say? Stephanie Alessia had been standing there for a long time, and upon hearing this, her face darkened. Stephanie Alessia? Seeing Stephanie Alessia's expression, Silas looked somewhat terrified and immediately bowed. Stephanie Alessia narrowed her eyes slightly. What did you mean by that just now? A bunch of fools, you shouldn't say such things. If I report these words to Randy, you won't get away with it. Her voice carried a note of sternness, and their faces immediately paled. Beg Stephanie Alessia to spare me. It was just a slip of the tongue due to drinking too much. Silas begged immediately. Stephanie Alessia's expression changed slightly, turning to look at Emilio. Emilio nodded towards Stephanie Alessia, who then said, All right, considering your youthful ignorance, I will not hold it against you this time. But remember, if I hear anything like this again, I will certainly not let it go easily. After saying that, Stephanie Alessia waved her hand lightly, and those people fled. The banquet is about to start. The people who came to cause trouble today are definitely not just these few. Remember that, said Stephanie Alessia. Emilio nodded, and followed Stephanie Alessia towards the banquet. Emilio pondered. What those people just said wasn't entirely wrong. In De Benedict, literature was heavily favored while military matters were belittled. This led to the military aristocracy being despised. Even though Emmanuel fought his whole life with countless merits, in the eyes of these civil officials, Manny Longshan would always be inferior to them. Emilio found it laughable. This De Benedict dynasty was established by their Manny family and countless generals, not without the contributions of civil officials, but absolutely not allowing such humiliation. Emilio felt a bad taste in his heart. Emilio's seat was arranged in the middle. If it were before, he would have been seated in the front. But now, after his incident, Emilio had become someone opposing the Brenton from being Carlo's favorite, who still dared to associate with him now. Emilio drank wine on his own, ignoring the gazes cast at him. Cameron was indignant on the side. Don't mind them, Ellie. Once this matter falls on them, they won't act like this. It was you who did the right thing. Emilio smiled and then picked up a glass of wine, handing it to Cameron. Drink more, because there's going to be a tough battle tonight. Cameron hesitated for a moment, and then drank it down. As the banquet started, Emilio felt a very intense gaze. Benedicting his head, he saw Jolie sitting at the front of the opposite ladies' seating staring straight at him, originally intending to ignore it, but that gaze was too intense. Cameron, do you know who she is? Emilio whispered to Cameron, who also looked up and was somewhat surprised. Ellie, don't you recognize her? That's Diana. Hearing this, Emilio was slightly taken aback. Girls do change a lot as they grow up, and he hadn't recognized her at first glance. But now, upon closer inspection, he recalled, Diana had always been quite fiery-tempered. She once even whipped Emilio in public. Back then, Emilio was just a dissolute young man, but that incident still left him with a significant shadow. Emilio couldn't help but shiver. He felt this gaze was dangerous. During the banquet, Alessia suggested that the noble ladies perform. Though it was a banquet hosted by Alessia, everyone knew its true meaning. All the girls eagerly competed for the chance to perform. First out was Diana. Emilio thought she would disdain such methods, but unexpectedly, she was the first one to step forward. She changed into an outfit suitable for action and held a black long whip in her hand. The music began. Emilio kept his eyes lowered, drinking wine. He didn't want to look up. Diana had once been betrothed to him, though the engagement was later annulled. Seeing her still felt a bit awkward. Meanwhile, Diana, who was in the middle of the hall, noticed Emilio's expression. She pursed her lips and swung her whip, aiming straight at Emilio. Just as the whip was about to hit Emilio, he caught it. He slowly lifted his head and shivered involuntarily. If that force landed on him, it would surely strip off a layer of skin. He pondered over his relationship with Diana. They didn't seem to have any deep grudges. Why was she so ruthless? Diana, be careful. This whip can hurt a lot if it hits someone. Emilio smiled, then put down the whip. Diana frowned slightly, her face turning a bit red. She retracted the whip and huffed coldly. Mr. Manny speaks truly. Once, this whip hit a ruffian, and that ruffian rolled on the ground, screaming in pain. Chapter 115. The Amir arrives, offering 3 moves. This veiled remark made Emilio hesitate for a moment. The hooligan she mentioned was most likely him. Could it be that she still held a grudge over the incident? But that was clearly the old Emilio, not him. That hooligan would feel honored to witness Diana's whip. With these words, Emilio immediately left Diana speechless. She stammered for a while before huffing and closing her mouth. Then she turned to Stephanie Dowager Haley. I've heard that Bryce Manny is young but extremely skilled in martial arts, commanding awe on the battlefield. I'm thrilled to meet Bryce Manny in person at this banquet. Mother, could you allow me to spar with young Bryce Manny? It would certainly liven up the event. Stephanie Dowager Haley's face changed abruptly. Don't make trouble. She couldn't figure out why her daughter suddenly brought up such a topic. Today is my banquet. How can there be fighting? Diana's expression slightly changed, but she soon smiled. Mother is right, but we don't necessarily need weapons. Young Bryce Manny is so formidable, and I'm just a mere woman. Perhaps young Bryce Manny could spar with me, using his bare hands against my whip. What do you think? Diana looked intently at Emilio. Emilio frowned, realizing Diana was determined to challenge him. Diana flatters me too much. How can I compare with you? Why not? Are you looking down on me? Emilio sighed. Of course not. Then come and spar with me. Caught between a rock and a hard place, Emilio hesitated. A real match could indeed cause more trouble. Just as he was indecisive, a voice came from outside. Amir has arrived. All eyes turned toward the entrance. It was just a small banquet. They didn't expect the Amir to show up. Everyone knew he was probably here because of Emilio, given the previous incident. Since Emilio had been confined to the Manny residence for recuperation, the Amir hadn't dealt with him yet. But now, the story had spread throughout the city. Emilio raised an eyebrow and also looked. A man in yellow robes strode in confidently. His gaze landed on Emilio, and he smiled, though his eyes remained cold. Stephanie Dowager Haley's expression became serious. With the Amir here, today would definitely be challenging. Dempsey actually graced us with your presence. Our little banquet must be quite appealing. Stephanie Dowager Haley said with forced cheerfulness. The Amir bowed. I hope you won't mind my unannounced arrival. I just felt curious after hearing about this gathering from my attendants and wanted to see it for myself. Stephanie Dowager Haley clenched her fists slightly. Despite her displeasure, she maintained composure. How could I stop you, Dempsey? Please, have a seat prepared. The Amir sat down with a slight smile. The hall fell silent, all eyes on him. Why did everyone stop? Asked the Amir. I thought things were lively just a moment ago. Have I made you uncomfortable? Stephanie Dowager Haley quickly replied. Not at all, just surprised by the honor. The music resumed, but eyes kept shifting towards the Amir. Especially Silas's group wore smirks. I heard Neve was about to challenge Emilio. Recently, I noticed her whip skills have improved. Why not let Emilio help her practice? To see if there are any improvements. Would you agree, Elimani? The Amir glanced at Emilio, who smirked bitterly. This wasn't a request but a premeditated plan. Refusing or accepting both posed problems. Emilio smiled. Since His Highness has spoken, I wouldn't want to disappoint. He walked forward immediately. Cameron beside frowned in anxiety. Diana was infamous for her aggressive demeanor, and the long whip she wielded with great force could inflict unbearable pain even though it wouldn't leave any wounds. Although Cameron did not believe Emilio would fail, he still worried. Emilio walked to his position, removed the coat that was restraining him, and adjusted his cuffs. He then downed a cup of wine before stepping forward. Diana looked at Emilio's mannerisms and couldn't help but snort. Diana's reputation precedes you. I have heard of this long whip and how powerfully you handle it. However, since today is a banquet, why don't we do this? I will give Diana 3 moves. Upon hearing Emilio's words, Diana's brows immediately furrowed. What do you mean? Are you looking down on me? I don't need you to give me 3 moves. Saying this, Diana threw her whip to the ground, causing a large cloud of dust. Emilio raised his hand and waved it through the air. Diana, please don't be angry. I have been battle-hardened, and besides, this banquet was organized by both parties just to entertain everyone. There's no need to go that far. As Emilio spoke, Diana opened her mouth to retort, but the Amir intervened. Since Emilio has said so, Neve, follow his suggestion. But given that, make sure you don't hold back. The Amir's words silenced Diana. All right, I agree. Diana grabbed her whip firmly as Emilio nodded and took 2 steps back. The long whip whistled through the air, producing a sharp sound. Diana's whip moved quickly, demonstrating her proficiency. Emilio retreated another 2 steps and began dodging. His movements were agile. Despite Diana's whip almost reaching him, Emilio always managed to evade it by the slightest margin. After several attempts, Diana hadn't even touched Emilio's clothes, which infuriated her, causing her to clench her jaw tightly. 3 moves have passed. You needn't keep dodging. Emilio's lips curved into a smile, as Diana says. Chapter 116. Victory with 1 move. However, after saying these words, he made no move but kept dodging Diana's whip. His attitude greatly angered Diana. She stopped and then fiercely whipped the ground beside her. Could it be that Bryce Emilio can only hide? Or do you look down on me and are unwilling to fight with me? Diana narrowed her eyes, sizing up Emilio from head to toe. Emilio patted the non-existent dust off his clothes. Diana jests. How could I look down on you? It's just that your whip skills are too formidable. Such words could only fool others. Diana was no fool. She could see that Emilio's abilities were definitely not as he described. As she thought this, she flicked the whip to one side, sending a table flying towards Emilio. Everyone widened their eyes. If it were just the whip, it would have been fine, but this was a table. Cameron, who was nearby, also froze in surprise. Alessia pursed her lips. She didn't know what was going on with this daughter of hers. Such an unexpected move without any reaction. The table flew towards Emilio. Man it, in an instant, Emilio raised his fist and smashed into the table, instantly splitting it in 2. Debris flew around, causing dust to rise and people started coughing. The Amir sitting at the top seat squinted his eyes. You have some skills indeed. You're unwilling to contend with my whip, then you contend with something else. She tried to flick the whip again but was grabbed by Emilio. He sharply swung the whip, which hit the ground with a massive force shooting towards the tip of the whip. Diana snorted softly. She felt like an electric current was shooting up her hand, and she immediately let go of the whip, which fell to the ground. All this happened in a flash. Emilio bent down, picked up the whip, and looked at Diana, who held her wrist, her face filled with surprise. This is cheating. Diana believed she had considerable skill. Her whip mastery within the palace was superb. But now, she had been subdued by Emilio in 1 move, making her feel a burning embarrassment. After all, she was a pampered Rosanna who, when faced with such situations, immediately wanted to cry foul. Emilio smiled and handed the whip back to Diana. As Diana says, I merely got lucky. But the whip should still be returned to Diana. Emilio handed the whip back to Diana. This remark both preserved Diana's dignity and did not show weakness. Diana glanced at him, then sniffed lightly and put the whip away before sitting back down. Well, since you've already won, there's nothing left to say. Diana started drinking wine. Maned inside, she was still surprised. She had heard that young Bryce Emilio was extremely skilled, having fought alongside his father in various battles. Still, she remembered how miserable Emilio had been under her whip before. Thinking to humble Emilio, she ended up falling into her own trap. My apologies for the challenge, Emilio said as he returned to his seat. The Emir, who had been watching silently from afar, suddenly clapped, the unexpected applause echoing through the hall. Everyone turned to look at the distant Emir who hadn't spoken until now. I've heard of the prowess of young Bryce Emilio, and today I've seen it for myself. My younger sister's whip skills are mighty. Few in the palace can match her, yet young Bryce defeated her in one move. The Emir's eyes met Emilio's. Truly a young general. Emilio smiled, stood up, and bowed to the Emir before drinking a cup of wine. The Emir flatters me. It was just a trick. If I truly faced Diana directly, I might not win. It was just polite talk. Everyone heard it, except for Diana, who snorted but said nothing more. Emilio realized that the Emir probably came here hoping to see him embarrassed. Emir, I should apologize for my previous actions. I shouldn't have presumed it was your property without verifying it, Emilio said, drinking another cup of wine as self-punishment. The Emir remained silent with no response. Suddenly, Silas spoke up. You realize now? What did you say during court, Emilio? I suggest you know your place. Silas snorted coldly. Emilio slightly raised his eyebrows. Mr. Zhang speaks wisely. Silas had intended to mock Emilio some more, but after Emilio's words, it seemed inappropriate to do so. He coldly snorted and looked at Emilio. How about this? Since His Highness the Emir is here today, if you really feel that you've done something wrong, why don't you kowtow 3 times to His Highness? Silas's voice was loud, and everyone in the hall could hear him. People were surprised that Silas would say such a thing. The Emir also couldn't help but sneer upon hearing these words. Silas, don't make a scene. That's Benedictal Bryce Manny. Hearing this, Silas laughed. What Benedictal Bryce Manny? Perhaps His Highness the Emir hasn't heard that Emilio's position was already taken away. He isn't Benedictal Bryce Manny anymore. Silas was clearly trying to humiliate Emilio, and the Emir seemed to have the same thought. Emilio glanced at him, secretly thinking it was childish to use such methods, truly extremely immature. Is His Highness the Emir willing? Emilio shifted his gaze to the Emir, who raised an eyebrow. Our previous misunderstanding need not go this far, Benedictal Bryce Manny. After all, damaging harmony is the real issue. The Emir was playing the good guy now. As His Highness says, if so, but Eli Zhang seems to enjoy guessing what the Emir means. Could it be that Eli Zhang's words represent those of the Emir? Emilio's voice wasn't loud, but this sentence made Silas's face change dramatically. Don't speak nonsense. What do you mean? Silas immediately knelt before the Emir, with a touch of fear on his face, his eyes darting around nervously. Dempsey, I didn't mean it that way. The Emir slightly lowered his gaze to look at the kneeling Silas, then sneered and set down his wine cup. I think Eli Zhang doesn't mean it that way either. Silas hurriedly nodded. If Emilio said so, the blame would point towards him. Chapter 117. A slap and a date. Just as Silas was about to say something, he suddenly clutched his stomach, and the same happened to the few young masters from prestigious families who were with him earlier. Emilio watched those young masters turn pale and then flushed, knowing that the medicine was taking effect. What's wrong, young Eli Zhang? Is your stomach not feeling well? Emilio asked in an extremely amiable manner. Silas, clutching his belly, couldn't speak anymore. Suddenly, he recalled that poison he had put into Emilio's food before. But it wasn't precisely poison. It was laxative. You put laxative into our food? Silas stared at Emilio wide-eyed. Upon hearing this, Emilio raised an eyebrow slightly, revealing a puzzled expression on his face. Prince Zhang, what do you mean? When did I ever drug any of you? One should have evidence when speaking. Don't be so muddled. Silas pointed at Emilio but could not come up with anything coherent. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed throughout the hall, followed by a pungent smell. Everyone widened their eyes. Silas looked comfortable yet surprised at the same time. He made Emilio feel both amused and embarrassed. Are you? As Emilio spoke, he couldn't help but take 2 steps back and pinched his nose. The look of disgust on his face made Silas, who was already ashamed of his actions, turn red. Lady Alessia, Emir, my body isn't feeling well. I think I should go back first. After Silas said this, the other young masters also chimed in agreement. Lady Alessia pursed her lips and pinched her nose, trying her best not to show disgust. If that is the case, you should leave quickly. After all, health is more important. With Lady Alessia's words, these people left in a hurry. Emilio looked back and saw Silas being supported by Jolie, leaving in a rather sorry state. He couldn't help but smile, thinking that whoever wanted to tease him would probably have to wait for the next life. Thinking of this, Emilio sat back down. He could feel the Emir staring at him. The Emir must also suspect that he was behind this, but so what? Though things appeared calm between them now, under the surface, there was already a turbulent storm brewing. The music started again. Emilio raised his wine cup to the Emir and nodded, finishing it in one gulp. Cameron leaned close to Emilio. Young master, that trick was truly impressive. Watching them strut around like peacocks earlier just irked me. Now, after they've embarrassed themselves in front of the young ladies, we'll see if they dare act like that again. Emilio nodded. In such circumstances, don't confront them head-on. Since they play dirty, you must play dirtier. After the banquet, Emilio was just about to leave when the Emir called him over. Seeing the two of them together, everyone felt like watching a show, but since it involved the Emir, they didn't dare stay long. At the palace gate, Emilio stood beside his carriage. Dempsey, what do you require? Emilio asked slowly, and the corner of the Emir's mouth curled up. I heard about that incident when I was under house arrest. I know it wasn't Manny Gongzi's fault, so I don't blame you. I'm just afraid this matter will hinder our relationship. Hearing this, Emilio paused and then raised his eyes. How could it? This is my fault. Why should Dempsey apologize to me? That would make me appear ungrateful. The Emir shook his head. Why would you be ungrateful? You merely dare to advise honestly. There aren't many ministers like you. I hope Manny Gongzi can remain true to your original intention. Then, he lifted his gaze to Emilio. But please give me that fake jade pendant from before. Although it's false, I still wish it doesn't fall into anyone's hands. What do you think? That fake jade pendant had been broken into 2 pieces after the Bartolomeo threw it during court, and Emilio had picked it up afterwards. After all, it was only a fake jade pendant. Emilio knew how to differentiate. How could it be a fake jade pendant? Emilio's face changed slightly. With this, the Amir was reminding him. Emilio laughed and pulled out the 2-piece jade pendant from his waist, handing it over to the Amir. Naturally, it should be this way. The Amir took the pendant and passed it to a servant. As expected, it's a fake. Different from my real jade. Manny Gongzi's youthful rashness is understandable. Nelson watched the Amirs retreating back, clenching his fists tightly. It was impossible for him not to harbor any resentment. The Bartolomeo used him to balance against the Amir on one hand, but, on the other, showed no concern when incidents like this occurred. Nelson sat in his carriage, heading towards the Manny residence. Upon arrival, Manny Longqing was already waiting at the gate. Seeing Nelson, he immediately approached. How did the banquet go? Manny Longqing asked. Both father and son knew well that the so-called banquet was nothing but a trap. If Nelson had done something to provoke the royal family, the consequences would be unimaginable for both Nelson and the Manny family. Nelson rubbed his temples before replying. Rest assured, nothing major happened. Except that the Amir seems to have quite a bit of grudge against me. Nelson sneered slightly, while Manny Longqing sighed. I should have expected it. He would definitely come. Forget it. But there's another significant event today. A eunuch from the palace delivered a message saying you're required to join the upcoming spring hunt and will be assigned as an imperial guard. Nelson's expression changed somewhat. Having just stripped him of his military authority, the Bartolomeo now gave him another position. This earl's mind was indeed hard to fathom. I understand, Nelson said, and returned to his room. The following days were relatively peaceful. On the day of the spring hunt, Nelson was dressed in armor, looking quite impressive riding his horse, though only he knew this felt more like another form of humiliation. On the first day of the spring hunt, Nelson always stayed close to the Bartolomeo. Shane looked rather pale on his horse, given his advanced age and declining health, which fueled rumors in the court about the Bartolomeo's failing health. Watching the Bartolomeo, Nelson narrowed his eyes slightly. In the dense forest, Nelson led the charge with the Bartolomeo following behind. Nelson scanned his surroundings. To others, being an imperial guard might seem like a favor, but Nelson clearly understood what it entailed. Should anything happen to the Bartolomeo, Nelson would bear the responsibility. Chapter 118. An arm incination attempt and the mysterious facial tattoo. Emilio, do you blame me? The Earl asked Emilio, who paused slightly before immediately responding. What do you mean, Your Majesty? I am merely a subject and can only complain to you. His tone was exceptionally calm. Meanwhile, Shane squinted his eyes as he watched Emilio's back, thinking that if the Manny family weren't so powerful as to overshadow the ruler, Emilio might have been an excellent ally. Unfortunately, Emilio's mind is far too complex. I'm glad you don't blame me. Emilio, you are young and spirited, but I will not hold your previous actions against you. Remember, the Brenton is always the Brenton, no matter what. Do you understand my meaning? The Earl stared intently at Emilio, whose back felt the heat of this gaze acutely. I naturally understand. Shane was impressive. Soon enough, the targets had been caught by the servants and filled a whole bag. The journey was relatively peaceful until a guard's voice sounded from a nearby grove. Because it was far, Emilio didn't catch what was said until the guard rushed over, standing before Carlo with a puzzled expression. Seeing the guard's face smeared with blood and his body riddled with wounds, he collapsed on the ground, fear evident on his face. What happened? Shane narrowed his eyes slightly. The guard immediately raised his head. Over there suddenly appeared several wolves. We can barely hold them off. The Brenton is still over there. The man stuttered, looking terrified. Upon hearing this, Shane frowned deeply. How did this happen? How could such dangerous animals be in the woods? He shifted his gaze to Emilio. Emilio, go check it out and protect the Brenton at all costs. Fail me, and you'll answer for it. Emilio nodded and rode away, feeling something wasn't right. In theory, the woods shouldn't have such dangerous animals, and even if they did, the Brenton had brought plenty of guards. Things shouldn't have escalated this badly. His frown deepened when he recalled the injured guard. Indeed, the guard had many wounds, but upon closer inspection, they didn't look like wolf bites, but more like slashes from a dagger. Suddenly, Emilio pulled the reins, causing his horse to neigh and raise its forelegs. Adjusting the reins, he turned the horse around and galloped back the way he came. Emilio's speed was fast, and he sensed that something might be off. The safety of Shane seemed more crucial than that of the Brenton at this moment. Soon, he heard the clashing of weapons, confirming his suspicions. In the dense forest, Shane clutched his chest, surrounded and protected by a few remaining guards. Across from them stood about a dozen people, their faces covered by black masks, making them unrecognizable. Only after Emilio left did Shane realize something was amiss, but it was too late. Though he brought capable men, they were overwhelmed by the masked assailants. Shane spat out a mouthful of blood, wiping his lips with his sleeve. Who are you? Do you know who I am? Shane stared straight at them. The masked figures exchanged glances, then aimed their swords directly at him. We know exactly who you are. Today we end you, you dog of an earl. You will die here. One of them lunged forward with a sword. Amidst the clash of metal, an arrow struck the assailant's heart from behind, moving so swiftly that no one reacted in time. The man looked down at the arrow through his chest, eyes wide, then collapsed. Everyone turned to see Emilio, bow in hand, seated confidently on his horse. Your subject has arrived too late to save you. Shane couldn't help but laugh. Heaven hasn't forsaken me. Emilio, eliminate these people, leave no one alive. I need to know who's behind this. Shane's eyes were bloodshot, and without a word, the black-clothed men charged at Emilio. Despite being outnumbered, Emilio held his own. Dealing with these people was still too simple for Emilio. His speed was fast. He took out his dagger and charged at them. In no time, all were taken care of, leaving only one alive. He dismounted and walked up to Yale, then kicked him down. "Speak, who sent you?" Emilio asked, slightly narrowing his eyes. He didn't dare to think what would have happened if he had really left just now. If Shane had been assassinated because Emilio left him unprotected, the consequences would be unimaginable. Shane also approached under the protection of other guards. He squatted down and used his fingers to remove the black mask from Yale's face. Shane's eyes widened instantly. "This is..." Shane's fingers trembled, and Emilio frowned slightly. "Your Majesty, is there a problem?" Shane shook his head. "Take him back. I will interrogate him personally." Though Shane did not admit it, the shock on his face was evident. Emilio looked at the tattoo on the assassin's face. Could there be something wrong with this tattoo? But in the next moment, the assassin cursed at Shane fiercely. "Even if I die, I will not let you off, you dog Earl." After spitting out blood, he bit his tongue and committed suicide. Emilio was momentarily stunned, admiring Yale's resolve. However, Shane shouted to someone nearby, "He cannot die." Emilio squatted down, checking Yale's pulse for a while. "Your Majesty, he's dead." Shane clenched his fists tightly. "Immediately find out where the person who gave false reports came from. Everyone, return to Zon." Upon hearing Shane's command, everyone responded affirmatively. Shane's reaction was strange. Even when encountering other matters before, Shane had never shown his emotions so openly. Emilio sensed acutely that this incident must be linked to that stimulus. He thought he should go back and ask Emmanuel. Chapter 119: The Mysterious Tattoo on the Face. On the way, Shane's expression was extremely unsightly. Emilio looked at his face and couldn't help but think of that tattoo. It seemed like the story behind the tattoo was definitely not simple. After Shane returned to the tent, he immediately had someone treat his wounds. This time, almost all of the people Shane brought out were wiped out. If Emilio hadn't come back in the end, then the consequences would have been unimaginable. Shane squinted his eyes. A cut ran across his body, just a few inches from his heart. The Imperial physician wiped the sweat off his forehead, and then carefully bandaged Shane's wound. "Your Majesty, the wound has been dressed. Make sure not to get it wet for the next few days." Shane got dressed, nodded, and let the physician leave. Those standing around were mostly noblemen. They couldn't help but be shocked by what they saw. After all, this was the Imperial hunting ground, and such things should not happen here. "Your Majesty, what happened?" a burly man asked. Emilio slightly narrowed his eyes, remembering that this person was this year's martial champion and very formidable. Shane raised his eyes, glanced around, and then asked in a serious tone, "Where is the Emir?" Only then did everyone notice. An official quickly answered, "The Emir has not returned yet. We have already sent people to look for him." Shane's eyes darkened, suddenly recalling that the guard had mentioned the Emir being attacked earlier. He stood up immediately, his gaze falling on Emilio. "Emilio, go find the Emir right now." Emilio nodded slightly, about to leave, when a voice came from outside. "What's going on? Why so much fuss?" It was the Emir slowly lifting the curtain, with a hint of smile on his face and a few drops of blood on his robe, looking as if he had gained much. The Emir's gaze landed on Shane's chest, then he immediately bowed. "Father, what happened to you?" Shane didn't answer. Looking over the Emir, he was certain that those people had indeed targeted the Emir. That person had deliberately lured Emilio away too. All of this was premeditated. But who could dispatch so many men in such a place without anyone noticing? Shane squinted his eyes. "Whomever is in charge here, take them out and execute them." Shane's tone carried anger. Emilio frowned slightly, seeing that the official immediately fell to the ground, begging for mercy. "Your Majesty, I truly knew nothing about this. Please spare me." The official cried out, and Emilio furrowed his brows, thinking it couldn't have been this person. If it really were him, once things went wrong, wouldn't all blame fall on him? They wouldn't be this foolish. Thus, Emilio stepped forward. Even though Emilio knew stepping forward at this moment meant opposing Shane, going along with him would mean no trouble. Now, Shane was eager to get rid of Emilio. He shouldn't have come forward at this time, but seeing an innocent person beg for life, Emilio felt some sympathy. "Your Majesty, show mercy. I don't think this was done by him. How about we keep him?" Before Emilio could finish, a cup flew towards him, smashing on the ground, its shards cutting a thin red line on Emilio's cheek. "Emilio, don't think that saving my life allows you to question my decisions. Remember, I am Carlo, the ruler of Dali. I can do as I wish." After saying that, Shane waved his hand, and Yale was dragged away, followed by his cries of agony. Finally, everything fell into silence, and those watching sighed but none dared to speak. After Yale was dealt with, Shane breathed a sigh of relief. Shane looked at Emilio, who was still kneeling. "Emilio, since you believe he was framed, why don't you clear his name? I order you to investigate who is behind this. I give you 1 month. If you fail, you will suffer the same fate." Emilio pressed his lips together. He knew Shane wouldn't let such an opportunity pass. Though Emilio had already guessed this, he had just saved Shane's life. The outcome was indeed disheartening. Emilio agreed. Emilio narrowed his eyes, wondering what kind of person could make Shane so wary. Shane had been an earl all his life. Although he appeared to be kind and amiable on the surface, he was in fact ruthless inside. His unwillingness to even pretend now only showed how significant the meaning behind that tattoo was. And with this, the so-called spring hunt came to an end, as the danger it contained had not yet been completely eliminated. Emilio hurried back to Manny Manor overnight. News about Emilio soon reached Emmanuel's ears. As soon as Emilio returned, he was summoned by Emmanuel to the main hall. The moment he walked in, Emmanuel kicked him. Emmanuel's face was full of anger. "How did I tell you when you left? I told you not to cause trouble. How did you respond? I know what you're thinking, but that's the Bartolomeo. Don't you understand? The Bartolomeo wants to catch our Manny family off guard. If you don't find the real culprit within a month, will you do?" Do you want our entire Manny family to pay the price for your mistake? He glared at Emilio, who dusted himself off. I know that, but that person is indeed not the culprit. If I didn't speak up, I would feel guilty. Guilty? Emilio, can you smarten up? Now is not the time to care about others. Even if you said that, what could it achieve? In the end, you were still outwitted by Shane. After these events, Emmanuel understood that he was nothing more than a pawn in Shane's eyes. Emilio slightly lowered his head. I admit I fell short on this matter. Please punish me, father. Seeing Emilio's attitude of confessing his fault, Emmanuel just sighed heavily. Emilio, standing up for him won't lead to any good results. If you cannot find the true criminal after a month, no one will speak for us. Do you understand? Emilio hung his gaze. I understand. It's good that you understand. We can't save others. We can only save ourselves. Tell me now, what exactly happened during this spring hunt? Chapter 120. A spark can start a prairie fire. Emmanuel walked to the main seat, then picked up a cup of tea and sipped it gently. He understood his son very well. If he wasn't 100% sure that Emilio wasn't involved in this matter, he wouldn't have pleaded for him. Since things had already happened, he couldn't say much more. Besides, although he verbally reprimanded Emilio, he appreciated Emilio's behavior. I was deliberately led away from Randy's presence. On my way back, I found that Randy had been attacked. I killed the attacker. Do you know someone with a facial tattoo? Hearing this, Emmanuel raised his eyes with some hesitation. A tattoo? What does it look like? Emilio asked someone to bring paper and brush, then sketched with a writing brush. In a short while, he rolled up the paper and handed it to Emmanuel. When Emmanuel took the paper, his fingers trembled slightly, pupils constricted. He immediately put the paper near a candle on the side, and it burned down into ashes instantly. Such behavior from Emmanuel made Emilio even more certain that there must be another reason behind this incident. Otherwise, Havelock wouldn't have been so angry. Can you tell me what this tattoo means? Havelock seemed to react the same way as you did when he saw it. Emmanuel looked up. You saw this tattoo on the face of one of them? Emilio nodded. Emmanuel lifted his head, his gaze somewhat unfocused. He lowered his head again and looked at Emilio. Who would have thought? It has been so long, and they are still around. They haven't been completely wiped out. Emmanuel's words made Emilio frown. It was clear that his father knew something. What do you mean by that? Is there any specific reason? Emmanuel sighed. In the early days of the founding of the Benedict dynasty, it was a very turbulent time. There were people like them, with tattoos on their faces. They formed an army, intending to take over the throne of the Benedict dynasty. Everyone fought hard. It was almost certain that the Benedict dynasty might have had a new ruler. Later, with all our national efforts, we managed to wipe them out. Emmanuel paused and glanced at Emilio. I guess you should also know these things. Now let me tell you something you don't know. Although we said we wiped them all out, in fact, some of them escaped. After that, no one could find any trace of them. They vanished as if they never existed. Over time, no one remembered them anymore. So they are back now? Emilio frowned. Emmanuel nodded, which explained why Havelock's expression had been so strange at that moment. What are they planning to do now? To reclaim the Benedict dynasty? It's not impossible. They dared to attempt assassination on Havelock and framed you for the crime. If you weren't smart enough, our family might have ceased to exist by now. Clearly, they know a lot about the inner workings of the court, and it's likely that they have people inside the government. Emilio, Havelock entrusted this matter to you. But this is not a good thing for you. He wants you to track them down. If you can't, our family will be in great trouble. Sighing deeply, Emmanuel's tone conveyed how difficult this matter was. Thinking about it, Emmanuel grabbed Emilio's hand. We cannot accept this mission. Let's go to the palace together now and ask Randy to withdraw. Emmanuel's attitude towards this matter was too radical. Emilio pursed his lips. Father, I want to try. Moreover, since Randy has already assigned this task to me, whatever we say now is useless. He has made up his mind. Throughout history, those who overshadow their masters never end well, yet Emilio was determined to give it a try. Seeing Emilio's firm expression, Emmanuel couldn't help but sigh. Do you know what the consequences will be if you really do this? Emilio nodded. I understand, but we have no choice, do we? Silence enveloped the room for a while. Only their breathing could be heard. After a while, Emmanuel looked up at Emilio, his voice filled with a sense of weariness. Maybe you're right. After saying that, Emmanuel turned and left. Watching Emmanuel's weary back, Emilio couldn't tell exactly which part his father meant by, maybe you're right. After returning to his room, Cameron immediately came up to him. Ellie, I've heard about those matters. Emilio glanced at Cameron, then slowly curled the corner of his mouth into a smile as he sat down on the chair, somewhat tired. Did you hear about it, or did you actually listen in? Cameron raised his eyes and hesitated for a moment. I listened directly. Emilio smiled and patted Cameron's shoulder. At least you're honest. Cameron had very sharp ears. Even from far away, he could hear clearly. Emilio had noticed this long ago but didn't point it out. Cameron scratched his head with a laugh. So, what do you plan to do now? If you want to leave the Manny family, I can give you your indenture contract. After all, you know how dangerous this matter is. Before Emilio could finish speaking, Cameron immediately interrupted him. What are you talking about, young Ellie? The Manny family has provided me food and shelter. If I leave during such times, wouldn't that be too ungrateful? Besides, I've always known your abilities. Whenever you promise something, you always have a way. Seeing the excitement on Cameron's face, Emilio hesitated for a moment. His voice was light. This time, there might not be any solution. Cameron instantly replied, if that's the case, then I will stand by your side through thick and thin. The corner of Emilio's mouth curved upwards slowly as he patted Cameron's shoulder. Good. Since you've said that, make sure no one disturbs me for the next few days. Cameron looked puzzled. Are you serious, young Ellie? Emilio raised an eyebrow. When am I not serious? Just follow my orders and don't let anyone disturb me, not even my father. Although Cameron couldn't understand, he still slapped his chest and agreed. Don't worry, young Ellie. I won't let anyone disturb you. Satisfied, Emilio nodded and dismissed Cameron, closing the door behind him. Chapter 121. Not to die of hunger. Those people were willing to take such risks. They must have had a fair chance of success. Now that Emilio had thwarted their plan, they were more anxious than Emilio himself. During this time, Emilio continued to eat and drink as if there was no task at hand. After a few days, Emilio finally came out of his room, stretching and yawning widely. Cameron saw Emilio come out and immediately rushed over, an excited look on his face. Young Ellie, have you come up with a good solution after staying in the room for so long? Emilio paused for a moment. What solution? When did I tell you I was thinking of a solution? I've been with Shane all along, feeling rather exhausted. I just wanted to sleep well these days. Hearing this, Cameron's expression changed abruptly, as if frozen in place. He knew Emilio's way of thinking was always different from others, but he didn't expect that even in a life-and-death situation, Emilio could remain so nonchalant. Cameron couldn't help but raise his thumb. Young Ellie, you are indeed the calmest person I've ever seen. Emilio raised an eyebrow. Of course. But these past few days, I've only been sleeping and haven't even eaten properly. How about we go to Zue Haley Tower now? Just as Emilio was about to leave, Cameron grabbed his wrist. No, young Ellie. Father will scold you again if you do. Why worry? If I can't catch the culprit, this might be our last meal at Zue Haley Tower. Shouldn't we indulge ourselves then? Emilio convinced Cameron, who found it quite reasonable after listening. But you're right. If we go through the main gate, we'll be caught and won't be able to leave. So, Emilio took Cameron to the back wall, jumped over it effortlessly, and they strolled brazenly towards Zue Haley Tower. Their bold behavior drew many gazes. With his sharp hearing, Cameron could overhear the whispers around them. That's too much. The matter isn't settled yet, and they're already hoping for bad luck for the Manny family. Clearly, the great Benedict dynasty. Before Cameron could finish, Emilio shook his head, signaling some words should not be spoken. Cameron nodded quickly, and they proceeded to Zue Haley Tower, ordering a lot of dishes. The food took a while to arrive. As Emilio waited, a man approached him. This man had a beard and carried a sword. Bryce Manny, my master invites you to a private room for a chat. The man's voice was low. Emilio looked up and smiled, while Cameron widened his eyes warily. Who is your master? Emilio asked slowly, sipping tea from a cup without looking up. My master says she is an old friend of yours. Emilio raised an eyebrow. An old friend? That piques my curiosity. Please lead the way. Emilio stood up immediately, making Cameron widen his eyes. Emilio winked at him. Wait here for me. Emilio turned and followed Yale into the private room. This is it, Yale said. Emilio raised an eyebrow again and pushed the door open. Inside, a table was set with fine wine and delicious dishes. Emilio couldn't help but stare wide-eyed. Do I have to eat all this by myself? Isn't it time for Dempsey to show yourself? Just as Emilio finished speaking, a whip flew towards him with great force. He grabbed the whip instantly, and both parties froze in tension. The Rosanna, who had been hiding in the corner, slowly emerged, staring directly at Emilio. She asked after a while, how did you know it was me? She had specifically instructed no one to reveal her identity to Emilio. Emilio, unfazed, sat down and started eating, wasting no more time on missed meals. Diana watched him wolf down the food, a look of disgust crossing her face. My father only said he would hold you accountable after a month, not now. Why are you acting like a starving ghost? Is there no food left at the Manny residence? After finishing a dish, Emilio finally lifted his head. It's not that. The food here at Zue Haley Tower is simply delicious. As for what Gale mentioned earlier, being able to carry a sword around and even claim to be the master, and from the palace at that, the only person I could think of was Diana. It was just a lucky guess. Diana was taken aback. Is it really that simple? Manny's, it is that simple. After that, neither of them spoke again until Emilio had finished all the dishes on the table. Diana's face had turned grim. She now seriously suspected that Emilio had anticipated her visit and had come here deliberately to freeload. Once Emilio finished eating, he then remembered Diana. He looked up at her with a hint of confusion. By the way, may I ask why Diana summoned me here? Diana was stunned for a moment before she replied, I have heard about father's incident. I didn't expect such a dangerous event would happen in that place. I am grateful to you for saving my father, but how do you plan to fulfill the task father gave you? Finding that person within a month won't be easy. Emilio raised an eyebrow. So, is Diana willing to help me? Despite her 100 reluctances, Diana nodded after looking at Emilio. I'm helping you not because of you, but because of my father. The palace may not be safe now. Although I don't want to admit it, among those young masters, you are the most reliable. Though Diana was still upset about the previous banquet, she had also recognized Emilio's strength. Emilio smiled. I never thought there would come a day when I could talk so calmly with Diana. Emilio's jesting words made Diana's face flush slightly. She sniffed coldly. Cut the nonsense. What do you plan to do now? Emilio sighed. I haven't decided yet. Diana was dumbfounded. What do you mean you haven't decided? Do you know what will happen to your Manny family if you fail to catch those people in a month? Chapter 122. Armincination at the Drunken Immortal Tower. Emilio nodded, his face betraying no sign of panic. This piqued the curiosity of Diana. Could it be that he had some other plan? Emilio, what are you thinking? Tell me. I promise not to tell anyone else. If you need my help in anything, I will assist you. My father is just momentarily blinded by thoughts. Your Manny family has contributed so much to our great Benedict dynasty. I do not wish for you to end up like this. Diana pursed her lips, her face tinged with worry. Emilio involuntarily looked up at Diana. He did not expect the person who was willing to help him now would be Eleanor before him. Emilio smiled and picked up a cup of tea beside him for a sip. I indeed have something that needs your help. As soon as Diana heard this, she smiled. She nodded slightly. I knew it, just say it. Emilio beckoned with his finger. Diana was a bit puzzled, but still leaned over. So Emilio whispered a few sentences into Diana's ear. Instantly, Diana's eyes widened in surprise. You mean? Emilio nodded, his smile somewhat mysterious. Meanwhile, Diana gripped her hands tightly, her fingertips turning pale. Don't tell me. If so, this could be a big problem. Rest assured, I will definitely get this done for you. If you really capture them, I will certainly ask my father to reward you well. Diana's face showed excitement while Emilio sighed. Indeed, this little Rosanna raised in the palace didn't know her father's true intentions. Perhaps her father hoped that Emilio wouldn't find those people. Emilio sighed again. Since we've finished eating, I should go back now. It's best if nobody knows about our meeting today. Just as Emilio finished speaking, an arrow shot towards him. Emilio grabbed his sword hilt immediately, his expression changing as he looked at the source. A group of black-clad figures had stealthily stormed in. They saw Emilio, but their target was Diana. Diana paused, then took out her long whip. Though she grew up in the deep palace, her skills with the whip were formidable, and in a short while, she handled several of them. Emilio snatched the sword from a black-clad figure and quickly dealt with the rest. How dare they act so boldly at a place like the drunken immortal tower? Breathing heavily, Diana remarked. Emilio squatted down and removed the masks from the faces of the fallen. He was surprised to see no tattoos on their faces. Who are these people? Why are they after me? Diana also noticed the targets were them. Emilio sneered, throwing the mask onto one of the bodies before standing up and dusting off his hands. It seems their real target wasn't you but me. Diana turned her head, her face showing doubt. What do you mean? They were clearly coming after me. Emilio looked deeply into Diana's eyes. If something happened to you, what do you think would happen? Diana lowered her gaze, thinking for a moment, then suddenly raised her head, clearly enlightened. So, their main targets were you all along. By eliminating me, all the blame would fall on you, and you wouldn't be able to continue investigating. But why would they do this? Could they be afraid you might really uncover them? So, these people and those with the tattoos work together? Emilio nodded, believing what Diana said. They may have other goals. For now, please take care of things here. Emilio told Diana. She nodded vigorously, realizing this matter was more complicated than she thought. They had dared to openly attempt an assassination at the drunken immortal tower, which implied that if there were similar individuals within the palace, the consequences would be unimaginable. She initially doubted Emilio's idea, but upon reflection, this possibility couldn't be ruled out. Diana waved her long whip. You go ahead, leave the rest to me. Emilio nodded and left, casting a glance at Diana behind him. He thought if they hadn't had such a bad relationship previously, perhaps they could have been good teammates. Though her character was somewhat capricious, she was sharp-witted. Just as Emilio stepped out, Cameron rushed over. Young Ellie, what happened upstairs? Emilio glanced at Cameron. Let's not talk about it now, let's leave first. After speaking, Emilio used his sleeve to cover half of his face until he reached the street before lowering it inside. The one upstairs was Diana. Just now, someone tried to assassinate us. I'm afraid it's still those people. Things are getting more complicated now, and I can confirm that their target is me, not the Bartolomeo or Diana. They are just misleading everyone. Upon hearing this, Cameron immediately widened his eyes. He raised his fingers and began counting out loud, which left Emilio with a puzzled expression on his face. What are you doing? Cameron looked up after hearing Emilio's words. I'm counting how many enemies we have. I roughly counted just now, and it seems that more than half of the people in the entire capital want us dead. It can't be ruled out that they were sent by them. Emilio rolled his eyes and gave Cameron's head 2 hard knocks. Do I need you to count? I already know. It couldn't be them. They don't have the guts. Besides, with the month's deadline passing, if I can't find the murderer, then the consequences for both me and the Manny family are obvious. There's no need for them to act now. If there were really such people, they would be incredibly foolish. Extremely stupid. Cameron scratched his head. Then could it still be the same group from last time? Emilio snapped his fingers. You guessed right. It's them. They're getting impatient now. I wonder what they're planning next. A slight smile curved at the corners of Emilio's lips. Seeing Emilio's back, Cameron couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. If anyone else faced such a life-threatening situation, they wouldn't have the heart to speculate about the situation. Looking at Emilio like this, one might think that the misfortune wasn't theirs. After returning to the Manny Manor, Emilio received a pigeon. The pigeon had a note tied to its leg, sent by the Conway. Chapter 123. The token brought along. Emilio opened the note and skimmed through it, then placed the note over the candle flame, burning it to ashes. The message roughly asked Emilio what had happened with that matter and inquired if he needed help after learning the news about the capital. Emilio did not reply to Drake's note. After all, should their traces be found by others at this moment, it would not end well for either of them. As for the incident at Zue Haley building, Diana did an excellent job of completely exonerating Emilio from the whole affair. In the following days, Emilio stayed within the Manny mansion until several days later when he finally left. Though Emmanuel was also worried about Emilio, he recalled what Emilio had mentioned previously and knew his worry now was utterly pointless. He could only act according to Emilio's thoughts. Walking down the street, Cameron trailed behind him, swaying under the weight of many items. Ellie, where are we going? Cameron asked, puzzled. Emilio smiled. We need to seek some help, don't we? Shouldn't we bring gifts when asking for help? Saying this, Emilio continued striding ahead while Cameron sighed as he watched Emilio's back. When they arrived at Premier Carmine's residence, Cameron was taken aback by the grand gate and turned to look at Emilio. Ellie, are you sure you didn't take a wrong turn? You're going to seek Premier Carmine's help, but haven't you forgotten that he strongly opposes you in court? He doesn't see potential in you or our lord. Aren't you just setting yourself up for humiliation? Speaking thus, Cameron glanced at the various packages he carried. Why not give me all this money? I've been thinking that if things really go south, I might as well enjoy a good meal. Feeling dejected, Cameron said this aloud. Emilio turned around and glanced at Cameron before nodding. You do think clearly. No wonder I noticed you've gained some weight recently. Enough talk, go knock on the door. Cameron pouted, but moved forward reluctantly and knocked on the door. Soon enough, the door opened. A head appeared, and the person cast an impatient glance at Cameron. Who are you? The man asked. Cameron pointed toward Emilio behind him. I'm a servant from Manny Mansion. This is young Ellie Emilio, who has come to pay a visit to Premier Carmine today. Could you please inform him? The man looked between Emilio and Cameron, visibly surprised. Everyone in the capital knew that the Manny family and Premier Carmine were long-standing rivals. It seemed absurd to say Manny family's young master was visiting. Our master said no visitors recently. Please leave. With that, Yale slammed the door shut. Cameron stumbled back a few steps, rubbing his nose, checking if he had been hurt. Turning to Emilio, he shrugged helplessly. He had expected as much. If someone from Premier's mansion came to their doorstep, seeking their master, they probably would have done the same. Ellie, give up on this idea. They won't help us. Cameron wobbled as he walked towards Emilio. Emilio stepped forward forcefully and knocked loudly on the door again. Soon the door reopened, and it was the same person whose impatience was even more evident. Didn't you understand? Our master said no visitors. Why are you still knocking? Is your family trying to cause trouble? Hearing this, Cameron became angry. What do you mean by that? Our family isn't that desperate yet. Though this remark mocked Emilio, he merely smiled and took out something from his pocket. Take a look at this first. Emilio held the token in front of Yale. The man's eyes widened as he recognized it. This is our master's token. How can it be in your possession? As the servant was about to snatch the token, Emilio quickly pulled it back. How do you know it's genuine if I don't show you? The servant complained, and Emilio raised an eyebrow. I believe you should know. Your young master used to follow me around all the time. What do you think of our relationship? Never mind. Someone like you probably wouldn't understand. Just tell your master about this matter. It's up to him to verify whether this token is genuine or not. I doubt someone at your level would ever get to touch such a thing. Each word from Emilio was sharp and pointed. The servant's face turned red with anger upon hearing this, but then he quickly reopened the door. You wait here. After saying this, he hurriedly ran inside. Once the servant left, Cameron slowly approached Emilio, touching Emilio's chest. Emilio took a few steps back in disgust. What are you doing? Don't tell me you're that thirsty already? Cameron shivered after a moment before realizing what Emilio meant. What are you thinking, young Ellie? I just wanted to see if this token is real. I remember Aryan didn't give his token to you. How did you get this token? Emilio raised an eyebrow and stroked his chest. Are you stupid? If he wouldn't give it to me, couldn't I just take it myself? Besides, it's better to share such things. Isn't it proving useful now? Cameron's eyes widened. Do you call that taking? That's stealing. Emilio waved his hand indifferently. What's the difference? It all means the same thing. Now that the token is with me, they have to let me in even if they don't want to. Sometimes you need to use unconventional methods to achieve your goals. Cameron nodded somewhat contemptuously. Soon, the servant came running back, slightly out of breath. My lord asks you to come in. Emilio nodded and walked in confidently with Cameron, who even gave the servant a disdainful look as they entered. Upon arriving at the main hall, Emilio saw Premier Carmine sitting on the main seat. When Carmine saw Emilio, his expression remained unpleasant. Chapter 124, Branson lends people. Bring that token over and let me have a look. Branson's first words upon seeing Emilio made the latter raise an eyebrow, a smile curving his lips. I never expected that the first thing you'd say to me would be this. It's truly hurting my feelings. Seeing Emilio's reaction, even Branson couldn't help but shudder involuntarily. There's nothing more to talk about. You know that if it weren't for that token, I wouldn't have let you in at all. That was indeed a fact. Emilio pursed his lips and then took out the token, handing it over to Branson. Hardly able to wait, Branson examined the token carefully and discovered that it was genuinely real. Did my son really give you this token? Doubt and hesitation were evident on Branson's face. That goes without saying. Branson asked again, you're sure you didn't steal it? He hit the point with that question but did not expect Emilio, who had thick skin, to show no trace of guilt when he heard it. What do you mean by that? Do I look like that kind of person? The moment those words left his mouth, silence fell over the entire hall as if questioning inaudibly. Aren't you that kind of person? This incident was only a small interlude. After putting the token down on the table, Branson picked up the teacup beside him and sipped from it gently. So, what brings you here this time? Emilio laughed, then waved his hand, signaling Cameron to place everything on the ground. Cameron rubbed his shoulders. These are all gifts sent by our young master. Branson frowned, put down the teacup, stood up, and approached the so-called gifts for inspection. Instantly, his face darkened. You. Pointing at Emilio, he stammered for quite some time, but eventually only grunted and sat back down. It turned out that everything Emilio brought were kidney-strengthening items. Are you angry, Branson? What's there to get upset about? You're already at such an age. Shouldn't these things be fitting? Don't be shy, just accept them all. As Emilio spoke, Branson's whiskers flew up in rage, but he ultimately said nothing. All right, enough of this nonsense. Let's talk business. Actually, I've come to ask Branson for a favor. I need you to lend me some people. Since Randy has instructed me to thoroughly investigate this matter, and all these people have certain characteristics, I want to investigate senior officials. But Randy has taken away all our military power, leaving us with no one to use. The only person I can think of is Branson. I'm sure you will also be willing to help us, right? What a good move of moral blackmail, thought Cameron, who couldn't help but give a thumbs up while standing aside. Their young master had certainly mastered the art of shamelessness. Branson's expression changed slightly as he turned to look at Emilio. You want me to lend you people? Why should I? Is it because of that token? Branson's expression became extremely unpleasant. It's because of that token. That's all I have. I wonder if Branson would be willing to lend a hand. Rest assured, although the people are borrowed from you, if anything goes wrong, I'll take full responsibility, and Randy won't blame you. After all, you are the chancellor of this dynasty. Emilio's words carried other implications. Branson narrowed his eyes slightly. For a long time, neither of them spoke. Eventually, Branson waved his hand. I understand. I can lend you the people, but if anything goes awry, don't drag me into it, or else I won't let you off either. Emilio smiled and snapped his fingers. Don't worry, Branson. With that, Emilio turned to leave, taking Eden with him, but Branson called him back. His gaze fell on the gifts beside him, his expression still particularly grim. Also, take all these things back with you. Emilio hesitated for a moment before patting Cameron on the shoulder. Why don't you take them back, Cameron? I was thinking these things are pretty expensive. Since Branson doesn't want them, we might as well give them to my father. I'm sure he would find them useful. Upon hearing this, Cameron felt uneasy all over. Thus, Cameron picked up those items again and marched boldly through the market, returning to the Manny family, causing quite a stir. The next day, the people sent by Branson arrived. Emmanuel of the Manny family looked at the suddenly increased number of people with a puzzled expression and glanced at his son who seemed refreshed. Where did you get these people from? If the Bartolomeo finds out, he won't spare us. Emilio patted Emmanuel's shoulder and then winked at him. Don't worry, father. These people are all borrowed from Branson. Hearing it was Branson, Emmanuel couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise. You mean that old miser lent them to you? How is that possible? He delights in seeing our predicament. Why would he lend us people? Has he been taken over? Before now, it was impossible, but not anymore. Although Branson appeared to be against the Manny family and was quite resistant, deep down he understood that the Manny family was a loyal one and would never do something like that. That was why Emilio chose to borrow people from Branson. Relax, I borrowed them through proper means. Hearing this, Emmanuel felt reassured to some extent. After all, Emilio usually acted without principles, and he feared Emilio had used special means to get these people. Otherwise, the old guy Carmine would definitely come looking for trouble. Now, Emmanuel didn't have the energy to deal with these issues. So, what do you need these people for? Emmanuel was confused. They didn't seem to need more people at the moment. Do you mean? Emmanuel widened his eyes, and after a while, Emilio finally realized what he meant. He couldn't help but pat Emmanuel on the shoulder. Dad, what are you thinking? I don't have those intentions right now. Besides, do you think these people can accomplish much? Hearing Emilio's words, Emmanuel rubbed his chest. That's a relief, that's a relief. Seeing Emmanuel's reaction, Emilio couldn't help but laugh. He hadn't realized how he was perceived by others. He wasn't that foolish. Resisting Havelock would be like throwing away his life. Chapter 125. Repay grievances and take revenge. So, what exactly are you going to do? You have so many people in the house now. If Shane finds out, he might think we have ulterior motives even if we don't. Emmanuel sighed as he spoke, for they all knew how much Shane wanted to eliminate them. Emilio nodded. Father, rest assured, I am aware of that. The reason I brought so many people is to complete the task assigned by Randy. Have you forgotten? The Bartolomeo asked us to find the true culprit behind the scenes. So wouldn't it be sufficient if we searched through all the officials present at the time? Hearing Emilio's words, Emmanuel couldn't help but widen his eyes. Are you serious? How could this possibly work? Do you think they are fools? Emilio nodded slightly. Father, of course I know they are not fools. But there's a reason I'm doing this. To catch them, we need to make them believe we haven't discovered their involvement, which will cause them to reveal themselves. Emilio's words were like a bolt from the blue to Emmanuel. But won't that offend those officials? Emilio turned his head and glanced at Emmanuel. Both men exchanged glances and smiled. So what? Hadn't they offended enough people already? Besides, this was such a good opportunity to humble them. Emilio would feel cheated if he didn't take advantage of it. Thus, Emilio led the crowd onto the street. His first target was the Usher family. The first person who mocked him back then was Silas, the son of the Usher family. Although Emilio had punished Silas thoroughly, making him lose face before Carlo, the incident was still fresh in everyone's memory, especially among young ladies. Despite this, Emilio wasn't one to let Silas off easily. It would be too lenient. Arriving at the entrance of the Usher residence, Emilio waved to Cameron, who then boldly approached the gate and kicked it twice with great force. Cameron's kicks seemed like they could destroy the gate. The door opened, and a figure peeked out, surveying the surroundings nervously, looking both distressed and panicked. Who are you? What do you want? Cameron snorted. What we want? You'll know soon enough. Rubbing his nose, Cameron still remembered how Silas had insulted their young master at the banquet, and he hadn't forgotten the humiliation. At the time, Emilio showed no reaction, making Cameron think Emilio didn't care about it. Now, however, he realized Emilio had the longest memory. Emilio waved his hand, and the burly men behind him rushed into the courtyard immediately. Seeing the gate being smashed open, Emilio couldn't help but sigh. Too rash, yet he liked it. Walking inside with his hands behind his back, Emilio lightly touched the broken gate, which promptly fell apart, creating a cloud of dust on the ground. The once magnificent Usher mansion now looked like it had been invaded by bandits, drawing a crowd of onlookers from the neighborhood. The old Usher official stumbled to the front gate, seeing the shattered flower pots and the chaos everywhere, looking as though his mansion had indeed been looted. The elderly Usher pointed at Emilio angrily, shouting, "Young Bryce Manny, what are you doing here?" Usher frowned deeply, his face full of fury. Turning around, Emilio lifted his head and gave a slight nod to the Usher official with a smile still on his face. "Minister Usher, please don't be angry. This is just a routine inspection. As you know, the Bartolomeo has entrusted me with investigating the true culprits behind the hunting incident. With Randy's trust, I must dedicate myself fully to the task." Emilio's statement left the Usher official momentarily dazed. After a moment, he regained his composure and raised a finger at Emilio, demanding answers. "This has nothing to do with me. Why are you here at my residence? Where did these people come from? Didn't Randy already strip you of your military power? I will report this to Randy and have you punished." Emilio showed no anger at Usher's words. He took a couple of steps forward, causing the Usher official to instinctively retreat several steps, his expression wary. "Why should Minister Usher be afraid of me? What could I possibly do to you?" Looking around at the ruined surroundings, Usher couldn't help but think this was already too much. It was as if Emilio wanted to tear down his entire home. In the distance, another stumbling figure appeared, running toward them. "Are you crazy, Emilio?" That man's clothes were clearly not well worn, loose and slack, his face oily and full, and his hair dirty and messy. Obviously he had been woken up from sleep. Emilio glanced at him, recognizing Silas. So it's young Xiongnu. I didn't recognize you at first. You really looked too careless. Emilio took a few steps back and covered his nose, which only enraged Silas even more. Emilio, what do you mean? Why did you bring so many people to my Yusha residence? Emilio glanced at Silas's lower half, young Xiongnu. I am just here to investigate the events of the spring hunt. There is no need for such a welcome. I hope your body has recovered. I haven't had time to visit you after what happened last time. This was clearly mockery, causing Silas's face to turn beet red with anger. He pointed at Emilio but couldn't utter a word. After all, that incident had cost him all his dignity. These past few days, he hadn't dared to go out for fear of being talked about. Seeing Silas's rage, the old Yusha official regained some composure. He blocked his son behind him. He knew something must have happened. Emilio wasn't one to cause trouble without reason. After all, Manny Xiongnu, young Bryce Manny, was known for his formidable reputation and ruthless methods. He never expected his foolish son to provoke Emilio in an attempt to curry favor with the Emir. It made sense why Emilio would come and stir up trouble at their residence. The old Yusha official cleared his throat. Young Bryce Manny, there is no one you are looking for at my residence. Please leave. He stroked his beard, his eyes red and swollen, glaring at Emilio. Emilio raised an eyebrow slightly, glancing at Cameron. Cameron leaned in and whispered a few words into Emilio's ear, and Emilio nodded. I'm very sorry, this is just routine procedure. I believe Yusha should understand, right? Chapter 126. Turn everything upside down. After all, this was an order from the Bartolomeo himself, and I have no choice but to obey. In order to investigate the truth behind the spring hunt, I had no choice but to disturb you, Your Excellency. I hope you can forgive me. Emilio's words were so well spoken that it left the Fuller speechless for a moment. The Fuller suddenly shouted coldly. I didn't expect young Bryce Manny to only be strong in words. Since there is no one you are looking for here in my censorate, please leave. This is an order from the Bartolomeo, and I cannot argue against it. But, remember this, Bryce Manny. If you fail to find those people within a month, your family won't fare much better either. When that time comes, I will certainly offer incense for you. For a general who has fought through his life to have a son like you, what a misfortune indeed. Emilio cast a glance at the Fuller, his eyes icy cold, making the official involuntarily shiver with a chill rising up his spine. Soon after, Emilio's gaze returned to normal. There's no need to burn incense for me. Whether I can find this person or not isn't something the Fuller can decide. Could it be that you know where this person is? Upon hearing this, the Fuller paused, his expression changing. What are you talking about? How would I know where the person is? Emilio smiled slightly. In that case, please consider your words carefully. Some things should not be said. Having said that, Emilio waved his hand, and the sturdy men immediately left the censorate. Just as he was about to take a step out, he stopped. Also, thank you, Fuller, for remembering that my father spent his life on the battlefield. We warriors come from a vengeful stock. I hope in the future your son speaks properly. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what might happen next. With that, Emilio strode away. It took Silas a while to recover. He shouted after Emilio, who had already left. What a bastard. Really a bastard. Wait until the Emir. Before he could finish his sentence, the Fuller kicked him in the leg, forcing him to kneel instantly. Silas felt as if his leg was about to break, and he twisted his head to look at the Fuller, who was fuming so badly that his mustache stood on end. The Fuller clutched his chest and gasped for breath. Father, why did you kick me? It was clearly Emilio's doing. This has nothing to do with me. The Fuller scolded, waving his sleeves angrily. You say it has nothing to do with you. If you hadn't provoked Emilio first, how would he dare come to my censorate and make such a scene? Have you forgotten? The Mannies are all madmen who shouldn't be provoked. If you do something like this again, don't blame me for disowning you. And stop mentioning anything related to the Emir outside. Are you trying to court death? Don't forget, the Bartolomeo is still alive. After saying this, the Fuller coughed several times, leaving Silas standing there, bewildered. I understand, but I never expected Emilio to go this far, using the Bartolomeo's orders to act so recklessly. Man it, we can't argue against it. Remember what happened at the banquet earlier? It was also because of him. Unfortunately, I couldn't find any evidence. Now my reputation is ruined, all thanks to him. As Silas thought this, he clenched his fists tightly. Meanwhile, the Fuller lifted his eyes. Forget it, let's not bother with him. Anyway, he won't have many good days ahead. By then, it will be his turn to suffer. Hearing this, Silas's face lit up with surprise, and he nodded vigorously. Walking down the street, passers-by automatically made way for the group, whispering amongst themselves. Though Cameron overheard their whispers, he wasn't upset anymore. Having just vented a great deal of anger, Cameron felt incredibly satisfied. That was brilliant back there, young Ellie. Didn't you see how Silas's face looked like he'd eaten shit? Cameron patted his chest. Emilio curled his lips into a smile. That's exactly what I wanted. Next are the others. Don't let them off. Cameron nodded, then seemed to recall something, worry creasing his face. But, young Ellie, is this really all right? Emilio raised an eyebrow. What's not all right? Unable to find the real culprit, this is the only way to track down the perpetrator. No one has the right to criticize us. Besides, if we don't find the true villain, wouldn't our revenge be incomplete? Would you rather die in hatred? Rough words, but they held the truth. Thinking this over, Cameron instantly felt his actions earlier weren't harsh enough. He should have thrashed Silas soundly. Cameron raised his thumb. Young Ellie is right. Thus, they proceeded grandly to the other houses, causing quite a stir in the capital city. Diana in the palace also received this news. She was dressed in tight-fitting clothes, her forehead drenched with sweat that covered her entire face. Is it true? Did he really give those people a thorough beating? Diana asked in surprise. She knew how those people had treated Emilio, but she did not expect him to act this way. The maid standing before her immediately nodded. It's true. Who would have thought that Emilio would do something like this? He's really bold. Diana flicked her long whip and then gave a cold snort. He sure has guts to do such things, but I must say, I quite admire him. Initially, I thought he was just a ruffian who relied on tricks, but now I see that he's indeed very clever. It seems I misjudged him before. He might be someone who feigns incompetence to catch others off guard. But none of that matters now. A talent like this shouldn't be wasted. The maid blinked. What should we do then? Of course, we need to lend him a hand. Can you guess who he will target next? The maid shook her head. Everyone who went to the spring hunt has already been investigated. Where else could there be? Naturally, it would be back at their residences. Diana smiled, then gently patted the maid's shoulder. She shook her head with a mysterious smile on her face. You're wrong. Have you forgotten? There's still one person he hasn't checked. The maid scratched her head and then suddenly widened her eyes. Could it be His Royal Highness the Emir? Diana nodded. Manny's, it's the Emir. If everyone else is checked but not the Emir, what would that mean? Chapter 127. Every plant and tree looks Benedict an enemy. If it were someone else, perhaps this matter would not have led to an investigation of the Emir. But since it involved Emilio, for some reason, Diana felt that Emilio would do something like this. Diana threw the long whip in her hand into the hands of the maid. Get me changed immediately. I need to go to my mother's palace. The maid nodded. At this moment, Emilio had already been summoned into the palace by Carlo. Standing in the hall, Emilio watched as Bartolomeo Shane was reading through memorials. Until Carlo spoke, Emilio remained standing. He subtly rubbed his knees. He had been standing here for the time it took for a joss stick to burn down. It seemed that Carlo wanted to give him a warning. However, Emilio had anticipated this much from the beginning. Shane lifted his head from reading the memorial, lightly coughed twice, and took a sip of tea from a cup beside him. Then he slowly opened his mouth. Do you know why I summoned you here? Emilio nodded. I imagine it's because of the officials I investigated. The Earl snorted and then threw a nearby memorial towards Emilio. Emilio saw the memorial on the ground, but did not change his expression. You still remember this matter? Do you know how many people have accused you? I asked you to investigate this matter, not to use public business as an excuse for personal revenge. Your father is a smart man. How can you be so reckless? Could it be that you're dissatisfied with me asking you to do this? Upon hearing these words, Emilio immediately knelt down. Your Majesty, please calm down. I didn't mean it that way. I just wanted to thoroughly investigate this incident. These officials are key, and I cannot overlook any possibility, no matter how small. Shane sneered coldly, then stood up and put his hands behind his back. An attendant who wanted to help him shook his head. You cannot overlook anything? Emilio, do you really think so? If you truly thought like this, you wouldn't be Emilio anymore. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? I can temporarily let this slide, but you've seized so many officials yet found nothing. How can I believe you'll find the true culprit within a month? Do you know what will happen if you don't? Emilio pursed his lips. Of course I know, but this step is necessary. I believe your Majesty understands. Shane walked in front of Emilio, looking down at him with narrowed eyes. Emilio, do you resent me? Emilio was silent for a moment. That your Majesty entrusted this matter to me shows great trust in me. How could I harbor resentment? What a good speech. Shane turned around and returned to his seat, touching the dragon carvings on the chair, then sighed. Enough, even you won't tell me the truth. His tone carried a hint of sigh. Emilio glanced at him and then sneered silently. People like him. How could they tell him the truth? Perhaps Carlo didn't want to hear the truth either. If so, then you may leave. The Earl waved his hand. However, Emilio stood up. Your Majesty, I have one more request. Shane raised his head, looking at him appraisingly. What is it? I have searched all the officials who participated in the spring hunt, but there's one person missing. This person has a special identity, so I ask for your Majesty's approval. Emilio kept his head low. Shane paused, then suddenly slammed the table. Ridiculous. Who do you think you are to dare consider investigating the Emir? The Earl's eyes were bloodshot. Everyone had been checked except for the Emir. And now, Emilio would not even spare him. Emilio also knelt down immediately. After a while, Carlo finally caught his breath and sat down. Go, forget you said that. That is the Emir, who would never harm me. Shane waved his hand and massaged his eyebrows. Your Majesty. Emilio was about to say something when a voice came from behind. Lin has arrived. Everyone turned their heads and saw Lin hurrying in, followed by Diana. Seeing Diana, Emilio was momentarily stunned. She blinked at him, and he understood she must have heard the news and came to support him. Emilio nodded in response. Previously, he thought Diana and the Emir were on the same side, but it seemed she wasn't after all. Lin and Diana bowed to Carlo. Bartolomeo Shane slightly narrowed his eyes. Why have you come here? Alessia knew that if she helped Emilio now, it would only make Bartolomeo Shane more suspicious of their relationship. After all, Alessia was no ordinary person. She was the daughter of the Ebenezer. Originally, Bartolomeo Shane already suspected there might be some connection between them. Now his suspicions had deepened even further. But at this moment, Alessia could not care less. Emilio was clearly dancing on the edge of a knife, asking for trouble. If she didn't come, it was unlikely that Emilio would achieve his intended purpose. Whether because of Emilio's previous help to the Dag or due to other reasons, she must assist him this time. Father, what do you mean by that? Can't we visit you if there's nothing wrong? Diana immediately stepped forward and started massaging Bartolomeo Shane's temples. Diana was Bartolomeo Shane's only daughter, so she grew up in the palace, with a fiery personality and impulsive actions, yet she remained Bartolomeo Shane's favorite. Hearing her words, Shane's frown eased slightly. Do I not know you well enough? You love joining in the fun, and where you are, trouble follows. Is this really why you've come? Shane held Diana's hand and sighed. Diana smiled. Nothing can escape father's notice. You're truly the smartest person in the world. Shane hummed and then coughed twice. Immediately, Diana picked up a teacup from beside and offered it to Shane. Shane looked at the teacup, pursed his lips for a moment, then shook his head. Father isn't thirsty right now. Diana hesitated for a second before putting the teacup down. I should have considered more carefully. Shane laughed and shook his head. In reality, they all knew that he did this just to guard against her. After all, Diana was the granddaughter of the Ebenezer. Emilio couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Look at this suspicious man who doesn't trust even his own daughter and wife. Benedicting like this must be very tiring, seeing enemies in every plant and tree. Chapter 128. Attending the Bartolomeo is like living with a tiger. Emilio stood there as if he were invisible. Indeed, attending Carlo was like living with a tiger. Even his own daughter had to watch his expressions and act accordingly. Emilio raised his eyes and glanced at Diana. It was indeed remarkable that she could grow up into such a poised person in this environment. Diana seemed to notice Emilio's gaze and looked over at him. She blinked and smiled as if she did not care about Shane's behavior at all. Shane sighed. All right, do I not know you too? You wouldn't come here without a reason. What are you here for? Shane looked down at Alessia, who also smiled. Alessia, though born into a family of military generals, had an exceptionally beautiful appearance, which was why Shane always loved her deeply. Of course, it wasn't just because of her beauty. Her family's power was another reason he favored her. However, despite her great contributions, Shane increasingly feared her influence. Indeed, Your Majesty knows us well. Alessia snapped her fingers, and several servants carrying items soon appeared behind her. There were several chests, each looking heavy. Emilio couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, unsure what she was up to. Your Majesty, your birthday is coming up in a month. When my father heard the news, he immediately sent these gifts. These are carefully chosen by him. We hope you will like them. Alessia opened the chests, and instantly the entire hall was captivated by the dazzling light, reflecting from their contents. Gold, silver, jewels, silk, fine wine. They had everything. Even Emilio, standing nearby, couldn't help but widen his eyes. Shane, seated on his throne, paused momentarily before visibly becoming pleased. Northwestern Marquis has truly put thought into this. Thank him for me. Shane waved his hand, and the eunuchs promptly took the items away. Watching the smile on Shane's face, Emilio couldn't help but show a mocking expression. He only genuinely smiled when faced with material things, truly heartless. Of course, Emilio wouldn't voice these thoughts. Meanwhile, Diana was massaging Shane's neck. Her eyes darted around and landed on Emilio. Father, why is young Master Manny here? Is there something important to discuss? Have we interrupted anything? Diana's voice carried a hint of apology. Shane looked up, no longer as stern as before. He patted her hand gently and sighed. I'm sure you've heard about the incident during the spring hunt. I entrusted this matter to Emilio, but he decided to investigate every official's home. Now, I have mountains of memorials accusing him. Not only that, he even wanted to search Emir's palace, which is disrespectful. Shane became angrier as he spoke, glancing at Emilio before coldly humming. Emilio lowered his head, knowing better than to speak now. Diana nodded and pouted. I've heard about this too. But father, now that Emilio has already investigated everyone else's homes, won't people suspect something if the Amir is left alone? If they find evidence pointing towards the Amir, that would be troublesome. Perhaps Emilio should investigate the East Palace as well. After all, our Amir must be innocent and shouldn't fear an investigation. Emilio now understood. Diana and Alessia had come to help him, likely paying a hefty price to do so. He realized how hard it would be to repay this favor. Sitting on the throne, Shane frowned slightly, seemingly considering her words. If this matter is entrusted to Emilio, let him handle it. If he can't catch the real culprit even then, don't spare him. Diana glanced at Emilio, who swallowed hard. Shane lifted his eyes, finding her reasoning reasonable. He looked down at Emilio. Emilio, do you agree? If you still find nothing after investigating the Amir's palace, you know what will happen a month from now. Even I won't be able to protect you then. Do you understand? Though the words sounded noble and proper, Emilio held back the urge to feel nauseous. He clasped his fists. I understand, Your Majesty. Seeing Emilio's reaction, Shane finally nodded in satisfaction. Since that's the case, I will allow you to search the Amir's palace, but not as you did with other officials. He is still the Amir after all. There must be due respect shown. Furthermore, you are not allowed to bring others into the palace. Therefore, I will let the top martial arts scholar accompany you. Emilio quickly lowered his head. Thank you, Your Majesty. Shane waved his hand. He seemed somewhat distressed seeing Emilio like this, rubbing his temples. However, Emilio couldn't care less at this moment. Since his objective was achieved, there was no need for him to stay any longer. Emilio stood up and walked briskly towards the exit of the palace. As he passed Alessia, he nodded at her. This time, without her and Diana's help, it would have been difficult to persuade Shane. Judging from Shane's expression, it seemed he wasn't entirely devoid of feelings for the Amir. Well, both of you may leave now, Shane said to Diana and Alessia beside him. They immediately bowed and left the hall. Diana originally wanted to catch up with Emilio to talk further, since they had done a great favor for him. However, she was stopped by Alessia grabbing her wrist. What is it, mother? Diana asked Alessia, somewhat puzzled. Alessia glanced back and quietly moved closer to Diana. What do you plan to do? Of course, I'm going to find Emilio. We helped him a lot with this matter. Alessia sighed upon hearing this and shook her head. You can't go now. Earlier, I had to cover up your involvement at Zue Haley building. It was quite a big commotion. There must be no connection between you and Emilio. Chapter 129. In the Imperial City, who dare to harm me? Now your father is already suspicious. The matter of the gifts has already made your father cautious. Can't you see that? If you and Emilio have too much contact now, it will not only harm yourself but also him. Don't meet him for the time being. Diana listened to Alessia's words, pondered, and thought they made sense. Although she hadn't shown anything just now, she had seen everything in Havelock's actions. Their relationship had deteriorated to this point, and Diana felt some sorrow, but she knew deep down this was something she couldn't change. I understand, mother, Diana said with a pout, looking rather pitiful. Alessia nodded. There are people following behind. Be careful and don't give them any handles. Upon hearing this, Diana turned her head back, only to be stopped by Alessia grabbing her wrist. Alessia shook her head, indicating that they were probably sent by Havelock. Are they sent by father? Alessia pursed her lips. If I'm not mistaken, they probably are. Diana sighed and didn't say anything more. Afterwards, Diana and Alessia parted ways. Sitting inside the carriage, Diana thought about what Alessia had said. She lifted the curtain and suddenly saw a familiar figure. She frowned slightly. Stop the carriage. The carriage halted immediately. Just as Diana leaned out to look at the person, she felt a slight motion from within the carriage. When she turned her head, she saw a knife pressed against her neck. Who are you? Diana frowned, seeing the dagger pressed against her neck. Her hand quietly reached for the nearby wine glass. Emilio couldn't help but laugh and put away the dagger. It's me. If anyone else saw you like this, Diana, you would already be dead. When Diana saw Emilio take off his mask, she became furious. Why did you do this? She gasped, feeling both angry and recognizing the truth in Emilio's words. This is the Imperial City. Who dares to harm me? Emilio laughed and drank the wine from the nearby cup in one go. He placed the cup on the table with a crisp sound. If someone ordinary, it might be fine. But if it's someone in power, you wouldn't stand a chance, would you? Both Diana and Emilio knew exactly whom this referred to. Diana huffed coldly. Don't be so bold, Emilio. Don't think because I helped you once, I'm on your side. You know very well someone is following me. By recklessly meeting me now, aren't you afraid that person might report back to the Bartolomeo? Emilio lifted his eyes and stared intently at Diana, who couldn't help but stiffen her expression. What are you staring at? Emilio sighed. Do you really think I'm that stupid? Of course, I know someone is following your carriage. Rest assured, I've taken care of them. They won't discover anything. The reason I came to see you is that I want to ask you something. At the banquet, you clearly supported the Amir. Why are you helping me now? What's your motive, or what do you want? Emilio was an extremely cautious person. Diana paused. You really want to know? Emilio nodded. Diana lowered her head and didn't look at him. She took a bite of a pastry beside her, seeming lost in thought, her gaze distant. When I was young, everyone doted on me, including Amir brother. Back then, I thought he truly cared for me, but it wasn't entirely true. Many times in my childhood, I nearly died, and I blamed my bad luck. It wasn't until later that I realized it was all due to wicked people, and the Amir was one of them. Since then, I haven't trusted anyone. The only reason I help you is because it's amusing to me. I will help anything amusing. Diana looked up at Emilio. For some reason, Emilio felt that Diana seemed somewhat sad. Emilio pursed his lips. Growing up in such an environment must have been hard for her. Fine, from now on, I'll ensure to create more amusing events to entertain Diana. Diana smiled and nodded. They understood each other without needing more words. Meanwhile, outside, Cameron was asking a eunuch dressed in civilian clothes near a stall. My wife likes the jade hairpin from this shop. Do you think this one looks better, or that one? Cameron had a slight smile on his face, while the eunuch frowned slightly. How would I know? The eunuch pushed Cameron to one side as he spoke. When he raised his eyes to look, he found that the carriage was already gone. Cameron rubbed his arm. Why so rude? If you don't want to see, then just don't. The eunuch glared at Cameron fiercely before turning and leaving. Cameron watched the eunuch's back and chuckled softly. He muttered under his breath, trying to compete with me? You're still too young. How old do you have to be then? A voice suddenly came from behind him. Startled, Cameron turned around to see Emilio standing beside him, examining a jade hairpin from the stall. So, did you get better so soon, young master? Emilio raised an eyebrow. Should it take much longer? It was just a brief chat. But speaking of this hairpin, it does look good. Perhaps we should buy a few to make my mother happy. Cameron nodded in agreement and started examining them closely. So Emilio and Cameron took the jade hairpins back to the Manny residence. Upon hearing the news, Emmanuel hurriedly ran into Manny's wife's room. At that moment, Emilio was putting the jade hairpin into Manny's wife's hair. She wore a gentle smile on her face. The news in the city these days was spreading like wildfire, and seeing her son so cheerful, Manny's wife felt a bit sentimental. Emilio, come out for a moment. I need to ask you something, Emmanuel said to Emilio. Emilio glanced up at Emmanuel, then nodded to Manny's wife before walking out. Just outside, Emmanuel grabbed Emilio by the shoulder. The Bartolomeo summoned you to the palace? Why did you go search the Amir's chambers afterward? Did he really agree? There was a hint of surprise on Emmanuel's face. He couldn't believe that as Emilio's father, he was the last to know about this. If not for the Bartolomeo mentioning it during court, he wouldn't have known at all. Chapter 130. The Raid on the Eastern Palace Residence. It's already been agreed upon, Emilio said nonchalantly, his eyes fixed on his fingers. He thought that the people sent by the Bartolomeo should be arriving any moment. Are you going to completely break ties with the Amir? What do you plan to do? Emmanuel spoke without questioning why Emilio was doing this. He asked what his son intended to do instead. In the past, he might have doubted his son's intentions, but now, he understood clearly. Whatever Emilio wanted to do had a reason behind it. Emilio raised his head. Father, don't worry about this matter. I won't let our family fall. As Emilio spoke, he narrowed his eyes slightly. Cameron ran over in a rather flustered state, gasping for breath as he supported himself on his knees. Ellie, young Ellie, there are suddenly a lot of people outside. Cameron lifted his eyes to glance at Emilio, who pursed his lips. As expected, they had arrived. Just as Emilio was about to step out, Emmanuel grabbed his wrist. With a squint, Emmanuel's brows knitted together with concern. Be careful, Emmanuel said. Emilio curled the corners of his mouth into a smile and nodded, although he knew that this warning meant nothing to him. For Emilio, when he thought of something, he would act immediately. As soon as he stepped out of the gate, Emilio saw the neatly lined up soldiers in Imperial Guard uniforms standing at the entrance of their residence. Emilio couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He had only mentioned to the Bartolomeo that he wanted to investigate the Amir's music store. Not this many people. This didn't look like an investigation. It looked more like they were about to raid the Amir's palace. A man dressed differently from the rest walked out beside him, tall and exuding righteousness. I presume you must be Bryce Max, the military champion and commander of the Imperial Guards. Emilio crossed his arms behind his back and nodded at Yale, who clasped the sword at his waist and bowed respectfully to Emilio. Long have I heard of the fame of Benedictal Bryce Emilio. It is an honor to meet you. The Bartolomeo's decree has already been issued. I've received word, and I will certainly assist Benedictal Bryce Emilio. With that, Emilio smiled. Bryce Max, there's no need for such modesty. I've also heard of your prowess. They say with one long sword, you can defeat all within the palace. I've long desired to spar with you. I wonder if we'll have the chance later? Hearing this, Bryce Max looked up, surprise evident in his eyes. He hadn't expected Emilio to have such thoughts. Do you not wish to, Bryce Max? Seeing that Bryce Max remained silent, Emilio raised an eyebrow. After hesitating for a moment, unable to fathom Emilio's intentions, Bryce Max finally agreed. The onlookers, who were unaware of the situation, whispered amongst themselves, assuming that something serious must have happened to the Manny residents. In another place, at the censorate, Silas laughed loudly. I knew it. After Emilio made such a big fuss yesterday, the Bartolomeo wouldn't just sit by and do nothing. Now it's good. When the Manny family meets its ruin, I will ridicule him thoroughly. He spoke these words while a servant reported, Sir, the master has returned. Upon hearing this, Silas immediately stood up and rushed toward the main gate. There, the censor removed his hat, looking particularly troubled. Why do you look so solemn, father? I've heard that the Manny residence has been surrounded. Surely, the Bartolomeo must be furious because of yesterday's incident. How does the Bartolomeo plan to deal with the Manny family? Silas said this with a smirk, eagerly awaiting Emilio's downfall. However, the censor coldly snorted. Placing his official hat aside, he took a cup of wine and drank it down. Deal with the Manny family? Deal with what? Not only did the Bartolomeo not punish him, but he even sent the commander of the Imperial Guards to assist him in searching the Amir's residence. At this point, the censor threw the wine glass onto the table in anger. They, along with many other officials, had jointly impeached Emilio, yet the Bartolomeo still chose to side with him. Now, the Bartolomeo was allowing Emilio to search the Amir's residence. It was utterly absurd. Silas's eyes widened in shock. How is this possible? Did you hear it wrong, father? How could the Bartolomeo allow Emilio to search the Amir's residence? That's the Amir, the Bartolomeo's own son. The censor glanced sideways at Silas. Do you think I could possibly hear such important matters incorrectly? He sighed again. Now Emilio is no longer the frivolous young man he used to be in the capital. He has deep thoughts. You hope he won't find the real culprit. If he does, no one can stop him in the future. Now daring to raid the Amir's residence, what will happen next? It's unimaginable. On the other side, Emilio led the Imperial Guards and arrived at the Eastern Palace in a grand manner. The Amir was also in the court. During the morning assembly, when the Bartolomeo mentioned this matter, the Amir was quite surprised as well. A small general of the Manny family, not to mention that his military power had already been stripped, actually dared to bring people to raid his residence, and even dared to suspect that he was involved in the spring hunt incident. And his father, the Bartolomeo, actually agreed to this absurd request. On the way back, he could feel everyone's gazes on him. After returning, he vented his anger but couldn't do anything since it was an order from Shane. What could he say? When Emilio arrived at the Eastern Palace with his men, the Amir already had people waiting at the entrance. Bryce Manny. The nanny at the gate walked up to Emilio and paid her respects. You are? I am the Amir's wet nurse. The Amir knew you would come after hearing the news during today's morning assembly, so he specifically asked me to wait here for you and guide you to the hall. Hearing this, Emilio raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but smile slightly. No need to ask. He could imagine how displeased the Amir must look. Really? I didn't expect the Amir to value me so much. This makes me feel honored. Then please lead the way, nurse. Emilio said. The nanny nodded and led the way ahead. Upon arriving at the hall, Emilio asked the others to wait outside while he entered the hall first. He bowed to the Amir. Dempsey, I'm sorry to disturb you. At that moment, the Amir was sitting in the main seat, and a servant girl picked up a grape from the plate and offered it to the Amir. The Amir opened his lips, and the grape fell into his mouth. He turned to glance at Emilio. Benedictal Bryce Manny, why do you speak so? There's no need to feel guilty. I know this was Father Bartolomeo's order. If you don't come, others might talk. I understand. Chapter 131. All for venting. The Amir said this, but the sinister look he cast at Emilio was filled with a hatred that wished to carve him into 10,000 pieces. Emilio pretended not to notice the fierce gaze and smiled at the Amir. Dempsey is so benevolent. It's truly my good fortune. I was worried you might bear a grudge over these trivial matters. Now it seems I was mistaken. In truth, I had no clue about the spring hunt and had to thoroughly investigate all involved in the hunt. The only one left is Dempsey. If I hadn't come to check, people might have talked. Emilio's eloquent words silenced the Amir. The Amir's face darkened slightly, then he sat up, his gaze fixed on Emilio. He was very curious if Emilio had been deliberately holding back before. Clearly, he used to be a typical arrogant heir. Yet now he could corner him step by step. If it weren't for how uncontrollable Emilio was, pulling him into his camp would indeed be a good choice. Is that so? I'm rather curious how little Bryce Manny managed to persuade my father. That an insignificant general could encircle Chow Chow here is absurd. The Amir's words were laced with thorns. Emilio looked up, showing no hint of fear. It's because Randy cares for this humble servant. Upon hearing this, the Amir fell silent for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter. Lorraine caring? Are you truly smart, or just pretending? Immediately, the entire hall fell silent, and Emilio did not answer. After a while, the Amir spoke again. Forget it. Whether you're really smart or pretending, remember this. If you can't find the mastermind in a month, what awaits you will be dire. Emilio bowed respectfully. Thank you for reminding me, Dempsey. Emilio's composed demeanor made the Amir feel like venting all his anger to no avail, which only infuriated him further. After saying this, Emilio left. Standing at the entrance, he addressed the palace guards. This is the Amir's residence. Please be careful during your search and don't damage anything. Though these words seemed aimed at the guards, they were actually meant to mock the Amir. Emilio held grudges deeply. If not for his cleverness, he might have already fallen victim to the Amir's tricks at the banquet. Of course, Emilio knew well he wouldn't find any evidence against the Amir. He did this solely to vent his frustrations. After the search turned up nothing, Emilio looked at the Amir and gave a respectful bow. Forgive the disturbance, Dempsey, Emilio said. The Amir snorted coldly, watching Emilio's demeanor, wishing he could make him suffer right then. But since this matter was directly ordered by the Bartolomeo, despite his grievances, he couldn't speak out. Slowly sitting up, the Amir remarked, I let you search my palace, and the officials too, yet you gained no leads. Aren't you afraid, Emilio? Narrowing his eyes slightly, everyone in court knew the Bartolomeo's intentions. If Emilio failed, it would likely spell the end of the Manny family. Moreover, Emilio took advantage of the situation to put on this grand show. Being intelligent, the Amir understood Havelock's thoughts. If he could see through them, surely Emilio must also know. He wondered what Emilio was planning with such a grand spectacle. Had he found some clues? Tell me, Emilio, have you found something? Perhaps I can help you. Emilio lowered his gaze, a faint smile curling his lips. You jest, Dempsey. I caused such a commotion precisely because I couldn't find the culprit. In a month, my family may face great calamity. Will Dempsey help then? With ease, Emilio diverted the conversation. The Amir watched the standing Emilio and sneered, knowing Emilio must have found something but wasn't willing to say. All right, if you won't speak, then I'll leave it be. Waving his hand, the Amir dismissed Emilio. Nodding, Emilio led his men away. Exiting the Eastern Palace, Emilio turned to Bryce Max. Thanks for your efforts. Next time, I'll treat all of you to a feast. Patting Bryce Max's shoulder, the latter immediately replied, for the Bartolomeo's sake. No need for such formalities, Mr. Manny. Bryce Max took 2 steps back without showing any emotion, and Emilio's movements paused slightly before he curved into a smile. Fine, since everyone has spoken, I will return to the Manny mansion first. We shall meet again if fate allows. After saying this, Emilio strode away with his hands behind his back. He didn't notice that Bryce Max, standing behind him, slightly narrowed his eyes, a hint of doubt flashing in his gaze. In the following days, Emilio stayed in the Manny mansion, while rumors spread like wildfire outside. Originally, Cameron wasn't too worried, but as he heard those rumors, he couldn't help starting to worry. However, seeing how Emilio ate and drank heartily every day, looking like he intended to die full, he was puzzled. Cameron stood beside Emilio, somewhat lost in thought. Cameron. Emilio called his name, but Cameron showed no reaction. Looking up, Emilio saw Cameron staring straight at the grapes on the table. Emilio patted Cameron's shoulder, then picked up a grape and placed it in Cameron's hand. If you want to eat, just take them. Am I not going to let you? As Emilio spoke, he put a grape into his own mouth. Cameron blinked back to reality and looked at Emilio, then sighed. Having held it in for so many days, he finally chose to ask, Ellie, do you really plan to continue like this? Tomorrow is the court assembly day. The 1-month deadline has passed, and you haven't done anything significant in this month. Are you really planning to? He didn't finish his sentence because it would be ominous, and he genuinely couldn't figure out what Emilio was thinking. Not just him, but everyone else was equally baffled. Emilio raised his eyes to look at Cameron. Are you already scared? Emilio's tone was indifferent, revealing nothing else. Hearing this, Cameron immediately shook his head. He stuffed the grape into his mouth, a trace of worry still lingering on his face. Chapter 132, A Gathering in the Manor. Ellie, that's not what I meant. I'm just thinking that if you really have no way out, then leave today and never come back. Cameron stared at Emilio with an extremely serious gaze. This was the first time Emilio had seen Cameron so nervous, as he was usually carefree. What surprised Emilio even more was that Cameron would go to such lengths for him. Emilio sat up and stared intently at Cameron. Stared at by Emilio, Cameron felt somewhat puzzled and absent-mindedly touched his face. He looked somewhat suspicious. Why are you staring at me, Ellie? Did I say something wrong? My mouth is clumsy, I don't know what to say. Just as Cameron was about to continue, he was pulled by the wrist by Emilio. Cameron, what? To show his loyalty, Cameron pounded on his chest twice, only to start coughing due to the sudden exertion. Emilio immediately picked up a plate of grapes. There's no need to be so emotional. After saying this, Emilio lay down again. The sunlight shone on his face, and he covered it with clothes, finding it too bright. A muffled voice came through the clothes. But rest assured, everything has been arranged. Our Manny family won't meet its end. Hearing this, Cameron's eyes widened. He knew that, when the carriage arrived at the palace gate, Cameron gently knocked on the door. Emilio yawned and walked out. Ellie, you must return safely. Cameron's face resembled someone bidding farewell to the dead. Emilio gave Cameron's forehead a tap. Your expression makes me feel like I'm going to die soon. And yes, I will definitely return safely. Now I have something for you to do, and you must do it perfectly. Upon hearing this, Cameron nodded eagerly, his face beaming. He knew Ellie Manny must have a plan. Go catch that little eunuch from the stall. Upon hearing this, Cameron's expression froze for a moment. He stared at Emilio with his mouth wide open. Why? Why what? Go and do it. Emilio patted off imaginary dust from his clothes. Although Cameron was somewhat puzzled, since young Ellie had said so, there must be a reason behind it. Thus, Cameron immediately nodded. Emilio strode into the palace gate, feeling those burning gazes on him as if they weren't even there. Suddenly, Emilio spotted a familiar figure, and he walked up quickly. He put an arm around the person's shoulder in front of him. Startled by this sudden action, the The person turned around only to find it was Emilio, instantly showing a look of disdain on his face. Why are you looking at me like that, Sir Imperial Censor? Do we have some kind of feud or something? Emilio said this shamelessly, given the previous incident had caused quite a stir. Bryce Manny, I'm afraid we aren't familiar. The Imperial Censor frowned deeply, the expression of disdain almost overflowing from his face. Emilio raised an eyebrow slightly. If you say so, Sir Imperial Censor, it really hurts my heart. Didn't we have a gathering at your residence that day? A gathering at the residence? What Emilio said sounded perfect, but the Imperial Censor felt like he would burst blood vessels upon hearing it. The Imperial Censor clutched his chest, gasping for breath heavily. Emilio, is that what you call a gathering at the residence? Where did you ever gather like that? You probably wanted to demolish my Imperial Censor's residence, didn't you? Emilio raised an eyebrow. Though he was a bit rough that day, he hadn't intended to demolish the Imperial Censor's residence. Emilio thought about it for a moment, but conceded that it was almost the case. This can't be blamed on me. It was all the Bartolomeo's command. At this moment, Emilio was very smart to use the Bartolomeo as an excuse. No matter how angry the Imperial Censor was inside, he could only shut his mouth. The Imperial Censor coldly sniffed and waved his sleeves. Chapter 133 Exile? Now that you're so defiant, have you really caught the real culprit? These past few days have been in an uproar. You've never left Manny Mansion. I wonder if Benedictal Bryce Manny's eloquence can convince the Bartolomeo? Which is more powerful, Benedictal Bryce Manny's mouth, or the tasks set by the Bartolomeo? After finishing this sentence, Censor Bryce seemed to feel somewhat relieved. He glanced at Emilio. If it really comes to that, Benedictal Bryce Manny can rest assured that my censorate will spare no effort to enjoy this show. After saying that, Censor Bryce left with big strides, and Emilio couldn't help but stroke his chin as he watched the back of Censor Bryce. What a short temper. Thinking this, Emilio followed after him step by step. Upon arriving in the Great Hall, there were even more gazes watching from the court officials, and the private remarks about people were all clearly heard by Emilio. What can he do after being so arrogant before? Now that the person hasn't been caught, wait for Randy to come and see how he punishes him. Before that, my mansion was wrecked by Emilio. I haven't forgotten this enmity. I came to court today just to watch his spectacle. Who would have thought that Bryce Manny, who has spent his life in battles, would have such a troublesome son? It seems that the Manny family can't escape misfortune. You see him standing there. Isn't he already starting to think about how to use his smooth talk to get the Bartolomeo to spare his family? All the civil and military officials were discussing Emilio. However, the person being discussed stood in the middle, completely unaware of those sarcastic words. He even yawned, thinking about what to eat after court, until he heard the voice of the eunuch. Emilio then raised his head. Havelock sat on the high seat, looking paler than a few days ago. Emilio slightly raised his eyebrows, sensing Havelock's impending end. At his age, he still wants to remove the Manny family. Emilio couldn't help but feel some admiration. A gaze fell upon Emilio, filled with such intensity that Emilio slowly turned his head to see the Amir staring at him intently. Noticing Emilio looking at him, the Amir then showed a smile. Emilio narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling the ridicule in that smile. Havelock narrowed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then lifted his gaze to look at Emilio below. His voice carried a hint of fatigue. Emilio, the time has come. How did you handle the task I gave you earlier? Havelock's fingers gently stroked the dragon carved into the side of the throne, indicating he also believed Emilio had made no progress. Emilio walked forward a few steps and then bowed to Havelock. Your Majesty, there hasn't been any progress, but I've got some clues. But if you ask whether I've thoroughly investigated it, that's not the case yet. Emilio's words made everyone present frown. Beside him, Censor Bryce couldn't help but sneer when he heard Emilio's statement. If you haven't caught the person, you haven't caught them. Saying it in such a mysterious way sounds like Manny Sir has forgotten what the Bartolomeo said at the time. After saying this, Censor Bryce then bowed to Havelock. Previously, Benedictal Sir Manny said that because he received orders from your Majesty to investigate this matter, he searched our homes which were emptied for spring hunting, and found nothing. I hope your Majesty will uphold justice for us. Censor Bryce spoke fervently, and the faces of those whose homes had been searched by Emilio showed obvious resentment, hoping to see Emilio's downfall. Emilio slightly raised his eyebrows, showing no embarrassment about his current situation but instead wearing a smile. Amir, what do you think? Havelock turned his gaze towards the Amir who had remained silent for a long time. The Amir was taken aback for a moment before stepping forward. Throughout, he wore an ever-present, benevolent smile. One must admit, sometimes Emilio admired this Amir for always wearing this smile while doing filthy deeds. Father, I believe the Manny family has served our state diligently. Although Sir Manny did not find the real culprit, he has done everything in his power. Perhaps we should exile him as a warning for others. What do you think? Hearing these words, Emilio couldn't help but laugh. His eyes were filled with a cold gleam. Who would have thought that after serving diligently, the final result for the Manny family would only be exile? And what's more infuriating is that these people seem unsatisfied with such an outcome, even thinking Emilio shouldn't be so comfortable. Have they forgotten? If it weren't for the Manny family, how could they live such comfortable lives? I didn't know the Amir speaking like this would sound like you're complimenting me. Exile? Emilio sneered. Emilio, don't you dare be ungrateful. The Censor Bryce raised his finger and pointed straight at Emilio, almost out of breath. Emilio glanced at him and then retracted his gaze, his eyes carrying a hint of coldness, which made the Censor Bryce feel an involuntary chill down his spine. Your Majesty, please uphold justice for us. The Censor Bryce redirected his complaint to Bartolomeo Havelock, fully aware that these court officials understood Havelock's true intentions, to eliminate the Manny family. Naturally, they were willing to offer their assistance in this matter. Emilio found it amusing. If Havelock really eradicated the Manny family, who would be next? Wouldn't it be one of them? But since this trouble hadn't fallen on their heads yet, they could sit back and watch the drama unfold. You all are too impatient. Censor Bryce, calm down. It was indeed my fault last time, But your majesty, if you want an answer, I can give you one. Emilio's voice carried an air of certainty. Havelock furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing this, his dim eyes fixed on Emilio's. After a long moment, he nodded and gestured for Emilio to continue. I have already found the mastermind behind Chun Yin's incident. Upon hearing this, everyone in the court widened their eyes. How could this be possible? Clearly, they had sent people to follow Emilio closely over the past few days. Apart from eating, drinking, and enjoying himself, Emilio had taken no other actions. How could he have possibly found the mastermind behind the incident? They unanimously believed Emilio was lying. After all, this kind of deceitful behavior was not unprecedented from him. What do you mean by this, young Ellie Manny? Are you just fabricating a scapegoat to fool us? The censor Bryce waved his sleeves dramatically, while on the side, the Amir lowered his gaze, a flash of thought crossing his eyes. Previously, he had suspected that Emilio might have found some clues but couldn't get Emilio to reveal anything. Now hearing Emilio's words, it seemed that he truly had found something. Chapter 134 Mockery from the Ministers. The Amir thought for a moment, and then a hypocritical smile spread across his face. Alexander, please don't be so hasty. Why don't we see what young Bryce Manny thinks? If he really found someone, we shouldn't wrong them, should we? Upon hearing the Amir's words, the Alexander immediately shut his mouth. Even if there were numerous complaints in his heart, he could not speak further now. Emilio stood to one side, his complexion changing slightly. He raised an eyebrow. The current power of the Amir was indeed formidable. No wonder Shane had been eager to make a move against him. If he were the Amir, he would not have said this. He lifted his eyes and glanced at Shane. As expected, Shane's expression changed somewhat, and Emilio couldn't help but slowly curl his lips into a smile. At that moment, the great hall was deathly silent. Shane, sitting in the high seat, furrowed his brows slightly and looked at Emilio. He had originally thought that Emilio wouldn't find the true culprit behind the scenes. Shane didn't pay much attention to this so-called mastermind. After all, he had faced many assassination attempts before. It wasn't too urgent to find this person once the Manny family was dealt with, but he did not expect Emilio to be so capable. However, Emilio was very intelligent, full of schemes, so it was impossible to confirm whether his words were true or false. In that case, let me take a look at the person you caught, Emilio. If it doesn't satisfy me, you know the consequences. Emilio's lips curled into a slow smile. He nodded at Shane, and with a wave of his hand, Cameron, who was standing outside the hall, brought a man up. This was Cameron's first time coming to the hall, so he was inevitably a little surprised, especially under the tight scrutiny of those officials. Cameron felt nervous. The person he was holding, a young eunuch, showed panic on his face, his eyes darting nervously. Cameron kicked the eunuch down to the ground. Shane, watching the fallen eunuch, frowned slightly, clearly unsatisfied. Emilio, is this the person you caught? There was some doubt in Shane's voice. According to Emilio's ability, this shouldn't be the case, yet it turned out as expected. Emilio smiled. Does anyone recognize him? Emilio pointed to the kneeling young eunuch, who was shaking uncontrollably. However, the ministers exchanged glances and ultimately no one came forward. Emilio raised an eyebrow, unconcerned. He slowly squatted down and grabbed the back of the eunuch's neck. The eunuch lifted his head with terror in his eyes as he met Emilio's gaze. Cameron, standing beside him, snorted lightly. The eunuch hadn't shown such fear when he had been acting arrogantly earlier, and now that he was captured, he acted like a timid bird. Only heaven knew that this eunuch was as slippery as a loach in the pond, extremely difficult to catch. Cameron had spent considerable effort catching him, almost letting him escape. Do you recognize me? Emilio asked. The eunuch hesitated, shook his head, then suddenly nodded vigorously. Seeing his appearance, Emilio couldn't help but laugh out loud. So, do you recognize me or not? Emilio pressed further, but the eunuch remained silent without speaking. Emilio made him lift his head. Then why don't you take another look and see if you recognize anyone here in the court? This time, the eunuch didn't hesitate, immediately shaking his head. Emilio sighed, patting his face gently, clearly dissatisfied. You don't even recognize Randy. How could you serve as a eunuch? You're really something. Emilio's statement was obvious nonsense. Even the Amir couldn't hold back his amusement. The Amir's hypocritical smile remained throughout, his gaze landing on the young eunuch. He was curious about why Emilio was so focused on this eunuch. Did this eunuch know something Emilio wanted? Although this eunuch doesn't recognize your majesty, I believe he surely recognizes someone among them. Emilio rose and spoke to Shane, whose eyes narrowed with interest. Is that so? Who does he recognize? Shane's gaze swept over everyone present. Instantly, their faces turned grim, each one guiltily lowering their heads, unwilling to meet Shane's eyes, fearing this was one of Emilio's tricks, although Emilio had no such intention. He's unwilling to speak, so it falls to me to do it for him. Seeing Emilio's demeanor, the Alexander became even angrier. Your Majesty, Emilio has always been cunning and devious. Don't believe his lies. Bringing out a mere eunuch as a scapegoat. It's like using him as a sacrificial lamb. I suspect this person is just someone Emilio fabricated. He has significant suspicion regarding the spring hunt incident, yet we were the only ones investigated while he escaped scrutiny. Perhaps. The censor did not finish his words, but everyone present knew what he was implying. Emilio raised an eyebrow. He had indeed overlooked this point. This is truly my oversight. I forgot about myself. Since Minister Censor is so distrustful of me, why don't you come to the Manny family after court to thoroughly investigate? Emilio said this, but the censor merely scoffed. Perhaps there won't be such an opportunity then. The censor flicked his sleeves and Emilio slightly frowned. He did mind these remarks from the censor, but it wasn't appropriate to show it at this moment. Is that so? How can Minister Censor be so sure that I, Emilio, cannot find the true culprit behind the scenes? This time, the censor did not respond. Enough. Is my court for you two to squabble? If you want to argue, do it after court. This behavior is completely inappropriate. Shane seemed somewhat impatient and struck the armrest of his dragon throne forcefully, instantly making the entire hall silent. Emilio, who is this person you mentioned? Don't keep us in suspense any longer, or else I will have you severely punished. Emilio nodded slightly and then grabbed the little eunuch's hand, pointing it at all those present, finally stopping on the eunuch beside Shane. That was Shane's chief eunuch. Seeing this, the chief eunuch frowned. The moment Emilio pointed at him, he pulled out a dagger from his sleeve and lunged at Shane with determination. However, he hadn't expected Emilio to anticipate this move. Emilio was faster than him. With a sword in hand, Emilio plunged it into the eunuch's heart. Blood spurted out, some of the fresh, warm blood splattering onto the officials in the front row, causing them to widen their eyes in shock. Chapter 135. Do you know him? Most of them had never seen such a bloody scene. Emilio, however, sneered coldly and drew his sword, wiping it clean with the eunuch's clothes. The civil ministers had always heard about the gloomy personality of this young Bryce Manny and found him quite strange, as well as ruthless beyond imagination. Before, they didn't feel it deeply. Now, each of them was wide-eyed, their eyes filled with surprise and fear. Shane showed no reaction at all. Even before Emilio dealt with the senior eunuch, Shane had already anticipated it. Shane patted the dust off his clothes and stood up. He looked at the senior eunuch, who lay dead on the ground with bulging eyes, and sighed. I thought of everyone, but I never thought of him. He has been with me for decades, and he couldn't even keep his composure? Shane pressed his lips together, seemingly regretful and pitiful. But Emilio knew very well that wasn't what Shane really felt. The disturbance in your Majesty's spring night affairs, it was he who interfered. Lurking for 10 years, it was only to let you lower your guard. Such a person cannot be kept around. Emilio clasped his hands respectfully, and Shane glanced at him before giving a cold snort. He had originally thought to use this opportunity to get rid of Emilio, but did not expect Emilio to handle the matter so beautifully, leaving him no reason to eliminate him. Their gazes met in midair. Both knew what the other was thinking, yet they could only pretend nothing was amiss on the surface. Emilio, how can you be sure this man is the one who caused trouble during the spring hunt? The emir frowned slightly. Being so cunning, Emilio could not definitively confirm if this eunuch was someone he arranged. Emilio hesitated, then turned to look at Shane. Your Majesty isn't aware of the tattoo? As Emilio spoke, Shane narrowed his eyes slightly and waved his hand. Immediately, Emilio understood. From the Bartolomeo. After saying this, Emilio waved and pointed to Cameron below. Strip them both. Cameron nodded, then seemed to recall something. He raised his head, looking at Emilio with raised eyebrows and widened eyes, as if asking if it was really necessary. This was the imperial court, was it appropriate? Shane, standing nearby, remained expressionless, as if he had already agreed. Emilio looked at the stunned Cameron, raising an eyebrow. Why are you hesitating? Cameron hesitated for a while, then frowned and nodded. He squatted down and stripped the small eunuch completely, revealing the back of his body. There was indeed a tattoo on his buttocks. The new courtiers were unaware, but the old ministers knew of this matter. Upon seeing it, they involuntarily showed signs of unease, some even widening their eyes. Emilio, watching the varied expressions on their faces, could not help but smile. Now do you understand? He called out loudly, but no one responded from the assembly. Cameron then ran over to the senior eunuch, stripping him as well. Sure enough, there was a tattoo on his shoulder. These people love to have tattoos on their bodies. Anybody with this kind of tattoo belongs to them. It's better to kill by mistake than to let any go. Of course, they prefer placing the tattoos on their faces, but since that can't be hidden, any part of the body might have one. Please check carefully when you return home, you might find something unexpected. Emilio raised an eyebrow again, and the courtiers' faces revealed various emotions. Shane rubbed his temples. Enough, you may all withdraw. Sitting on the dragon throne, he supported his head with his hand, appearing extremely sad. Emilio chuckled inwardly, surprised that Shane still put on such a good performance even though he was almost dying. As the ministers withdrew, Emilio prepared to leave as well, but Shane called him back. Emilio, you did well in this matter. Is there anything you desire? Shane's cloudy eyes turned toward Emilio. Emilio paused, then smiled. To serve the wise Earl is already my great fortune. How dare I ask for more? Clearly insincere, Shane's mood inexplicably improved upon hearing this, and he slowly smiled too. Flattery aside, well done. I'll deal with this myself. You may withdraw and convey my regards to your father. Emilio bowed and left. After exiting the main palace hall, Emilio walked along the palace path when he heard footsteps approaching from behind. He turned his head slightly and saw the emir walking behind him. Emilio raised an eyebrow slightly. Never thought the emir's pace would be so slow today. You left earlier than me, yet arrived this late. Or perhaps, does the emir have something to say to me? As Emilio spoke, he raised his eyebrows slightly, and at that moment, a smile appeared on the corner of the emir's mouth, indicating no resistance to Emilio's words. Emilio raised his eyebrows in slight surprise. Indeed, it's as I thought. The young Bryce Manny has always been very clever. There's no need for us to speak in circles. I didn't expect that you could catch those people with such ease. Young Bryce Manny, why don't you tell me how you found them? The emir said, glancing at Emilio. The emir merely wanted to establish a good relationship with him. Despite the issues with Shane, the Manny family had not been affected, making the emir realize that Emilio was an invaluable talent. If Emilio could join his team, ascending the throne might be just around the corner. Emilio was no fool. He understood the other intentions behind the emir's words. A smile slowly formed on his lips. So, the emir wants to seek my advice? But who am I, to offer guidance to His Highness the emir? Although I apologized to Dempsey before, I still feel guilty about it. As Emilio spoke, the emir was taken aback, not expecting Emilio to still hold a grudge over that matter, unwilling to let it go even now. The expression on the emir's face stiffened for a moment. After a short pause, he forced a smile. Young Bryce Manny surely understands why I came to find you? Currently, among all in the court, I have the best chance. If young Bryce Manny doesn't mind, I sincerely hope we can become friends. What do you think? Chapter 136. The student surpasses the Ellie. As he spoke, a smile curved Emilio's lips. It was quite obvious that the Amir was openly trying to win over officials within the court. This was rather expected since the Amir was currently the most likely heir to the throne, and he was determined to secure it. However, Havelock's intentions were harder to gauge, especially considering the cruel nature of the Amir. Any association with him might not end well. I need to think about this carefully. After all, this concerns the entire Manny family, and it can't be decided by me alone. What do you think, Dempsey Amir? Emilio's gaze carried a hint of amusement. The Amir paused, then nodded and gently patted Emilio on the shoulder. Since Commander Manny has said so, I will look forward to your decision. Emilio nodded and watched as the Amir's figure disappeared from his sight. Cameron hurried over, glanced at the now empty space, and waved his hand in front of Emilio's eyes. Sir, the Amir is long gone. Emilio nodded again. Sir, you're not really thinking of aligning yourself with the Amir, are you? His heart is truly malicious, and dealing with him. Cameron's eyes showed hesitation. Emilio turned his head in surprise and looked at Cameron. Realizing he might have overstepped, Cameron quickly shut his mouth. Unexpectedly, Emilio gave Cameron a hearty pat on the shoulder. I never thought I'd say this, but after all these years, you've finally shown some sense. Caught off guard by Emilio's praise, Cameron scratched his head in confusion, then couldn't help chuckling. After being by your side for so long, if I hadn't improved at all, wouldn't I disgrace you, sir? Emilio gave him another glance, rubbed his chin thoughtfully, and after some hesitation, replied, It seems you've not only gotten smarter, but also sweeter-tongued after all these years. Emilio then draped an arm around Cameron and headed toward the carriage. He would not associate with the Amir or assist him. He still could not forget Adeline's death. Just for Adeline's sake, he could never side with the Amir. The Dali Empire was already falling apart, and if such a prince were to ascend the throne, Emilio lowered his eyes, a flash of resolve appearing in them. Just as Emilio returned home, Emmanuel rushed over. Another message from the Drake's residence. Emmanuel held a pigeon with a note tied to its leg. Emilio narrowed his eyes slightly. Let it go. Emmanuel frowned, uncertain. Shouldn't we address it? If it falls into the wrong hands, there could be trouble. Emilio couldn't help but scoff. Indeed, it could cause trouble, but it's no longer a concern. Just let it go. Hearing this, Emmanuel released the pigeon, which flew away into the sky. Emmanuel's gaze lingered on Emilio. He had heard whispers about the political turmoil, yet he hadn't expected Emilio to have been planning something significant while staying in the residence these past few days. How did you know? Emmanuel, despite being Emilio's father, now looked like a child eagerly seeking answers. Emilio picked up a teacup and took a sip before slowly looking at Emmanuel. Isn't it simple? I had all their residences searched. That person isn't in the palace, and I figured out that if Havelock wanted to track Diana and me, there'd be easier ways. So, I focused on the eunuchs. Following one of them led me closer to uncovering the mastermind, though I haven't found everyone yet. Upon hearing this, Emmanuel's eyes widened. What? Then why not find them all? After a moment, Emmanuel realized something was amiss. What are you planning? Emmanuel furrowed his brow, while Emilio's lips curled into a smile. Father and son, sharing an unspoken understanding. Do you remember when the Bartolomeo mentioned giving me a marriage decree? Today, he brought it up again. It seems we can't avoid it anymore. Once I'm bound by marriage, I'll be stuck in the capital. As you know, I won't stay here forever. Emilio explained, and Emmanuel lifted his eyes to meet his. So you want to use this matter to reclaim our military power? Are you mad? Have you forgotten why Havelock wanted to take our military power back? He wouldn't give it to us so easily. Emilio's hand gently stroked the rim of the teacup. Of course, he wouldn't give it to me easily. He would love to keep such a good thing by his side and see the Manny family vanish. But he hasn't, because he can't win against me. Emilio paused for a moment, then continued. If things go like this, if those people with tattoos reappear and he still doesn't want to give it to me, what if only I can solve this issue? Emilio raised his eyes, his gaze carrying a hint of ambitiousness. Emmanuel narrowed his eyes slightly. He always knew what kind of person his son was, thoughtful and cunning, but he didn't expect him to have planned this far ahead. Emmanuel couldn't help but feel that his son was surpassing him in more ways than one. Do you really plan to do this? Do you have the confidence? Emmanuel asked. I don't have absolute confidence, but even without it, shouldn't we try? What if we succeed? We can't just sit here waiting for doom. Havelock won't let us off easily. If we want to survive, we must rely on ourselves. If Emilio had said this before, Havelock might have scolded him. But now, Havelock understood clearly that Emilio was right. Emmanuel rubbed his forehead. Fine. These are matters for the younger generation. You do as you please. I'm too old to worry about it anymore. If you've made up your mind, go ahead boldly. The consequences will be on me. Emilio couldn't help but smile. He stood up and began rubbing Emmanuel's shoulders. Thank you. Emmanuel snorted lightly. You say this, but when have you ever told me about your plans? I find it harder and harder to read your mind, boy. Emilio's lips curled into a smile, but he didn't respond further. His gaze remained fixed on something, lost in thought. This time, he was going to take control into his own hands. Chapter 137 Southern Flood. Shane had deep thoughts. At this moment, he hadn't achieved his goal yet. Though Emilio had caught the real culprit behind the scenes, it obviously wasn't what Shane wanted. He was far from satisfied with that. Shane wouldn't give up so easily, as his aim was for the Manny family to disappear. But precisely because of that, Emilio wouldn't let him succeed. Ancient earls were always scheming. While Emilio didn't intend to confront the Nangong people now, that didn't mean he was helpless against Shane. If Shane crossed his line, Emilio would not hold back. Though the current day was already corrupt internally, after Emilio's last operation, it managed to stabilize for a while. Emilio didn't want to disrupt this flourishing appearance of day. Early in the morning, Emilio appeared in front of Wamanlu, Flowerfield Tower. The girls inside waved at Emilio. He stood under the tower with an expressionless face. It was when Adeline was still alive that he first came here. Cameron stood beside Emilio, looking puzzled. Young Ellie, you come to Womanlu so early in the morning? If father finds out, he will surely break our legs. Although Cameron knew that young Ellie's visits to Womanlu were certainly not for vulgar reasons, Emilio had only just managed to rid himself of the name of a good-for-nothing playboy. Emilio turned his head and glanced at Cameron. Don't worry, we're here today for official business. Cameron scratched his head in confusion. Official business? What kind of official business? Just as Emilio raised an eyebrow, ready to speak, a child suddenly bumped into his leg. Emilio turned his head and saw the child sitting on the ground, dazedly staring at him and rubbing his forehead. The child was covered in dust, seemingly homeless. Cameron walked over to the child, helped him up, and patted the dust off his clothes. Watch where you're going. Do you know who you're standing in front of? This is the capital's #1 playboy. You hit him. Be careful. He might chop you into pieces. Cameron made an exaggerated face, scaring the child into staring at him tearfully and fearfully. Emilio glanced at Cameron, then sighed helplessly. Where did you learn those tricks? Look how scared the child is. Emilio squatted down, gently holding the child's hand. The child stared at him for a while before finally holding back tears. Don't hit me. I'll leave now. Saying this, the child immediately turned around. Seeing a dirty steamed bun on the ground nearby, without hesitation, he ran over, picked it up, and stuffed it into his mouth. Emilio paused, and Cameron moved even faster, pulling the child's hand away. What's wrong with you, kid? Eating food from the ground? Cameron's face carried some concern, while the child looked bewildered. Where are your parents? Why would they leave you alone on the street? It's dangerous. Before the child could reply, Emilio answered for him, slowly standing up with a slightly dark look in his eyes. He's a beggar. His parents are probably long gone. Hearing this, Cameron looked up at Emilio, surprised. How did you know that, young Ellie? Emilio pursed his lips, turning away from the child, with a trace of concealed anger in his heart. Look at what he's wearing. It's impossible he has parents. He must have wandered to the capital. There were floods in the south recently, leading to many influenza outbreaks. Emilio realized this only now. Looking at the ragged clothes the child wore, he guessed he had fled here. For a child to reach the capital, he must have suffered greatly along the way. Cameron felt very distressed hearing this. Can we take this child back to Elysian? Don't worry. I'll use my own money to support him, suggested Cameron. Emilio glanced at him. Emilio knew why Cameron did this, as Cameron had been a beggar in his childhood. If Emmanuel hadn't saved him, Cameron wouldn't be alive now. Therefore, seeing this child reminded Cameron of his past, making him want to take the child in, just like being taken in back then. Seeing Emilio's indifferent look, Cameron lowered his head, reminding himself that he was merely a servant and had no right. Lost in thought, Cameron took out all the money he had and placed it in the child's hand. I didn't say I wouldn't take him back. Do you think I'm the kind of person who would do that, Cameron? Besides, haven't I told you before? Between us, it's like brothers. If you want to take him, take him. The Manny family mansion can't be afraid of having one more mouth to feed, can it? Emilio said this because he recalled the current floods in the south. Manic Carlo, during his birthday celebrations, was extravagantly wasting money. If those funds were used for flood relief in the south, perhaps it could have helped with the disaster. But apparently, Shane cared nothing about it. Emilio had only learned of the severity this morning and hadn't expected it to be this bad. As Emilio spoke, Cameron couldn't help but raise his head, staring at Emilio with fiery eyes. The gaze was so intense that Emilio had to lower his head. What? Are you very moved? Cameron immediately nodded his head. Previously, Cameron felt that Emilio was different from other young masters, but now he realized it even more. Those other young masters had lived their lives in luxury since childhood, truly born with silver spoons in their mouths, so they didn't care or pay attention to the hardships of common people. Seeing such people, they even thought them filthy. But Emilio was different. Cameron always gained much knowledge from Emilio. At this moment, Cameron was more certain than ever that he must stay by Emilio's side. He might never meet someone like Emilio again in his life. The child didn't realize he had been spared a life, still holding the bun in his hands, staring at Emilio in confusion. Cameron pulled the child next to himself. Ellie, who are you waiting for? Emilio turned his head and hearing the voice beside him, slowly curved his lips. He pointed to the palanquin being carried over and the Imperial guards behind it. Look, the person I'm waiting for has arrived. As Emilio spoke, Cameron saw a hand slowly reach out from the palanquin. Delicate and fair fingers, indicating the owner inside was certainly of high rank. But when the curtain of the palanquin was lifted to reveal Diana's face, Cameron couldn't help but widen his eyes. Chapter 138. The person they were waiting for has arrived. No way, we've already taken care of that matter. Why is Diana still following us? Cameron couldn't help trembling slightly. Having witnessed her methods at the banquet, this woman was simply insane. And at this moment, Emilio also laughed uncontrollably when he heard Cameron speak. Emilio patted Cameron on the shoulder heavily. Don't think like that. She's actually quite nice. We owe her and concubine Haley a lot for last time, Emilio said, and Cameron widened his eyes. Diana being good? That was absolutely absurd. Diana and Emilio had similar reputations, both belonging to the frivolous kind. Only Diana was even more so. She relied on her Rosanna status and Shane's favor, acting arrogantly in the palace. Apart from the Brenton, almost no one could control her. As long as someone slightly displeased her, she would immediately whip them harshly with her whip. Therefore, whether inside or outside the palace, Diana's reputation was extremely poor. Upon hearing Emilio say that just now, Cameron felt especially surprised. However, after thinking about it, Cameron realized that Emilio's reputation had previously been equally bad, but after interacting with him, he found out that those people were talking nonsense. Emilio was simply the best person in the world. Perhaps Diana might be different as well. Diana was holding a long whip, dressed in tight-fitting attire without any Rosanna-like mannerisms. Her long hair was tied into a high ponytail, and she approached Emilio with visible joy on her face. Emilio greeted her with a bow. Thank you for troubling you today, Diana. Diana casually waved her hand with excitement, still lingering on her face. What are you talking about? I've been wanting to do something like this for a long time. Thanks to you for getting me to talk to father about this. He has agreed. Rest assured, I will dismantle Huaman Tower today. Diana stared directly at Huaman Tower, as if she wanted to slice it into pieces. Cameron, standing by the side, shivered for a moment. Emilio smiled faintly, seeming to have chosen the right person. You mentioned earlier that Huaman Tower forced innocent women into prostitution. Is that true? Diana glanced at Emilio, her tone carrying some heaviness. Emilio's expression also softened somewhat. To be honest, due to Great Jeremiah's issue, I once entered Huaman Tower where I accidentally befriended a girl named Adeline who used to be the top courtesan here. That girl was indeed forced into prostitution, and she told me what happened in Huaman Tower. I've wanted to do something about this before, but I never got the chance. Now that I've met Diana and you're willing to help me, I am extremely grateful. I believe the other girls in Huaman Tower would also be delighted to hear this. It was during one night when Emilio was drunk that he learned of this incident. At that time, he intended to bring Adeline out, but ultimately failed. Adeline's soul and body remained forever locked in this seemingly luxurious Huaman Tower. Today, Emilio was determined to tear down Huaman Tower and let Adeline know that her efforts were meaningful. Of course, Emilio had refrained from acting earlier because the person behind Huaman Tower was the Brinton, a fact he did not tell Diana or Shane. Having fallen out with the Brinton was indeed not good, so he could only rely on Diana to complete this task. Surely, a wise Brinton wouldn't expose this matter. A Brinton forcing innocent women into prostitution and profiting from a brothel was utterly despicable. Thinking of this, Emilio clenched his fists unconsciously. Diana beside him didn't seem to be in a much better mood either. I once went into Huaman Tower, and it was filthy beyond words. No one could bear entering it a second time. I didn't realize it was this bad. If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known. Thank you for bringing this to my attention, Diana said and whipped the ground fiercely with her whip, raising clouds of dust. People nearby were startled by the loud sound, casting their gazes over. Some recognized Diana and looked even worse. So, let's go. This depends on you, Diana, Emilio said. Diana gave a cold snort, obviously very satisfied with Emilio's attitude. She walked boldly ahead while the guards pushed aside anyone blocking the road. This scene was extraordinarily brutal. The sight of such a large entourage stunned the officials indulging in pleasure within the tower. They tried to escape but were blocked inside by the guards. The elderly woman in charge of Huaman Tower couldn't help but show a hint of confusion on her face when she saw this scene. Who are you? Why are you here at my Huaman Tower? That woman's face had a few wrinkles, her cloudy eyes staring intently at Emilio and Diana. Clearly, she did not recognize them. Diana's expression turned sour as she stared at Alma. Her voice carried a tinge of disdain. Who do you think you are to ask me that? She let out a light humph, and Eleanor's expression became even more unpleasant. Do you know where this is? How dare you come here to cause trouble? As Alma spoke, Emilio understood why she held such an attitude. It was because the one backing Huaman Tower was the Brinton. Apart from Bartolomeo Shane, who could be more powerful than the Brinton. Therefore, no one mattered to her. This very attitude also led to those girls being forced into prostitution without any way out. After all, to someone of such high status, those girls were no different from ants. However, Emilio despised such treatment. Diana, with her always arrogant and domineering character, clearly held particular disdain for this kind of attitude towards women. She whipped the ground beside Eleanor, who screamed in fright, clutching her heart and looking at Diana with panic. So what if I came here to cause trouble? Let me tell you, I am Diana, and who can stop me from doing what I want? I carry the Bartolomeo's orders. Huaman Tower forces innocent women into prostitution. I am here to destroy it. Upon hearing it was Diana, Alma's complexion instantly changed from pale to white, clearly not expecting that the person standing before her was actually the legendary arrogant and domineering Diana who lacked martial virtue. No wonder the long whip felt so familiar to her. Seemingly realizing this, Alma forced a smile on her lips. Her demeanor was no longer the same as before. Instead, it carried a fake, insincere smile. Chapter 139. Coercing the virtuous into prostitution. Diana, I believe you must be mistaken. My establishment, Huaman has been running for many years. How could we possibly engage in coercing the virtuous into prostitution? Such deeds are beyond our capacity. Those around them turned their gazes to this scene. Some were officials' children who had been caught by Diana in broad daylight within Huaman. If this became known to others, it would undoubtedly tarnish their reputations. Is there, or is there not such an incident? A simple question will reveal the truth. What do you have to fear? Diana scoffed coldly. The elderly woman of Huaman face tightened at these words. Diana, you may ask as you wish. This place has operated for so long without any coercion of innocence. As she said this, her eyes swept over a row of young women nearby. The faces of these young women turned pale green. They exchanged glances, then timidly lowered their heads and all shook their heads. They could not speak, but Emilio knew they were coerced. They dared not resist, for if they did, endless torment would await them. The elderly woman seemed to have anticipated this. At this moment, Diana's expression turned grim upon seeing the demeanor of the girls. She naturally knew Emilio was telling the truth, yet their cowardice infuriated her. Diana pointed at her whip and took a few steps toward one of the girls. I ask you, does Huaman engage in coercing the virtuous into prostitution? Are you here willingly, or were you forced? She paused, and after some hesitation, the girl lifted her eyes, seemingly looking at Alma. But moments later, she firmly shook her head. We all came here willingly, she declared with conviction. This made Diana even angrier. She lashed her whip violently against the ground, instantly shattering a chair beside her. Emilio understood Diana's fury, but he also understood the girls. They merely wanted to survive. Manny Chung slightly pursed his lips and gently tapped his palm. Then his gaze suddenly shifted to a corner. Earlier, he had sensed someone watching him, and now he spotted a fleeting figure. His lips slowly curved into a smile. With a slight tap of his foot, Emilio leaped up onto the floor above, grabbed a man, and hurled him down. The fall from that height wasn't very high, but Yale still landed on the ground in agony. Huaman had thrived for years, frequented by officials and nobles who spent considerable amounts of money. They could predict that filthy activities might occur here. Narrowing his eyes, Emilio glanced at Jolie in the corner. Simone's clothes were torn, tears streaking her face. She hid in the corner, appearing extremely pained, covered in scars. Upon seeing Emilio, she trembled, cowering further into the shadows. Emilio sighed softly. He slowly approached Eleanor, tore off his robe, and covered her with it. Though her wounds were concealed, Emilio noticed the scars left by torture. Some fresh injuries suggested they were caused by Yale, who fell from upstairs. Feeling warmth, Eleanor looked up at Emilio, surprise flashing in her eyes. Momentarily, she quickly wrapped herself tightly in the robe. Emilio ignored her and jumped back downstairs. The man lying on the ground gradually recovered, struggling to stand. He was Silas, the young master of the Imperial Censor's residence. Frustrated over matters in Mani City, Silas sought solace in Huaman with drinks. Having chosen a girl, he became irritable thinking about Emilio and took out his frustrations on her. Midway through his actions, he was dragged out of the room, utterly embarrassed. Seeing Emilio and Diana below, he grew even more enraged. "Are you mad, Emilio? How dare you treat me like this?" Silas flicked his disheveled hair and snarled fiercely at Emilio. Diana stood aside, noticing a hint of amusement in Emilio's eyes. "I never thought that the young master of the Imperial Censor's family would have such tastes. Public debauchery indeed. Silas, you are impressive. But no need to be angry. If I had known you were here, I would have chosen another time to visit. Initially, I only wanted to greet you politely, but it seems your body is too delicate, leading to your fall from upstairs." Emilio was clearly talking nonsense. Everyone present had seen his actions just now. It was Emilio who threw that young Master Zhang from upstairs. Now, he was simply lying in public. Hearing these words, the young Master Zhang couldn't help gasping for breath, his eyes rolling back. "You ask everyone here. Weren't you being intentional just now? When did I fall on my own? Emilio, you are uttering lies. Don't think no one can punish you." Silas had a volatile temper. Now, made to look so miserable by Emilio, he naturally couldn't endure it. Emilio raised an eyebrow and folded his hands behind his back. "Eli Zhang accuses me like this. It really hurts my heart. Why not ask the others present? Was it you falling on your own, or me throwing you down?" Emilio's gaze swept over everyone present. However, those people just lowered their heads, not daring to say a word. If it were earlier, they would have certainly stood with Silas. But now, after what had just happened, the fact that Emilio caught the true culprit behind the scenes had spread throughout the city. Currently, Diana and the Amir were both siding with Emilio, who was even a favorite of Bartolomeo Shane. How could they dare defy his orders? Compared to a mere censor, obviously flattering Emilio was more important. Seeming to understand the underlying reasons, a few people already stood up and said to Silas, "Eli Zhang, we saw it clearly just now. It was you who fell on your own. How can you blame someone else? Manya, Eli Zhang, perhaps you drank too much. Benedictal Eli Mani is straightforward. How could he do such a thing? Eli Zhang, you should shut up." Their words made Silas feel as if his heart was suffocating. He clutched his heart and pointed at them, cursing loudly. "You people are truly disloyal. Seeing Emilio is currently favored, you all flatter him, forgetting how you spoke about him behind his back just the other day?" Silas seemed to have also drunk too much, his face flushed. Hearing everyone side with Emilio, he suddenly choked, pointing at them, ready to expose everything about them. Chapter 140. Always bearing grudges. One of them, upon hearing this, immediately panicked. They all knew Emilio for his ruthlessness, and at present, Emilio was Carlo's favorite. Even if something had been said earlier, it couldn't be repeated in front of Emilio now. One person quickly stepped forward and clamped a hand over Silas's mouth. His face showed a hint of apology as he looked at Emilio. "Apologies, young Eli Mani. I think he must have had too much to drink and hence spoke recklessly. Rest assured, I've covered his mouth and won't let him say another word." Emilio couldn't quite place him, but vaguely remembered that he seemed to have been among the group with Silas at the banquet before. Emilio still remembered how that group ridiculed him back then. Now they were changing their tune so easily. Anyone who didn't know better might think they had multiple personalities. But Emilio was also skilled in such matters. He curved his lips slightly and nodded. "I understand. However, today's events at Huaman Building will be hard to hide. If you gentlemen truly have these inclinations, it would be best to break the habit soon." As Emilio spoke, he took 2 steps forward and gently gripped Silas's hand. To onlookers, he smiled warmly, holding Silas's hand as if they were brothers in arms with deep camaraderie. But in Silas's eyes, Emilio's stare was bloodshot, and he felt as if his wrist was about to shatter, the bones inside seemingly cracking. Clearly, Emilio was applying immense force, but with his mouth covered, Silas could only emit muffled sounds of pain, unable to speak coherently. Emilio held his hand like this for a while before finally letting go. Seeing Emilio willing to let them off, Yale nodded immediately. "As you say, young Eli Mani." Emilio smiled faintly, stretching his hand behind him to wipe it on his clothes, feeling utterly dirty. He did this because Silas had treated that woman in a similar manner earlier, using his privileged status to be so cruel. Emilio detested such behavior and decided to use authority similarly against others. He wanted Silas to taste the same treatment. The old woman saw that the situation was gradually under control and stepped forward with her usual smile. "Who knows where such rumors originated? Perhaps there has been some misunderstanding between the two of you. But since you're here, why don't we all enjoy ourselves at Huaman Building? My courtesans are top-notch. I'm sure there will be someone to your liking." The old woman caught sight of Diana and added, "I failed to recognize this young lady is Diana. She pretended to slap her own face in apology, though not too hard. Diana couldn't help but huff softly, finding the act ridiculous. The old woman paid no heed to Diana's attitude and slowly approached her ear, whispering, "Huaman building also has some exquisite young men. I'm sure Diana would find them pleasing." Upon hearing this, Diana's face darkened, then flushed red. She lashed out fiercely with her whip, striking Alma, causing her to scream in pain and fall to the ground. Emilio watched the fallen old woman and furrowed his brows slightly. Although he hadn't experienced the lash himself, he felt its power during their last sparring session. It left no scars but caused immense pain. The old woman, clearly pampered and delicate, writhed in agony from the blow, which Emilio found somewhat contemptible. Diana glared at Alma writhing on the ground. "Do you take me for someone else? How dare you recommend such things to me? Watch me flay you alive." With that, she was about to strike again with her whip when Emilio suddenly grabbed her wrist. Diana glanced sideways at him. Emilio shook his head. They were here to catch these people, not cause fatalities, which wouldn't serve Diana well. Realizing Emilio's intentions, Diana huffed and retracted her whip. "I tell you this, if any of you dares to mention today's incident at Huaman building, I will spread it verbatim and ensure your infamy lasts forever." Diana crossed her arms, a smile playing on her lips, though her eyes remained cold. The young masters present trembled visibly. This would utterly ruin their reputations. Among them were some from noble families with excellent reputations, and they were admired for their elegance. If this incident became public, their reputations would be destroyed, and no virtuous lady would dare marry into their families. But these words came from Diana, and no matter how dissatisfied they felt, they had to suppress it. Diana was very satisfied with the people's quail-like attitude. Then she turned to look at Emilio. Even though she knew Emilio hadn't lied to her, and that the girls inside were indeed forced into prostitution, these girls wouldn't speak up unless encouraged. Emilio pursed his lips and nodded slightly. "Every lady, the one standing beside me is Diana, who has come here by the Bartolomeo's order. If you were indeed forced into prostitution, or have any grievances, you can tell Diana. I, Emilio, swear that if there really is coercion, once you tell me, I will ensure your safety and prevent you from being harmed." Emilio's voice was loud enough to be heard throughout Huaman building. The girls present looked at each other. They all wanted to speak out, but no one dared to be the first. They weren't unaware of Emilio's fame, nor did they doubt Diana's sincerity in helping them, but they feared more that speaking up would lead to trouble. The old woman on the ground shot venomous glares at the girls as if silently threatening them. Emilio took 2 steps forward and inadvertently stepped on Alma's hand, causing her to scream in pain. Only then did Emilio seem to notice, stepping back with an apologetic look. "Sorry, I didn't see and hurt your hand. Why are you still on the ground? Perhaps you're not feeling well?" Chapter 141. Overflowing Grievance. No amount of kind words could soothe Alma. She could only silently endure her suffering. Manet, there was still a young lady present who dared not speak up. Emilio furrowed his brow slightly. Had he been too hasty? Should this matter be handled gradually? However, Emilio did not have much time. Emilio did not want to waste time on this matter. He wasn't a great philanthropist either. If these young ladies were reluctant to speak up, he wouldn't force them. After all, everyone has their own fate. He couldn't change everyone's destiny or protect everyone. All he could do was try to help as best as he could within limits, but it was ultimately their own lives and choices. Thinking this, Emilio lowered his head and sighed. Suddenly, a timid female voice came from the second floor. "We were forced." Simone, wearing Emilio's coat, was none other than the one Emilio had rescued earlier. Despite her bruises and tears streaming down her face, she was crying in deep sorrow. She turned to the other girls. "Sisters, today we have the support of young Ellie, Manny, and Diana. We should reveal all the truth now. I don't wish to live like this any longer. At worst, death is the end. Today, I will confess everything." She wiped her tears away, her gaze growing more resolute. "I was just an ordinary girl. My mother was seriously ill, and my father supported me through selling cloth. 5 years ago, my father also fell ill. To treat him, I spent all our savings. Later, they caught me and brought me here to Flowerfield building. I've been here ever since. I did think of escaping, but I never managed to. For 5 years, I sat in that small room, gazing at the sky outside. There was no one to help us. If we tried to escape and got caught, we would be beaten severely. Our lives were in their hands." Her eyes blazed with hatred as she stared at Alma on the ground. 3 years ago, I asked someone to check on my parents for me. Since I came to Flowerfield building, I had entrusted her to send some money to them. That money was hard-earned over a long period. I thought she would deliver it, but later I found out all the silver ended up in her pocket. My parents had already died by then, their bodies dumped into a common grave wrapped only in a straw mat. Each word was laced with intense resentment. Hearing this made Emilio's heart ache. Isn't this just like imprisonment? Emilio always knew about the rules in Flowerfield building and the dark, despicable deeds in this city. But when such atrocities appeared before him, he still felt powerless. Diana widened her eyes in surprise, a trace of astonishment flashing in her eyes. Benedicting in the palace, she knew human nature could be evil, but she never imagined it could reach such depths. As a pampered Rosanna, she naturally didn't understand how difficult life could be for common people. At this moment, Diana suddenly understood what Emilio wanted to change. "Are you mad? Accusing me falsely just to get out of here? Diana, please listen. That woman has been unstable mentally lately. What she says now is fabricated. I've never done anything like this. Her parents died before she entered Flowerfield building. It has nothing to do with me. Please, Rena, give me justice." As Alma grabbed Diana's leg, Diana kicked her away angrily. "How dare you touch me again?" Diana shuddered in disgust, shaking her sleeves. The other girls, seeing someone standing up, began to cry along. Many women stood up and shared their own stories. Benedictioning to these painful revelations, Emilio felt a pang in his heart, clenching his fists tightly. Diana also clenched her whip, glaring fiercely at Alma. Emilio looked up at Eleanor on the second floor. She smiled faintly at him, as if finally feeling at peace. Everyone else in the room was stunned by her confession, unsure of the true nature behind flower-filled building. Even if they knew, they wouldn't do anything since it didn't harm their interests. Do you have anything else to say? So many girls have spoken up. Could it be that they were all forced? How outrageous. In the capital city, you dare to do such things. Aren't you afraid of being caught? Diana squatted down and stared straight at Alma, who showed a hint of guilt on her face. Diana, please understand. These lowly creatures are saying such things just to escape. The old woman glared fiercely at the women, but Diana sneered coldly. Whether their stories are fabricated or not, I will find out by checking their families. Do you really think I'm a fool? Diana said. She had come here originally to help Emilio, partly because she had long been displeased with flower-filled building. She was also bored in the palace and wanted some amusement, but she didn't expect this revelation to unearth the long-buried pain of those girls. Upon hearing this, Alma grabbed Diana's sleeve, her face filled with panic. She leaned close to Diana's ear, her voice trembling. Diana, the master behind flower-filled building is His Royal Highness the Emir. Please show mercy. If the Emir finds out. As Alma spoke, Diana's eyes widened as she stared at Alma. After a moment, she grabbed Alma by the collar. What did you say? Dare you lie to me? Diana's tone carried immense anger. Emilio stood to the side, slightly frowning. He had heard what Alma said earlier, though her voice wasn't loud. Emilio could still hear her clearly. Chapter 142. A place of luxurious degradation. Although Diana knew that the Emir had always been ruthless and unscrupulous in achieving his goals, she never expected that the mastermind behind Womanlu would be him. Her first reaction was disbelief, yet even in disbelief, she sensed this might indeed be the truth. The old woman paused, hastily pleading for mercy. Diana, how could I dare to deceive you? What I've said is all true. Please spare me. The old woman knew well the temper of Diana. If she wanted someone dead, who would dare to say anything? At this moment, Diana gripped her sleeve tightly, biting her lip, her face unusually grim. Emilio, leave this matter to you. After saying this, Diana turned to leave, but was pulled back by Emilio. Lowering her head, she looked at her wrist held by him. When she raised her eyes, she saw anger in Emilio's eyes. What are you doing? Her eyes were already bloodshot as she spoke. Emilio took a few steps closer to Diana and then slowly said. Their voices were low, barely audible to those around them. You know what she said is true, don't you? To force virtuous women into prostitution without being discovered. Think about how powerful the person behind it must be. You clearly know that if you confront the Emir now, what will happen if he admits it? And if he denies it, what then? Diana, you have always lived within the palace walls. Perhaps you aren't clear on these matters, but I advise you to think carefully. You should be aware that your current situation isn't any better than mine. Emilio was a clever man, and so was Diana. She knew very well that Shane did not trust her or their group. If Shane found an opportunity, the Drake might no longer be their protector. Then, what would become of Diana? She also knew that once the Emir ascended the throne, the Drake would be a major threat to him. Given the Emir's nature, how would he deal with the Drake? How would he deal with her? She wasn't unaware of these thoughts, but she hadn't dared to think too deeply about them. Now, Emilio was trying to push her to accept this reality. Diana stared at Emilio with reddened eyes. After a while, it seemed she understood. Taking a deep breath, she looked at Emilio, her voice hoarse. I understand. I won't ask him. Can we let go now? Diana said this, and Emilio lowered his gaze. He immediately released her wrist. Sorry. He said this, and Diana nodded lightly. And thus, those involved in Womanlu did not remain unpunished. According to Diana's methods, those who committed evil deeds were tortured and thrown into prison, while the girls forced into prostitution were freed. Standing before Womanlu, Emilio gazed at the bold three characters above it. This place had once been so prosperous, almost like a luxurious den of vice. If not for the Emir, perhaps by Emilio's side now would be Adeline, and perhaps Adeline could have witnessed this scene herself. Clenching his fist tightly, this enmity had never left his mind, and one day, he would exact his revenge. The girls stood nearby in bright clothing, while Diana and Emilio held torches before Womanlu. Are you ready? Diana asked, and Emilio slowly smiled. He then threw the torch into Womanlu. Instantly, numerous torches were thrown inside, and the girls watched Womanlu burn, their faces streaked with tears. This place, which had confined and tormented them for years, finally crumbled like a prison. In the crowd, Jolie dressed in blue approached Emilio. Unlike the other sobbing women, Manny, on behalf of all the girls from Womanlu, thank you. You saved us. Simone said this, and Emilio turned to look at her. You shouldn't thank me, he said, and Eleanor was taken aback, puzzled by Emilio's words. Emilio smiled bitterly. If you truly want to thank someone, thank Adeline. If not for her, I wouldn't have known about the situation here, and I wouldn't have helped you. Hearing this, Eleanor seemed to understand. Her voice choked with emotion. Do you know where Adeline is? Simone asked, and Emilio nodded. Simone, moved, grabbed his wrist, her eyes brimming with tears and red from crying. Where is Adeline now? Simone asked. Clearly she didn't know that Adeline had already died. It seemed that Adeline was caught and her body placed at the door of Manny's residence, while they were trapped inside and unaware of her fate. Emilio hesitated for a moment before he slowly spoke. Adeline is no longer with us. As Emilio spoke, Eleanor's expression froze at his words. Then she took 2 bewildered steps backward. How could this be? Adeline told me someone would come to take her out. She told me, and after that, I didn't see her again. I thought she had really succeeded. Emilio paused in surprise, lifting his head to look at Eleanor in front of him. Adeline told you someone would take her out? Simone immediately nodded, and upon hearing this, Emilio also made a guess. He clenched his fists tightly, thinking it must have been the Emir's men who deceived Adeline into doing these things. His fingertips were turning pale. He felt guilty towards Adeline. It was because of him that Adeline was implicated. Emilio took Eleanor to Adeline's grave. Adeline had once been their close friend, and Emilio thought Adeline would want to see them. Afterward, Emilio let the girls leave Womanlu. They shouldn't waste their lives in that place. Emilio also returned to Manny's residence. Cameron looked at the somewhat dejected Emilio. Young Ellie, you can't entirely blame yourself for what happened. If anyone is to be blamed, it should be those cunning ones. And you've done so much already. You don't need to imprison yourself in this matter any longer. Others might not know how Emilio felt, but Cameron had been with him for so long, understanding him and knowing that he had been blaming himself over this matter. In Cameron's view, Emilio didn't need to feel this way. Emilio glanced at him. That was a life. No matter what I do now, it cannot make up for it. Forget it. What's past is past. There's no point in over-blaming myself now. Emilio knew that the only thing he could do now was to avenge Adeline. Beside him, Cameron held a dirty little boy who blinked his bright eyes. I want to eat something. Chapter 143, The Grand Feast. The little boy seemed a bit frightened, nervously tugging at the corner of his coat during dinner. Hearing a voice, he lowered his head, and Emilio squatted down with him. Emilio squatted down, his eyes staring intently at the little boy. Do you want to eat something? Anything you want is here. As Emilio spoke, his gaze carried a touch of gentleness. Upon hearing this, the little boy's eyes widened in disbelief. Really? Emilio nodded, and the little boy immediately grabbed the edge of Emilio's clothes. Before long, the little boy was already seated at a large table covered with numerous dishes. It was practically a grand feast. Emilio looked at the table filled with dishes, his eyes fixed on the little boy, who appeared somewhat uneasy. With a small voice, can I eat them? Emilio paused for a moment, then smiled naturally and nodded. Once he confirmed it with Emilio, the little boy immediately picked up a bun beside him and stuffed it into his mouth as if afraid that eating any later would mean missing out. His movements were quick and rough. He didn't even use chopsticks. Cameron wanted to stop him but was restrained by Emilio. Let him finish eating first. We'll wait until he's done, Emilio said, and after hesitating for a while, Cameron withdrew his hand. As the little boy ate, he started crying. Crumbs clung to the corners of his mouth, and tears fell onto the table. Emilio paused. Why are you crying? Is the food not tasty? Emilio was puzzled. These dishes were prepared by people from their household, and they were always of great quality. Could it be that the taste didn't suit him? As Emilio thought, the little boy's sobs turned into loud cries. No, it's too good. Can I take these things away? Please, they're all about to starve to death. Though sobbing, the little boy's words were still clear enough for Emilio to understand. Emilio furrowed his brows slightly. You mean taking these things to people you know? Where are they now? Emilio asked. He knew that since there was a child from the capital, it indicated the southern flood had forced them to move. Those people should have come here as well, but why had he only seen this child in the capital? The little boy raised his head, his eyes still fixed on Emilio, a tear hanging at the corner of his eye. Perhaps because he was too full, he let out a burp. They're all outside, blocked by those people from entering. They sent me in here, but they can't come in. They've been hungry for many days, and they're sick. Brother, please, can I take these dishes out? I'll do anything you ask. Hearing this, Emilio looked at the child. Just a few-year-old kid could manage to say such heart-wrenching words. Emilio's face turned grim. He originally thought the southern flood wasn't that severe, yet they were being blocked from coming in. Were they trying to hide the news from the capital? It was an incredibly malicious act. Emilio clenched his fists tightly until his knuckles turned white. Cameron glanced at Emilio. Emilio gently touched the boy's forehead. Don't worry, you don't need to be anxious. You can eat this. Later, I will arrange more food for your relatives, okay? Upon hearing this, the little boy's eyes widened suddenly. Brother, you really mean it? Emilio nodded. The little boy seemed surprised at Emilio's words, and thus stuffed all the dishes on the table into his mouth. After some time, he sat in the chair, holding his round belly and letting out a belch. Looking at the boy like this, Emilio couldn't help feeling heartache. At that moment, footsteps came from the doorway. Emmanuel pushed open the door and, upon seeing the scene inside, raised his eyebrows in surprise. I heard the servants say you found a child outside. Is this him? Emmanuel mentioned, though what he had heard was not just about the child, but also about Womanlu. However, he did not mention it as he knew the death of Adeline had left Emilio extremely guilty. He didn't want to bring it up and make Emilio recall those painful memories again. Emilio stood up. Cameron, take him to prepare the supplies. Cameron nodded immediately, picked up the little boy, and walked out the door. In no time, only Emilio and Emmanuel were left in the room. Have you heard about the flood in Xiongnu? Emilio asked, and Emmanuel nodded, stroking his beard. I also just received the news this morning. The flood in Xiongnu is extremely severe, and there are already people infected. I fear it will be uncontrollable after some time. Emilio nodded. Not many people in the capital know about this yet. It seems someone has sealed off the news. Majesty pursed her lips slightly. Both of them had thought of this. Emilio raised his head and looked at Emmanuel. Perhaps this is a good opportunity for us. Emmanuel glanced at him, then snorted and sat down on the nearby chair. I know what you want to do. You want to take this chance to slip away, but what if I'm not willing? Moreover, with the severity of the flood in Xiongnu, if you fail to handle it properly, it will only lead to more trouble, and even give Havelock an opportunity. Don't you understand? Hearing Emmanuel's words, Emilio lowered his gaze. Of course, he understood. But before this, he was still hesitant. However, after seeing that child, he knew he had to go. He wouldn't be able to trust anyone else with the task. I must go, Emilio said firmly. The room fell silent. After a long while, Emmanuel spoke again. I heard that once infected by the epidemic over there, death isn't far off. You know how much your mother worries about you. If she finds out, she definitely won't agree. Rosalie always doted on her son. If it weren't for her, Emilio wouldn't have been able to maintain his frivolous appearance. Emilio naturally understood that Rosalie was worried about him, and he also knew that Emmanuel's tone implied he would agree. Emilio lifted his head, a confident smile playing on his lips. So I still need to rely on father. Emmanuel was silent for a moment, then he slammed his hand on the table and stood up. Now you know my worth? Emilio smiled. Emmanuel didn't waste any more words and left the room directly. After resolving the matter here, Emilio immediately went to find Cameron. Cameron had already prepared everything. He brought over a dozen servants, each carrying 2 large lunchboxes. Seeing this scene, Emilio couldn't help but nod in satisfaction and lightly patted Cameron on the shoulder. Good job. Chapter 144. Escape Benedict. A cicada shedding its shell. Cameron scratched his head, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Emilio stood at the front, and he strode forward, just opening the gate of the Manny residence. A crowd was already waiting outside, which made Emilio frown slightly. He had no idea when the Manny residence had become so popular that so many people would come calling. Seeing Emilio, the butler immediately approached him. What's going on here? Emilio asked. The butler wiped sweat from his forehead. These people claim to be managers of various officials' households, bringing numerous gifts. But young master instructed me to return all the gifts, and they refused to leave, blocking the entrance. Being the butlers of other officials, they naturally couldn't be driven away directly. However, these thick-skinned individuals pressed around Emilio, causing him to frown deeper. He knew very well why these officials were acting this way. Emilio had been rising rapidly in influence, and these people, who had previously tried to embarrass Emilio, thought he would suffer because of that incident. Unexpectedly, not only did Emilio avoid trouble, but he also handled the matter splendidly. Naturally, they now wanted to curry favor with him, for his future looked bright. As Emilio pondered this, a voice sounded beside him. Following the voice, he saw an elderly butler, well over 100 years old, squeezing through the crowd with his bulky figure. Bryce Manny, I am the steward of the Censorate household. These are specially selected gifts from my master, hoping you will accept them. My master especially instructed that the previous misunderstandings should not hinder future cooperation. Hearing it was from the Censorate household, Emilio frowned. He smiled faintly, never expecting that Chavez from the Censorate household to send anything. It seemed they truly feared him now. Emilio didn't feel much joy at their attitude. Instead, he felt somewhat disappointed. If they had shown more resolve, perhaps there might still be hope for the Day Dynasty. The Censorate household? I never expected that Censorate Aren would pay me such attention and even send gifts. Since it's like this, I shall indeed accept them, Emilio said. After speaking, Emilio waved his hand. Hearing this, the butler's eyes widened as he moved closer, thinking Emilio hadn't heard him clearly. Young master, the Lord said not to accept. Emilio glanced at him. I know, but I insist on accepting all their gifts and recording each one in detail. Understand? The butler was taken aback but nodded. After all, the Manny family was not what it used to be. Now he was favored by Carlo, and had a different appearance compared to before. Upon hearing this, those people immediately smiled and hurriedly placed their gifts before Emilio. Seeing the pile of gifts, Emilio's face revealed a hint of amusement. After instructing the butler to record the names of those who gave gifts, Emilio left with Cameron toward the outskirts of the city. Along the way, Cameron, after some contemplation, finally asked Emilio. He walked briskly beside Emilio, leading a child by the hand. Sir, why do you want to accept these things? How will we deal with them later if we do? Isn't this giving them a reason to harm us later? Moreover, if Carlo hears about this... Having been with Emilio for so long, Cameron had matured and understood Carlo's current attitude toward the Manny family. Although others might see the Manny family as Carlo's favorite, Cameron knew too well that any misstep could give Adolf an excuse to eliminate them. This was an excellent opportunity, yet why did Emilio choose to step into this fire pit? Of course, Cameron didn't think Emilio was unaware of his concerns. Emilio was far smarter than he was. But precisely because of that, Cameron was even more curious. Emilio narrowed his eyes. Do you really think the ones benefiting from sending these gifts are those officials? Perhaps they have this intention, but I believe it's more likely the doing of the Amir. Emilio spoke with certainty, and Cameron's eyes widened in surprise. The Amir's instruction? But why would he do this? Wasn't this handing benefits to them? Such a generous gesture didn't seem like something the Amir would do. Do you think he's foolish? Once these things are in our hands, if Adolf finds out, it doesn't matter whether it's the Amir's instruction or not. It will be useless. Adolf will use this as a pretext to strike against our Manny family. How would we defend ourselves? He's using us to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. So do you think the Manny family should still accept them? Emilio and his group had already arrived at the city gate. Cameron took out a token and showed it to the guard, who immediately let them pass. Once outside the city gate, Emilio's voice sounded slowly. Precisely because of this, we must accept the gifts. Only by letting the Amir know that we have fallen for his trap will he stop. If I refuse, then endless troubles will follow us. You know I hate trouble more than anything. Instead of enduring it, it's better to accept them. Emilio paused. Though we've accepted them, can't we simply re-gift them to others? Cameron scratched his head, clearly puzzled, unable to follow Emilio's logic. Re-gift to whom? Diana? Hearing this, Emilio smiled slightly and glanced to the side. Why don't you ask Diana if she wants them? As soon as Emilio said this, Cameron immediately replied, how would I know? Diana isn't here right now. Cameron snapped his fingers and looked to the side. A slender figure emerged from the servants. He froze, seeing the person look up, almost identical to Diana. Are they twins? Cameron asked in surprise. Emilio rolled his eyes and gave him a hard nudge on the back of his neck. Do you think that's possible? Diana also snorted, glancing at Cameron with disdain. Emilio, are all your people this stupid? Open your eyes and see if I'm really Diana. With this attitude, Cameron knew without looking that it was indeed Diana. But when did Diana mix into the servants? She did so without her knowing at all. Seeing his stunned expression, Emilio guessed what Cameron was thinking. I noticed long ago. It was just too crowded earlier, so I didn't mention it. Emilio turned to look at Diana. Chapter 145. Flood in Xiongnu. I noticed it long ago, but I didn't say anything because there were so many people around just now. Emilio turned his head to look at Diana. If Diana keeps following me like this, people might think that my Manny family has a connection with the Paul mansion. That would be detrimental for my Manny family. Diana was taken aback and then flicked her hair aside. What are you afraid of? Haven't I already changed clothes? Don't worry, no one will recognize me. Besides, you guys were making such a show when leaving the city. How could I not follow to see what you're up to? You talked about me just now. What did you mean? And what do you plan to do with those people you mentioned? Since Diana had witnessed Emilio's abilities, she knew he had his own methods. Since he acted this way, there must have been a reason. Emilio gazed at Diana with suspicion, who froze for a moment and then patted her chest. Don't doubt me. The reason I asked is because I'm genuinely concerned about you. You're a good person, so if you need help, don't hesitate to ask. Besides, my mother also mentioned that you helped my brother. We should be grateful to you for everything you've done before. Please forgive any rudeness from me. This behavior was unlike Diana. If not for the fact that the person before him looked and acted exactly like her, he would have suspected some kind of body swap. Emilio was about to speak when a mischievous smile crept onto his face as if he remembered something. I actually have something that needs your help. Upon hearing this, Diana's eyes lit up immediately, looking very excited. What is it? Tell me. Emilio crouched down, and the child beside Cameron rushed toward the beggars nearby. Shock spread across their faces as they saw the child. An elderly man embraced the child, his eyes showing astonishment. Why did you come back? Weren't you told to stay in the city? Are you crazy? Why did you come out here? The elder continued, going into the capital, at least as a beggar, you get food. Out here, you'd really starve to death. The child shook his head and pointed towards Emilio and his group. The elderly man stared at Emilio with caution. After all, they had experienced many hardships while traveling from Xiongnu to the capital, leading them not to trust anyone easily. Emilio wasn't offended by their caution. Diana, it's time for you to help me now. Diana furrowed her brows slightly as she saw Emilio take 2 steps forward. Everyone, please don't be afraid. I am Manny Dust from the Manny family, and this is Diana. We just learned about what happened outside the capital and brought supplies specially for you. Everyone, please line up. After Emilio spoke, the servants revealed the food boxes in their hands. The aroma of cooked rice filled the air, causing everyone to exchange glances, uncertain whether to step forward or not. Though hesitant, the enticing smell of food proved too much for some, who began to sob uncontrollably. Diana felt somewhat annoyed that Emilio used her as a shield, but, after a moment's thought, she walked forward, removing her hat. Gentlemen, should anything happen, my Rosanna residents will take full responsibility. Hearing Diana's words, they no longer hesitated, only wanting to fill their stomachs. They surged forward in a rush. Emilio slowly walked over to Diana, who glanced at him. You expected this, didn't you? Knowing I'd come, you used me as a shield? Emilio was momentarily taken aback, but soon smiled, shaking his head. Don't flatter me. I'm not that smart yet. Despite Emilio's words, Diana didn't believe him. He seemed deeply calculating, a trustworthy friend but sometimes infuriatingly clever. Well, tell me, what else do you need my help with? Surely you didn't just say that for nothing. Diana was sharp, and Emilio nodded, agreeing that talking to an intelligent person was easier. There is indeed another matter where I need Diana's help. I hope you can speak up for me at the Bartolomeo's birthday banquet. I want to go to Xiongnu to treat the flood. This matter really needs your help. I want to leave the capital. I won't stay here forever. But given the current situation, I fear the Bartolomeo intends to keep me here. Treating the flood in Xiongnu is my only opportunity. As Emilio spoke, Diana pursed her lips slightly. I can help you, but the flooding in Xiongnu is a serious matter. If you fail, Emilio immediately responded, if I fail, it will be my responsibility and have nothing to do with Diana. Diana lowered her eyes. All right, since you've put it this way, if I refuse, wouldn't I seem unrighteous? Besides, you've helped me before. This time, consider it returned. Diana's gaze fell on the ragged commoners who looked like beggars. Having lived in the inner palace all along, she never knew that the lives of these lower-class people were so miserable. The flooding in Xiongnu was a serious issue, and she understood that sending ordinary officials might not solve the problem, but Emilio might have a chance. What about those items sent by those people? What do you plan to do? The Amir will likely use this as an excuse against you. If you don't handle it well, my father won't let you go, nor allow you to deal with the flood in Xiongnu. Even if I speak up, it won't help. Diana's voice was steady. Emilio smiled faintly. Of course, although those things were given to me, I can't keep them here. The Bartolomeo's birthday is approaching. Since they were sent by those officials, who cares who they are given to? Emilio's tone was light. Diana suddenly turned to look at Emilio, her eyes showing surprise. You're going to return those things to father? Diana frowned deeply. You. She thought for a long time, unable to find words to describe Emilio's actions. It was not something an ordinary person could do, or even think of. Emilio shrugged at Diana. He clearly didn't think his actions were unreasonable. Chapter 146, The Mysterious Man. In the imperial palace at that moment, Shane sat on the dragon throne. His face was ashen, and he threw the wine cup beside him heavily to the ground with a sharp sound. Worthless. Not even able to protect a brothel. I thought he was quite capable. As Shane spoke, a man stood by his side in the corner, his face covered by shadows. At that moment, Shane no longer looked like the frail earl before the ministers. Instead, he appeared calm and composed. Your Majesty, please do not be angry. Shane gave a cold snort. Not to be angry? I have raised this Brenton so well. Now things have come to this pass, and you tell me not to be angry? I entrusted that brothel to him, thinking he could manage it, but who would have thought that Emilio discovered it so quickly? You asked me to calm down? What? Do you have a better solution? Shane turned his head slightly towards the figure, who seemed startled. The Amir is still young, but Emilio is ruthless. Keeping him around might not benefit your Majesty. The man's words made Shane frown deeply. I understand your meaning, but I've tried before. That Emilio is really difficult to deal with. I originally thought entrusting him with that matter would help eliminate the Manny family, but I didn't expect he actually resolved it. This only makes dealing with him more troublesome. After pondering for a while, Yale bowed. Tonight, let me handle this matter. Shane glanced at him hesitantly. It seemed he was considering, and after some time, he closed his eyes slightly. Fine, then this matter is yours to handle. Shane opened his eyes again. This time, don't disappoint me. The man immediately nodded. The issue of the displaced people was naturally handed over to Diana, while Emilio enjoyed leisure time alone in his mansion. He lay on a chair, basking in the sun with his eyes closed, as if all worries had vanished at that moment. Suddenly, a voice came from beside him. Emilio frowned, mistaking it for Cameron. You're here, massage my temples quickly. I feel my body has been stiff lately. As Emilio spoke, he suddenly grabbed the hand reaching toward him, holding it tightly. Upon opening his eyes and seeing the person's face, he was rather surprised. Arjan? Emilio looked at him with surprise. Arjan, whose wrist was almost crushed, widened his eyes. Emilio, we haven't had such deep enmity between us, right? Arjan stared at his wrist, and Emilio finally realized and released his grip. Arjan immediately massaged it, revealing a red mark. Do you treat everyone this fiercely? When did you know I wasn't Cameron? Arjan naturally sat on another chair, picked up a teacup, and took a sip. He knew if it were the real Cameron, Emilio wouldn't have acted like this. Therefore, Emilio must have noticed. Yet Arjan had kept a natural demeanor until his hand was almost near Emilio's head. Emilio raised an eyebrow slightly, noticing Arjan looked disheveled after riding back swiftly, his clothes wrinkled. Quite unlike the always clean son of Branson. A smile tugged at the corner of Emilio's lips as he nodded slightly. Simple, my poor ears can clearly distinguish the difference between your footsteps and Cameron's. But I didn't expect it would be you. When did you return? I heard nothing about it. Emilio continued speaking while Arjan coughed twice and glanced at Emilio. Why should I inform you? Emilio, I've heard all about your recent activities in the capital. You indeed have some talent. I didn't think you'd catch them. However, you should be aware that the Bartolomeo now suspects you. I advise you to stay in the capital. Arjan rushed to the Manny mansion upon hearing the news, not because he worried about Emilio, but because he understood Emilio well. Emilio wouldn't be content staying in the capital. He'd try every means possible. Man it, Shane had already begun suspecting and suppressing Emilio, despite others perceiving Emilio's promotions as successful. Arjan, however, saw through it clearly. Thus, though their relationship hadn't been good previously, during these interactions, Arjan found Emilio, despite his ulterior motives, ultimately a decent person. Emilio sighed, lying on the chair, eyes unfocused. I knew you would come to advise me, but do you really think I will listen? You're back this time for the Bartolomeo's birthday, right? As the son of Branson, you must return. How is Freddy? Just make sure you don't corrupt him, or Stephanie Dowager Haley will have my trouble. As Emilio spoke, Arjan narrowed his eyes slightly. Rest assured, I won't corrupt him. Besides, I'm waiting for the engagement with Diana. If I ruin Freddy, it wouldn't benefit me at all. Arjan came to warn Emilio partly because Emilio had once helped him. He was not one to repay kindness with enmity, especially now that the Bartolomeo had started to target the Manny family. Who knew who would be next? Possibly the Carmine family. Understanding the Bartolomeo's suspicions well, Arjan returned this time also due to the engagement. With military accomplishments under his belt, he wanted to marry Diana, a match considered suitable. The Carmine family needed a support system, and if it were the Ebenezer, it would be highly tempting. Emilio gave a cold snort. All right, I know what you're thinking. Let your father handle this matter. He can achieve twice the result with half the effort. Just worry that Diana might not benefit you. Emilio's words were blunt. If anyone else had said this, they would already be angry, but Arjan didn't care at all, knowing Emilio spoke the truth. He had never even met Diana. If not for her connection to the Ebenezer, Arjan wouldn't choose such a wife. I've recently heard about you and Diana, Arjan said mockingly, looking directly at Emilio. Immediately, Emilio sat up, his face showing a hint of fear. Diana is a good person, but I have no intentions toward her. Moreover, during this birthday banquet, the Bartolomeo might grant me a marriage decree. I don't know who it will be, but who do you think he would arrange for me? A noble lady from some influential family? Chapter 147. Treating each other with utmost respect. Emilio spoke in a blunt, but truthful manner. Shane was afraid of the Manny family's growing power. Thus, it was absolutely impossible for Diana to have any contact with Emilio, not to mention the engagement. If they wanted to restrain Emilio, they would give him someone neither too high nor too low in status, someone who could hold him back. I know, my relationship with Diana has no benefit either, and I believe Diana also knows what I'm thinking. It would merely be a marriage where we respect each other like guests, Arjan said, and Emilio nodded. Benedictving in turbulent times, who had the luxury to care about so much, just surviving was extremely lucky. As if remembering something, Arjan suddenly took something out of his pocket and handed it to Emilio. Right, this is what the Conway asked me to give you. Emilio froze for a moment, then picked up the token from Arjan's hand and carefully examined it. It had the words Northwest on it. The Conway had given him this token. Although Emilio had met the Marquis before, their relationship hadn't reached this level. Emilio hadn't replied to any of the notes sent by the Marquis either because he clearly knew that if he got too close to the Marquis's mansion, Carlo wouldn't easily forgive them. It was safer for Emilio to keep a low profile, yet he never expected the Conway would give him such an important item. Emilio looked at Arjan with a hint of surprise, and Arjan shrugged slightly, indicating that he didn't know either. When I was about to return to the capital, the Marquis gave me this thing, instructed me to hand it over to you personally, telling you to wear it, and if anything happens, this token can save your life. Arjan leaned forward a little. I wonder how you managed to make the Marquis, who is notoriously rude, trust you enough to give you his true token. You two must have a close relationship? Emilio frowned slightly. I'm telling you I did nothing. Do you believe me? This time Arjan remained silent. He simply spread his hands, indicating that he didn't believe it. After all, if Emilio did nothing, why would the Conway's token end up in his hands? The Marquis should not be unaware that handing over this token appeared to help Emilio, but if it were discovered by Shane, it would be a blow to the Manny family. After careful consideration, Emilio put the token away. Please keep this matter confidential. Emilio glanced at Arjan beside him. Arjan nodded slightly. Of course, he understood and didn't want to get himself into trouble. This was ultimately Emilio's business, not his own. He was just the messenger. All right, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Emilio waved a hand without even standing up, which Arjan had long gotten used to. At first, Arjan thought Emilio was utterly useless, but later on, he realized he had misjudged him. As if remembering something, Carmine Huayan paused mid-step and turned around. By the way, I've heard about what happened with Silas. Can you give me the medicine you gave him? I'm quite curious. Arjan couldn't help but laugh when saying this. Now he felt relieved that Emilio hadn't embarrassed him like that back then. He had no good impression of Silas either. Emilio waved a hand to indicate that he understood, and only then did Arjan leave. After hearing the footsteps fade away, Emilio took out the token again and examined it closely. The birthday banquet arrived soon. It was organized by Alessia with Diana assisting, so they hadn't met each other during this period. On the day of the banquet, Emilio wore a red robe. As he entered the palace, he noticed many gazes directed at him. Emilio pressed his lips slightly, and Cameron beside him couldn't help but stand up straighter. The last time they attended a banquet, the daughters of high-ranking officials had turned up their noses at them, but this time, they whispered among themselves with rosy smiles. They must have heard about what happened previously and now viewed Emilio differently. However, Emilio wasn't particularly concerned. From afar, Emilio saw Silas. After the incident, Silas's reputation had plummeted further. Taking advantage of the occasion, Emilio decided to provoke Silas, walking over from a distance. Benedictal Elijong is here too. I was wondering when I'd see you to apologize. Emilio strode over to Silas, whose face turned ashen upon seeing Emilio. He felt that today's luck was really bad, despite trying to avoid Emilio. Silas forced himself to look calm, managing a somewhat unnatural smile toward Emilio. There's no need for that, Lord Manny. It was clearly my fault last time. I should be the one apologizing to you. My father has already scolded me severely over that incident. Silas gritted his teeth as he said this, clenching his fists tightly. If it weren't for yearly warnings from Fuller who kept reminding him that Emilio's status had changed, he would have already lashed out. It was just because of his association with Diana. What was so impressive about that? He was silently scoffing in his heart. Emilio didn't really care, as long as Silas didn't say those things to his face. The banquet began. Emilio didn't bother with what others were saying and took his seat. Coincidentally, beside him sat Arjan. Ahead were Emmanuel and Branson. The two had never seen eye to eye, even though Emilio had once asked Branson for help under duress. Before the banquet started, Arjan picked up a cup of wine and slowly walked over to Emilio. Some other young masters nearby also seemed eager to join in. Emilio understood. These banquets were mostly social gatherings for networking. Emilio disliked such occasions. Would you like a drink? Arjan approached Emilio and asked. Emilio slowly raised his eyes to look at Arjan. Though he had previously despised Arjan, now he found him more tolerable than most people present. Emilio lifted his wine cup and clinked it against Arjan's, then drained it in one go. Arjan chuckled and leaned close to Emilio's ear. I heard you asked my father for some help? Upon hearing this, Emilio paused momentarily, then looked Arjan in the eye with a cunning smile. You already know? Arjan laughed coldly. Chapter 148. Hypocrisy at the birthday banquet. Do you think I didn't know about your return to the capital? You tried to keep it from me, but do I look so easily deceived? Emilio, do you realize how dangerous that was? I deliberately left the token for you to bring back for just this purpose. I don't blame you, but acting rashly under such circumstances is not wise. Previously, he only had a rough understanding of the situation. Later, after hearing his father recount recent events, he realized how perilous Emilio's actions had been. Emilio smiled. So, you left that token there on purpose. If I'd known, I would have asked you directly instead of sneaking around. Do you know how inconvenient it was? Emilio's words sounded like a reproach towards Carmine Huayan, who frowned slightly. Just as he was about to respond, a shadow fell over him. Carmine Huayan lifted his head and saw Jolie standing before him. She had exquisite features, and her gaze was fixed intently on Carmine Huayan. Startled, Carmine Huayan thought she was looking for Emilio and took a couple of steps back. Emilio watched the two and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Carmine Huayan, don't tell me you can't recognize Diana? Hearing Emilio, Carmine Huayan's eyes widened as he stared at Eleanor in front of him. He had seen Diana once from afar, never imagining how much she had changed in such a short time. Carmine Huayan immediately bowed. Diana. Diana glanced at him indifferently and remarked coolly, So, you're the charming and talented Carmine Huayan everyone speaks of? Diana knew of Emilio and Alessia's plan with Carmine Huayan. Upon learning Carmine Huayan had returned to the capital, she had wanted to meet him. Now, she finally had the chance. He seemed better than she had imagined. Emilio raised an eyebrow. Indeed, this humble servant is Carmine Huayan. As Carmine Huayan spoke, he felt somewhat nervous. Diana pursed her lips slightly. You'll do. After these brief words, she turned her gaze back to Emilio, leaving Carmine Huayan standing stunned for a moment. Emilio, everything is ready. Are you sure you want to go through with this? It's risky. If you decide to give up now, I can still help you. Frowning, Diana looked at Emilio while casting a glance at Alessia seated on the high seat. No need. My decision is made. Emilio said. Risky or not, escaping the capital and breaking free from others' control was what mattered most. Besides, staying in the capital only provided Shane with more opportunities to target him. He wasn't foolish. Shane was eager to eliminate the Manny family, and he wouldn't give him that chance. Very well. I will do my utmost to assist you. Emilio nodded as Diana left. Carmine Huayan stood dazed by the side. Emilio patted his shoulder lightly. Don't worry. You'll do is already high praise. Do you know how she reacted when she first met me? She's treating you far better than me. Carmine Huayan's face tensed, his lips twitching slightly before he returned to his seat. Emilio chuckled softly, then focused his gaze on the Amir sitting ahead. The Amir also seemed to be staring at him. Their eyes locked as if a lightning bolt was passing between them. Both raised their cups high, maintaining eye contact. Upon learning of the incident at Huamanlu, the Amir had been furious. Never did he expect Emilio to cause him so many headaches. It took considerable effort to resolve the Huamanlu matter, and through this, he came to realize Emilio wasn't someone to be underestimated. Previously, he hadn't taken Emilio seriously, seeing him merely as a scion of a martial family. But after interacting with him, he found Emilio far from simple. The Amir gripped his wine cup tightly until it cracked in his hand, shards cutting into his palm and drawing blood. Watching the Amir's frustration, Emilio felt a wave of satisfaction, which made him laugh. Nearby nobles began approaching him with forced smiles, wanting to form connections with Emilio. Emilio sneered. Those willing to associate with him because of his current status could easily turn against him for the same reason. He despised their hypocrisy. Shane's birthday banquet naturally attracted envoys from other empires and major nations. A woman wearing a veil sat facing Emilio, frowning as she observed him. Why would an ordinary person without any power or position cause so many people to vie for his favor? Who is he? Simone, with a clear and refined voice, asked Yale beside her. The man had a long black beard and squinted his eyes as he looked toward Emilio before answering. That is Emmanuel's son, Emilio. I heard that he was stripped of his military authority because of Shane before, but it seems he accomplished something significant and has now regained Shane's favor. Those people want to establish connections with him, which makes sense. He does have capability and is said to be extremely skilled in martial arts. But who knows if it's true? He looks so delicate that he probably can't even withstand one punch from me. As he was speaking, Emilio suddenly turned his gaze toward him. The man abruptly stopped, feeling a chill run through his body. However, that glance only lingered for an instant, then moved away as if it had been an accidental glance. On the contrary, Eleanor beside him slightly curled her lips into a smile. She lowered her eyes and spoke with a hint of certainty. So, he is Emilio. I've heard much about the great Ming, and didn't expect to finally meet such a person today. Such achievements at such a young age. This Dali truly harbors hidden dragons and tigers. The man couldn't help but interject upon hearing this. It only looks like it's full of hidden talents, but inside, it is already rotted away. If we wanted to take it over, it wouldn't be impossible. Simone glanced sideways at him. Yale seemed somewhat dissatisfied with her frequent interruptions. Wayne, never underestimate anyone. For him to reach this level means he has the ability. And this Dali is not as decrepit as you think. Our goal is to achieve the most with the least loss. Do you understand? Pay close attention to him. If we can draw him into our camp, it might be a great help, don't you think? Seeing that Eleanor was slightly angry, Yale immediately nodded, no longer continuing to argue. Chapter 149. The Small Country of Dongxia. From the high seat, several voices sounded in the grand hall, followed by the treacherous voice of the eunuch. Shane, dragging his weakened body, sat on the dragon throne, placing his aged hands on the dragon head armrests, and then heavily coughed twice with his hand covering his mouth. Shane spoke a few brief words, and then the eunuchs began to read out the birthday gifts presented by envoys from various countries. When it came to Dongxia, Eleanor, who had been seated there, slowly stood up and bowed to Shane. Emilio slightly narrowed his eyes. He had just glimpsed these two people. Although they hadn't spoken, Emilio could feel an uneasy vibe. He knew about Dongxia, having heard that it was in turmoil recently. He didn't expect them to send someone to the Dali kingdom at such a time. Emilio squinted his eyes, withdrawing his gaze to the wine in his cup, and took a sip. After finishing the list of gifts from foreign envoys, the gifts from ministers were announced. Everything was fine until they reached Emilio's name, whose list far exceeded those of other ministers. Hearing the items listed, everyone present widened their eyes as they realized these were gifts they themselves had given to Emilio. Why would they appear on the list of birthday gifts? The ministers exchanged meaningful glances. Some wiped the sweat off their foreheads guiltily. Shane, sitting on the dragon throne, leaned his head on his hand and smiled when he heard what the eunuch read out. Earlier, he found it absurd that people were gifting Emilio, but now he understood Emilio had already planned this all along. He glanced at Emilio. Emilio stood up and offered a toast to the Bartolomeo, expressing his loyalty. The Dongxi couldn't help but laugh lightly. I told you. This man has great ambition and is a capable person. Alan beside her nodded. Shane's face showed satisfaction, clearly impressed by Emilio's wise decision. However, the ministers were feeling increasingly guilty. They thought this would distance Shane from the Manny family and Emilio wouldn't think much of it, but they never expected Emilio to return these gifts directly to Shane, effectively embarrassing them. Emilio knew they weren't truly trying to bribe him. He did this for Shane's benefit, following the Amir's orders to gain support from everyone so that Shane would see and remain vigilant. Now, the Amir's goal was achieved. Emilio sat down and glanced at the Amir, who frowned deeply, clearly surprised by Emilio's sudden actions. Feeling unsettled, Emilio drank another sip of wine, while Aryan whispered to him, You really made the Amir stumble. Emilio raised an eyebrow, knowing there would be more challenges ahead. Afterward, the banquet resumed with music and dancing, but Emilio paid little attention, drinking wine quietly. Suddenly, an arrow shot towards Shane. Emilio swiftly caught the arrow, yelling loudly. The entire hall fell into chaos. Emilio frowned, realizing the arrow was a signal. Soon after, Imperial guards surrounded the banquet hall. Masked men rushed in, and Shane's eyes widened, as if reliving the spring hunt incident. Turning to Emilio, Shane asked, anger lacing his voice, What is going on? Given that Emilio had handled the matter last time, Shane naturally questioned him. Emilio narrowed his eyes but remained silent, rushing forward to confront the intruders. Disarming one attacker, he drew the sword and engaged the leader. Diana joined in, but the Amir remained motionless, frowning at the sudden turn of events. Similarly, the Dongxi held back Alan. Let's watch carefully, do not act rashly. Alan hesitated but nodded. Emilio moved swiftly, drawing his knife to meet the attacker. The two were evenly matched, and Emilio furrowed his brow slightly. He quickly drew out the hidden dagger and plunged it into Yale's chest with force. The man grunted and staggered back several steps, staring intently at Emilio. Bryce Max, you don't need to wear that mask anymore. Take it off, Emilio said. The entire hall froze at his words, and the black-clad figure hesitated before charging towards Emilio with his knife. His movements were swift, and Emilio's expression turned serious. However, after just a few exchanges, Yale began to struggle to keep up. Seizing the opportunity, Emilio closed in and pressed the blade against Yale's throat, freezing him in place. With quick reflexes, Emilio tore off Yale's black mask, revealing his face to everyone. It was indeed the Bryce Max he had mentioned. But Bryce Max was clearly the top martial scholar and the commander of the Imperial Guards. Why would he be here? Even Shane sensed something amiss. It felt like this was all prearranged. Shane narrowed his eyes, glancing over at Emilio as the situation settled down. Several bodies lay on the ground, and the only survivor was Bryce Max. Bryce Max forced a smile and looked at Emilio. You knew this was a trap set for me, didn't you? His tone was exceptionally certain. Emilio raised an eyebrow slightly. I suspected it, but wasn't sure. Thanks to Bryce Max, you fell into the trap and resolved my doubts. Facing Emilio's provocation, Bryce Max's face turned especially grim. Shane, sitting on the high seat, had forgotten to pretend. He stood up immediately. What does Emilio mean? What is going on here? Emilio quickly explained. Your Majesty, please calm down. Today's events were arranged by me. Do you remember what I said in court that day? I found the mastermind behind the scenes, yet I hadn't found them. Chapter 150. Misfortune and blessing go evandered in evandered. I only found one at that time, but I was uncertain if there was a second. Now I have confirmed it. Emilio pushed Bryce Max forward, and Shane's cloudy eyes stared at Emilio, then at Bryce Max beside him. I never thought the remnants would be more than one. Why didn't you say earlier? Do you know today is my birthday? Shane's voice carried a hint of anger, clearly displeased with Emilio's self-appointed action. After all, that arrow was about to hit Shane, and if Emilio had made any mistake, what would the consequences be? Emilio slightly lowered his gaze. He knew that even if he hadn't blocked it, Shane would definitely have been able to avoid it. He had been deceiving everyone from start to finish. Your Majesty, please calm down. It's not wise to publicize this matter. Shane harumphed, and Diana furrowed her brows as she stepped forward. Father, don't be angry. Bryce Manny did this to uncover the person behind the scenes. It is understandable. Shane's face darkened. Today was supposed to be his birthday, yet such an incident occurred, making a fool of him in front of other nations. Though Shane was furious, he knew that Emilio had also saved his life. Taking a deep breath, he sat down. Enough. I didn't expect there to be more than one remnant, and that Bryce Max would be one of them. How did you know, Emilio? You've got some skills. Your merits and demerits offset each other. Since you acted for the greater good, I won't punish you. Emilio's lips curved into a smile. Thank you, Your Majesty. I merely took advantage of the situation. If I can assist Your Majesty in cleaning up the remnants, it would be an honor. Shane's expression softened slightly, but still showed signs of impatience. He ordered for Bryce Max to be taken away for severe interrogation. The intense fight had caused damage to many things in the hall. A perfectly fine birthday turned into such a mess. Shane was already being generous by not punishing Emilio. Of course, Emilio knew Shane spared him for other reasons. Punishing him now would make a mockery of him in front of other countries. This was why Emilio chose to act during Shane's birthday. Shane looked at Emilio standing below and narrowed his eyes, as if recalling something. Although you were wrong, you did a good job. As a reward, I will grant you a marriage contract. The candidate has been selected after much discussion. What do you think of the young lady from the Censorate Mansion? I heard she is virtuous and kind-hearted, a perfect match for you. Hearing this, Emilio slowly lifted his head. He knew Shane had a big move planned. Your Majesty, I am still young and have no plans in this regard. Please revoke your order. Emilio directly refused, which made Shane frown, flashing a look of displeasure. Emilio, are you unsatisfied with the marriage contract I offered? Emilio quickly responded. How could I be? Whoever Your Majesty chooses must be suitable. However, my heart is not in the capital. I've heard that floods are particularly severe in Xiongnu recently. I request permission to go to Xiongnu to help with flood control. Please approve me. Emilio knelt down, and Shane narrowed his eyes. Diana seemed to realize something, and immediately stepped forward. Father, please agree with Emilio. If you insist on granting a marriage, perhaps it should be to me. I have long passed the age of coming of age, and I already have someone in mind. Please fulfill my wish. Diana's tone was light. Beside her, Edison's eyebrows twitched. He turned to look at Emilio, who blinked at him. Instantly, he understood what Emilio was doing. He was forcing Shane's hand. Shane also understood Emilio's intentions. He clenched his fist slightly, feeling a spark of anger. Edison couldn't help but tremble. This was clearly stepping on dangerous ground. One wrong move, and Shane wouldn't spare Emilio. Though he always thought Emilio was smart, he now felt he was bold. So you already have someone in mind. Whose son is it? I never knew. Shane suppressed his inner anger. He realized that if Emilio were to die in the Xiongnu flood or fail in controlling it, he would have a reason to deal with the Manny family, which was better than confronting them openly now. Diana put on a bashful smile, walking to Edison. With a grim expression, Edison glanced at Emilio and then walked out. Upon seeing young Ellie Carmine today, I felt an intense warmth in my heart. Surely it is love at first sight. Young Ellie Carmine feels the same way about me. Today is Your Majesty's birthday, but with all this commotion, perhaps you could grant me a marriage contract to bring good fortune. Shane's gaze paused for a moment, as if he was thinking for quite some time. Carmine Haliguo has always been neutral, and now, Diana stands on the side of the Northwest Marquis, while Emilio is troublesome. If Diana could marry Carmine Haliguo's son, it might create a temporary balance. Considering this, Shane's eyes slightly shifted and landed on Emilio's face. The most troublesome person right now is this young man who outwitted him. He seemed smarter than Emmanuel. Keeping such a person by his side was dangerous. It would be better to remove him as soon as possible. Keeping him in the capital would be troublesome, whereas sending him away might turn out well. After pondering these thoughts, Shane rubbed his temples. Fine, these are your affairs, so do as you wish. As Shane spoke, Emilio lowered his head, a smile appearing on his face. The next morning, Emilio had already packed his belongings early. He feared that staying another day might lead to unforeseen changes. He had been in the capital for many days and was already stifled. This time, he only brought along Cameron. Cameron packed the luggage and led the horses. At the gate of the Manny mansion stood Rosalie and Emmanuel. Rosalie was in tears, pushing homemade pastries into Emilio's hands. Why must you leave the capital? Isn't staying at Manny mansion enough? How long have you even been back? Looking at Rosalie's tearful expression, Emilio pressed his lips together. Mother. He stuttered, only able to say that much. He couldn't stay in the capital, not just because of the Manny mansion, but more importantly for himself. Beside him, Emmanuel understood Emilio's thoughts. He coughed lightly, hugged Rosalie's shoulders, and said gravely to Emilio, "Since you've decided to go, we won't stop you, but you should know your own strength." Chapter 151. Kill gods when encountering gods, kill Buddhas when meeting Buddhas. Emilio has always been fortunate and accomplished in his undertakings. Emmanuel had more or less some worries about this. Emilio's mouth corners twitched slightly, then he nodded firmly. "Father, rest assured." Emmanuel did not speak. He was secretly concerned. The two of them rode their horses to the city gate and saw Diana and Edison already waiting there. When Emilio saw them, he showed a look of surprise. "I didn't expect you both to come see me off. Are you going to miss me?" Perhaps because he was about to leave the capital, Emilio's mood was unusually pleasant, so he joked as well. Edison could not help but roll his eyes when he heard this. "Be careful on your journey, Emilio," Diana said softly. Although Shane let Emilio go, it did not mean that the matter was over. They all knew clearly in their hearts that this just meant Shane must have had new plans. Though Diana did not want to criticize her Earl father, Shane was extremely suspicious. This time after Diana helped Emilio, his suspicion towards Emilio became even stronger, making things far from simple to end. And Diana was also clear about this fact, but she couldn't care about so many now. Kill gods when encountering gods, kill Buddhas when meeting Buddhas. After Edison saw the two finish talking, he also walked over to Emilio. The two were very close. Edison quietly slipped the token from his sleeve into Emilio's sleeve. Emilio froze for a moment, then looked at Edison in surprise. "My father has some people in Xiongnu. This is my token. If you need their help, show them this, and they will assist you." After saying this, Edison stepped back 2 steps, gently patted Emilio's shoulder. Emilio paused, then showed a smile. "This time it was you who gave it to me willingly, not I took it." While speaking, Edison remained silent, just watching him calmly. Although Diana and Edison helped Emilio, the flood in Xiongnu and the epidemic were serious issues. One might easily lose their life there. The risk and misfortune were considerable. "That's enough. Don't look at me like this, as if I won't make it. Rest assured, with my wit, I will definitely come back alive." Diana and Edison nodded together. Emilio remounted his horse and rode out of town. They didn't notice 2 people standing in the corner. One of them was Jolie wearing a veil, the other being Wayne. "I've heard of Emilio before. They say he's exceptionally smart, having subdued various regions within a few years despite his youth. Initially, I did not believe it, but seeing his moves yesterday, indeed he is an uncommon talent. Caitlin, what do you think?" The veiled woman raised her gaze slightly, looking at the figure disappearing into the distance. "Perhaps." Emilio and Cameron rode vigorously for several days until reaching the nearest town to rest near Xiongnu. Along the way, Emilio found the situation much worse than expected. Initially, he thought only Xiongnu was affected, but now realized the plague had already spread and was incredibly severe, risking lives upon contact. The flood issue was also causing significant concern. But Emilio did not regret accepting this difficult mission. Horse neighing, Emilio dismounted. Cameron did the same. "Ellie, at this rate, we'll reach Xiongnu in a few more days." Standing beside Emilio, Cameron panted heavily. Undeniably, Emilio had abundant energy. They had been rushing non-stop to Xiongnu these past few days, almost to the point where Cameron felt like falling apart, while Emilio seemed unbothered. Emilio stretched satisfactorily and looked at the inn in front of him. "All right, let's stay here for the night tonight." As Emilio spoke, Cameron immediately nodded, leading the horses to the side and entering the inn to secure 2 superior rooms. One reason Emilio rushed non-stop to Xiongnu was that along the way, he saw numerous refugees. In the capital, it didn't seem so severe, which proved that someone had blocked outside news. The floods in Xiongnu weren't reported as serious in the capital. If the court noticed, it would be too late by then. Who was obstructing? Emilio sat in the chair, picked up a cup of tea, and drank. Beside him, Cameron had sorted everything. Cameron sat down on a chair beside him exhaustedly, showing signs of fatigue. Just as he prepared to drink some tea, Emilio suddenly stood up and grabbed Cameron's arm. "Come, let's go take a look outside." Cameron's headache intensified as soon as he heard this. He widened his eyes and shook his head frantically, a look of reluctance on his face. "Ellie, please take a rest. We've been rushing non-stop for days, and I haven't had a proper rest. Your body might be able to handle it, but mine can't. I'm already in Chavez. If you keep pushing like this, I fear I won't make it to Xiongnu." As Cameron spoke, Emilio frowned slightly. "What's wrong with your body? If that's the case, you should exercise more. Lying around here does nothing. Besides, if we don't go out, how can we understand the flood situation?" Emilio said, and Cameron glanced up, seeing a hint of surprise flash across Emilio's eyes. He always understood Emilio well. If Emilio said this, it meant he already had an idea in mind. Along the way, Emilio had observed everything closely. Seeing the people suffering from the plague, Cameron felt especially sympathetic. "The situation is much worse than I imagined. After saying this inexplicable sentence, Emilio stood up and walked briskly outside without another word to Cameron. Cameron was momentarily stunned, then quickly grabbed the money beside him and followed Emilio onto the street. Emilio was dressed extravagantly, attracting many glances. This city did not forbid refugees from entering like the capital, but they all gathered at the alley entrances, huddled together. Cameron, do you find their gazes strange? Emilio asked casually, his hands behind his back. Cameron widened his eyes and clutched the money tightly. Ellie, those people look like they want to rob us blind. Emilio raised an eyebrow. He thought the same. The refugees, having no food, turned to thievery, so they were extra cautious along the way. Chapter 152, The Sean's Son. Emilio slightly frowned, touching his face. Seeing the displaced people huddled in the corner frown as well, he then strode towards them. Cameron was momentarily stunned but quickly followed. However, as soon as Emilio approached, those displaced people scattered like birds before a predator. Emilio paused in confusion. He didn't look that frightening, so why were they reacting like this? Could it be you frightened them? Curious, Emilio glanced back at Cameron, doubt clouding his features. Upon hearing this, Cameron widened his eyes. How could that be? Kids love me the most. They wouldn't be scared of me. Cameron rubbed his chin, thinking it over and decided that yes, considering his amiable appearance. Forget it, trying to gather information from them seems futile now. Something must have happened in the city. Cameron nodded vigorously in agreement. Just as Cameron prepared to say something, he turned only to find Emilio already gone. Spinning around, he eventually spotted Emilio amidst the crowd and hurriedly caught up, placing his hands on his knees beside Emilio. Don't run around recklessly, young Ellie. As Cameron spoke, Emilio picked up a string of candied hawthorns and stuffed it into Cameron's mouth, smiling. Don't be so tense. We've been cooped up in the capital for too long. It's time to relax a bit. Emilio said this, but the next moment, the candy was knocked to the ground and trampled. Frowning, Emilio looked up just in time to hear someone shout, "Stop right there." Then a man was kicked into a vendor's stall, completely destroying it. With quick reflexes, Emilio pulled Cameron aside. Cameron stared wide-eyed, clearly uncomfortable with the situation. Turning, Emilio saw a large man swaggering towards them, dressed in a fine robe adorned with expensive jade pendants. Emilio squinted slightly. The man who had fallen immediately tried to flee but was kicked again by the obese man. Seeing Yale preparing to kick again, Emilio intervened. Why don't we talk things out? Emilio said with a smile. Another kick might be fatal. Porter had been chasing a small, scrawny youth, no more than 17 or 18 years old. This boy stared directly at Emilio with wary eyes, clutching a money pouch, dressed in tattered clothes. Glancing at Emilio, the fat man seemed very displeased. Pushing past Emilio roughly, he snorted. Behind him stood several servants, each wielding sticks, looking intimidating. And who are you? Even if I kill him, what difference does it make? How dare this thief steal my money? Do you know who I am? Today, I will beat some sense into you. Saying this, he kicked the youth again, causing blood to spurt from the boy's mouth. Emilio frowned. The boy was already emaciated. Such treatment wasn't suitable. Though not fond of meddling, Emilio couldn't ignore this now. Just as Yale was about to strike again, Emilio grabbed his wrist. Porter furrowed his brows, his chubby face revealing anger. Trying to break free proved futile against Emilio's strength. In contrast, Emilio remained perfectly calm. Who are you? Even a nobleman's son can't kill someone in broad daylight without consequences. Emilio had been a rogue before, but never to such an extreme extent. Cameron had helped the young man up. Looking unwell, the youth thanked Emilio. What do you think you're doing? You dare meddle with me? Do you know who my father is? I'm warning you, if you get in my way again, don't blame me for beating you too. This thief stole my money. Isn't it my right to punish him? Besides, in this city, I can beat whoever I want. Who dares stop me? Porter sneered, and the servants encircled closer. Emilio noticed he could easily handle all of them, but he didn't wish to cause trouble, yet. The murmurs of the townsfolk nearby had already reached Emilio's ears. Looks like he's new in town, not knowing this is the son of the Sean. He actually dared to help someone else. He's going to suffer soon. Similar remarks kept reaching Emilio's ears, and his eyes flashed with annoyance. Meanwhile, Yale beside him continued to rant incessantly. So you're the son of the Sean. Emilio glanced at him indifferently and coldly snorted. What do you think you are? Even if your father is the Sean. So what? Beating people on the street. You really have a lot of guts. A trace of hostility flickered in his expression, and the obese man immediately flew into a rage upon hearing these words. He swung a punch toward Emilio but was restrained by another hand from Emilio. Then, Emilio lifted his foot and gave Yale's stomach a forceful kick. The man flew several meters away, leaving the surrounding townspeople wide-eyed with disbelief. After all, the fat man looked like he weighed over 200 gene. Yet Emilio only lightly kicked him, sending him flying so far. Seeing how formidable Emilio was, the servants holding wooden sticks hesitated, their faces revealing uncertainty. Emilio rubbed his wrist. He didn't want to use force originally, but some scum forced his hand. Behind him, the skinny youth winced slightly when he saw Emilio take action. He grabbed Emilio's wrist and shook his head at him. I'll give the money back to you. The skinny youth handed over the money, his face filled with hesitation. Emilio furrowed his brows slightly. Of course, the money should be returned since it was stolen, but clearly, the obese man wasn't planning to let him off easily. Struggling to rise from the ground, the obese man's fat face twisted as he shouted at the servants around him. Seize that man. Whoever catches him will be heavily rewarded. Porter bellowed. Chapter 153. Disregarding martial virtue. Emilio raised an eyebrow. He hadn't fought for several days, and now he felt his muscles had grown stiff. He was looking for someone to practice with when this opportunity presented itself. On the side, Cameron knew how formidable Emilio could be when he fought and pulled the skinny man aside very consciously. The servants around heard of the rich reward and went all in, encircling Emilio layer by layer. After all, they were many. No matter how powerful he was, he couldn't win over their numbers. But they underestimated Emilio. Cameron held the skinny man's wrist on the side. Tyson looked somewhat apologetic as he said to Cameron beside him, "You guys should leave first. You may not know that he is like a small tyrant in this city. If he catches you, torture is inevitable. It was my mistake originally. I can't drag you into this." There was worry on the skinny man's face, but Cameron only glanced at him and carelessly waved his hand, even taking out a few sunflower seeds and cracking them open. Seeing Cameron's attitude, the skinny man couldn't help but widen his eyes, filled with some bewilderment. "Are you not going to help him? Aren't you together?" Cameron spat out the sunflower seed shells from his mouth. "Don't worry, he can handle it alone. You don't know how capable our young master is. If you join now, you might hinder him instead. Just watch, no one will have the upper hand against him." Cameron trusted Emilio quite firmly on this point. Tyson still had some worries in his heart, but did not move forward anymore. Looking at the circle of servants surrounding him, Cameron couldn't help but sneer. "Using so many people against me, isn't that disregarding martial virtue?" A fat man stood outside the circle of servants, his hands on his hips, showing a look of disdain, with yellow teeth widely exposed. "Disregarding martial virtue? Let me tell you, Fiki has never adhered to martial virtue. If you dare to oppose me, just see how I'll deal with you." As he spoke, he seemed to be very angry at Emilio's attitude, thinking of himself as a petty bully in this city, who dared to talk back to him. Those who got caught didn't complain quietly. Emilio snorted, then stopped talking, raising his hand and beckoning one of the servants provocatively. After hesitating for a moment, the servant holding a wooden stick charged up, with other servants swiftly closing in around him. These servants had also practiced martial arts. Emilio moved very quickly, darting around like an eel in a pond, making it hard for anyone to catch him. The servants couldn't even touch the edge of Emilio's clothes, growing more and more anxious. Cameron couldn't help laughing aloud at Emilio's display, knowing well that his young master always acted this way. "Do you have no skills at all?" Emilio dodged to one side, flicking his hair lightly and calmly, making the fat man puff up in anger beside him. "You bunch of good-for-nothings. Why aren't you moving faster?" Hardly had he finished speaking when Emilio appeared beside him at a lightning speed, grabbing the fat man's neck with one hand. Emilio wasn't in the mood or patient for this. He didn't want to get involved at first, and thought giving money would solve the problem. But this man disgusted him. Holding Yale's neck, the servants were hesitant to advance, the fat man trembling in fear. "Calm down," Yale stuttered, his whole body quivering and dragging Emilio along. Emilio furrowed his brow slightly. What did he do wrong to scare him this much? Then came a stinky smell. He narrowed his eyes, confused where it came from. Looking down, he saw traces of urine from Yale. Emilio kicked Yale's buttocks violently, sending him staggering forward several steps. Emilio brushed his clothes off, feeling somewhat repelled, only relaxing when he realized no dirt had touched him. Feeling utterly humiliated, Yale immediately fled with his servants. With the matter resolved, Emilio patted away the non-existent dust from his hands and reached out to Cameron, who was eating sunflower seeds. Cameron deftly put a few seeds into Emilio's hand. "Knowing how to enjoy yourself, huh? Which rule says that when a young master fights, you should eat sunflower seeds on the side?" Emilio said, though there was laughter in his voice. Cameron scratched his head. "Well, because I know how awesome our young master is and don't need me to pitch in at all." Emilio found such flattering words appealing, nodding in satisfaction. The thin man also spoke up at this moment. There were still some traces of blood on his face, and now he looked at Emilio with a hint of exhaustion. "Thank you for your help. I can hardly repay this kindness." He bowed to Emilio but was stopped when Emilio grabbed his arm and lifted it. "What's there to thank? I would have helped anyone else too. But you should change your habit of stealing. If someone catches you, they'll send you to the county office." Emilio said this because he did not send him to the county office since Yale's clothes were too ragged, seemingly that of a beggar. The thin man pursed his lips slightly, lowered his eyes, and showed a look of worry on his face. "I know. If it weren't for being out of resources and having no other choice, I wouldn't have done such a thing," Yale explained, with a tinge of shame. He knew he shouldn't have done it, but he was truly at his wit's end. Emilio furrowed his brow. "What do you mean by that?" As Emilio spoke, Yale glanced at him briefly, then curled his mouth into a bitter smile. Looking at Emilio, who appeared to be a rich young master, he naturally wouldn't understand their current living conditions. Ordinarily, Yale wouldn't bother talking to someone like Emilio, but just now Emilio had helped him. "You should know, recently the flood in Xiongnu has been severe. Because of it, we fled from our hometown. The epidemic there is so serious, and we wanted to survive. Along the way, all our money was used up. My wife just gave birth, and her body is very weak. I just want to live," Yale explained, his eyes reddening. Hearing this, Emilio turned to Cameron. "Is the flood in Xiongnu really that severe? Hasn't the court already dispatched funds? According to what you say, they should have arrived." Chapter 154. A real man can also shed tears. As Emilio spoke, Cameron, standing beside him, could not help but frown. He had initially thought that Emilio came out to genuinely enjoy himself, but now it appeared that Emilio was secretly inquiring about the flooding in Xiongnu. Emilio was also suspicious as to why. If the flood was truly significant, no one seemed to know about it after entering the capital city. Had Emilio not brought this up personally this time, perhaps no one would have paid attention. Hearing this, Yale's face showed a look of anger. "There's no such situation at all. What kind of hard lives we are living through. If there really were relief funds, would I be in such a plight? Perhaps they did distribute money, but it must have been pocketed by those corrupt officials. How could it possibly reach us?" At this point, it seemed he had vented all his frustrations, and his tone became particularly intense. After a while, realizing his loss of composure, he looked at Emilio with some apology in his voice. "I'm sorry, I got too excited just now. No matter what, I still want to thank you for your efforts this time." The man, holding the money bag tightly in his hand, despite his reluctance, felt he had no other way out. This might be the life-saving money for him and his wife. Emilio raised his eyes to look at him, thinking that, as they said, the relief funds from above might have been stripped away layer by middlemen, leaving nothing when they finally reached the common people. Emilio had already anticipated this, but he didn't expect it to be so severe. The Benedict truly faced external threats and internal troubles. This money you can't keep, it's stolen. No matter what, it shouldn't be left with you. As Emilio said this, the frail man's face instantly showed suspicion. He took several steps back, looking alternately between Emilio and Cameron. What do you want to do? The man asked, and Emilio remained expressionless on his face. As he took a step forward, Yale immediately ran down the alley. His speed was quite fast, and Emilio pursed his lips slightly before following closely behind. Not knowing how long he had run, Yale turned around and saw no one behind him. He let out a sigh of relief, thinking he had managed to save the money back. He had originally thought those two were good people, but it turned out they were here to rob him too. Despite their neat appearance, they were clearly from wealthy families. Why would they argue over this with him? Just as he was about to leave, he turned around and saw someone standing in front of him. Cameron crossed his arms. Where are you heading? The man paused, a look of surprise flashing across his eyes. He had clearly seen that there was no one around just moments ago. When did this person arrive? He looked warily at Cameron as he hugged the silver bag and backed away, hitting something solid. Turning around, Emilio grabbed his wrist. He instinctively tried to fight back, but Emilio was too strong. Having not eaten for days, he had no strength left to resist. You too. What do you want? The man stammered, his gaze uncertain. Seeing the frightened look on Yale's face, Emilio sighed and loosened his grip on Yale's wrist. The man felt as though his wrist might have broken, and he no longer dared to escape because he knew that wherever he fled, they could catch him easily. If you want the money, take it, the man said, valuing his life more than the money. He handed the money to Emilio, who weighed the bag briefly. His eyes then met Yale's again, causing him to step back and lower his gaze. I have nothing left on me, please spare me. My child was just born, and my wife is still weak. Could you just give me a couple of taels of silver? Just enough to survive, please? Hearing this, Emilio raised an eyebrow. Did this man think they were bandits? However, Emilio sighed after hearing his plea. Glancing at Cameron immediately understood. Reaching into his belt, Cameron took out something. Seeing this, Yale covered his head, but the expected pain never came. Curiously, he lowered his hands slightly, looking around. Stop hiding. We're not bandits. Cameron's voice sounded, and Yale was stunned for a moment. He then lifted his head and saw Cameron, whose hand was stretched out. On his palm was a money bag fuller than the one Yale had just had. The man's eyes widened in confusion. He couldn't figure out what they were thinking. Seeing that Yale hesitated to take it, Cameron promptly guided Yale's hand over, placing the heavy, full money bag into his hands. The man froze for a second before holding it with both hands, looking dubiously at Emilio and Cameron. He could feel that the money bag was filled with silver, but they had just taken his money. Now they were giving him an even bigger sum. Was there something wrong with their minds? The man looked back at Emilio, who slightly narrowed his eyes as if reading his thoughts. Sighing, Emilio helped Yale up. Don't be afraid. We mean no harm. We did this to help you with all our might. The money we took from you was stolen, so using it wouldn't be right. This money is ours. Take it and use it. As Emilio explained, Yale immediately understood but still stood there, dumbfounded. After a while, he couldn't help but choke back tears, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. A tall, sturdy man like him was now red-eyed in front of two strangers. He never imagined his luck would turn around like this, meeting such good people. Why are you crying? Do we look that terrifying? Beside him, Cameron scratched his chin, puzzled. However, Yale shook his head immediately, showing gratitude on his face. Thank you, you're really kind-hearted people, but this money is too much. In these turbulent times, you also need money. Just give me a couple of taels. My wife just gave birth, and she's very weak. I just want to give her some supplements. I'm sorry for my behavior earlier. I thought. Chapter 155, Suffering in the World. The man stopped speaking, a trace of apology flickering across his face. Emilio pursed his lips. There's no need for that. You can keep the money. We're just doing our small part. If we can help one person, then it's worth it. Can you take me to see your wife? As Emilio spoke, Yale hesitated for a moment before nodding. On the way, Yale wanted to go back but ended up buying a few buns instead, seemingly afraid they would grow cold, so he kept them tucked in his chest. Watching Yale's actions, Emilio felt a complex emotion rising in his heart. Along the way, Emilio encountered many people like this man. The flooding in Xiongnu must have become so severe? If that's the case, if left unchecked, it could spell disaster for the great Benedict dynasty. Emilio followed Yale, who finally stopped at an old, dilapidated temple. Inside, spider webs covered every corner, indicating it had long been abandoned. Man it now, the temple was filled with people, all dressed in ragged clothes, their faces yellow and emaciated, looking utterly destitute. Even Cameron couldn't help but shudder at the sight. He couldn't help but feel grateful that he was with Emilio, grateful that he became Emilio's servant, though he knew it wasn't quite right to feel thankful at such a time. Beside him, Emilio frowned deeply. He hadn't shown any sign of happiness since seeing those people. The man stopped at the temple entrance and led Emilio and Cameron inside. The temple was also packed with people. In a corner, Yale spotted his wife, his eyes lighting up as he hurried toward her. Simone was dressed relatively cleanly and held a newborn baby who was crying softly. The man squatted in front of her, wearing a broad smile. Eat while they're still warm. He took the buns from his chest and handed them to Eleanor. She looked up, clearly surprised, frowning slightly as she hesitated. We have no money left. Where did you get these buns? Did you steal them? Her voice quivered slightly as she grasped Yale's hand, tears welling up in her eyes. The man froze for a moment before shaking his head vigorously. No, I met two kind people who gave me the money. The man glanced back at Emilio and Cameron, who nodded to Eleanor. She hesitated, then took a bite of the bun. Seeing this, others nearby began to swallow saliva. As Eleanor ate, She choked back sobs, raising her eyes to Emilio and Cameron. Thank you both. Emilio was taken aback for a moment, pursing his lips again before shaking his head. He had only done what little he could. To truly solve this issue, he would need to go to Xiongnu. Emilio's gaze swept over the others. Their eyes were all fixed on the buns in Eleanor's hands, and some children were already crying from hunger. It was as if this place had turned into a beggar's guild, with all kinds of people living in conditions far below what they deserved. Emilio lowered his gaze, clenching his fists tightly. Suddenly, a loud noise came from beside them. A large, robust man strode over, flanked by two equally strong men. Chapter 156, Show Your Real Skills. Suddenly, a loud noise came from the side. A burly man was striding toward them, and two more muscular men stood behind him. The thin man frowned and stepped in front of Eleanor. The three men glanced at Cameron beside them and shoved him hard to the side. Staggering several steps backward, Cameron was finally helped up by Emilio. The leading man looked at Eleanor, then at Anise and scoffed. "Evandered over all your money," he demanded, his beady eyes focusing on Anise, making him appear particularly cunning. The thin man pursed his lips slightly. "I don't have any money. These buns were stolen by me." The thin man lied, but the burly man didn't believe it for a second. "Do you think I'm easy to fool? I heard everything just now. You said these two people gave you money?" He then turned his gaze to Emilio, sizing him up and down. Seeing Emilio's expensive clothes, he narrowed his eyes. Cameron stepped forward to shield Emilio. "What are you looking at?" Cameron said. Hearing this, Yale smirked coldly. "Evandered over all your money, or else don't blame me for being impolite." The leading man shouted, pointing at Emilio. Clearly, he believed that Emilio still had money on him. Emilio squinted slightly. He had been in the military for so long and stayed in the capital for so long. No one had ever dared to shout at him like this before. Feeling somewhat amused, he lifted his eyelids and looked at Yale as if in pity. "What are you looking at? Careful, I might gouge out your eyeballs. Do you know who I am? Just hand over all the money obediently, or else don't blame me when I get rough with you." The man rubbed his fists together. Those large, sandpot-like fists indeed looked intimidating. However, Cameron showed no fear. Having been by Emilio's side for so long, he knew Emilio's capabilities well, and he himself wasn't weak either. "Ellie, please stand back. Be careful, they might kill you," Cameron said. Emilio raised an eyebrow, finding it amusing that Cameron still had the mood to joke around. "Why, do you only realize it now? You still remember I'm the master?" Cameron's face turned slightly guilty. "Ellie." Emilio nodded and took a few steps back. Seeing Cameron's posture, the burly man couldn't help but laugh inwardly. He found Cameron neither particularly thin nor strong, just a wimp who dared to challenge him. Clearly, they were asking for trouble. They should have handed over the money obediently. The thin man had seen Emilio's abilities before, but wasn't quite sure about Cameron. Besides, these three men were very muscular, and Cameron wasn't certain if he could handle them. "Sir, why don't you leave first? This is all because of me," the thin man said. Emilio raised an eyebrow, feeling that this situation seemed eerily familiar, like something that had happened just a few hours ago. Always some ignorant things buzzing around him like flies, which was rather annoying. It was now Emilio's turn to crack sunflower seeds. "Don't worry, talking won't help. Since we dared to follow you, we obviously have confidence in winning. Besides, dealing with these people would be easy for Cameron." But what did they mean by their words earlier? Do they come around often like this? Has no one resisted them before? Who are they? Emilio's rapid-fire questions made Anise hesitate. Emilio also looked at the three burly men. Their clothes weren't as tattered as others present, appearing relatively neat and clean. According to you, they shouldn't need to rob others for money. The thin man sighed heavily, a look of helplessness flashing across his face. Nowadays, with the severe floods in Xiongnu, everyone is just trying to survive, the weak preyed upon by the strong. These three have significant strength, and you are quite capable too. In the past, there have been attempts to resist, but each time, they ended up beaten half to death. Eventually, no one dared to fight back anymore. They come every day. Whenever they see us, they take all our money, leaving us no choice," the thin man said. Emilio stood to the side, his face darkening slightly. "So, are they bailiffs?" Emilio asked, and Anise nodded. Emilio sneered. No wonder he thought these three men were so tall and daring, even speaking in such a way just now. It turned out to be like this? Just like that magistrate's son before, they were indeed bullying people. They treated the people displaced by the floods in Xiongnu in this way. It was really too much. However, what drew Emilio's attention even more was that such incidents were happening in the city, yet the county office showed no signs of response at all. What kind of magistrate was this? Emilio thought he might have to stay here for a few more days. Emilio's gaze returned to Cameron, who made short work of those three men, making them look like clowns, with the three men fuming with rage. Emilio frowned slightly. "All right, Cameron, show your real skills." As Emilio spoke, Cameron squinted his eyes in surprise. He didn't expect Emilio to say this because when Emilio said this, it meant he wanted to beat these three people up thoroughly. Cameron raised an eyebrow but had no objection to Emilio's actions. So he punched the cheek of the leading man, and immediately, Yale shook his head, feeling dazed as if the whole world was spinning. Meanwhile, Cameron blew on his fist several times. "I must say, not only are you stubborn with words, but your head is also really hard." Cameron said this, and the bystanders couldn't help but cheer for Cameron. After all, they had been oppressed by these three men for so long. Seeing them get beaten now naturally made them extremely happy. Cameron looked at those people with a proud smile, and Emilio sighed helplessly at his appearance. When the leading man recovered, he glared fiercely. "I see you're asking for death," the man said, and suddenly pulled out a dagger from his waist, charging at Cameron. The other two men did the same. Their movements were very familiar, as if they had done this countless times before. The thin man saw this and yelled a warning to Cameron. Chapter 157 Parade on the Streets. Cameron slightly furrowed his brows. He had already noticed and quickly dodged. The dagger barely grazed past his clothing, nearly slicing his arm. Cameron looked at his torn clothes and frowned. Do you know how much this outfit costs? Even if it's a slash, I can't have my clothes cut. Cameron shouted loudly at Yale, clearly starting to get angry. The slender man standing beside him, who held a dagger, was visibly worried, and even Eleanor nearby frowned in concern. Just as the slender man was about to rush forward, Emilio grabbed his wrist firmly. His gaze was calm, as though he didn't care at all. You rushing in now is just asking for death. They have daggers in their hands. What do you plan to do? Shield Cameron from knives? Emilio's tone was light, while the slender man's face was filled with anxiety. Then what should we do? Emilio snapped his fingers. Cameron, start. As soon as Emilio said this, Cameron immediately responded and landed a punch right on Yale's temple. The man instantly spat out blood and fell sideways, the dagger slipping from his hand to the ground. Cameron then struck several punches across Yale's cheek and followed up with more hits until Yale's entire face swelled like a pig's head. Only then did Cameron stop. Just you trying to hit me? Don't overestimate yourself. Cameron added that these three men lacked any genuine martial arts skills. Their long-time arrogance came only from their status and burly builds, bullying the weak. People like them were most despised by Cameron, and Emilio felt the same way. So they certainly wouldn't hold back. The beaten man was nearly half dead, his eyes rolling white. The two other men stepped back, showing surprise on their faces. Cameron, your speed has decreased. As Emilio remarked, Cameron chuckled at Emilio, who then dashed toward the two remaining men. Emilio moved so swiftly that before they could react, he already stomped on their hands. Emilio's posture conveyed a hint of dissatisfaction. I thought they were something, but they're nothing more than three rats. What a waste of time. Emilio then picked up a few pouches of coins from the beaten man. Whose are these? Come and claim it yourselves. After saying this, Emilio tossed the pouches into the air. Immediately, several figures rushed out to grab them. After glancing, Emilio refocused his attention on the two men underfoot, who were nearly half dead. Having spent years fighting in military camps without holding back, Emilio felt no remorse when beating these weaklings into such states. Still, he found justice in their treatment. The slender man watched anxiously. Do you, Sai, know who they are? Now what will happen? The Shan won't let this go. His anxious expression was genuine. Emilio frowned slightly, feeling dissatisfied with the slender man's behavior. Don't worry. Let's see if they can deal with me first. Leave it to me. Upon hearing this, the slender man felt reassured. Looking at Cameron and Emilio's distinguished attire, he believed they must be noble sons. Thus, there was no need for him to worry. Emilio instructed Cameron to tie up the three men thoroughly. Now what should we do, young master? Cameron patted the three men, who were now bruised and swollen, looking like pigs. Emilio sneered and glanced at him. Since they love showing off, why don't we take them for a stroll down the street to really put them in the spotlight? What do you think? Emilio asked. He had a talent for tormenting people, and Cameron agreed immediately. So they strung the three men together like a string of skewers. You stay here. I'll be back. Emilio said to the slender man, who was taken aback and frowned, unsure of Emilio's intentions. But he nodded nonetheless, sensing that this man was extraordinary, possibly someone of high status. Emilio, of course, was unaware of the slender man's thoughts. Waving his hand, Cameron stood behind Emilio, followed by the three tied-up men, who dared not speak a word. Their eyes reddened in fear. After all, these two were practically insane. They truly beat people until they were nearly dead. Walking down the street, Emilio strolled as if he were shopping, completely disregarding the three people behind him. He looked at this and that, and soon enough, he was carrying many items. He handed all those things to the three men to carry. The bystanders who saw this scene couldn't help but stare with wide eyes and stop. They watched those people whispering to each other. This was the first time they had witnessed such a situation. Someone in the crowd recognized the three men. Hey, isn't that Fitz? And the other two, how did they end up beaten like this? One of the women said, her eyes sharp. Although the face of Yale walking in front, which had been beaten into a pig's head, was hard to recognize, one could still tell upon closer inspection. Upon hearing this, the people around Eleanor began to recall. Who are they? How dare they beat Fitz like this? This Fitz has always been very powerful, showing off his strength. I never thought he could be beaten to this extent. It's a real pleasure to see. Look at his bruised and swollen face. It's utterly ridiculous. Who is the person leading the way? He beats up Fitz and parades him down the street. Isn't he afraid that the Shan will cause him trouble? But everyone shook their heads. None of them knew Emilio. Emilio paid no attention to what those people were saying, walking boldly towards the county government office with Cameron. Fitz, walking in front, tightly clenched his fists. No matter how much resentment he felt, he dared not say anything now. He thought that once they arrived at the county office, he would torment these two people until they were half dead to vent his anger. However, he didn't realize that these two were far beyond his ability to deal with. At that moment, Emilio had his hands behind his back, walking leisurely as if on a casual stroll. Chapter 158, The Drum of Appeal. Arriving at the entrance of the yamen, Emilio lifted his head slightly. He smiled wryly to see this small yamen made up in such a grand manner. Now he was quite curious as to what kind of person this Adalberto would be. As Emilio thought this, Cameron beside him gave a harsh tug on the rope. Then those three men moved forward like sugar-coated haws on a stick. Behave yourselves. Saying this, Cameron noticed that these three men seemed to have become arrogant again after realizing they had reached the yamen's entrance. Fitz, who stood at the front, was especially arrogant. You'll regret this soon. Hearing this, Emilio frowned slightly. Really? Then I'm even more curious to know how exactly I will regret this. Standing in front of the drum at the entrance of the yamen, Emilio then picked up a mallet from beside him and struck the drum fiercely several times. Not long after, the door of the county yamen opened. A man dressed in yamen attire yawned and glanced at Emilio, frowning slightly. What are you knocking for so early in the morning? Are you trying to knock out someone's soul? His tone was notably unpleasant, appearing quite irritable. At this moment, however, Emilio wasn't angry. he just glanced at Yale indifferently. The man frowned slightly. For some reason, that glance made him feel a chill down his spine and break into a cold sweat. He looked over at Cameron beside Emilio, but was momentarily stunned when his eyes fell upon the robust man nearby. Then he squinted and examined him closely before widening his eyes in surprise. Fitz? What has happened to all of you? The man exclaimed in surprise. Fitz stood there with a rather unappealing expression on his pig-like face. Seeing Fitz in this state, Yale couldn't help laughing. After laughing enough, he finally opened the big door of the yamen. Why did you come here to beat this drum? The man added that this drum was typically only beaten by someone seeking justice. These two were both finely dressed. Even if there was an injustice, it should logically be Fitz since he was beaten up like this. At this moment, Emilio merely curled his lips into a faint sneer. I came here to beat this drum because I want to appeal for justice. Emilio said this in a calm voice, making Yale furrow his brow even more, clearly dissatisfied with Emilio's attitude. He waved his hand casually. The Adalberto is not here today. If you wish to file a grievance, come back another day. Also, you've beaten Fitz into this condition. This matter can't be let go easily. The man said this while casting a somewhat gangster-like glance at Emilio, who raised an eyebrow slightly. This yamen was indeed just a mere decoration. The people inside didn't behave like officials at all. One might think they were nothing more than a bunch of bandits. So, what do you want to do? Asked Emilio. The man turned his gaze to Fitz beside them. Seeing that Fitz's mouth was swollen too badly to speak properly, he barely managed to hear Fitz say after much effort, You publicly assaulted a yamen officer. Without 30 strokes of the cane, none of you can leave here. The man crossed his arms and leaned against the door with a smile. Emilio was stunned for a moment. Beside him, Cameron got so angry that he was about to rush forward but was held back by Emilio grabbing his collar. Cameron shook his head slowly and ultimately didn't make a move. The man's expression also changed slightly. You are quite a wise one. Considering this yamen was filled with their own people, if Emilio and Cameron really acted rashly, no one could tell who would win. Fitz couldn't help puffing up his chest, feeling that his dignity had been lost earlier, and he planned to reclaim it now. Emilio smiled and took a couple of steps forward. The man saw Emilio's demeanor and involuntarily frowned, stepping backward. For some reason, he felt this man was very dangerous, despite looking like a harmless tiger throughout, and obviously foolish. Of course, Emilio didn't know what this officer was thinking about him. If he did, he would have already whipped this man soundly. So, you're determined to beat us today without asking any reasons, just because we assaulted an officer? Emilio asked calmly. Hearing this, Yale laughed, finding Emilio's question simply too ridiculous. Isn't there any reason needed? Just the assault on a yamen officer is enough to put you in jail. Emilio slightly raised an eyebrow. He finally understood why the mallet he held earlier was covered in dust. It had probably not been used for a long time. But how could there be no injustice in this world? It wasn't that people didn't knock. They knew even if they did, it might be of little use and might even result in them getting beaten up. Could such a yamen truly be considered a proper yamen? Emilio scoffed, looking at Yale in front of him. So I must get beaten today, regardless of the reason? The man nodded. You all are just a pack of snakes and rats. The Adalberto is never around. The drum of appeal hasn't been struck for ages. Constables bully commoners, beat people up randomly within the city, and refugees are left to suffer miserably. You officials take advantage of your positions. What exactly does the Adalberto do? Emilio shouted loudly, no longer maintaining his earlier smiling demeanor. His current sternness made people feel cold sweat dripping down their backs. The man standing before Emilio was initially stunned by these words, then felt a flicker of fear. After a moment, he realized he had been intimidated by this young man. You brat, you dare to insult the Adalberto? Who do you think you are? Saying this, Yale was about to charge forward. Emilio narrowed his eyes slightly. Before Yale could get close to Emilio kicked him 10 meters away. The man lay on the ground like a dead dog. Emilio frowned slightly, brushed off imaginary dust from his clothes, and showed a hint of annoyance. Fitz, watching this scene, couldn't help but widen his eyes. He suddenly felt that Emilio had perhaps held back when dealing with him. Otherwise, he feared he might have lost his life. Even Cameron beside Fitz trembled involuntarily. Emilio turned his head to look at Cameron. Do you have a flint? Emilio asked. Cameron was momentarily stunned. Although he didn't quite understand why Emilio was asking about a flint, he believed Emilio must have his reasons. Thus, Cameron immediately handed the flint in his hand to Emilio, who looked very satisfied holding it. Chapter 159. Burning the County Yamen. I'll ask you one more time. When will the Adalberto return? Emilio addressed Yale, who lay on the ground like a dead dog. The man spat out a mouthful of blood and clutched his heart, looking at Emilio with sheer terror. After a long while, he coughed twice and said, The Adalberto. I fear it will be a few more hours. The man no longer dared to speak boldly to Emilio. After all, he had witnessed Emilio's prowess. Emilio gave him a faint glance. Where is the Adalberto now? Emilio's voice was indifferent, but there was an inexplicable sense of dread in it. As he glanced at everyone's expressions, he noticed their guilty looks when they heard this question. With a cold shout, Emilio grabbed Fitz, who was closest to him. I'm asking you, where is the Adalberto now? Looking at Emilio's face, Fitz trembled violently, as if shaken by a sieve. He hadn't felt this way before, but now, after seeing what Emilio was capable of, he felt that if he didn't answer, Emilio might really take his life. Thus, Fitz immediately replied, though his swollen mouth made his voice tremble. At this hour, the Adalberto should still be at the gambling den. Upon hearing this, Emilio's expression turned dark. A respected Adalberto was obsessed with gambling. It was no wonder the city had fallen into such a state. Emilio scoffed coldly, clenching his fists tightly. Cameron took a step back, knowing Emilio was furious. Fitz shook even more. This matter doesn't concern us. We were just hired for money. He doesn't give us enough, so we thought we'd find some outside sources. Turning around, Emilio's gaze fixed on Fitz. So you want to rob those displaced people? You say he doesn't pay you enough. Did you ever think about those people who fled their homes due to the flood in Xiongnu, who need money more than anyone else? They are merely selfish people. Emilio didn't consider them worthy of attention. Hearing this, Fitz kept silent. Emilio took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. Pointing at Yale he had kicked earlier, he said, I'll give you 1 hour to bring him back here. Otherwise, I will burn down the county yamen. What? Both men stared at Emilio in shock, as if they had heard something absurd. Young master, are you serious? Even Cameron leaned in close to ask quietly. Emilio slowly turned his head and raised an eyebrow, a mocking smile on his face. Do I look like I'm joking? Cameron shut his mouth. The other man was still skeptical. After all, who would dare burn down the county yamen? Wouldn't that mean being thrown into jail? But considering Emilio's strength far exceeded theirs, they feared the consequences if they refused. So, he nodded and ran off in the opposite direction. Emilio sat down on a nearby chair at the entrance of the county yamen, looking quite composed. This drew the attention of curious bystanders who began to gather and whisper among themselves, wondering what this young man intended to do. Nearby, incense was burning in a brazier. It had already burned halfway through, and Emilio looked impatient. Fitz, still bound, moved his body. Brother, can you untie me first? If I stay tied up much longer, I feel my hands might become useless. Fitz's face showed a flattering smile. Emilio sipped tea from a cup, turning to look at him. Are you tired? Emilio asked, and Fitz immediately nodded. Of course, a large man like him being tied up like this would make anyone exhausted. Seeing Fitz agree, Emilio smiled with satisfaction and nodded to Cameron. Understanding Emilio's meaning, Cameron brought a bowl of water and placed it atop Fitz's head. This scene left Fitz stunned. He stared at Emilio, confused. Brother, what's this about? Emilio took another sip of tea. Since the Adalberto doesn't care for you, I'll take over. You're all too incompetent. I'll teach you a lesson. If a single drop of water spills from that bowl on your head, you'll have to stand for another hour. As Emilio spoke, it seemed he remembered something. He turned his head, his tone carrying a hint of certainty. You can see for yourself if what I said is true. Previously, Fitz wouldn't have believed him and might even have mocked him. But after witnessing Emilio's abilities, he didn't dare say anything now. He pressed his lips together, feeling extremely aggrieved as he glanced at the others' gazes, wondering why the Adalberto hadn't returned yet. A mere young man could make them so embarrassed. It was infuriating. Emilio sat on the chair, frowning slightly as he noticed only a tiny bit of incense remained in the brazier. He raised an eyebrow and stood up. Indifferently, he took out the flint that he had prepared earlier. Seeing this, Fitz couldn't help but widen his eyes, a trace of surprise in his voice. You're not really going to do it, are you? Clearly, no one believed Emilio would actually do it. Emilio simply glanced at him with a complicated look. In the next moment, he blew on the flint, instantly producing a small flame above it. Emilio then threw the flint into the inner courtyard of the county yamen. Everyone inside had already been moved out. The crowd gathered around as the county yamen caught fire, burning fiercely. Some wanted to put out the fire but were stopped by Emilio. I will stand here today and watch who dares to put out the fire. Emilio's icy gaze swept over everyone present, and they all froze in place. Even Cameron beside him swallowed hard, never expecting their young master to be so bold. But thinking about it, there seemed to be nothing he wouldn't dare to do. Who did this? From afar came a loud roar, filled with immense anger. Emilio looked in the direction of the voice and saw a heavily built, elaborately dressed man running from afar, beads of sweat on his face. Chapter 160, Corruption and Perverting the Law. He stared at the county office engulfed in raging flames, his face contorted with anger. Are you all crazy? What are you standing there for? Hurry up and put out the fire. That person said. Seeing the Sean return made everyone grow bolder. Thus, they picked up buckets nearby, preparing to extinguish the fire. Just then, Emilio slowly walked towards the Sean. Emilio drew a dagger from his waist and stabbed it forcefully into the wooden bucket closest to him. Instantly, the water in the bucket leaked out through the cracks. The Sean saw Emilio's furious expression and pointed at him, loudly scolding. Were you the one who made me come back? How dare you set fire to the county office? Aren't you afraid I'll punish you? Men, seize him. The Sean had to catch his breath several times after saying those few words. Emilio frowned slightly. These displaced people were barely surviving on scraps, while the Sean lived so comfortably. It was truly ironic. At this moment, Emilio suddenly raised his dagger and slashed toward the Sean's neck. In an instant, the Sean froze, eyes wide open, not daring to move an inch. He could feel the breeze as the dagger narrowly missed his throat. A gentle breeze lifted a strand of hair, dropping it to the ground. The onlookers widened their eyes in shock, amazed by the audacity of this young man who seemed to court death. Enraged but terrified, he hesitated because the dagger pressed against his carotid artery. Any movement could be fatal. Emilio slightly raised an eyebrow, rubbing the dagger back and forth over the carotid artery as if playing with the Sean. Terrified, the Sean broke into a cold sweat and stammered, Hero, let's talk calmly, shall we? There's no need to ruin our peace over a small matter. Perhaps there has been some misunderstanding between us, right? If you harm me, a government official, you will also suffer severe consequences. Is it worth risking your life over this? As he spoke, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, Emilio took 2 steps back in disdain but didn't remove the dagger. Emilio sneered, You think too highly of yourself? Let me tell you, even if I kill you here and now, you can do nothing about it. You're actually more composed than your son. He wet his pants when I treated him like this. Both of you are indeed a nest of snakes and rats. Benedict father, like son, like wild boar, like wild boar. After saying that, Emilio's lips curled into a mocking smile, while the Sean's face turned ashen. This was humiliation, pure humiliation. Some people couldn't help but laugh upon hearing Emilio's remarks, but only for a brief moment. Emilio had no interest in further conversation as the raging fire had already reduced the Sean's residence to blackened ruins. Emilio pulled out a jade token from his pocket and held it before the Shan's eyes. Do you recognize this? What is it? Emilio's tone was unusually calm. The obese Shan, however, froze at the sight of the jade token. He thought it was just a reckless youth acting on impulse, but never imagined this person would be so formidable. Moreover, he had dared to speak such disrespectful words to this person, exactly as this person had said. He couldn't do anything if this person killed him here and now. Suddenly, the dagger felt even colder against the Shan's neck. Are you Branson's man? There was uncertainty in the Shan's voice. Emilio sneered again, retracting the dagger and tossing it to the ground as if it were distasteful. Mannies, now you recognize me. The Shan's gaze faltered, immediately kneeling before Emilio. This wasn't someone to be trifled with. Only someone close to Branson could possess such a jade token. He never expected to provoke such a significant figure. Those around them were equally shocked, their faces frozen in astonishment as if everything happened in an instant. Get up. Emilio glanced at him coldly, irritation flashing in his eyes. Now, do you still plan to throw me in jail? Emilio spoke casually, and upon hearing this, Yale was frightened enough to sit up straight, keeping his head lowered, maintaining a humble demeanor. It was well known that this Shan had committed numerous misdeeds in the city, and he had never been so submissive before. The displaced people who witnessed this scene couldn't help but widen their eyes. The thin man standing in the crowd was also particularly surprised. He originally thought Emilio's words were just casual remarks, planning to offer some help if needed, but didn't expect that this person wouldn't need his assistance at all, and turned out to be a significant figure. However, just by his exceptional demeanor, it was clear he wasn't an ordinary person. Of course not. It's my fault for not recognizing your noble identity. The man spoke with a raspy voice to Emilio. Just now, he was still acting like a terrifying monster, but now he became as timid as a quail. Emilio found it extremely ridiculous. Really? Now I have this jade token, but if I didn't have it, I would probably already be thrown into jail today. I want to ask you, why did you arrange for so many displaced people so carelessly? Where did all the silver issued by the government go? Why didn't you settle these displaced people? And let me ask you again, why were you at the casino? Emilio asked several questions, making the Shan feel cold sweat dripping from his forehead, and his legs started trembling uncontrollably. Can't answer? Emilio looked at the trembling person before him and couldn't help but find it amusing. Were you appointed by the court to act arrogantly and bully others? The silver meant for the displaced people has probably long been pocketed by you. Using the disaster relief funds to gamble, do you realize your crime? Emilio's voice carried traces of anger. The displaced people standing nearby heard his words and showed signs of confusion on their faces. After a moment, they realized what he meant. They had thought the court didn't care about them or there were other reasons, but never expected the relief funds had already been distributed and were taken by the Chavez to gamble. Instantly, some people began cursing loudly. The Shan tightly pursed his lips, his eyeballs turning around swiftly. Chapter 161. Bribes are useless. The man furrowed his brows slightly and looked toward Emilio, then took a couple of steps forward. He did indeed work at the gambling den, but if he had known that someone from Branson's office was coming over, he would have never dared to act this way. A look of impatience flashed across his face. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Although he had been discovered, it was not a big deal for him. After all, such things had happened before. Most people put on an air of righteousness, standing on their high moral ground to criticize him. But so what? As long as they benefited from it too, he believed no one would refuse such gains. Seeing him approach, Emilio's brows furrowed, and he stepped back 2 paces with some disdain. Seeing this, the Adalberto did not get angry but instead wore a smiling expression. He rubbed his hands together and leaned close to Emilio's ear. You can't just say things recklessly. Without evidence, how could you accuse me? Talking without proof is slander. His yellow teeth showed in a smile. Emilio froze for a moment before responding, unable to help but sneer. So you're threatening me? Emilio spoke calmly, making it unclear whether he was truly upset. The Adalberto didn't notice this. How could that be considered a threat? Moreover, you're from Branson's office. I wouldn't dare threaten you. He moved even closer. These past few years, my promotion as Adalberto was all thanks to Branson. Sir, please, forgive me this once. The money allocated by the court isn't much use anyway. The flooding in Xiongnu is so severe that even they can't solve it, let alone me. The Adalberto sighed. Although I feel for them, as their parents' official, I really can't do anything. His speech sounded righteous, and Emilio couldn't help but marvel at his eloquence. In reality, he was subtly threatening Emilio. Emilio's smile faded, his expression turning unpleasant. He felt something in his hand and glanced down to see a gold bar gleaming faintly. The Adalberto looked at Emilio, wrinkles forming around his eyes. A bribe? Emilio scoffed. Just who did he think could be bribed? Was the entire De Benedict Empire solving problems this way? If it were someone else today, would they accept the gold bar? This man had been doing these things for so long, showing no reaction even when caught, indicating that he was already accustomed to dealing with such situations by using the same method each time. No exceptions, all sinking into the lure of money. And what about these displaced civilians? Emilio lifted his gaze to look at the surrounding refugees, including children only a few years old, dirty and staring at him with large, innocent eyes. They didn't understand what was happening. They only wanted to survive. Emilio shifted his focus and turned to address the crowd. Everyone, I wonder how long a gold bar would feed and clothe you? Emilio's question was abrupt, catching everyone off guard. The Adalberto also looked surprised. People exchanged puzzled glances, and after a while, a voice emerged from the crowd. A gold bar would be enough for me to buy a house and wear clothes from Haley Yun Pavilion. A gold bar? I don't even dare to imagine it. If I had that much money, how good my life would be. I've never seen a gold bar. What does it look like? If we had gold bars, who would still be here, struggling to eat? Almost none of the commoners had ever seen a gold bar. They lived frugally, merely wanting food, clothing, drink, and shelter, nothing more. Manit there were those with higher status, possessing vast wealth, who still sought to exploit the penniless. Emilio felt a chill of disappointment in his heart. He glanced sideways at the Adalberto, who narrowed his eyes. Though unsure of Emilio's intentions, the sight made him uneasy. Almost instinctively, he reached out to grab Emilio. But Cameron was no pushover. She grabbed the Adalberto's wrist tightly, causing the plump official to fall to the ground in pain. Emilio merely gave him a casual glance before raising his eyes again. He held up the gold bar. Under the sunlight, the gold bar shone brightly, and several people in the crowd stared at it with envy. Emilio observed their facial expressions carefully. This is a gold bar, yes, you are not mistaken. A gold bar can ensure they live comfortably for the rest of their lives, but a gold bar can also make me keep quiet. After speaking, Emilio turned his head to look at the Adalberto. To stop me from reporting this matter to the higher-ups, you bribed me with a gold bar and threatened me? Who gave you the guts? Emilio sneered. In your eyes, do you really think a gold bar can bribe me? Emilio was furious. Seeing Emilio's expression suddenly change, Yale's plump face wrinkled up. The commoners, upon hearing Emilio's words, immediately showed displeasure on their faces. The disaster relief silver had been embezzled, and now it was a gold bar. Anger appeared on their faces. The Adalberto looked surprised at the angry expressions on the people's faces. What astonished him even more was why Emilio showed no reaction at all. That was a gold bar, and if one wasn't enough, he could always add more. There was no need to get into such a situation over these people. However, before the Adalberto could ask this question, the crowd surged forward. They weren't fools. Having been deceived like this, they naturally felt dissatisfied. At this moment, the Adalberto's face showed some urgency. Sean, explain to us what's going on here? Someone in the crowd asked. What is there to explain? This is already a fact. Another person in the crowd said. Seeing how furious the people were, almost ready to rush up and beat him, Emilio spoke slowly. Ladies and gentlemen, please leave this matter to me to handle. I understand that you may not trust me, but that's okay. I will prove myself in my own way. Emilio loudly said. Perhaps because Emilio had exposed the truth or for other reasons, the originally restless crowd actually calmed down. Everyone looked at Emilio curiously. Even though you exposed him just now, how do we know you didn't say it intentionally? Maybe all of you officials protect each other. Chapter 162. Please believe me. Don't think we're fools. Benediction to me, everyone. If we tie them all up and create a huge commotion, the higher-ups won't dare underestimate us. With the severe drought in Xiongnu, we can't survive without doing this. A voice rang out loudly among the crowd, causing the people to become restless again. They might trust Emilio, but they trusted their own strength more than anyone else. Emilio might betray them, but they wouldn't betray themselves. Moreover, with the severe drought in Xiongnu, they had no choice but to take this path if they wanted to live. But this was a dead end. Although the great Benedict dynasty faced internal and external challenges, it could still quell minor disturbances. Moreover, since this matter appeared before him, he definitely would not ignore it. Everyone, listen to me. As Emilio spoke, someone threw a rotten egg at him. He nimbly dodged it, then sharply turned his gaze toward the person in the crowd. It was a man with a beard, who seemed surprised that Emilio had managed to dodge it. Emilio stared intently at him, and Yale appeared somewhat guilty, shifting his gaze away. Emilio sneered slightly, then signaled Cameron, who immediately understood and nodded. Others didn't throw anything. Although they didn't fully trust Emilio, they knew he had done good things for them and acted on their behalf. Moreover, given Emilio's noble status, they dared not do anything rash. At this moment, the crowd fell silent as Cameron eagerly rushed forward into the crowd to grab that person. The man realized what was happening and tried to run but was caught and pulled to the ground by a hand. The man struggled as Cameron quickly restrained him. Cameron looked up and saw the skinny man, who coughed several times. Everyone, please listen to me. Even if you don't trust him, you should trust me. He has never done anything harmful to us, and the great Benedict hasn't abandoned us. If we continue down this path, who knows what consequences await us? Do you know what will happen if you choose this route? Have you considered that if you trust him, there might be a glimmer of hope? But if you refuse, death may be your only outcome. I believe everyone here is intelligent enough to understand what I mean. After the skinny man finished speaking, the crowd murmured among themselves. They weren't fools. Now that they were in an urgent situation, they naturally wouldn't choose such a reckless method unless forced to. Though trusting Emilio might not guarantee a good outcome, it was better than the current alternative. The crowd frowned slightly. Their earlier reaction was merely due to the heat of the moment. Now that they thought about it, they realized what they needed to do. Emilio glanced at the skinny man, who seemed to notice his gaze and paused momentarily before nodding at Emilio. Emilio did the same. Soon after, the once noisy crowd became quiet. Emilio ordered that the Adalberto be tied up, for this person had committed many wrongdoings. In the past, Emilio might have chosen to deal with him directly, but now he wouldn't act so impulsively. Though he had left the capital, Emilio was smart enough to know that he lived under Shane's control. Shane allowed him freedom because he still needed Emilio and hadn't found a suitable opportunity yet. Once that opportunity arose, Emilio couldn't bear to think of what might happen to him and his family. Therefore, Emilio needed to learn to be discreet. But being discreet was just temporary. In the following days, Emilio led his men to raid the Adalberto's residence, using the money confiscated to buy food and hire doctors. His actions were observed by everyone, and within days, Emilio's reputation in the city soared even higher. As Emilio walked down the street, passers-by thanked him. Young Ellie, how much longer do we need to stay here? They hadn't originally intended to stay here. It was all because of Emilio. With their official duties approaching and the drought worsening in Xiongnu, if this continued, the capital might blame them. He knew this, so he doubted Emilio didn't know. He asked out of curiosity what Emilio planned to do, since Emilio showed no signs of concern. Emilio, meanwhile, walked calmly. Fear not, I already have a solution. As Emilio said this, Cameron immediately widened his eyes. There was a trace of admiration in his eyes. I knew young Ellie was capable. It's impossible that you wouldn't have thought of any solutions after all this time. Just as I expected. Emilio couldn't help but laugh at Cameron's appearance. Really? You didn't look like that just now when I hadn't mentioned it yet. Hearing this, a hint of guilt flashed across Cameron's face. Emilio didn't blame him, but a smile curled at the corner of his lips. You've been by my side for so long. You should know that if I don't say anything, it means I have a plan. So just wait, and do whatever I tell you to. Cameron nodded upon hearing Emilio's words. Manny's young Ellie. As they walked, Emilio heard a voice halfway through their journey. A voice came from behind them. Wait. Emilio instinctively turned around and saw a figure. It was the skinny man with his wife and child. Seeing this, Emilio was somewhat taken aback, and even Cameron beside him felt the same. You. Cameron spoke, while Yale was out of breath from exhaustion. Lord Manny. Tyson caught his breath several times before speaking. Emilio slightly frowned and then nodded. Tyson immediately took out a handful of seeds from his clothes. What is this? Emilio was puzzled, and Yale's face showed a touch of helplessness. These are seeds we grew ourselves. I know they aren't much, but I also know that compared to the silver you gave us and everything you did for us, this is too insignificant. So I want to give this to you. Will you accept it as a token of our gratitude? Emilio looked at the seeds, furrowing his brows, and hesitated to take them. His hesitation made everyone around stop unconsciously. Lord Manny. Chapter 163 Young Ellie Manny and the Jade-Faced Jola. Emilio delayed in speaking, and the skinny man seemed to grow nervous, his fingers trembling non-stop. Only then did Emilio slowly lift his head, his gaze falling on Yale beside him, as if deep in thought. After a long pause, he asked, Are you truly grateful to me? Emilio's words were somewhat perplexing. He glanced at the people nearby, who wore looks of astonishment. Despite this, the skinny man nodded vigorously. Had it been earlier, they might have doubted. But now, it was different. Emilio had helped them so much. Out of both emotion and reason, they should believe in him. Thus, everyone chorused their belief. Seeing their demeanor, a smile crept onto Emilio's face. Since everyone trusts me so much, I won't let you down, Emilio said. I know that while you trust me now, you don't yet trust the Great Benedict dynasty. That's fine. Despite its current issues, I can assure you that the Great Benedict does care about you. This time was just an accident. The court has learned of the flooding in Xiongnu and has specially sent me to handle the matter. I hope you can trust not just me, but the Great Benedict and the Bartolomeo. Give the Great Benedict another chance, will you? With these words from Emilio, everyone fell silent. Emilio pursed his lips, knowing that all considered the Great Benedict inadequate. Even he had once felt that way. But precisely because of that, he must work harder to gain their trust in the Great Benedict. Gentlemen, I leave tomorrow, and we may never meet again. But remember my words today. Emilio declared loudly. I believe in the Great Benedict. Tyson spoke first, followed by his wife. Once the ice was broken, the rest went smoothly. Cameron returned home still feeling roused. If not for other reasons, he really thought what his young master said made sense. Unfortunately, he knew his young master too well. Upon returning, Emilio sat in a chair and poured himself a glass of water. Young Ellie, why did you say those things? Cameron asked, puzzled, eyes wide. Emilio took a sip of tea and looked at him calmly. Why did I say that? Cameron, not to be rude, but haven't you learned anything after all this time with me? Cameron scratched his head. Before meeting his young master, he always thought himself intelligent. But since encountering Emilio, he realized how foolish he truly was. He often couldn't guess what his young master was thinking. But when Emilio explained, it always seemed reasonable. If the Bartolomeo heard my words, what do you think he would think? Emilio asked, and Cameron paused before raising his head. I see. So your actions today were for the Bartolomeo's benefit. Emilio nodded. Though the Bartolomeo had sent him, did he truly trust him? Hardly. The Bartolomeo wished the Manny family would fall quickly. Emilio had been overly arrogant before, but no longer. He needed this opportunity, and needed Shane to give him a chance. So that's how it is? Cameron seemed to understand, prompting a mocking laugh from Emilio. Your mind is getting worse. Cameron nodded, flashing a fawning smile. Naturally, nothing compares to young Ellie's sharpness. Emilio was used to Cameron's flattery and didn't find it unusual. Now, what about the person we captured? Cameron asked. Since capturing him, they'd been busy with other matters, leaving him locked outside for days. With their departure tomorrow, what should be done? Cameron was confused. Emilio nodded slightly. If you hadn't mentioned him, I'd have nearly forgotten. Let's go take a look. Standing up, Cameron immediately followed. In no time, they arrived at the shed door. Opening it, a cloud of dust billowed forth. Emilio frowned. Why so much dust? Cameron waved his hand a few times. Young Ellie, this is where you told me to put him. Just somewhere to shelter from the rain. So I prepared this place. Saying this, Cameron even sounded regretful. Emilio paused, then asked in confusion, Did I say that? Cameron nodded very agreeably. Emilio waved his hand. All right, let's go in then. At the doorway, a man was tied to a post, covered in a thick layer of dust. Emilio frowned slightly, his face showing some disdain. How did it come to this? He said. Cameron didn't reply, but he remembered that he had indeed said something similar before. Emilio sat down on a relatively clean spot without much care. Tell me, who are you? Emilio asked, sizing up Yale. The man lifted his head, his eyes filled with resentment. I am a commoner. How dare you treat me like this? I will sue you. What right do you have to capture me? He said, even gasping for breath after every few words. Emilio just looked at him indifferently, seemingly unperturbed by his attitude. After a long pause, Emilio finally reacted. He couldn't help but sneer. Do you really think you're innocent? I know who you are, and so do you. You aren't from the Great Benedict. What are you trying to accomplish by blending in with them? Do you think I don't know, or can't find out? Let me tell you this. If I decided to kill you right now, there would be nothing you could do about it. As he spoke, Emilio took out a dagger he had prepared earlier. But I have one quirk. I enjoy torturing people. I think you'll be perfect for it. What do you think? He said. raising his eyes to stare at Yale. The man's eyes widened, revealing a fleeting look of guilt. Emilio chuckled. What? Scared? If what I said isn't true, why are you afraid? Let me torture you, and if you still insist on your innocence at the end, I might Mencheng believe you. As Emilio spoke, Yale was immediately terrified, his body trembling. He had heard that Emilio was cruel, and now he believed it wholeheartedly. Emilio stood up and walked toward Yale. The man pressed his lips together and shouted, Wait. Chapter 164 The Conspiracy of Dongxia. Emilio stopped in his tracks, as if he had long anticipated this person would not hold out. Even Cameron beside him couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Emilio turned around and looked at Yale, raising an eyebrow. The man was extremely dirty. Seeing Emilio turn back, his expression became particularly ugly. Can't hold it any longer? There was a trace of mockery in Emilio's tone. The man naturally heard it. His eyebrows furrowed slightly, but he also knew he was nothing more than a prisoner now, powerless to do anything. He then lifted his head. What do you want to know? The man asked, knowing that if Emilio had kept him alive, there must be a purpose. Emilio raised his eyebrow again, somewhat surprised by these words. He sneered. I want to know who was behind your actions? Emilio's gaze was scrutinizing. Upon hearing this, Yale instinctively lowered his eyes. He knew what Emilio wanted to know, but while Emilio was terrifying, revealing his betrayal for survival might result in even worse consequences from those people. Thinking this, he weighed his options. Those people were indeed frightening, but if he didn't speak now, he was sure this person in front of him wouldn't let him off easily either. Choosing the devil he knew, he lifted his head again with a determined look in his eyes. All right, I agree. Hearing this, Emilio raised his eyebrow, quite satisfied with Yale's attitude. Mannies, I was under someone's orders. They are from Dongxia. Specifically who? I don't know. He paused mid-sentence. At that moment, the dagger was already at his neck. You say you don't know? Do you think I'm a fool? Cameron scoffed. Yale stared fearfully at the dagger, swallowing hard. I really don't know. I only contacted them through a certain method, but I have no idea what they look like or what they truly intend. Please, spare me. I don't want to die. I want to live. The man's voice broke into sobs as he spoke. Emilio's face remained expressionless. He merely glanced at Yale coolly and asked, You say you contacted them? What method did you use? Tell me. Upon hearing this, Yale saw hope for his life and nodded immediately. Just as he was about to speak, an arrow shot towards Emilio. In an instant, Emilio caught it. He squinted his eyes and turned around to see the bound man impaled by an arrow, staring blankly with wide-open eyes, clearly not at peace in death. Cameron's face changed abruptly and chased after the attackers. Emilio squatted down and pulled out the arrow. It was ordinary with nothing distinctive on it. This made capturing the perpetrators even harder. Since they dared take such risks, their method of communication must be crucial to uncovering clues. Emilio's gaze lingered for a moment. Standing up slowly, he tightly clenched the arrow in his hand until his fingertips turned white. He was angry. If he had reacted faster, perhaps this critical clue wouldn't have been lost. But he knew dwelling on this was pointless now. Sounds came from outside. Cameron returned, breathing heavily and looking guilty. They disappeared after I chased them. They seem very familiar with this place. Emilio nodded slightly, understanding. Cameron's tracking skills were always excellent. So few could evade him this thoroughly. If even Cameron said this, then others probably wouldn't fare better either. Moreover, Emilio had already guessed as much before Cameron returned. I understand. Emilio said. Cameron looked at Emilio guiltily. Ellie, I failed. Cameron continued. Emilio just looked at him and nodded. Mannies, it's all your fault. Emilio laughed after saying that. Is that what you hoped to hear? Cameron was taken aback, lowering his head. Emilio sighed, watching him. Emilio, I've told you more than once, don't think of yourself as someone else. You're my friend, and you've done well enough. Even if it were me, I'm not sure I could do better. Moreover, since they dared to do this, it only means they have been well prepared from the beginning. If they are already well prepared, there's no way we can catch them. Besides, death has happened, and now what's more important is catching them. Hearing Emilio say this, Cameron paused slightly, then nodded. I understand, young Ellie. I found this on their way out just now. Saying this, Cameron took a fragment out of his pocket. Emilio frowned and took the thing. It seemed to be a shard from a bowl. Emilio hesitated for a moment, then he brought the shard close to his nose and sniffed lightly. Cameron looked at Emilio with some puzzlement. Did you find something, young Ellie? A faint smile appeared on Emilio's lips. Probably, but I'm not sure yet. Let's set this aside for now. Emilio put the fragment in his bosom. I've been thinking that Dongxia has been unusually active these days. Now that I think about it, they might have something against us. Emilio's voice was indifferent, and after hearing this, Cameron was somewhat surprised. You can't be serious, young Ellie. That's Dongxia. They are already struggling to keep themselves safe. Do they really dare to oppose us? Cameron wasn't unreasonable in saying this. Recently, big events had occurred in Dongxia. It was truly troubled both internally and externally. Choosing to provoke the Dali Empire at such a time would be an act of humiliation. Emilio lowered his eyes slightly. Do you really think so? Emilio's words seemed somewhat enigmatic, making Cameron pause involuntarily, seemingly not expecting Emilio to say this. He hesitated for a while before nodding. Isn't that right, young Ellie? Chapter 165. Great Benedict is in danger. Emilio shook his head. What you said isn't wrong, but have you considered that all this might be an act put on for us? At Emilio's words, Cameron stiffened. He stood there for a long while, then finally reacted. It was like being struck by a thunderbolt of clarity. If that were true, it would explain everything. Everything had been staged by them to let their guard down and seize the opportunity to act. Cameron immediately lifted his head, looking at Emilio with shock, seemingly asking something. Emilio nodded at him after a moment of looking back. So that's how it is? If that were indeed the case, Great Benedict was in peril. What should we do then? Cameron asked with some confusion, considering whether they should tell the Bartolomeo about such a serious matter. Emilio gave him a faint glance, then scoffed with self-mockery in his tone. Even if we told the Bartolomeo, what could we do? Do you think he would believe us? With a faint voice, Emilio looked down, and Cameron sighed at the sight of him. He knew very well that Emilio had always done his utmost for great Benedict. That Bartolomeo placed immense trust in his nation despite its obvious decay. Despite facts staring him in the face telling him that his country was rotting, he still focused only on perceived enemies rather than caring about his people's lives. All right, we should go. Emilio patted his shoulder lightly. Cameron immediately fell into step behind him. Ellie, are we just leaving like this? Not doing anything. Emilio shook his head. Do what? We haven't even captured anyone. They're the anxious ones now. Even though we're out in the open, we may not necessarily be at a disadvantage. We must observe what they intend to do and handle the current situation properly. With that, Emilio lifted his head and walked forward, while Cameron followed, nodding after a moment's thought. It made sense. After settling matters in the county, Emilio set off for Xiongnu, where the water shortage was becoming increasingly severe. Horses neighed as Emilio and Cameron rode, with a crowd of civilians gathered at the city gate, mostly residents and refugees. Sir Manny, please stay a few more days, someone in the crowd called out. Emilio glanced down and smiled but shook his head. The new county officials will arrive soon. Everyone need not worry. I appreciate your care these past few days. Hopefully, our paths will cross again. Emilio liked this place. If he could, he'd prefer to stay longer, but given the severity of the flooding in Xiongnu, he felt he had wasted too much time here and needed to return as quickly as possible. The townsfolk exchanged looks upon hearing Emilio's words. Silence fell over the crowd until a baby's cry broke the silence. Emilio pressed his lips together and looked toward the crowd. There, the previously Elio held a newborn child, with his wife standing beside him, both safe. Emilio watched them for a while before asking, "Have you chosen a name yet?" The man seemed surprised, having realized Emilio's high status only now. Though grateful for Emilio's help, he still felt somewhat distant. This unexpected question left him momentarily stunned, but eventually, both men smiled. "My son has already been named. Since Sir Manny has decided to leave, we will escort you respectfully. May you have a smooth journey," Yell replied. The crowd agreed, and Emilio felt moved by the scene, wondering about his own men. Since losing command of the troops, Emilio hadn't seen them, not because he didn't want to, but because he couldn't risk giving others leverage against him. Upon arriving in Xiongnu, Emilio saw the devastating scene along the way. His brow furrowed severely as the disaster worsened the closer they got to Xiongnu. There were barely any habitable areas left along the road, only emaciated people lying everywhere. They were dressed in rags, starving, even worse off than a niece they met earlier. Cameron, shocked by the sight, caught up with Emilio quickly, leading his horse. "Ellie, this?" Cameron hesitated, seeing the grim expression on Emilio's face which deterred anyone from speaking. At this moment, Emilio was particularly angry. The silver allocated from the capital, even if it was less, would not have led to such a dire situation. How could it be like this? His brows were tightly furrowed. Suddenly, Emilio stopped walking. He looked down and saw that the hem of his clothes was grabbed by a hand, an extremely old and dirty hand. Following the hand, Emilio's gaze moved up to its owner. It was an elderly face, belonging to an Chavez. The Chavez pressed his lips together, his cloudy eyes staring at Emilio. He seemed somewhat at a loss, as if he wanted to let go but then remembered something, revealing a hint of determination in his eyes. "Give me something to eat," the Chavez said. Emilio didn't speak, just silently looking at the Chavez. Seeing Emilio unmoving, the Chavez's face showed a trace of distress. "Give me something to eat. I'm almost starved to death. Please," he said, grabbing Emilio's arm. Cameron, noticing this, was about to intervene but was stopped by Emilio, who grabbed his arm. Startled, Cameron looked at Emilio in surprise. Emilio shook his head slightly at him, and Cameron paused before withdrawing his hand. "Old sir, I'm sorry, we don't have any food either." Emilio spoke without emotion, his face expressionless. Seeing Emilio say this, the Chavez hesitated for a moment, then released Emilio. It wasn't until they had walked far away that Cameron hurriedly caught up with Emilio to voice his confusion. "Young Ellie, why didn't we give them what we had?" Emilio rubbed his fingers together. "I know what you want to ask." Emilio stopped walking. "Now let me ask you, what if I had given him something? What would happen then?" Emilio's question left Cameron momentarily speechless. "Did you see just now? The entire city is already in this state. Just relying on us won't make any difference. If you want to save them, the only thing you can do is to solve the problem." Chapter 166, Old Man Benedict. "Moreover, you can save one, but what about the rest? What will they do if they find out we have food here?" Emilio admitted he was never a particularly kind-hearted person. If he gave them something, and so many eyes saw it, what would they do for food, for survival? Emilio wasn't unable to imagine this. He just didn't want to voice it. Never underestimate human nature. Emilio's words were an epiphany to Cameron. Only now did he understand Emilio's plan. Cameron nodded. "Ellie, then what should we do now?" Emilio stopped at the entrance of the county office. "Come here first," he said. Currently, the two critical issues in the Xiongnu flood disaster area were frequent floods and the diseases caused by the floods. The first problem was easier to solve, but the second issue was troublesome since Emilio only had a superficial knowledge of medicine. It was too much to expect him to cure the diseases. Emilio signaled Cameron, who immediately nodded. Just as Cameron was about to knock on the door, it swung open, and something was thrown out. If Cameron hadn't dodged quickly, it would have hit him. Cameron watched the object on the ground with lingering fear. The object landed at Emilio's feet. It was a heap of a man. To say heap was because his clothes were in tatters, and he exuded a strong scent of blood. His disheveled appearance made his face invisible under his hair. Emilio frowned slightly and poked him tentatively with his foot. "Are you still alive?" Emilio asked. The heap stirred, and at that moment, a man dressed in red official robes emerged, his face carrying a trace of anger. Old man Benedict, after years of practicing medicine, you actually deceived me. For some silver, you dared to lie to me. Do you know how many people you would harm by doing so? His tone was exceptionally angry. Hearing the official's words, Yale lying on the ground managed to lift his head, staring at him with dull eyes. After a long while, he took a deep breath. Sir, please understand. I've practiced medicine for years, though I may deceive people sometimes. I wouldn't dare lie about something this serious. My medicine is absolutely not problematic. Please give me another chance. The Chavez's voice was hoarse, and there was a faint scar around his neck, as if something had cut it. Emilio frowned, and the official snorted coldly upon hearing the Chavez's words. I did give you chances, yet you ended up killing patients. You better leave before I show no mercy. He waved his sleeves abruptly, and old man Benedict bowed his head, appearing extremely disappointed. He stood up and walked away after a while, disappearing soon after. Emilio had keen eyes and could see clearly that the Chavez had numerous scars, both new and old, on his body. His leg limped, and his figure looked especially desolate. After the Chavez left, Emilio raised his head and looked at the person standing nearby. That person seemed to notice Emilio for the first time, paused, and then Cameron spoke up first. Is this gentleman from the capital? After saying that, Cameron proudly glanced at Emilio. Emilio hesitated for a moment, then sighed. That person looked at Emilio, pondered for a while, and then excitement spread across his face. Could it be that you are Lord Manny? Emilio narrowed his eyes. Manny's, it's me. The man's expression became even more excited, almost like a completely different person from before. He grabbed Emilio's hand, looking at him with admiration. I didn't think it was true. I heard stories about Lord Manny before and have always admired you, hoping to have a good conversation with you. I never thought you would come here yourself. Please, come in, Lord Manny. The man spoke very politely, standing next to Emilio, but Emilio felt somewhat uncomfortable with such eagerness. He frowned slightly and looked back. There was still blood where Yale had been lying earlier. Emilio hesitated, unsure why he felt something strange about Yale, but couldn't pinpoint what exactly. What did that man do just now? Why was he beaten like that? Emilio asked, and Yale sighed after a brief moment of hesitation. I know Lord Manny you are kind-hearted, but I didn't do it on purpose. Old man Benedict has been deceiving people with fake medicine since the water disaster in Xiongnu wasn't so severe. He was often caught for selling fake medicine, but this time, the epidemic situation caused by the flood is too serious, far beyond my estimation. He said he had medicine to cure it. I had no choice but to trust him. I gave him a patient to treat, and who would have thought that he still deceived people like this? That patient died because of his treatment. Fortunately Randy sent Lord Manny here. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do. The problems caused by the flood in Xiongnu were one after another and more severe than ever before. The imperial court also allocated money, which might have been enough in previous situations, but this time was much more severe. It was out of desperation that they chose to believe him. Emilio pressed his lips together. Is there no one else who has a clue? Emilio asked, feeling rather puzzled about the epidemic. The man sighed again upon hearing Emilio's words. Lord Manny, I know what you mean, but there's really nothing I can do. Everyone I could find has already been found, and none of them can help. I don't know what to do. Emilio pressed his lips again and said nothing. All right, I understand. Take me inside. The man immediately nodded, and Cameron followed closely behind. In the narrow alley, two figures were hiding. One of them was a man. Why make things so complicated, tracking him all the way here? He's just a greenhorn kid. I'll take care of him now and see how much trouble he can stir up, Alan said, widening his eyes with impatience. Simone beside him couldn't help but sneer at his words. Alan, do you think everyone is as physically strong as you? Some matters cannot be resolved by brute force. He has already sensed us and might even know our intentions. If you go now, it will be like walking into a trap. Don't ruin my plan, Simone said with a hint of disdain on her face. Chapter 167, Hidden Dragons and Crouching Tigers. Do we have to hide in the dark like rats in sewers now? Wayne said, his temper being naturally explosive, so he could not endure such behavior. Simone just gave him a faint glance with disdain on her face. Wayne, don't forget who is in command this time. If you get caught, it's up to you. But if you drag me into trouble, I will never forgive you. Do you think Emilio is a fool? He has already seen through everything. If you go to them now, it will be beneficial for them. Moreover, there's no guarantee that he can solve the flood problem in Xiongnu. Just wait quietly and see how he deals with it. As she spoke, Eleanor crossed her arms and gazed at Emilio's silhouette, becoming more curious about him. She had previously believed that Daly was a country plagued by external and internal problems, one that was inherently fragile. But now it seems there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers within it. Wayne pursed his lips but ultimately remained silent. At that moment, Emilio walked into the county office, paused slightly, which drew Cameron's attention and made him somewhat puzzled. What's wrong, young master? Cameron asked. Emilio shook his head slightly. A smile involuntarily appeared on Emilio's face. When Cameron saw his young master's smile, he froze momentarily before shuddering all over. His young master always wore that look when concocting mischievous ideas. Cameron had become used to it. After arriving at the county office, Emilio immediately inspected the allocated silver. Surprisingly, there was no evidence of corruption this time. Yet according to the Shan, the distributed silver should have been sufficient. However, aiding so many people simultaneously would indeed be difficult, especially as the epidemic worsened. If they gathered together, cross-infections could likely occur, leading to unimaginable consequences. That's why nobody dared to take up this stung-hand-hot potato, awkward responsibility. They all feared making a mess, and Shane had assigned this mission to Emilio precisely because he knew how challenging it was. If Emilio succeeded, it would be fine. But if Emilio failed and contracted the disease, it would be good news for Shane. Kill someone by borrowing a knife. Emilio sneered and remarked. Hearing Emilio's words, the Shan turned around with confusion written on his face. What did you say, Sir Manny? Emilio shook his head again. Who are the infected now? Have they been isolated? Emilio asked. The Shan nodded immediately. They've all been isolated, but even so, the epidemic remains uncontrolled. The Shan wiped the sweat off his forehead as Emilio frowned deeply, knowing how tough this situation was. Have you identified the cause yet? Emilio sighed. After hesitating for a moment, Yale shook his head. The exact cause has not been found, likely due to the large-scale flooding. Manet, no solution has emerged. The Shan said. Emilio stared coldly at him. It was far too slow for them not to find the cause after so long. Emilio sighed again, realizing the situation here was more complex than he imagined. Take me to see those quarantined first. Emilio's voice carried fatigue, and the Shan nodded. Walking outside quickly led them to a damp, dim prison. Emilio frowned deeply, then suddenly grabbed the Shan. You keep those people locked in such conditions? Emilio's expression was unreadable, but the Shan sensed a hint of anger. I know what you mean, Sir Manny, and I acknowledge it's wrong. But we have nowhere else to isolate them. If they are released, countless more people will get infected. We must control their spread. This place is all we have left. So you mean you're out of options? Treating them like this, giving them 3 meals a day, isn't any different from raising livestock. You can't find a solution. It's your fault. They are citizens of Daily. How can you treat them this way? Emilio scoffed. The Shan looked embarrassed. Forget it. Let's check. Emilio frowned as he entered the prison, where many hands reached out from inside. People screamed at them. Let us out. Their voices were heart-wrenching, and this place was like a living hell. The air carried a faintly decaying smell, permeated with despair. His eyes showed complex emotions. Immediately arrange new accommodations for them. Absolutely do not keep them locked in such a place. Emilio said. He certainly knew that these people needed to be isolated without contact with others, but it definitely should not be done this way. The Adalberto hesitated for a moment, then Emilio turned his head and glanced at him indifferently. What? Do you have any objections? When the Adalberto heard Emilio's words, he hurriedly shook his head. He knew how capable Emilio was. At first, he had some doubts, but after meeting Emilio, he could sense from his demeanor that this person was definitely not ordinary. I understand. Rest assured, I will make sure everything is arranged properly. Emilio nodded. In the crowd, there was the sound of a baby crying. Emilio turned away, somewhat unable to bear it. Whenever something like this happened, it was always the common people who suffered the most. By the way, where are the remaining medicines from the old gentleman you mentioned before? Let me take a look. The Adalberto was momentarily confused by Emilio's question about the old gentleman, taking a while to realize he meant Antony. Lord Manny, that man was a fraud, the Adalberto replied hastily. Cameron couldn't help but chime in. Whatever our young master says goes. You just do your job, no need for so much talk. Cameron stood with his hands on his hips, scolding the Adalberto, who was taken aback and then quickly nodded. He waved his hand, and one of the constables immediately ran out. Emilio squatted down and looked at the crying baby, just born. His voice carried a hint of gentle sorrow. Simone seemed to have heard Emilio's words and slightly nodded. It's my fault. He was born into such a situation, Simone said, and Emilio lowered his head and sighed. Chapter 168, Killing with a Borrowed Knife. Everyone, I have come from the capital. The court is paying extra attention to this matter and has sent me here. Rest assured, after today, I will ensure you are provided with good living conditions and proper meals. You won't waste your lives here, Emilio said to everyone. Upon hearing Emilio's words, they showed some surprise on their faces, but mostly disbelief. Naturally, Emilio didn't expect them to believe him immediately. I understand that you are unwilling to believe me, but it's fine. I will prove it to you. As he spoke, people began whispering among themselves. They longed for freedom so much. They knew they shouldn't leave. Yet none of them would be happy spending the rest of their lives in this dim and gloomy place. Find a place for them, settle them down. Regardless of where it is, the environment must be decent. Emilio instructed. Digby, standing next to him, hesitated slightly until he saw the somewhat stern expression on Emilio's face, and then quickly nodded. Soon afterward, those people were gradually released. Sunlight shone upon them. Like rats emerging from dark alleys, they appeared somewhat afraid. Simone turned her head and looked at Emilio. After hesitating for a moment, she asked, but what if we still carry the disease? Won't we infect others? After pausing for a moment, Emilio shook his head. Don't worry. Leave everything to me. After settling those people, Emilio obtained the remains left by Antony. This is what Antony left behind. Emilio pursed his lips slightly, took a small pinch of it, and sniffed it carefully. Although he wasn't very knowledgeable about this field, he could recognize basic herbs. These herbs together wouldn't cause death. He pursed his lips again and looked seriously at the magistrate. Where are the people who died under Antony's treatment? Digby was stunned, then sighed with a trace of regret. That person had an extremely close relationship with Antony. He trusted him wholeheartedly, never expecting to die under his treatment. When Antony spoke, he sounded very confident. Please follow me, sir. Following the magistrate, Emilio nodded slightly and walked into a dark room. Upon opening the door, numerous bodies lay inside. These are the ones who died from the epidemic. Digby gazed at the corpses with a touch of sorrow in his eyes. Emilio glanced briefly before preparing to move forward, but was stopped by the magistrate pulling his arm. Digby shook his head at him. Sir Manny, I know you are eager, but these bodies haven't been handled yet. If you go in recklessly, you might get infected. That would be troublesome. Digby looked worried, but Emilio paused and stared at him for a while before asking, so you're doing this to save your lives? But if you act like this, how can you find the cause of the disease? How can you solve the root problem? If my death can bring peace to these people, I'm willing. Emilio's words enlightened the magistrate, making him lower his head and laugh softly. Although he admired Emilio in his heart, when Emilio arrived, he still thought he was just a wealthy young master, intelligent indeed, but fearful of death in such matters. Manet, he hadn't expected that. After living half his life, he couldn't even compare to this young nobleman. Admiration mixed with self-mockery filled his heart. Entering the mortuary, Emilio covered his mouth and nose with a cloth and approached one of the bodies. Is this the one who died under Antony's treatment? Emilio asked. Digby nodded. Thus, Emilio lifted the white cloth covering the body. The man's face was pale, and there was some blood residue at the corner of his mouth. Emilio squinted his eyes. This person did not die because of Antony's medicine. Emilio's statement left the magistrate stunned. He didn't quite understand what Emilio meant. Seemingly noticing the magistrate's confusion, Emilio explained. Do you think this person died because of Antony's medicine? It's not the case. From observing his nostrils and mouth, he must have had other diseases beforehand. However, he didn't die from those diseases but was poisoned. Emilio narrowed his eyes as he checked Yale's pulse, with a grave expression. Ordinary people would miss these subtle signs, but Emilio had learned some pharmacology. This person was clearly poisoned. Emilio's eyes widened with surprise. What do you mean, Lord Manny? Antony said the same thing back then, but we didn't believe him. After all, everyone saw that person die shortly after being treated by the Chavez, so it was naturally assumed that Antony had caused his death. But the situation wasn't as it seemed. Bring him back. Emilio's tone was exceptionally solemn. But we don't know where he is now. He has always been elusive, and no one knows where he goes. Emilio turned his head. What are you saying? Can't you find him? There was anger in Emilio's voice. The Adalberto shook his head and nodded. If Emilio's suspicions were correct, then Antony might very well be the key to resolving this epidemic. Finding this man could help solve the crisis. Having served as Adalberto for many years, he naturally understood Emilio's intentions and immediately dispatched everyone from the county office to search for Antony. Suddenly, Emilio's eyebrows furrowed slightly as he glanced toward a corner. After a moment, he retracted his gaze. Burn all these bodies. Emilio spoke with determination. Lord Manny, I don't think that's appropriate. It's better to bury the bodies properly. Emilio lowered his eyes. He knew that in the minds of these people, bodies should be buried to achieve peace. However, Emilio deeply understood that these bodies carried viruses. If they were buried directly, more people could become infected. Therefore, the best solution was to thoroughly eliminate the bodies. I know what you're thinking, and the families of the deceased would not agree. But you must understand that these bodies carry numerous viruses. If we bury them like this, it seems respectful, but it isn't. To stop the virus from spreading, this is necessary. Chapter 169 The Evanderdler. As Emilio spoke, the Adalberto did not understand these things, but since Emilio said so, there must be a reason behind it. The Adalberto lowered his head and pressed his lips slightly. His face was somewhat pale. Since Eli Manny has spoken, rest assured, I will handle this matter. Emilio nodded. The corpses were carried out one by one. The Adalberto had served as a local official in this city for a long time, so even though the citizens strongly resisted the magistrate's actions, they ultimately compromised. They didn't want the epidemic to worsen either. If it continued like this, more lives would be lost. The bodies were neatly arranged with piles of wood beside them. Emilio looked on impassively, occasionally hearing faint sobs. He took a deep breath. Burn! Emilio shouted loudly. As soon as he spoke, a figure suddenly dashed towards the bodies, moving swiftly. That disheveled man, whose face was hidden under his messy hair, was caught by someone who grabbed him sharply. Emilio recognized this as Benedict Lautu, Old Man Benedict, whom he'd encountered at the county office entrance. Previously, while in that small room, Emilio heard some strange sounds, which puzzled him until later confirming that this could be an opportunity to bring out Old Man Benedict, just as Emilio anticipated. Don't burn! Old Man Benedict yelled hoarsely. Emilio glanced at him coolly. You can't burn them. As a healer, you should know how much disease these bodies carry. If left untreated, the illness will only spread faster. You're very clear about this, right? Emilio roared, silencing Yale instantly. The man squatted down, hugging his head, repeatedly apologizing. The surrounding civilians also fell silent. As the autumn wind blew, a torch was thrown onto the pile of wood. Instantly, roaring flames enveloped the corpses. Everyone instinctively backed away several steps. Emilio squatted down, gently parting Yale's hair, revealing tearful eyes full of guilt. No, this isn't your fault, but someone else poisoned them. Just as you said, it's very clear to you, isn't it? It wasn't your fault. It was someone trying to harm them. Emilio's voice seemed magical, making Yale lift his gaze. During this journey, Old Man Benedict had heard tales about Emilio from others. He knew this person before him was indeed Emilio, and had heard of his great achievements. He admired Yale standing before him. Perhaps moved by Emilio's words, Old Man Benedict began to speak hesitantly. What should I do? Emilio's lips curved into a faint smile. No matter how big the matter is now, I believe you can cure this epidemic. Can you help me find the culprits? Your friend, who has passed, would surely hope you act this way. Emilio spoke softly, causing Old Man Benedict to press his lips, asking cautiously, Is what you say true? Emilio nodded. Old Man Benedict bowed his head, recalling his deceased friend's suffering, seemingly determined about something. He stood up, dusting off his clothes. I learned some medicine from my master. I have clues on how to treat this epidemic. If you give me a chance, I'd like to try. Old Man Benedict confessed. Although he had deceived people before, he dared not do so now given the severity of the situation. Emilio patted his shoulder. All right, we'll give you this opportunity. Old Man Benedict nodded deeply. The Adalberto walked beside him, feeling remorse for his earlier actions. I made a mistake by using torture without understanding the situation fully. The Adalberto sighed, regretting his earlier rage and improper treatment of Old Man Benedict. Now realizing it was unjustified, Old Man Benedict shook his head dismissively. His slightly pale hair covered his face as he hunched over. I'm used to it. No one believes me. This is all karma for what I've done in the past. If I can save them this time, I hope heaven treats my friend better, letting him live better in the next life. Emilio nodded. Saving a life surpasses building a 7-story pagoda. I believe it will turn out well. Everyone watched the blazing fire, the air thick with the smell of burning flesh. As dusk approached, Cameron prepared everything for Emilio and slowly walked to his side. Sir, Do you really think that old man Benedict can cure this disease? Even the imperial physicians in the palace couldn't do anything. These words were true. Emilio sat on a chair nearby. He picked up the cup beside him, poured himself a cup of tea, and sipped it. I know what worries you, but we have no other options now. Besides, old man Benedict does have some skills. It's not bad to give him a try. Cameron nodded in agreement. But what was the situation with old man Benedict's friend? He was just a commoner. There's no reason for someone to poison a commoner unless he offended someone before. Cameron was puzzled, but Emilio just gave a light laugh. Perhaps I know the answer. Do you remember the tattoos on those assassins' necks at the hunting field? Emilio suddenly brought this up, and Cameron immediately understood. He looked sharply at Emilio, surprised. Ellie, are you saying that this is related to those events? If so, then things were becoming complicated. Emilio nodded. When he lifted the white cloth earlier today, he noticed a small tattoo behind that man's ear. Though he remained outwardly calm, inside he was shaken. He couldn't quite figure out the connection between these two events, but he was sure someone had orchestrated them. But who? Who would go to such lengths for this? Emilio narrowed his eyes slightly. Why hadn't news of the floods in Xiongnu reached the capital? Why hadn't the government funds been distributed? Who was pulling the strings behind all of this? And what role was Emilio playing in this grand scheme? Chapter 170 30 man years ago. Young Ellie, do we need to tell Lord Manny about this? After all, this was not a trifling matter. If Emilio mishandled it and got involved with those tattooed individuals, the consequences would be unimaginable. Cameron understood this, so how could Emilio not? Emilio lowered his eyes and shook his head after a moment. We can't tell him. Think about it. Our surroundings are filled with hidden people. We can lure them out, but if we send out any messages, don't you think they will be intercepted? Emilio's reasoning made Cameron nod in agreement. What should we do then? Wait and see. Since they want us to panic, we won't give them that satisfaction. Let them know we're not easy targets. Besides, the most pressing issue now is the epidemic. Emilio furrowed his brows tightly. The next morning, Emilio woke up early and went to the county office to distribute porridge. Seeing the long queue, his expression eased slightly. How long can the porridge stall last? Emilio asked the deputy magistrate beside him. The deputy magistrate paused. At most 1 month. Emilio nodded. If that was the case, time should be sufficient. Elder Benedict had been immersed in medicine preparation and had seen some progress. At this rate, the epidemic would be resolved at its roots soon. With this thought, Emilio rubbed his neck. The deputy magistrate sighed upon seeing Emilio's appearance. Lately, Emilio had been working tirelessly, his face showing exhaustion. Although he had heard of Emilio's accomplishments before, never had he witnessed them firsthand. Now, he truly understood how capable Emilio was. Sir Manny, it is an honor to work with you this time. I will never forget this experience. The deputy magistrate suddenly said. Emilio glanced at him and shook his head. There's no need for that. I am merely doing my duty. Moreover, too many people have died before my eyes. It's almost become commonplace. It's you who have been troubled by this issue all along. This deputy magistrate was one of the few decent officials Emilio had encountered. The deputy magistrate bowed his head and sighed. To be honest, such incidents have occurred in our county before. Emilio raised his head, puzzled. You mean this happened before? Why did we never know? Emilio asked. The deputy magistrate pursed his lips. It's understandable that you didn't know. That epidemic recovered on its own within days, and we never knew how it happened. Over the years, we always treated it as an accident and took no action. Who would have thought it would reappear after so many years? Ultimately, it's my fault. Emilio listened, seeing a trace of self-reproach on the weathered face. Emilio frowned deeply. At this moment, comforting the deputy magistrate wasn't his priority. He wanted to understand why and how the epidemic was cured back then. Can you tell me when it happened? Emilio asked seriously. The deputy magistrate hesitated for a moment, then replied. I believe it was about 30 years ago, but I don't remember the exact date. Emilio fell silent. If he remembered correctly, 30 years ago was when those rebels were active. Was there any connection between these two events? Emilio wasn't sure, but he felt certain that they were linked. Emilio frowned again and gently grabbed the deputy magistrate's arm. Do you have any records? Where are they kept? Emilio asked, and the deputy magistrate nodded after being startled. Right here, though this place has been abandoned for a long time. I plan to have everything cleared out later, but didn't expect it to be useful now. I'll send someone in to search first, then let others go inside since the spider webs are everywhere. As the deputy magistrate spoke, Emilio stopped him with a hand. No, I'll go in myself. You don't need to follow me. After saying that, Emilio pushed open the door, and instantly a large cloud of dust rushed towards him. Emilio covered his mouth and nose with his sleeve. Indeed, there was a lot of dust here. It was clear that this place had not been used for a long time. However, Emilio's expression was exceptionally serious. If he let someone else come to clean, some important items might be lost. It would be better if he did it himself. The Adalberto saw Emilio's appearance and knew that he must have found something, so he left. At this moment, Emilio was standing in the dusty room. In the following days, he stayed there all the time, with Cameron accompanying him. Young Ellie, you've been at this for several days now. What exactly are you looking for? Cameron scratched his neck, but Emilio didn't answer him. Cameron had been talking to himself for quite some time without expecting any response, but after a moment, Emilio finally replied. I found it, Emilio said. Cameron, who had been sitting on the ground, immediately stood up and hurriedly ran to Emilio's side. In Emilio's hand was a book that recorded events from 30 years ago. On the page he held was a tattoo, the same tattoo as those on the black-clothed men at the hunting field. Cameron opened his mouth in surprise, his face full of shock. Young Ellie, is this really true? I can't be seeing things. But how could this tattoo appear in a book from 30 years ago? Could it be? As Cameron spoke, Emilio looked at the tattoo in the book and pursed his lips. He had been puzzled before about where the rebels originated from and where they started. Now, he seemed to have a lead. 30 years ago was precisely when the rebel movement began. If the origin of the rebels was indeed here, Then what was the connection between the person who died earlier, Antony, and the epidemic? Antony seemed to be the key figure in this matter. Thinking this, Emilio immediately tucked the book into Cameron's arms and then pulled Cameron out of the dusty room. Chapter 171. Lethal Clue. Emilio left in a hurry, and he didn't notice two people standing in the corner of the room. To just let him go? What if he really finds out the truth? What are we going to do then? Wayne frowned, clearly not satisfied with Eleanor's decision. However, Eleanor merely laughed softly and crossed her arms. So what do you suggest? Should we snatch the book from him? What's the point? Wouldn't it be worse to tell him that the tattoo on the collection is related to Dongxia? Are you stupid? Besides, even if he discovers something, so what? The ones who will be exposed are them, not us. Don't you remember? You wanted to crush them. If this matter comes to light, wouldn't it be beneficial for us? As she spoke, a faint smile appeared on Eleanor's face. Wayne stood beside her. Suddenly, an expression of surprise flashed across his face. When Emilio entered the room, the overwhelming smell of herbs made him choke. He started coughing loudly, looking towards the corner where he found Antony standing there, staring intently at something. Antony covered his mouth, and Emilio instantly shut up. After what felt like ages, Cameron had already fallen into a daze. Suddenly, Antony stood up, breaking into a wide grin and laughing wildly as if he were insane. Seeing this, Cameron took several steps back. He had always known that Antony was eccentric. Finally, the herbs are ready, Antony shouted, raising his hand. Emilio stood quietly, watching without showing any emotion. After a long while, Antony finally stopped. His eyes began to water, and a tear slid down his cheek. The herbs are ready. You should tell me what's going on now, shouldn't you? Emilio asked, his gaze firmly fixed on Antony. Surprised, Antony turned to look at Emilio. When did you guys come in? We've been here for a while, Cameron immediately answered. Antony hesitated for a moment, lowering his gaze, confusion flashing in his eyes. What did you mean by what you said just now? I don't quite understand. Emilio wasn't annoyed by this. I said, you should tell me everything now. Though you act crazy, I'm sure you can understand simple things, right? There's no need to make me repeat myself. Emilio said this calmly. Antony frowned slightly, glancing at Emilio before attempting to leave. But Emilio quickly grabbed his arm, and Antony struggled to break free. Man it, Emilio's grip was too strong for the frail Chavez. Cameron, quick on his feet, bound Antony with a rope. Where do you think you're going? Cameron tugged at the rope. Antony, now tied up tightly, earned only a casual glance from Emilio, who sat down in a nearby chair and brushed off some dust from his clothes. Do you want to tell me willingly, or shall I force it out of you? And why did you give that dead man those herbs? Did you know about the tattoo on his neck? Emilio questioned. Antony lowered his gaze, remaining silent. Emilio continued. Don't try to lie to me. I've already figured out most of it. My visit today was just to confirm my suspicions. If you dare to lie to me, you can imagine how I'll treat you. Emilio's voice carried a hint of a smile, yet it also held a clear threat. Antony, taken aback, responded in a hoarse voice. There was a long scar on his neck, as if it had been slashed by a sharp weapon. What do you know? Emilio snorted. What is your relationship with that man? And I don't think you created that medicine all by yourself, did you? If I'm not mistaken, that man gave you his recipe, right? And his death was probably predictable, wasn't it? You know the truth. If you tell me everything, perhaps I can help you find the person who hurt him and allow you to take revenge personally. But if you refuse to speak, you know what kind of methods I'm capable of. At your age, you certainly don't want to endure such torture. There was laughter in Emilio's tone, but it was laced with menace. Antony pressed his lips together, surprised by how much Emilio knew. He was unsure if he should trust Emilio, but he knew for certain that only Emilio could help him find the murderer to avenge his friend. I have no relation with him. I can tell you everything I know, but how can you guarantee that you won't deceive me? The Chavez looked at Emilio with his cloudy eyes. Emilio frowned slightly. After a moment, Emilio straightened up. You can choose not to trust me, but if you don't trust me, who else can you turn to? You have no one to help you. You want to find the so-called murderer and kill them. Can you really do it? I think you should have a clear understanding of your own capabilities. I'm not a saint, but I will never lie. Emilio spoke slowly. The Chavez frowned slightly. Emilio's words were harsh, but they were true. At his age, dealing with those people was just a fantasy. But with Emilio's help, it might be possible. Seeming to have made a decision, he lifted his head. His wrinkled face came together. All right, I believe you, but I hope you won't let me down. Emilio raised an eyebrow and then nodded. Can you release me now? At this, Cameron snorted coldly. Release you? Don't even dream about it. Do you think we'll let you run away again? However, Emilio shook his head. He took out a dagger and easily cut the ropes off the Chavez, acting so fast that the Chavez didn't even react. The Chavez couldn't help feeling some lingering fear. If Emilio had wanted to kill him earlier, he would likely be a dead man now, unable to speak of revenge. There's no need. He can't escape from my grasp. I believe he is smart enough to understand that, Emilio said with a sneer. The Chavez pursed his lips slightly. He wasn't angry at Emilio's words, but felt strangely reassured. Chapter 172. A perplexing past. Previously, he had been probing Emilio, for although others praised Emilio's prowess, he was unsure of just how capable Emilio truly was. If he exposed himself rashly, he feared that Emilio might not be able to protect him. Fine, since that's the case, I'll tell you first. But my knowledge is limited. Back then, I was merely a minor player. That person you mentioned earlier was indeed my friend, and we were part of the uprising army 30 years ago. However, I was just a small fry while he was a key figure in instigating the conflict. Have you heard of Bryce Fierce Tiger? Antony said. Emilio paused momentarily, his eyes widening in surprise as he looked at Antony. He had seen this name in some ancient text before, though it only appeared briefly 30 years ago. It chronicled Yale's great deeds. The record spoke of his formidable martial arts skills and exceptional medical knowledge. Man, he disappeared shortly after emerging, with no one knowing where he went. If Antony spoke the truth, and Yale was indeed Bryce Fierce Tiger, why would he end up in such dire straits? The situation grew increasingly complex. Antony raised his head and saw Emilio's reaction, guessing his thoughts. You don't believe me, do you? Why did such an impressive person end up without even his remains intact? Emilio pressed his lips together, remaining silent. I understand. Anyone in your place would think the same. Back then, I felt the same way. We met after the uprising ended. At the time, I didn't know his true identity. Only much later did he reveal it to me. The pandemic disease was something he researched. The rebel army intended to use this plague to destabilize the country to achieve their rule. Though he was a member of the rebellion, he disagreed with this approach, fearing that the people would suffer immensely. Even if they seized the country, it would be in ruins. He sighed, lowering his head. Emilio squinted slightly, feeling as if he were dealing with someone loyal and upright. So after he disagreed, those people wouldn't let him go? He fled and lived incognito out of necessity? Antony was surprised by Emilio's sharpness and nodded. Manes, he hid for so many years but was eventually found because he knew the identity of the rebel leader. They wouldn't let him live or remain free. He had to die. Before his death, perhaps foreseeing this, he gave me the recipe for the plague. He asked me to pretend to treat him, while he took the medicine himself. He knew if captured, he'd be tortured beyond recognition. I couldn't do anything to help him. This was all I could do. Antony continued, and Emilio turned to look at Cameron beside him, realizing their movements had been anticipated. So you also have a tattoo, right? There was a hint of anger in Emilio's eyes. Antony looked up at him, then shook his head. You think everyone in the rebellion had tattoos? Not true. The original members had no tattoos at all. Those were added later. If you're looking for the leader, forget it. It's impossible. They've long established deep roots. Trying to uproot them entirely would devastate de Benedict. Besides, Emilio, you're already in trouble yourself. Are you really going to risk everything to fight them? It's not worth it. Not worth it. He repeated the last two sentences, perhaps recalling his late friend, sorrow clouding his face. Emilio stared at him expressionlessly. There's nothing unworthy about this. If you want to do something, it's always worth it. Moreover, though the Manny family isn't what it used to be, we can still rise again. Everything depends on human effort. You say I can't confront them, but how will I know unless I try? I won't stand idly by like your friend. These people are a thorn in my side, and if I don't remove them, they'll continue to haunt me. After speaking, Emilio paid no mind to Antony's reaction, stood up, and left. If there's nothing else, please trouble yourself to reveal all the medicine so that we can cure the people's illnesses. This would also fulfill your friend's wish. As for me, you don't need to worry. From today onward, you should leave. I will arrange for someone to escort you away. As Emilio spoke, Antony looked at him in astonishment. Emilio's words were like a sudden enlightenment. He felt both ashamed and guilty at that moment. I understand. Antony nodded. Seeing his demeanor, Emilio left with broad strides, while Cameron followed closely behind. Ellie, do we really trust him? This man looks cunning. What if everything he said was a lie to deceive us? Emilio nodded indifferently. He was well aware of this. He paused, suspicion rising on his face for a moment before it returned to normal. He turned to look at Cameron beside him, half true, half false. But now we know more than before, which is already good progress. Ensure he is escorted away. Emilio instructed, and Cameron nodded. Emilio hesitated for a while, then leaned close to Cameron's ear and whispered something. Cameron's eyes widened with surprise after hearing it, while Emilio's gaze was resolute, nodding again. The two men standing in the corner watched Cameron and Emilio's actions, frowning slightly. What are they talking about? Simone shook her head. Emilio is smart. He might have noticed some irregularities. We must be careful. He could expose us at any moment. I think we should act separately. As she spoke, Wayne frowned deeply. How can that be? You want to ditch me? Simone chuckled. Manny's, I want to ditch you. Having you around as a fool is bound to happen sooner or later. You. She raised an eyebrow at him. Though Wayne was angry, he had to swallow his frustration alone. Chapter 173, Min and Fong. But now I have a good plan. When Wayne heard this, she couldn't help but frown. She knew this woman was always full of ideas and very quick-witted. If it weren't for this, those people wouldn't trust her either. Wayne thought as much, then pressed her lips together. Forget it, there was no point in quarreling with Eleanor right now. How do you want to do it? Wayne asked. A vague smile appeared on Eleanor's face. Wayne slightly furrowed her brow and leaned closer to Eleanor, who whispered a few words into her ear. His eyes widened in surprise. After getting the prescription, Antony brewed medicine much faster. Emilio looked at the prescription and slowly smiled. With this, he had hoped that he could treat the epidemic among the citizens of the city. Emilio couldn't help but sigh with relief. He sat in his chair and tilted his head back, still troubled by what had happened earlier. Everything seemed so elusive yet within reach. As Emilio was thinking, a hurried footsteps sounded outside the door. He looked up and saw Cameron rushing in. Cameron was panting heavily. Seeing him like this, Emilio frowned slightly and handed him a cup of tea. Why did you run here in such a hurry? What happened? Emilio asked. After catching his breath for several moments, Cameron gulped down the tea and nodded heavily. Ellie, something terrible has happened. Min and Fong has produced a new medicine, claiming it can cure the epidemic. Emilio frowned. Seeing his confusion, Cameron quickly explained. Ellie, Min and Fong is the largest pharmacy in this city, and its medicines are usually very expensive. But yesterday they announced that they had developed a prescription for curing the epidemic, which is now being sold throughout the city at a price of several taels of silver per dose. However, the citizens are frantically fighting over the medicine. As Cameron said this, Emilio immediately understood. He suddenly stood up. They managed to produce medicine? How did they do it? If it was only finished yesterday, does it have something to do with Antony? And if it was done before, why start selling it only yesterday? No matter which scenario, Emilio felt there was a connection. Thinking this, he casually put the prescription in his pocket and strode forward, followed closely by Cameron. Upon arriving at the entrance of Min and Fong, Emilio saw a long queue, with people scrambling for the medicine nearby. Emilio nodded. The constables tried to stop the chaos but were overwhelmed. Everyone wanted to survive. The Shan saw Emilio and immediately wiped the sweat off his forehead, walking to Emilio's side. Lord Manny, why have you come? The Shan asked. Emilio squinted slightly. If I hadn't come, I wouldn't know such a big thing happened here. Why aren't you stopping them? Who runs Min and Fong? Have you figured it out? Emilio asked. The Shan shook his head with a sigh. When this happened, we arrived first, but perhaps the news spread too fast. The citizens acted faster than us. Moreover, Min and Fong only issues 100 doses daily, with higher bids and quicker people getting priority. So they all scrambled, and we couldn't do anything except maintain order. As for who owns Min and Fong, I've heard it's someone extremely powerful beyond my influence. The Shan explained. Emilio lowered his gaze, not blaming the Shan because he knew how rigid the class hierarchy was. How could a lowly Shan challenge powerful figures? I understand. Emilio replied. He narrowed his eyes, calculating. If Min and Fong truly aimed to save lives, why cause such chaos? Benedicting the daily distribution to 100 doses would certainly leave some unsatisfied, and desperate people would resort to extreme measures to get the medicine. What did they really want? But regardless, he must stop this farce. Emilio squinted. Everyone listen to me. We have also developed a prescription. If you give us a little more time, we will distribute the medicine soon. There's no need to fight here. Emilio shouted loudly. Hearing that there was medicine available, the citizens immediately turned to look at them, their eyes filled with some doubt. Seeing those citizens, Emilio couldn't help but sigh. He understood these people too well. They were all striving for a chance to live. Everyone, listen to me. I would never lie to you. This is the truth. Emilio said. As soon as he finished his sentence, someone in the crowd responded. You say you can produce medicine, but there's been no news so far. You're just deceiving us. Moreover, we've all witnessed how powerful Min and Fong's medicine is. That person who took it recovered instantly from their illness. But you have no proof. Why should we believe you? Benedictson, if you leave now, you won't get one of the first 100 doses. Don't you want to live? These words hit the citizens hard. Although they trusted Emilio and knew he was a good person, compared to Emilio, they valued their lives more. They preferred a tangible cure over an uncertain promise. Emilio had sharp eyesight. Following the voice, he looked toward Yale standing in the crowd. It was a very burly man. Emilio squinted slightly to see his face clearly but saw Yale turn away and leave. Emilio hurriedly chased after him. He felt like he had seen this face somewhere before, yet he couldn't recall where. The crowd was dense, and by the time he caught up, Yale had disappeared without a trace. Cameron rushed over, seeing Emilio stop in his tracks. Ellie, it's useless. Those people trust Min and Fong too much. Min and Fong has a great reputation in this city. Chapter 174. An identical prescription. So they would rather trust Min and Fong and exchange all their possessions for just one ingredient. And now having the prescription in our hands is useless. When Cameron said this, Emilio turned his head sharply to look at him, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Ellie, I just noticed that Min and Fong has intercepted all the medicine in the city. Moreover, the prices of their herbs are particularly high. Even if we have the prescription, the cost of a single herb is so expensive that the whole city's people don't have enough silver. Emilio lowered his eyes. He naturally heard what Cameron said, but didn't expect these people to be so ruthless. Emilio narrowed his eyes slightly. These people want to force everyone to death. But what piqued Emilio's curiosity was what kind of herbs Min and Fong had, and how were they different from those given by Antony. Cameron, accompany me to a place tonight. As Emilio spoke, Cameron immediately nodded. Of course, he was willing. Wherever his young master went, he would follow. By the time Emilio returned, the Adalberto was already waiting there. In front of Min and Fong, the area was filled with people, the first 100 packets of medicine having been distributed. The remaining people were unwilling to leave, sitting there nibbling on steamed buns. Their faces were yellow and gaunt. How much disaster has this epidemic cost? Emilio clenched his hand tightly. Based on the current clues, he could see that this epidemic was man-made, not a natural disaster. What outcome did those people aim to achieve by creating this epidemic? Question after question lingered in Emilio's mind, making him frown slightly. His gaze fell on Antony, who hurried over, holding his chest, looking at the people sitting outside Min and Fong with some panic in his eyes. Emilio couldn't wait any longer and grabbed Antony's wrist. Did he give the prescription to just one person or everyone? Who he referred to was obvious. Antony hesitated, and then shook his head firmly. After writing the prescription, he had slept for a long time until he woke up and found out about this major event. But how could it be possible? His friend had once said that only the two of them knew about the prescription, with no third party involved. So why? Seeing Antony's certain answer, Emilio frowned even deeper. If what Antony said was true, then it was very likely that Min and Fong's prescription was fake. Of course, whether it was real or fake could be seen at a glance. That night, Emilio set out with Cameron. Emilio wore black clothes and a face mask. Ellie, where are we going? Cameron tugged at his black nightclothes. Emilio turned to look at him. To Min and Fong. I want to see what their prescription is. Is it really identical to ours? Maybe seeing that prescription will give us some clues. Your skills are good, so come with me. Emilio explained. Hearing this, Cameron nodded vigorously, excitement flickering in his eyes. He had wanted to investigate for a long time, so he was naturally happy with this opportunity. Before long, Emilio arrived at Min and Fong's entrance. Standing on the eaves, he saw people still sitting outside Min and Fong. Emilio narrowed his eyes, then jumped into Min and Fong. Inside was brightly lit. Cameron followed behind Emilio. Emilio looked around. The prescription must be with someone powerful, likely the owner of Min and Fong. Where would the owner live? Emilio scanned the surroundings until he spotted a room. A slight smile crept onto his lips as he walked toward the room. Just as he reached the door, he heard a voice and quickly hid in the nearby bushes. The voice belonged to Jolie. You did well this time. He will certainly reward you when he knows. Emilio isn't easy to deal with, so don't let him find any evidence. Understand? Simone said. Beside her stood a figure with a somewhat hunched back. Emilio frowned slightly as the figure nodded. After a while, the voice disappeared. Emilio deemed the timing right and stood up. On the side, Cameron seemed slightly drowsy. The figure with a hunched back was evidently being very cautious, staying in his room all the time. It would be quite difficult to get the prescription from him. So Emilio turned his gaze towards Cameron, who seemed slightly drowsy, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he thought of the best method. He gently patted Cameron on the shoulder, and Cameron turned his head to look at Emilio, rubbing his eyes. What's wrong, young master? Can we move now? Emilio smiled and nodded. Cameron looked at Emilio's expression and felt something was strange for some reason. Bandits. A voice suddenly came from outside, strong and forceful. Everyone's attention was drawn to that voice, seeing a black figure jumping continuously on the roof, while behind him were the servants wielding wooden sticks. The person sitting at the desk lifted his head upon hearing the commotion outside, frowning. Who is making noise? The figure asked. A servant rushed in. Someone has broken into mine Fong. That person narrowed his eyes slightly, then stood up and walked out quickly. Seeing the figure leave, Emilio jumped down from the roof. As soon as he landed, he caught a strange scent, one that made him feel sleepy if inhaled for too long. Shaking his head, Emilio ignored it and quickly examined the things inside the room. He moved swiftly, but found nothing after searching for a long time until he noticed an exquisite box beside him. The box was placed so prominently that Emilio had not considered it when he first entered. Frowning slightly, Emilio opened the box and indeed found a prescription inside. He compared the herbs listed on this prescription with the one given by Antony that he carried with him. After a careful inspection, he frowned even deeper. These two prescriptions were exactly the same. Emilio remained silent for a moment, then folded the prescription neatly and put it back into the box. However, he quietly switched the two prescriptions, placing Antony's prescription into the box and taking the original one away with him. Chapter 175, Friend or Foe? After he left, the door was opened again, and the hunched figure stood at the entrance. After Emilio left, another figure appeared beside the lonely silhouette. It was the burly man. Did you drug him? The burly man asked. The hunched figure straightened up, a smile playing at the corner of her mouth as she glanced lightly at the burly man. Manny's, exactly. A person like him is too dangerous. If I can track his every move, wouldn't it be much more convenient? Then he will be within my grasp, and whenever I want to know where he is, I will. Suddenly, a bird swooped down. The man moved slightly to the side when he heard the sound, and the bird landed on Eleanor's shoulder. Simone wore a faint smile on her face. She gently touched the bird with her fingers, and the bird rubbed against her hand affectionately. I see. But are you confident he won't discover it? The burly man questioned, for Emilio was clever, and he might think of this. Simone slightly raised her eyebrows. She had already considered this. What if he finds out? He doesn't know who I am and never will. Besides, even if he knows, the scent on him can't be washed off, so I can still find him. Isn't it amusing to watch him get anxious? Simone remarked, noting that it was her first time finding someone so interesting. Emilio's mind was deep and unpredictable. With just a small clue, he could dig so deep. If he continued growing like this, the consequences would be unimaginable. But she wanted to see how far Emilio could uncover. Wayne stood beside Eleanor, pursing his lips in thought before shutting his mouth. This woman was truly ruthless, as he had witnessed before. In unnecessary situations, he didn't wish to offend her. After returning with Cameron, Emilio took off his nightclothes. Those people were extremely difficult to track. Just an ordinary herbal shop in the Minen district, but the people inside had superb lightness skills. I nearly got caught. Cameron wiped the sweat off his forehead, still feeling a bit nervous. Heaven knew his legs almost burned from running without being caught by those people. Emilio nodded slightly, looking somewhat hesitant. Cameron noticed Emilio's strange demeanor. Is something wrong, young Ellie? For Emilio to show such expression, it must not be a minor matter. Seeing this, Cameron stood up with a serious look. Emilio pursed his lips, pulled a piece of paper from his robe, and placed it on the table. Cameron, look at this prescription Benedict Laudu gave us today. As Emilio spoke, he glanced at Cameron, who had already seen the prescription earlier. Cameron hesitantly picked up the prescription, stared at it for a while, then suddenly widened his eyes in surprise. This prescription is different from what you showed me earlier today. Was it switched? Cameron looked worried, but Emilio shook his head. Even Cameron could spot the difference. How about Benedict Laudu? Ellie, what's going on? Cameron asked, knowing Emilio must have a reason. I have a bold guess now, but I'm not sure if it's correct. I need to verify it. Emilio gazed intently at the prescription. The next morning, there was still a long queue outside the Minen district pharmacy. Day's events hadn't drawn much attention internally. Looking at the lined-up crowd, Emilio couldn't tell if they had discovered anything. Beside the queue sat a gaunt and disheveled Chavez, the very Benedict Laudu. The Chavez came early this morning to speak at length, but the commoners refused to listen to him. It's pitiful. The Adalberto sighed. Emilio squinted his eyes and took a few steps forward. A shadow blocked the light above Benedict Laudu, who looked up and saw Emilio. Jacob Manny? Benedict Laudu stood up in surprise. Excitement etched on his face as he grabbed Emilio's arm. Jacob Manny, what's happening here? My prescription has only been given to you. Why does Minen district have this pharmacy now? Everyone is fighting over the medicine, and things will get worse. Benedict Laudu wiped his swollen red eyes as he spoke. Emilio just watched him quietly. Benedict Laudu, noticing the look on Emilio's face, couldn't help but frown slightly, his eyes turning. Jacob Manny, what's wrong? Why are you looking at me like this? Benedict Laudu frowned slightly, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Emilio stared at him for a while, and then relaxed somewhat. He pulled out the prescription from his robe and unfolded it. It's like this, I don't quite understand one of the herbs here. Could you explain it to me, sir? Emilio unfolded the prescription and placed it in front of Benedict Laudu. his face showing a bit of doubt as if he genuinely wanted an answer. When Benedict Lautu heard Emilio's words, his expression changed slightly. Jacob Manny, I only have a basic understanding of medicine. This prescription was not written by me, so it's unnecessary for you to consult me. Benedict Lautu replied, and Emilio slightly pressed his lips together. I see. My memory isn't that good. I forgot that you only copied the prescription. You should remember all the herbs, right? Upon hearing Emilio's words, Benedict Lautu immediately nodded. Of course. Even if I turn to ashes, I will remember these herbs. This paper was indeed written by me. Do you not trust me, Jacob Manny? If you don't trust me, I won't blame you. Benedict Lautu lowered his gaze, a trace of loneliness in his eyes. Emilio slowly folded the paper and put it in his waistband. His movements were very gentle. I didn't mean it that way. There's no need for you to feel this way, sir. Actually, I also had some knowledge of medicine before, so I wanted to ask you. But since you say so, I must have overstepped. Emilio humbly apologized. Benedict Lautu nodded slightly, and the unease in his heart disappeared completely. However, Emilio's expression turned somber. Chapter 176 Strange Exotic Fragrance. The Shan watched the two men converse, his slightly furrowed brows. He slowly walked up to Emilio, hesitated for a moment, and then asked, Lord Manny, what should we do now? If we let them continue like this, how will the common people fare? The Shan paused in silence for a while. The epidemic among the townspeople has become more severe recently. Everyone is guarding the 100 packages of medicine outside the Min Fong, causing chaos in the city. Apart from this, diseases keep emerging endlessly. We intended to isolate them, but now we don't have the chance. This made their already troublesome situation even more turbulent. Emilio merely glanced slowly at the Shan beside him, pressed his lips lightly, turned and shifted his gaze to Antony. Do you have any other suggestions, Elder? Emilio asked. Antony paused momentarily and immediately shook his head while spreading out his hands. I only have that prescription. I don't know anything else. You guys should handle it. Emilio pressed his lips lightly again and nodded. The Shan sighed. He took a few steps aside and seemed to smell something, stopping abruptly, looking puzzledly at Emilio. Emilio also noticed the slight confusion on the Shan's face. What's wrong? Emilio asked. Lord Manny, where were you before? There's a fragrance coming from your body. Hearing this, Emilio's face showed a hint of confusion. He raised an eyebrow. He bent down to sniff himself and revealed a look of puzzlement as he couldn't detect any scent on himself. He then shifted his gaze back to the Shan. What kind of fragrance is on me? A new idea began forming in Emilio's mind, and the Shan's next words confirmed his thoughts. The Shan frowned. It seems like the scent of cosmetics, but I can't specify. Anyway, it smells very strong. Emilio pressed his lips and a calm smile appeared on his face. I must have accidentally stuck it on my body earlier. I believe you can understand that now. As Emilio spoke, the Shan seemed to recall something, instantly revealing a flattering smile on his face and nodding. I can understand. Emilio nodded and turned his gaze towards Antony. Antony did not seem to smell that fragrance, seemingly lost in thought, oblivious to the conversation between Emilio and the Shan. You've worked hard these past few days, Elder. Why don't you go back and rest well? Let us handle things here. Emilio sighed and gently patted Antony's shoulders. I know you want to resolve this issue quickly, but your health is already fragile. You surely want to see this epidemic end without exhausting yourself, right? Emilio spoke earnestly. Antony hesitated for a moment, ultimately sighing too. He lifted his weathered face with a hint of regret and melancholy, scanning the surroundings with his murky eyes. Lord Manny, I've heard of your great reputation before. You are very capable. I hope this time you can help them. Antony lowered his gaze. Emilio nodded. Rest assured, Elder. Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would do the same. After Antony nodded, he was led away by someone, leaving Emilio staring straight at his departing figure. Then he lowered his head and smelled his sleeves, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Shan, given the poor health of the Elder these past few days, to avoid any other issues, please take good care of him. Can you understand what I mean? Emilio said with a smile. Upon hearing this, the Shan was taken aback for a moment. Having served in office for many years, he naturally understood what Emilio meant. It was just that this Antony had lived in the city for several years without exhibiting any peculiar behavior, so why did Emilio suddenly treat him with such importance? However, the Shan also knew that since Emilio acted this way, there must be a reason behind it. He was only a minor official after all, so he couldn't interfere in Emilio's affairs. Therefore, he hurriedly nodded. Please rest assured, Lord Manny. I will handle it for you. But how should we solve the problem with the common people? The Shan wiped the sweat off his forehead and asked. With the riots in the city, if this continued, the capital would surely receive news of it. If it was just an epidemic, it would be fine, but if the riots were pinned on him, that would be a serious matter. Of course, he also knew about Emilio's previous incidents in the capital. If Emilio were to take the blame for this, it might spell the end of the good days for the Manny family. He had expected Emilio to be anxious, but instead, Emilio appeared very calm and indifferent. Emilio stood there with his back straight, squinting his eyes as he watched the Shan for a long time before speaking. Let's leave it like this for now. I need to confirm some things. Emilio said. The Shan paused for a moment, but if this continues... Before he could finish his sentence, Emilio glanced at him, causing him to shut his mouth immediately. During their time together, Emilio's attitude and ability were commendable, making him momentarily forget how Emilio used to be on the battlefield. A jade-faced demon. Absolutely can't offend this person. Everything will follow Lord Manny's arrangements. The Shan spoke, and Emilio nodded in satisfaction. Then I'll trouble you, Shan. No trouble at all. The Shan hurriedly replied, not daring to say anything else. After the Shan left, Emilio remained standing there for quite a while until Cameron finally came back, panting heavily. Ellie, just as you said, there's no sign of any activity inside the Min Fong, and the guards are exactly the same as yesterday. It's too strange. Ordinary families would have tightened their defenses after being burglarized, But nothing had changed at Min and Fong, as if they were waiting for someone to enter again. It's like they're luring us into a trap. Cameron scratched his head, his face showing confusion. Ellie, what's really going on here? Cameron asked, and Emilio smiled, the corners of his lips curling up. Can't you see? They're deliberately luring me in. Hearing this, Cameron's eyes widened dramatically. Ellie, what should we do then? Should we really go in? But why are they doing this? Chapter 177. Luring the snake into the cave. Emilio did not speak. Instead, he walked 2 steps toward Cameron. My sister asked you, is there a scent on my body? Emilio paused, asking Cameron. Although Cameron was puzzled, he still went over and sniffed, then suddenly pinched his nose tightly. Manny's, young master, the scent on your body is quite strong. It's like... Cameron paused again, unable to finish the sentence for a moment, as if he couldn't recall. Benedict, the smell from that room yesterday, right? Emilio asked, and Cameron immediately nodded. Manny's, that's it. The young master really smells similar, but how could you have this scent on you? Emilio squinted his eyes. Indeed, how could I have this scent on me? This can only mean someone intentionally put it on me. Who do you think it might be? Even without Emilio speaking, Ellie Wong had already guessed. Could it be Min in workshop? Emilio nodded. If he hadn't guessed wrong, this fragrance should be able to track his movements. However, these people merely put this scent on him. Who was the person behind them? Emilio didn't know, but they were definitely not part of the same group as those causing trouble earlier. If they were indeed one group, why wouldn't Antony have been able to detect the scent? That person was waiting for Emilio to figure it out himself. Emilio did not disappoint. This person was waiting for Emilio to find him. As for his purpose, it made Emilio even more curious. Young master, now we are exposed while they remain hidden, Cameron said with a worried look on his face. After all, they still did not know who was hiding in the dark, or what they intended to do. Emilio sighed. If this fragrance can track my movements, we can also use it to track theirs. Emilio calmly spoke, knowing that many things cannot be judged by appearance alone. If this fragrance could locate him, then why couldn't it locate them too? Emilio smiled. Tonight, we will probably need to go again. After saying this, Emilio left Cameron behind as he strode away, with Cameron following closely. As night fell, Emilio changed back into his night gear, the fragrance still lingering on him. Young master, how are we going to find them? By following the scent? But although I can smell it, tracking their movements will still be difficult. Cameron sniffed the intense fragrance in the air and sighed. Emilio simply sat at the table, picking. The bird flew quickly, and Emilio had to use his lightness kung fu skills to keep up. In a dimly lit alley, the bird finally stopped, landing on the shoulder of a slender figure. Moonlight bathed the person, and Emilio halted, pursing his lips before taking a few steps forward. Who are you? Why did you bring me here? Emilio asked, watching as the figure slowly turned its head. Upon seeing the face, Emilio couldn't help but pause in surprise. He remembered this face. It was none other than the Rena of Dongxia at the banquet. Why would she be here? Emilio's gaze shifted to the sparrow on her shoulder. Immediately, he had his suspicions. So, you've been playing tricks behind the scenes? Emilio said without holding back. Simone couldn't help but smile at his words, finding them amusing. Simone tilted her head slightly and took 2 steps forward. The bells on her body jingled softly with each step, creating a crisp sound. Do you remember me? She blinked her eyes, somewhat surprised by the question. She had thought that Emilio either didn't recognize her or hadn't remembered her at all. Emilio pursed his lips and nodded. I know you're from Dongxia. Emilio paused for a moment before continuing. You deliberately led me here. Simone hesitated, then nodded. She placed her hands behind her back and shifted her body slightly. You're very clever, and you're right. Why don't you tell me your thoughts on why I brought you here? I believe someone as smart as you has already guessed most of it, haven't you? If I'm not mistaken, the events from years ago were likely caused by your country of Dongxia as well. So Antony is working with you, but perhaps not entirely. Or perhaps there's an internal division within Dongxia. You chose to come here alone and use the sparrow to lure me. Could it be that Yale beside you isn't part of your group, and the medicine formula was intentionally left there by you? You've known about that formula for a long time. Emilio pursed his lips again, harboring another, more daring suspicion. If I'm not mistaken, the medicine formula given by Antony might have even been provided by you, or perhaps he's just a scapegoat they chose. Chapter 178. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. You wish to collaborate with me, and that so-called disease is merely a superficial phenomenon. What exactly is your relationship with the tattooed individuals? Emilio asked while narrowing his eyes at Eleanor. She had heard long ago that Emilio was quite formidable and knew he was clever, but she never expected him to be this intelligent. Based on the clues alone, he was able to deduce so much. Soon enough, without her saying anything, Emilio would likely figure out everything. You are very smart, and have guessed correctly. Antony is indeed one of our people, but this matter has nothing to do with me. I had him bring you here because I wanted to see if you could become my collaborator. After speaking, Eleanor took 2 steps toward Emilio, tapping his chest with her finger. But you are indeed very intelligent, and fit my ideal collaborator perfectly. You're even more impressive than I imagined. So, the illness mentioned in the books 30 years ago that mysteriously disappeared. This was just a surface act. After some time, they all recovered. It was only a smokescreen. What exactly do you want to collaborate on? Emilio was straightforward. Since Eleanor had already raised the topic, he saw no reason to hide his thoughts. Of course, he needed to understand what she intended to do first. She was a Rosanna of Dongxia, and Dongxia was an old enemy of Dali. Although Dongxia had recently faced internal divisions and external threats, Emilio wasn't sure if this was true. In contrast, Dali was already suffering from both internal and external problems, especially if it had been like this for 30 years. Perhaps Dongxia's control over Dali was even greater than Emilio had imagined. Simone couldn't help but laugh. You really are very smart. As you guessed, those so-called remedies were unnecessary since the patients would eventually recover on their own. They were just a bunch of frightened fools scaring themselves. And the friend Antony spoke about was just someone they manipulated and killed. Emilio narrowed his eyes, disagreeing with her statements. Those people only wanted to live. When faced with death, most people can't calmly accept it. Initially, Emilio found those people laughable, but as he encountered more similar situations, he came to understand that they simply wanted to survive. Emilio sighed. So, what exactly do you want to do? Simone lifted her gaze and stared intently into Emilio's eyes for a moment before responding. I want you to help me escape Dongxia. That place is a living hell, and I never want to stay there again. If you can help me, I will do everything in my power to assist you. Any information you need, I can provide. After replying, Emilio gave her a brief glance but said nothing. His silence made Eleanor frown slightly. After a brief pause, she asked, You're not willing? Emilio's lips curled into a faint smile. It's not that he was unwilling, but he didn't believe that was her real goal. If she genuinely only wanted to escape, she wouldn't need his help. Given her capabilities, it should be easy for her to leave. Her ambitions might be much larger. But for now, Emilio focused on solving the immediate problem. The flood in Xiongnu was just a reminder. What intrigued Emilio was the real mastermind behind it. According to the records, the first rebels 30 years ago didn't have tattoos. So how could they confirm these were the rebels? This was more important and challenging for Emilio. Furthermore, in the Xiongnu flood affair, Emilio had always been a pawn from the start. If he hadn't thought outside the box, he might still be unaware of the truth. So who caused the Xiongnu flood, and why create such an elaborate scheme? What was its purpose concerning the river? And who were the first rebels? Simone noticed Emilio's furrowed brows. Will you give me a hand? She asked, and Emilio looked up at her, then pressed his lips together slightly. His gaze shifted back to the bird. I think I don't want to, and probably can't. That fragrance is already on me. I don't know what it is, but perhaps only you can remove it. If I refuse, this smell will be with me forever. Knowing my whereabouts would give you an advantage over me unless we are allies. But before that, I need you to tell me something. If what Eleanor said was true, then the rebels had been in contact with Dongxia 30 years ago, which would be a disaster for Dali. Ask anything you want to know, as long as I know, I can tell you. Simone crossed her arms, her face carrying a smile. She slightly nodded, becoming increasingly curious about Emilio. Initially, she thought he was quite smart, but now she realized he was an invaluable talent. If she could win him over, it would greatly benefit her future endeavors. So, her interest in Emilio grew, along with her patience. I want to know who the leader of the rebels is and who the first batch of people were. Emilio's question made Eleanor pause momentarily. She remained silent for a while, then shook her head solemnly. Sorry, I don't know these things. They're beyond my knowledge. I only know that the person holds a prestigious status, and the list of the first batch of people is not in my hands but with my father. Even my father doesn't know who the leader of the rebels is, so how would I? However, I can assure you that if you need any help in the future, I will do my best, but I cannot disclose this information. Simone spoke slowly, and Emilio narrowed his eyes, looking at her face, as if assessing whether she was lying. After a moment, Emilio furrowed his brows slightly, then nodded. Even Dongxia's people didn't know who the leader of the rebels was? Emilio became more curious about the complicated matters behind it all. I understand. Chapter 179. I want you to be mine. Emilio turned his gaze back to Eleanor, scrutinizing her from head to toe. So you were the one at the banquet last time. I've only heard that Rina Dongxia has high martial arts skills, but now I know that not only are your martial arts strong, but your mind is also very sharp. Are you trying to gain a higher position by cooperating with me? Emilio answered straightforwardly. Simone was taken aback for a moment upon hearing this, then a smile curved on her lips. Speaking with intelligent people is indeed interesting. Let me be frank. My father collaborated with some people in your Dali Empire, and our Dongxia is not as fractured internally as you said. There might be external and internal issues, but it's not that severe. All those rumors are just misinformation. I'm telling you all this to show my sincerity. I am not in league with them, but I can help you get whatever you want, provided that you become mine. Simone's words made Emilio raise an eyebrow. So you mean you want me to be your spy? Emilio scoffed. Why would you think I would betray Dali for you? Simone didn't panic when she heard this. Instead, she slowly crossed her arms and nodded slightly. I've heard about your affairs. You're indeed formidable. But no matter how powerful you are, haven't you heard the saying, to overshadow the master? The Earl has long been dissatisfied with your Manny family. Do you really think you can have any future in Dali? It's possible that after some time, your Manny family will no longer exist in Dali. If you cooperate with me, I can protect you. What will you do if you don't? You're smart, but compared to those high-ranking officials, they could crush you with just a word. As Eleanor spoke, Emilio pursed his lips, realizing she had thoroughly investigated him and had planned this long ago. Emilio's eyes darted around. What you say does make sense, but I can't be sure whether what you say is true or not. I need some time to think about it properly. Simone nodded slightly, not caring too much about Emilio buying time. Looking outside, they were in a small alleyway. She frowned slightly. Someone's coming, I must go. She left without another word, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Emilio narrowed his eyes. He had never taken Dongxia seriously before, but now he realized it indeed harbored hidden tigers and dragons. If everything Eleanor said was true, Dali and Dongxia had already fallen apart long ago, and sooner or later, Dali would be under Dongxia's control. Emilio furrowed his brows tightly. A hurried set of footsteps approached from outside. Suddenly, Cameron appeared at the alley entrance, panting heavily. Upon seeing Emilio, he dashed forward. Why didn't you wake me up, Ellie? Cameron asked anxiously. Emilio raised an eyebrow and continued walking, leaving Cameron to follow behind. You slept so soundly, why blame me now? Hearing this, Cameron scratched his chin guiltily and remained silent. He wanted to ask what Emilio had been doing, but decided it wasn't appropriate for a servant to pry into his master's business. Meanwhile, Emilio had formed a plan in his mind. The epidemic could be resolved, but the matter concerning Antony was not trivial. Currently, Dolly did not pay much attention to these issues, and Carlo's dissatisfaction with him was only because recent enemies had been mostly dealt with by Emilio. So, Carlo aimed to target the Manny family. But once new enemies emerged, Carlo would divert his focus away from the Manny family, ensuring temporary safety for them. The question was how to let Carlo know this. To make him realize, Emilio needed to make this incident public. And this would naturally require a witness. But who should this witness be? Emilio pondered this. That night, after Emilio had just tidied up and closed his eyes, a voice in the darkness woke him up. Emilio frowned slightly as he saw a figure quickly approaching him. Reacting swiftly, he caught the person's wrist. His grip was very strong, and soon the person let out a pained cry. Cameron clutched his wrist, grimacing in pain. Upon recognizing Cameron's voice, Emilio frowned slightly, lit the candle beside him, and held it up to see Cameron's face. It seemed quite painful as Cameron's face was contorted. "What are you doing here?" Emilio looked somewhat displeased. Cameron pointed at his wrist, and only then did Emilio realize his mistake and let go of Cameron's wrist. Cameron immediately checked his bones, almost suspecting that Emilio had crushed half of them. "Cameron, why aren't you sleeping at this hour? What are you doing here?" Emilio rubbed his temples. Cameron paused for a moment, then pursed his lips, retrieving a small piece of paper from his waistband and handing it to Emilio. Emilio hesitated for a while before taking the note, opening it and frowning slightly, but then a smile curved on his lips. It was sent by Arjan. The note roughly said that Arjan was about to get married, and his wedding with Diana was set for next month. Perhaps fearing any disruptions, Arjan had arranged everything as quickly as possible and invited Emilio to return together. Emilio glanced at the note, frowned slightly, and placed it near the candle until it turned to ashes. He recalled how they first met, when the Manny family and the Carmine family situation made them dislike each other initially. While they weren't close now, at least they were far better than before. If Arjan really marries Gale, then the Amir should be worried. "Ellie, should we go back? But there's still so much unresolved here. If we leave now, returning to the capital without orders, Randy will surely punish us." Chapter 180. The Dead City. After all, they were so preoccupied with matters within the city that they had no time to go back. Initially, Emilio was still contemplating who should be a witness, but now it seemed he had found the right person. "We obviously can't go back for now, but Edison can come here. His wedding is next month anyway, and I have some things I need his help with." As Emilio spoke, a smile crept up on his lips. However, Cameron's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing this. "Will young Ellie Carmine come? How would we know if we don't try?" Emilio said this and soon sent out the letter. In the following days, Emilio received no reply. He took no action as the crowd in front of the Min and Fong dwindled daily. They all knew there were only 100 medicine packages available. They wouldn't get their turn, especially since the price of the herbs kept skyrocketing. As ordinary people, they didn't have enough money to buy the medicines. Emilio's indifferent attitude made the Sean increasingly anxious. One day, while Emilio was sipping tea inside, the door was suddenly pushed open. The Sean rushed in, sweat trickling down his forehead. Upon seeing Emilio, he pursed his lips slightly. "Jacob Manny." The Sean continued, "Lord Manny, you're smarter than any of us. I know you've already thought of something. Recently, those displaced people have been fighting over the herbs, and more people are being infected due to the epidemic. Now the whole city looks like a dead city. Please do something, don't just stand by and watch." As the Sean spoke, Emilio merely glanced at him calmly before putting down his teacup and book. Standing up, he noticed Lao Benedict standing behind the Sean. Lao Benedict had also been doing everything he could these past few days, but the herbs were too expensive. Even if they intended to gather all the money from the county to buy the medicines, it would still not be enough. Lao Benedict looked at Emilio with an appraising eye. He remembered how Emilio hadn't been fully committed to solving this problem a few days ago, but now, his actions suggested otherwise. This made Lao Benedict both worried and curious, as if Emilio had figured something out. Seeing Emilio's gaze fall on him, Lao Benedict quickly lowered his head, clenching his fingers tightly. Emilio chuckled lightly. "You don't need to worry. I've already thought of another way." Upon hearing this, the Sean's eyes widened. "What do you mean, Lord Manny?" Emilio smiled. "If the herbs in the county are too expensive, then why not get them from elsewhere? It will take time and considerable effort, though." His words sank in, and the Sean couldn't help but widen his eyes again. They hadn't thought about this method because acquiring herbs from other counties would be a long journey and consume a lot of resources. Although it was slightly better than buying directly from local apothecaries, it wasn't much of an improvement. Besides, who would they get to handle this? "Don't worry, the herbs will arrive soon." Just as Emilio finished speaking, Cameron rushed in hurriedly, looking surprised to see the Sean and Lao Benedict. Emilio turned to look at him. "What's the matter?" Cameron immediately answered, "Young Ellie Carmine has arrived. He's already at the county office in trance." Upon hearing this, the Sean spun around. Recently, everyone knew about Edison, son of Branson, getting married to Diana. The Sean subconsciously assumed it was Edison, but then he shook his head. Edison and Emilio didn't get along, and their families were enemies. Why would Edison come here? Emilio didn't think too much about it, and strode forward. "I didn't expect him to arrive so soon, faster than I anticipated." Reaching the entrance, he paused when he realized the two men behind him weren't moving. He turned slightly. "Are you two not coming?" The Sean hesitated for a moment before nodding and following Emilio. When they reached the entrance of the county office, a crowd had already gathered. Edison's arrival had caused quite a stir, attracting much attention. The entrance was lined with luxurious items and countless servants, making quite a scene. Seeing this extravagant display, Emilio couldn't help but frown slightly. He knew that Edison always enjoyed making a scene, but he didn't expect Edison to go to such lengths, bringing so many people along. However, it did fit Edison's character. "Where is he?" Emilio asked one of the constables. The constable immediately pointed inside. Emilio nodded and strode in. As soon as he walked in, a teacup suddenly flew toward Emilio. With quick reflexes, he dodged it just in time. The cup flew straight past him and aimed at Antony behind him. Antony instinctively dodged with surprising speed, looking nothing like Harris. Emilio wiped the expression from his face, pretending not to notice. He looked at Edison and smiled. I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. Edison glanced at him indifferently and snorted. I know your matters here are important, so naturally, I had to handle them as soon as possible. The things you asked me to bring are already outside. Edison turned away. Emilio chuckled mockingly and nodded. The Sean couldn't help but widen his eyes, amazed that he would see Emilio and the son of Branson, Edison, in person. Despite rumors of their poor relationship, they didn't seem to be bitter enemies. What's inside that chest brought by Lord Manny? Are they the herbs you mentioned? The Sean asked. Emilio nodded. These are the herbs I asked young Ellie Carmine to bring from the capital. There's enough for all the citizens in this city to have medicine. The Sean's face lit up with excitement. Really? Emilio raised an eyebrow. Of course. However, don't open these herbs for a few days. Also, don't distribute them now. Tomorrow, instead of just giving out food, use them to make porridge for the citizens in the city. Hearing that Emilio wouldn't distribute the herbs immediately, the Sean furrowed his brow, confusion evident on his face. Chapter 181. Using tea bags as medicine. Since the herbs have all arrived, why not do it? Nowadays, the citizens' conditions are more severe, and there are many more sick people. Compared to eating porridge, providing herbs is clearly more important. However, he did not dare to ask directly. Emilio seemed to have noticed the Adalberto's thoughts. Sean, I wonder what status Min and Fong holds in the hearts of the citizens? If we were to provide the herbs ourselves and stand against Min and Fong, would they trust us? Emilio asked calmly. The Adalberto paused, then lowered his head. A flicker of camaraderie flashed in his eyes. After a moment, he looked up and shook his head. Min and Fong was too significant in the citizens' hearts. Moreover, although its prices were high, some people believed that expensive medicine could save their lives. Therefore, even if they provided the herbs, the citizens might not believe them. But how does this relate to the porridge stalls? The Adalberto squinted, acknowledging he wasn't unintelligent, but couldn't follow Emilio's train of thought. The porridge stalls aren't the key point. Would the citizens be willing to believe me if I fell ill with this disease and recovered from our medicine? Emilio's words startled everyone. He turned to look at Emilio with widened eyes, shock evident on his face. He hadn't expected Emilio to test the medicine on himself. Absolutely not. Sir Manny, you hold a prestigious position. How can you do such a thing? Currently, they didn't know whether the medicine from Min and Fong or their own was genuine. If anything happened to Emilio, his position as Adalberto would also be at risk. Emilio narrowed his eyes, while Arjan stood beside him. Emilio understood the Adalberto's concerns. Sean, don't worry. This decision is mine alone, and it won't involve you. Emilio said this, causing the Adalberto to open and close his mouth, unsure of what to say. Let's settle this matter, and I hope you can handle the rest, Emilio added. The Adalberto shook his head rapidly, feeling that compared to fatigue, Emilio's actions were genuinely impressive, taking such risks. His admiration for Emilio deepened. Antony stood behind the Adalberto, his head lowered, deep in thought. He hadn't participated in the conversation, and he hadn't noticed Emilio occasionally observing him. Antony's agile movements suggested he was a martial artist of considerable skill. He had been living among them as a seemingly weak Chavez for a reason that was obvious. But Emilio didn't plan to expose him just yet. That evening, Emilio was reading in his room when the door opened. Looking up, he saw Arjan standing at the entrance. You've come? Arjan pursed his lips slightly and walked over to sit beside Emilio. What did you call me here for? If it's only about the herbs, you could have assigned someone else. Arjan knew Emilio was more strategic than anyone else. There must be a reason for calling him over. Initially, he hadn't wanted to come personally upon receiving the letter, but after consideration, he decided to handle Emilio's matters immediately. Indeed, you live up to being the son of Branson. Emilio gave a thumbs up, but Arjan merely scoffed. Don't give me compliments. When you tricked me, you didn't speak like this. Recently, the capital hasn't been peaceful. The Amir's influence has grown, and Carlo is cautious. The political situation has changed again. Arjan narrowed his eyes and sighed. After speaking, Arjan refocused on Emilio. So, what do you really want? Emilio put down his teacup and looked at Arjan. Of course, I want you to witness something. Witness something? What exactly? Arjan frowned. If I'm correct, this issue is connected to Dongxia and the tattoo incident before. If I handle it alone, the Bartolomeo might suspect me. So, I need another person to uncover this matter, and that person is you. Emilio spoke firmly, and Arjan raised his eyes, giving a slight, indifferent glance at Emilio. So, you've dragged me into this? Arjan knew that the Bartolomeo was quite wary of Emilio and the Manny family. So if both the tattoo incident and the Dongxia affair were encountered by Emilio alone, it could easily make the Bartolomeo suspicious. But with Arjan involved, it would alleviate some of the Bartolomeo's suspicions. You talk so well, but essentially you're just using me as a tool. Arjan gave a cold snort. He didn't feel angry at Emilio's behavior. He seemed to recall something and thought for a moment before speaking again. Is what you said today true? Are you really going to test the medicine on yourself? Have you considered what will happen if you fail? I know you've always been decisive, but you should also think about yourself more. Arjan was well-intentioned, and Emilio naturally understood this. I know what you're concerned about, but isn't trying this method a way to gain the trust of the citizens in the short term? Moreover, you don't know me well enough yet. Since I've decided to do this, I must have a backup plan. They can't deceive me. Hearing Emilio speak this way, if it were anyone else, Arjan would think they were just talking nonsense. But with Emilio, he believed that Emilio truly could pull off such a feat. He sighed helplessly. Fine. If you've already made up your mind, I won't say anything more. Just be sure to take care of yourself. Emilio smiled and nodded. Although Arjan had many flaws, he was trustworthy. By the way, you said the things I brought were herbs, but you only asked me to bring some tea bags. Why did you lie to them? Could it be that you have other clues? Or perhaps there's someone here in the Adalberto's office you suspect, and you want to use the herbs to uncover the truth. Arjan lived up to his title as the son of Branson, able to pinpoint the crux of the matter from just one clue. Emilio smiled and nodded. Arjan wasn't particularly surprised, as Emilio's thoughts often differed from others. Chapter 182. I need your help. Emilio snapped his fingers. You live up to being the son of Branson. You are indeed very smart. I already have a suspect in mind and I'm going to investigate tonight, so I need you. Emilio said this, while Edison frowned slightly, looking at Emilio with a puzzled expression. You say you need my help? Emilio, I didn't think there would be a day like this for you. So tell me, what kind of help do you need? Edison crossed his arms, curiosity visible on his face. After all, Emilio had never said anything like this before. He was known for his intelligence and deep scheming. Edison had often been grateful that he was on Emilio's side. If he were to oppose Emilio, he wouldn't stand a chance. Emilio raised an eyebrow and stepped forward, patting Edison on the shoulder gently. I need your help to follow us. Upon hearing this, Edison was even more puzzled. What do you mean by that? A smile tugged at the corner of Emilio's lips. I know that the capital city is not safe these days, and Randy is especially wary of the Manny family. Every move I make is under his watchful eye. One wrong step could be fatal for the Manny family. However, this matter is extremely dangerous, and Cameron and I acting alone might arouse suspicion from the Bartolomeo. At this time, we need someone as a witness, and you are a perfect choice. After all, you're the son of Branson, aren't you? Emilio narrowed his eyes slightly, and Edison seemed to understand. He widened his eyes and pointed at Emilio. So you hurriedly called me over just to be this witness? Edison had thought that Emilio needed his help for something significant. Who knew it would be such a trivial matter? He had been busy with his own wedding preparations in the capital city. Now he had rushed here just for this small task. Edison furrowed his brow and rubbed his temples. I should have known. I shouldn't have believed you. Even if I hadn't come, you probably had other candidates, right? Emilio shook his head slightly. No, this really does require your help. After all, your current status is quite different from before, and your family has always maintained a neutral stance. The Bartolomeo may not trust others, but he will trust you. Emilio said this very seriously. Edison lowered his eyebrows and pondered for a moment. It was indeed true. Sighing, he resigned himself to the situation. Fine, when do you plan to act? Edison asked this, and Emilio raised an eyebrow again before answering slowly. Tonight. As he spoke, Edison's eyes widened even further. It was already late at night. If I'm not mistaken, if he is going to take action, it will definitely be tonight. This is our last opportunity. Emilio's tone was unusually firm, and Edison stared at him, surprised by how lightly Emilio took this matter. If he hadn't come, what did Emilio plan to do? But Edison didn't ask because they were running out of time. Emilio stood up, put on his outer robe, and glanced at Cameron nearby, then slapped Cameron hard on the face. Cameron immediately sat up. Confused, he looked at Emilio. Ellie, what happened? Emilio couldn't help but laugh. He crossed his arms. Get up quickly. Ellie's taking you to do something important. Without asking, Cameron immediately sat up and got dressed quickly. Edison watched the two, marveling at how they could collaborate so smoothly, like partners in crime. Ellie, I'm ready. Cameron patted down his clothes and grinned at Emilio. Emilio nodded and headed towards the door, opening it and disappearing into the night. Meanwhile, in the Adalberto's storeroom, the door creaked open quietly, and a hunched figure slipped inside. He moved cautiously, trying to keep his steps light, carefully closing the door behind him. He scanned the room with his dim eyes and walked softly toward the large chests placed in the center. He had overheard everything today. If things were as they said, their plan wouldn't work. He couldn't let this happen. The herbs must be destroyed. Moonlight streamed in through the window, casting a beam of light on the hunched figure's face. It was an extremely weathered face with turbid eyes that scanned the surroundings. He nimbly retrieved a dagger from his waist and inserted it into the lock of one of the large chests. A moment later, he opened the large chest. He furrowed his brows slightly and was about to reach in when he heard a faint sound behind him. He immediately turned around, gripping the dagger tightly. Unbeknownst to him, a figure now stood behind him, clad entirely in black with a mask obscuring his face, making it impossible to discern his features, but his stature was notably tall. Antony took a few frantic steps back, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He had been alert, yet somehow missed this person's approach. If not for that faint sound, he would never have realized someone was behind him and might have already been silently killed. Antony swallowed hard. Who are you? As Antony spoke, Yale's lips curled slightly, his voice laced with amusement. If you don't even know me, then you don't need to live anymore. The man squinted his eyes, and Antony immediately charged at him. However, Yale was remarkably agile and quickly subdued Antony after just a few moves. Hold your horses, I haven't finished talking. Take a look at this. Emilio rolled up his sleeve, revealing a tattoo on his pale arm. Antony paused, furrowing his brows as his turbid gaze focused on the tattoo on Emilio's arm. Are you sent by them? Antony asked, and Emilio nodded slightly. I wonder why they sent you. Not recognizing your own comrades is truly laughable. Never mind, I won't argue with you anymore. Emilio replied, but Antony remained skeptical, still frowning slightly as if not fully believing Emilio's words. Chapter 183 Benedictine by Benedictine. The Chavez Benedict slightly raised his head to look at Emilio, but they were no longer as confrontational as before. What task is it? The Chavez Benedict hesitated for a moment and asked. Emilio raised an eyebrow slightly, put away the dagger in his hand, and then took 2 steps forward. However, you reached the end but retreated 2 steps, obviously not trusting Emilio. Emilio didn't care either. There's no need to rush about the task. I need to confirm first if you're the person I'm looking for. A hint of displeasure flashed across the Chavez Benedict's face. How do you plan to confirm? Let me see the tattoo on your body. The Chavez Benedict paused for a moment, with some confusion in his voice. I am from the earliest batch. There is no such tattoo on my body as you mentioned. There's no need to verify with me. However, After he finished speaking, the Chavez Benedict seemed to have realized something. He stared at Emilio with a flash of doubt on his face, and after a while, he retreated several steps. You don't know about this matter? He had already picked up the dagger again, while a smile curled up at the corners of Emilio's mouth. He removed the mask from his face, instantly revealing it to the Chavez Benedict, who was taken aback. It's you. The Chavez Benedict murmured to himself. Emilio raised an eyebrow, threw the mask on the ground, and rubbed his wrists. Why? Seeing it's me, you show this kind of expression. Didn't you hope it was me? I really hope to see you. Emilio sneered, but there was a hint of provocation in his tone. At this point, the Chavez Benedict could no longer care about so much. He looked at Emilio, realizing this was a trap set by Emilio. He turned and rushed towards where the herbs were stored, intending to destroy all the herbs, but when he got close, he smelled the aroma of tea bags, suddenly widening his eyes. What were supposed to be herbs simply did not exist. It was all part of Emilio's trap. He never thought that after being an undercover agent for so many years and despite his age, he would meet such humiliation at the hands of a young boy. He was furious and threw a handful of white powder at Emilio, who squinted and covered his nose and mouth. Seeing him like this, the Chavez Benedict tried to escape through the window, only to find both sides blocked off when he rushed over. Do you think I only brought one person? You must have thought too highly of yourself. Emilio waved away the dust in front of him and wrinkled his brow slightly. This stuff had a truly unpleasant smell. Edison stood with his arms crossed. This is what you wanted to confirm? Edison asked. Emilio nodded slightly. Seeing the three people slowly approaching him, the Chavez Benedict frowned and clenched his lips. To survive now, he could only fight to the death. So he tightened his grip on the dagger and charged towards the weakest link, Cameron. But he underestimated Cameron, who wasn't exactly weak. Upon seeing the Chavez rushing at him, Cameron looked stunned, then with a hint of anger. What? Just because I look skinny, you think I'm easy to defeat? Let me tell you, you guessed wrong. Cameron was quite skilled and quickly overpowered the Chavez Benedict. The Chavez Benedict's eyes widened. He had been undercover for many years and considered himself skilled, yet he ended up in such a sorry state at the hands of a servant. Cameron stomped on the Chavez Benedict and wiped his nose. For attacking me, you'll suffer a bit. As Cameron spoke, a smile curled Emilio's lips, and he slowly squatted down, sighing at the Chavez Benedict who was still struggling. Why go through all this trouble? Emilio said. On the side, Edison watched Emilio and couldn't help frowning. If he just wanted confirmation, this would have been too simple. It was not like Emilio to do things in such a complicated manner. If there were better ways, Emilio would never choose this one. Slowly raising his head, Emilio saw Edison's puzzled expression. What are you thinking? Emilio asked. Edison came back to his senses, looked at Emilio, and sighed. I'm thinking, what game are you playing this time? Emilio's lips curved into a smile. He clapped his hands and stood up, supporting himself on his knees. I guess you want to ask why I went to such lengths just to catch him. If I wanted to catch him, it would have been too easy, right? Isn't my behavior too strange? Emilio said, and Edison also nodded. Emilio snapped his fingers and then turned a corner, sitting on a box nearby. Of course, it's because I have something to confirm. First, I wanted to determine if everyone has a tattoo. Without a tattoo, they are not part of the rebel forces. Previously, Old Man Benedict told me that not all rebels have tattoos. The earliest batch did not have them. If this were true, capturing them would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. So I wanted to verify if this was true. Now, it is confirmed. It indeed is. Emilio spoke with a hint of helplessness in his tone. Edison stroked his chin. That's the first point. What about the second? Emilio smiled. Secondly, I found that the rebels are in contact with Dongxia, but they don't seem to be just one group. I wanted to confirm whether Old Man Benedict has any connection with the Dongxia person. The Dongxia person mentioned that this disease doesn't need medicine to solve, as they can heal themselves. It will get better over time and won't cause death. But does Old Man Benedict know this? So I had you deliver these medicines. If Old Man Benedict didn't know about this, he would definitely risk coming here to destroy the medicines. Now, I've already confirmed this, and I can confidently say there are more than just 2 bottles. Emilio's words completely danfu-ed Edison's worldview. Edison widened his eyes. He never expected so many plots and intrigues within such a small city. If it were him, he wouldn't have discovered any of this. But Emilio managed to uncover all these clues in just a few days. Every word out of Emilio's mouth was significant information, even things he didn't know. Old Man Benedict couldn't help but widen his eyes. How could this be possible? Chapter 184. One must be willing to sacrifice to achieve the goal. Antony muttered to himself. How could he have not known that this plague did not require herbs? He gripped his hands tightly, while Emilio merely glanced at him indifferently and sneered. Well, it's because they don't trust you. But because of this, I can confirm this matter. In the end, I still have to thank you all. Emilio's words were clearly an expression of gratitude, but the look on his face was somewhat provocative, which made Antony even angrier inside. He had actually been fooled by these people. Young Ellie, what should we do then? Cameron pressed his foot against Antony, asking with some confusion. Emilio glanced at him and waved his hand. He is still useful. Tie him up first. After saying that, Emilio turned around with Edison, and the next moment Cameron suddenly shouted out. Emilio turned back, only to find that Antony had bitten his tongue to commit suicide. Blood kept spilling from his mouth, and his eyes stared straight at Emilio as if he could not die in peace. Emilio frowned slightly and quickly walked over, but he was too slow, and Antony was already dying. Soon after, he drew his last breath. Ellie, it was my negligence. I never thought he would bite his tongue and kill himself. Cameron looked apologetic, but Emilio shook his head and gently patted Cameron's shoulder. It's fine. Even I didn't expect him to be so resolute. Drag his body to the back mountain and bury it there. Edison frowned at Emilio's words. But since you chose to keep him, it must be for a reason. Now that he has committed suicide, how will your plan proceed? You want to lure them out? That might be difficult now. They might have left already. Edison sighed. thinking de Benedict seemed prosperous on the surface, but it was actually in decay internally. Emilio hesitated for a moment and looked at Edison. Who said I intend to catch them right now? Hearing Emilio's words, Edison felt as if his mind had turned to mush. He couldn't follow Emilio's thoughts. Do you mean you don't plan to catch them? Emilio nodded and rubbed his fingertips together. As you said, it's too hard to catch them now, and we might alert them prematurely. They might have already left. What I need is a clue, something substantial to continue investigating. The reason I kept Antony was because I believed a third batch of people existed and that they were connected to him. I needed to capture him and get his cooperation, but now he's gone. I'll need someone else to replace him. Besides, I don't want to catch all of them yet. My goal is to cooperate with them. Are you crazy, Emilio? If Randy finds out you are cooperating with Dong Xia, even 10 Manny families wouldn't suffice for retribution. Edison roared, his voice loud. Emilio instinctively covered his ears. Don't be so tense. One must be willing to sacrifice to achieve the goal. If I want to thoroughly catch them, I have to do this. Moreover, by cooperating with them, I can get more information. Only you, me, heaven, and earth know about this. As long as you don't say anything, no one else will know. This is also for de Benedict. Edison took several deep breaths, listening to Emilio's explanation. Although he found it outrageous and thought Emilio was bold, he had to admit Emilio's reasoning made sense. If he were like Antony and others had described, the relationship between de Benedict and Dong Xia was indeed close. It would be extremely difficult to catch them all thoroughly, especially given their limited knowledge. But if he cooperated with them, he would gain more information and simplify the process. But Edison knew few people would choose this route. It was too risky, especially with Havelock watching Emilio closely, hoping for the slightest mistake. I know what you're thinking. You think I shouldn't do this, right? But if I don't do it, no one else will. Then de Benedict will only head towards its downfall. Emilio said. Edison pursed his lips. Looking at Emilio, although he appeared to be a rich young master on the surface, his heart was extraordinarily smart and filled with passion. Sometimes he really admired Emilio's courage. However, since this was Emilio's choice, he naturally wouldn't say anything. You told me all these things so easily. Aren't you afraid I might harm you? Edison asked with some confusion. Emilio sneered. People are never able to remain rational when faced with immense benefits, and Edison was no exception. Man it, Emilio didn't mind at all. Rest assured, even if you do tell others, I have ways to deal with it. Do you think you can outwit me? Do you think I wouldn't prepare a backup plan for myself? Emilio spoke nonchalantly, appearing arrogant and self-assured. His words infuriated people, but they had to admit that Emilio was capable of doing such things. If someone else said this, Carmine Hung might say he was excessively arrogant, but if it was Emilio, then it was indeed true. Edison smiled. Got it. Emilio nodded. Ellie, although I really don't want to bother you, what should we do next? Now that the Chavez Benedictine has passed away, even if we bury him on the hill behind, without him, how shall we proceed? Cameron asked, as Emilio sized up Cameron from head to toe. For some reason, Cameron felt uneasy under Emilio's gaze. Ellie, why are you looking at me like that? Cameron wrapped his arms around himself. Even though Antony is gone, haven't you forgotten? I can still create another Antony. Create another Antony. Ellie, could it be you're thinking of? Emilio knew disguise techniques and could certainly transform into Antony. But who would play this role? Almost instantly, Cameron realized who should take on this role. He looked at Emilio pitifully. Does Ellie really have to make me do it? Emilio pointed at his other hand, stroked his chin, and nodded. Indeed, only you can do it. Look at us three. Who among us has a body shape closest to Antony's? While I can replicate his face, I can't change my physique. So, I really need you. I believe Cameron can complete this arduous task, right? Emilio said, while Cameron felt like crying but had no tears. Chapter 185, Testing the Medicine Personally. That day, Cameron Manny prepared the disguise mask. To be precise, Emilio directly took out the mask. Or rather, Emilio had anticipated this matter long ago, and thus had already prepared it. Cameron looked at the large mask with a slightly furrowed brow, a trace of grievance on his face. He glanced at Emilio, who then raised an eyebrow at him. Quick, see how it looks. Emilio said. Cameron knew he couldn't avoid it, so he simply picked up the mask and put it on his face, fitting it seamlessly. Arjan watched this scene from the side, seeing Cameron's face transform into that of Antony's. He frowned slightly, astonishment evident on his face. He hadn't seen Emilio use such dark arts before. Witnessing it now, calling it dark arts was not an exaggeration. How did you do this? Arjan asked in surprise. If there was something like this, how could anyone tell who they really were around them? Emilio, seeing Arjan's astonished expression, smiled faintly at the corners of his mouth. He slowly walked over to Arjan and lightly patted him on the shoulder. I know you're surprised, but don't be. If you want to learn it later, I can teach you. It's very simple. As Emilio spoke, Arjan hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. In most cases, when Emilio said something was simple, it certainly wasn't. Seeing Arjan's reluctance, Emilio didn't say anything more. He turned his head to look at Cameron, then stroked his chin thoughtfully for a while. It won't work like this alone. Emilio slowly said, then walked to Cameron's side, circling around him once. Cameron, seeing the somewhat hesitant expression on Emilio's face, pursed his lips slightly, feeling uneasy. The next moment, his back was suddenly slapped hard by Emilio, making him grimace in pain. Antony's posture isn't like yours, Emilio said seriously. Cameron rubbed his back and bent down, imitating Antony's demeanor. Emilio stepped back several steps, then nodded. He figured the people hadn't seen Antony for many years and probably weren't familiar enough to notice if the imitation wasn't perfect. Alright, starting now, you are Antony. Remember, don't reveal your identity. Otherwise, it might bring disaster. Emilio said earnestly. Cameron trembled upon hearing this, lifting his eyes to look at Emilio with a hint of fear. Ellie, what do you mean? Will they kill me? Emilio's lips curled into a smile. It depends. Cameron rubbed his forehead, feeling as though things were about to go wrong. Everything was ready, and everyone returned home. The next morning, Emilio went to the front of Minin workshop. Emiliog set up his stall beside it, and the crowd gathered around as soon as they saw the steaming porridge. Sir Manny, is it true what you said? Can these illnesses really be cured without medicine? The Adalberto looked worried. Early that morning, Emilio had informed the Adalberto of this plan. Although he usually trusted Emilio, this seemed too unbelievable. Countless citizens in the city had fallen ill, and some had even died from it. It was no joke. This was no laughing matter. Emilio raised an eyebrow slightly, turned around, patted the Adalberto on the shoulder, and then spoke very seriously. Don't worry, Sean. If anything goes wrong, it will be on my head, not yours. I have made my decision, so please trust me. With those words, the Adalberto closed his mouth. The crowd grew larger, nearly all the people near Minin workshop gathering around. They stared at the pot of porridge eagerly, some of them salivating. Due to the plague, the citizens had been unable to work and suffered financially. On top of that, the exorbitant costs of medicine forced them to cut down on daily necessities. Atiara pinched her fingers together and walked to Emilio's side, looking up at him with her bright eyes and licking her lips. Sir, is this for us? The girl asked. Emilio smiled and squatted down, gently patting her hair. Of course. Hearing this, the eyes of the citizens lit up as if filled with light. They all wished they could divide and eat the porridge right then and there. Emilio sighed as he watched the crowd, then shouted loudly. I know everyone here is still hungry, but please hear me out. I understand you're waiting here at Minin workshop for medicine to save your lives. You don't want to trust the county government because you think it's unreliable, and I can't change that. But what I want to tell you now is that, after our investigation, we found that the epidemic doesn't require medicine. It can heal on its own. As Emilio said this, the crowd erupted into noise. How is that possible? Is he lying to us? We saw people die from this disease just recently. How could it possibly heal on its own? I think the county government is jealous of Minin workshop's profits, so they are spreading these lies. Who knows what they are planning? Anyway, these officials don't care about our lives. Don't believe him. Voices in the crowd rose one after another, mostly disbelieving Emilio. Emilio had anticipated this reaction. He slowly lowered his head and let out a somewhat helpless laugh. I know you don't believe me, but that's okay. I will prove that everything I say is true. With that, Emilio took off his mask. The county secretary next to him couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. He had thought Emilio only wanted to inform the people but didn't expect him to be so daring, given how fast the disease spread. The county secretary hurriedly stepped forward and gently grabbed Emilio's arm. Sir Manny, it's understandable that they don't believe you, but please don't harm your body like this. Put the mask back on. You may not know how quickly this virus spreads. The county secretary whispered anxiously, but Emilio shook his head, his expression very serious. Because it spread so quickly, that's exactly why I have to take off the mask. Chapter 186, No Way Out. Starting today, I will provide porridge here for everyone. You can see me. I absolutely will not put on this mask. I want everyone to know that this illness does not require medicine, and you do not need to spend all your savings just for a packet of medicine, Emilio declared loudly, and the civilians who saw Emilio's earnest appearance couldn't help but be slightly hesitant. After all, who would lie using their own body? Of course, they still chose to observe for a few more days. Emilio didn't mind. Over the next few days, he stayed at the entrance of Minin Fong without wearing a mask. Gradually, the civilians began to believe Emilio. However, Emilio soon fell ill. Cameron touched Emilio's forehead and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, Young Ellie, you're sick. If we don't treat it, your head might burn up. Cameron's voice was loud, and as Emilio heard his bustling chatter, he sighed and slapped Cameron's forehead heavily. Cameron immediately rubbed his forehead, looking somewhat aggrieved. Since Cameron wore a mask, what the crowd saw was him gently tapping in Chavez's forehead. What should we do now, Sir Manny? Perhaps I should secretly get someone to buy a packet of medicine from Minin Fong. Seeing Emilio really fell ill, the Adalberto became concerned. Although the Manny family was declining, Emilio had always been significant. He couldn't let Emilio die here. Otherwise, troubles would arise. Shaking his head upon hearing this, Emilio took a wet cloth and lightly placed it on his forehead. I don't need it. Don't get anyone to buy it. Do you think those civilians are foolish? They're watching. I know you also don't believe what I said is true, Sean, but it's okay. I'll prove it to you. Facing the disease, people naturally first believed in medicine. It was hard to believe Emilio's words. The Adalberto pursed his lips slightly, feeling guilty. He couldn't help but recall what Emilio had previously said. Could it be that Emilio was telling the truth? Why else would anyone risk their life like this? The next day, Emilio brought a chair and sat directly in front of the stall. People saw the red rash on his body and knew he was ill. Some kind-hearted individuals thought Emilio was too stubborn. Now that he was sick, he still refused to admit that the epidemic required medicine. They advised Emilio to buy a packet of medicine from Minin Fong, as those who did buy it were indeed cured, and everyone could see that. It was far better than any rumors, yet Emilio rejected them all. I understand everyone's good intentions, but I will never do that. I'll make everyone realize this disease doesn't require medicine. In the following days, Emilio continued as usual. Strangely, nothing happened to him except that the red rash became bloodier. People began to doubt, could it be true? Over the next few days, fewer people gathered outside Minin Fong. Emilio knew his actions were having an effect. Inside Minin Fong, Wayne spoke with some suspicion to Eleanor opposite him. How did Emilio find out about this matter? I remember this information was never leaked. Wayne asked. Simone merely raised her eyes slightly, a hint of amusement in them. Why do you ask now? Could you be suspecting me? Wayne looked down, frowning. Though he hated to admit it, after observing for several days, he believed Eleanor was the most likely suspect. He slowly gripped the dagger at his waist. So, was it you who told Emilio? Wayne wanted a straightforward answer. To his surprise, she nodded the next second, answering his question honestly. You told him. But why? Didn't you know that by telling him, our entire plan would collapse? When that happens, they won't spare you. As Yale spoke, he seemed to recall something. Looking at Eleanor, he felt a panic surge through him. He stepped back and drew his dagger. At that moment, he also understood. Since Eleanor had chosen not to continue deceiving him, it meant she had already planned her escape route long ago. And what was this escape route? It was self-evident. If she could pin everything on him and then get rid of him, all problems would be solved. Simone slightly lowered her eyes, lightly stroked the salt shaker, then put the cup back on the table and stood up. Looks like you're quite clever. You've already figured it out, haven't you? As she spoke, Yale gripped his dagger tightly. Even if you kill me, do you think no one will find out about what you've done? You can't hide a fire with paper forever. Wayne had always known this woman was crazy and intelligent, but he never expected she would turn her tactics against him. He pressed his lips together, glancing around, trying desperately to think of a way out. Simone sighed, then patted the imaginary dust off her clothes. You're right. You can't hide a fire with paper forever. But I only need it hidden for this moment. It's your fault for following the wrong person. With that, Eleanor snapped her fingers. Instantly, Emilio climbed in through the window, and Wayne's eyes widened when he saw Emilio's face. Although Eleanor admitted to collaborating with Emilio, he hadn't realized their cooperation had reached such a mature level. Emilio raised an eyebrow slightly, recognizing Wayne as the one who had been with Eleanor at the banquet. Pleasure to meet you, Emilio said to Yale, who frowned slightly. Only now did he realize that everything had been prearranged by Eleanor. If he hadn't confronted her today, he would likely have met his end anyway. Seeing this, Yale rushed directly at Eleanor. Emilio stood aside, intending to help, but Eleanor rebuked him. Clearly, Eleanor wanted to handle this herself. Since that was the case, Emilio wouldn't interfere. He crossed his arms and blocked the window to prevent Wayne from escaping. Chapter 187. Whose man is he? Wayne moved swiftly. His towering and robust figure made Eleanor appear even more fragile in contrast, yet her body was exceptionally agile. Emilio could tell that Wayne's martial arts skills were not bad, but under Eleanor's suppression, he seemed increasingly helpless, with each of her moves lethal. In the next moment, the hairpin in Eleanor's hand pierced into Wayne's heart. Wayne let out a muffled groan and then closed his eyes, as if dying with regret, falling to the ground with blood continuously flowing from the hole in his chest. You will have no good end. Wayne said this, then closed his eyes, and there was no more breath. Emilio raised an eyebrow, while Eleanor kicked Wayne's body fiercely. Even if I have no good end, you will die before me. After speaking, she turned her head and looked back at Emilio. You didn't use your full strength. Emilio spoke straightforwardly. Eleanor paused for a moment, then smiled slightly at the corner of her lips. You actually observed so carefully? Emilio nodded. Since it's too boring, I just observed more carefully. There shouldn't be any problem coming here, right? What do you plan to do next? Is killing him really going to have no effect on you at all? After all, he acted together with you. Emilio asked slowly, taking 2 steps forward. He squatted down, and then picked up Yale's body. Indeed, it will affect me, but it's not a big deal. After all, compared to Wayne, my current value is much more important to them. And do you think they don't know? Although I previously said we are not as united as people think, the division is indeed real. Emilio lowered his gaze and nodded slightly. I'll leave here soon. The fragrance on you will dissipate in a few days, which should be considered my sincerest gesture towards you. Simone spoke calmly. Emilio's expression was indifferent, almost expressionless. Seeing Emilio's cold demeanor, Eleanor was momentarily stunned but then laughed. Judging by your reaction, you must have guessed it already, right? Emilio didn't answer, but sometimes silence speaks louder than words. Simone didn't press further. It's getting late, I should leave now. Evander told the rest. Emilio nodded. Simone gave Emilio a deep look and then turned to leave. Emilio watched her go, frowning slightly. Though she was Jolie, she was in no way inferior to a man. In the future, she would likely be a formidable enemy, but for now, she was a useful ally. Emilio sighed and walked out the door. He saw Cameron hiding in the corner and tossed the corpse at his feet. Take care of this guy. Cameron stared at the body at his feet. Buried. Ellie? Emilio paused, squatted down, touched Yale's chest, and pulled out a token from inside his shirt. What is this? Why didn't that woman take it out earlier? Cameron crouched down to look at the token, confusion spreading across his face. Emilio chuckled sarcastically. That's because people don't trust each other. Guess whose man Wayne really was? Cameron pursed his lips, hesitated for a moment, and then shook his head honestly. No problem, you don't need to know. Just handle him well, don't disappoint me. Emilio left in large strides after saying this, tossing the token into the air and catching it again. Returning to the room, Emilio saw Kieran sitting nervously by the table. Seeing Emilio return, he sighed in relief and rushed forward to check for any wounds. Emilio couldn't help but chuckle. Don't worry, they can't harm me. Kieran pursed his lips and nodded after a moment, admitting that he had overreacted. After all, someone like Emilio wouldn't allow himself to be harmed. Kieran then noticed the token in Emilio's hand and raised an eyebrow, curiosity flashing in his eyes. What is this? Kieran asked. Emilio glanced at the token in his hand and threw it onto the table. It was found on that man's body. It's probably something used for communication among them, but I haven't figured it out yet. Kieran slowly picked up the token, examined it closely, and then looked up. Does Eleanor know about it? Emilio glanced at Kieran, understanding what he was worried about. It's fine. Anyway, they are not in the same gang, so that woman naturally wouldn't know this man had this token on him. That woman has already left. Once things in the city are settled, we should leave as well. Edison lowered his head to look at the token, then nodded. Indeed, they had spent too much time here, and he was truly anxious to return to the capital. Thinking of this, Edison couldn't help but worry. He recalled what Emilio had said before about cooperating with Dongxia being relatively minor compared to the true big challenge, the uprising army. They didn't know who was behind the uprising army or whose hands were pulling the strings. Though he admitted that Emilio was very skilled and smart, There were always people even more capable out there. Emilio, have you really decided to cooperate with him? Perhaps we still have other ways out. This path was indeed too dangerous. Emilio's expression remained unchanged as he picked up a teacup nearby and took a sip. Still the same words. If I don't do it, no one else will. Regardless of whether others do it or not, I can't act against my conscience. Moreover, do you doubt my strength? Emilio laughed lightly and patted him on the shoulder. Edison knew Emilio had made up his mind. He realized further persuasion would be futile. All right, since you've made your decision, if there's anything you need me to help with in the future, just let me know. Emilio raised an eyebrow with a teasing tone. When did you become so loyal to me? But Edison shook his head. I only admire you. Besides, your actions are for the sake of de Benedict, and I have the duty to help you. I won't tell Diana or anyone else about this, but I hope you can stay safe. Edison spoke sincerely, causing Emilio to pause momentarily before smiling. He nodded emphatically. Rest assured, no one can get the upper hand over me, Emilio. These weren't boastful words. Edison had seen everything with his own eyes until now. Chapter 188. Heaven's secrets must not be revealed. Where is Cameron gone? Edison looked behind Emilio with some confusion and asked. A smile curled at the corner of Emilio's lips. He has gone to help me with something very important. Edison frowned slightly. What kind of big thing? Emilio shook his head. Heaven's secrets must not be revealed. Seeing that he was unwilling to say, Edison did not press further. The plague in the city had been resolved. The citizens no longer believed the rumors from the south, and matters concerning the Minin ward had long been settled. It was time for them to return to the capital. When do you plan on going back? Edison asked, slowly looking at Emilio, who pressed his lips together as if in contemplation. Then he seemed to recall something and sighed. You're right, it is time we went back, but I have to handle one more matter first. Upon hearing this, Edison's expression changed slightly. Just as he was about to ask what it was, he saw Emilio shake his head again with a mysterious smile. Knowing Emilio would say it was Heaven's secret once more, Edison closed his mouth. In the following days, Emilio continued to serve porridge outside the Minin ward as usual. Seeing Emilio gradually recover, the citizens knew he hadn't lied. Standing in front of the stall, Sean stood beside Emilio with a faint smile. This time, it all thanks to you, Sir Manny. Without you, I couldn't have resolved this issue. They said Sir Manny was smart and capable. Indeed, they were right. The Adalberto said this, and Emilio didn't reject the compliment, agreeing inwardly. Nodding, he crossed his arms. The affairs in the city are mostly settled now. In a few days, I will leave. From then on, this place will be in your hands. I hope you don't disappoint me. At this, the Adalberto paused. So soon? Hearing this, Emilio turned his head with a teasing look in his eyes. Sean, unhappy to see me go? Digby quickly shook his head, sighing. It's because your good deeds have earned you great respect and trust from the people. They've planned a farewell ceremony upon learning you're leaving. If you're going so soon, I'll inform them. Emilio lowered his eyes, a hint of helplessness flashing across them. Tell them there's no need. I'll leave in a few days. Besides, the city is in desperate need of rebuilding. There's no point wasting money on such things. What I did was just my duty. I couldn't bear seeing them deceived. Also, please don't belittle yourself. This time, I also owe much to your assistance. Emilio patted the Adalberto on the shoulder, who was touched by his words. Thank you for your praise, Sir Manny. Emilio smiled, then looked toward the crowd of people waiting before the stall. Suddenly, he spotted a tiny figure, a tiara squeezing through the crowd to the front, holding an empty bowl and looking at him. Emilio squatted down slightly, gently rubbing her hair. Do you want more? Emilio asked. The tiara pursed her lips, shook her head, and turned around to face the crowd. Behind her, an elderly lady, walking unsteadily, emerged from the crowd. Tears welled up in her eyes as she saw Emilio. Previously, people said that a living bodhisattva had come to town. I didn't believe it until my child brought back some gruel and told me it was given by this living bodhisattva. Then I realized it was you, Sir Manny. I had been bedridden with the plague. Had it not been for the gruel you provided, I might already be dust. The elderly lady was about to kneel in gratitude, but Emilio quickly helped her up. Elderly lady, there's no need for this. The effort comes from the whole county office, and this is simply my duty. You don't need to be like this. Looking back at the girl, Emilio sighed. He wanted to protect Dolly not for its royalty or glory, but for these ordinary people. Only for these ordinary people. The others drinking the gruel also hurriedly put down their bowls, sharing their admiration for Emilio and recounting their own past hardships. The townsfolk hoped that Emilio would stay. Benedictioning to their voices rising and falling, Emilio pursed his lips. He also wanted to stay, but he could not. He could not stop here because he had more important things to do. Benediction to me, fellow townspeople. I know everyone wishes for me to stay, but I cannot do so. To be honest with you all, I will leave in a few days. At that time, the Sean will continue as I have. I hope you can trust the county office. Although some unfavorable things happen from time to time, please believe us and believe in De Benedict. As Emilio spoke, the crowd fell silent. Then a voice came from the crowd. We believe in De Benedict. We will always believe in our homeland. Others echoed in unison. Emilio watched the passionate faces of the people and slightly pressed his lips. This matter soon reached Carlo's ears. He turned his head slightly, pointing at his chin, and his tone carried a hint of doubt. Did he really say that? The person standing beside him nodded slightly. It's true. Actually, what happened earlier made him somewhat cautious. Havelock raised an eyebrow. He didn't know when Emilio had started to feel cautious about him, but Emilio's behavior was indeed satisfactory. Under the pressure of imperial authority, no one could escape. Even Emilio was no exception. He had stayed in the capital for so long because he still had value. However, Emilio's previous actions had crossed the line, so Havelock naturally would not keep him after that incident. Afterward, Havelock's actions made Emilio more restrained. Emilio is still useful, Yale said. Havelock turned his head, displeasure in his eyes. What use does he have now? Your Majesty should not forget Dongxia. Although de Benedict currently has no powerful enemies, it doesn't mean there won't be any in the future. Those smaller countries have been waiting for your Majesty to completely dismantle the Manny family. While de Benedict appears strong, it is already hollow inside. Chapter 189. Catching a turtle in a jar. The moment he said this, Shane gave him a look, and Yale immediately lowered his head. Emilio is indispensable for now. That man finally spoke one last sentence, and Shane cast down his eyes. He felt that what this person said did indeed make some sense. After a long while, he slowly opened his mouth. Forget it. Let's keep him alive for now. On a dark and windy night, a black figure appeared on the rooftop. That person moved very agilely, observing the surroundings without noticing any abnormal movements, then lifted the tiles of the eaves and jumped in. Cameron was still snoring soundly in bed. These past few days, he had been moving around as Old Man Benedict, with people who were previously acquainted with Old Man Benedict flocking over. Some also apologized to him, but Cameron wasn't Old Man Benedict after all. Dealing with those people was simply too much work for him. The figure slowly approached Cameron. Suddenly, his steps paused. A slight sound woke Cameron from his sleep. He slightly lifted his eyes, and instantly a silver dagger was already pressed against his neck. Cameron's body stiffened immediately. Who are you? Cameron's Adam's apple moved a bit, and Yale's face was covered with a black mask. Are you Old Man Benedict? The man asked in a hoarse voice, sounding like an old wind box, which was quite unpleasant. Cameron lightly frowned. After hesitating for a while, he nodded gently, looking back, and before he could see anything, the dagger pressed even closer to his neck. The sharp blade had already cut through his skin, causing Cameron to grimace in pain. I am, but I don't think we have any major grievances. There's no need to take my life. As Cameron spoke, his hand slowly extended towards the silver blade, but Yale pulled at the collar of Cameron's neck fiercely. Don't move. Tell me, what exactly happened recently? Why can't I contact them anymore? What has happened in the city? The man asked. Cameron's eyes turned, immediately understanding what was going on. Cameron hesitated again just as he was about to speak when a silver needle shot over from afar. Sensing something, the black-clothed man quickly dodged. Seeing that the black-clothed man had released him, Cameron immediately ran to the side. The black-clothed man was extremely fast as well. Just as he was about to catch Cameron, Emilio kicked Yale's shoulder forcefully. Emilio's strength was immense, and Yale stumbled several steps backward. He looked up as Emilio stabilized himself, standing with his hands behind his back, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. You've finally come out after such a long time, Emilio said slowly. The black man's eyes widened in shock, clearly having checked the surroundings thoroughly and found no one else. How could this person suddenly appear? Emilio watched the stunned expression on Yale's face and gently rubbed his chin. Let me guess, you're wondering why I'm here since you didn't see anyone around when you arrived. The man furrowed his brows but remained silent. Emilio then explained. It's because you're too weak to notice things. It's perfectly normal that you couldn't see me. Emilio's words struck right at the core, infuriating Yale, who charged straight at Emilio. Meanwhile, Cameron hid to the side, knowing Emilio could handle this. Emilio dodged every move. Realizing he couldn't catch Emilio, Yale thrust the dagger toward Emilio once more, only for Emilio to kick him away first. The man fell to the ground, clutching his heart and spitting out blood. From start to finish, Emilio had merely been playing with him. Realizing this, Yale scowled. Cameron acted quickly, rushing forward to bind Yale. His movements were exceptionally proficient, clearly having done this many times before. Seeing Cameron acting like Old Man Benedict, Yale spat in hatred. You actually dared to betray us? Hearing this, Cameron, who was busy, raised his head, showing a look of surprise. After a moment, he realized he was still disguised as Old Man Benedict, so he quickly removed the mask from his face. The black-clothed man stared wide-eyed at Cameron. You're not Old Man Benedict? The man was speechless, rubbing his hair in disbelief, his lips curling into a mocking smile. Manya, what did you think? The man frowned, never expecting that all this fuss led him into a trap. Emilio didn't care if Yale was angry or not. He walked 2 steps forward, stopped beside him, and squatted down. He removed Yale's black mask, revealing a completely unfamiliar face. After waiting for so long to help you catch him, how could I let you escape? Upon hearing Emilio's words, even if Cameron were somewhat foolish, he understood that Emilio had intentionally allowed him to lure Yale over. Ellie, did you guess that he would come tonight? Fast. Emilio slowly raised his eyes. Not exactly, I just heard some commotion. You did well. He rubbed his nose, never expecting that Emilio's disguise skills had advanced to such a terrifying level, discerning everything from these small actions. The man also believed what Emilio said when he heard it. Alright, let's stop the idle talk. Tell me, are you from the uprising army, or Dongxia's people? Emilio narrowed his eyes. He took the dagger from Yale's hand. The man frowned slightly. He originally thought Emilio knew little, but hearing this, it seemed Emilio knew a lot, even knowing about Dongxia. What was going on? The man's eyes darted around. I don't understand what you're talking about. I'm just a thief. I heard there are many treasures in these teeth. Medicines in Minanfong have been very expensive lately, so I wanted to steal something and exchange it for medicine. Let me go. You've got the wrong person. The man said with no blush or guilt. Hearing this, Emilio couldn't help but scoff. He stood up, and then his expression became serious. Do you think I'm an idiot? Don't think I don't know what you're talking about. You probably just arrived and don't know about Minanfong. It has already been demolished. There is no Minanfong anymore now. When Emilio said this, Yale felt a sinking feeling in his heart. He lowered his gaze. If you tell me what to do next and about those matters now, I might spare your life. Chapter 190 Farewell. But if you still choose to lie incessantly without following what I said, then don't blame me for employing some special means on you. Emilio spoke indifferently, then glanced at Cameron, who immediately understood. He rubbed his own shoulders. These days, to mimic Antony, his back and waist had been aching. Ellie is going to use you as a punching bag today. After saying that, Cameron landed a punch on Yale's waist. Cameron's strength was immense, causing Yale to scream in agony instantly. Emilio frowned slightly and turned away. Behind him, cries of pain could be heard continuously, but Emilio acted as if he didn't hear anything. He walked alone to the table, sipping tea in small mouthfuls until half an incense stick had burned out before he stood up. "I'm talking," the man shouted, his voice now hoarser. "If only I had spoken earlier. Those captured always go through this. They have to suffer before spilling what they know." Emilio raised an eyebrow, quite agreeing with Cameron's words. Emilio turned and walked over to Yale. Seeing the bloody mess that was Yale, he frowned again. "Cameron, you were a bit too rough." As Emilio spoke, Cameron chuckled and scratched his head. He squatted down while Yale wiped blood from his mouth. "My position is insignificant, so I don't know those things. All I know is, if you really want to find out about them, go to Dongxia. Soon, it will be the time when the rebel army meets with Dongxia. You'll see them then. Everything you want to know, you'll learn." Hearing this, Emilio narrowed his eyes. "So where exactly will they meet in Dongxia?" Emilio asked. The man's eyes began to glaze over. Before he could finish, he suddenly groaned and fell to the ground. Almost instantly, Emilio grabbed the collar of Yale, feeling for his pulse. Indeed, Yale was no longer breathing. "Not really, I didn't hit him that hard," Cameron explained nervously, but Emilio shook his head. "This can't be blamed on you. He must have had poison on him." After saying that, Emilio stood up and looked around. There must have been someone here administering the poison, but even as Emilio surveyed the surroundings, he found no one. From beginning to end, Emilio realized he had still been under the control of this person. He clenched his fists tightly, hating the feeling of being at a disadvantage. Cameron lifted the corpse. "Ellie, did you notice something?" Emilio lowered his gaze, shook his head, turned, and saw Cameron's actions. He paused. "What are you doing?" Emilio asked. Cameron seemed to find Emilio's question odd. "Of course, I'm burying it. I've done this countless times." Cameron patted his chest confidently. Watching Cameron, Emilio waved his hand. Cameron nodded and left, while Emilio sat down, frowning as he held a cup of tea, staring at his reflection in it. This loss of control disgusted him. Early the next morning, after resolving everything, Emilio prepared to leave with Arjan. Standing at the Adalberto's office gate, the magistrate's face showed dissatisfaction. When Emilio first arrived, though he admired him, he doubted Emilio's abilities, thinking he was just a young man incapable of handling such matters, only here to atone for past mistakes. Only now, as Emilio was about to leave, did he realize that one's ability isn't determined by age. "Sir Manny, all these common people owe their lives to you. We hope you will come back to visit us often." Emilio nodded slightly at his words. If not for those matters, perhaps living here peacefully might not be bad. "Farewell, Jacob." Digby nodded as Emilio spoke. Emilio pulled on the reins, and the horse turned towards the city gate, galloping off. Not far away, however, Emilio saw many people gathered at the gate. Frowning slightly, Emilio knew he hadn't informed the townsfolk of his departure. Why were they here? As he approached, the answer became clear. Emilio had no choice but to pull on the reins, and the horse let out a neigh before stopping. "What is this all about?" Emilio asked, his brows already furrowed. Standing at the front was Jolie, holding something wrapped in cloth. "I am the owner of a tea stall. This is just some tea I made myself. Though it can't match famous teas, it comes from our hearts. We know Sir Manny is about to leave, and we may never meet again, but your kindness will always be remembered by us. We know you are leaving and didn't want us to see you off, but this is our heartfelt wish, hoping that you could accept it." Hearing this, Emilio paused for a moment. "How did you know I would leave today?" Emilio was puzzled. Simone chuckled at Emilio's question and turned to look at the townsfolk. "Ever since we heard Sir Manny was going to leave, every morning we would gather here voluntarily to send you off one last time." This answer was completely unexpected by Emilio. He couldn't help but pause, pursing his lips slightly as his fingers gripped the reins tightly. "Why go through all this trouble?" Emilio said, but Eleanor shook her head. "It's all from our heart. You deserve it, Sir Manny. It was you who saved us. If not for you, we might still be waiting in front of Minin Lane." Emilio remained silent, then glanced at Cameron. Cameron immediately understood and jumped off the horse to take the package. More people came forward, surrounding Cameron and placing their gifts in his hands until he could barely hold them all. "All right, folks, it's time for us to go." Emilio spoke, and everyone made way for him. Emilio sighed and shouted loudly, "Until we meet again." Chapter 191. Whose authority is it? Emilio hurried back to the capital and immediately sought an audience with Carlo. Shane sat on the imperial throne, his gaze faintly resting on Emilio who knelt below. He slightly narrowed his eyes. He was already aware of what had happened to Emilio previously, and some of the things that person said weren't entirely without merit. The Manny family couldn't be destroyed yet, but should not be treated favorably either. Emilio knelt below. In the corner of his eye, he noticed Shane who seemed even more gaunt than before. "These are commendable efforts regarding the flood disaster in Xiongnu. What rewards do you desire?" said Shane. But upon hearing this, Emilio performed a respectful bow. "Your Majesty is wise. Your servant does not require any rewards." Emilio replied, positioning himself as a subordinate, which particularly pleased Shane. He chuckled sarcastically. "Emilio, you've grown wiser since then. In that case, it's settled. You've been away for some time now. I'm sure your father misses you. Go back home quickly." The Bartolomeo waved his hand slightly, and Emilio nodded promptly, turning to leave. Watching Emilio depart, Shane frowned slightly. This time, Emilio had returned much less sharp. Such a humble attitude put Shane at ease. Indeed, sometimes one needed to remind him who was truly in charge. After leaving the palace, Emilio rushed back to the Manny residence. Upon arriving, he saw Emmanuel already standing by the gate, lips pressed together tightly. "Why have you personally come out to welcome me, father?" Emmanuel merely grunted upon hearing Emilio's voice and turned around. "What are you talking about? I'm just here to see if you're missing any limbs." Emmanuel's words were contrary to his actions, something Emilio was used to. Both entered Elysian together. As soon as they stepped in, Emmanuel grabbed Emilio's arm. I've heard all about the Xiongnu flood incident. How could you act so recklessly? Even if you knew that the disease rumors might just be propaganda, you should never risk your own life like that. Our Manny family doesn't need such sacrifices from you. Emmanuel understood well that Emilio did all this only to alleviate Shane's suspicions, but when he heard the news, he was deeply shocked. Hearing this, Emilio smiled and patted Emmanuel's shoulder gently. Emmanuel hastily brushed off his hand, his face showing slight anger. Who allowed you to do that to me? I'm your father. Emilio nodded. Manny's, yes, you're my father, and I wouldn't dare rebel. But don't you think I made this decision only after being absolutely certain? Since I dared to do it, I must have had an escape plan. Moreover, this trip to Xiongnu gave me some new leads. Emilio's face wore a mysterious smile, causing Emmanuel's expression to shift. What new leads? He asked. Do you know Dongxia? Upon hearing this name, Emmanuel furrowed his brows deeper. What do you mean? Are you saying the Xiongnu floods are somehow related to Dongxia? Emilio sighed inwardly. No wonder they were father and son. They certainly shared a mental connection. He nodded. But seeing Emilio nod, Emmanuel's frown deepened. He initially thought it was a natural event, but didn't expect it to involve Dongxia. What's really going on? Tell me everything in detail. Pulling Emilio over to sit beside him on a wooden chair, Emilio complied and narrated everything he had experienced. By the time he finished, almost an hour had passed. Emilio picked up a cup of tea nearby and drained it, feeling his throat, once burning, now comfortable. Emmanuel gazed down. This matter isn't trivial. Emilio, I know you're bold and that this was done for the greater good of Dali, but cooperating with Dongxia must remain secret. Do you realize what would happen if the Bartolomeo learned about this? Do you understand? There was some anger in Emmanuel's voice, and Emilio nodded slightly, knowing the implications. When I decided to do this, father, I had already considered every possible outcome. Trust me on this matter. Am I putting the lives of our entire family in your hands? Do you think I can be at ease? Emmanuel, as he spoke, flicked his sleeves and let out a light hum before turning away. Emilio knew that his father was genuinely upset, so he immediately put on a fawning expression, gently massaging his father's shoulders. I did this for the greater good of Dali, and actually, father, someone already knows about it. Hearing this, Emmanuel reacted as if struck by lightning. He immediately turned around to face Emilio, his face dark. Who knows about it? He asked. Arjan. What? The Carmine family? That boy. You're insane? How could you tell him something so important? Don't you know that the Manny family and the Carmine family are sworn enemies? Aren't you afraid he'll tell his father, who might use this to impeach us? What will happen to our Manny family then? Did you not think about this before acting? But hearing this from Emmanuel, Emilio shook his head. If it were before, he might have thought so, but after several interactions, he knew that Arjan wasn't that kind of person. You really are crazy, increasingly uncontrollable. Emmanuel sighed. Forget it. Handle this matter yourself. Emmanuel said. Emilio's face immediately lit up with a smile. Just as he turned to leave, Emmanuel called him back. Do you really not plan to tell the Bartolomeo about this? Emilio was silent for a moment. He didn't answer the question, and eventually, Emmanuel let him go. Emilio finally stepped away because both of them knew that telling the Bartolomeo would be futile. Moreover, Emilio harbored another thought. In the current court, besides his father, he trusted no one. Or perhaps he didn't even trust the Bartolomeo. Chapter 192. No one can be trusted. After all, under the temptation of enormous benefits, who can guarantee they won't be driven by self-interest? Emilio had just walked out of the study and was heading outside when he saw Cameron rushing over in a panic. He furrowed his brows slightly. What has happened? He asked, and Cameron swallowed hard. Ellie, Arvin has arrived. It was expected that Arvin would return to the capital for this wedding, which Emilio had anticipated long ago. However, he didn't expect that Arvin would actually come here. His brows creased slightly as he glanced at Cameron and then strode towards the door. Just as he reached the entrance, he saw Arvin, clad in armor, walking towards the Manny mansion. Arvin. Emilio gave a respectful bow. Arvin dismounted and looked at Emilio. Mr. Manny seems to have forgotten some things. Today is the day I returned to the capital, and after meeting with Randy, I came straight to see you. Emilio knew that Arvin's words were sarcastic about the message pigeons he sent previously, which Emilio never replied to. But the situation in the capital was too complicated. If their pigeon messages were intercepted and given to Havelock, it would spell disaster. Arvin understood this as well, so after the jest, he said nothing more. Emilio pressed his lips together, maintaining a smile, and straightened his back. It was my negligence. Please enter, Arvin. Hearing this, Arvin nodded and entered the Manny residence. Emilio led Arvin into the study where Emmanuel was already waiting. Bryce Manny, it's been a long time, Arvin said to Emmanuel, who nodded in return. They were both generals of the Benedict and naturally met before, though not intimately. Seeing Emilio and Arvin conversing, Emmanuel excused himself, leaving the two alone. Did you just meet Randy? Emilio asked while slowly lifting a teacup to take a sip, his eyes fixed on Arvin. Arvin raised an eyebrow. Manny's. Emilio paused, putting down the teacup. Arvin, you should know Carlo is very wary of me. By visiting me right after seeing Randy, you might only increase Carlo's suspicion of me, which would be disadvantageous for you as well. Emilio spoke frankly, causing Arvin to stiffen, seeming to realize the implications only now. Although he appeared large and strong, he seemed rather simple-minded. However, whether or not this was true remained to be seen by Emilio. I didn't think much of it at the time, but it's no big deal. I've always acted this way, and Carlo must be used to it by now, isn't that right? Arvin's tone was brash and self-assured, as if everything was justified. Emilio sighed. No wonder Havelock was so wary of Arvin and refused to trust officials he once favored. Anyone would be wary in such a situation. Being overly powerful and overshadowing the sovereign was indeed a cause for concern. But Emilio did not press further. Did you come for something specific today? Emilio asked, and Arvin nodded. Look at this. Arvin took out a white piece of paper from his chest, unfolded it, and placed it before Emilio. Emilio frowned at the tattoo on the paper, looking up at Arvin in surprise. Arvin nodded. I believe you have seen this tattoo, haven't you? Arvin said confidently, and Emilio nodded without hiding anything. After all, that incident had caused quite a stir even in the remote border regions, and Arvin must have heard about it, especially considering he had informants in the capital. Where was this discovered? Emilio asked. Arvin pressed his lips together, refolding the paper and burning it in the candle flame beside him. The candlelight cast shadows on Arvin's face, revealing a look of worry. You might not believe it, but this was found on several of my soldiers. Dozens of them, all longtime comrades, one of whom has been with me since the beginning. If things are as you say, I can't imagine how vast their network might be. The Ho Northwest lowered his eyes, a hint of worry flashing in them. Emilio furrowed his brows slightly, surprised that these people had even infiltrated the ranks of the Northwest Hoas army. It seemed that they were in control of the entire royal city, or even the whole of De Benedict. Their actions were likely known to all those involved. I came here today specifically for this matter. First, it was because of Diana's wedding, and secondly, this is related to her wedding as well. I have to thank you for finding Neve a good husband. At first, Carmine Gia's son seemed frail, but after interacting with him, I found him to be quite intelligent and shrewd. He should get along well with Neve. Emilio smiled at this. Ho Northwest, there's no need to speak like this. The reason I did what I did was also out of my own selfishness. By the way, how is Freddy faring in the border regions? With Carmine Gia's son as his mentor, he has made considerable progress. Emilio nodded. But it seems that not only your army has been affected by this. When I went to Xiongnu, I received some news. Emilio looked at the Northwest Ho, his gaze appraising. The Northwest Ho raised his eyes to meet Emilio's. What news? From their words, I learned that the earliest rebels did not have tattoos. Only later did they start marking themselves with tattoos. So, finding others might be simple, but finding the original group will be incredibly difficult. Now I seriously suspect that there are high-ranking officials in De Benedict who are covering for them, but I currently have no leads. He stared intently at the Northwest Ho. The Northwest Ho was taken aback. Where did you get this information from? From dead bodies. The Northwest Ho frowned upon hearing this. Dead bodies? What dead bodies? Chapter 193, a big move. He asked. Emilio lowered his eyes, faintly looking at the teacup on the table. He then raised his eyes, with a smile between his brows. Don't worry, it's just a small matter. Seeing that Emilio did not intend to continue speaking, the Braden also did not press further. So what do you plan to do next? Have you told Carlo about this? The Braden said after pursing his lips. You probably haven't told him yet, otherwise his reaction would not be like this now. Emilio nodded. I plan to mention this matter later. It's not the right time now. Moreover, it's almost time for Diana's wedding day. I don't want to ruin their joy. Saying so, the Braden lowered his gaze and nodded. All right, if you need any help in the future, you can always call me. Emilio smiled and nodded. Don't worry, if there is anything I can ask of Bryce, I will not hesitate. Hearing this, the Braden was not angry but nodded with a smile. After the conversation ended, the Braden left. After seeing him off, Emilio's expression changed slightly, afraid this matter would soon reach Carlo's ears. Standing at the door, Emilio suddenly heard a noise by his ear. He turned his head slightly, catching sight of the treetop from the corner of his eye before looking down. As night fell, Emilio lay in bed with closed eyes. There was a faint sound outside the door. Emilio's lips curled into a slight smile. Then the door was pushed open, the figure approaching closer and closer, the footsteps becoming louder. Just as the hand was about to touch Emilio, he abruptly caught the wrist. Opening his eyes, they were clear and alert, showing no sign of sleep. You weren't asleep? Emilio chuckled, scrutinizing Eleanor who was dressed in black. Of course not. If I were sleeping, who knows if I'd still be alive. What are you planning to do? There was a hint of questioning in Emilio's tone. Hearing this, Eleanor shook off Emilio's hand forcefully, snorting and crossing her arms. So you already noticed me today, didn't you? They say your martial arts are excellent, but I didn't believe it. Indeed, you do have some skill. Rest assured, I didn't plan to harm you. Besides, you're my partner now. Hurting you wouldn't benefit me at all. I'm not that foolish. Emilio raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. He opened his quilt, put on his outer robe, and sat down by the chair, extending his hand inviting Eleanor to sit beside him. Simone hesitated briefly, then stepped forward. When you said you wanted to return, did you mean returning here, or was there a new mission? Simone looked at him, slightly lowering her gaze, and sat beside the chair. Are you trying to pry information out of me? Emilio tapped the desk lightly, producing a regular, crisp sound. If that's what you think, then let it be. Anyway, since you've come to find me, it means you need my help, doesn't it? Shouldn't you tell me the truth since you need my help? Emilio asked, leaving Eleanor momentarily speechless. She snorted and rubbed her hair. Talking with someone like you is both comforting and exhausting. Indeed, talking with someone like Emilio made one feel uneasy, knowing that he might be prying for information every moment. Simone sighed. Well, I did come to you for something. Emilio nodded, signaling for her to continue. Now that we are partners, I have received a task from above. As you know, it's nearly time for Diana's wedding feast. They want to make a big move. What do you think? The people behind the plan expected Emilio to provide advice. By saying this, she wanted Emilio's advice but also to see if he was fully committed to their partnership. Narrowing his eyes, Emilio fully understood what she was thinking. Leaning closer, Eleanor asked, have you thought of something? If it's common, I won't be satisfied, and neither will they. They? Emilio keenly caught the key words in her sentence, causing a subtle change in Eleanor's expression. Perhaps there are people among those attending Diana's wedding banquet who are on our side, but I don't know who they are. Staring at me won't help because I really don't know. Though I am a Rosanna, they do not value me, which is why you can guess why I want to cooperate with you. What I want needs your help, Simone said, a smile curling at the corners of her lips. Emilio nodded. Right, so you've come to ask me for advice? Simone nodded. This can be easily resolved. Who will be most present at the wedding feast? Since we can't distinguish friend from foe now, why not set fire and burn them all? What do you think? Ruining Diana's wedding would certainly send a strong message to the Dali kingdom. Isn't that the effect they want? As Emilio spoke, his expression was unusually calm. Hearing this, Eleanor was taken aback. She hadn't expected Emilio's answer to be like this. It was practically treating lives as worthless. Given Emilio's character, she had assumed he would refuse. Emilio saw the astonishment on Eleanor's face. What? You think I wouldn't do such a thing? He asked, and Eleanor turned her head away. I just didn't expect you'd come up with such an idea. Aren't you afraid of being found out? Aren't you afraid of causing huge trouble? To Eleanor's questions, Emilio merely raised an eyebrow. Do you think I would cooperate with you if I were afraid? Cooperating with you is the biggest risk. If caught, it could mean extermination of my entire clan. If I were that timid, I wouldn't have partnered with you. So, trust me. If you're okay with it, leave everything to me. Emilio said indifferently, while Eleanor frowned slightly. If you handle it, how will you handle it? That's my business. Simone lowered her head, then looked up at Emilio after a moment's thought. Fine, I'll leave it to you. If you handle this well, I won't doubt you anymore. After all, though they were partners now, neither truly trusted the other. Emilio nodded. Chapter 194, Fire at the Wedding Feast. Emilio soon told Carmine Hanan about this matter. You want to take action during my wedding feast? Carmine Hanan asked in some surprise, and Emilio nodded. They are testing my sincerity, wanting to see if I truly care or not. I have no other choice but to do this. Emilio explained. Upon hearing these words, Carmine Hanan lowered his head. After all, it was his wedding day, and Diana did not know about this. With his head down, Carmine Hanan said, I disagree. Neve doesn't know about this. If she found out, she would certainly be angry. Indeed, this was the most important day of Jolie's life, and Emilio knew that as well. He considered whether he should talk to Diana about this. Just then, the door was pushed open. I've been noticing you two have been plotting something lately, looking very suspicious. So, this is what it's all about. This is completely unacceptable, said Diana as she walked in, her eyes fixed on Carmine Hanan and Emilio. Feeling guilty, they both lowered their heads. Diana gently sat on a nearby chair. In fact, Emilio had already heard the sound outside and guessed it was Diana. Ultimately, this decision should be made by her, so he didn't push. Neve, we still need to consider this carefully. You can rest assured that this is your wedding day, and I will not allow him to cause chaos, Carmine Hanan replied. However, Diana only cast him a glance with a hint of indifference. Why stop them? I already know what's going on. Are you trying to lie to me? Emilio, you've really got some guts to collaborate with them. Aren't you afraid Father will find out? Father is exceptionally suspicious. If you cooperate with him, there will surely be dire consequences. Not to mention Amir is extremely wary of you, eager to catch you off guard. Man, it you dare to work with Dongxia at such a critical moment. Diana lifted her gaze and glanced at Emilio coldly before sizing him up. Sometimes she admired Emilio's courage. Emilio raised an eyebrow slightly. Do you think they won't try to catch me off guard if I don't collaborate with Dongxia? Even without any flaws, they could fabricate them. Instead, I'd rather be bold this time. What do you think? Emilio saw things clearly, and Diana nodded, acknowledging that he was right. So why use such extreme methods? Diana asked. Emilio lowered his gaze. This isn't an extreme method. If you disagree, Rena, why would I disagree? Since you dared to make such a deal with Dongxia for the sake of Dali, how can I, as a Rosanna, not sacrifice my wedding day for Dali? Don't worry, I agree. Do whatever you need to do, Carmine Hanan, and I support you. Diana patted her chest and stared directly at Emilio, who was taken aback by her boldness and straightforwardness. Thank you, Rena. Emilio expressed gratitude as Diana waved her hand dismissively. What's your plan next? Emilio narrowed his eyes. They want a big move. Let's give them a big move. Only this incident will be pinned on them. A fire. What do you think? As Emilio spoke, Diana narrowed her eyes and nodded. It seems you've thought everything through and were sure I'd agree, weren't you? Diana was a clever woman. She had guessed Emilio's intentions even before he finished speaking. Emilio chuckled softly while keeping his head down. Diana wasn't angry over this. On the wedding day, amidst the grand celebration of a Rosanna's nuptials, the palace was filled with festive pomp and splendor. Emilio stood aside as Diana and Carmine Hanan were getting married. Suddenly, a voice broke the air. Fire. Hearing this, Emilio furrowed his brows. Shane immediately frowned too. This was Diana's wedding day, yet such an event occurred. Enraged, he pounded the table. Who did this? Bring the person here. Following Shane's order, a very thin man was brought forward and thrown to the ground with a stifled groan. Shane looked down at him. What happened here? Beside him, the conway promptly joined in. This is the person my subordinates just caught. I believe he is responsible for this disturbance. Please take a look, Your Majesty. As the conway spoke, he pulled down the sleeve of Yale's hand, revealing a tattoo on the arm. Shane immediately frowned and pursed his lips, his eyes filled with surprise. How could this be? Such a thing appeared in the palace. Shane left his sentence unfinished. If it weren't for Lord Manny's detailed warning beforehand, I would not have known about this, said the conway. Hearing this, Shane turned his gaze to Emilio, who shook his head and bowed. Recently, these people have been extremely brazen. The incidents in Xiongnu were caused by them. So, I anticipated they might cause trouble even on this grand wedding day. That's why I asked the conway to keep an eye out for me. Emilio's words cleared himself of any blame, while subtly taking credit for the foresight. Shane squinted his eyes. Indeed, Minister Manny has truly been a pillar of support for this imperial court. Hearing this, Emilio smiled slightly but did not refute it. He slowly approached Yale. Suddenly, Yale lunged at Shane, clearly intending to assassinate him. Emilio moved swiftly, but Yale was also very fast. In desperation, Emilio used his body to block the weapon in Yale's hand. The weapon struck Emilio, and blood flowed profusely. With his last bit of strength, Emilio kicked Yale to the ground. Then the Conway took Yale away. Everything happened in an instant. Emilio clutched his chest, breathing heavily. Shane was greatly surprised. He had not expected Emilio to go to such lengths for him. Narrowing his eyes, Shane ordered, "Summon the royal physician." Chapter 195 Maximizing Benefits. This was the last thing Emilio heard. When he opened his eyes again, everything around him had changed. He frowned slightly. The wound on his chest still ached faintly. "Ellie, you're awake?" A voice came from beside him. Emilio lifted his eyes slightly to see Cameron, who looked extremely weary, staring at him with excitement. Emilio frowned and tried to sit up using all his strength, but the wound was too deep. His face twisted in pain, and Cameron immediately stopped him. "Ellie, your wounds are too serious. Don't move or they will tear." Cameron said this, feeling a hint of guilt. Emilio slowly turned his head to look at him, then sighed. "Who did this to me?" Emilio was referring to a niece in the hall that day. It was Cameron, only masked by a disguise. They acted this way to gain Havelock's trust regarding the matter with the Drake. By putting on this tragic show, they hoped to make Havelock lower his guard. "Ellie, I'm really sorry. I didn't expect you to rush forward like that, and I couldn't keep a firm grip on the knife, which is why it pierced you." Cameron kept his head low, and Emilio pressed his lips together, saying nothing. "Enough, I can't blame you for this. Quickly bring me some water. I'm about to die of thirst." Emilio spoke, and Cameron nodded hastily, rushing over to fetch a cup of water. "What happened after I passed out? How many days have I been unconscious?" Emilio took a sip of water and asked slowly. "Ellie, as you guessed, due to your actions, the Bartolomeo trusts our Manny family even more. He ordered people to search for those with tattoos in the capital, and several were indeed found. Ellie, you've been unconscious for 3 days." Emilio narrowed his eyes. This was within his expectations. After Cameron left, Emilio heard some movement. Lying in bed with a calm expression, he spoke. "Since you're already here, why hide? Come out." Following these words, a clear figure emerged from the shadows. With arms crossed, she stared straight at Emilio, then slowly approached and sat down beside him. "Emilio, what exactly happened this time? Did you pin all the blame on us? Have you forgotten your promise to me? If you act like this, I doubt our cooperation was ever trustworthy." Simone's tone was exceptionally stern, but Emilio showed no sign of guilt. "Why wouldn't it be trustworthy? Because I disrupted your plan? Man, you never told me what your original plan was. Besides, if using you to gain Havelock's trust benefits both of us, isn't that a win-win situation? You just said we would create a commotion during the wedding ceremony, but you never specified how." Emilio spoke slowly. Simone's eyes widened upon hearing this. She hadn't expected Emilio to reason this way, yet reflecting on it, it seemed correct. "Then, was the large-scale search for tattooed individuals in the capital also your doing? Do you know how much impact this has had on us?" Her tone carried a hint of rebuke. Seeing Emilio silent, she pulled out a dagger from her waist, its silver gleam glaring into Emilio's eyes, making him close them uncomfortably. "Aren't you afraid I'll kill you?" Simone's tone became increasingly dangerous, the blade inching closer to Emilio, but his expression remained unchanged. "Do you think I'm afraid? Moreover, I'm certain you wouldn't dare to kill me. Didn't you realize that you now don't trust me fully? So, this visit must be solo. Those captured were probably bait you released or unrelated to you. I've completed the task you gave me. The benefits it brings should be determined by me." Emilio sneered and reopened his eyes. Simone halted her dagger, only inches away from his eyes. After a moment, she smiled faintly and put the dagger away. "Clever. Indeed very clever. It's terrifying to cooperate with someone like you, but I like it. You're right. Those people indeed have nothing to do with me. Or rather, you've done me a huge favor. They were sent to track me, so I should thank you. But last time, you changed our plan and caused so many troubles. Not taking this opportunity to threaten you makes me feel uncomfortable. Still, you saw through me. There's nothing I can do." Simone shrugged her hands, seemingly quite helpless about Emilio's actions. "You were willing to be his meat shield to gain Havelock's trust. You are indeed remarkable. If the blade had pierced a few millimeters closer to your heart, you might not be here talking to me now." As she spoke, she stuck the dagger into the nearby table, standing upright. She sat beside it, looking at Emilio indifferently. "You're right. Though it hurt when I was stabbed, the benefits afterward would be greater. Old Garden Park has always been wary of me because of the Manny family matters, which is very disadvantageous to me. Moreover, my recent closeness with the Drake would inevitably anger Havelock. At this moment, playing up the emotional aspect naturally serves its purpose. Although such schemes are usually used on women, sometimes they can be exceptionally effective in such situations. What about after that?" Simone glanced at him indifferently. "I'm going to Donxia." Hearing this, Emilio's eyes widened in shock, clearly not expecting him to say such a thing. "You're saying you're going to Donxia? Are you crazy?" She said this as Emilio raised an eyebrow. "Why do you think so?" Simone was taken aback for a moment. "Do you know how many people want your life right now? Not only Donxia and Havelock, but even the rebel army wants you dead. If you leave Dali now and expose your identity on the road, countless people will come to kill you. No matter how powerful or intelligent you are, you can't defend against so many." Chapter 196 Pretending to Die, Deceiving the Bartolomeo. Simone thought that any smart person would not want to do this and should understand this principle. However, Emilio's words shattered her thoughts. "So you mean I should keep cowering in Dali? Moreover, if I stay in the Great Ming, will they not try to move against me? They say there are countless ways to act against me. If so, why not give them a chance proactively? Besides, who says I'll go as Emilio?" As Emilio spoke, his dark eyes stared at Eleanor. "What do you mean? Are you asking me to arrange a new identity for you?" When Eleanor said this, Emilio nodded, indeed confirming how much simpler it was to converse with someone intelligent. "As long as I am with you without revealing my own identity, I will be safe. I want to go to Donxia." Since you need my help, going to Dongxia will allow me to assist you better, isn't that right? Emilio's voice carried a hint of tenderness, while Eleanor furrowed her brows slightly. Then Eleanor laughed softly, examining Emilio. Your body can't move, yet your mind is sharp. Do you think I don't know your true intentions? You probably have another agenda. Simone, having faced many challenges, knew Emilio must have other motives, but what he said was undeniably correct. If Emilio could return to Dongxia through her, it would significantly draw attention, especially given Emilio's intelligence and martial prowess. There was no reason not to bring him along. With this thought, her previously hesitant expression turned resolute. You're right. I will take you. But how do we do it? Nowadays, everyone in Dali is looking for you. If you just vanish, not only Havelock, but others will immediately find out. Trying to get you out of Dali would be wishful thinking, and you might even implicate me. Simone acknowledged the difficulty of the situation, but Emilio had already considered solutions, sometimes not needing to act himself since someone else could resolve it for him. I've already chosen someone for this task, Emilio remarked. Fine, if you've made up your mind, I won't argue. We'll meet at the tavern in 7 days. Emilio nodded, and the black-clad figure disappeared. The next day, Emilio found Drake. What? You want me to ask Carlo to let you come to the northwest? Drake exclaimed loudly. If others asked for help, they'd likely grovel, but Emilio maintained an unflinching demeanor. Anyone unaware might think that Drake was seeking Emilio's help. He lowered his head and pressed his lips together. Are you serious? Do you realize how many eyes are on you? Havelock won't agree. And as you said, he's eager to act now. If we mix together, he will certainly target us. Drake sighed, but Emilio chuckled softly and took a bite of a pastry. Nambeho, you make a good point, but what if I die? Emilio's statement shocked Drake, who looked at Emilio with surprise in his eyes. What do you mean? You want to fake your death? Emilio, do you realize once Havelock finds out, no matter how much credit you've earned before, he will surely eliminate you? What are you planning? Drake was unusually serious. The crime of deceiving Carlo was something few could bear, yet Emilio easily uttered such alarming words. To gain something, one must lose something. Drake, I know what you're thinking, but rest assured, I won't involve you. If I die en route, whether truly or falsely, it will be the best outcome for me regardless of Havelock's suspicions. Emilio did not answer what he planned to do, as he trusted no one at present. Do you really have a plan? How will you evade them? At the time, I'll need your assistance. Please support me then. Drake hesitated. Since you've decided, I will support you. Rest assured, I will help. After all, I've been on the battlefield for so long. Am I someone who fears death? Your character is straightforward and generous. I initially thought you were just a brash young man, but now I see you're not as we imagined. I'm not worried about what Havelock might do to me. I fear the exposure will greatly impact you. Does Emmanuel know about this? Emilio hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. He had not told Emmanuel about this matter, as Emmanuel was always overly cautious. If he knew, he certainly would not agree. This is something only you and I know. It must not be told to anyone else. The fewer people who know about this, the more believable it will be. As Emilio spoke, the Drake nodded in agreement. All right, let's do it your way. After saying this, the Drake left the Manny residence and headed for the palace, arriving shortly after. Accepting the imperial decree, Emilio remained unusually calm, while Emmanuel was particularly surprised. After all, he knew of Havelock's suspicions. How could he possibly allow Emilio to accompany the Drake to the northwest? Wasn't this giving them an opportunity? He began to suspect that Havelock had some ulterior motive. Emilio, go with me to the capital now. We must ask Carlo to rescind this decree. Emmanuel said to Emilio, who raised his eyes. Why? You're usually quite smart. Why are you acting so foolish now? Can't you see? The Earl issuing this decree suddenly is clearly setting a trap for you. If you jump into it, do you know what the consequences will be? Emmanuel said firmly, but he did not know that everything was arranged by Emilio. Father, if this is a trap set by Havelock, then I won't go. Do you really think that by taking me to the palace now to beg Carlo to rescind the decree, he will agree? Emmanuel lowered his head. He naturally knew that Havelock would not do such a thing, but he still wanted to try. Emilio sighed. Father, please rest assured. Just trust me no matter what. They want to make a move, but I also want to see if they have the strength to do so. If someone else had said these words, it would sound arrogant, but when Emilio said them, it strangely made people believe him. Are you really decided? Emmanuel asked, and Emilio nodded heavily. After all, this was the path he had chosen for himself. Chapter 197, Imperial Sword. Emmanuel sighed upon hearing Emilio's reply. Perhaps he had expected this all along, but he still wanted to give it a try. Emilio, since you've made up your mind, I have nothing more to say. As he spoke, Emmanuel walked up to Emilio and gently patted his shoulder, staring straight into Emilio's eyes. Emilio looked at Emmanuel, understanding the pride in his father's gaze. Although Emmanuel was worried about Emilio, he couldn't help but feel proud to have such a son. Don't worry, father. I will come back alive, Emilio said earnestly. Emmanuel nodded slightly, then sighed again. Well, if that's the case, follow me. With these words, Emmanuel strode inside. Emilio hesitated for a moment before following him into the study near the bookshelf. Do you know that before the establishment of our kingdom, the Manny family once helped Randy achieve great merit, and at that time, he bestowed us with a treasure? A treasure? Why have I never heard of it? Emilio asked. Emmanuel shook his head helplessly. That's because the service we rendered was kept secret. Naturally, no one else could know about it. Emilio frowned, curious. He moved closer to Emmanuel. Great merit? What exactly did we do? Since Emmanuel had decided to reveal it, he must intend to tell him. Before the founding of the kingdom, when Randy was not yet Carlo, the Manny family stood by him loyally. Back then, he did many wrong things to seize the throne, and I aided him in those endeavors. But remember, no hands in court are clean. You need to understand this, though I believe you already do. The reason the Bartolomeo hasn't publicized this matter also confirms my suspicions. To him, that deed is a hidden danger, and so is the gift he bestowed upon us. Emmanuel's eyes flashed with deep thought as he turned the candle on the bookshelf, revealing a concealed compartment behind it. Inside was a sword adorned with sparkling diamonds. This is? Emilio stared at the sword, utterly captivated. Emmanuel pulled out the sword, unsheathed it, and exposed the blade, which shimmered brilliantly, as sharp as ever despite its age. Emmanuel handed the sword to Emilio. So, this is the treasure you mentioned? Emilio accepted the sword. It appeared heavy but felt surprisingly light in his hand, crafted meticulously. Such a treasure had been hidden in the Manny family, and he had known nothing about it. Exactly. The Bartolomeo once promised me this sword. If I ever committed an irrevocable wrong, this sword might save one person from our family. I know what you're doing is dangerous, and I know you're doing it for the greater good. I admire and take pride in you. You're braver than I ever was. Man it, life is precious, and you are my son. So, I'm giving you this sword. In dire moments, I hope you can protect yourself. Emmanuel spoke seriously, his weathered face making Emilio slightly surprised. Father. Just as Emilio was about to speak, Emmanuel interrupted. There's no need for empty words. Now that I've given this to you, it's yours. I know your mission is perilous, but I support you. Remember, whatever happens, the Manny family stands behind you. Although you were once stubborn and naive, your changes now make me very happy. You've truly grown up. Emmanuel sighed. With this, I feel confident in entrusting the Manny family to you entirely. I used to worry whether you could handle the responsibility if I passed it on to you. But now, I believe you are worthy. However, be warned. If the Bartolomeo truly intends to destroy the Manny family, even this sword might not guarantee your safety. In that case, drastic measures may be necessary. Manny Mingchen's voice was low and hoarse. Emilio's eyes fixed on the sword, knowing his father was a man of unwavering loyalty. Manet, when it came to his own affairs, his father was willing to let him leave the capital and preserve his last chance of survival, even though Emilio wasn't his biological son. Hearing these words, he was profoundly moved. Emilio knelt down, holding the sword high above his head. Father, rest assured, I will return home safely. These were the very words Emmanuel had longed to hear most. Good. Emmanuel patted Emilio on the shoulder. His eyes were moist with unshed tears, which he blinked back before turning away. Now that you've decided, when will you set out? Emmanuel asked. Emilio clenched the hilt of the precious sword tightly in his hand. Tomorrow. So soon? Emmanuel was taken aback. Emilio nodded, intentionally choosing this early time, as it offered him the best opportunity to leave the capital without wasting a moment. That brief delay might just change Shane's mind. Seeing Emilio remain silent, Emmanuel could only sigh. Well, if you don't want to talk about it, never mind. Although I don't know what your plan is, I trust you. But if your mother finds out about your departure, she'll be heartbroken. Go see her. Emilio nodded and left Emmanuel's study, heading straight for Rosalie's quarters. Hearing the knock, Rosalie opened the wooden door. Seeing Emilio, she quickly wiped the tears from her eyes, which were already red-rimmed. Mother. Emilio called out. Rosalie sniffed upon hearing his voice and turned into the room. You still know to call me mother? It seems you've never truly regarded me as your mother. You never confide in me, just like your father. Neither of you care about the Manny family or me. Chapter 198, just a cup of clear tea. Rosalie spoke, but Emilio immediately shook his head and walked forward to grab Rosalie's arm, then sat beside her. Mom, how could that be? You are the first priority in my heart. It's just that I've grown up and have things I wish to do myself. I hope you can support me, okay? Emilio spoke earnestly, raising his eyes to look at Rosalie, who also sighed. Well, I can't control you. You all have your own ideas, unlike me. Rosalie finished speaking and her eyes fell on the sword in Emilio's hand, a gentle look appearing in her gaze. Your father actually gave you this sword, Rosalie said, and Emilio looked down at the sword before raising his head to look at Rosalie. Mom, you know about this sword too? Emilio asked as he raised his head, only to receive a glance from Rosalie, who pouted slightly. Why wouldn't I know? Do you think I shouldn't know? Upon hearing this, Emilio hurriedly shook his head. How could I think that, Mom? You know me, I never had that thought. I was merely curious. Rosalie wasn't truly angry with Emilio. She sighed, gently patting his hand, looking down, her tone carrying a hint of helplessness. It seems your father really intends to hand over the Manny family to you. After all, your father once said that he would only give you this sword when you are truly ready. Although the Bartolomeo is wary of our Manny family now, it cannot be denied that your father has been exceptionally loyal to him. Thus, over the years, he has taken very good care of this sword. Rosalie's last words were not doubted by Emilio. The sword could cut through iron like butter, incredibly powerful. To call it a world-renowned divine weapon would not be an exaggeration. But my father said he will only truly entrust me with the Manny family after I return. Emilio said somewhat astonished, while Rosalie shook her head. That's just what your father says. He hopes you come back safely, can't you understand? Rosalie continued, causing Emilio to momentarily freeze. He realized his father probably hoped he would return safely as well. Though Rosalie didn't know exactly what Emilio and Emmanuel were discussing, she understood the situation. Now, the Bartolomeo was wary of their Manny family, and although the Great Benedict Empire seemed prosperous on the surface, everything was already in turmoil beneath. Moreover, the Amirs faction particularly disliked the Manny family. Thinking of this, Rosalie grew more worried. She turned her head and pulled out a jade pendant from her waist. Emilio, this is a safety jade pendant I prayed for you just a few days ago. You must wear it on your body always. Rosalie said, worry clear on her face. Emilio saw her expression and was about to refuse, but noticed the disappointment in her eyes as she lowered her head. Don't refuse. This is the only thing I can do for you. Upon hearing this, Emilio immediately took the jade pendant, putting it around his neck and hiding it under his clothes. Mom, rest assured, I will wear this jade pendant at all times and never take it off. A smile appeared on the corner of Rosalie's mouth, and she gently touched Emilio's cheek. In no time, you've grown so much. In my memory, You were still a child following behind me crying and fussing, Rosalie said, but Emilio didn't reply. He didn't belong to this era and naturally knew nothing about the past. Man it, at this moment, he chose to act like a sensible child. Time passed second by second, and soon it was early morning the next day. Emilio and Cameron left with their prepared supplies. This time, Emilio brought Cameron along because he knew Cameron would follow him no matter what. Seeing the smile on Cameron's face, Emilio glanced at him. You're happy about following me out to die? Emilio said, but Cameron shook his head vigorously. Following young Ellie out is not going to death, it's to become a great hero. Moreover, I believe young Ellie, being so smart, will definitely not let me die. Even if I did, I'd be willing. Cameron thumped his chest heavily, his face serious, prompting Emilio to sigh. The two went straight to a tavern. After reaching the tavern, Emilio went to the innkeeper. What wine does the guest want? The waiter asked. Emilio lightly tapped the wooden table with his fingers, saying, just a cup of clear tea will do. The waiter's movements paused for a moment, then he looked up at Emilio, staring for a while before nodding solemnly, no longer as casual as before. Emilio followed obediently behind the waiter. They ascended to the second floor of the tavern. The second floor was much quieter than the first. The waiter led Emilio to a private room. Sir, please come in. The waiter said, and Emilio nodded. Once the waiter left, Emilio pushed open the door. There wasn't a single person inside. Emilio let Cameron wait outside while he went in first. Cameron had been worried initially, but seeing how things were going, he knew no one could harm Emilio, so he waited outside with peace of mind. Inside, there wasn't a sound. Emilio sighed. Even though there was not a whisper, he knew Eleanor was inside. You should come out now, don't make me act. Emilio said lightly. Suddenly, a chill wind brushed past his back, and he swiftly turned around. One hand grabbed the person's wrist and pulled forcefully. With that tug, the person was pulled aside. This person also had great strength. After a brief struggle, Emilio pinned Eleanor on the table. Cameron naturally heard the commotion inside from outside the door. He called out softly. Is everything all right, young Ellie? Cameron asked. Emilio coughed slightly, and Cameron knew that everything was fine. Simone raised her eyes toward Emilio, her lips curving into a smile. Your martial arts have become increasingly impressive. It seems it's a good choice to take you along, Simone commented. Emilio narrowed his eyes slightly and then released her wrist. Simone rubbed her wrist, where a red mark had already formed. Was it really necessary to be so rough? Simone's tone carried a hint of teasing. Compared to you pressing a dagger against my heart last time, this should be much easier. Emilio replied. Simone laughed lightly, no longer dwelling on the matter. Of course I can take you away. I've already shown you my utmost sincerity. This tavern is my hiding place. Having expressed such sincerity, you should believe me now. Chapter 199 Her name. It's simple for me to leave the capital, but it would be very difficult for me to take you with me. I believe you understand this well. Simone spoke earnestly, and what she said was undeniably true. Emilio naturally understood. However, Emilio only lowered his head and chuckled lightly. I have long known this was your hiding place. Emilio spoke indifferently as he slowly sat down on a chair nearby. This statement made Eleanor suddenly widen her eyes. She stared at him, frowned slightly, and her eyes held a hint of caution. How could you know? I've never told you about this? Simone asked. Emilio raised an eyebrow. Many things did not need to be told for him to know. Relying on his keen observations, he could still discern secrets hidden in others' hearts. Although you didn't tell me, your actions already revealed everything. Do you remember that inexplicable attack earlier? At that time, I smelled the wine from here. Moreover, the fragments of the wine cup belonged exclusively to this tavern. Isn't it obvious enough? Emilio felt how incredibly foolish this woman was. Even if she had tampered with something, she shouldn't have been so blatant. Man it, Eleanor found such situations terrifying, believing that no one being chased would pay attention to these details. Perhaps only someone like Emilio would notice such things and use them to mock her. Simone sighed and then sat down on a nearby chair. And this time, it's not you taking me away. It's me taking you. What do you mean by that? Simone asked, puzzled. Emilio gave her a brief glance. I have petitioned the Bartolomeo for his permission. Tomorrow, I will depart with the Drake through the pass. At that time, I will hide you within the Drake's army. You will follow me, allowing us to leave without drawing any attention. Emilio answered calmly. But upon hearing this, Eleanor frowned. It indeed was a good plan. Yet there was a significant problem. How are you going to extricate yourself? Shane wouldn't let you off easily. Besides, after the previous incidents, Shane has become wary of you. Leaving with the Drake now just gives Shane a chance to kill you. Emilio nodded, noticing the calm expression on his face. Eleanor suddenly widened her eyes. I see. You must want Shane to send someone to kill you. That way, Shane would believe you're truly dead. After that, following me eastward, it would all be done silently and secretly. Emilio looked up, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. He neither denied nor confirmed her guess, but Eleanor knew Emilio had planned it exactly this way. Emilio had devised this strategy within 10 days. Or rather, from the moment they started negotiating, he had already figured out how to deal with Shane, escape, infiltrate Dongxia, and cleverly use everything around him. He was far from an ordinary person. A wave of fear suddenly surged in Eleanor's heart. Was she really not going to be deceived thoroughly by cooperating with Emilio? She sighed, abandoning her doubts. After all, this was her decision, and regretting now wouldn't change anything. Fine, since you've decided, let's proceed as you say. Simone replied, her gaze falling on the sword in Emilio's hand. She frowned slightly, having never seen Emilio carry this particular sword before. Is this sword specifically forged for the journey beyond the pass? Emilio nodded. Not entirely new, but it was indeed a new sword. The previous scabbard was too eye-catching, so he simply changed it for another. However, the blade inside remained razor-sharp, cutting through metal as if it were soft clay. Only those who had truly witnessed this sword's prowess knew its power. Well, now that we are partners, we should trust each other fully moving forward. I know your name, but you don't know mine. Simone slowly stood up. Let me reintroduce myself. My name is Savannah. After speaking, she smiled faintly. Emilio nodded, his reaction unusually calm. Simone didn't get angry seeing his indifferent response. After all, this was expected. Emilio had no reason to know her name, as they were merely partners. Today, you'll go to the Drake's residence. Evander handed over this token to him, and he will know how to assist you. Emilio added, glancing up at her again. But remember, under no circumstances reveal your identity. If they ask, tell them you're my woman. Savannah raised an eyebrow at this, realizing that Emilio trusted no one but himself. You don't even trust the Drake? Emilio sneered and glanced at her. We live in constant danger. I suppose it's only unexpected that you would ask such a question. The Drake is very friendly to me now, but I don't know his intentions, let alone trust him. No one can be trusted as much as oneself. I think you understand well why I said not to reveal your identity. It's also good for you because if the Drake knew who you were, he might take the opportunity to kill you while I'm away. There was a hint of threat in Emilio's tone. Simone paused, then laughed and nodded. All right, I'll do as you say. Rest assured, I will tell him that I am your woman. Emilio didn't care about the slight teasing in her words. He turned and left, pushing open the door. Cameron was standing outside, glancing inside when he saw Emilio. What are you looking at? Let's go. After Emilio spoke, Cameron's eyes darted around before quickly following behind Emilio, leaving the tavern. As they walked, Cameron hesitated, opening and closing his mouth as if he wanted to say something. Emilio stopped. What do you want to say? Emilio asked. Cameron froze, then immediately spoke, his voice tinged with curiosity. Young master, what's your relationship with that woman? As Cameron asked, Emilio glanced over and noticed the gossipy look on his face. It's a partnership. Really just a partnership? Cameron's tone clearly still held some disbelief. Emilio stopped abruptly and smacked Cameron on the head. Cameron instantly cradled his head, glaring at Emilio resentfully. You'd be better off using this time to improve your martial skills instead of being curious about these things. Cameron dared not speak back. Chapter 200, Family Affection. As Emilio said this, Cameron just pouted on hearing these words, not caring about it at all. Ellie, you're feeling guilty. I'm sure there's something between you and Brooklyn. Cameron spoke as he followed beside Emilio. Hearing Cameron's words, Emilio merely sighed. He stopped walking, turned to look at Cameron. Family affection was insignificant to him. More important was the country. With Dat Benedict in such a situation now, how could he have time for family affection? Cameron, I don't know what you were thinking, but I assure you nothing will happen between me and her. She is from Dongxia while I am from Dat Benedict, there can be nothing between us. Upon saying this, seeing the serious expression on Emilio's face, Cameron sighed and nodded, dropping the matter altogether. The next morning they were already prepared. A carriage had arrived waiting outside Manny Manor for the two of them. Emilio stepped out of Yaler. His eyes fell on the two standing by the door. Manny Long Max remained unperturbed, whereas beside him, Rosalie wept heartrendingly. Rosalie walked up to Emilio and straightened his clothes. Make sure you stay safe outside. Are you still carrying the jade pendant I gave you? Rosalie asked. Emilio nodded solemnly before taking out the jade from inside his clothes. Seeing it, Rosalie finally breathed a sigh of relief. You must carry that jade with you always. It has been specially prepared for you. Never leave without it, understand? Rosalie instructed. Emilio nodded again. Looking at the time, he knew it was almost time and he couldn't delay any longer. Father, mother, your son is leaving now, Emilio said. Manel Longqing nodded, while Rosalie let out some uncontrollable sobs. Emilio turned and took large strides towards the carriage, entering it. After hesitating for a moment, he lifted the curtain slightly and peered out. He saw Manel Longqing wiping his eyes discreetly, afraid of showing concern in front of Emilio, so only did this secretly. Emilio always knew his father loved him dearly. Lowering his head, guilt arose within him. He knew he should have told him about his plans, but reason also told him that if he revealed too much, his plans would likely be exposed. He could not do that, nor could he be selfish. Thinking about this, Emilio lowered his head and pressed his lips together, lowering the curtain once again. As the carriage drove away, Manel Longqing watched it disappear in the distance, feeling an unusual unease in his heart. He slowly rubbed his fingers and sighed. After all, it was Emilio's own choice. He could only hope he would succeed. Emilio left the capital with the army of the Ebenezer. Night had fallen. In the tent illuminated by candles, Emilio sat inside. The Ebenezer entered and, seeing Emilio, smiled lightly, gently patting his shoulder. How have these days been spent in the military camp? The Marquis asked. Emilio pursed his lips slightly. They had been near the capital recently with Havelock's people nearby, thus preventing much interaction. It wasn't until they left the capital that the Marquis found the opportunity to meet Emilio. Emilio nodded, then his expression grew serious. The discipline here in the Ebenezer's camp is even stricter than I imagined, truly deserving its reputation as Dat Benedict's first army. Hearing this, the Marquis laughed despite knowing Emilio exaggerated somewhat. Nevertheless, it made him happy. It's not easy getting approval from you, the Marquis remarked. Emilio smiled and tapped the wooden table rhythmically. The Marquis, observing his mannerism, shouted outside, whereupon a short-statured soldier came in. Upon seeing Emilio, the soldier smiled too. I know why you're looking for me. Don't worry, everything is arranged. I am always very meticulous, you needn't be concerned. The Marquis reassured. Emilio glanced up and nodded. Naturally, he wasn't worried about this. Thank you, Ebenezer. Beside him, the soldier removed her helmet. With long hair trailing down her waist, she wore a pleasant smile on her beautiful face. Even the Ebenezer was slightly surprised when he saw Brooklyn. He then showed a smile on his face as he looked at Emilio. I thought you were like an iron tree that never blooms. I didn't expect that you had long been privately engaged to someone, and this time you even brought this young lady along. You actually came to me for this girl. It's not easy, But are you going to bring this young lady with you to Dongxia? The Ebenezer asked, then turned his head to look at Brooklyn and Emilio, nodding his head as if affirming something, and turning back with a serious expression on his face. Of course, I haven't told my father about this yet, and I beg the Ebenezer to keep it a secret. After all, if my father knew that I was privately engaged to Brooklyn outside, he definitely wouldn't agree. As Emilio spoke, he turned and looked at Brooklyn, then extended his hand, his eyes filled with tender affection. Brooklyn paused, but immediately understood Emilio's meaning, placing her hand in Emilio's. These days have been hard on you, Emilio said, while Brooklyn shook her head upon hearing this, a touch of loneliness showing on her face. She gently touched Emilio's face with her hand. No, how can I blame you? I know you've done a lot for me already. It's okay. I can endure everything as long as I'm with you. That's enough for me. As Brooklyn spoke, Emilio was momentarily stunned by the deep affection on her face. He had to admit that Brooklyn's acting was truly remarkable, so much so that Emilio couldn't react immediately. I didn't expect your relationship to be so good. I hadn't noticed. Well, since that's the case, I won't disturb you two anymore. After saying this, the Ebenezer nodded at Emilio and then walked out of the tent. Only after the Ebenezer left did Emilio stand up and look at Brooklyn. Just as Brooklyn was about to speak, she saw Emilio subtly shaking his head at her, making a very slight gesture. Chapter 201. I only trust myself. However, the two of them stopped talking at the same time in perfect unison. Savannah's eyes rolled around before she walked next to Emilio, gently holding his hand and softly sobbing. I couldn't say it when Paul was here, but during this time apart, I missed you so much. Can we promise not to be separated for such a long time again? As she spoke, tears fell drop by drop onto Emilio's hand. Emilio was stunned once more. He was an incredible actor. If this were the modern era, he could be considered of leading actress caliber. Rest assured, I'll never let you suffer like this again. After winter passes into summer, we will privately pledge our lives together, then return. I believe my father would not separate us, Emilio said, patting her hand lightly, and she nodded with satisfaction. They embraced, looking like they truly wished to be together. The man behind the tent turned away upon seeing this scene. However, Emilio frowned slightly. Just then, he had caught a familiar fragrance. When he smelled that fragrance, his face suddenly changed because it was very familiar. It was precisely the scent he had planted on that man previously. At the time, he had found it rather peculiar. How could that man die so quickly? Therefore, when Yale died, he specifically placed a certain fragrance on him, one identical to the undying scent Savannah had put on him, just so Emilio could confirm his suspicions. And now that scent was inside Paul's tent, which was truly puzzling. Emilio furrowed his brow. Seeing Emilio seem distracted, Savannah gently patted his shoulder, bringing him back to his senses as he turned to look at her. What is it? Emilio asked. Savannah couldn't continue pretending anymore. She distanced herself from Emilio slightly, picked up a cup of tea beside her, took a sip, then slowly turned to look at Emilio, whose tone carried a hint of curiosity. I thought you trusted Paul, which was why you left me here, even having Paul help you with everything. But I didn't expect you to be so wary of him too. Is there no one you trust? And Paul doesn't seem suspicious either. Why do you suspect him? If Emilio said he didn't suspect, it would be laughable. Savannah clearly hadn't expected Emilio to doubt Paul either, given their relationship didn't appear to warrant such suspicion. Emilio lowered his gaze as the previous question continued circling his mind. He raised his eyes to Savannah and chuckled softly. Do you think I should trust him? Savannah found Emilio's question strange, tilting her head slightly. Don't you have to trust him? You've already told him such important matters, even revealing that we're heading to Dongxia. Isn't that enough trust? If I truly trusted him, would I have acted that way just now? Remember, not everyone deserves my trust, and that includes you. As Emilio spoke, his gaze locked intently on Savannah. He sneered, causing her to momentarily freeze before shaking her head slowly. At least we're partners. There's no need to go this far, right? Though I know you don't really trust me. Savannah sighed, turning away. Forget it. I don't expect you to trust me. What are you planning to do now? Savannah brushed off some dust from her clothes while Emilio looked down. He didn't tell her about his recent discovery. As he had said, he didn't trust anyone. He only trusted himself because without knowing the whole truth, Emilio couldn't be sure who wasn't his enemy. A small mistake could lead to fatal consequences or failure. Now, we just need to wait for Shane to send someone over. Hearing this, Savannah frowned slightly, her expression filled with surprise as she looked at Emilio. Do you really believe Shane will send someone? Perhaps he isn't as suspicious of you as you think? Savannah spoke with a serious tone, yet Emilio merely sneered, glancing at her and sizing her up, which seemed to irritate her. Why are you looking at me like that? Savannah asked, and Emilio slowly shook his head, seeming somewhat helpless. I don't know if you're saying this to test me, or for some other reason. Don't you know what kind of character Shane is? He had already suspected me from the previous incidents. Moreover, after he visited my residence, it only intensified his suspicion. Now that I've been taken away by Paul, this is such a good opportunity for him. How could he possibly let it slip? Therefore, while the Manny family is still useful to him at present, what he can't accept more than anything is the immediate threat before him. So he will definitely send someone. Let's make a bet on it. As Emilio spoke, he was idly playing with the teacup in his hand, looking rather at ease. However, when Savannah heard this, she shook her head. This person was extremely astute. Since he had already said this much, things would likely play out as he anticipated. Since you've said so much, do you need my help? Savannah asked, but Emilio shook his head. You don't need to help me. Your assistance might only hinder my plans. Besides, those people are coming for me, and you and I are just partners. You don't need to go to such lengths for me. Emilio didn't like owing favors to anyone. Savannah, hearing this, seemed to have anticipated it already and did not press him. She nodded slightly and then stood up. Forget it, I wanted to help you. But since you've said this much, it's up to you. With your capabilities, I assume you've already planned an escape route. Emilio neither answered nor declined. Seeing his reaction, Savannah merely sighed and left. In the following days, they continued their journey without any unusual incidents. It wasn't until 3 days later, on one night, when suddenly a fire broke out on the other side of the military camp. Chapter 202, Fire. At that moment, Emilio was still sitting in the tent when he heard the rustling sounds outside. He froze for a moment and then put down his teacup. Fire! Fire! Voices came from outside one after another, and soon a group of people rushed to the other side of the camp with buckets. Emilio squinted slightly. His ears twitched as he glanced backward. He sat back inside his tent, for if he left now, those people might not be able to find him, which would only increase their workload. Emilio sat there quietly. He lowered his eyes as black-clad men surrounded the tent densely. They were all sent by Adolf, who knew very well how formidable Emilio was. Thus, to eliminate Emilio thoroughly, he certainly sent over many experts. But these people were just minor annoyances to Emilio. The tent flap was lifted open, and the foremost person was an exceptionally burly man. "Are you Emilio?" Yale said in a hoarse voice. Emilio's eyebrows twitched slightly, and he shook his head. The man seemed offended and immediately drew his dagger, glaring at Emilio maliciously, as if Emilio were an old enemy. "You don't believe me when I say I'm not Emilio? Then why ask me in the first place?" Emilio watched the knife in Yale's hand and sighed, seeming somewhat helpless. Upon hearing this, Yale pursed his lips, realizing Emilio had a point. After a moment, however, he snapped back to reality and pointed his dagger directly at Emilio's brow. "Don't stall for time here. Are you thinking of waiting for those people to come and save you? Let me tell you, you have no such chance. Today, you will die here," the man said, and Emilio lowered his eyes, revealing a hint of melancholy on his face. He still held a teacup in his hand. "Who sent you?" Emilio asked. Hearing this, Yale was momentarily stunned, seemingly puzzled. "Don't you know?" Emilio shook his head slightly again. "How can I possibly know? After all, I have so many enemies, and I can't distinguish any of them clearly. To dispatch this many people, it indeed makes me quite curious. Just who wants me dead so desperately?" Emilio said this as if joking, but the burly man nodded upon hearing it, agreeing that Emilio indeed had many enemies. "You don't need to know who sent us. All you need to know is that today your life ends here." Without waiting for Emilio's reaction, Yale lunged forward with his sword. Emilio slightly raised his eyes and suddenly stood up, kicking Yale forcefully. He then threw the teacup at Yale's face. The cup struck Yale's eye, making him grunt in pain. The surrounding men swiftly moved in, acting in perfect formation. Emilio needed no guessing. These men were sent by Adolf. It truly took a lot of effort to arrange such an assassination attempt. Emilio sighed and shook his head. Picking up the teapot beside him, he threw it at one of the men. As Yale groaned, Emilio pulled out the sword from the table. As the blade emerged, a whistling sound echoed. Everyone focused on the sword. Such an unremarkable sheath, yet the sword within proved to be extraordinary. Emilio wielded the sword skillfully, moving with lightning speed. Before long, several bodies lay on the ground, but Emilio remained unscathed. The burly man couldn't help but be astonished, having never expected Emilio's martial prowess to be so exceptional. Even those who had previously fought him recognized Emilio's formidable strength. Now, it seemed Emilio had been holding back all along. Sweat beaded on the foreheads of those hiding behind others, none daring to stand at the forefront. Emilio finished off another attacker, and then lowered his eyes before raising them toward the burly man hiding among the crowd. He had smelled that peculiar fragrance earlier but hadn't been sure. Now he was certain. The scent originated from this man. But why? What connection did this man have with Adolf? How could he have survived? Was it a feigned death? Who helped him fake it? Was it Amaya? Or perhaps the Ebenezer? Emilio did not continue to ponder as the next person had already rushed up. The sword in his hand cut through everything like mud, and it must be said, this was indeed a fine sword. Unfortunately, it had been hidden for so many years. Only now, in Emilio's hands, could it once again witness its glory. Is this the Imperial sword? The man hiding at the back spoke with surprise in his voice. Though others did not hear it, Emilio heard clearly and raised his eyes to see Yale. How did he know this sword was the Imperial sword? It seemed this man held many secrets. If Emilio captured him, he might learn Yale's identity and how much he knew. With this thought, Emilio no longer played with them. He immediately decided to end the fight quickly. Those men were like vegetables being chopped by Emilio, and soon all were dead. Seeing this, Yale tried to escape, realizing he was no match for Emilio. But Emilio did not give him that chance, rushing at him swiftly. The man's martial arts were not bad either. After several clashes with Emilio, he did not seem at a disadvantage. It appeared he had also been holding back. Otherwise, he would not have been defeated so quickly. Emilio furrowed his brows slightly. Suddenly, as if an idea struck him, he frowned and twisted his gaze. The man moved extremely fast, slashing Emilio's arm with one swift strike. Emilio grunted in pain, and Yale immediately fled, clutching his own arm. Soon after, sporadic noises came from outside, and the tent flap was lifted, revealing the astonished face of the Ebenezer. Seeing the corpses inside the tent, the Ebenezer opened his mouth wide in shock. What happened here? Could it be? The Ebenezer frowned, then grunted in anger. Damn, they tricked us? Chapter 203, A Feint. The Drake's voice was filled with anger. He looked at Emilio and only relaxed when he saw that Emilio was not hurt. Truly, I did not expect them to be so despicable as to use such a feint tactic, catching me completely off guard. Fortunately, you were not injured. Otherwise, I would have blamed myself endlessly. As the Drake spoke, Emilio slightly shook his head. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. Emilio said this, and the Drake nodded. I knew you were capable, and yet you handled things so well. These people were all sent by the Bartolomeo, each skilled in martial arts, yet you managed to defeat all of them without sustaining any injuries. Just how proficient are your martial arts skills? Why don't we have a match? The Drake suggested this as he spoke, and Emilio slowly lifted his eyes to look at him. a smile curling at the corner of his lips. I believe there are more important matters at hand than sparring. We should resolve this situation first. Emilio said this, and the Drake nodded, noticing a hint of confusion in Emilio's tone. But didn't you say before that if you wanted to pretend to die using Shane's help, now that you've defeated all these people, how will you manage to carry out the fake death? The Drake asked this question, his face full of confusion, his rough eyes staring straight at Emilio. Emilio's lips curved into a smile once more, and he sat down on a nearby chair. The exertion had left his wrist somewhat sore, and he massaged it while explaining. Do you think Shane doesn't know my skills? I did this to make him trust me even more. He only sent one batch of men. Don't worry about the second wave. I have it under control. Besides, weren't you curious about how many of your soldiers are working for Shane? If I can lure them out, you'll be able to deal with them. This way, we both benefit. Emilio said this, and the Drake widened his eyes in surprise, never expecting Emilio's plan to be so thorough. I didn't realize that you truly had such capabilities to figure all this out. Emilio smiled faintly. These are just minor tactics. It is an honor to be able to resolve this pressing issue for Bryce Manny. He spoke these words, and the Drake also smiled, nodding earnestly. Now Emilio had identified the mastermind behind everything. Cameron said this, nodding vigorously, his gaze firm as he looked at Emilio. Emilio couldn't help but chuckle. Is that so? Emilio remarked, and Cameron nodded firmly. It's all right, this matter wasn't your fault. Even I didn't anticipate their move tonight. I thought they would be patient enough to wait for at least a few more days. As Emilio spoke, it seemed that Shane couldn't hold his temper and wanted him dead so badly, despite all the contributions he had made to Dolly previously. Indeed, rulers always only considered themselves, which didn't surprise Emilio much because he knew Shane's character too well. Shane wouldn't allow characters like himself and the Drake to exist. They were a threat to his throne. Even though his health was declining, it didn't stop him from planning for his throne. Emilio lifted his eyes and saw Cameron. Cameron, under Emilio's gaze, instinctively took a step back, feeling something peculiar about Emilio's look. Whenever Emilio looked at him like this, something unpleasant usually happened. What's wrong, young master? Cameron asked hesitantly. Emilio gave him a light glance and curled his lips into a smile. Cameron, I need you to do something for me, Emilio said, and Cameron looked up at Emilio with serious eyes. Perhaps due to previous mistakes, Cameron was now particularly attentive. Whatever you say, young master. As long as it can be done at night, I will complete it diligently for you. Emilio nodded, then stood up and patted Cameron's shoulder firmly. I know you can do it, Emilio said with a trace of appreciation in his eyes. Then, Emilio took out a cloth package and placed it in front of Cameron. Cameron looked at it curiously, but Emilio brought the package close to Cameron's nose. An intense fragrance immediately filled his nostrils, causing Cameron to frown and quickly retreat several steps, covering his nose. Ellie, what is this smell? Chapter 204. The dead came back to Benedict. Cameron asked with some confusion, and Emilio's lips curled up into a smile. Do you still remember the fragrance I had on me before? Emilio's voice was deep. After hesitating for a moment, Cameron nodded his head. He certainly remembered it well. Does Ellie think this fragrance is the same as that one? What's the connection between them? Realizing Emilio's meaning immediately, when Cameron asked, Emilio nodded, placing the cloth package in Cameron's hands, and then sat on the chair beside him. Manny's, the fragrance on this helps me trace someone's whereabouts, and it never fades away. When I saw the method they used before, I found it very peculiar. Do you remember Yale we killed together back then? His death always seemed odd to me, so I left this fragrance on his body. But among those who tried to assassinate me tonight, one of them had this exact fragrance. Hearing this, Cameron instantly understood. He opened his eyes wide, looking at Emilio in shock, then took several steps back. This matter has nothing to do with me, Ellie. I really did bury that man. Right there on the back mountain. Seeing Cameron's agitated appearance, Emilio couldn't help but let the corner of his mouth turn upward in a smile, and he sighed. Don't worry, I don't mean to suspect you. Rather, I suspect that among those people, there are others whom I haven't yet identified. As long as I have this, I can track down their location. Letting it go was just to use it to find the traitors within Drake Army. However, my presence is too conspicuous, so I can only entrust this task to you. Your sense of smell has always been excellent, so I believe you'll be able to complete this mission well. Emilio's gaze was unusually determined, and his expression was serious. Relieved upon hearing Emilio wasn't suspicious of him, Cameron had feared being suspected by Emilio. Then Cameron quickly patted his chest. Don't worry, Ellie, I will surely complete this mission. After nodding, Cameron took the cloth package and walked out. In the following days, Cameron kept secretly tracking that person. He recorded all their names and then handed over the list to Emilio. Seeing the dense list of names, Emilio couldn't help but press his lips slightly. He hadn't expected that so many traitors would emerge from an army like Drake. He didn't dare to imagine how many agents those people might have planted in the capital and throughout the entire De Benedict kingdom over the years. No wonder they dared to cooperate with Dongxia. No wonder they could challenge De Benedict. Emilio was becoming increasingly curious about who was behind all this. Thinking so, he realized that he had almost collected enough information. The second phase was coming soon, but Emilio had long prepared for it. Those people would be as easy to deal with as slicing cucumbers and chopping vegetables. During these days, Emilio had been training those soldiers secretly. With his back exposed, after stepping off the platform, he saw Drake standing nearby. A smile was on Drake's face as he came to meet Emilio, walking to his side. Many thanks to young Bryce Manny for training my silver-clad soldiers these past days. Though they stay in the border regions year-round, they've indeed become somewhat lax recently. Although Emilio just shook his head upon hearing this. Has something happened? Emilio flicked his hair, then looked at the Drake next to him. Since Drake sought him out, it was clear there was something going on. Nodding, the Drake's expression gradually turned serious. Indeed, a letter came saying cholera broke out, and that I need to return immediately. The two locked eyes, both fully aware that this urgent message was untrustworthy, and was likely sent by Carlos specifically to separate them. This time, they were truly trying to eliminate Emilio. Maybe due to the previous encounters that revealed Emilio's prowess, they spent a considerable amount of time meticulously planning this whole affair to ensnare him completely. Though Drake knew Emilio was capable, could Emilio truly escape such extensive preparations? Seeming to see through Drake's dilemma, Emilio narrowed his eyes. Drake, you need not worry. I will handle this matter. You should leave now. Don't worry. Saying this, Emilio made Drake bite his lip but ultimately decide to speak up. Emilio, this time Carlo has dispatched quite a number of people to deal with you. Each of them is formidable. Although you managed to kill so many people last time by chance, Shane will not be slack again this time. He sent elites. Can you really handle them? Why don't I stay here to give you a hand? Though Drake had good intentions, Emilio could not accept such kindness. It's my honor that you would think for me like this, but you cannot do that. The Earl already suspects me. If you disobey your duty on the frontier and stay here to help me, it will not only ruin our plan, but also make Shane more vigilant towards you. Besides, have you forgotten our original purpose was to dismantle Shane's forces? As Emilio said, Drake nodded. He certainly knew it. Well, since you say you can handle them, I won't interfere. I just hope you will return safely. Drake spoke, and Emilio nodded. Early next morning, Drake left with part of his army, leaving only a small detachment behind to protect Emilio. In the military camp, Emilio sat inside his tent with Savannah standing beside him. Savannah was still wearing her armor, her expression slightly solemn. You just let Drake leave like that? Savannah's tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction. Emilio glanced sideways at her. What should I do? Let Drake stay and help us? Wouldn't that make Shane more suspicious? Hearing this, Savannah fell silent and stood there without saying a word. If you're worried, why don't you go back first and wait for me after I finish things here? Emilio continued fiddling with strange objects in his hands. Upon hearing Emilio's words, Savannah sneered and then sat down on a nearby chair. She cast a faint glance at Emilio, arms crossed, nodding slightly. I'm not that cowardly. Besides, Emilio is my partner, and the most important one. It wouldn't benefit me at all to abandon you here. Chapter 205. A difficult situation. As Savannah spoke, her gaze fell on Emilio, and she fiddled with something in her hand. What's this? Savannah asked. Just as her hand was about to touch the object, Emilio stopped her. Don't touch it, Emilio said. Savannah paused for a moment, then looked at Emilio with a puzzled expression. This is my tool. It's highly destructive. If you touch it, everyone present might die instantly. Do you really want to touch it? Upon hearing Emilio's words, Savannah immediately withdrew her hand and eyed the object warily. Though she knew Emilio might be exaggerating, she had seen his skills before. He was exceptionally skilled with peculiar devices, so she didn't dare touch it again. What do you think they'll do to you next? Savannah smoothly shifted the topic. While Emilio continued manipulating the object in his hands, his lips pursed. What can they do? They will find a way to eliminate me. We can only deal with things as they come. No one can predict these events. We must adapt as we go. Though Emilio spoke thus, Savannah knew he wasn't the type who would wait idly. In fact, he had already made all necessary arrangements. Dong Xia has sent me a message, instructing me to return to my quarters. Although some previous actions were improper, those people haven't blamed me. You must resolve everything here within 7 days and return with me. Otherwise, I have no reason to hide you. Savannah spoke earnestly. Emilio lowered his eyes, not looking at anyone but nodding. Solving matters within 7 days was feasible. After Savannah left, Cameron rushed into the tent in a panic. Young Ellie, it's not good. I just checked the roster. The Drake has assigned us troops that specialize in surprise attacks. Our situation is becoming dangerous. Cameron wiped the sweat from his forehead. Young Ellie, why aren't you worried at all? Emilio raised his eyes to look at him, then stood up. He had finished assembling a makeshift landmine. Once placed on the ground, it would explode when stepped on, providing Emilio the opportunity to leave. What's there to worry about? Since they've prepared, they've likely covered all bases. Moreover, I'm giving them an opportunity to confirm that we're dead. As for the Drake decision to leave those men, it was my arrangement. Cameron's eyes widened in shock. He wanted to ask why Emilio had done this, but thought better of it. Emilio's mind worked differently, and he must have had a plan. Seeing Cameron silent, Emilio packed up the items and handed them over. Cameron looked at them with caution, knowing Emilio's creations were usually dangerous. Bury these. Emilio clapped his hands to clear non-existent dust. Cameron still seemed puzzled. Where should I bury them? On Jinggang Mountain? Jinggang Mountain was only a few kilometers away. But why there? Cameron scratched his head, truly confused. Emilio sighed, patting Cameron's shoulder. They'll make their move there. Noticing Cameron's confusion, Emilio explained further. Do you wonder how I know they'll attack me on Jinggang Mountain? Remember what the Drake said before he left? There are bandits on Jinggang Mountain, established since the founding of the country, very powerful. Multiple military attempts to capture them have failed. Don't you think they might use the terrain and weather to ambush me? Besides, if the army couldn't succeed after so many attempts, do you think these bandits are real bandits, or perhaps someone else's hidden force? With Emilio's explanation, the tangle of thoughts in Cameron's head suddenly cleared. Young Ellie, do you mean these bandits might not be real bandits but a hidden military force? Emilio did not respond, nor did he refuse. The truth would only be known when they truly saw it. Now was not the time to speculate. Cameron's face showed a hint of solemnity, and then he nodded emphatically. Rest assured, young master, I will definitely resolve this issue, and ensure you have no worries. After Cameron left, Emilio watched his retreating figure and sighed, shaking his head. He had already suspected that Emmanuel's sword held some deeper significance. Emilio was also very curious about what the Manny family had done to receive such a treasured sword from someone like Havelock. However, he could make an educated guess. It must have been something profoundly rebellious. When Carlo seized the throne, it was only because of the support from the Manny family and the Drake. Now that the imperial power was secured, Carlo was trying to eliminate the Manny family and the Drake, a bitter irony. Emilio lowered his head and sighed. The royal family had no compassion. The Manny family must have anticipated this long ago, which was why they had obtained this ceremonial sword. Even so, Nangong Manny never intended to spare the Manny family for their past actions. Everyone was watching the spectacle of the Manny family's downfall, all hoping to see them pushed down. But they never considered that once the Manny family fell, wouldn't they become the new targets? Emilio thought about this as he stood up and walked over to the ceremonial sword. What a fine sword. Emilio thought as he drew the sword. By chance, he noticed something engraved on the hilt. The scratch was faint, and Emilio squinted his eyes, focusing intently on it. In the next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, a sense of unease in them. The scratch on the blade looked more like a mark, an imprint that closely resembled a tattoo he remembered from before. Chapter 206, Deputy Bryce. Emilio furrowed his brows tightly. Why would there be such a tattoo on the sword that the Bartolomeo bestowed upon the Manny family? He instinctively wanted to ask about it, but knew he mustn't expose himself while surrounded by Havelock's men. Lost in thought, Emilio sighed. Soon, the army arrived at Jingyang Mountain. A heavily armored general approached Emilio. Deputy Bryce Benedict, what's going on? Why have we stopped? Seated on his horse, Emilio asked, puzzled. Deputy Bryce Benedict raised an eyebrow, unperturbed. Ellie Manny, this is the foot of Jingyang Mountain. Do you actually hope I die? Emilio interjected, causing Amaya to look up, puzzled. When did I say that? Just stay alive for me, she replied. Emilio smirked and patted her shoulder, only to have her brush him off. Don't worry, I'll find a way out, Emilio said, raising an eyebrow. Night fell quickly. Benedict Fujiang found Emilio. Ellie Manny, it's time to set off. Emilio nodded and mounted his horse. However, something felt wrong. The horse seemed— Did you see young Ellie go that way with that man? Should we follow him? Cameron said this, but Amaya shook her head slightly. She wasn't stupid. Though she was also worried about Emilio, she knew she should trust him. No need. Haven't you seen your young Ellie's capabilities yet? If you go now, it won't help him but could ruin his plans. Let's stay behind as he asked us to hold these people off. Amaya sighed. Since that's the case, let's do as he instructed. Cameron hesitated for a moment, then nodded, agreeing with Amaya, and they both left without anyone noticing. Emilio followed Yale to a cliff. The man deliberately chose this place. He knew Emilio's younger brother had inspected it carefully. The cliff was 100 feet high. Falling would mean certain death. Even if he couldn't kill Emilio, driving him to the bottom of the cliff would be enough. Confusion flashed across Emilio's face as he looked at Yale. Why did you bring me here? As he asked, a smile crept onto Yale's lips, and he pulled out a weapon he had prepared long ago. Chapter 207. You're still alive? He took off all his armor and tossed them to the ground with a clatter. Are you the one who tried to assassinate me before? You're still alive? Emilio Ming squinted his eyes. He saw a flash of shock in Yale's eyes, but when Yale noticed Emilio's expression, he felt even more satisfied inwardly. Emilio had killed him twice already. The man hated Emilio so much that he wished he could tear Emilio into pieces right away. He tightened his grip on the knife in his hand, then pointed it at Emilio with a mocking laugh. Do you think you're very powerful? Do you think you've already killed me long ago? Let me tell you, you wish? What makes you think you can kill me? Today either you die or I do. As he said this, Emilio became immediately alert and drew the saber beside him. Seeing Emilio react like this, Yale was not particularly scared. Instead, he looked somewhat disdainful. Do you think you can beat me by yourself? After saying this, the English lesson will sincerely push Emilio towards the cliff. This sentence seems out of context, possibly a mistake. Emilio no longer concealed his strength and fought fiercely with Yale. Just as he frowned, about to kill Yale, an arrow suddenly flew in and stuck nearby. The bastard had already managed to escape close by. Then, behind Yale stood a dense crowd, all the people from the earlier videos. The man glanced at the rescue force, then sneered. Why so surprised? These people are all here to help me. Let me tell you, you've been in a trap from the very beginning. They're all my men, and I left them all just to kill you. Sure, you are very powerful, but facing so many of us at once is probably too difficult for you. To bring you here, we staged a perfect show. Blame only yourself for not being strong enough and falling for our trick. The man laughed loudly, completely oblivious to Manny Shun standing nearby watching him with a look of exasperation. So you lured me here from the start, didn't you? As he asked, Yale nodded slightly. So what if it's true? Not true. So what? You're still too young to fight against us. With that, Emilio raised an eyebrow. If so, why bother with useless talk? Come at me all together. Hearing this, the people couldn't help but chuckle. They admitted Emilio was very skilled, but if they attacked together, Emilio would likely be left with nothing. Especially Yale at the front snickered at Emilio while pointing his sword at him. Ellie Manny, you don't really believe you're that strong, do you? Fine, since you think so, let me be the first to see your moves. After saying this, Yale charged forward, attacking furiously as soon as he approached. The others also joined in one after another. In no time, it turned into a group battle against Emilio alone, yet Emilio seemed to handle the situation quite adeptly. Seeing this, they grew increasingly astonished. They hadn't expected Emilio to hide his true strength all along. Realizing this, Yale knew they couldn't continue like this. He gave a signal to someone nearby, who immediately understood and stepped up to obstruct Emilio's view. The man then lunged forward, thrusting his sword into Emilio's back, causing blood to spurt out instantly. Emilio groaned. Seeing this, others rushed forward to stab Emilio. Soon, Emilio's clothes were drenched in blood, leaving him severely injured. Cameron, hiding in the bushes, wanted to rush forward but was held back by Savannah. Cameron's eyes were red. If you're afraid of dying, don't stop me, he yelled at Savannah, who merely turned her head to give him a calm glance, filled with some sarcasm. Do you really think you can save Emilio if you go now? With so many people around, you'll only be adding to the death toll. Though she smiled, her tone was serious. Hearing this, Cameron shuddered and freed himself from Savannah's grip. What should I do then? If I set off the landmine now, young Ellie will surely die too. Besides, those people clearly want to take young Ellie's life. I absolutely cannot sit idle and wait for disaster. Cameron tightly clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. Savannah only scoffed, for she had been worried about Emilio too. However, upon seeing Emilio intentionally using weak moves that he couldn't avoid, they knew that Emiliog and Fu Ming were just acting for the cameras. If he rushed out at this moment, it would not only be of no help but would backfire instead. Enough, stop doing those useless things. If you truly want to save your young master, then wait obediently. Have you forgotten what Emilio told us? If I want to help him, I must not make a move but should twist the landmine at the right time, and that will be helping him. Besides, do you not understand your young master well enough? Is he someone who would carelessly entrust his life to others? Since he has given you this opportunity now, you should not disappoint him. Savannah spoke. Although she had only known Emilio for a short time, she was clearly the same type of person as Emilio, so she understood very well what Emilio was thinking. Cameron bit his lip and glanced at Emilio again. It seemed Emilio noticed his gaze and nodded toward Cameron. Biting his lip, Cameron did not choose to act rashly. The two walked to the side where the landmines were and waited for the right opportunity. Emilio, are you still going to resist? The man said. His condition wasn't much better either, covered in wounds. Emilio gave a mocking laugh. How can you claim righteousness when one man is fighting against so many? Even if I die here today, I, Emilio, will have no regrets. Emilio's eyes swept around, and finally, he spotted Cameron hiding in the grass. Seeing Cameron's agitated appearance, he sighed in relief. Thanks to Savannah keeping an eye on Cameron, otherwise, Cameron might have already rushed over. Just as Emiliogman turned his head, he saw an arrow heading straight for his chest. The sword pierced into Emilio's chest, and Emilio stumbled back several steps. Seeing this, Yale kicked him, causing Emilio to fall directly off the cliff. Chapter 208. Plans can't keep up with changes. The man slightly lowered his head in silence, even though he knew it was very high here, and if Valerie fell down, it would surely result in total obliteration, completely dead, but for some reason, maybe because Emilio was just too formidable, Yale felt a bit anxious. Go and have a look, the man said to a man beside him. That man hesitated for a moment, and then took 2 steps forward. It seems like no one is there, Bryce. That man answered, shivering at the edge of the cliff. Hearing this, Yale scolded. How can you know while standing there? Go closer and see. Unable to withstand his tyranny, that man had to take 2 steps forward. Before he could stabilize himself, Yale took a step forward and directly kicked him off the cliff. A wretched cry rang out. After an unknown duration, the cries finally ceased. Those nearby also took several steps back, fearing they might be next. The man rubbed his chin. Just as he was hesitating, Savannah whistled. Removing the landmine caused a whistle-like sound, and immediately after, the rocks at the edge of the cliff were blown flying. Seeing this, Yale quickly ran back. His speed was fast, but most people couldn't escape in time and dropped down with those stones. The carnage was like hell on earth. Emilio clearly knew the park wouldn't rest without seeing his corpse. So, he let them not find his remains, but they could still search for his body at the bottom of the cliff. As long as they didn't find the body, Emilio would definitely be considered alive. But it was fine. If he blew up the cliff, no one would know whether he was really alive or not. When I learned about Emilio's plan, I was also quite surprised. When Emilio woke up again, he slowly opened his eyes, feeling the sunlight piercingly painful. He rubbed his eyes and found that his other arm was dislocated and couldn't lift up. Truly, what goes around comes around, he joked, having paid enough for such a big show. Although those people saw him fall into the ravine, his plan wasn't much better than hanging below the cliff. When he was a teenager, he had seen a large tree down there. Using modern tools, he made himself a crude parachute. The parachute's quality was so poor it failed halfway. With no choice, Emilio saw a tree beside him and resolutely jumped onto it. But the impact was too strong, causing Emilio to land on his right side, resulting in a fractured arm. Using his other arm, Emilio propped up his upper body and looked around. This was deeper in the valley. Emilio sighed. He never expected that while towering from above, this place was almost like a paradise. Rubbing his stomach, he had no idea how long he had been unconscious. Some of his wounds were beginning to scab over and even fester. Emilio had foreseen all this. When they found Emilio again, it was already 3 days later. In these few days, relying on his amateur skills, Emilio could only catch small rabbits for food. Cameron, seeing Emilio's haggard appearance, rushed forward and carried Yen Max up. You've suffered, young Ellie, Cameron said. Emilio blinked, then sighed. You've also worked hard these few days. Fortunately, you found me early. Otherwise, if I stayed here any longer, you'd likely find just bones when you came back. Emilio's words weren't exaggerated. Though the valley bottom had many things, there were also some large wild beasts attracted by his blood. Emilio's gaze fell on Savannah. Savannah nodded to him. Although Savannah hadn't trusted Emilio fully before, their cooperation was indeed part of his plan. Seeing Emilio carry out his plans with such determination, he couldn't help but admire him. He was not only smart but also brave. Are you okay? Savannah asked. Emilio shook his head. Don't worry. It's nothing serious, just a bit exhausted. Saying this, he felt a dizzy spell and lost consciousness again. Cameron's heart was suddenly filled with panic. What do we do now? Savannah was taken aback for a moment. Pick him up? Ah, me? Cameron asked with some doubt. Savannah glanced at him indifferently and sniffed lightly. Who else could it be if not you? Cameron, though scolded by Savannah, did not get angry. If not for Savannah, he might still not have found Emilio by now. Thus, he gingerly approached the battered body of Emilio. I don't allow you to do this. Dinner stood in front of Emilio's bed. Perhaps because someone blocked the light before his eyes, he couldn't help but open them and saw this scene. Cameron. Emilio called out Cameron's name. Hearing Emilio's voice, Cameron turned around abruptly, with a glint of joy in his eyes. Young Ellie, you're finally awake. Emilio nodded, then looked down and glanced at Savannah. He noticed that Savannah held a silver needle in his hand. Beside him was a grinding stone. What are you doing? Emilio rubbed his forehead, feeling an intense headache. You've been unconscious for 7 days. Savannah suddenly spoke up. Emilio looked at him and sighed as Savannah continued. It's already several days past what we predicted. They're already urging me to return. I don't have time anymore. If you really want to follow me to Dongxia, I have a way to stay by my side without them suspecting anything. But you must have a tattoo on your body. As Savannah explained his plan, Emilio had already guessed it, yet the conditions were unusually stringent. Emilio hadn't expected that his coma would last so long, causing such a delay. This indeed exceeded his expectations. Sorry. Emilio apologized to Savannah, who shook his head slightly. If you truly feel sorry, then make a quick decision, whether to come with me or become a deserter now. I won't mock you. Savannah, unlike before when he was mocking, now seemed tense. However, Emilio smiled and shook his head. If he left now, wouldn't all his previous plans and the pain he endured just turn into illusions? Chapter 209. Initiating the tattoo. Let's just get it done. There's nothing to be afraid of. Besides, I've been injured before. If I really don't want it in the end, we can just burn that part of my skin. Emilio spoke earnestly. Upon hearing this, Michaela couldn't help but pause for a moment, somewhat admiring his determination. Seeing Emilio's agreement, Cameron sighed and didn't try to stop him any further. He knew full well how much effort the young master had put into Dali in silence, yet someone still demanded such a risk from him. He felt it was incredibly unfair, but also knew he couldn't change the situation. Taking 2 steps forward, Michaela held up the silver needle, which sparkled under the candlelight. Come on. Emilio said this as he slowly pulled Michaela's arm toward him. She paused for a moment before nodding and pierced the needle into Emilio's arm. As the ink seeped in, the tattoo design gradually revealed itself, identical to those he had seen on others before. To be honest, it hurt quite a bit. As Emilio watched the completed tattoo, he still felt some lingering fear. He wiped the sweat off his forehead. Beads of sweat had already formed there. Michaela took back the needle and examined the finished tattoo, nodding slightly. She looked at Emilio again. I must say, you are the first person I've seen with such courage. Even the tough soldiers in the barracks usually cry out in agony during this process. But you didn't make a single sound. Emilio, you're becoming more and more intriguing to me. How many other hidden qualities do you have? If she had any doubts about her cooperation with Emilio earlier, they were now completely gone. Really? Then I'm sure you'll find even more surprises ahead. My resources are endless, and working with me is absolutely the best choice. Emilio said this through clenched teeth, as his arm throbbed with pain. He washed off the surface stains with water. Really? That makes me even more curious. We'll definitely have more collaborations in the future. You should rest now. Try not to get wet these days. If possible, let Cameron help you clean up. After saying this, Michaela put away the needle and turned to leave. Emilio called her back. Hearing him, she turned around and saw Emilio giving her a faint smile. Thank you this time. If it weren't for you, I might not have survived. I know Cameron's abilities. Michaela pursed her lips and nodded, leaving without rejecting Emilio's gratitude. She had indeed worked hard to find him. After Michaela left, Cameron came over to check Emilio's wounds. He sighed, tears almost welling up in his eyes. Emilio couldn't help but sigh too. I'm the one who's hurt. Why do you look so upset? Anyone would think you're the one injured. Emilio said this half-jokingly, but when Cameron heard it, he gave a bitter smile. Ellie, don't do such dangerous things next time. I nearly couldn't find you. If I truly lost you, how could I face your parents? Cameron was older and genuinely worried about Emilio, which made him say such words. Emilio laughed despite himself and tried to sit up using all his strength, only to realize he was too injured. Fortunately, Cameron helped him up, allowing Emilio to look at him and gently pat his shoulder. What are you talking about? If something happened to me, what could you possibly tell my parents? This was my choice. Whether I succeed or fail, it's none of your concern. Understand? Don't feel guilty. Tell me what's happened in recent days. I need to know. Emilio was more concerned about what had transpired recently. He had been unconscious for several days, much longer than expected, and every extra day likely brought new changes. Seeing Emilio's insistence, Cameron nodded and told him everything. Emilio lowered his head, pondering. We'll set off tomorrow. As he spoke, Cameron immediately stood up upon hearing this, his face showing a mix of shock and seriousness, a rare expression on his weathered features. Ellie Manny, how can you even consider that? Your wounds haven't fully healed yet. If you push yourself too hard, the stitches might tear open. What will we do then? Besides, Michaela isn't a professional physician, and she hasn't shown much concern for you. Why are you in such a rush to leave? Rest for a few more days. Emilio shook his head despite what Cameron said. Although his injuries were severe, he believed that a bit more rest would suffice. He didn't want to delay any further because of himself, which would waste valuable time. There's no problem. I've been unconscious for several days already. If we keep delaying, it might raise suspicions, and then things will get worse for us. Not to mention, I'm eager to find out what really happened back then. I saw something important on that sword, and I believe it's related to what I've been searching for. As he explained, Cameron frowned deeply. No matter what, you shouldn't risk your life or your health like this. Ellie Manny, I know you're anxious, but it's not necessary to be so hasty, is it? Emilio sighed. He understood that Cameron had always taken good care of him and would continue to advise against recklessness unless he revealed the deeper reasons. With a resigned tone, he replied, Forget it. No matter how much I explain, it won't make a difference. Just bring me the sword. Cameron hesitated for a moment, but eventually walked over to retrieve the sword and placed it in Emilio's hands. Emilio pulled out the unremarkable scabbard, revealing the sharp blade inside. Curiosity evident on his face, Cameron leaned in closer to examine the sword. Chapter 210. Is he really dead? Ellie, you said you found something on this sword. What did you find that made you want to leave in such a hurry? Emilio stared at the sword, looking left and right during the daytime. It was just slightly more intense than usual, and he did not notice anything different or unusual. Emilio, seeing his puzzled look, directly handed the sword over to Cameron. Emilio examined the sword with a puzzled expression. Ellie, what does this mean? Look closely at the hilt of the sword and see what pattern is there. As Emilio spoke, Cameron half believed and half doubted as he examined the sword. He couldn't help but pause when he looked at the scabbard, then shifted his gaze to the hilt, where a small pattern caught his attention. The pattern was tiny and would have been unnoticeable without careful observation. The next moment, Cameron suddenly raised his eyes to meet Emilio's. Ellie, this? Hunter nodded. Cameron's expression changed a bit. He had originally thought Ellie was in such a rush to leave because of other matters, but now it seemed indeed necessary. If he hadn't mistaken the pattern on the sword hilt, it was the same tattoo they always saw. But why would it appear on the sword bestowed by Carlo to the Manny family? This was too strange and eerie. This was precisely why Emilio wanted to investigate. If the sword was truly granted by Randy, then what was the relationship between Randy and the tattoo? And what was the connection between Randy and the uprising forces? Cameron didn't even dare to think about it. Do you understand now? Emilio asked. Cameron remained silent, simply handing the sword back to Emilio. Emilio placed the sword back into its unremarkable scabbard and set it beside his bed. Ellie, I understand, but your health is also important. How about this? You take care of yourself and rest well on the journey. If you feel any bumps, I'll protect you. But remember, if the wound tears, you must tell us immediately and do not overexert yourself. Cameron's tone was serious. Emilio nodded. As a modern person, he naturally understood this principle. In this era, if his wound became infected, it would be fatal to him. He still had many things left to accomplish and wouldn't jest with his health. However, he also knew exactly what condition his body was in, which was why he took such risks. Meanwhile, in the adjacent bedroom, Shane leaned against the dragon throne, his hand tapping lightly on the dragon's head next to it. A shadowy figure knelt beside him. Are you serious? Shane's voice carried a hint of weariness. The man immediately nodded. Rest assured, Your Majesty. We've designed it so that Emilio fell off a cliff. Even if he survived by chance, he would surely be injured. Saying this, Shane squinted his eyes, shifting his gaze toward Yale, who revealed himself. It was Yale, previously killed by Emilio. If Emilio were here, he would be greatly surprised. Are you sure? Emilio is cunning and unpredictable. How can you be so certain he is dead? If it were anyone else, Shane wouldn't have asked such a foolish question. But for Emilio, Shane was always extremely wary. Emilio was inscrutable, undeniably so. I am certain. Hearing these words, Shane's face darkened slightly. He shifted his position and slowly stood up. Have you sent people to search the bottom of the cliff? Shane asked again. People have been sent, but strangely, while we were by the cliffside, an accident occurred, causing all the rocks at the edge to fall down. We haven't found Emilio's body yet, but it's likely buried under those rocks. The man replied. Hearing this answer, Shane was clearly dissatisfied. He turned his head, glanced at Yale coldly, and frowned tightly. So you're telling me that you haven't found the body, yet last time you told me he was already dead. Is this how you handle tasks given by me? Shane chuckled sarcastically. The man immediately lowered his head, panic flashing in his eyes. After a while, Shane turned his body. He was overly concerned, which led to such thoughts. Although the stones on the cliff had all fallen down, and Emilio fell in front of their eyes, that high cliff surely made survival impossible. He comforted himself with this thought, and then turned around to see Yale. All right, I'll believe you this time. He said this, feeling increasingly weary. He rubbed his brows and waved his hand, and Yale immediately withdrew. This news quickly reached the Braden. The Braden knew Emilio couldn't have died so easily. There must be some other plan, but he still reported it to the public. By the time Emmanuel heard this news, it was already the next day. What? A wail echoed from the Manny residence. A woman fell dejectedly to the ground. She lifted her eyes, looking at Emmanuel with uncertainty in her voice, and Emmanuel frowned, nodding. He had imagined various scenarios for Emilio's death, but never this one. She pursed her lips tightly, clenching her fists. Although they hadn't found Emilio's body yet, Emmanuel sighed. Simone, lying on the ground, clutched Emmanuel's sleeve, crying out incessantly. Rosalie looked utterly distraught. They only had Emilio as their son. Just a few days ago, Emilio was lively and energetic, promising he would come back because he had put the jade pendant on him. Why did this happen? It had been just a few days without her son, and now she felt a tearing pain in her heart. Seeing Rosalie like this, Emmanuel squatted down and embraced her, his eyes welling up slightly, though not as visibly as Rosalie's. Diamond, I know you're very sad, but this is something we can't change. Besides, we've only received the message so far. We haven't found our son's body yet. Chapter 211 News of Death. As long as bad news hasn't come yet, that means there's still good news. Our son is blessed and fated. He must be alive. Don't imagine the worst. Emmanuel said this while consoling Diamond Manny, even though he knew it didn't do much good. Diamond Manny raised her eyes, her voice somewhat choked up. Is what you're saying true? Before she could finish asking, Emmanuel nodded his head. They just received word that they haven't found Emilio's body, so our son might still be alive. Don't think too much, alright? Have you forgotten how blessed our son has always been? Diamond Manny nodded slightly at this, burying her head into Emmanuel's embrace again. It's alright, trust me. Even as Emmanuel spoke these words, it was merely for comfort. A few days later, news of Emilio's true death reached the Manny family. His body had been discovered. A body already crushed beyond recognition, identifiable only by the jade pendant around his neck. That jade pendant was given to him by Diamond Manny. Otherwise, standing in front of that corpse, staring at that barely recognizable face, one might have widened their eyes in disbelief, their own bloodshot with sorrow. Emmanuel was no better off. His whole being stiffened as he stood there. The eunuch saw Emmanuel's condition and sighed heavily. After all, how glorious Emilio had once been. Bryce of the young army. His fall within a matter of days caused much more than usual sighs. Bryce Manny, may you grieve appropriately, the eunuch said. Emmanuel raised his eyes and thanked him, though he felt the pain in his heart but didn't forget the proper thing to do. Diana and Edison came over. It was people from Diana and Edison's side who found the body. We found him among a pile of rubble. We heard a cliff collapsed after he fell, hence the body was unrecognizable. The only way we identified him was through the jade pendant on his body. Bryce Manny, Diamond Manny, now that this has happened. Edison swallowed before sighing, revealing a look of grief. Diana stood beside him, looking similarly downcast, but she did not speak. Bryce Manny nodded, then clasped his hands together in thanks. Thank you, Diana and Ellie Carmine. If not for your help, we wouldn't have found Emilio's remains. He needs to be returned to his homeland. Saying this, Edison and Diana exchanged glances and sighed. Standing to one side, Diamond Manny suddenly let out a scream as she fainted from crying, collapsing into Bryce Manny's arms. The kindness shown today by Diana and Ellie Carmine will never be forgotten. If there's anything you need, don't hesitate to call upon me. For now, I'm afraid we cannot detain you both any longer. Emmanuel said. Diana and Edison immediately nodded. Bryce Manny, quickly take Diamond Manny back. We will leave on our own, but we'll surely return for his funeral in a few days. Edison replied. Bryce Manny nodded and then helped Diamond Manny leave. In the sedan chair, Diana and Edison sat opposite each other. Edison looked up at Diana, who held a cup of tea. What Emilio did this time was too extreme. Edison sighed, but Diana merely glanced at him indifferently. I don't think so. Father has always held high regard for Emilio. Moreover, he wouldn't believe Emilio's supposed death either. If Bryce Manny and Diamond Manny hadn't acted properly, my father wouldn't spare them. Now, hiding the truth from them is the best solution, isn't it? Temporary deceit doesn't matter if it leads to the desired outcome. This should be enough, right? Make sure they too don't find out about this, understood? Diana spoke sternly and seriously. Edison nodded upon hearing her. He understood indeed. He knew everything Emilio did was for the Dali Kingdom. He admired Emilio and naturally wouldn't expose this. Otherwise, Emilio's efforts would have been in vain. Man it, he felt genuinely sorry for Bryce Manny and Diamond Manny. Fine, instead of worrying about them, you should focus on yourself. Relax, don't worry too much. He must have thought everything through already. After all, he has reached Dongxia. We should focus on resolving our own matters. Diana said this, and when Edison heard her words, a look of puzzlement crossed his face. Our matters? What are our matters? Diana turned her head to glance at Edison. She had always heard that Huayan was the top scholar in the capital, but now it seemed he could not compare with Emilio. She couldn't help but sigh. Now my father suspects Benedict Nelson, yet he has certain expectations of us. My father has always had great hopes for me, and especially the Ebenezer. After all, I quarreled with you, and even got married. What do you think father will think of us? Diana spoke as such. Although she was jolie, she had foresight. Man it, who in the deep palace wasn't cunning? So what are you suggesting? My suggestion is that we should also pave a way out for ourselves. Emilio may have thought about his own escape route, but perhaps not for mine. Moreover, before this, you asked him to entrust me with a task, to find the origin and timing of the uprising. This is something he cannot accomplish, and we need to complete it for him. Diana's voice carried some seriousness and conviction. Edison pressed his lips together slightly. I understand. Don't worry, I won't be a burden to you. But do we really need to attend Emilio's funeral? Edison asked somewhat puzzledly. Everyone else knew that Emilio might truly be dead, but they knew it wasn't the case. Diana glanced at him coolly. Of course we must go. If we're putting on a show, it must be complete. You and Emilio had a close relationship. If you don't even attend his funeral, do you think my father would believe it? Diana said this, and Edison seemed to agree, nodding his head. The carriage headed towards the Imperial Palace. Although the directions were different, their goals were the same. Chapter 212, Provocation at the Funeral. The funeral of Emilio was very meager, not because Rosalie and Emmanuel didn't care. The two did not believe that Emilio had truly died, so they preferred to keep this funeral modest. Quite a few people attended the funeral, but Emmanuel was well aware that these people were not there for Emilio. Rather, they came merely to mock Emmanuel. After all, what Emilio had done back then had offended many people, many of whom had even hoped for his death. Now that Emilio was really dead, how glad they must be. Looking at the fake sympathy on those people's faces, Emmanuel found it utterly ridiculous. Seeing the crowd like this, Emmanuel lowered his head involuntarily, suddenly recalling the words Emilio once said. He suddenly felt that what Emilio wanted to achieve was extremely difficult. Just then, he heard a voice behind him, belonging to a young man. Turning around, he saw an ordinary-looking face. Bryce Manny, you should take things easy. After all, Emilio has caused quite a lot of trouble and made enemies, so being assassinated isn't too strange. Don't stay in pain because of him forever, right? You two are still young. Why don't you try having another one? That youth showed some contempt and disdain on his face. Hearing these words, Emmanuel clenched his fists tightly. Having fought countless battles throughout his life, now that his son was gone, he couldn't bear to be mocked by a young upstart. Emmanuel naturally recognized the young man before him. This was Silas, the son of House Xiongnu, who had been badly embarrassed by Emilio at a banquet before. Seeing Emilio was now dead, he thought it was time to show off again. What you say is inappropriate, young Elie Xiongnu. Back when our Manny family was thriving, you all acted like dogs following us for food. Now my son is dead, and you come here with such remarks. So what if my son is dead? What he accomplished, you can never do. It's better for you to mind your own business. Emmanuel sneered as he spoke, and hearing this, the frown on Silas's brow deepened. He opened his mouth to retort, knowing clearly that House Manny was now relying solely on Emilio, and with his death, their fall was inevitable, hence his bravery to speak so to Emmanuel. I have no idea, young Elie Xiongnu, why your mouth has become so venomous. Another voice rang out beside them. Diana stood there, unknown for how long, and it wasn't clear how much she had overheard. She furrowed her eyebrows slightly, staring directly at Silas, causing his whole body to stiffen. The previous expression of disdain vanished from his face entirely. Diana, Silas said, and Diana gave him a cursory glance before turning away with a faint humph. Without allowing Silas to rise, she turned to Emmanuel and said, Bryce Manny is magnanimous, dedicating his life to the battlefield for great contributions to our kingdom. The same goes for Emilio. Without House Manny, our Dolly kingdom would not have flourished. I, Diana, thank Bryce Manny. Emilio's death saddens me deeply. However, I didn't expect that some flies would follow, trying to mock House Manny. I want to make this clear. Emilio is my close friend, and my husband's too. If anyone dares to insult House Manny today, don't blame me for not showing mercy. Diana's voice was loud, and many spectators had gathered around. With Silas as the lead, everyone held grievances against Emilio and seized this chance to ridicule him. But once Diana made her statement, everyone immediately shut up. They knew she was a Rosanna of the royal family. Offending her over a dead Emilio simply wasn't worth it. Seeing the cowardly looks of the crowd, Emmanuel frowned. He couldn't help but think of how all the glory he earned on the battlefield could not match one sentence of hers. Man, he genuinely thanked Diana for her support. Thank you, Diana. Before Emmanuel could bow, Diana caught his wrist and shook her head. I'm just here to pay my last respects to Emilio. He did so much for Dolly, and you ought to see him off. Diana sighed. Anton's face also changed slightly nearby. Silas remained in his previous posture, feeling an aching in his legs. He hadn't expected to run into this situation just by coming to mock Emilio. Although he was extremely angry in his heart, he did not dare to say anything out loud. Diana turned her head as if noticing Silas standing behind her for the first time, and she raised an eyebrow. You are? Diana asked slowly, and upon hearing this, Silas's face darkened even more. He managed to force a smile. I am Silas from the Ministry of Rights attendant Bryce's family. Greetings, Diana. As Silas spoke, Diana couldn't help but scoff. So, you're the one who made such a fuss a few days ago. It's good to finally meet you. Diana's words stung him. After all, it was she and Emilio who saved him from the brothel incident. Yet he had conveniently forgotten about it. Silas felt his face burning, yet he could not retort. All right, stand up. The brothel incident that got you into trouble was not intended by me or Emilio. We didn't know you were there. Given what happened, you should be here today to thank Emilio. If it weren't for him, you'd probably still be mired in that mess. Diana's words left Silas speechless, forcing him to nod humbly. Diana smiled and signaled to someone nearby, who immediately placed an incense stick before Silas. If that's the case, why don't you go pay your respects to Emilio? No one dared to disobey Diana's order, so Silas reluctantly took the incense and walked to Emilio's memorial tablet. Looking at the words inscribed on it, he frowned deeply, feeling utterly hateful that he now had to bow to Emilio even though he was dead. Chapter 213 Hatred towards him. The Manny family is certainly lively today. A man's voice came over, and everyone turned to look behind them. They saw His Imperial Highness the Emir walking over. There was still a smile on his face. Showing such a smile at Emilio's funeral seemed too excessive. Diana couldn't help but frown. She had always known that the Emir harbored resentment toward Emilio. After all, if it weren't for Emilio back then, the Emir would not have ended up that way. Still, seeing the expression on the Emir's face now made her feel disgusted. Others might not know, but Diana understood very well what Emilio had done. Upon seeing the Emir, Silas seemed like he had found his backbone. He knew that the Emir favored him. So, in gratitude for today's events, he immediately placed the incense stick in his hand down. However, the Emir immediately scolded him when he saw this. Ellie Silas of the Xiongnu family, right? I've heard much about you before. I thought you were here to thank Emilio, but I just heard your words. Emilio has made great contributions to our country of Benedict. Manet, you dare to insult Emilio here today. It's utterly despicable. His words left Silas momentarily stunned, then he instinctively knelt down. The Emir seemed to be supporting Emilio on the surface, but Diana knew deeply that he was merely maintaining his own reputation. The things Emilio did made the common people respect him. Now that Emilio was dead, the citizens mourned spontaneously, making the whole city seem lifeless. By doing this for Emilio and scolding others, the Emir ensured that the commoners would support him when they heard of it. Diana sneered. Earlier, she had thought her older brother the Emir still had some humanity, but now she felt like she might have been wrong. After staying in that high position for too long, everyone just wanted to get what they desired. Diana lowered her head and glanced at Aryan standing beside her. Aryan seemed to understand her thoughts and gently held her hand, nodding at her. No matter what the Emir did, as long as no one dared to cause trouble at this funeral, everything was fine. Spare my life, Dempsey. I was only what? Taking advantage of the Manny family's weakness to bully their members, right? With those words, Silas's body shook. He knew the Emir was using him as an example. Just as he was about to beg, an arrow suddenly shot from the side, piercing the heart of Yale. Silas let out a sudden scream and fell to the ground, spitting out blood. An arrow pierced through his chest, leaving him lying in front of the spirit platform as if offering tribute to Emilio. This sudden action caused panic among the attendees. Diana frowned and was pulled aside by Aryan. He hid her behind him. Who did this? A warm look appeared on Diana's face. She was usually quite cheerful and kind-hearted. This was the first time Aryan had seen such an expression on her face. It must be someone who hates Emilio. After all, such bloody incidents occurred at his funeral. Aryan sighed. Emilio had offended too many people during his lifetime. Many wanted to make a scene at his funeral. Diana clenched her fists tightly. She could understand people disliking Emilio, but she felt this was going too far. Why must they go to such lengths when the person was already dead? This unexpected move plunged the Manny mansion and Emilio's funeral into chaos. In the end, they couldn't find out who was responsible. Rosalie cried uncontrollably after the incident, and the entire city was filled with sorrow. The citizens spontaneously sought justice for Emilio, but they could never find the culprit because Bartolomeo Shane orchestrated this himself. Although Bartolomeo Shane showed great respect for Emilio on the surface, he hated both Emilio and the Manny family to the core. Now having this opportunity, he wouldn't let Emilio rest easily, even though he somewhat doubted whether Emilio was truly dead. In Dongxia, far away, Emilio only learned of this several days later. In that dark room, Emilio looked at the person beside him. Savannah stood there hidden in the darkness. As she looked at the information on the paper about the Benedict Kingdom, a mocking smile appeared on her lips, clearly ridiculing Emilio. I didn't expect you to be so hated in the Benedict Kingdom. Don't they know what you've done for them? You did everything for their own good, but they can't distinguish right from wrong. Your relationships are truly terrible. Such bloody incidents even occurred during your funeral, and they still haven't caught the mastermind. Who do you think it is? Who could hate you so much? As Savannah spoke, she placed the paper over the candle, letting the raging fire consume it entirely. Emilio gave her a fleeting glance, and then slightly pursed his lips. If you want to laugh, just laugh. If someone else heard such things, they would have been furious. However, Emilio showed no reaction. After all, he had anticipated this long ago. Even at his funeral, these people wouldn't let him off easily. At least Diana and Aryan were willing to speak up for him, and he was already content with that. You seem too carefree. Rest assured, I'm not mocking you. I just think it's unfair for you. Hearing these words, Emilio couldn't help but raise his head and look at her, slowly revealing a sneer. What did you say about fairness? Do you really believe in fairness in this world? If there was fairness, how could you have ended up like this? What they have always wanted is not offerings, but their own vested interests. And since I touched their interests, what do you think they would do to me? Emilio's words rang true, and Savannah didn't refute them because she knew he made sense. Sighing, she pulled out a chair and sat down. So, who do you think is behind those incidents at your funeral? Chapter 214. Terrible interpersonal relationships. She asked Emilio with a light sigh. Who could have done it? It was probably only Havelock who would do such things. Moreover, no mastermind could be found after a thorough search. It could only mean that this matter had been suppressed by someone, and the only person capable of doing so was Havelock. Emilio couldn't think of anyone else for the moment. He hadn't expected that after all these years of risking his life for Havelock, even his funeral wouldn't be spared. Enough, let's not talk about this anymore. As Emilio said this, the one listening sighed as well, then nodded without saying anything further. All right, as you wish. Dongxia is different from what you imagine. You should know that my resurrection has always favored beauties, so I left countless descendants. Although I am regarded as a Rosanna of Dongxia, in fact, I am no different from ordinary people. And yet, this Rosanna has managed to survive under others' control. What you mentioned before did indeed touch me. I truly want to become supreme like you, ambitious as I am. You understood this point, and I trust you. Simone tapped her fingers lightly on the table, her eyes looking towards Emilio. A slow smile crept up on Emilio's lips. He was sure he hadn't misjudged anyone. Even though Savannah's current strength wasn't impressive, she would undoubtedly have a brilliant future. With his help, he believed Savannah would succeed. Now, since Dongxia was out of their control, Emilio felt like an outsider here. If he wanted to quickly understand the situation in Dongxia and receive assistance, then Savannah was his only support. They were now in the same boat. So, even I am just someone under another's command. There are already 7 princes in Dongxia today, and 6 Rosannas. Although only 3 remain after recent events due to the competition for the throne. Renees don't matter, princes do. Currently, I serve the Zane. Upon hearing this, Emilio slowly lifted his head. So everything you planned to do was all instructed by the Zane? Savannah nodded slightly, but added that some were also her own ideas, though those details weren't significant. The true power now lies with the archer, while the 7th prince is too young to pose a threat. The rest are other princes who have fought each other fiercely over the years, with the archer having the best chance. Emilio nodded slightly, pursing his lips, realizing the situation was more complicated than he imagined. So, tattooing in Dongxia is no longer a secret, is it? Emilio asked. Savannah nodded, but then shook her head. This matter is important, but known by very few. I only found out accidentally by overhearing them. Even so, I don't know who the leader of the rebel army is. Neither does my father, the Bartolomeo. They've communicated through letters and other clues all these years. Nothing else. That person is extremely cautious. Emilio's expression darkened as Savannah lowered her head and sighed. Just then, there was a knock at Savannah's door. She lifted her eyes hesitantly, glancing at Emilio, who understood her hesitation. Savannah had just returned to Dongxia, and despite being a Rosanna, her living quarters were dilapidated and somewhat desolate. A fate common for Rosannas, and the reason why Savannah wanted to climb higher. Though Emilio found it hard to fully comprehend her, he was willing to help. Savannah slowly walked to the door and gently opened it. She was momentarily stunned at the sight of Yale standing there. "Sixth brother," Savannah greeted. Emilio also turned his gaze to Yale at the door, dressed in a black robe, nodding slightly, his eyes sweeping the surroundings before settling on Emilio. "Ninth sister, we haven't seen you for so long. Didn't expect you to bring a man back," he commented. Savannah smiled faintly and looked up at him. "Just someone I met on the road, quite capable, so I brought him back." As Savannah spoke, the verbal sparring between the two revealed that their relationship was not a good one. The fact that the Caleb had come over likely did not bode well either. There were 7 princes in total, and this one was the Caleb, meaning there were still 5 others. Savannah was currently allied with the Zane. His attitude toward the Caleb suggested that the conflict between the Caleb and the Zane was intense. This explained why Savannah had spoken in such a manner. Emilio squinted his eyes and smiled. Dongxia seemed to be divided. Emilio initially thought it was just for show, but now it appeared otherwise. The leader of the rebel army must have chosen to cooperate with Dongxia precisely because of this division. Only the split of power could ensure the rebel army's position. Any prince would want the help of this mysterious force. If so, they would loyally work for the rebel army. This leader was indeed a smart person. Emilio lowered his head, while the Caleb's gaze remained fixed on him. "You have some skills? I'm really curious. Sixth sister has taken all my credit this time. I wonder how the Zane plans to reward you?" I'm sure Roni has already thought about it. But since you've taken all my credit, I'm not feeling too happy. How about this? I've just recruited someone impressive, and am worrying about finding someone for him to spar with. Why don't you lend me your man to let them have a proper match? Best of 3 rounds. If he wins, it's settled. If he doesn't win, Roni, you'll have to leave a finger today to ease my mind. As he spoke, Emilio raised his eyes and looked at Eleanor beside him, surprised by her poor situation. But Emilio could understand that with so many sons and daughters in the Dongxia Empire, Carlo probably didn't even remember this one. As princes, they naturally looked down upon Rosannas, and the Zane likely paid no attention to Savannah either. Chapter 2:15 Respectfully accepting the offer. Emilio sighed involuntarily. No wonder she was so eager to cooperate with him. Savannah hesitated for a moment. Although Winston had always been arrogant and domineering, she had long been accustomed to it. He was a person who appeared strong but was actually weak inside. If it were anyone else, Savannah might just let it go. But this person was Emilio. Emilio was very capable, and she still needed his help. Emilio had already been seriously injured before. If he were to compete against that man beside Winston now, it was likely that Emilio wouldn't be able to hold on. Savannah's gaze fell upon the tall and sturdy man beside Winston. That man, standing 9 feet tall, looked quite imposing. The muscular man seemed to notice Savannah's gaze, showing a trace of disdain in his eyes. Savannah slowly withdrew her gaze, hesitating for a while before a smile crept onto the corner of her lips. Brother Six, why must you be like this? We shouldn't have such deep enmity between us. Besides, I was acting under Xander's orders, which is why I did what I did. How about this? If there's anything here that you want, I will compensate you. But as for this finger, I'm afraid it can't be returned. Savannah's tone was calm yet resolute. Hearing her words, the smile on Winston's face faded. He narrowed his eyes slightly, then scrutinized Savannah from head to toe, clearly dissatisfied with her actions. I heard from people along the way that Ruby holds this man in high regard. At that time, I wondered if there was any special relationship between you two. Could it be that Ruby has grown fond of a man? Now, seeing this man's appearance, I believe even more that Ruby is deeply in love with him. However, my matters are indeed complicated, and it makes me extremely uncomfortable. If Ruby really doesn't want to leave behind the finger, how about this? Ruby can fight one of my guards. Given your excellent martial skills, you should be able to match him, right? Wouldn't that prevent us from losing face? The tension between Winston and Savannah was palpable, sharp enough to cut through air. Standing to the side, Emilio felt the threatening atmosphere too. He narrowed his eyes, realizing that although Winston seemed to be backing down, he hadn't really changed his stance. By suggesting this, Winston was simply trying to get Savannah to test herself. However, if a Rosanna were to fight a guard and lost, it would tarnish the royal family's reputation. Who knew how Bartolomeo Dongxia would react? This was an impossible choice. Thinking about this, Emilio raised his eyes to look at Savannah, who seemed to be weighing the pros and cons. After thinking for a moment, just as Savannah was about to speak, Emilio stood up. Why not let me give it a try, Rena? Upon hearing this, Savannah's expression changed instantly. She walked over to Emilio, grabbing his wrist. In a low voice, she said to him, "Are you crazy? Your injuries haven't healed yet. If you challenge him now, are you ready to die? Have you forgotten our agreement? Rest assured, I've seen the moves of his guards and know how to counter them. If you go up against him, whether or not you can survive is another matter." Speaking thus, Savannah understood how powerful Emilio was, and she said this only because she didn't want him to risk his life unnecessarily. However, Emilio gently patted her shoulder. "If I don't go, and you go instead, what will happen if you lose? Don't worry, I've already thought everything through." As he spoke, he glanced at her. "Besides, since we're cooperating, if I keep hiding behind you, what does that make me? A man cannot hide behind Jolie when facing challenges. I believe I can handle this." Having finished speaking, Emilio stood in front of Savannah. Savannah looked up at Emilio, a hint of surprise in her eyes. She hadn't expected Emilio to protect her so much. After all, among the imperial relatives in Dongxia, despite their blood ties, they often wanted to destroy each other for the throne. Man it, within just a few months of knowing Emilio, he was willing to do so much for her. "Ruby, if you're worried, then let him give it a try," said Winston. Winston turned his body and looked at the muscular man, then gave him a nod. The man immediately nodded back, pounding his chest with his fist and roaring. The man's voice was extremely loud, but Emilio showed no fear when he saw Yale. They had found a very open space for the fight. Quite a number of people had already gathered around, and it seemed Winston had arranged everything beforehand. If Rena Savannah really fought for the sake of Emilio, it wouldn't be long before the news spread throughout the capital. For a royal Rosanna to fight a guard was an absolute disgrace. Emilio felt somewhat relieved that he had agreed to the challenge just now. He turned to look at Savannah, seeing worry in her eyes. Emilio moved his arms around, assessing his condition. Due to his previous injuries, he hadn't fully recovered, and his wounds were still healing. The upcoming fight would definitely cause his wounds to reopen, but Emilio had always been good at enduring pain. His left arm had a fracture, making it less flexible, but it could still move enough to dodge. If he paid close attention, he might succeed. With this thought, Emilio's gaze became more determined as he looked at Yale in front of him. The man clearly didn't take Emilio seriously, treating him like a mere jester. "I'll let you have 3 moves," the man said to Emilio, who squinted his eyes. Clearly looking down on Emilio, Yale had spoken such words. But Emilio didn't refuse out of pride. Instead, he smiled. "In that case, I must respectfully accept your offer." As Emilio spoke, a hint of mockery appeared on Yale's face, clearly disdainful of Emilio's response. Chapter 2:16, Taking Shortcuts. The fight began with Emilio making the first move. He kicked at Yale's abdomen, but Yale stood firm. His size and build made it clear he was not one to be defeated easily. Emilio frowned slightly as his attack concluded. After a brief hesitation, Emilio drew his sword and slashed toward Yale, who dodged in a few swift steps. Emilio narrowed his eyes. He noticed that Yale's right leg seemed problematic, likely an old injury. If there was any weakness, there was a chance for success. Thinking this, Emilio quickly charged again, completing 3 moves swiftly. The man then revealed more of his strength, grabbing Emilio's arm and throwing him to the side. Emilio steadied himself after stumbling back several steps. Beside them, Savannah also narrowed her eyes, concern flashing through her gaze. She could tell Emilio was struggling, especially given his previous severe injuries. It was surprising he had managed to hold on this long. Why are you so worried about him, Roni? From what I see, this man has some skill. Where did you find him? Perhaps you could introduce him to me. As he spoke, Savannah raised her eyes to look at him. Though she found him rather unpleasant, she responded diplomatically. I just picked him up along the way. Boston, don't think too much of it. After all, your luck hasn't been good, and even if I were to introduce someone, you might not find anyone like him again. Savannah's words darkened his expression instantly. He clenched his fists tightly but managed to suppress his anger, smiling slowly at her. Roni is always quick with words. I can't argue with you, but I wonder how long your thoughts will last. After all, the person I brought here is very formidable. You know that well. No matter how sharp your tongue, without strength or power, you'll still have to submit. Laughing aloud, Yale continued while Savannah merely narrowed her eyes, ignoring him. The situation grew tenser for Emilio. Blood seeped from the reopened wound on his back, and he bit his lip as he took several steps back, both men breathing heavily. In his uninjured state, handling this opponent would have been trivial. Now, it was far too taxing. Turning his head, he felt the heat from the wound on his back. He couldn't continue like this. Further combat would expose his weakness. Just then, Yale lunged forward with his massive fist. Emilio narrowed his eyes and glanced at a nearby pillar. An idea formed, and a smile curled his lips. Since direct strength wouldn't work, perhaps external force could. He rushed toward the pillar. Seeing this, Yale quickly moved to intercept him. Emilio's movements were fast, circling the table several times before finally pulling out his sword and slashing sharply at the pillar. The blade cut through like butter, and the thick pillar fell instantly. Before the burly man could react, it struck his head. With a loud crash, the battle ended. Blood trickled from Yale's head as he stumbled back, eventually collapsing, barely conscious. Seeing this, Savannah breathed a sigh of relief. Boston, this guard is indeed impressive, but sometimes sheer physical strength isn't enough. I thought Boston should have found someone who isn't just muscle-bound. What do you say, Boston? But if Boston wants me, it's impossible? Savannah said this as the Caleb's face turned black, utterly humiliated. Imagine bringing a guard around only to be bested by a newly acquired servant of a Rosanna. His face burned with shame. Roni jests. This person does have some skill and intelligence. However, on the battlefield, intelligence isn't everything. Strength is the true measure. My guard suffered today, but next time, he'll be more careful. How about another match then? Savannah did not refuse upon hearing this. Instead, she slightly raised her eyebrows and agreed. After all, the current Emilio, with his injured body, was still able to win against this man. Once he recovered, dealing with this would be a matter of minutes. However, Savannah didn't voice this out. Only after the Caleb left did she hurriedly walk to Emilio's side and help him up. There's no need to be so stubborn. Your wounds must have already split open by now. Let me see. If they become inflamed or infected, it will be serious. As Savannah spoke, Emilio slowly turned his head to look at her, his face exceptionally pale. He then slowly opened his mouth. You don't need to feel guilty. I helped you, but also helped myself. I believe that in a few days, this matter will spread throughout the Imperial City. Do you think the Caleb will be curious when he hears about someone like me? If you want to climb to that position, you need others' help, and you also need to step on others to get there. What do you mean by that? Savannah immediately understood. She looked up at Emilio in surprise, not expecting him to consider this point even in such an intense situation. So, from the start, he had planned his way out. Savannah couldn't help but curl her lips into a smile. In the past, I always thought I was very smart, even among these princes and Rosannas. But ever since I met you, I've faced setback after setback. Savannah shook her head helplessly as she spoke, supporting Emilio into the room and then sighing as she looked at him. So you're doing all this just to attract the attention of the Zane, thereby raising your own position to obtain more necessary information, right? As Savannah asked this, she poured Emilio a cup of tea and placed some medicine on the table. Hearing this, Emilio gently shook his head, seemed to think for a moment, then his gaze turned toward Savannah. Chapter 217. Meeting the Zane. It's not entirely because of the humiliation he just subjected you to. I can't stand it either, and I have my own temper. Moreover, you saved me before, and I haven't repaid that kindness yet. Today is my chance to repay you. As Emilio spoke, Savannah couldn't help but pause, then she lowered her head. Her movements faltered for a moment before she turned to look at Emilio. Your verbal skills are quite impressive. I imagine you must have fooled quite a few girls. Savannah said this as Emilio raised an eyebrow and scoffed. You're overthinking things. I've never deceived anyone. Besides, everything I say comes from the heart. Right now, I need your help. If we want to get closer to the Zane, you are indispensable. Of course, if you don't trust me, that's a different story. Emilio said this as Savannah remained silent. She finished treating the wound on Emilio's shoulder, which had split open again on the mountain. Admittedly, she admired Emilio's resilience. Despite such severe injuries, he still managed to defeat his opponent using some clever tricks. But she also felt that what the Caleb had said was wrong. Sometimes intelligence is more important than martial prowess. Emilio's wounds were severe, with skin torn open, yet he still found the energy to jest here. Savannah put away the medicine and sat opposite Emilio. Relax. Since we've already decided to cooperate, I do trust you. There's no need for concern. We're in this together, like fleas on the same rope. I believe I'd rather work with you than the Zane. Savannah believed this firmly. Moreover, she knew Emilio to be a man of his word. Ziyue nodded silently, seeming to recall something, then asked, by the way, where's Cameron? Since they arrived in Dongxia, there had been no news of him. Savannah slightly raised an eyebrow. Don't worry, he's perfectly safe. I arranged for him to serve under another prince, the archer. Although I'm just a Rosanna, having spent so many years by the Zane side, I have built up my own strength. If we want to deal with the princes of Dongxia, the archer will be our greatest enemy. Cameron has a deep mind, fitting for someone close to you. He's smart, and being by the archer's side might prove useful to us. Savannah explained, and Emilio nodded in agreement. We just need to wait for the Zane to summon me. As Emilio predicted, things unfolded accordingly. A few days later, the Zane summoned both Savannah and Emilio to his residence. Despite being a small country, Dongxia was prosperous even amidst internal division. Standing before Savannah, Emilio gazed at the luxurious mansion and pursed his lips. Are you scared? Savannah asked. Emilio smirked, finding it amusing. Do you think I would be afraid? Savannah didn't respond, only raising an eyebrow before walking aside. A maid led them into a room and left them there. Standing next to Emilio, Savannah pursed her lips slightly. Stay close to me and don't look around. Speak as little as possible. The Zane is very different from the Caleb, who is just a fool. You can ignore him, but the Zane is deeply calculating. Even I have to be cautious around him. With your unclear identity, he won't trust you easily and will likely test you. Any slip-up on your part could endanger me. Understand? Emilio nodded, understanding well enough. Anyone who could stand out among so many princes wasn't a fool. Soon after, a voice came from outside, preceding the person. Roni, you came so quickly. I thought you'd take some time. The voice belonged to a young man, who then stepped forward, revealing a face that looked almost kind. Seeing Savannah, he smiled warmly. Savannah immediately bowed. Second brother, since you summoned me, I naturally came early, not wanting to keep you waiting. As she spoke, Yale couldn't help but burst out laughing. He patted her shoulder and sat down at the main seat, his gaze shifting toward Emilio for a moment. But he quickly looked away, not wanting to reveal his intentions easily. Emilio narrowed his eyes slightly. This person was indeed a tough nut to crack. There have been too many things going on these past few days. I didn't realize I had neglected you when you returned, Roni. Surely you won't blame me for that? The Zane said this, yet Savannah did not show any hint of dissatisfaction. She immediately shook her head. It's already an honor for me that eldest brother could remember me. How could I dare to say such words? Saying this, Yale seemed quite pleased with her deferential attitude, and he laughed heartily once again. I've heard about what you did previously. You've helped me in ways I can't even imagine. I heard that it was you who thwarted Boston's plans, and he even caused trouble for you because of it. For that, I owe you an apology. You did a great job. If you have any requests, just tell your brother, and I will certainly fulfill them. Savannah's lips curled slowly into a smile. It's just my duty. How dare I ask for rewards? She said this as Yale nodded slightly but did not elaborate further. Instead, he shifted his gaze to Emilio. Throughout this time, Emilio had quietly stood in front of Savannah without uttering a single word. The Zane scanned him briefly before slowly speaking. Is this the one who defeated Boston's attendant? I've heard about this incident. It seems Boston was quite angry. After all, he spent a considerable amount of money on those guards. Never would he have expected them to be beaten by your attendant. Though it was through trickery, it showed some skill. He said this, his eyes intently focused on Emilio, making Emilio furrow his brow. Thank you, Caleb. It was merely some trickery. Emilio replied calmly. So what if it was trickery? If one can achieve their goals through trickery, wouldn't that be a shortcut? He finished by throwing his head back and laughing loudly. Chapter 218 Intentional Testing. The Zane's gaze was fixed on him. Then he walked down and stood in front of Emilio. Savannah, standing nearby, squinted her eyes upon seeing the Zane's behavior, a hint of confusion flashing through her eyes. She subtly lifted the Zane's hand, which then pressed onto one of Emilio's wounds. The wound was severe, and blood immediately gushed out under the pressure. However, Emilio remained unperturbed, and a look of surprise and admiration appeared on the Zane's face. Then, the corners of his lips curled up, and he burst into laughter, filling the entire hall with only his laughter. Savannah frowned slightly beside him, not comprehending the Zane's actions. She knew well how serious Emilio's injuries were. Due to the duel with that man, they had already been reopened, and now being pressed again, they would likely become abscessed. The Zane obviously saw this point, choosing to act as he did for this very reason. Stopping his laughter, he gently patted Emilio on the shoulder. You're even stronger than I imagined. As the Zane spoke, Emilio slowly smiled without any trace of dissatisfaction. Thank you, Zane. Hearing this, the Zane also couldn't help but smile. He nodded slightly, quite pleased with Emilio's demeanor. Emilio understood deeply that the Zane's actions were merely a reminder, emphasizing his reliance on him. Emilio was too formidable, making the Zane uneasy about him staying close to Savannah. What difference did it make that the Zane held a high position? He didn't know what those beneath him were thinking. Now, with such a skilled person by Savannah's side, he naturally wanted to reclaim him. Emilio thought as much as the Zane returned to his seat, his eyes turning toward Savannah. Roni has always had unique and impressive taste. Bringing back someone like this is indeed a good find. You've made a great bargain. As the Zane said this, he narrowed his eyes slightly. Having been by the Zane's side for so long, Savannah understood his thoughts. She knew the moment had arrived for Emilio. It's just one of my subordinates. I didn't expect his skills to be so impressive. He kept hiding them before, and only after he saved my life did I take notice. If second brother says this, perhaps I should give him to you. Her tone was casual, and the Zane couldn't help but pause at her words. A flicker of doubt passed over his eyes, then he laughed, leaning his head on his arm. Is Roni serious? Such a talented person is rare to come by. Are you truly not the least bit hesitant to give him to me? The Zane was extremely suspicious, and Savannah knew he wouldn't fully trust Emilio if she simply handed him over. However, this wasn't important. All that mattered was having Emilio stay by the Zane's side. Savannah lowered her head further. Second brother makes it sound too formal. I am yours, and I understand that recently you lack trustworthy people around you. On the other hand, keeping this person with me is useless. Following Zane could lead to greater achievements. In that case, I might as well offer you a gift wrapped in flowers. After this, the Zane fell silent, and the hall became still. Emilio said nothing. After an uncertain period, the Zane finally spoke. Roni truly stands by my side. To be willing to give someone like him to me is surprising. However, while your judgment is excellent, the loyalty and reliability of this person remain questionable. If he is loyal to us, fine. But if he isn't and tries to infiltrate my palace to cause trouble, it could be. He paused ominously, and Emilio instantly grasped his concern. Rest assured, second brother. This person is truly one of my subordinates. Please observe. With that, she walked closer to Emilio, stripped off his clothes, revealing the tattoo on his body. The Zane's eyes narrowed slightly, and a smile appeared on his face. I know, second brother, you have always trusted me, but there's still a bit of hesitation in your heart. However, it doesn't matter. I did indeed go to Dali this time. If there are any concerns on your part, it's my problem. But rest assured, second brother, this person is worth using. If you find anything unsuitable about him, just kill him. I will not utter a single word of complaint. Savannah's words were unreasonable, yet Prince heard them and felt particularly pleased. Second sister, if others didn't know, they would think I was doubting you. Rest assured, second sister, I've always trusted you the most. You're very capable and extremely loyal to me. It's just because you lost your mother at a young age that it's been like this. Otherwise, second sister would surely have great accomplishments. His words were clearly meant to hint at Savannah, her eyes darkening slightly. The topic of losing her mother as a child had always been a thorn in her heart, and now Zane brought it up so casually. In other words, he was reminding her that without him, Gale would no longer be a Rosanna but possibly just a corpse. Rest assured, second brother, I have always stood by your side. Even if I hadn't, I am grateful for second brother's care. If there is anything I can do for you, I will certainly devote myself wholeheartedly until death. Hearing this, Zane nodded slightly, and the smokeless war between the two finally ended. Beside them, Emilio was momentarily stunned. He originally thought Dongxia wasn't as complicated as he imagined, but now it seemed even more complex than he thought. Zane was not someone to be trifled with. Though young, his mind was deeply scheming. One could even say he was ruthless. If such a person truly became the ruler of Dongxia, it would likely be a significant danger. As for the so-called Grant, Emilio hadn't even met him yet and knew he wasn't his match. Zane didn't directly say he wanted to recruit Emilio under his command. Instead, he spoke as if it didn't matter. I know about your affairs. Despite having so many injuries, you managed to defeat one of the 6 Bartolomeo's guards. That's quite impressive. Chapter 219. A performance. You're not only exceptional in martial arts, but also very clever with your head. I lack someone as smart as you by my side. Since that's the case, let me ask you something. Now my position is quite high, but alas, I still have to climb higher. What do you think I should do? As the Zane said this, Emilio squinted his eyes and immediately lowered his head. The Zane's question is rather simple. Just eliminate all of them, then the Zane will be the only prince left. Won't Dongxia belong to the Zane then? Emilio's voice was very calm, and the Zane couldn't help but squint his eyes, a trace of pleasure flashing in his eyes. He laughed, picked up the teacup beside him, took a sip, smacked his lips, and nodded slightly. Roni, this guard of yours has quite a poisonous mouth. After all, they are all my own brothers. Saying such things isn't trying to sow discord among us. He spoke and threw the teacup in his hand to the ground, which hit the floor with a loud sound. Savannah immediately withdrew her gaze. For a moment, she couldn't figure out what the Zane was actually planning to do. However, Emilio's attitude was exceptionally calm, as if it wasn't happening to him. Second brother, please calm down. This guard indeed stayed among those people for too long. So although he's smart, his EQ is terrible. He merely speaks what's on his mind. He told me earlier he wanted to stay under your command because he admires you greatly. As Savannah wanted to speak for Emilio, Emilio turned his head and winked at her. Instantly, Savannah understood his meaning and didn't speak. The Zane also stood up, his face less gentle than before, instead carrying a hint of anger. Man it, Emilio knew he wasn't really angry. He just wanted an opportunity to give him a warning. I can overlook what he just said, but a person must be responsible for their words. How about this? Go receive 20 cane strokes, then come back. If you can bear it, then I'll keep you. The Zane said this and seemed to remember something, speaking slowly. When Roni spoke just now, it did truly reflect how she admires me, which surprised me greatly. Let's say I reduce it somewhat, shall we? But when Emilio heard this, he immediately spoke up. There's no need, Zane. Even if it were 30 or 40 strokes, I wouldn't fear, as long as I can stand in front of the Zane. To be honest, I came here solely to be by the Zane's side. Ever since I heard about the Zane's achievements, I've admired you greatly. I believe the Zane should be the only king of Dongxia. Even if the Zane decides to execute me today, I absolutely have to say this. As Emilio spoke, Savannah couldn't help but pause, her heart racing. She didn't know what the Zane was thinking, and Emilio had already spoken so frankly. If the Zane didn't want Emilio by his side, he was naturally a suspicious person. Such words would only increase his suspicions. But what Savannah didn't expect was that the next second, the Zane's expression softened slightly. Truly audacious, but considering it's your first offense, go receive 20 strokes. Emilio nodded, then was taken away. Savannah stood in the hall, listening to the sound of the strokes landing on flesh outside, unable to help but purse her lips. Her face looked very troubled. Emilio's wounds were already serious, and now these 20 strokes would likely tear his flesh open. By then, it might be hard for him to even get out of bed. She couldn't help worrying about Emilio, even though she knew she shouldn't have such thoughts. It's unknown how long it took until it ended. Emilio was dragged in, looking extremely pale, seemingly half dead, his back covered in blood. Seeing Savannah, his brows twitched slightly, almost unable to hold back. He lay on the ground. Zane, I've done it. The Zane nodded slightly and sighed. You're quite a spirited one. Since that's the case, follow me. But I must warn you, If you dare to be disloyal or betray me in the future, it will be far worse than today. You can ask Roni. I am fully capable of doing so. As he said this, Emilio immediately knelt down. Zane, rest assured. Emilio, standing here today, will never betray the Zane. Hearing this, the Zane nodded approvingly and then looked at Savannah. Even so, you should return with Roni and come back once your injuries have healed. Emilio nodded. He was dragged onto the carriage by someone. It wasn't until the carriage had traveled a considerable distance that Savannah asked Emilio, "How are your wounds?" Savannah asked. Emilio shook his head slightly and glanced to the side, seemingly ensuring there was nothing amiss before daring to sit down directly. Savannah watched as Emilio sat down, a trace of surprise flashing in her eyes. After all, that was 20 heavy strikes. On a person's body, it could literally tear one apart. Yet Emilio seemed unbothered. Noticing the surprise in Savannah's eyes, he couldn't help but smile faintly. Curious why nothing happened to me. Emilio said this with a hint of a smile on his face, while Savannah frowned. What exactly happened? Savannah asked. Emilio picked up the teacup beside him, took a sip, feeling that his originally dry throat finally felt a little better. He sighed in relief. Don't worry, Zane wouldn't want to seriously injure me now. He did this merely to intimidate and test my loyalty, can't you see? After following him for so long, you should understand by now. Outside, they were beating a pigskin, not my body at all. They arranged for pig's blood to be poured on me, and I just had to act pale. Emilio said this, looking at Savannah. Since he wants me by his side, he naturally hopes for my loyalty, so he used this scheme. I can understand that. Emilio's voice was low, while Savannah couldn't help but widen her eyes. So from start to finish, Emilio wasn't beaten at all. It was just a premeditated plan between Emilio and Zane. Chapter 220, Night Intrusion at the Zane's mansion. Having been by the side of the Zane for so long, even she had not discerned his true thoughts, yet Emilio had. Her admiration for Emilio grew. She lowered her head slightly, pressing her lips together. Initially, she thought the Zane intended to really admonish Emilio, but it turned out to be just a show. You're still not enough. The Zane sees things too clearly. He is ambitious, and he does this partly to warn me and partly for others to see. Do you think the Zane's mansion has no other people? Everyone else is watching me. As Emilio said this, Brooklyn pursed her lips slightly. She understood Emilio's meaning but was still quite astonished by his words. Then why did you make such a dire vow just now? Brooklyn asked. Hearing this, Emilio stared straight at her as if surprised, then burst into laughter after a while. I've always thought you were very smart, but I didn't expect you to be so naive sometimes. What do you think my big vow can do? It can neither affect my life, nor cause me any real harm. It's just a sentence. I, Emilio, never seek verbal advantages, let alone worry about what one sentence can do. Emilio, known for breaking promises, naturally did not care about this point. Brooklyn's mouth dropped open when she heard these words, realizing she had seen another side of Emilio. Then you should recuperate here for a few days before going to find the Zane, Brooklyn suggested, but Emilio shook his head slightly. No, I will go to find the Zane tonight. Brooklyn frowned in response. Didn't your second brother say to wait until you were fully recovered before seeing him? Emilio shook his head again. But I wasn't injured at all, was I? If I really wait a few more days to find him, what do you think the Zane will do then? These words enlightened Brooklyn. No wonder the Zane had always distrusted her. It was because she had never truly understood him. If not for Emilio's words today, perhaps she would never have known what the Zane was truly thinking. She lowered her head and pressed her lips together. You must be careful around the Zane. He is ruthless and cunning. If he senses anything wrong, he won't spare your life, no matter how talented you are. Brooklyn said this, having witnessed the Zane personally execute a servant who had served him for years without showing any emotion. At that moment, Brooklyn realized how ruthless the Zane could be. Nodding toward Emilio, he understood that anyone who could survive in such circumstances must be ruthless, yet the Zane was currently his best and only choice. Don't worry, you don't need to remind me of that. Emilio said this and Brooklyn nodded, though a hint of doubt flickered in her eyes. Seeing her expression, Emilio knew what she was thinking. His voice was unusually serious. Rest assured, although the Zane and I share a common enemy, I am on your side. Moreover, I know well the Zane's sense of responsibility and ambitions. If he takes control of Dongxia, it will be disastrous for Dali. My ultimate goal has always been to help you, so I won't let him succeed and become your greatest opponent. So you don't need to worry about this. Emilio's tone was particularly serious. Brooklyn looked up at him, sometimes feeling as if Emilio could read minds, seeming to see through people's thoughts whenever necessary. This made Brooklyn feel that Emilio was especially dangerous. Fine, I'll trust you this time, Brooklyn said. Emilio's lips curled into a slight smile. Later that night, they dressed formally. Where did you arrange for Cameron? Emilio asked. Brooklyn pressed her lips together slightly. He's in the military camp. Don't worry, he's fine for now, just temporarily out of contact. He's safe there. Brooklyn spoke seriously, and Emilio naturally believed her. Emilio nodded slightly. All right, I'll go now. Just as Emilio was about to set off, Brooklyn called him back. She hesitated for a moment, and then saw a hint of caution in Emilio's eyes. She knew she shouldn't remind Emilio, but seeing his demeanor and remembering how he had helped her, she couldn't help herself. After a brief hesitation, she decided that she wasn't the type to repay kindness with ingratitude, so she chose to warn Emilio. Zane is extremely treacherous. Be very careful not to let him catch you off guard. I know this might sound redundant, but since you're my partner, I don't want you to get hurt, do you understand? Brooklyn said this, and Emilio chuckled at her words. Don't worry. When have I ever let you down? If anyone else had said such a thing, it would be unbelievable. But when Emilio spoke these words, Brooklyn inexplicably believed that he could do it. She nodded, finally letting go of Emilio, who then left. Emilio arrived at the Zane's mansion. His movements were swift and silent, ensuring no one noticed him. Since the Zane had hinted at keeping things discreet, Emilio understood the importance of secrecy, especially knowing there were many spies within the Zane's estate. Standing on the eaves of a building, Emilio saw the Zane sitting on his seat below, head in hands, seemingly deep in thought. In the next moment, the Zane's eyes suddenly snapped open, his gaze pausing briefly before curling into a smile. He had known Emilio wouldn't disappoint him. Since you're here, there's no need to hide. The Zane said this, and Emilio understood that the Zane had already detected his presence, so he jumped down from the eaves without hesitation. It seems Roni has terrible taste in people, Emilio replied casually, ignoring the Zane's earlier warning. The Zane didn't mention his daytime reminder either. Emilio didn't seem angry. Instead, he stood silently. The Zane remained quiet too, eventually standing up slowly after a while. How should I punish you? The Zane asked slowly. Chapter 221 Submission. Hearing the Zane's words, Emilio understood his intentions. He slightly lowered his head in a gesture of submission, which greatly pleased the Zane. Whatever the Zane decides. Emilio said. He did not reveal the Zane's implication. After all, that was a hint from a superior. Even if he knew it, what could he do? They merely followed orders. If the superior wanted to punish him, what could he possibly say? The Zane raised an eyebrow, clearly not expecting Emilio to respond this way. The Zane slowly stood up and walked beside Emilio, circling around him. I'm becoming increasingly curious about where Roni found such talent like you. I didn't notice before. Fortunately, you're with me now. If you had chosen someone else earlier, I would have been truly regretful. The Zane paused and then slowly stood in front of Emilio. So, who inflicted those wounds on your body? The Zane asked. He had noticed that Emilio's injuries were numerous and severe, almost unbearable. Man it, he pressed on the most painful spot, wanting to see if Emilio would resist. After all, the best dogs are the ones that don't fight back, aren't they? Emilio had many injuries. Pausing for a moment, he realized these injuries were meant for the prince to discover. If he hadn't wanted anyone to know, no one would have. It was one of the Caleb's guards, Emilio replied firmly without any hesitation. The Zane silently watched him for a while, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he nodded, seemingly convinced by Emilio's response. Since that's the case, my side has no room for weaklings. Seeing how severely you were injured, I'll give you a chance to seek revenge. Whether or not you can seize this opportunity depends on you. After speaking, the Zane strode back to his seat, turned, and sat down, watching expectantly. He tilted his head slightly. I believe Roni has already instructed you to be loyal while working for me. Of course, strength must also be sufficient. If you can't even defeat a simple guard and end up so badly hurt, even if you're smart, you cannot stay by my side. Do you understand? As he spoke, Emilio raised his eyes, showing determination. He knew the Zane was giving him a chance to stay by his side. He was still testing him, but Emilio didn't mind. Princes like this needed people thoroughly vetted. If he could earn the prince's trust, then these tests were unimportant. With this thought, Emilio nodded slightly. The Zane waved his hand, and Emilio immediately left, disappearing into the night. The Zane looked up slightly, his finger gently touching something before frowning slightly. By the time Emilio arrived at the Caleb's residence, it was deep into the night. He quietly leaped over layers of defense, moving gracefully on the rooftops. Using the map provided by the Zane, he found the guard's quarters next to the Caleb's. Clearly, the Caleb trusted this guard greatly. Emilio stood above the guard, frowning slightly as he lifted a tile. As soon as he did, a sword lunged toward his eyes. Reacting quickly, Emilio moved aside and jumped down to the ground. The door opened, and Emilio's expression grew more serious. It seemed he had been noticed. Brett stepped out, recognizing Emilio's face with surprise, then fury. It's you? The guard crossed his arms, glaring angrily, then sneering slightly. Emilio raised an eyebrow. He had come barefaced because he knew he could kill this man, making any disguise unnecessary. You actually dare to come here, daring to break into the Caleb's residence at night. Do you want to die? The man stared at Emilio, filled with astonishment and anger, his eyes bloodshot, veins bulging. Man at Emilio showed no sign of retreating. I've come tonight just to take your life, Emilio said. Yale seemed to be taken aback by Emilio's words for a moment. After a while, he reacted and couldn't help but laugh loudly. Do you think you're the only one who can do it? Sneaking into the Caleb's residence at night? Do you really think it's so easy to come in and out as you please? Let me tell you, I lost to you last time just because you took advantage of the situation. With your martial arts, you wouldn't even last 10 moves against me. The man clearly didn't realize Emilio's strength. He thought Emilio's previous success was merely due to taking advantage of that pillar, and indeed, in terms of weaponry, Emilio was far inferior to him. However, Emilio only raised an eyebrow, his eyes scanning Yale up and down. The man noticed this unusual gaze and frowned, feeling quite offended. Why are you looking at me? Emilio raised an eyebrow again. I'm just wondering how you managed to be so confident. Do you really believe I won't last 10 moves against you? As Emilio spoke, a spark of determination flashed in Yale's eyes. He puffed out his chest, staring straight at Emilio. Stop trying to scare me. Let me tell you, I've been training since I was little for all these years. In this palace, no one can defeat me. You're just a rookie kid who happened to win once. Do you really think you can win again? Foolish dream. Spurred on by Emilio's words, the guard clenched his fists and charged at him, moving very fast. However, Emilio saw through his forced effort. Emilio quickly dodged. This time, he didn't just dodge like before. He punched swiftly, landing a powerful blow on Yale's back. The man grunted in pain, the redness in his eyes intensifying. Without saying a word, Emilio sped up even more, targeting Yale's legs. He executed a sweeping kick, forcing Yale to stagger backwards several steps to avoid it. At that moment, Emilio understood what had felt off earlier. Chapter 222. You are smart, man it foolish. He narrowed his eyes slightly, a smile creeping onto his face. So, it seems the prince's manner isn't all that kind to you. As Emilio spoke, Yale's brows furrowed slightly, and he steadied his pace, clutching at his chest. A layer of cold sweat had broken out on Yale's forehead, yet Emilio seemed unaffected. landing lightly as if nothing was wrong. What do you mean? The man panted heavily several times before asking. Emilio raised an eyebrow slightly. Isn't it obvious? Your leg is injured, right? With your skills, I doubt anyone besides Winston could harm you. This must be by your own will. Considering I lost to you previously, this should be Winston's command, I assume. After finishing his sentence, Emilio's eyes met Yale's gaze, catching a fleeting look of guilt in them before he quickly lowered his head. Emilio knew he had guessed right. From the start, Yale had tried to hide his injury. His movements were quicker than usual, which puzzled Emilio at first. This unusual behavior was clearly to conceal something. Now, Emilio realized it was to hide the injury on his leg, to prevent him from noticing. Unfortunately for Yale, his excessive agitation made the truth too obvious. You're smart, but also foolish. Emilio placed his hands behind his back. What nonsense are you spouting? This wound was self-inflicted. Don't accuse Winston falsely. With that, Yale charged at Emilio again, this time with a large broadsword in hand, which he had retrieved from nearby. He hadn't used such a weapon against Emilio previously, so this must have been something he prepared himself. But Emilio remained unafraid. He lunged forward immediately. The man's swordplay was swift, evidently suited to him. However, perhaps agitated by Emilio's provocation, combined with his already severe leg injury, his moves became chaotic and disordered. In contrast, Emilio seemed to dodge effortlessly, almost dancing away without any sign of disarray, much to Yale's increasing frustration. Wendy once told me that Winston is ruthless, even towards those close to him, with unpredictable moods. I thought you would have gained some favor being by his side. Even if you lost once, it shouldn't matter much. But now, it seems not as I imagined. Perhaps that prince's manner isn't all that great. As Emilio spoke, Yale frowned, knowing Emilio aimed to enrage him. Despite trying to stay calm, the irritation grew stronger because Emilio had hit on what he least wanted to talk about. For a moment, Yale's actions loosened, and Emilio seized the opportunity to charge directly at him. A dagger appeared in Emilio's hand, one he had brought specifically for this encounter. No matter how skilled he was, he wouldn't risk his life. At that instant, Yale looked up and smiled at Emilio, who immediately reacted, rolling aside. At that moment, he saw the other dagger in Yale's free hand. Had Emilio continued his charge, he would have surely been impaled through the heart. Did you set me up? Emilio said, as Yale's eyebrows arched slightly. Not entirely, your words did provoke me. But after serving Prince Imperial for so long, I've picked up a few tricks. Emilio knitted his brows together, while Yale refused to back down. Even if your provocations infuriated me, what good does it do? In absolute strength, your tricks are useless. I bet you're injured too. Though my skills may not match yours, your injuries far outweigh mine, making victory over me a hopeless fantasy. The man spoke with confidence, looking down at the fallen Emilio, feeling certain of his impending victory. He slowly approached Emilio, lifting his broadsword high to strike down. Emilio pursed his lips, then suddenly whistled. The next second, the sound of a dagger-piercing flesh rang in Yale's ears. His face turned dark, then pale. He frowned slightly and looked behind him, only to see the petite figure of Amaya holding a dagger that had pierced into his heart. The man lowered his head to look at the blade protruding from his body, which gleamed faintly under the moonlight. Emilio stood up as well. Emilio wore an expression of calmness, as if he had anticipated this all along. He brushed the dust off his clothes and sighed. You are indeed correct. I am heavily injured now, making it unsuitable for me to fight you directly, so I had to resort to trickery. However, what you said earlier about provocations being useless is not entirely accurate. Saying this, Emilio smiled. Amaya also emerged from behind Yale. Thank you for your help this time, Emilio said, while Wendy removed her mask, shaking her head slightly. I came immediately after receiving your message. It's nothing much, besides, I've wanted to get rid of this man for a long time. Winston has been showing off before me because of him. I've long intended to remove his right-hand man. Once he's gone, Winston will be weakened significantly. The rest will depend on you. Wendy pursed her lips slightly, and Emilio nodded quickly. With a loud thud, Yale's body fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. His eyes were wide open, staring blankly at Emilio and Wendy, clearly unable to believe that his years of martial training ended at the hands of these two inexperienced youths. He felt indignant but powerless. Wendy looked down at the fallen man without any ripples in her expression. This man committed countless evil deeds, and carries too much resentment. You don't need to feel guilty for killing him. Wendy spoke without any particular emotion. Emilio was momentarily taken aback, but soon understood her intent. A smile crept onto his face, and he sighed. Don't worry. As a general for many years, I've killed countless people on the battlefield. I carry much resentment myself. In this era. Chapter 223. Only the victor can write history. Only the victor gets the chance to write history. I am also one of those victors, and I will not have a single ounce of compassion for anyone, especially not for those who stand against me. Brooklyn nodded slightly and turned her gaze towards Emilio. The Zane is testing you by saying this. He still does not trust you and needs to see both your strength and loyalty. After all, you've interacted with both me and the Caleb before. Given how smart you are, it's natural he wouldn't fully trust you. Now he wants you to eliminate the Caleb's left hand and right hand. If you succeed, it's a significant advantage for him. If you fail, he has an opportunity to get rid of you as well. As Brooklyn spoke, she raised her eyes. She knew the Zane's mind was too deep. Sometimes even she couldn't fathom what he thought. Emilio nodded slightly. In that case, I'll show him clearly that neither I nor the Caleb had any contact with you. When Emilio said this, Brooklyn seemed puzzled and turned to see Emilio frowning slightly, his eyes filled with surprise. What do you mean by that? If I just remove him alone, what's the point? I believe the Zane wants more than just this. Saying this, Emilio's lips curled into a smile. He wasn't known for being kind-hearted. Watching that smile on his face, Brooklyn couldn't help but feel a bit unnerved. Sometimes, Emilio's thoughts were more ruthless than others, so she didn't think there was anything wrong with what he said. So, what do you plan to do? Emilio slowly turned his head, glanced at Brooklyn, then looked at the corpse on the ground. The next morning, the Caleb opened the door. Just as he was about to step out, he noticed something hanging in front of him. Frowning slightly, he lifted his eyes and saw a pair of wide-open eyes staring directly at him. He let out a scream. He slapped the body with his palm, causing the corpse to fall to the ground with a thud. The Caleb realized something was amiss. He stepped forward quickly and saw the face of the corpse, which left him stunned. It was his own guard. Someone, come here immediately. Shouting to the side, he crouched down and looked at the sword pierced into Yale's heart. The sword looked ordinary, unremarkable in its craftsmanship and origin. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the scene. Who could it be? Who dared to sneak into the Caleb's residence and hang his guard's dead body outside his room? This was a direct provocation. What terrified him more was that this guard's room was just next to his, yet he hadn't heard a sound. That meant if the intruder intended to kill the prince instead of just the guard, it would have been equally easy. This incident spread across the entire city soon enough, reaching the Zane's mansion shortly thereafter. The Zane looked at the half-kneeling man in front of him and lightly raised an eyebrow, with a hint of shock in his eyes. He waved his hand, dismissing the messenger, then saw Emilio standing there calmly. So when you came back, you've been half-kneeling here confessing your mistakes because of this? Supporting his head with one hand, amusement tinged his voice. Clearly, he wasn't angry with Emilio's behavior but rather impressed. Ever since returning, Emilio had been half-kneeling here, punishing himself. Initially, the Zane felt something was off, but he chose to wait until the news arrived. Hearing the news now, he increasingly believed Emilio truly understood him. Emilio lowered his head slightly. You told me to take care of it, but the method should be up to me. That person insulted me mercilessly and caused me great humiliation. How could I bear it? Since the Zane gave me this opportunity, I must seize it. Besides, the Caleb has always been arrogant and tyrannical. If I have this chance, I'll naturally make the most of it. He continued speaking. The Zane raised an eyebrow, stood up, walked over to Emilio, squatted down, and gently pulled him up, holding onto his arm. Emilio's expression was surprised. Zane? The Zane smiled, sighing slightly. You're a clever one. No need to put on an act in front of me. You understand very well, don't you? What I want you to do is precisely this. He left his line of sight and looked toward a certain place, with a hint of distraction in his eyes. Emilio, you're an intelligent person and should know that within this palace, if I want to seize that position, I must harm my blood-related brothers. But they are more like enemies than brothers since we all wish each other dead. The Caleb has always been particularly arrogant and tyrannical. Even though I am the Zane, he has never shown me any respect. You know, his camp is with the Grant, while I and the Grant are enemies. I don't trust you, so I would persuade you to assassinate him. However, what you did was very right and impressive. I am very satisfied with you. After speaking, he turned his head and saw Emilio with a look of appreciation in his eyes. The key point is that you are smart, but there are many clever people like Emilio. I admire you, and there are many others I also admire, but I am unsure about who is truly loyal to me. Your loyalty is crucial to me, but whether you can remain loyal to me all the time, I do not know. So, if you want to stay by my side, I have a way, but I wonder if you're willing to accept it? As the Zane spoke, he slightly narrowed his eyes. Of course, he didn't know if Emilio would accept it, but if Emilio accepted, he would become his trusted ally. If Emilio refused, then he would never let Emilio leave the Zane's mansion alive, as such talented people falling into the hands of other princes would pose a significant threat to him. Emilio quickly guessed the Zane's thoughts. He immediately lowered his head, with a gaze filled with sincerity and determination. Please rest assured, Zane. From now on, I, Emilio, will follow the Zane. Whatever you ask of me, I am willing to do, as long as I can stay by the Zane's side. Emilio's words were spoken with utmost sincerity. The Zane couldn't help but raise his eyes to look at Emilio, then a smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Chapter 224. 7 Apertures Bleeding. I'm very pleased that you can have such an awareness. Campbell said this as he slowly squatted down and took out a small wooden box from his pocket. The box looked quite ordinary on the surface, indicating that Campbell had been prepared for this for a long time. Emilio slightly narrowed his eyes, a hint of confusion flashing across them as Campbell slowly opened the wooden box. Inside the box lay a black pill. Don't let its plain appearance fool you. This pill contains great secrets. It ensures your obedience to me. As long as you take it once a month, everything will be fine. But if you disobey me or do something wrong, I might withhold the antidote. That month, you'll endure pain like all your bones are breaking apart every midnight. Of course, rest assured, if you follow my orders, I'll give you the pill each month, so you won't feel any harm. But if you betray me, you won't get the blood pill in the second month and you will die, bleeding from 7 apertures. Understand? As Campbell spoke, he widened his eyes slightly, a touch of madness showing on his face. Do you still wish to stay by my side? Before Campbell even finished speaking, Emilio had already picked up the black pill and tossed it into his mouth. Campbell couldn't help but stare wide-eyed, clearly not expecting Emilio's swiftness. None of the people around him were ever like Emilio. Whenever Campbell said such things, whether true or false, they would hesitate without exception, yet Emilio showed no hesitation at all. Seeing the astonished look on Campbell's face, Emilio couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile. Does Campbell now trust me? Emilio asked, and after a moment, Campbell responded with a smile, his head dropping and shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Emilio, I find you increasingly intriguing. He stood up slowly, patting Emilio on the shoulder and sighed. How had he never discovered such talent before? He threw the wooden box into a corner and sat down. Well, Emilio, I will grant your wish. From today onward, you will be my right-hand man. After Campbell finished speaking, Emilio immediately stood up and bowed to him. Thank you, Campbell, for giving me this opportunity. Emilio spoke, and Campbell nodded in satisfaction. Campbell cast a glance toward the room. All right, it's about time. We should head back. Even if I want you under my command, there should be a proper reason, not just a gift from my Roni. Go back first and recover from your injuries. I'll figure out a way. After Campbell finished speaking, Emilio nodded and quickly left the residence of Campbell. When he returned to the Rena's residence, Savannah was already waiting there. Hearing the sound behind her, she quickly turned around and saw Emilio standing there. How did it go? Savannah asked Emilio, nodding her head. He sighed and swiftly drank tea from beside him. It went well enough. Campbell wants me by his side and told me to return first. He mentioned that there should be a proper reason for having me join him, though I don't know what it is yet, but he must have an idea. Emilio spoke without any hesitation, while Savannah frowned upon seeing his demeanor, seemingly remembering something. She lifted her eyes and glanced at Emilio. Emilio also noticed the expression on her face. What's the matter? Why are you looking at me like that? Did I get something dirty on my face? Emilio asked, but Savannah shook her head. She hesitated for a moment, then lowered her head and sighed. I've heard before that Campbell is extremely ruthless to those around him. Very few who stay by his side gain his trust. If I want to gain his trust, I must take that thing. Savannah turned to look at Emilio, a trace of doubt in her eyes. Emilio also looked at her and, after being stunned for a moment, laughed, understanding her meaning. He noticed the slightly guilty look on Savannah's face and raised an eyebrow. Manny's, as you thought, I already went through with it. Don't worry. Campbell has promised to give me the antidote. From the start, you knew I would take that thing, didn't you? Since you know this, why ask me? Savannah must have also taken that antidote. When she heard Emilio say this, a guilty look flashed in her eyes, and she lowered her head. For so many years, she had used many people, but when facing Emilio, she felt a twinge of guilt and remorse. She knew that if Emilio wanted to gain Campbell's trust, he had to take that pill, which would bind his life. But if she wanted to break free from Campbell, Emilio would be a great help, and she couldn't tell him about this. Seeing the conflicted expression on Savannah's face, Emilio sighed, placing the teacup on the table with a crisp sound. All right, you don't need to feel guilty. As a Rosanna, haven't you used countless people over the years? Using me is only natural. You helped me before, so consider this as my way of repaying you. Besides, I originally wanted to come here to uncover the truth. However, what I find curious is, since Campbell made you take that pill too, wouldn't you die without the antidote after a month? Aren't you afraid that after dealing with Campbell, your life won't be in your own hands anymore? As Emilio asked, Savannah involuntarily lowered her head, revealing a bitter smile. She certainly knew this, but compared to being controlled all the time, she craved freedom more. You're right. Over the years, I've done countless evil deeds, most of which weren't what I truly wanted to do. To survive, I had no choice. But these years, I've regretted it countless times. Meeting you gave me the first chance to escape Campbell's control. Even if I leave this world after a month, it's fine. Just escaping this endless suffering is enough. Chapter 225. When one wants to pin a crime on someone, no excuse is too thin. As Doreen said this, Emilio couldn't help but look at her, his gaze tinged with confusion. This seemed to be the first time he had heard her speak like this, and he couldn't help but feel he was seeing another side of her. Doreen lifted her eyes and saw Emilio. I know it's too irresponsible and hypocritical for me to say this now, but didn't you hate me when you took that pill? You should have known that you shouldn't take that pill. Weren't you afraid? As Doreen asked this, Emilio slightly shook his head. Emilio's fingers lightly stroked the rim of the cup. I know what you want to say. I never hated you because I've always recognized the nature of our relationship. We are not friends. We've always been two cicadas on the same string. Once this string is cut, we inevitably become enemies. At that time, you wouldn't have shown me any mercy, and I still feel the same. As for that pill, I indeed shouldn't have taken it, but I also had to take it, right? For my initial goal, I could only do so. Anyone would be afraid. But when he gave me that pill, I didn't feel a bit of fear. Emilio's expression was very calm. Hearing these words from Emilio, Doreen lowered her head and thought for a moment. At this moment, Doreen realized that the gap between her and Emilio was not just about intelligence and strategy. Thinking this, she raised her head and looked at Emilio. No wonder Emilio could succeed. Someone like him, if he couldn't succeed, who could? You are indeed formidable, much more so than I imagined. Hearing Doreen's praise, Emilio smiled slightly as if accepting the compliment. However, before they could continue their conversation, voices were heard outside. Immediately, a soldier rushed into Gale's residence, panic-stricken. Milena, Winston has brought many people over. The guard spoke, and Milena frowned, turning her gaze towards Emilio. They quickly understood. Was this the opportunity that Campbell mentioned earlier, to trap Emilio? According to Campbell's intelligence, within such a short time, it would be unlikely for anyone to guess it was Emilio, since they all believed the guard could beat Emilio, and Emilio had merely taken advantage of the situation. But now, Winston had guessed it was Emilio within such a short time, which meant someone must have deliberately informed Winston, either explicitly or implicitly. It could only be the work of Campbell. Emilio arched an eyebrow. Facing the situation head-on, there was nothing to be afraid of. He walked out with Milena, only to see the front gate already kicked open, with Winston standing before them, a look of anger on his face. Beside him, several people held the body of the guard. Doreen showed a surprised expression and slightly bowed her head. Brother Sixth, what are you doing here? Bursting into my residence so early in the morning and bringing a corpse along. How ominous. After saying this, she glanced at the corpse, her eyes flashing with shock. She asked in surprise, this body looks familiar. Isn't this the servant beside Brother Sixth? Winston found Doreen's words somewhat amusing. He stepped forward 2 steps, anger in his eyes, veins bulging from rage. Roni, I didn't know your vindictiveness was this deep. My guard merely talked with Doreen. Yet you didn't hesitate to storm into the prince's palace and kill him. I didn't know the people beside you had such great power. Still pretending innocence here, Roni, do you think I'm a fool? Winston said, his eyes bloodshot as if trying to pierce through Emilio. But Emilio's expression remained unchanged, infuriating Winston even more. Hearing these words, Doreen's eyes flashed with surprise as well. She took several steps back and asked, Brother Sixth, aren't you mistaken? The injuries on my guard were still severe. Last time, you saw how badly hurt he was. How could he have killed your guard? I've seen the skills of your servant, and they are top-notch. My servant is just a young lad, no match at all. The last incident was merely a misunderstanding and didn't escalate to me going to Winston's residence to slay your guard. Winston said this, making Emilio frown slightly. Winston is indeed correct. However, when one wants to pin a crime on someone, no excuse is too thin. If you feel this way, there's nothing I can say. Go ahead and kill me. I have nothing to say. Chapter 226 Relief. As he spoke, Devin was enraged with jealousy and raised his sword to stab at Emilio. However, just a few centimeters away from Emilio's heart, a voice interrupted the scene. I didn't expect that the Tammy's residence would be so lively, with so many people visiting early in the morning. When I saw it from the entrance, I was quite surprised. Turns out it's the Caleb who came. The Zane said this, glancing at Emilio and nodding, which Emilio returned. Emilio knew all of this had been arranged by the Zane, but he couldn't show any resentment. And the Zane had chosen to come at this moment, just to see if Emilio would betray him under pressure. If Emilio had shown any dissatisfaction earlier, the physician would likely be dead by now. Thinking about this, Emilio lowered his head and sighed helplessly. Sometimes he wondered why people had to plot against each other like this. Seeing the Zane, the Caleb showed a puzzled expression on his face. Second brother actually came too? What wind blew you here to the Tammy's residence? As the Caleb spoke, his sword was neither retracted nor plunged deeper. The Zane noticed his hesitation, frowned slightly, then walked over and gently took the sword from the Caleb, sighing and patting the Caleb's shoulder. I also heard about the events at the Caleb's residence, so I came to check things out. Upon learning that the Caleb was here at the Rena's residence, I hurried over. I didn't expect to see this scene, causing delay for the Caleb. But listen, Boston, this matter might not have been orchestrated by Rena Xiongnu. You know her. She has always been kind-hearted. How could she do such a thing? Besides, I've heard about the previous incident. This seems like intentional provocation. Now that the guard is dead, why let it affect our familial ties? What do you think? He glanced at the corpse on the ground, a slight smile creeping onto his lips. It's just a guard. If Lorraine knew, she would certainly be angry at you and Rena Juku for the violence. As the Zane spoke, his smile never wavered, and with those words, he planted a seed of doubt in the Caleb's mind. After a while, he looked up at the Zane and huffed coldly. I know, second brother has always been very close to Rena Juku. Naturally, you wouldn't want me to seek revenge. But this matter hasn't been resolved yet. The only person I can think of is Rena Juku. Since she denies it, I have nothing more to say. However, Emilio previously offended my guard, and now he is dead. Why don't you let me take care of this and avenge him? The Caleb tightened his grip on his sword. He was convinced it was the Tammy behind this, but the Zane's words did make some sense. More importantly, with the ongoing power struggle between the Zane and the Amir, making a wrong move could have severe consequences for him. Thus, despite his anger, he couldn't act rashly. His frustration grew, knowing he must avenge this. When Emilio heard this, he stepped forward before anyone else could speak. Thank you, Zane, for relieving me just now. However, what the Caleb mentioned does make sense. He has just lost his trusted servant and naturally feels immense hatred. Even without identifying the culprit, I hope the Caleb finds justice for this gentleman soon. If the Caleb insists on revenge and believes I am responsible, I willingly accept whatever punishment he decides. As Emilio spoke, he placed the Caleb in an awkward position. The Zane listened intently, impressed by how quickly Emilio turned the situation around, making others perceive it differently. The Zane narrowed his eyes, increasingly satisfied with Emilio, while the Caleb, oblivious to manipulation, thrust his sword straight at Emilio's chest. The tip of the sword was only a few millimeters away from Emilio's heart. Just a bit further, and Emilio's life might be over. However, Emilio remained calm and showed no signs of pain on his face. Only a layer of sweat formed on his forehead. The Tammy, standing nearby, couldn't help but feel amazed. After all, Emilio's injuries had not fully healed, and now he endured this again. All for the sake of uncovering the truth. The sword was pulled out, its blade now stained with blood. Yet Emilio's expression remained unchanged. The Caleb looked at Emilio, filled with hatred but helpless at the moment. He let out a light hum, put away the sword, glanced at the Tammy and the Zane, then turned and left without another word. After everyone had gone, Emilio slowly walked up to the Zane, knelt down, and was immediately supported by the prince. Thank you, Zane. Emilio said this, and the Zane sighed, shaking his head as he looked toward Savannah. Just now, I had no choice but to agree to that request. I believe Roni wouldn't blame me. Now that the Boston has left, he is seriously injured. The physicians in Roni's palace are not very skilled. Why don't we let him recuperate at my residence for a while? What do you think, Roni? The Tammy immediately understood the Zane's intention and nodded, knowing she wouldn't refuse since this was part of the Zane's original plan. All depends on you, second brother. Savannah replied, and the Zane slightly nodded, then glanced aside, signaling two guards who immediately lifted Emilio onto a stretcher. Emilio's injuries were indeed severe. His head felt dizzy, and he slowly closed his eyes. This time, infiltrating the Zane's mansion took considerable effort. He hoped it would not disappoint him. With this thought, Emilio drifted into unconsciousness. Chapter 227. The Fat Piece of Meat That Is Day. When Emilio opened his eyes again, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar environment. Emilio pursed his lips slightly. The world before him was blurry for a moment until it cleared up. He felt excruciating pain all over, which was not from any obvious wounds but some form of internal damage. He slowly sat up and after a brief moment, footsteps approached. Emilio slowly turned his head and saw a servant girl walking towards him with water. She nodded at him as she saw him awake. Am I in the Zane's mansion? Emilio asked, and the maid nodded. The maid helped Emilio to get up. Not long after, news reached the Zane who rushed over. You're finally awake. Before he appeared, his voice came through. Emilio turned around and saw the figure of the Zane approach. As the Zane walked beside Emilio, Emilio tried to stand and bow but was pushed back down by the Zane, who sighed while pressing on his shoulders. There's no need for such formalities between us. Besides, you've just recovered, so these rituals are unnecessary. While saying this, Emilio knew that the Zane had many resources. If Emilio didn't behave properly, it would surely arouse suspicion in the Zane's heart. I thank the Zane for treating my injuries. Emilio expressed his gratitude, but the Zane shook his head. No need for that. You should be blaming me. At the time, there really was no other way. You also saw how arrogant my sixth brother is. If this issue didn't have a resolution, he wouldn't have backed off. So, I had no choice but to let him do that, said the Zane, feigning regret and sighing. I understand. It's already an honor that the Zane has spoken on my behalf. Hearing Emilio say this, the Zane laughed loudly. Well, since you're awake now, I feel relieved. I was almost driven mad with worry. They all said you probably wouldn't wake up. I never expected your life to be so resilient. A faint smile crept onto Emilio's face. Indeed, the Zane was excellent at lying. A typical combination of giving candy after a slap would have left others deeply appreciative of the Zane's attitude. But the Zane encountered Emilio, who was not easy to influence. All right, you all can leave. I will talk to him for a while. The Zane glanced at the maidservant and waved his hand, causing everyone to leave. Now only the Zane and Emilio remained in the room. In recent days, quite a lot has happened since you were unconscious. I heard that Bryce Manny of Dei did not live long. Rumor has it that he offended someone along the way and was assassinated. His parents must be grieving greatly. Suddenly mentioning Emilio, Emilio squinted his eyes. Emilio was suspicious. The sudden mention of this matter might imply some suspicions. Thinking like this, the Zane suddenly raised his head and his expression became serious. I have heard about this young Bryce Manny. It said he was extremely capable and saved Dei several times from crisis, even turning the tide in court. Officials of Dei despised him bitterly, but I believe he was a talent. If he hadn't died, I would have genuinely liked to recruit him into my palace. However, he's dead now. Fortunately, I have you now. If Emilio were here, perhaps you could compete with him once. The Zane remarked. Hearing this, Emilio's mind settled down. He smiled faintly and lowered his gaze, maintaining a composed demeanor. Prince, you jest. Young Bryce Manny is renowned. How can I compare to him? You flatter me. The Zane chuckled but shook his head, truly believing what he said. At present, our court is arguing intensely over this incident. Since young Bryce Manny's death, Dei seems to have lost all capable talents. Frankly speaking, Dei has been under my control for a long time. There are those in court who wish to lead troops against Dei. This fat piece of meat, how will it end up in someone's belly if I take action? What do you think? After Campbell finished speaking, he stared straight at Emilio with a gaze that truly carried a hint of suspicion. However, Emilio slightly squinted his eyes. Although Dei was now under the control of Dongxia's appointed people and seemed like a juicy piece of meat to others, his death indeed paved the way for them. Man it, even so, for a small country like Dongxia plus the rebel army, taking over Dei would be a daunting task. Emilio thought left and right and found it suspicious that Campbell would bring up this matter. Please forgive me, Dempsey. Dei may appear as a piece of fat meat, but it is indeed a hot potato. If you take on this task, it will affect your leverage and complicate the current situation. Can you guarantee victory then? Without such assurance, it's better to reconsider, as even a dead camel is bigger than a horse. Campbell's eyes flickered slightly upon hearing Emilio's words, seemingly uncertain and thoughtful, finding some truth in what Emilio said. As he thought, he stood up and patted Emilio's shoulder heavily. You're right. If I hastily take on this task, it might cause instability. Without confidence in securing the throne, Emilio, you are truly my military advisor. Keeping you is an honor. Emilio's lips curled into a slight smile. Seeing that he was injured and appeared exhausted, Campbell gave him some instructions before leaving. Lying on the bed, Emilio squinted his eyes. He suspected that not only Dongxia but also other countries might have similar thoughts about Dei, which was now riddled with crises. Campbell dared to confide in Emilio, indicating that he had already gained some of his trust. But this level of trust wasn't enough. Emilio thought of Cameron, recalling Wendy's implication that Cameron was following Archer. He wondered how things were progressing on Cameron's side. If he wanted more information, relying solely on Campbell wouldn't work. He needed to gain the trust of Archer and also earn Carlo's faith, which would be no easy task. Emilio needed an opportunity, one that would make him trustworthy. And this opportunity came sooner than expected. It took several days to establish contact with Cameron again, during an extremely dark night. Though Emilio had gained Campbell's trust in these few days, Campbell did not intend to reduce his vigilance over Emilio. Chapter 228. Stealing the show. It was only in recent days that the prince had his attention diverted by certain matters, thus decreasing his focus on Emilio. Upon hearing the commotion behind him, Emilio slightly pursed his lips and slowly turned around to see Cameron standing there. Ellie. Cameron mentioned that it had been several days since they last met. These few days, he learned from Wendy that Emilio was relatively safe. However, regarding all the matters concerning the cliff recently, he heard everything and worried about Emilio every day. Upon seeing Emilio, he immediately walked up to him and carefully examined him from head to toe, finally relieved to find him unharmed. It's fine. Stop being so suspicious. Don't worry. I'm all right. Do you really not know me? Emilio gently patted Cameron on the shoulder, causing Cameron to be slightly taken aback. You previously sent a message telling me there was an urgent matter to discuss. What is it? Emilio asked with some confusion, which made Cameron lower his head. Ellie, I failed to gain complete trust from Amir. Therefore, he doesn't tell me many things. But this time, I accidentally overheard one of his subordinates discussing it. I heard that it's the Giles's birthday banquet soon. So many people will be invited, including de Benedict. We just don't know who de Benedict will send. As Cameron spoke, Emilio's fingers subtly rubbed together. He had indeed heard of this matter before, but didn't expect it to come up so quickly. Seeing Emilio lost in thought, Cameron lightly patted Emilio on the shoulder, prompting him to look up at him. What is it? Cameron slowly raised his hand and made a cutting gesture across his neck. Ellie, how about we? Seeing Cameron's actions, Emilio couldn't help but chuckle. Cameron, are you serious or joking? Do you realize we're in Eastern Xia? Do you know how many people are around us? If we really did that, we wouldn't have a chance to leave Eastern Xia alive. Emilio had no intention of losing his life here in Eastern Xia, especially when he still needed to investigate the tattoo incident. The current king was their only lead, and they couldn't cut off their future path just because of a fleeting thought. Upon hearing this, Cameron lowered his head, realizing his mistake. I understand, Ellie. That's settled then. I know about this already. Just go back to Amir, but make sure he never finds out about our meeting. Otherwise, if news gets out that we've collaborated, neither Zane nor Amir will let us live. Emilio's tone was unusually calm because he knew very well how ruthless these people could be. Saying this, he paused as he saw a look of deep concern on Cameron's face. Why do you look like that? Seeing his expression, Emilio couldn't help but smile a little. He sighed and looked up. Ellie, I heard Zane gave you some pills, right? Despite Cameron's poor performance elsewhere, his ears were exceptionally sharp. He had long heard them talking about this, though he couldn't confirm it until recently, when Wendy confirmed it for him. Having spent time with Amir, he also understood how dangerous Zane truly was. This made him particularly anxious after learning that Emilio had ingested those pills. What would happen if, despite their plans succeeding, Emilio died due to the pills? Seeing Cameron's expression, Emilio knew what he was thinking. Sighing, he gently grabbed Cameron's shoulder. Don't worry, I have my plan. Even though he has the pills ready, I won't believe I can't get the antidote. Once I have the antidote, I won't fear anything. Saying this, Emilio's tone was firm and confident. Despite still being worried, Cameron knew that if Emilio had decided on something, no one could change his mind. All right, Ellie, just be extra careful. Remember, Lord and Lady are worrying about you. Hearing this, Emilio's expression changed slightly as he recalled Bryce's and Rosalie's concerned faces. A pang of guilt rose within him. Manatee had no other choice. Gently nodding, he instructed Cameron to leave first before doing so himself. The birthday banquet was promptly mentioned again by the Cliff to Emilio shortly thereafter. The Cliff sat on the high seat. He looked down at Emilio and couldn't help but squint his eyes slightly. Emilio, you're a smart person. My father has too many sons indeed. Tell me, how should I stand out in this birthday banquet to catch my father's attention? You have to understand the current situation. The Brenton is in a more advantageous position than I am. But what I'm even more curious about is, this matter should be known by many people. Why did you choose to follow me instead of the Brenton back then? As the Cliff said these words, his narrowed eyes flashed with a hint of vigilance. Emilio knew that this man was extremely suspicious, so every word he spoke could affect his life. Emilio slowly lowered his head, wearing an indifferent expression on his face. No matter how capable the Brenton is, no matter how wise and valiant the prince may be as the heir apparent, I only wish to follow the Cliff. Because I know only the Cliff will win. The Brenton is not reliable enough to take up such a heavy responsibility. Only someone like the Cliff can shoulder such a vital task. Emilio's words were nothing short of excessive flattery, yet the Cliff, upon hearing them, felt especially happy and pleased. He couldn't help but laugh loudly, throwing his head back. You speak the truth. How could someone like him compare to me? It's just that he was born earlier than I was, and his mother attracted more attention than mine. Otherwise, why would he be able to compare with me? If you do well this time, there will be rich rewards. However, you shouldn't have forgotten what I told you just now. I need to steal the show at the banquet and make my father remember me. Understand? After speaking, the Cliff slowly stood up, walking up to Emilio. Emilio, you are a smart person. If you fail to accomplish this task, I believe you know the consequences. I don't keep useless people around me. Even if you mess up just one thing, it won't be acceptable. Chapter 229. Planning. The Zane's words were far too obvious. Emilio knew that his words were a warning. If what he did didn't satisfy him, then the pills for this month would certainly not be given to Emilio. Emilio couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. The words Cameron spoke last night still lingered vividly in his mind. The Zane was extremely suspicious. If he didn't quickly get the antidote formula, he would indeed be bound to the Zane forever. He absolutely could not let this happen. With these thoughts, he clenched his fist even tighter. He had to come up with a way soon to make the Zane believe him, truly and thoroughly, that he was willing to hand over the formula. Emilio paused thoughtfully and then said slowly, Dempsey Zane mentioned earlier that the Grant's mother has more influence than yours. So, if we could assist the Grant in making you stand out, wouldn't it be better to start with the Grant's mother? What do you think? As he spoke, the Zane heard Emilio's words and narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't quite understand Emilio's meaning, which Emilio noticed. I have already heard that the Grant's mother lives a very chaotic life. If on her birthday banquet day, you arrest her doing something indecent, what situation do you think the Grant will face? Upon hearing this, the Zane was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. He patted Emilio heavily on the shoulder, revealing an extremely evil smile. Why didn't I think of this? To deal with the Grant, it must start from the root. Though the Grant has deep schemes, he isn't favored by our father. However, his mother is rather flamboyant. It's been said that she keeps male lovers in her palace, but father doesn't care much about such matters. But if this were exposed during the banquet, he laughed loudly as if imagining something delightful. After laughing, he stopped. Well done, Emilio. You are indeed exceedingly smart. Since this is your excellent idea, I'll entrust this matter to you. Saying this, Emilio nodded slightly, while another plan began to form in his mind. At Milena's residence, Emilio approached cautiously. Milena lay on the bed, her eyes half closed, muscles tense. She heard the light footsteps coming closer. Someone managed to infiltrate Gale's residence unnoticed, indicating great martial prowess. This made her heart heavy with concerns, especially as she kept pondering the possible threats. The sound grew closer. Milena grabbed the dagger hidden under her pillow and lunged directly at the approaching figure. The moonlight obscured the intruder's face until Emilio caught the blade. Realizing it was Emilio, she saw surprise flash across her eyes. "Why are you here?" Milena asked in shock. Emilio sighed, glancing at her hand holding the dagger. Blood trickled from a cut on his palm. Noticing this, Gale hurriedly dropped the dagger. "Sorry, I didn't know it was you," Milena explained. Normally, Emilio would inform her in advance when visiting. His sudden appearance startled her. Emilio shook his head and sat beside her, while she dressed his wound under candlelight. "Why did you come without any notice? Did something happen?" Milena asked curiously, carefully bandaging his hand. Emilio, ever vigilant due to the Zane's current attention on him, nodded solemnly. "There is indeed something important I need to discuss with you." Hearing this, Milena raised her head, noticing Emilio's unusually serious expression. "What is it?" she asked, letting out a sigh involuntarily. "I want to reveal my identity to the Zane, but not through my own mouth. I need him to discover it on his own." As Emilio spoke, he was exceptionally serious. Hearing this, Milena inadvertently frowned slightly, her hands momentarily pausing as she attended to Emilio's wound. Milena quickly realized her reaction and immediately withdrew her hands, her eyes filled with surprise as she looked at Emilio. In her mind, Emilio had always been a cautious person. Why would he now consider revealing his true identity? His current identity was extremely dangerous if he stayed in Dongxia. Once exposed, he wouldn't survive. Man it, here he was considering voluntarily revealing himself to the Zane. It was like courting death. Seeing Milena's astonished expression, Emilio knew exactly what she was thinking. Lowering his head, he acknowledged that his plan was wishful thinking, yet after much deliberation, he believed it was the only viable option. "I know what you're thinking, but this is the only thing I can do now." "What do you mean?" Milena asked. "My identity is beneficial to him. If he wants to deal with the grant, he must use me. Once he discovers my identity, he will be wary of me but also value me. At that time, it will be easier for me to ask him for the antidote. But this cannot come from me telling him directly, because he won't believe me and will be suspicious, thinking I might have ulterior motives. However, if he discovers it on his own and finds out that I am deeply conflicted with Dongxia, what do you think he will think? He will believe himself to be very clever, thinking he has discovered something unchangeable. Then he will trust me more, and I will have more room for development. What do you think?" Emilio explained. His tone was unusually calm, as if discussing something ordinary, but Milena knew how perilous this idea truly was. Chapter 230 Walking on Thin Ice. But Elira thought for a moment, and felt that what Adamar said did indeed make sense. If things were really as he described, perhaps he could indeed gain the trust of the Zane. After all, he had been with the Zane for so long and understood him very well. However, it was easier said than done. Any minor mistake could lead to Adamar's utter demise. She lifted her gaze, noticing a trace of worry in Adamar's eyes. Even her own movements involuntarily paused. "Adamar, have you really made up your mind? You must know that while this sounds simple, if discovered by the Zane, his suspicion is profound. He won't spare you. At that point, you will suffer greatly, and I won't be able to save you. No one can. This is Dongxia, not your homeland. Here, you don't have as many supporters." Elira expressed her inner thoughts. She was reminding Adamar and urging him to consider everything carefully. Adamar pressed his lips together slightly. He naturally understood the concerns in Elira's heart, but he had already thought it through thoroughly. Rather than tiptoeing cautiously like this, it might be better to take a bold step and shorten the time. Adamar has always been daring and didn't want to continue like this any longer. The candle flickered twice before stabilizing. "I've made my decision. There's no need for further discussion. However, I do need your cooperation in this matter. Moreover, you should know that there are rebel forces in Dongxia. If these rebels include high-ranking officials who have seen me, they might tell the Zane about me. Or worse, report me online. It would be even more disastrous for me. Since that's the case, it might be better for me to expose my identity first, which could possibly earn their trust. If they discover me on their own, they'll suspect ulterior motives. How could that outcome be good?" Adamar still didn't know where the spies and informants from Dali were, or who led the rebels. These unknowns posed dangers to him. Rather than letting them expose him, he decided to come forward himself, which might make the situation easier to resolve. Elira heard his reasoning and pondered over it. She hadn't considered this angle before. After some hesitation, she sighed deeply. She bandaged the wound on Adamar's hand, and then spoke slowly. "Since you've made your decision, I can't say anything else. Just remember to think carefully. Dealing with the Zane is no easy task. He's much more formidable than you imagine." Elira finished speaking, and Adamar nodded slightly. In his eyes, no one was easy to deal with, so every step needed to be taken cautiously. "Don't worry, I'm prepared." Hearing this, Elira also nodded gently. "By the way, how are things holding up in the palace? I have something I need to ask you." Adamar spoke seriously, and upon hearing him, Elira couldn't help but frown slightly, never expecting Adamar to seek her help. "Just say it. Perhaps I can assist you." Elira replied, and Adamar nodded. "If I'm not mistaken, you should have learned about the birthday banquet. People from Dali will attend. This time, I don't know who exactly is coming, but they are crucial to me. Additionally, I need someone to witness the interaction between the Grant's mother and others during the banquet. Please help me gather information about the Grant's mother." Elira was stunned by Adamar's words. She hadn't expected him to achieve so much since arriving in Dongxia. The Grant's mother was not someone easily provoked. Yet Carlo avoided discussing her scandalous behavior, treating it as if nothing had happened. Mentioning this, it's quite strange. The Grant's mother isn't the most beautiful woman in the palace, nor is her character the best. Besides, rumors about her affairs with other men have spread widely throughout Dongxia. But Father Bartolomeo has always been very cautious and extremely repulsed by such matters. Manet, after learning about this incident, he showed no reaction at all. Because of this, no one dared to bring it up again. "If you want to use this as a starting point, it might be difficult. Didn't the Zane tell you about this?" Elira replied somewhat confusedly, but Adamar shook his head. He lowered his head, with a smile curling at the corners of his lips. He knew that the Zane was testing him. Alira said this, and Adamar nodded slightly. Chapter 231. The envoys turn out to be them. The day of the palace banquet arrived soon. In the grand hall of the palace, Emilio followed Zane, standing beside him. Emilio glanced over at the Tammy who nodded at him. Only in recent days did Emilio learn that the reason why Carlo repeatedly indulged the Stephanie was due to a peculiar illness he had contracted, which only the Stephanie could treat. As a result, Carlo tolerated her and elevated the Grant's status. Upon learning this information, Emilio knew what needed to be done. Beside him, the Zane raised his head slightly, noticing Emilio staring absent-mindedly at something. He frowned slightly, then gently tapped on the table. Emilio snapped back to attention and approached Zane, bowing slightly. The Zane enjoyed the sight of Emilio bowing to him. Do you see? That is the Grant, my lifelong rival, the Zane said slowly, pointing toward Yale. Emilio looked up and saw a man who appeared simple yet shrewd from his words and actions. Despite being such a small kingdom, Dongxia concealed formidable figures like this. Emilio straightened up just as a voice called out, envoys from Dali have come to pay their respects. Boxes began to be carried in as the eunuch at the door announced. Emilio narrowed his eyes, eagerly wanting to know who the envoys were and if they could assist him. When he saw the two faces, he was taken aback. He never expected them to be Kieran and Gale. How could this be? Emilio pondered for a moment, but quickly shifted his gaze away. While he was indeed surprised, these two people could provide significant help. The Earl, seated in the main position, stood up slowly. Despite his age and somewhat hunched posture, he smiled when he saw Gale and Kieran. Rena and Prince Consort, please take your seats. The Earl's expression was very courteous. Emilio furrowed his brows. Why would an Earl treat foreign envoys so respectfully, especially just a Rosanna and Consort? Though puzzled, he kept this thought to himself. Meanwhile, the Zane watched Emilio's bewildered expression with a knowing smile, taking a sip from his wine cup. You find my father too submissive, don't you? I feel the same way. Although our Dongxia is small, we have countless assassins and surprises planted within Dali. Overthrowing Dali isn't impossible. Moreover, their young general Manny Jiang has already died, leaving the old general, though skilled, too old to be of much use in battle. After setting down his cup, he continued, Dali is merely strong on the surface now, but actually weak inside. Manet my father refuses to attack Dali and instead show submission. I'm not satisfied either. You don't need to be so surprised. The Zane explained, and Emilio lowered his head. An earl showing such courtesy must have ulterior motives or genuine fear of war. Besides, how could a ruler who can manipulate his sons so effectively be a simple person? The Rosanna smiled gently and nodded at Carlo. These are gifts I've brought from Dali, she said, waving her hand. Her attendants immediately opened the boxes, revealing gold, silver, jewels, and silk. The earl's eyes widened, amazed by the richness of the gifts. He nodded and smiled, aware that Dali was weakening and that Emilio had left. Seeing such generous presents made him even more composed, believing Dali was on its last legs. Hasten to seat them and prepare fine wine and tea, he ordered. The Rosanna nodded slightly, and thus the palace banquet began. Emilio and Aryan were seated far apart, with Emilio's gaze falling on Aryan. He couldn't help but purse his lips slightly. It had been some time since he left Dali. Why had they come to Dali? And how were his parents now? Countless questions filled his mind, but he knew he could not ask them at this moment. He already had an idea in his mind. At the banquet, the Caleb's eyes fixed intently on Emilio. He hadn't forgotten their past grievances. Now, seeing Emilio again, he was furious. Having lost that guard, he had become a laughingstock among the princes and Rosannas behind his back. He felt incredibly angry but had no way to retaliate. For a prince like him to be humiliated by a mere guard made him extremely displeased. Now, seeing Emilio again, he was determined to make Emilio lose face. With this thought, he narrowed his eyes. Once the dancers had all retreated, he stood up and moved to the center. Just dancing isn't very interesting. I'm sure the two envoys from Dali must be impressed by the boldness of us Dongxia people. Since that's the case, why don't we invite someone up to demonstrate our Dongxia martial arts? I've heard that second brother recently acquired a rather skilled guard. Why don't we let him showcase his abilities? The Caleb spoke, and the Zane was taken aback for a moment before fixing his gaze on Emilio beside the Caleb. Emilio was from Dali, yet he was being asked to display Dongxia martial arts in front of everyone, which was clearly putting him in an impossible situation. Even Aryan and Gale showed worried expressions on their faces. The Rosanna and Aryan knew that Emilio's life in Dongxia was difficult, like walking on thin ice. Seeing this situation unfold, their concerns grew even more. Chapter 232, showing one's inferior skills. Can he really do it? Why don't we cover this matter up and absolutely not let Emilio be exposed? Kieran said to Gale beside him. However, Gale grabbed Kieran who was about to take immediate action. She shook her head slightly towards him. She knew what Kieran was worried about, but thought it wasn't the right time yet. Just wait a bit longer. If you rush forward now, it won't benefit Emilio in any way. You should understand him. He wouldn't leave himself without an escape route. The Rosanna said this even though she herself felt somewhat worried. However, when the Zane heard this, he couldn't help but slightly stagger for a moment before raising a smile on the corner of his lips. He knew that the Caleb saying this was only out of a desire to embarrass Emilio, as last time's incident had been a great humiliation for the Caleb. Sixth brother, could it be because my guard injured your guards last time that you were so upset? This is a birthday banquet, and if there is any fighting, wouldn't it ruin everyone's fun? He spoke these words evidently not wanting Emilio to showcase his martial arts, and Emilio clenched his fists tightly. For a moment, the scene became very awkward until the archer slowly spoke. Holding a teacup, seemingly aimlessly playing with it, he said slowly. The second brother makes sense. Manet, I have also heard of these four individuals' reputations, that they are extremely powerful. Since this is a birthday banquet, Father Bartolomeo's opinion matters most. How about letting Father decide whether or not this should happen? Saying this clearly left the decision to Carlo, who pursed his lips slightly, eyes appearing to ponder for a moment. Well, stop arguing over this. It's merely a test after all. Trying it isn't wrong either. And I've also heard of how formidable your guard is, having previously wanted to witness just how powerful he is that makes you value him so much. After finishing speaking, Carlo's gaze rested on Emilio, his turbid eyes staring intently at Emilio, causing Emilio's whole body to shudder involuntarily. At this moment, Carlo's eyes carried a hint of caution. Since such is the case, why don't you try first then? Don't make me lose face, or else I will definitely hold you accountable. The Zane spoke like this, and Emilio nodded slightly before walking to the center where everyone's eyes were focused on him. Emilio frowned slightly. Then he began to wield the sword in his hand gracefully, using Dongxia's techniques with some elements from Danny's style included. Upon finishing one set of movements, those nearby couldn't help but open their eyes wide. They found the techniques Emilio displayed to be quite intricate, showing just how powerful he was. Even the archer raised an eyebrow in surprise, not expecting the Zane to have such talent by his side. Tightly clenching his fist, he originally intended for Emilio to make a fool of himself, but unexpectedly ended up making him shine brightly. I have shown poorly. Emilio said this, making Carlo laugh heartily before shaking his head. How can this be considered showing poorly? I haven't seen such superb skills in many years. Benedictal Xander, you indeed picked an impressive guard. I didn't know your insight has improved so much. Where did you find this man? Hearing Carlo's words, Emilio narrowed his eyes slightly, and the Zane's expression paused for a moment. It's because I have admired Zane for a long time. Your virtue and strength have already spread widely in our region. I have heard that Zane treats subordinates excellently and is exceptionally strong. So, I always wanted to be by the Zane side. With Elira's help, I finally got the opportunity to meet the Zane. It's my honor. Emilio explained, and upon hearing her name, Elira was somewhat startled, looking up at Emilio. Emilio was clearly helping her to stand out in front of Carlo, and Elira quickly stood up. Just doing my part. Elira responded. Emilio knew that if the matter was brought up by the Zane, it would invite suspicion. What was the Zane gathering so many talents for? But if Emilio spoke of it, people would think only a capable person like the Zane could gain such loyalty from so many. Upon hearing Emilio's answer, the Zane showed a satisfied gleam in his eye. So that's the reason. I never expected that even girls could be attracted to voluntarily serve my second brother. As the archer spoke, the Zane couldn't help but scoff at the insinuation in his words, finding it laughable that the archer couldn't find such talent and was mocking him here. How utterly ridiculous. Has he truly made no progress at all? She thought to herself. The elder brother's words are off. I haven't had such good fortune. It was merely luck. If the elder brother wants him, this guard could be given to you. What do you think? The Zane said this, gently picking up a wine glass nearby, raising it slightly towards the archer before finishing it in one gulp. His words undoubtedly meant giving something away to the archer. As expected, upon hearing this, the archer's complexion changed instantly, clenching his fists tightly, ultimately saying nothing. He just sat back down quietly. Enough, this is a palace banquet. What does it mean to quarrel? This person is indeed extremely powerful. After Carlo finished speaking, he cast his gaze toward the prince consort and Rosanna. My apologies for causing a scene in front of you two. Prince consort Aryan and Gale immediately shook their heads, with an appropriately charming smile on their faces. Indeed, it is a great honor for our Benedict kingdom to witness the incredible skills from the Dongxia kingdom during this visit. As Gale spoke, Carlo couldn't help but laugh heartily upon hearing her response, clearly pleased with how she answered. When Gale lowered her head again, her expression had changed. She had originally thought Emilio wouldn't be able to accomplish this task, potentially affecting Emilio. However, this girl managed to integrate the techniques of Dongxia and Benedict within just a few short days. It seems I still didn't understand Emilio enough before. After the palace banquet ended, everyone left. As Emilio watched the carriages depart, his gaze paused slightly. He knew these past few days he had been under surveillance by the princess. So, if he wanted to let the Zane know his secrets, this would be a place he could exploit. Chapter 233. I am not dead, and I cannot die. In the palace on the other side, the Stephanie sat by the bed, and the Bartolomeo sat beside her, his face bearing a solemn expression. Is what you just said true? The Bartolomeo asked with a hint of disbelief, while Eleanor couldn't help but sneer. I don't know if it's true or not, but that's what they said. They only mentioned that young Bryce Manny didn't die. He merely came to Dongxia. As for who brought him here, they didn't say. But what do you think? You already have an idea, don't you? As she spoke, the Bartolomeo narrowed his eyes slightly. He hadn't climbed to such a high position simply through flattery. He had his own suspicions. The reason why he had Emilio display his martial arts skills in the hall today was merely to confirm his hunch. If he hadn't guessed wrong, Emilio was indeed the legendary young Bryce Manny. But why did he come to Dongxia? Could it be to achieve something? A sense of caution arose within him. But you needn't worry too much. After all, Dolly has been highly vigilant about young Bryce Manny. This time, it was Carlo of Deming who personally arranged for Manny's death, allowing him to escape to Dongxia. If you can recruit him under your command, he might become a valuable asset to you. After all, your sons are eyeing the imperial throne like hungry wolves, including my son. But remember, only my son can be Earl. She blew gently on her nails, which were painted a deep red. Upon hearing her words, the Bartolomeo narrowed his eyes with a trace of hidden anger. Back then, he ascended to the throne with the help of others. Without the rebel forces, he wouldn't be sitting here. Manit because of this, he had spent his life under their control. On the surface, he lived comfortably as the Bartolomeo of Dongxia, but only he knew that he was always manipulated by others, unable to make decisions about even his Guadalupe or his future Brenton. Even so, he nodded. I understand. No need for further explanation. Her lips curled into a smile at his words. Fine, since you understand, leave now. I have other matters to attend to. Clearly dismissing him, she treated the Bartolomeo so disrespectfully that he frowned deeply, looking at her. As Stephanie of Dongxia, you should at least mind your image. What will people think when they find out how you treat me? Rumors had spread for years, and he wasn't sure if his Clyde was truly his. So while he viewed him as a potential successor, he also felt resistance towards him. This, he thought, was the price he paid for collaborating with those people. Simone raised her eyes, sneering as she stood up and lightly tapped the Bartolomeo's chest. Don't forget, your current status is thanks to them. By daring to speak like this to me, are you planning something else? Remember, I'm not your Stephanie. If you want to remain secure in this position, don't entertain other thoughts. The Bartolomeo's gaze darkened. To be spoken to this way as an earl was humiliating. Nevertheless, he held his composure, his inner rage turning as he left. Meanwhile, Emilio had used the cover of night to reach the residence of Gale and her husband. His eyes scanned behind him, knowing that the men sent by the cliff were nearby, and possibly even the cliff himself. Given Emilio's arrival as a guard at night, seemed highly suspicious. However, this provided an excellent opportunity. He arrived at Edison's residence, drew a sword, and quietly approached the door. Pushing it open, he saw the figure in bed, frowning slightly. He and Edison shared a mutual understanding. This time, however, he hadn't informed Edison of anything. Uncertain whether Edison would cooperate well, Emilio suppressed the wild thoughts in his mind. Then he lifted the quilt, only to find nothing inside but two neatly folded pillows. Immediately, he felt a chill behind him and quickly dodged as a sword flew past him, lodging into the bed. Edison and Gale had already detected the subtle sounds, so they were prepared. Seeing that familiar face, they couldn't help but widen their eyes and glance at the dagger in Emilio's hand. Emilio, what are you doing? Edison asked in great surprise, but Emilio immediately covered her mouth and shook his head, glancing outside. Instantly, Edison understood his meaning. Although he didn't know what Emilio was up to, he trusted Emilio implicitly. Cooperate with me. I've already rebelled against the Benedict. After speaking, Emilio quickly separated from him. Emilio, you're still alive? Why would you come hiding in Dongxia? And you dare to seek me out? As Edison spoke, his eyes brimmed with intense anger. Seeing this, Emilio was momentarily stunned, surprised by how convincing Edison's acting was, for he hadn't reacted in time. A smile curled at the corners of Emilio's lips as he swiftly left the room, arriving at an open area. I didn't die. Are you unhappy about that? Emilio gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, and upon hearing his words, Edison frowned deeply. Don't you know? The Bartolomeo wants you dead. Do you understand? Your Manny family has already caused trouble for the Bartolomeo. We thought you were dead, yet today at the palace banquet, I saw you. Now you dare to come here to assassinate me? Aren't you afraid of losing your life? As he spoke, Emilio squinted his eyes slightly. Chapter 234 Young Bryce Manny. You yourself have said that Carlo of Dali treats our Manny family this way, so I can only stay in Dali. Now, I have come to Dongxia incognito and have become a subordinate of the Zane, all to avenge the humiliation back then. Right now, if I don't kill all of you, it will not relieve my pent-up hatred. And as for that Earl of Dali, sooner or later, I will dethrone him. I believe you may not know that the Zane is very ruthless, but it's precisely because of this ruthlessness that allows me to follow him. Only he can help me seek revenge. Only he can help elevate me to power, and none of you can do this. Since you've already uncovered my identity today, I cannot let you leave alive. As Emilio spoke, his voice was strong and resolute. Then, he rushed straight toward Edison. The Zane, who had been hiding on the side, couldn't help but be stunned. He never expected that one of his own guards was actually the legendary Emilio, the young General Manny. Moreover, Emilio hadn't died but had fled to Dongxia and even stayed by his side. The Zane couldn't help but purse his lips slightly. Had it not been for his chance encounter today, he wouldn't have known about this at all. As he thought this, his gaze unconsciously shifted towards Emilio. Previously, he felt somewhat familiar with Emilio. He had seen Manny Xiongnu once, albeit from afar, which made him forget what Emilio looked like. But seeing him again now, it felt incredibly familiar. He regretted not having noticed earlier. A flicker of excitement rose in his eyes. Originally, Emilio was just an ordinary guard to him. No matter how skilled or intelligent he was still just a guard. But things were different now. He is the legendary young Bryce Manny. When news of Emilio's death spread, not only Dali and Dongxia mourned, but even the neighboring small nations expressed their regrets. If Emilio truly stays by his side, it would undoubtedly be a significant boost for him. At that point, the grant would have no chance of winning at all. Truly, heaven assists me, the Zane thought, placing his palm on the tree bark, gripping it tightly with an intense look in his eyes. Meanwhile, the fight between Emilio and Edison grew more intense. If Emilio wasn't holding back, Edison wouldn't even last 10 moves. But Emilio didn't intend to seriously fight Edison. This was merely a performance. Just as Emilio's sword was about to strike Edison, a pebble flew from the darkness, deflecting Emilio's attack. Emilio glanced at the dark spot with some surprise. You brought reinforcements? Emilio asked Edison with bewilderment. Edison was momentarily stunned, realizing that Emilio was continuing to act. Today, we brought many people. I advise you to leave now, Emilio. I know you are disappointed with Dali, but Bryce Manny and Rosalie miss you dearly. I understand your dissatisfaction with Carlo, but he is Carlo, and there's nothing we can do. For the sake of our past friendship, rest assured, I won't tell anyone you're alive. But if you dare kill me here today, everyone in Dongxia will find out about you. Think about the consequences. Each word Edison spoke hit its mark. Upon hearing this, Emilio lowered his gaze as if in deep thought before looking back at Edison. Fine, I'll let you off today, but if I see you again, I won't spare your life. With that, Emilio strode away. After arriving at an open area, he furrowed his brow slightly. Suddenly, an arrow shot from behind, but Emilio dodged swiftly and charged at the attacker. After a few exchanges, he quickly subdued Yale. It was a man dressed entirely in black, and Emilio gripped his neck tightly. The man seemed barely alive when footsteps and clapping sounded nearby. Campbell slowly emerged from the darkness, gently applauding. Upon seeing him, Emilio showed a hint of panic in his eyes and immediately released Yale. He knelt down, bowing humbly. Dempsey, Zane. As Emilio spoke, the Zane couldn't help but feel extremely satisfied. After all, the legendary and admired Emilio was now kneeling before him, pledging allegiance. This feeling was simply incredible. Benedictal Bryce Manny, what are you doing? You are Benedictal Bryce Manny. How can you kneel to me? Get up quickly. The Zane tried to lift Emilio by his arm, but Emilio insisted on staying down, his eyes flashing with panic before he immediately lowered his head. Has Dempsey already found out? I know I shouldn't have hidden this from you, but as a citizen of Dali, I fear that if I told you, you might be wary of me and not trust me, so I kept it a secret. Please forgive me, Dempsey. Hearing this, the Zane burst into laughter. What fault do you have? Emilio, I never expected you to be this impressive, nor did I expect such a remarkable person like you to be right beside me. Tell me, does Xiongnu know about this? As he said this, he narrowed his eyes slightly, unwilling to have someone in his camp serving two masters. Emilio immediately understood the Zane's meaning and shook his head quickly. Xiongnu knows nothing about this. I deceived her to come to your side, Dempsey. I've long heard of your great name, and Carlo of Dali has been especially vigilant towards my family. He even sent people to kill me. That's why I came to Dongxia. I hope to stay by your side, gain your trust, and take revenge. As long as I can remain by your side, I'm willing to do anything. Emilio's tone was exceptionally sincere. Hearing this, the Zane raised an eyebrow slightly. Chapter 235, Following the Leader's Cue. Is that so? If that's the case, then you might as well kill yourself. I wouldn't want someone who has a divided heart following me. What do you think? If I hadn't deliberately followed today, would I have never known about this? Did you plan on hiding it from me forever? As he said this, there was a hint of anger in his tone. Emilio didn't hesitate at all upon hearing these words. He directly pulled out a dagger beside him and was about to stab it into his chest. His action was too fast, and even the prince didn't react in time before grabbing the blade. Blood dripped from the Zane's hand. Emilio quickly lowered the dagger, his eyes showing a touch of panic. Zane. Emilio spoke, and the Zane couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly, then chuckled. You're quite ruthless towards yourself. Dying isn't really a big deal, but remember, I am your master. It doesn't matter what general or young master you were before. In front of Benedictu Xian, you belong to me. If I find you betraying me, don't blame me for not treating you kindly. The implication of the Zane's words was clear. He intended to keep Emilio. Upon hearing this, Emilio immediately showed a delighted smile. Please rest assured, Zane. I will not let you down. Hearing this, the Zane nodded with satisfaction. But Zane, my identity has already been discovered by Edison and Gale. Should we? As Emilio spoke, he made a motion across his neck. Seeing this gesture, the Zane paused. He had previously known of the good relationship between Edison and Emilio. Had he not seen this with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that Emilio would consider killing Edison over this matter. Emilio, are you really that eager to kill them both? The Zane narrowed his eyes slightly, and Emilio's expression was unusually serious. I know, Zane, that you still don't fully trust me, but Gale is the daughter of that Benedict Doggerel, and naturally, I want to get rid of her. Edison is her husband, so you could say we were once close friends. However, our positions now differ greatly. Under these different stances, one of us must die. I cannot allow him to expose me, so he must die. Besides, now that I follow you wholeheartedly, I don't want this matter to trouble you, which is why I haven't told you. Emilio spoke confidently. Whether the Zane believed him or not, his attitude toward Emilio improved considerably. The Zane couldn't help but throw back his head in laughter and slapped Emilio on the shoulder. Is that so? Then it seems I've wronged you. However, Emilio, you're an intelligent man. If you were to kill them, it would happen within our Dongxia territory. How would we explain this to de Benedict? The current relationship between de Benedict and Dongxia is very complex. I'm not ready to stir up such issues yet. You should understand what I mean. Edison is your friend, and given what you've just said, he must also be wise enough to keep quiet. Hearing this, Emilio let out a sigh of relief. He feared that the Zane might ask him to kill Edison and Gale, which would be a troublesome situation. Manny's, it was rash of me this time. It won't happen again. The Zane nodded slightly, then grabbed Emilio's shoulders and helped him up, making Emilio feel somewhat flustered. All right, I won't hold your past actions against you. Your past in de Benedict no longer matters. Now you are my subordinate, a loyal one at that. Regarding those pills I made you take before, I hope you don't bear any resentment? The Zane asked this, and Emilio shook his head hastily, his face showing surprise and concern. How could I? I only admire and respect you, Zane, and would never harbor any other thoughts. Moreover, I can understand why you did it. I, Lomax, will follow you faithfully for the rest of my life. The Zane nodded slightly. Since that's the case, I will entrust the matter with Qian to you. Don't disappoint me. Understand? If you do well, there will be rewards for sure. But if you fail, I won't easily forgive you. Although you are the renowned Benedictal Bryce Manny, at this moment by my side, you are only Emilio. The Zane's gaze became more resolute, and Emilio replied firmly. Manny's. With that, the matter was settled, and Emilio returned to the Zane's residence. Edison later recalled this event with lingering apprehension. He hadn't expected Emilio to be so bold. Though it was to gain the Zane's trust, it was indeed too risky. It wasn't impossible to catch the Stephanie's slip-up. The next day, Emilio had already prepared everything for the Bartolomeo's birthday banquet, which certainly wouldn't end in just one day. On the second evening, Emilio had everything ready. At the palace banquet, Edison stared intently at Emilio, but Emilio seemed oblivious to his presence. Edison couldn't help but squint his eyes slightly, unsure of what Emilio was up to. Beside him, the Stephanie watched the dancers below and yawned, seemingly utterly bored. Just as she was thinking this, a palace maid approached and whispered something into her ear. The Stephanie raised an eyebrow, a trace of amusement flashing in her eyes. Without even informing the Bartolomeo, she left on her own accord. All of the Stephanie's actions were within Emilio's sight, causing him to frown slightly. He had known before that the Stephanie held a high status, but now she was leaving during the Bartolomeo's birthday banquet without notifying the Bartolomeo. Something felt off to him, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what. Emilio pondered this, feeling somewhat uneasy. Meanwhile, the Stephanie had been let out by the maid. "Where is the person you mentioned?" the Stephanie asked, a hint of curiosity on her face. From beside the bushes, a tall figure emerged. Chapter 236. Benedictine in the Imperial Garden. Emilio stood there as someone approached him and whispered a few words into his ear. Emilio nodded slightly, and that person retreated. Then Emilio walked over to the Zane. "Dempsey, the matter is settled." The Zane had absolute trust in Emilio's capabilities. He nodded and waved a hand, so Emilio returned to his place. Soon after, the Zane stood up. From the corner of his eye, the Zane saw the look on the Grant's face. The Grant couldn't help frowning, sensing that the Zane was planning something. "Father, what's the point of holding this banquet in this hall? Why don't we go to the Imperial Garden instead? It's almost August, and all kinds of flowers are blooming beautifully now. We can show everyone the splendor of these flowers." Surprised, the guests turned to look at the Zane. They hadn't expected him to make such a suggestion. The Earl, seated at the head of the hall, furrowed his brow but seemed quite pleased with the idea. He stood up and nodded slightly. "What do you all think?" At this, the Tammy immediately stood up as well. She knew what Emilio and the Zane were planning. Although she realized it was dangerous, and any misstep could have dire consequences, Emilio had already decided to proceed. So she sided with him. "Father, I think second brother's suggestion is wonderful." Smiling faintly, she looked at Carlo, who turned his gaze towards her. He raised an eyebrow and then nodded. "Very well, if that's the case, let's take a look." Thus, he led everyone toward the Imperial Garden. Upon arrival, they found many people already gathered there. Suddenly, strange noises came from the distance. Emilio frowned. If his guess was correct, their plan was about to unfold. The Earl also noticed the disturbance in the bushes. He frowned deeply, his expression turning stern. "What's going on over there?" As soon as he spoke, a low gasp emerged from among the rustling leaves. Everyone paused, knowing exactly why the gasp sounded. The Earl's face darkened. He felt especially angry, considering the presence of the great Benedict envoys. Such a scene here was extremely humiliating for them all. Who dares engage in such disgraceful behavior in the Imperial Garden? "Come out now!" he shouted loudly, his anger palpable. Moments later, a man rushed out from the bushes, half-dressed and trembling in fear. He fell to his knees before Carlo, his appearance disheveled. The Earl's rage intensified at the sight. "And where's the other one? Come out now!" When no one responded, Carlo gave a signal to the guards behind him. They rushed forward, parted the bushes, and dragged out Jolie, who kept her head lowered, her face showing panic. Seeing her condition, Carlo grew even more furious. As he lifted her face forcefully, he froze. She was none other than the Stephanie. No one could believe it. Even the Stephanie herself showed surprise. All eyes were on her. The Grant was utterly shocked, realizing now the true intent behind the Zane's suggestion. He stared hard at the Zane, anger burning in his eyes, while the Zane's lips curled into a smirk. "Your Majesty, there must be some misunderstanding. She would never do such a thing. Drag this man away and execute him for daring to assault the Stephanie." As the Grant spoke, he immediately rushed forward, using his own clothes to cover Eleanor's body. The Stephanie showed a guilty look on her face, even though she did not have deep feelings for the Bartolomeo. But having done such an embarrassing act in front of everyone made her feel particularly guilty. The man, upon hearing the Grant's words, lifted his head with a panicked look and hugged the Bartolomeo's leg. "Your Majesty, spare my life. This is not my fault." The Stephanie agreed too. "It's not just me. Please spare me. I was possessed by the devil, so I did such a thing." Hearing this, the Bartolomeo felt even more distressed. He looked down at this young man and recalled the words the Stephanie had said before. He knew the Stephanie did not love him and was aware of her difficult private life. He was merely a puppet who owed his position to the rebellion, and the Stephanie was one of its members and a monitor left by them beside him. Still, as an earl, he had his pride and could not bear his woman being intimate with other men. With a kick, he sent Yale sprawling to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "What are you waiting for? Drag him away." The Bartolomeo roared at the guards, who finally reacted and dragged the shouting man away. Only the Stephanie remained kneeling there. The Bartolomeo looked at her, clenching his fists tightly. If it were any other woman, he would have wanted to slice her into pieces to assuage his anger. But this woman was the Stephanie, and there was nothing he could do. Chapter 237. The Esteemed Stephanie. The Zane was already watching the scene unfold with amusement. Have Her Majesty the Stephanie escorted away first. The Earl rubbed his temples and sighed, saying this. Immediately, the maidservants nearby escorted the Stephanie away. The Zane couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock, as did the Tammy. This was Her Majesty the Stephanie, committing an indecent act in front of the envoys from Dali. Yet nothing happened to her. She was simply taken away. This was terrifying. After all, they knew their father, Carlo, well. He had always dealt harshly with such matters, but now, nothing seemed to happen. "Father." The Zane opened his mouth to speak, but Carlo's gaze fell upon him. He had always known about the rivalry between the Zane and the Amir but had never commented on it. To become his successor, each prince must go through such trials. Man it, he hadn't expected the Zane to target the Stephanie, or rather, this had touched his bottom line and interests. "That's enough. I do not wish for anyone to spread today's events. Do you understand?" The Earl said this, his eyes fixed intently on the Zane. The Zane frowned slightly, surprised that his father did nothing, and even seemed angry with him over this matter. Clearly, the one who erred was that woman, the Stephanie engaging in indiscreet behavior. After the banquet ended, Emilio and the Zane returned to the latter's palace. As soon as they arrived, the Zane, in a fit of rage, threw everything nearby to the ground with a loud crash. Emilio stood beside him, her face pale. She had originally thought exposing the Stephanie would make the Stephanie stumble and gain more trust from the Zane, but things went awry. What concerned her most was the true relationship between the Stephanie and Carlo. If it were just an ordinary relationship, why did Carlo give no punishment for this? A rather absurd idea occurred to Emilio, and she pressed her lips together. Meanwhile, the Zane turned his gaze toward Emilio, slowly approaching her. Emilio immediately knelt down. She knew the Zane must be furious. Having failed this task, he wouldn't let her off easily. Bryce Manny, your plan doesn't seem to have been very effective, does it? The Zane spoke, pointing out that originally, there were no issues, but after following Emilio's advice, his father's impression of him worsened. The Earl must know it was him behind this incident. Emilio swallowed hard. Please punish me, Dempsey. Upon hearing her words, the Zane scoffed, taking a few steps back before sitting down. He narrowed his eyes at Emilio. I can't entirely blame you. I never imagined my father would still refuse to take action against the Stephanie despite this. I've noticed father treats him differently and is very indulgent. Even back then, something felt amiss, but looking at it now, perhaps my thoughts were too naive. There must be some secret hidden behind the Stephanie that makes father repeatedly forgive her. The Zane was a shrewd person and could guess that his father's leniency must be due to some leverage on the Stephanie. If he could get hold of that leverage, it might help him ascend to the throne. Emilio looked at the Zane, who furrowed his brows, seemingly pondering. A while later, the prince slowly stood up. Though his anger had subsided somewhat, it hadn't completely vanished. Looking down at the kneeling Emilio, he chuckled. Well, it's only one mistake. I can understand that. Just remember, anyone by my side must accept any consequences for their actions. It's the same for everyone around me, including you, Manny Bryce, whom I trust, and I will not punish you at all. This is what I'll do. I'll delay giving you the medicine this month. By midnight, you will surely feel excruciating pain. If you can endure it, then consider it as your punishment. If you cannot endure it, Nelson immediately replied as earrings slowly straightened up. Please rest assured, Zane. I can endure it. Whatever comes from you, I will accept. Nelson's tone was exceptionally serious, without any reluctance. The Zane was somewhat surprised by his answer. He raised his eyebrows slightly and then laughed, straightening up and smacking his lips. What are you thinking, Nelson? You are a capable aide by my side, and I hold you in high esteem and admiration. Nothing must happen to you. Rest assured, if you really can't bear it, don't come looking for me. I will give you the pill. The Zane said, then turned around and sat back down. He propped his forehead with his hand and closed his eyes slowly. Nelson narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew that if he couldn't endure and asked the Zane for the pill, he would indeed get it. But whether it was genuine or if there would be pills next month was uncertain. The Zane had a ruthless personality. Every step required walking on eggshells, needing triple thought. All right, you may withdraw. Let me think things through. The Zane waved his hand, and Nelson immediately nodded and turned to leave. That night, Nelson went to the residence of the palace Ellie. Edison and Gale were already waiting there. When Nelson arrived at the palace, he gently knocked on the door. The door opened, revealing Edison's face. Upon seeing Nelson, Edison immediately moved aside to let him in. Edison looked especially tense. Beside him, the Tammy immediately asked, how does second brother plan to deal with you? Since you messed up this time, he definitely won't let you off easily. Did he say how he plans to handle you? What kind of punishment? Chapter 238. Pain that erodes bones and corrodes the heart. When he said, understanding Zane better than anyone else. The Zane was exceptionally strict with his subordinates, and even she had been treated this way in the past, which led her to strive for perfection in everything she did. She knew all too well how unbearable life without the pill could be, which made her more worried about Emilio. Emilio slowly turned his gaze toward Wendy, and then lowered his head. Don't worry, it's not a big deal, just a few days late. Though he spoke lightly, Wendy's expression changed when she heard him. She lowered her head, took a deep breath, and shook her head gently. She thought if it were any other punishment, it would have been bearable, but denying the pill seemed like a small penalty on the surface. However, only those who had experienced it knew how excruciating it was. Emilio, perhaps you don't know how painful it is to go without the pill. Your whole body feels like it's being gnawed by ants, and you won't get any relief. Only then will you realize how terrible it is. Benediction, I'll go talk to second brother, and ask him to give you the pills first. Wendy spoke, but Emilio grabbed her wrist, staring at her intently and shaking his head. There's no need. Even if you go, he won't give them to me. Moreover, if you go, he'll suspect something between us. If you plead for me, things will only get worse for both of us. If so, we might as well do nothing from the start. It's just a few days. Don't worry, I can endure it. After all, I've tasted that pain before. This time, it'll be a new experience for me. Emilio smiled faintly, gently patted Wendy's shoulder, and tried to reassure her. She wanted to say more, but seeing the look on his face, she closed her mouth. Rena and Aryan exchanged puzzled glances. They didn't know what these pills were until Aryan asked. After Emilio explained, Aryan stood up, astonished. Emilio, how can you take such a risk? We should remove the drug right now and go back. Stop being an undercover agent. Do you know how worried your parents are? Rosalie cried herself ill because of you. He sounded serious, as if ready to drag Emilio away. Aryan sighed, watching Emilio's actions, while Wendy's face showed deep thought. She knew Emilio did everything for the great Benedict dynasty. Now she felt extremely guilty, unable to help despite being a Rosanna, and relying on Emilio, who had to be cautious around Carlo, even risking his life. Emilio, I'm sorry, Wendy said solemnly, but Emilio only chuckled, and Emilio's tone was exceptionally serious, and every word he said hit the mark. The other three people were taken aback. They had never considered this possibility before. If what Emilio said were true, then the situation would indeed become much more dangerous. Man, deep down, they felt that Emilio's analysis made sense. They couldn't help but lower their heads and thought. This matter is not yet certain, so you don't need to worry too much. But if it's true, then it will be very difficult to resolve at that time. I need Huiron's help, as well as yours, Rena. As Emilio spoke, his eyes looked intently at the two of them. He needed to find out who was behind the chaos in Dongxia. He couldn't do it alone, so he needed help. He also had to obtain the support of the Zane as soon as possible. Of course, not just the Zane, but also the Bartolomeo. In another part of the palace, the Bartolomeo was looking at Jolie beside him. She had a guilty expression on her face. I know what you want to say, but since this has already happened, there's nothing more to discuss. I hope you can help me smooth things over, or pretend like nothing ever happened. Simone spoke with a somewhat arrogant tone. The Bartolomeo saw her attitude and couldn't help but sneer. He never imagined that a momentary lapse of judgment back then would lead to decades of living under their control. Now, he felt an overwhelming sense of regret and shame. Chapter 239. Delusional Longing. She didn't dare to think about what would happen to her if her son really ascended the throne in the future. The Earl ultimately could only sigh as he waved his sleeve and turned to leave. Seeing him like this, the Guadalupe couldn't help but purse her lips slightly. Over the years, she had been able to sense the vague thoughts in Carlo's heart, even though she hadn't taken them seriously back then, because she thought that the reason Carlo collaborated with the rebels was simply because he lacked ability. However, as his power grew, Carlo began to make some small moves behind the scenes. This time, Carlo seemed particularly concerned, and the Guadalupe thought as much, lowering her gaze. She decided she needed to meet that person. With this thought in mind, the Guadalupe went to the window and released a white dove into the black sky until it disappeared without a trace. Emilio, who had been keeping watch outside the palace, naturally saw this white dove. He pursed his lips slightly, looking particularly serious. It seemed this white dove was indeed their means of communication. As he was about to jump down, a twinge of pain from the wound on his back caused him to wince. The injury had been severe, and even after so many days, it hadn't fully healed. He sighed. In the following days, Emilio kept close to the Guadalupe. As expected, Carlo did not overly inquire about the Guadalupe's affairs. She remained as she had always been. Emilio knew he hadn't misjudged her. She must be the link between Carlo and the rebel forces. What surprised him was that this link turned out to be Jolie, or perhaps he was more astonished by how close the Dongxia Empire was to being under rebel control. With both Carlo and Guadalupe involved in such matters, he felt powerless, knowing that the rebels would only grow stronger if things continued this way. Emilio didn't have much time left. Another night came, and the Guadalupe wore a black suit for night travel. She opened the door and quickly walked away, moving swiftly and skillfully, indicating she had martial arts training. Unaware, Emilio followed closely behind. Watching the retreating figure, Emilio knew his opportunity had come. Following the Guadalupe through a dense forest, Eleanor stopped, and Emilio promptly hid behind a tree, his eyes fixed on the dark area. From the shadows emerged a tall, sturdy man. Emilio narrowed his eyes, feeling that this man seemed familiar, yet when he tried to see his face, it was obscured, making it impossible to identify him. You summoned me suddenly, so what has happened? The man's tone carried impatience, and upon hearing this, the Guadalupe lowered her head, slightly trembling. I think we should act sooner. The Earl's growing suspicion towards our rebel forces is worrying. I don't know what he might do once my son ascends the throne. After all, a dying man often grows bold. Recently, I've noticed new maneuvers on his part. If possible, I need your help to eliminate him. Once my son ascends the throne, Dongxia will fall into the hands of the rebels without further ado. Before, when her son was young, there were no benefits for Dongxia under his rule. Instead, it brought trouble year after year. But now, things are different. The Brenton has grown up, and Carlo is getting old. This is the best time. She couldn't wait any longer. Hearing this, Yale touched his forehead, seemingly considering the plan's feasibility. Why such urgency? Have you done something reckless? I've heard rumors of your actions, which are too risky. An old earl harboring murderous intent toward you is not surprising. Remember, just because you've been Guadalupe for so long doesn't mean this position is secure. The man's tone carried a hint of mockery, but the Guadalupe showed no reaction. Emilio knew this man must be someone significant. Suddenly, Emilio felt a sharp pain in his chest, as if his mind became momentarily dizzy and his body numb. He pursed his lips. Could the time have come? He calculated the time, looking at the moon nearby. Indeed, it was almost time. He hadn't expected the medication to take effect at such a critical moment. He slowly took a small step back. Apparently, he stepped on a twig, which made a crackling sound, and in an instant, both Yale and Eleanor looked over. Who's there? He asked this, squinting his eyes. Emilio became more nervous, with sweat breaking out on his forehead layer by layer, beads of sweat rolling down his cheeks. He was very tense. Seeing the situation, the Guadalupe gave Yale a look, and Yale immediately nodded and turned to leave. The man could not expose his identity. Emilio knew that this man's status must have surpassed his imagination. But if only the Guadalupe was left, perhaps Emilio could still deal with her. Emilio tightly gripped the dagger in his hand, while the Guadalupe walked toward the dense grass. Come out, there's no need to hide anymore, the Guadalupe said, and Emilio's expression grew sharper. He knew he didn't need to hide any longer, so he came out straightforwardly. However, the pain in his chest still made him hard to bear. He tried to act as if nothing was wrong, staring straight at the Guadalupe. When the Guadalupe saw it was Emilio, she hesitated for a moment, never expecting it to be him. The Guadalupe narrowed her eyes, even her tone became gloomier. Whose person are you? She shouted loudly, and upon hearing this, Emilio couldn't help but smile slightly at the corner of his mouth. I am nobody's person, I am just my own person. As Emilio said this, the Guadalupe frowned at his response, clearly dissatisfied. A moment later, the Guadalupe seemed to recall something. She curled her lips into a sneer, then slowly walked towards Emilio, sizing him up from head to toe before narrowing her eyes again. I suppose the incident before was also arranged by you, wasn't it? I've always been curious. For all these years, I've never made a mistake. Yet this time I was outwitted. Chapter 240. The Jade Pendant saved his Benedict. I had someone investigate, but in the end, it turned out there were no leads at all. At that time, I thought someone was intentionally setting a trap for me. Now I realize that person was you. Who exactly are you? Why do you have such great power? Who's helping you? The Zane? It must be him. After all, he and my son are vying for the throne. He probably wishes I were dead. But you didn't expect that, did you? The Stephanie slowly lowered her head, her fingers twitching slightly, as if there was a hint of disdain on her face. You didn't think he would do nothing, and neither did I. Let me tell you this, he can't do anything. He can't touch me. Your attempt to stir up trouble and put the Zane on the throne is futile. Your abilities are considerable. I've seen what you can do. If you come to me, I won't mistreat you. The Zane has always been ruthless and treacherous. You gain nothing by staying with him, but much more by coming to me. You're a smart man. You should know how to choose. As the Stephanie spoke, she took 2 steps back, her hand resting on her waist. All her small movements fell under Emilio's watchful eye. He sneered, surprised that the Stephanie had guessed half of it. But if he really went to the Grant wouldn't treat him any better, especially considering the rebels. Emilio had no intention of collaborating with them yet. To work with you and kill Carlo? Can the Grant ascend the throne? Your ambition is vast, Stephanie. Who was that man earlier? If you're willing to tell me, I'll go to your side. If not, I won't trust you. Emilio narrowed his eyes as the Stephanie frowned at his words. She knew Emilio wasn't going to cooperate with her. She quickly rushed forward, dagger in hand, lunging at him, while Emilio reacted just as swiftly. His back was wounded, and his body felt like it was burning from within, the pain racing through his veins. He frowned slightly, sweat trickling down his face, while the Stephanie seemed to notice his discomfort. Emilio hadn't expected things to turn out this way. The Stephanie's martial arts weren't far inferior to his. If this had happened earlier, dealing with her would have been easy. But now, with enemies on all sides, it would be difficult for Emilio to defeat her. The Stephanie gasped for breath, narrowing her eyes at Emilio. Her tone was confident. You're injured, aren't you? The Stephanie smiled slightly as Emilio also narrowed his eyes. You've already guessed, haven't you? Why ask? Hearing Emilio's response, the Stephanie became even more certain. She loosened her grip on the dagger, her demeanor becoming relaxed. She had thought Emilio would be difficult to handle, but he was proving otherwise. Not so hard after all, killing him would be effortless. The Stephanie's movement slackened, and Emilio noticed this, realizing that easing up on an opponent in battle was a critical mistake. Why bother fighting for the Zane when you're injured? How can someone like him earn your loyalty? Is it because he gave you some reward? Simone couldn't understand, and Emilio, hearing her words, lowered his head, pondering for a moment. True, compared to the Grant, the Zane was indeed more treacherous, but the Grant wasn't much better. Moreover, if the Stephanie failed, the Zane would be the best successor. Emilio was smart and knew whom to choose. There's no need to talk about this anymore. I won't go to the Grant. The Stephanie stopped arguing and quickly moved in, determined to finish Emilio off. Emilio reacted swiftly, watching carefully for the right moment. With a swift motion, he thrust the dagger into her arm. The Stephanie screamed, her eyes wide, shocked by Emilio's speed. Despite the pain in his chest and back, Emilio forced himself to stay focused, then kicked her squarely in the chest. The Stephanie staggered back several steps, spitting out blood. How suddenly! The Lian's words caused a smile to curl on Emilio's lips. He controlled the flow of blood in his chest, trying to reverse its course as much as possible, and used this burst of energy to knock the Lian down. The Lian looked at Emilio, shocked. She hadn't expected that Emilio would be so ruthless towards her. Such pain was unbearable for most people, and if it got worse, it could easily damage one's martial arts abilities. But Emilio was someone who loved taking risks. Without risking, there wouldn't be any rewards. Only by taking risks could one know if they would succeed. Emilio understood this well, looking at the Lian's stunned expression. There's no need to be surprised. This is quite normal. You should admit defeat now. After winning for so many years and being Lian for so long, dying isn't a bad deal, right? As Emilio spoke, the Lian's face stiffened for a moment. Without saying more, she charged directly at Emilio, as if intent on killing him instantly. However, after their clash, the Lian fell to the ground. A hole in his chest was bleeding profusely, staining the entire area red with fresh blood. Emilio lowered his head slightly and saw the dagger embedded in his chest. The Lian smiled faintly at the corner of her mouth. Although she was injured, Emilio wasn't in any better shape either. However, in the next second, the Lian didn't expect Emilio's clothes to be pulled aside, revealing the white jade pendant underneath. The jade pendant had caught the dagger, and Emilio raised an eyebrow slightly. It seems the jade pendant my mother gave me has proven useful after all. I originally thought it was useless. Thank you. Emilio spoke as he had already prepared for the dagger to pierce him, but unexpectedly, the jade pendant given to him casually by de Benedictong saved his life in such a coincidence. Chapter 241. Accomplished a major deed. The Stephanie, witnessing this scene, opened her mouth in hatred to curse Emilio, but in the end, she could only spit out some blood, slightly closing her eyes. Her expression was filled with boundless anger, yet she could only fall into sleep at that moment. Emilio looked at the Stephanie lying on the ground and frowned slightly. He concealed all traces of himself around before rushing to the residence of the Tammy. The Tammy had been sound asleep, but upon hearing noise, she opened her eyes and saw Emilio sitting on a chair nearby under the moonlight. The Tammy frowned slightly, having long grown accustomed to such scenes. After all, it was common for Emilio to visit like this. At first, Gail believed in propriety between men and women, but gradually, she realized Emilio had no ulterior motives towards her. Fortunately, she no longer bothered about such trivial matters. She put on a robe and walked over to Emilio, asking him what happened, but was startled by the sight of blood all over him. What have you been doing? The Tammy quickly picked up the medicine box nearby and began to dress Emilio's wounds. She felt she had bandaged Emilio too many times recently, making her forget she was a Rosanna. Her hands were becoming increasingly skillful, and Emilio couldn't help sighing, a faint smile forming on his lips. I accomplished a major deed. Hearing this, the Tammy lifted her head, her eyes filled with confusion. She didn't understand what kind of major deed Emilio referred to, But if Emilio called it a major event, it certainly wasn't small. What do you mean? The Tammy asked as Emilio pursed his lips slightly. You should know I've been following the Stephanie lately. Tonight, I discovered she met with a man privately, who turned out to be someone from the insurgent army, even ranking higher than her. Just as I expected, the Stephanie served as the link between the Bartolomeo and the insurgents. I uncovered the Stephanie's identity, but unexpectedly, my medication took effect just then. Unable to control myself, they found me out. I've already slain the Stephanie and wiped away all traces of myself. Emilio spoke in a calm tone, but these words fell heavily on the Tammy's ears, causing her to widen her eyes. This was not just any ordinary matter. It was monumental. No wonder you're so badly injured. Are you insane? Killing the Stephanie? What will you do if it is traced back to you? And as you said, she was the link. How do you plan to investigate further? According to how much father loves her, he won't let this incident go lightly. The Tammy frowned, extremely worried. However, Emilio shook his head, completely opposite to her expectations. The Bartolomeo wouldn't investigate this, and he might even thank him. Emilio gently patted the Tammy's hand. I know what you're thinking, but don't worry. Your father will neither investigate nor blame me for this. The reason why your father indulged her was not because he favored her, but because he had no choice. He was constrained by the insurgents. He wanted to get rid of the Stephanie too, and now I have done it for him. Once he learns this, he'll surely rely on me heavily. Then I'll become the new link to connect with him. If the insurgents don't trace it back to me, your father won't continue investigating either. Of course, what you say makes sense. If the Stephanie dies and the insurgents find out, there would be no benefit. But think positively. If they've already discovered me, we can focus on one direction in our investigation. Anyone who wants to find out about the Stephanie's death will inevitably become another key connection to the insurgents. By dealing with them together, wouldn't it be better? Emilio spoke seriously and solemnly. Upon hearing this, the Tammy widened her eyes again. She always knew Emilio was formidable, but she never thought he would be daring enough to risk his life like this. The Tammy sighed and lowered her head, realizing she still underestimated Emilio's resolve. She thought for a while, then raised her head toward Emilio and sighed once more. All right, then let's do as you say. But Nelson, you must protect yourself. I don't want today's incident to happen again. There's already that drug in your body, and now there's no medicine pill either. Your injuries haven't healed, just like the pain from the heavens. Even an Iron Man would fall ill. Nelson, your physical condition hasn't reached the point where you can act without any worries. Do you understand? As she spoke, Nelson lifted his head to look at her and remained silent for a while. He gave a light laugh and nodded. Nelson understood this clearly, but he also knew he didn't have much time left. I know, Nelson said. The two of them worked with impeccable coordination. The next day, when the news of Stephanie Guinghua's resignation spread throughout Dongxia, everyone was thrown into chaos. She was the Stephanie, and yet she had been killed like this. Even more shocking was that she was wearing a dark outfit at the time. Why was she wearing such attire? Speculations abounded. Some said the Stephanie had been out for an illicit affair and was killed, while others suggested other possibilities. Amidst all these theories, Bartolomeo did not show the slightest sign of sorrow, nor did he seem interested in investigating. Bartolomeo's reaction was complex. He was shocked initially, but after that, there was a sense of joy. She's dead. She's finally dead. Could this mean he could break free from the control of the insurgents? What Bartolomeo wanted to know even more was who had killed the Stephanie. Was it someone from the insurgents, or another party? Why would they kill her? Did they discover the Stephanie was associated with the insurgents? What attitude did this person have towards him? Such thoughts filled his mind. When the Zane heard this news, a smile appeared on his face. Sitting in his chair, he clapped loudly. Good, excellent. Who did it? The Zane spoke, beaming with satisfaction. The archer couldn't compare to the Zane. Once the Stephanie was gone, obtaining what they desired would be effortless. Chapter 242. The truth comes to Benedict. When the Zane learned this news, he was very pleased. Regardless of who did such a thing, it was beneficial for him. The prince's gaze fixed on Emilio, who had not spoken a word from beginning to end. Emilio did not shift the blame onto himself, and the Zane slowly stood up. He walked over to Emilio, then circled around him, his eyes filled with a touch of pity. Emilio, I admit I was wrong in what happened before, but you also made mistakes. Therefore, I punished you. I believe you have experienced the effects of that pill. Saying this, Emilio lowered his head slightly and nodded. Dempsey, I admit my faults. You should not be blamed for this. Emilio spoke with humility. Hearing this, the Zane raised an eyebrow, evidently pleased with Emilio's response. A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Now tell me, Emilio, do you have any connection with today's incident? Think carefully. As he said this, Emilio trembled. He knew that the Zane seemed to know something about the matter, so Emilio immediately broke down and became serious. Dempsey, it's my fault. I accidentally discovered the Stephanie's affair with someone, and when she wanted to silence me, I ended up killing her by accident. I didn't dare to tell Dempsey because I feared you would suspect I had other motives. The room fell into silence as the Zane narrowed his eyes, looking down at Emilio. Emilio was indeed remarkable. Even while suffering from poison, he managed to kill the Stephanie, whose martial skills were well known. The prince had long suspected this but had never mentioned it. Now faced with this situation, he felt relieved to eliminate this threat. Why would he punish Emilio? Slowly, he squatted down and gently pulled Emilio up. What are you doing? What you did, I should thank you. If it weren't for you, the Grant might still be showing off. Indeed, you're impressive. Let's consider this as your redemption. I will finish this for you, but no one else must know about it. Hearing this, Emilio was stunned, then nodded. He accepted the pill and swallowed it eagerly, unable to bear the pain any longer. Seeing Emilio like this, the Zane couldn't help but smile inwardly. He knew no one could resist the effects of that pill. As long as he held the pill, anyone would bow to him, including the famed Bryce Manny on the battlefield. What made the Zane happier was that with the Stephanie's downfall, the Grant would have no chance now. Narrowing his eyes, he turned back to Emilio. Initially, when Wendy gave Emilio to him, he had his doubts, but recent events proved that Emilio was indeed talented. Even if Emilio harbored other thoughts, they were negligible compared to his abilities. Emilio, you must understand, nothing escapes her eyes. From now on, you must report everything to me. If there is a next time, I won't be lenient. His tone was stern, and Emilio quickly nodded. After swallowing the pill, his body indeed felt much better, and the burning sensation within him subsided. Manny's, Dempsey, I understand. It won't happen again. With one problem solved, the Zane waved a hand to dismiss Emilio. After leaving the room, Emilio's expression changed. He knew the Zane was delighted by this matter. He had anticipated that the Zane would learn about it sooner or later. If he hadn't wanted the Zane to know, no one would have told him. The Zane still harbored some suspicions about Emilio, but those were insignificant. To gain the Zane's trust, Emilio needed to prove his capability. Soon after, Emilio was appointed as a guard near the Zane. However, the Stephanie's case wasn't resolved so quickly. Before long, Emilio was caught, not by the Bartolomeo, but by the Grant. Opening his eyes, Emilio found them blurred with blood. He squinted and looked around, recognizing a familiar voice. He paused for a moment. Then when he looked over there, only the Grant was present. Seeing the Grant, he knew he had been discovered. Man it, he had taken great care to conceal his actions. How could he have been found out? As this thought crossed his mind, a mix of emotions surged within him, but his face remained exceptionally calm. He spat out a mouthful of blood, remembering the inhumane treatment he endured before fainting. Grant, what are you doing? I am under the command of the Zane? Emilio spoke, forcing a calm demeanor. He slowly tried to stand up, but his knees, having suffered cruel torture, prevented him from rising. He could only remain half kneeling. The Zane chuckled derisively, his eyes fixed intently on Emilio. Do you really think he will come to save you? Even if he wanted to, he wouldn't know where you are. I'll ask you one thing. How did my mother die? As someone close to him, you should know. Did he send you to do it? The Zane's bloodshot eyes glared at Emilio, who paused. Indeed, it was just as he had expected. I don't understand what you're saying, Zane. Emilio firmly denied the accusation. The Grant said nothing more, merely staring at Emilio with a cold gaze. A nearby guard immediately understood his meaning and walked over to Emilio with a red-hot branding iron in hand, sizzling as it approached. Do you still want to hide anything? Do you think I don't know? Who else could have done this to my mother except the Zane? And your martial arts skills, I've seen them. Only you could have killed her. It must have been you. As he spoke, he seemed furious, snatching the branding iron and slamming it hard into Emilio's chest. Chapter 243 Three Birds with One Stone. In an instant, Emilio bent over in agony, feeling the scorching sensation as if it spread from his chest cavity throughout his entire body, numbing him and leaving him utterly powerless. At this very moment, he realized who was behind such a deed. Who else but the Zane could have done this? After all, from start to finish, only the Zane knew about this matter. Emilio barely maintained the last shred of rationality in his mind. He knew why the Zane did this. Emilio was very powerful, but precisely because of that strength, he became someone to be guarded against and feared. Just poisoning him wasn't enough. He needed to make sure the Amir and Emilio became mortal enemies. This way, the grudge in the desert could also be exploited. Emilio couldn't help but scoff. He hadn't expected that after using so many stratagems, he would be outmaneuvered by someone else. The Zane truly had some talent. With this thought, he lowered his head, as pain swept through his body. And it seemed the Amir still had no intention of letting him go. The Amir bent down and tightly gripped Emilio's neck, wishing nothing more than for Emilio to die right now. It doesn't matter. It's fine even if you don't tell me. I'll just kill you, which will also avenge my mother. The Amir, with bloodshot eyes, stared intently at Emilio. Emilio lowered his head and, when he raised it again, there was a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Dempsey, who told you this? I did not kill your concubine. I don't have the capability to do so, and I know. You believe it must have been me because someone has whispered into your ear. Perhaps this matter is indeed related to the Zane, but you also know that I am severely injured. How could I possibly assassinate Her Majesty the Stephanie in the palace? And do I have the courage to do something like that? Emilio appeared completely helpless, and upon hearing this, the Amir couldn't help but pause for a moment. He knew about Emilio's injuries. Although he had always stayed in the Winter Palace, he had heard things about the other princes. He naturally knew what kind of person his mother was. The Amir loosened his grip on Emilio's neck slightly. What do you mean by this? His tone carried a hint of confusion, and Emilio saw the doubt on his face. He knew his chance had come. I know you suspect me because the Zane must have told you, Dempsey. I understand that you don't need me to explain how the news reached you. I didn't expect that despite my loyalty to the Zane, he would throw such filth at me, Emilio said, looking somewhat melancholic. Before, my thoughts diverged from the Zane's. He wanted me to break ties with the Amir, which led to this situation, seeing the intense hatred you harbor towards me. Thus, I would have no connection with the Amir anymore. But, Dempsey, you are smart enough to know that I cannot assassinate the Stephanie. Besides, the Eastern Palace is heavily guarded. With my severe injuries, how could I manage to assassinate her? Emilio spoke with certainty, and the Amir, being a simple-minded person, was influenced by others since he lacked the support he once had. So you mean my brother deliberately threw dirt at you? But why would he do that, Manishin? Are you trying to deceive me? How can I trust you? In an instant, a new idea formed in Emilio's mind. He paused, then lifted his face, which was already covered in blood, some of which had dried. However, he didn't care. He forced a smile, though his expression remained grim. Dempsey, you needn't believe me. Consider me the murderer of your mother if you will, but I want to propose a collaboration. I have always been loyal to the Zane. I haven't done any major deeds for him, but I have always fulfilled his orders without fail. Man it, he not only poisoned me but also did this to me now. I am a man of principles. If someone wrongs me, I will repay them tenfold. If you trust me, I want to serve you as I did the Zane. You don't have to believe me either. Focus on your own affairs, and I merely wish to complete my revenge. Emilio spoke with exceptional conviction, sounding furious. The Amir frowned deeply, his eyes darting around, seemingly uncertain. Amir, I do not know who killed your mother, but I can investigate for you. Whether you believe me or not, once I have completed my revenge and dealt with the Zane, my life will be at your disposal. Without the Zane, I have nothing left to live for. I would die eventually, so why not use him as a scapegoat? Emilio lowered his head, and the Amir seemed to contemplate his words. He naturally knew what kind of poison the Zane had used to control people, so when Emilio spoke this way, he was already half convinced. He hesitated for a moment, then loosened his grip. His scorching palm left Emilio's neck, allowing Emilio to breathe again. He gasped for air deeply. For a moment, it seemed that only Emilio's heavy breathing could be heard in the entire basement. After quite a while, Emilio finally lifted his head. The Amir had already stood up straight. He dusted off his clothes and looked at Emilio, who pressed his lips together. Is what you said just now true? Emilio immediately nodded as the Amir asked, pulling out the dagger he had hidden on himself. Dempsey, what I say is true. If you don't believe me, you may kill me, but please give me a quick death. Emilio held his lips tightly, and the Amir stared at him for quite some time before finally relenting. He took the dagger from Emilio's hand and stabbed it into the nearby table with a roar, swinging his large fist. I didn't expect the Zane to be so shameless, fooling me around like this. As he said this, his voice was thick with anger. Hearing his words, Emilio lowered his head and subtly smiled. This method of his was clearly very dangerous. If discovered, he would face endless suffering. But in an instant, he weighed the pros and cons. The Amir looked at Emilio, still kneeling beside him, and then slightly moved, standing up straight. Chapter 244. His Benedict is more valuable than yours. If you're willing to stand by my side and be my eyes and ears, I will definitely not mistreat you. But if you dare to deceive me, don't blame me for being unkind to you. You may go back now. I'll let you off this time. The Grant said this, paused slightly, then nodded a bit. He turned his body, his neck feeling very heavy as he walked toward the outside. Once he left, a voice slowly emerged from beside him. The Grant looked back. Do you think what he said is true? Upon hearing the Grant's words, that person couldn't help but smile, then spoke with utmost certainty. False. Then why did you have me agree with him? As the Grant asked this, his tone was filled with confusion, misunderstanding, and a hint of anger. Emilio had killed his mother. Was it necessary for him to kill Emilio in order to avenge her? Man, someone didn't want him to do so. That person slowly turned his head and glanced at the Grant. Seeing the prince's attitude, he raised an eyebrow slightly. The Grant immediately suppressed his anger and lowered his head, appearing obedient. In the past, he still had his mother by his side, but now he knew that he no longer had her as a support and could no longer act recklessly. The man watched him with satisfaction, light laughter escaping his lips before turning his gaze back to the Grant. Do you really think you can outsmart him? Besides, those above still need him. He can't die. His life is much more valuable than yours. Even if you die, he mustn't die, understand? His tone was exceptionally serious. Upon hearing these words, the Grant, though angry and wanting to argue, clenched his fists tightly but ultimately said nothing. After dragging himself away from the Grant's mansion, Emilio cast a distant look back at the dark underground passage, covered in injuries. Something felt off. Or rather, he thought the Grant agreed too quickly. Even though the Grant was known for his simplistic mind and physical prowess, under such circumstances, no matter what Emilio said, the Grant shouldn't have agreed so easily while being extremely angry. Emilio twisted his head slightly, sighed, and wondered if he was just being overly suspicious. However, there was now a more pressing issue. He had to get to the Zane as soon as possible. With that thought, he used his internal energy to rush all the way to the prince's mansion, eventually collapsing in front of the Zane's door, unable to bear the weight of his injuries any longer. When he regained consciousness, the Zane was seated beside him, looking surprised. Dempsey, Zane. Trying to rise, Huangzi gently pressed down on his shoulder, accidentally touching his wound. Emilio's expression faltered, and he frowned. The Zane also realized his mistake and sighed, his eyes carrying a touch of frustration. What happened to you, Emilio? I haven't given you any missions recently. Why are you hurt like this and collapsed here? As the Zane spoke, he lowered his eyebrows, seemingly genuinely worried about his subordinate. But only Emilio knew that this was an act, a convincing one that others wouldn't see through. Emilio licked his chapped lips, sighed, and then looked at the Zane, his expression somewhat guilty. Zane, I've wronged you. The Grant discovered that I killed the Stephanie and took me to his mansion. I barely escaped with my life. I have nowhere else to go, so I came here. If you wish to hand me over to gain favor with the Grant, I have no objections. Emilio spoke in a very understanding manner, his head tilted downward, obscuring his facial expression. Upon hearing Emilio's words, the Zane squinted slightly. He naturally knew what was going on since he had orchestrated everything from start to finish. However, he feigned surprise, grabbing Emilio's wrist. So it was eldest brother? Given your abilities, I thought you shouldn't have been hurt like this. It's not your fault. It's mine for not telling you to hide better, causing you this injury. What did you mean earlier? Are you saying you don't trust me? Rest assured, I won't hand you over. Moreover, with your talents, if you were to leave, I wouldn't find anyone else like you. After finishing, the Zane stood up. Take some time to recuperate. Don't worry, I'll arrange everything for you. Without her around, he probably won't dare to go too far. Rest assured, I'll ensure your safety. But remember, keep your distance from the Grant. If it happens again, I may not be able to save you. As he spoke, Emilio's eyes flashed with surprise and admiration. He paused, then nodded, trying to rise and kneel down but was held back by the Zane grabbing his arm. What are you doing? Emilio looked up. Thank you, Dempsey, Zane. Rest assured, I will never forget your kindness. His eyes glistened slightly, as if he was about to express his deepest gratitude. The Zane believed him upon seeing this, but Emilio secretly thought that remembering this kindness might not necessarily be a blessing or a curse. Emilio clenched his fists tightly. In the following days, the grant indeed did not cause any more trouble. Emilio didn't know how the Zane had resolved the issue until later when he found out that the Zane had sent a scapegoat to the grant's mansion. It was said that the scapegoat suffered greatly, but once people knew about it, they could do nothing. He felt guilty but also knew he had no choice. Half a month later, Emilio had finally recovered from his injuries. The Zane hadn't given him any other tasks. One night, as he lay in bed, he suddenly heard 2 gentle taps on the window from a bird. Emilio's eyes snapped open. This was the secret signal from Rina Tongxiu. He frowned slightly, wondering why Gale hadn't contacted him for some time, and was now reaching out suddenly. Could there be something urgent? Emilio couldn't help but feel worried. He quickly got dressed. Chapter 245 The Divine Doctor. By the time Emilio arrived at the residence of the Tammy, it was already in the late hours of the night. Having become familiar with his way around the Ninth Palace by now, he gently knocked on the Tammy's door. She had complained to him many times before that he never knocked when he came over. Naturally, Emilio kept this in mind. It didn't matter much to him, but the Tammy, after all, was Jolie. Although Manny Shun did not treat her as one, he still knocked this time. Inside, muffled sounds emerged as Emilio slowly opened the door and stepped inside, seeing a figure standing there in the darkness. Emilio was just about to speak when he instantly sensed something was amiss about the silhouette. It clearly wasn't the same shape as the Tammy's. He immediately drew his dagger swiftly. His movements were fast, and the other person didn't waste any time either. A brief struggle erupted inside, accompanied by the clattering of broken utensils. Sensing something wrong, the Tammy rushed out and saw Emilio pressing his dagger against the intruder's neck. Her eyes widened in shock and anxiety. Stop, Emilio. Stop. Her body was tense, and hearing her words, Emilio stopped. Put down your knife, Emilio. After hesitating for a moment, Emilio lowered his dagger, knowing that if the Tammy insisted, there must be a reason. Seeing him do so, she let out a sigh of relief and quickly moved forward, pulling Emilio behind her. With utmost respect, she looked at the shadowed figure. The moonlight revealed Harris with a hunched back, who straightened up upon meeting Emilio's gaze, his eyes filled with admiration. Who is he? Emilio asked, puzzled. The Tammy sighed, blaming herself for not having informed Emilio earlier, which led to this misunderstanding. My apologies, sir. I should have told my friend. This is the Emilio I mentioned before. Emilio, this is the master of the friend I told you about. His medical skills are exceptional. I only managed to invite him here with great difficulty, but I failed to inform you, leading to this misunderstanding. It was my fault. The Tammy spoke apologetically, and Emilio recalled that she had indeed mentioned this Lyle before, praising his remarkable skills and integrity. But because of this sudden encounter, he hadn't recognized him immediately. Now, he bowed respectfully. My deepest apologies, sir. My actions just now were rash. As Emilio spoke, bowing as if acknowledging his mistake, the elderly man walked forward and patted him on the shoulder. There's no need to apologize to me. It was a misunderstanding, nothing more. Your reflexes were impressive, faster and stronger than anything I've ever seen. Rina told me about you, but witnessing your abilities firsthand, I see how well-deserved her praise is. And indeed, just as legendary as the tales of Bryce Manny. Hearing those last words, both the Tammy and Emilio's expressions changed slightly. They hadn't told the Lyle about this particular detail, yet he seemed to know. Noticing their puzzled looks, the Lyle smiled. I can tell what you're wondering, but don't be confused. With years of wandering across the land, I've learned to recognize certain things. I once met Bryce Manny on the battlefield and was impressed by his prowess. I wanted to befriend him, but never had the chance. Later, I heard news of his death and felt regretful, thinking how Benedict wasted such talent. Now seeing you unharmed, I'm relieved. How could someone like Bryce Manny fall so easily? He continued, of course, the situation in Dongxia hasn't escaped my notice. I agreed to help the Tammy precisely because of you. Now that he saw Emilio in person, he was more willing to assist the Tammy. Sir, if you are willing to lend me a hand, I will remember your kindness. Emilio said this with an unusually serious expression, and the Lyle immediately nodded. If it were someone else, I would certainly have reservations. But since it's you, I am willing to help wholeheartedly. However, before we proceed, there is something important I must tell you. The Lyle slowly placed his hands behind his back, his face becoming serious as well. Emilio furrowed his brows slightly. Sir, please go ahead. As long as it's within my power, I will do my best to assist. The Lyle nodded. If I want to uncover the secret of that pill and find a way to remove what you both carry, I need your pills, the antidote. However, obtaining your antidote means one of you will not receive any for a month, which will double the pain. Who will volunteer? As soon as he finished speaking, Emilio and the Tammy both quickly responded without hesitation. I'll do it. I'll do it. They spoke simultaneously, then exchanged glances upon hearing each other's words. After all, they had initially cooperated purely for their own benefits, driven by selfish motives. Now, they were willing to endure hardship for each other. Honestly, they no longer saw each other as mere business partners, but as friends. The Tammy's face turned somber as she looked at Emilio and sighed. You've already suffered from the lack of the antidote once before. This time, it should be my turn. Besides, don't worry. I've taken the antidote for so long that I've built up some tolerance, so it won't be as painful as it was for you. Leave this to me. Chapter 246. The poisonous plants of the Northwest region. You have done so much, and your body is covered with injuries. This past month has been spent barely recovering from those wounds. We absolutely cannot afford to lose the antidote now. Rina said this with an unusually serious expression. Emilio shook his head. He was, after all, a man. How could he possibly let Jolie suffer in his place? Especially since he had chosen to take on this mission himself, seeking assistance from Dongxia and aiming to defeat the rebel army. How could he allow Rina Ju to help him when it was his own choice? Watching the anxious expressions on their faces, and Gay nearby also sighed and shook his head. What if we divide one of the pills in half, giving me exactly half of one pill? I cannot undertake this task without at least that much. But even with only half the antidote, both of you will endure immense pain. I know you both want to do favors for each other, but given the current situation, don't you think this would be the best option? Emilio, your martial arts skills far surpass those of Rinagio. Even though you are still recovering from your injuries, with the aid of my herbs, you should fully recover within a few days. However, Rinagio has been tormented by this pill for too long. She needs it more than you do. Surely you can understand this. The Gay spoke, and Emilio readily agreed, nodding immediately. All right, I am willing. Rinagio naturally heard what the Gay had said and frowned, about to speak, but the Gay interrupted her. Don't say anything more. I have made up my mind. His tone was firm, and seeing he wouldn't budge, Rinagio fell silent. The second month's pills were soon distributed, and Emilio, as agreed, took out a small portion of one pill and handed it to the Gay. The Gay examined the pill, placed it under his nose, sniffed it gently, and his eyes suddenly widened. Noticing the change in his expression, Emilio furrowed his brows, curious. Do you have any idea what to do, sir? He asked this question, and the Gay nodded slowly. As I sniffed the pill just now, I detected a very familiar scent, one that I once smelled in the northwest region. It's an extremely rare herb, a detoxifying plant. I didn't expect to find such a thing here. Emilio also furrowed his brow, wondering how something from the northwest ended up in Dongxia. He pondered for a moment while the Gay put down the item and looked at Emilio. But rest assured, I have heard of this substance before. It might be able to counteract the poison. Hearing the Gay's words, Emilio felt reassured and nodded gratefully. Thank you, sir. After returning to the Zane's mansion, Emilio remained puzzled. It seemed there were many things about Dongxia he did not yet know. Although time was short, investigating these matters was necessary. Sighing, he realized the spring hunt was fast approaching. Standing among the crowd in the Zane's mansion, Emilio saw a figure dressed in dark yellow with a red robe emerge. He looked at everyone gathered around and said sternly, I assume you've heard that the hunt will start soon. I've selected you all to join me, but you must ensure my safety. If anything goes wrong, I won't spare you. Is that clear? Everyone answered in unison, while the Zane's gaze fell upon Emilio. Knowing Emilio's exceptional abilities, he had deliberately chosen him for this trip. Rubbing his chest, Emilio had thought nothing significant would happen recently, especially without taking the half pill. However, every midnight, he still endured the lingering pain, which had slightly lessened but still affected him daily. Going on the hunt would undoubtedly affect him, but he endured it. Afterward, the Zane summoned Emilio. Emilio, why did I call you here this time? The Zane asked. Emilio glanced up, confusion evident in his eyes, and shook his head slowly. Seeing his reaction, the Zane smiled satisfactorily. It's normal that you don't know, but don't worry, you will know soon. The reason I called you here is to give this thing to you. It's my latest creation with formidable offensive power. Giving it to you is to ensure my safety. You need to stay close by and protect me, do you understand? The Amir knows about your situation, though I have concealed some facts from him, he might not let you off easily. I do bear some responsibility for this matter. By giving you this, I also intend for you to protect yourself. If necessary, don't hesitate even against the Amir. The Zane said, slightly narrowing his eyes. Hearing this, Emilio was taken aback for a moment, but quickly understood his intentions. Whenever possible, the Zane wanted Emilio to eliminate the Amir, thereby accelerating his ascension to the throne. The Bartolomeo's health was deteriorating day by day, and the Zane intended to incite conflict between the two princes. Emilio naturally understood this and nodded swiftly. However, shortly after, an imperial edict came from outside. Hearing the commotion outside, the Zane frowned, as the Bartolomeo had not been seen in public recently. Suddenly receiving an edict now left the Zane both startled and apprehensive. He slowly stood up and walked toward the door, with Emilio following closely behind. Upon reaching the entrance, they saw a eunuch standing there who acknowledged the Zane with a nod. What does this mean, Eunuch Benedict? Asked the Zane. Although Eunuch Benedict was on par with the prince in status, he simply handed over the edict and explained briefly. Heard that the Zane has recently found an extraordinary talent. The Bartolomeo also knows of his abilities, so this time he has appointed him as the imperial Brice-to-be by the Bartolomeo's side. Chapter 247, Palace Guard. The eunuch said this, causing the Zane's eyes to widen upon hearing these words. How did Emilio suddenly become a palace guard? This was indeed strange. Moreover, although Emilio's abilities were formidable, there had never been a precedent for this kind of appointment by Carlo. Even the calm and composed Emilio furrowed his brows, feeling that Carlo's actions were truly suspicious. The Zane narrowed his eyes slightly, and then turned his gaze to Benedict Gonggong beside him. He took out some silver from his purse and handed it over to Benedict Gonggong, who seemed quite used to such behavior. He deftly tucked the money into his sleeve before continuing. It's said that Randy remembered Emilio from the last palace banquet and decided to promote him. That's all I know. After Benedict Gonggong spoke, the Zane fell silent for a moment, then nodded. He turned his head to glance at Emilio, then withdrew his gaze, a smile appearing on his face as he gently patted Benedict Gonggong's hand. Thank you for informing me, Benedict Gonggong. Rest assured, if anything beneficial happens later, I will remember your kindness. Benedict Gonggong immediately beamed and led the way out. Once they were gone, the Zane turned around to find Emilio kneeling halfway, visibly nervous. Even sweat had broken out on his forehead. The Zane squinted his eyes upon seeing this, helped Emilio up, and sighed. What are you doing? Who taught you to act like this? It's unseemly. People might think I mistreat you or something. However, Emilio refused to stand up. Pardon me, Zane. I really don't understand why. There has never been any connection between me and Carlo. Please investigate this matter. Emilio spoke as though genuinely bewildered, fearing a misunderstanding from the Zane. Hearing this, the Zane sighed again, patting Emilio's shoulder lightly. What are you doing? I haven't accused you of anything yet. You kneel down so readily. Don't worry, I have no intention of suspecting you. I know your loyalty. You wouldn't do anything against me, would you? Don't worry, I don't know why father summoned you either. But if you're close to him, perhaps you can provide some assistance to me. Emilio, you're an intelligent man. You should know what to do, right? The tone of the Zane was exceptionally earnest, and Emilio nodded immediately. Zane, rest assured. Emilio serves you faithfully and would never betray you. Though Emilio spoke sincerely, his face didn't change as he lied. Satisfied with his words, the Zane stood up, pleased. The Zane dismissed Emilio, who went straight to the palace. The next morning, Emilio followed Carlo's carriage on horseback, looking extremely serious. The Earl inside the carriage slowly pulled aside the curtain, glanced at Emilio outside, and closed his eyes. After thorough investigation, he discovered that Emilio was indeed the mastermind behind the murder of the Guadalupe. Though uncovering this truth took considerable time, it was worth it. The Earl hadn't expected Emilio to be so capable and to have removed a major threat. He intended to bring Emilio closer as he now lacked capable people around him. Emilio had arranged everything for him to ensure Carlo knew he was responsible for these deeds. Ultimately, wasn't the double agent game the most intriguing and providing multiple ways out? What is your name? The Earl lifted the curtain and asked Emilio, who was momentarily stunned. For so long, no one had ever asked him his name, so he was taken aback. He shook his head at Carlo. Your subject currently has no name. They just call me Manier. Emilio said this, and Carlo nodded slightly, hesitating. Surname Manny, huh? People with the Manny surname aren't simple folks. The previous Emilio already caused us much trouble in Dongxia. Now that he's dead, another talent emerges. If you were together with the previous Emilio, I wonder who would be more formidable. But the previous Emilio died young. I only hope you don't disappoint me. Do you know why I asked you to follow me here? To serve as my personal guard? Hearing Carlo's words, Emilio immediately shook his head, not daring to speculate. Noticing Emilio's gesture, Carlo couldn't help but laugh heartily. It's normal that you don't know. Don't worry. The reason I called you here is merely because you do have some skills. I also saw your impressive performance at the time. However, you're not capable enough to be my royal guard yet. Guess why I summoned you? Come to my palace tonight. I want to hear your answer. After speaking, Carlo put down the curtain of his carriage, and Emilio pressed his lips slightly. He knew Carlo had already found out about him. Calling him over could be a blessing or a curse, but no matter what the result would be, Emilio was prepared to accept it. The Zane, walking at the back, also noticed their actions. A guard nearby approached the Zane. Is this really fine, Dempsey? This Emilio doesn't look like an honest man. If he stays with the Bartolomeo, he might betray you for the Bartolomeo. This person had been ignored by the Zane ever since Emilio came, so naturally he wouldn't let this chance slip by. Upon hearing his words, the Zane merely raised an eyebrow slightly and then turned around to face him. What are you talking about? Emilio is a man under my command, and he is very loyal to me. Think carefully before trying to sow discord between us. That person had his own intentions as well, and a dark expression appeared on his face. He shut his mouth, and the Zane couldn't help but scoff at him. You're nothing but a useless waste, yet you dare to compare yourself with Emilio. Besides, Emilio has taken my pill. Even if he wanted to betray me, he'd need to see if he has the life to do so, since no one can counteract my pill. He was extremely confident in his pill and believed Emilio would remain loyal to him because of it. Thinking of this, a smile crept onto his lips. Chapter 248. Do not deceive me. Emilio indeed went to Carlo's tent that night. He pushed open the tent flap and bowed his head in particular piety. Your Majesty, this subject has arrived. Hearing Emilio's voice, Carlo slightly raised his head for a glance, then slowly stood up with a wine glass in his hand. He approached Emilio, who was frowning slightly. Guard Manny has come rather punctually. Do you know why I summoned you here? The Earl asked. Emilio hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. How could he know? Or even if he did, how could he say it? Seeing his reaction, the corners of Carlo's lips curled higher. It doesn't matter that you don't know, but there is something I believe you should be aware of. After saying this, Carlo straightened himself and sat back down, looking down at Emilio as if seeing through everything. Though visibly weak, his ambition burned intensely. I want to ask where you were the night that Stephanie died? As he spoke, Carlo's gaze lingered, knowing he had called Emilio here because he already knew everything. Emilio pressed his lips together. Just as he was about to speak, Carlo interrupted him first. Guard Manny, I give you one chance. Tell me the truth and do not deceive me. I already know everything. Choose your words carefully, understand? I don't want to hear lies. The Earl spoke with great seriousness, and Emilio immediately dropped to his knees with a dull thud. Your Majesty, it's my fault. Emilio declared loudly and firmly. Hearing this, Carlo couldn't help but smile faintly, raising an eyebrow. Your fault? Then tell me, what exactly did you do that was wrong? He said this with a certain ease on his face, as if watching Emilio for amusement. But Emilio was indifferent. Your subject acted foolishly. I unintentionally witnessed the Stephanie meeting someone privately. I wanted to leave, but I was discovered by her. She tried to kill me, so I accidentally killed the Stephanie. I am willing to pay with my life. Upon hearing this, the tent fell into silence. Emilio's Adam's apple moved slightly as he kept his head low. The Earl continued to look down at him from his seat, without speaking for a long time. Finally, he slowly got up and walked to Emilio's side, squatting down to gently pat Emilio's shoulder. You confessed so easily? The Earl asked, and Emilio immediately raised his eyes. I dare not hide anything from you. Upon hearing this, Carlo laughed aloud. Dare not hide anything, he repeated. Then why didn't you say this earlier? In any case, now others will also talk about this matter. It was all just a performance. However, Carlo wasn't overly concerned. He had seen Emilio's abilities before and found them impressive. Now he needed capable people, and if Emilio could assist him, it would be beneficial. Well, let's pretend nothing happened, alright? You didn't do anything that night, and I only came to chat with you today. Understand? Emilio pretended to look puzzled. raising his head with a hint of confusion. Your Majesty, what do you mean? The Earl smiled again. What do you think? Aren't you clever enough to understand? Stop saying unnecessary things. You know, I didn't summon you here just because of that incident. Let me be frank. The Stephanie and I have always been at odds. You killing her was unexpected, but inadvertently did me a favor. Though it benefited me, it was also a mistake. For a low-ranking guard like you to slay the Stephanie after witnessing her actions, your audacity is truly remarkable. But I am willing to protect you because I value your skills. I need you to stay and watch over Zane. Can you understand? The Earl explained. Emilio instantly looked up, surprised. Initially, he thought Carlo was not optimistic about the cliff and the Brenton, wondering if there was more to it. Now it seemed Carlo was vigilant towards both. After some hesitation, Emilio knelt down with a solemn expression. Your Majesty, rest assured, this subject will accomplish it. As Emilio said this, Carlo's lips curled into a smile at his words. He nodded lightly, extremely satisfied with Emilio's response. All right, you must protect me well as my bodyguard this time. If I get hurt, I won't let you off easily. He said this while slightly squinting his eyes, and Emilio nodded as well. He understood what Carlo meant. Now that the Stephanie had fallen, and the Grant was in a state of despair, he might take action against the Zane or the Bartolomeo. After all, if the Bartolomeo died, the position would be decided between the Zane and the Grant. The Emir naturally had more power and was most likely to ascend the throne, so everyone would be willing to risk it. This was why Carlo appointed Emilio as a palace guard. It seemed like a promotion, but only Emilio knew that if the Grant really managed to harm the Bartolomeo, Emilio's head might also be lost. When Emilio walked out of the tent, the firelight outside had already vanished, leaving only the stars across the sky. Emilio squinted his eyes as the cool night breeze blew over him. He frowned slightly when a wolf howl echoed not far away. His gaze paused momentarily before heading toward the direction of the wolf howl. Soon, Emilio arrived in the dark forest. He furrowed his brows slightly. Suddenly, footsteps approached from behind him, and he immediately turned around to see Cameron standing there. Is everything all right, young Ellie? I heard you were summoned by the Bartolomeo. Did he discover something? What did he say? Cameron asked, his face filled with anxiety. No one knew how worried he was when he learned that Emilio was summoned by the Bartolomeo, fearing that the Bartolomeo had truly discovered something. Chapter 249, Guard. Emilio was momentarily stunned by Cameron's words, then sighed. What could possibly happen to me? The expression on Emilio's face became more serious. Don't worry. Nothing happened to me. The Bartolomeo summoned me because the Stephanie's matter was discovered. But this was indeed within my expectation. Following the Bartolomeo's methods, it's normal for him to discover me eventually, and I also need the Bartolomeo's trust. Now that I have become a royal guard, as long as everything goes well this time, it will certainly help my future. As Emilio spoke, he looked at Cameron. They hadn't seen each other much recently because he had been busy handling things for the Emir at night. According to Wendy, Cameron had gained some trust from the Emir, which was quite promising. Originally placing Cameron with the Emir turned out to be a good move. Did you call me here just for this? Emilio rubbed his brow, somewhat helplessly, while Cameron immediately understood what Emilio meant and shook his head. He wasn't foolish enough to risk so much over something trivial. There were many spies around. If their relationship were discovered, it would spell disaster. Cameron thought about this, walked next to Emilio, and chuckled softly at his own sneaky demeanor. What is it that has made you so nervous? Emilio asked curiously. Although Cameron was usually loud and brash, he did think things through when it mattered. Cameron sighed. He didn't want to be like this either, but the matter was significant. He couldn't afford not to take such drastic measures. Ellie, I've gained some of the Emir's trust these days. Though not as much as you, I've learned a few things. This time, the Emir might be planning something big. I noticed him trading with some mysterious people earlier, but I didn't know what they were trading until last night when I saw them bring a large cage. That cage kept making strange noises. I suspect the Emir plans to act during the spring festival. Cameron said this, staring intently at Emilio, who remained silent. Seeing this, Cameron thought Emilio didn't believe him and sighed even deeper, looking more anxious. Ellie, I know you don't believe me, but this time it's true. I wouldn't joke about something like this. Cameron exhaled, speaking slowly. Hearing Cameron's words, Emilio only pursed his lips and patted Cameron on the shoulder. It wasn't that he didn't trust Cameron. He already had new plans in mind. Cameron, don't worry. It's not that. I have other ideas in mind. Rest assured, I won't fall into his trap. You can go back now and make sure no one else knows about this. Emilio said, and Cameron nodded, understanding. He glanced at Emilio hesitantly, who sighed seeing Cameron's look. All right, just say whatever's on your mind. Emilio nodded upon realizing this. Ellie, other matters aside, please ensure your safety. I know you want to uncover everything and protect Eligia, but remember we still have the Manny family, Lord, and Lady. If anything happens to you, I won't know how to explain all this to them. Even now, I feel lingering fear. These past days I can't be by your side. Tomorrow, I don't know what might happen. Ellie, if there's anything I can help with, please let me know. For saving my life, I will do everything to protect you. Cameron said this earnestly, and Emilio was momentarily stunned but smiled afterward. Surprised by Cameron's words, he gently patted him on the shoulder after a moment. Don't worry, don't you know what your master is capable of? They can't harm me. Emilio said this, and Cameron nodded slightly, knowing very well but still overly concerned. Afterward, Cameron left the yard, glancing at Emilio one last time before disappearing into the night. On the second day, Emilio also dressed himself properly and followed beside the Bartolomeo. The Bartolomeo turned his head to look at Emilio, then nodded toward him. Emilio immediately lowered his head. He knew that something significant would likely happen today. He had padded an extra layer inside his armor, hoping that he wouldn't get injured in a moment. He had been exhausted lately due to the effects of the medication and the injuries on his body. The hunt began, with the Zane and the Emir taking the lead, while Emilio and the Bartolomeo followed closely behind. The Bartolomeo sat on his horse, while Emilio rode ahead, watching out for any potential dangers. The Bartolomeo drew an arrow from his quiver and shot it into a moving patch of grass beside him. Instantly, a deer fell to the ground, lifeless. Emilio immediately dismounted and walked over to pick up the deer, handing it to the Bartolomeo. "Your Majesty's archery is excellent." As Emilio spoke, the Bartolomeo laughed heartily. He took the deer and handed it to the guards at the back. "It's just a minor skill, nothing worth mentioning. Manny Shurji is also skilled, and Manny Guard's swordsmanship far surpasses mine. Why don't you give it a try?" The Bartolomeo said this, and Emilio immediately responded upon hearing these words. "My duty is to protect your Majesty. There's no need to worry about other matters." Hearing this, the Bartolomeo laughed again. He knew that Emilio was showing his loyalty, and he was satisfied with this attitude. The horses moved again, their hooves kicking up clouds of dust as they trotted along. After that group left, a large animal emerged from a nearby patch of grass not far away. The animal twitched its nose, seemingly sniffing the air, and licked its lips before letting out a howl. Not far away, Emilio furrowed his brow slightly. He had just seemed to hear some kind of animal call. Chapter 250, Manny Servant's Good Luck. However, a moment later, his attention was diverted. The Bartolomeo also became exceptionally excited about the hunt. By now, it was already afternoon. The Bartolomeo couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at the bountiful harvest he had collected. "The haul today is truly impressive. I never expected that Manny Shirway's presence would not only bring me safety but also luck." Although the Bartolomeo said this, Hemlock, upon hearing this sentence, immediately negated himself and attributed all the credit to the Bartolomeo. After all, serving beside the Bartolomeo was like being with a tiger, and Emilio understood this better than anyone else. The Bartolomeo sat to one side while the other guards were preparing things. They skinned the deer the Bartolomeo sent over, and then started roasting the meat. Standing by the fire, Emilio frowned slightly as he saw one of the guards pull out something he had never seen before from a seasoning container and sprinkle it on the meat. He furrowed his brow even more. He sniffed lightly. The smell was peculiar, and Emilio could not describe it. Instinctively, he felt something was off. "What's that?" The Bartolomeo turned his gaze toward him. After hesitating for a moment, he shook his head. "I don't know what it is." Hearing this, Emilio's face changed instantly. "You don't know what it is?" He gripped the sword in his hand tightly, slowly drawing the blade as if ready to strike the guard. The guard panicked and shook his head vigorously. "It wasn't me who put it there. Someone made me do it, the head of internal affairs." Emilio's brows furrowed again. He had a strange feeling about this. But before he could figure it out, a howl echoed through the air, especially mournful. Turning around, Emilio saw a very strong wolf with a corpse hanging from its mouth. The person seemed not fully dead yet, their body trembling subconsciously. Emilio's eyes widened in shock. Suddenly, he remembered what that strange scent was. It was a kind of incense that could lure wild animals, which he had accidentally seen and smelled before but didn't recognize immediately. He hadn't thought such a thing would appear here in Dongxia. Instantly, he recalled the conversation from the night before. So Abdullah wanted to do it this way? To use wild beasts to eliminate the Bartolomeo, so he could ascend the throne. Although Dongxia appeared stable on the surface, it was already fragmented. Emilio pursed his lips but had no time to think further. He rushed to protect the Bartolomeo immediately. The guards around them broke out in cold sweat. As the drug spread, more and more wild animals gathered. One wolf became 6, eyeing them hungrily. Though the Bartolomeo was surprised, he remained calm, raising his eyes to look at Emilio beside him. "What's going on?" The Bartolomeo's voice carried a hint of accusation since Emilio had arranged everything from the ingredients to the route. Naturally, the Bartolomeo blamed Emilio for the current situation. Emilio, having anticipated this, bowed his head in confession. "This is due to my inadequate arrangements. Please do not worry, Your Majesty." Upon hearing this, the Bartolomeo sneered slightly. Being surrounded by these beasts, who wouldn't be tense? Gripping his weapon tightly, he shouted at the guards. "Everyone, obey my orders. Protect the Bartolomeo. Leave this to me. Escort the Bartolomeo away now." Emilio's tone was firm, and upon hearing this, the Bartolomeo's eyes widened. 6 wolves weren't just one. Under the threat of the incense, even more animals might come soon. Man it, Emilio decided to let the Bartolomeo leave first and stay behind to fend off the beasts. The guards still hesitated, and Emilio roared angrily. "Are you not leaving?" His words seemed to awaken the guards. They glanced at each other, then took the opportunity before the beasts attacked, leading the Bartolomeo away. The Bartolomeo watched Emilio's back, frowning. "Manny Shirway, I hope to see you return safely. Do you understand?" The Bartolomeo said, though he had intended to test Emilio, Emilio's reaction and attitude were completely beyond his expectations. The Bartolomeo, facing such talent, would not be without hesitation. He did not wish for Emilio to get injured. If Emilio could truly become one of his subordinates, it would undoubtedly be a significant help. So naturally, he did not want Emilio to be hurt. As the dusk approached, he noticed an expression of concern on the Bartolomeo's face, which soon turned serious. "Your Majesty, rest assured, I will return safely." After saying this, Emilio roared and then grasped the sword in his hand, charging towards the 6 wolves. Those 6 wolves were now eyeing him hungrily, their eyes glowing with a green light. The Bartolomeo couldn't waste any more time and followed the guards away. After the Bartolomeo left, Emilio was able to use his martial arts freely. He excelled in the martial arts of Dali. If the Bartolomeo had been there, it would have been disadvantageous for Emilio, as he couldn't display all his skills in front of the Bartolomeo. But things were different now. A wolf howled and lunged at Emilio with its sharp teeth, ready to bite into his arm in the next second. Emilio quickly drew his sword and struck back, impaling the wolf instantly. Blood spurted out, and the wolf let out an agonized howl before falling to the ground, barely alive. Emilio squinted slightly. Dealing with these beasts was somewhat disadvantageous, but not entirely hopeless. However, as more wild animals gathered, Emilio grew increasingly exhausted. The subtle effects of the drug in his body accelerated due to his exertion. Emilio clutched his chest. His heart raced uncontrollably, making him feel dizzy. He clenched his jaw, knowing that now was not the time to lose consciousness. With this thought, he glared fiercely at the wolf before him, took a deep breath, and charged again. Chapter 251. Not letting him down. After an unknown period of time, the surroundings were filled with a pungent smell of blood, wafting into Emilio's nostrils in waves. He slowly crouched down. His body was covered in wounds. He furrowed his brow slightly. Sweat was already beading on his forehead, and the medicinal effects within his body tormented him to the point where he preferred death over life. A large mouthful of fresh blood gushed out of him. Killing these wolves under the influence of this medicine had truly taken too much out of him. He felt utterly exhausted now. Slightly frowning, he thought that at this rate, he wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Just as he pondered, a faint voice sounded from the side. "Go look over there. You guys go there." The distant voices filtered into Emilio's ears. Emilio pressed his lips tightly together, realizing they were coming to rescue him. Relieved by this thought, Emilio could no longer hold on and collapsed, losing consciousness. When those people finally found the scene, the sight of carnage around them made them all widen their eyes in shock. 6 wolves, all slain by Emilio alone. One of the men walked up to Emilio. He frowned slightly and placed his fingertip beneath Emilio's nose. Upon confirming Emilio wasn't dead, he widened his eyes in astonishment. The fact that one man could slaughter so many wolves and still survive was simply unbelievable. A hint of surprise flashed across his eyes before a slow smile curved his lips. He knew he hadn't misjudged Emilio. "Take him back." That man instructed, and those beside him immediately nodded, carrying Emilio away. When Emilio regained consciousness, he was already inside a tent. The warm temperature around him made him frown slightly as he rubbed his temples and sat up. Seeing Emilio awaken, the nearby maidservants rushed over while a guard quickly ran outside to report to the Bartolomeo. "Where am I?" Emilio asked, to which the maidservant promptly replied, "This is the camp. Bryce Manny was seriously injured earlier and has been unconscious for 2 days." Hearing this, Emilio was momentarily stunned, not expecting he had been out for 2 days. His brows knitted together in bewilderment. This was indeed unexpected, but not a major issue. As he thought this, a voice came from afar, and soon the tent's curtain was pushed aside. The Bartolomeo strode in, a relieved smile appearing on his face upon seeing Emilio. "It's good you're fine," the Bartolomeo said, and standing on either side of him were the Amir and Zane, who raised an eyebrow. This was clearly a scene fit for a demon field. Just as Emilio tried to kneel, the Bartolomeo grasped his arm firmly, sighed, and shook his head. "You're already severely wounded. There's no need for such formalities. Emilio, you have done me a great service this time. Tell me, what do you want?" The Bartolomeo immediately added without any ambiguity. However, Emilio shook his head. "Rescuing the Bartolomeo is my duty. I dare not ask for anything." Hearing this, the Bartolomeo's eyebrows twitched slightly, and satisfaction gleamed in his eyes. He was immensely pleased with Emilio's attitude. Slowly lifting his gaze, Emilio's eyes fell upon the Amir. Seeing Emilio's gaze, the Amir paused, then averted his eyes, knowing this was all part of his own scheme. Initially, the Amir intended to use this opportunity to end the Bartolomeo's life and claim the throne himself. But Emilio's sudden appearance foiled all his plans. He clenched his fists tightly, wishing Emilio would die right here and now. Had it not been for someone reminding him of the consequences, he wouldn't have cared whether Emilio would bring him any benefit or not, only wanting to kill him instantly. Guard Manny did a tremendous job this time. It's truly astonishing. Those were 6 wolves after all. Guard Manny's skills are indeed extraordinary. I must admit I underestimated you, the Amir said with an acidic tone. Hearing this, the Zane couldn't help but scoff. That sound stung the Amir's heart, making him turn his head sharply toward the Zane. "What are you laughing about, younger brother? I'm curious how you managed to acquire such excellent talent," the Amir remarked, causing Emilio to raise an eyebrow. Indeed, the expression on the Zane's face shifted instantly. The statement was clearly hinting at the Zane secretly amassing power. The Zane glanced at the Grant, then let out a cold snort. "Grant, what do you mean by that? Don't put all the blame on me. If you're unhappy, why don't you find someone as capable as Emilio? There's no need for you to say such things to me here." His words carried a hint of anger, and the Grant, upon hearing this, couldn't help but sneer and turn away, unwilling to continue speaking with the Zane. The Bartolomeo, seeing their behavior, couldn't help but feel a bit concerned. Though the Grant and Zane were like fire and water, never getting along, it was indeed the situation he had intended. After all, only through their mutual restraint could his position be secure. But now the Grant wanted to deal with him first. Having been on the throne for so long, he was not without schemes and naturally could see through the Grant's thoughts. This time, he chose not to act because he wanted to see if Emilio could become the sword in his hand. And indeed, Emilio proved trustworthy. After hesitating for a moment, he slowly lifted his eyes, gazing at Emilio with determination. "Emilio, since you don't want the reward yourself, I will choose one for you. What do you think?" Hearing this, Emilio raised his head, surprise flashing in his eyes. "I will follow whatever the Bartolomeo decides." This attitude from Emilio pleased the Bartolomeo. He straightened his back, pursed his lips slightly, and narrowed his eyes. Though the Bartolomeo usually appeared carefree, in this moment of seriousness, one could sense his imperial presence. "Very well. Since that's the case, I will make the decision for you. Mannyguard has proven to be exceptionally skilled, and this time showed remarkable composure. Therefore, why not become Bryce Manny and contribute greatly to our Dongsha kingdom?" Chapter 252. The Path to Promotion. The Bartolomeo spoke in such a way that the path from Manny Sherway to Bryce Manny was unprecedented. Even the Grant and Zane standing beside him couldn't help but widen their eyes. They never expected the Bartolomeo to value Emilio so highly. Ken slightly narrowed his eyes. This time, he didn't hesitate at all but immediately nodded and accepted the position. From the very beginning, this was what he had anticipated. He had arranged everything from the start. Now that the Bartolomeo has lost Stephanie, the person behind the scenes has begun to isolate the Bartolomeo. In such circumstances, the Bartolomeo would seek out new people who could be of use to him. Thus, Emilio was an excellent choice. Moreover, Manny Ran needed to become a person of supreme status to investigate matters he wanted to know. So from the very beginning, he had planned everything accordingly, only holding back somewhat. Although it was not exactly as he had imagined, it was not too far off. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Emilio said this. After saying this, the Bartolomeo glanced at the Grant and Zane, then sighed gently. "Well, you may leave now. There's no need for you to stay here any longer." The Bartolomeo's tone carried a hint of helplessness. The Grant intended to say something, but upon seeing the worried expression on the Bartolomeo's face, he closed his mouth. He didn't know what the Bartolomeo truly intended, but becoming right Bryce was certainly no benefit to him. That person already placed great importance on Emilio. If Emilio really became a general and gained the Bartolomeo's trust, how would he proceed next? But since the Bartolomeo had already given the order to leave, he couldn't linger any longer. He and the Zane left the tent and walked outside. As they did, the Zane addressed the Grant, raising an eyebrow with intent to provoke this so-called elder brother. This elder brother had always overshadowed him, but now with Stephanie dead and Emilio in power, the Grant was nothing more than an empty shell. "Why do you look so exhausted, elder brother? Could it be because of Stephanie's death? Father is investigating this matter, but unfortunately, he hasn't found the murderer yet. Don't be sad. Perhaps she was killed out of love. What do you think?" His words were clearly provoking the Grant. Upon hearing these words, the Grant frowned, a spark of anger in his eyes. "What do you mean by that?" As he spoke, the Zane sneered and folded his arms. "Grant, have you been cooped up in the Eastern Palace for days that you've become slow? Can't you understand my meaning? Everyone knows Stephanie used to meet people outside in secret, only no one dared to speak about it. With what happened now, shouldn't the Grant mourn appropriately?" There was evident resentment in the Zane's voice. His mother had passed away long ago, and only he knew that the culprit who smeared her name was the Grant. Maned at that time, he had no power while the Grant was favored. There was nothing he could do. The Grant once said similar words to him. He had harbored this grievance for a long time, and now he finally got to vent. The Grant clenched his fists tightly, ready to rush at the Zane. Suddenly, a fan flew over, blocking between the two. Wendy quickly stepped forward with a smile. "What are the two of you doing? We should talk things out calmly. There's no need for this kind of behavior. If father sees this, neither of you will come out unscathed." Wendy naturally stood in front of the Zane, looking at the Grant with raised eyebrows. The Grant felt stifled, knowing Wendy was siding with the Zane. He couldn't help but sneer, his tone filled with disdain. "Why does Roni meddle in this matter? If you look at your own situation, you're merely a dog following him around. How dare you act like you're protecting him? One day, he might dispose of you too." Zane harbors many schemes in his mind, even toward his siblings. Rumors about his malevolent nature have spread widely. Intending to bully others, the Grant used this incident involving the Zane as an outlet for his frustration. When the Tammy heard the Grant's words, she couldn't help but slightly narrow her eyes. She had just found out that Emilio had become Bryce Manny, which was beyond her expectation. And before that, Emilio hadn't informed her about this matter, so she hurried over to find Emilio and ask what he intended to do. But she didn't expect to encounter such a scene. "Grant, your words are quite off the mark. I share the same feelings with the two princes. Don't we always have this kind of relationship? You should be more careful with your words, shouldn't you? If father hears such words, he certainly won't let it go easily. After all, I'm also thinking for the sake of the Grant, right?" Her words instantly left the Grant speechless. With blazing eyes, he glared at the Zane and the Tammy, but couldn't utter a single word. In the end, he could only huff and leave, shaking his sleeves. After the Grant left, the Zane finally noticed the Tammy, a smile on his face throughout. "Roni, you've really helped me this time." The Tammy responded immediately. "It's what I should do, second brother. No need to be so formal." The Zane slightly raised an eyebrow, and then lowered his head with a soft laugh. "Roni, hearing these words makes me happy. You've been by my side for a long time, and the people you've brought back please me greatly. Rest assured, if things work out, there will definitely be rewards for you." As he spoke, the Zane gently patted the Tammy's shoulder and then walked to the side. The Tammy stared straight at the Zane. What she wanted wasn't those supposed benefits. Why should only men be able to sit on the throne? After waiting for a while, she slowly walked to the tent. The Bartolomeo had already left. Seeing the thin figure outside, Emilio immediately realized who it was and lightly coughed. Hearing the cough, the Tammy quickly entered. Seeing Emilio's bruised appearance, she couldn't help but frown. Emilio had suffered too many injuries. If it were anyone else, they would have been dead by now. But Emilio was exceptionally resilient and tough. Chapter 253 Diversion and Attack. "Emilio, what do you plan to do recently? Do you know how dangerous it is for you to become Bryce Manny? Do you realize that there are people in Isia who recognize your face? If the prince and earl might not recognize him, those generals who fought with Emilio on the battlefield would definitely know him. If Emilio really goes to court and gets recognized by those people, his fate will be doomed in Isia." Wendy knew Emilio was very smart, and she couldn't figure out why he didn't think of this point. However, Emilio turned his head and looked at Wendy. He naturally knew what worried her, so he couldn't help but sigh. He slowly stood up. "I know what worries you. They will discover my identity sooner or later. But I also have a motive to use them. Only by becoming Bryce Manny and ascending to a higher position can I investigate the so-called truth. Moreover, I can't delay any longer here. The previous deadly poison came from the northwest, which indicates that there must be someone collaborating with Isia from the northwest. This matter has already surpassed my expectations. If this continues, the Benedict might also be in danger." As Emilio said this, he lowered his eyes. Although he had a body, it was hard for him to accomplish such a big task. Therefore, he He could only use this body to fight. Wendy couldn't help but sigh when she saw Emilio like this. I know what you want to do, but you must protect yourself first. You were lucky this time, but there may not be luck next time. Wendy warned him. However, upon hearing her words, Emilio shook his head slightly. If it were before, he would have thought he was lucky. But this time he didn't think so. He fell because he wanted to probe something. Previously, he felt a group of people always followed him, seemingly protecting his safety. This made him experience some thrilling moments in Isekai without suffering serious injuries or encountering life-threatening situations. Until he decided to risk everything to prove whether his thoughts were correct. When he woke up in the tent, he didn't know that a group of people were following him. Who they were, he didn't know. But they seemed to intend to protect him, and these people might be key clues for finding the mastermind behind all this. Seeing Emilio say nothing, Wendy closed her mouth. Forget it. It's your business, I don't need to say more. I just want to tell you not to lose your own life. After all, nothing is more precious than your life. Emilio raised his eyes and glanced at Wendy, then smiled and nodded as if agreeing. However, only Wendy knew that although he agreed, he did not truly believe this in his heart. As you mentioned earlier, the Northwest may have what you seek. So do you want to discuss this matter with the Ebenezer? But you don't trust him, right? Wendy asked. Both she and Emilio were exceptionally intelligent, so she could guess what Emilio was thinking. Lowering his gaze, Emilio indeed didn't trust the Ebenezer, or rather, he trusted no one but himself. You're right, but if this matter really concerns Shidani, telling it to Marquis Shidani might win his trust. He'll think I'm giving it to him as a gift. The more leaks there are, the better I can find the connections behind it, right? Emilio spoke softly, but his words left Wendy extremely shocked. Are you planning to create a diversion? Emilio nodded. Manny's, isn't this method the best now? After hearing these words from Emilio, Wendy was stunned. She had always known Emilio was very smart, but she didn't expect him to arrange things so thoroughly. A smile appeared on the corner of Wendy's lips. She gently patted Emilio, accidentally touching his wound, making Emilio involuntarily wince slightly, and Wendy withdrew her hand. So, you had me planned from the start, our cooperation was something you already arranged, right? Upon hearing Wendy's words, Emilio was taken aback. Indeed, he had planned it, but her words made him feel a little guilty. Looking at the stiff expression on his face, Wendy sighed. Okay, it's fine. Being smart like you is a good thing for me. After saying that, Wendy turned around and sat down nearby. Then what do you plan to do now? You're here, how can you go to the Northwest? Send a message? Besides, you're Bryce Manny now. What will you do next? You should at least tell me what you're going to do. Maybe I can help. Even though I know you don't trust me, sometimes you need my help, right? Wendy felt that they were not only partners, but also kindred spirits. They had the same purpose, the same goal, and the same aspirations. Emilio nodded upon hearing these words. I do need your help. I hope you can make a mask for me, a mask that can cover my face. As long as they can't see my face, then no one would recognize me, would they? Remember the place of the Ebenezer? And Cameron? Although I can't go to the Northwest myself, Cameron can. Perhaps he can accomplish this task for me. As Emilio spoke, Wendy looked up at him, somewhat hesitantly. After much deliberation, she finally asked the question that had been on her mind all along. You said you don't trust anyone, so you trust Cameron? Aren't you afraid he might betray you? After all, in such turbulent times, anyone around you could be your enemy, a spy, or an informer, the one who stabs you with the last sword. Emilio lowered his eyes, pursing his lips slightly. After a while, he raised his eyes, filled with certainty. I can't be sure about others, but Cameron won't betray me. You can rest assured on this point. I trust him, and I only trust him. A smile tugged at the corner of Emilio's mouth, a confident and resolute smile that made Wendy admire him. At least Emilio still had someone trustworthy by his side, while she had always been alone. Chapter 254 Benedict-minded people. That's indeed great. Having a trustworthy person around would make everything easier. A tinge of melancholy laced the Tammy's tone as she lowered her head and spoke softly. What's wrong with you? Emilio naturally noticed that something was off with the Tammy. He furrowed his brows slightly. In fact, he did trust the Tammy, but being alone made him a bit wary of her. However, Emilio was also aware that the Tammy had been unpopular since childhood, overshadowed by several princes, living a hard life without anyone to confide in. It's nothing. I'm just sighing in admiration. I'm happy for you. Finally, there's some progress, and you've gained their trust. I believe in some time, you'll surely uncover the mastermind behind it all. By then, will you leave? At this point, the Tammy hung her head, not speaking any further, making the atmosphere suddenly turn heavy. The mere thought of Emilio possibly leaving anytime soon, and the two hardly seeing each other again, made the Tammy inexplicably sad. After all these years, she had finally found someone who shared her ideals. Patting the Tammy on the shoulder, Emilio smiled faintly. What are you thinking about? Don't worry so much. To accomplish my plan, it will still take considerable effort. Besides, don't you have your own goals? I believe that when the time comes, you'll also achieve yours. Looking up, the Tammy gazed at Emilio with a hopeful expression. Even when that time comes, will we still be able to keep in touch? Only after seeing Emilio nod did the Tammy feel relieved. Though she wasn't sure about her feelings toward him, they hadn't known each other for long. But the Tammy deeply felt that Emilio was a person worth trusting. Even if they had to part ways eventually, and Emilio had to leave, she hoped they could meet again someday. With this thought, she nodded gently and said, Don't worry, Emilio. Although I may not be able to help you in other aspects, in Dongxia, if you need assistance, feel free to tell me. I hope you can trust me more. Though unsaid, the Tammy clearly sensed that Emilio didn't fully trust her yet. Of course, she understood very well that in such dangerous circumstances, trusting someone meant entrusting one's life. Just one wrong step could lead to irreversible disaster. Emilio initially wanted to refuse. He didn't want to owe her any favors and knew their relationship wasn't deep enough for this kind of promise. But looking into the sincerity in the Tammy's eyes, Emilio nodded without saying anything. After discussing the strategy with the Tammy, Emilio headed to their usual spot. Soon, commotion came from not far away. Turning around, Emilio saw Cameron jogging towards him with a slightly panicked expression. Ellie, what happened? So flustered. Is someone chasing you? Cameron nodded anxiously before catching his breath. But don't worry, Ellie. I've shaken them off. However, Emilio felt something was amiss and turned back to look. Sure enough, a black shadow flashed nearby. Reaching out, Emilio pulled Cameron aside and tore off the mask. Then, he charged forward. Who dares to cause trouble in the Amir's residence? The man shouted loudly. Frowning, Emilio trusted Cameron's abilities, but now that Cameron was being followed, it was clear someone had planned this deliberately. The only person Emilio could think of behind this was the Grant. Earlier, Cameron had said he had gained the Grant's trust, but judging by the situation now, the Grant never truly trusted Cameron and had secretly dispatched people to follow him. The immediate task was to get rid of the person tailing Cameron. If his identity were exposed now, his entire plan would crumble. Who are you? Surrender now. Do you know where you are? This is the Grant's residence. If you dare cause trouble here, I'll end your life. After speaking, Yale yelled at Cameron nearby. Cameron, let me tell you, the Grant has long suspected you. Did you really think you were doing a good job hiding? By intentionally getting close to the Grant, you intended to collude with outsiders. Today, following the Grant's orders, I secretly followed you. Finally, after many days, I've caught you. Today, I'll take you to account. Let's see who you've been conspiring with. Upon hearing Yale's words, Emilio smirked, a hint of ferocity flashing across his eyes. Don't delude yourself into thinking you'll leave here alive today. Since you've seen what you shouldn't have, don't blame me for being merciless. As his voice faded, Emilio pushed off with his foot and darted forward like the wind. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Yale, causing cold sweat to break out on his forehead. The man hadn't expected that the person colluding with Cameron would have such skills. He had thought it was just a minor lackey. Now he regretted not bringing more help. Daydreaming at this moment isn't a good habit. Emilio spoke as he swept his palm forward. Instantly, Yale was sent flying several meters away. Clutching his chest, Yale couldn't hold back a mouthful of blood, collapsing to one knee. Looking up, disbelief filled his eyes. He never imagined there would be someone with such superb skills here. To ask, his own skills were among the best, yet he wasn't even a match for half a step from this person. Who are you? Do you know the consequences if you kill me? The Grant is fully aware of everything today. If I die today, he will surely not let you off. But to Emilio, these so-called threats were laughable. Gripping Yale by the collar, Emilio's tone turned icy. Do you really think these words can scare me? If I let you go today, then I must be insane. Don't you think I know? If I let you go, you would immediately run to the so-called Grant to expose who I am. Before Yale could respond, Emilio's hands moved swiftly, and in an instant, Yale's life ended. Cameron ran over when he noticed the silence, his face full of panic. Ellie, I didn't know anyone was following me. If I had known, I wouldn't have come today, causing you to deal with all these trivial matters for me. Shaking his head, Emilio wasn't bothered by this. From the beginning, Emilio hadn't expected Cameron to gain the trust of the Grant. Even though Dongxiao was small, everyone here was deeply scheming. Gaining their trust was practically impossible. Chapter 255. As difficult as climbing heaven, even Emilio had not yet won the full trust of the Zane, let alone Cameron. No worries. It's only a matter of weakness. However, it seems this elder house member isn't an ordinary person and may already have some wariness towards you. Fortunately, you no longer need to hide. Upon hearing Emilio's words, Cameron became somewhat puzzled. You previously said I should gain the Grant's trust. Why is it suddenly not necessary? Could it be because my identity has been exposed? Young Ellie, I can still be useful. Please don't ask me to leave. Patted Cameron on the shoulder. Emilio shook his head. Not at all. I do not intend to send you away. I know and trust you. Rest assured on this point. I just need you to do something more important. You need to help me meet Lord Chuck. Lord Chuck? Why do we suddenly need to see Lord Chuck? Rina Zheyoung introduced me to a divine doctor who mentioned that one herb in my poison comes from the northwest extremities, leading me to suspect that the Zane might have connections with the northwest. If this information reaches Lord Chuck, it could provide him with valuable intelligence and possibly be useful later. He can also help us find the antidote. Relying solely on the divine doctor would take quite some time, but with Lord Chuck's assistance, obtaining the antidote could be a matter of minutes. Previously, Lord Chuck wanted to ally with Emilio, but he refused. Now, if they could collaborate, it might not be a bad idea. Cameron was no fool. Given what Emilio had said, how could he not understand? He nodded immediately. Rest assured, I will set out immediately to reach Lord Chuck's residence and convey this message. Good, then I'm relieved. After briefly discussing matters with Cameron, Emilio returned to the Zane's residence. Though he had been appointed as an imperial guard, Carlos still did not fully relax his vigilance over him and had not provided him with proper accommodations. Therefore, he could only stay at the Zane's mansion. Hardly had Emilio returned to his quarters when there was a sudden knock on the door. Who's there? Oh, Bryce Manny, it's me. How could you forget me? Hearing the voice, Emilio knew the Zane had come calling again. The door swung open, and the Zane greeted with a friendly smile. If not for knowing the malicious soul beneath this outward charm, anyone might have been deceived. Bowing slightly, Emilio asked, why does the Zane visit so late at night? Well, nothing much. I just came by to check on you after your promotion and to discuss some matters. You wouldn't mind, right? I wouldn't want to disturb you. Of course not. Anytime the Zane wishes to visit, I will always be ready to receive you. There would be no disturbance at all. That's better. I worry that after your rapid promotion, you might overlook me, given that no one has ever advanced as swiftly as you. Suddenly rising from a mere guard to an imperial guard, you mustn't forget your original intentions. Your initial goal and the person you were supposed to serve must be clear in your mind, agree? With these words, the Zane sat down without any hospitality, displaying no guest-like demeanor. Emilio understood well that his promotion alarmed the Zane. fearing that he might become arrogant and forget his initial allegiance. Curling his lips, Emilio closed the door and walked slowly toward the Zane, bowing his head as he spoke. Zane, rest assured, no matter what happens, my heart remains steadfast, and it belongs to you. I will not heed anyone else. You can be assured of this. Hearing this, the Zane threw back his head in laughter, standing up abruptly. Slapping his hand down, he drained a cup of tea in one go. Wonderful, wonderful. You're indeed a promising talent, not swayed by temporary gains. That's the way it should be. Rest assured, as long as you follow me, I will guarantee you endless wealth and honor. When I achieve my goals, I will fulfill all your wishes, provided you behave well and have no ulterior motives. Just as he finished speaking, the Zane pulled a wooden box from his pocket and handed it to Aiden. Don't worry, today I just came to chat with you. In the future, I might arrange proper accommodation for you, making it difficult for us to meet then. Of course, I won't forget that you were poisoned. I will give you this medicine on time. Let me give you one in advance just in case. Thank you, Zane. I will do my utmost to serve you. Very well, there's no need for such formalities between us. Consider us brothers. I have long regarded you as one. After saying this, the Zane patted Emilio's shoulder as if something occurred to him. By the way, I heard that the Benedict seems to be sending some people over soon. Your previous achievements made their Earl very wary of you. I know your current predicament was caused by de Benedict's Earl. Even so, if those people from de Benedict recognize your identity, it could be troublesome. Have you thought of any countermeasures? Emilio nodded and replied. Rest assured about that. I'll wear a mask then. I believe they won't recognize me, especially since it has been so long. Back then, I often fought on the battlefield, and few civil officials ever saw me. Hearing Emilio's words, the Zane nodded. He hadn't planned to help Emilio anyway, but had only come to ask a couple of questions. But now he felt fortunate to possess the pill that kept the famous young Bryce Manny under his control. He believed that with this pill, Bryce Manny would never escape his grasp. The so-called Bryce Manny before him had probably already tasted the agony of the pill and wouldn't dare to cause any trouble. With his assistance, securing the throne would only be a matter of time. Now that the grant had fallen, and he had a reliable helper, he believed that all this would soon be within his grasp. Alright, if that's settled, I won't worry anymore. Initially, I was concerned that if discovered, it might cause some trouble. But rest assured, I will protect you if necessary and won't let you face it alone. Chapter 256, No Place for a Corpse. After all, I have said, you and I are brothers. How can brothers possibly talk about matters that only outsiders would discuss, right? Emilio could only sneer at what the Zane had said. The so-called brotherly bond was nothing more than a pleasant-sounding facade. If he had truly believed his nonsense, he would probably be dead already, with no place for his corpse. If it wasn't for uncovering the traitorous spy within the Great Benedict, Emilio wouldn't bother wasting time with this fool in front of him. He was called deep-minded by some, and just plain paranoid and suspicious by others. He simply lacked real ability. Although Dongxia seemed to hide dragons and tigers, under deeper scrutiny, it posed little threat to the Great Benedict. What concerned Emilio even more now were the legendary insurgents. Previously, Dongxia's Stephanie was one of the insurgents, which was enough to show that the insurgents were pervasive, having infiltrated Dongxia and controlled Carlo's fate. To eradicate the insurgents would not be an easy task. How is young Bryce Manny? What are you thinking about? You didn't even hear my words. Do you disagree with what I just said? Speak up if you have objections. While Aiden was contemplating, he heard the unease and displeasure in the Zane's tone. Immediately, he bowed and clasped his fists together. Just now, your servant was distracted. Dempsey, I understand everything you've meant. I know you're doing all this for me, but my humble status cannot match the status of a prince. I beg you reconsider. Oh, relax, I was just speaking idly. Why such a strong reaction? Am I some kind of ferocious beast? Fine, since you're not in good spirits today, I won't talk much. You know what to do. I'll leave you alone. Young Bryce Manny, rest well? Finally managing to send away the plague-like Zane, Emilio could finally rest. He sighed deeply, drinking his tea in silence. The situation was gradually revealing some clues. Discovering the truth was just a matter of time. However, it would still be complex and difficult to investigate. But the Great Benedict envoy was an even bigger issue now. Despite having a mask on, Emilio couldn't be certain those people wouldn't recognize him. He hoped there would be no mishaps, as he couldn't ensure these people would really protect him should something go wrong. The next day, Emilio put on a pre-prepared mask. In court, he stood tall beside the throne, wearing a gold-edged mask, making him appear awe-inspiring and imposing. This caught many people's attention. Almost everyone was curious about who this suddenly appeared young man was. Despite being scrutinized by so many people, Emilio did not panic in the slightest. Instead, he remained calm, exuding an intimidating aura. What is it, my lords? In court, the gray-haired man sitting high above spoke, smiling. Upon hearing the Bartolomeo's words, almost everyone lowered their heads, afraid to meet his gaze. If so, let's set aside our grievances for now. Allow me to introduce this newcomer, as I see you are quite curious. With that, Yale laughed heartily. Do you recognize this gentleman? Hearing this, everyone dared to look up at Emilio. No matter how they looked, this person was unfamiliar. But from his demeanor, he was clearly no ordinary person. It seems none of you know who this person is. That's fine. This gentleman saved my life during the spring feast hunt. He is a talented individual and has earned great merit. So today, I will appoint him as a Grand Bryce. I believe he can handle this position well, don't you think? As he spoke, Yale turned his head to look at Emilio. Emilio, who thought becoming a personal guard was fast promotion, never expected the Bartolomeo to elevate him to general. A small guard becoming a country's general overnight. It was like something out of a storybook. What perplexed Emilio more was how the Bartolomeo, known for his suspicions, could change his mind so quickly. And with those words, the ministers below began whispering amongst themselves, incredulous. None of them had expected an unknown young man to be appointed as general. Even they had never seen this young man before, and at such a young age, he would hardly be qualified to assume the position of Bryce, let alone having no military achievements. This news would likely seem unreasonable. As the discussion among the crowd continued, Harris with a hunched back came forward and said solemnly, "Your Majesty, are you truly going to appoint this young man as a Bryce? Not to speak out bluntly, but this might not be appropriate. We have never seen this young man, nor has he achieved any military honors. Our great country of Dongxia is full of talented people. How can we allow someone so young to take on the role of Bryce? If word gets out, won't others mock us, saying that we have no one left to appoint and end up giving such a critical position to an inexperienced youth?" Following this old minister's advice, there was even more chatter below. However, it seemed like the Bartolomeo had anticipated this scene, raising his hand and silencing the court instantly. "I understand all of your concerns, my loyal ministers. Don't worry, I am not senile. Though I may be getting older, my mind still works well. It's impossible for me to appoint someone with no skills to be a general. Just a few days ago, there were 6 fierce beasts. If it weren't for this young man here, I wouldn't be sitting here today speaking with all of you. Just this fact alone is enough to prove his agility and abilities. I believe that based on these 2 points, none of you could match him. Besides, I have personally witnessed his martial arts skills. How could my old eyes possibly misjudge something so clear? I dare say that although this young man is youthful, his abilities are substantial." Seeing the pale faces of those below, the Bartolomeo knew mere words wouldn't convince them. Turning his head, the Bartolomeo spoke to Emilio. "Come then, since that's the case, why don't you show everyone your skills and let them see that our Dongxia is full of talents, not inferior to any neighboring countries." Nodding, Emilio slowly approached a middle-aged man in armor. Emilio had met this man before, but not in the court, rather on the battlefield. That was Emilio's first encounter with this middle-aged man. Although he had nothing remarkable about him, he was honest and had excellent martial arts skills. Not only that, but he was also considered very powerful within Dongxia. Today, all Emilio needed to do was defeat him to win the favor of everyone present and prove his own abilities. Chapter 257, Boundless Prospects. The man in front of Emilio was also eager to try. He had wanted to see just what skills this youth possessed that earned him endless praise from the current earl. Not to mention, he had heard several days ago that this young man single-handedly fought against 6 fierce beasts. If this rumor were true, then it would indeed be an unprecedented existence, both past and future. Now, even Carlos speaks so highly of him. It seems the rumors are not exaggerated. But no matter what, he has a keen interest in comparing skills with this youth. "Tad, are you sure you want to challenge him? Do you know who he is? He's no ordinary person. Let me tell you, it's better to change your mind now rather than end up unable to crawl away and lose face." An elderly man with white hair sneered, his tone full of disdain, thinking this young man truly did not know his place. However, upon hearing this, the protagonist showed no signs of agitation. Instead, he curved the corner of his mouth slightly and slowly walked to the elder. He spoke calmly. "Why should I not? Since you say I am young, then being presumptuous one should not be such a big deal, right? I believe Bryce Jerry won't hold it against me. Today, let us have a friendly match, and please go easy on me, Bryce." Having said that, the protagonist looked at Yale beside him without caring about the unfriendly look on his face. The protagonist knew something about this Chavez who spoke sarcastically. This person was definitely part of the Amir's camp, so naturally, he wouldn't speak well of someone currently aligned with the Zane. Just now, he only spoke like that to tarnish the Zane's reputation. After all, if this person from the Zane's camp truly became a general, it would be a huge asset for the Zane, especially when the Amir already has few advantages left. All right. I suggest you don't quarrel with the young man. Even if I spar with him today, it would not be a fair victory. But let it be. I believe what Carlos said. This youth must have some skills. If I really engaged in a duel with you, it would seem petty of me. The man patted the protagonist on the shoulder. Although he really wanted to have an exhilarating duel with this legendary youth, there might be no one in Dongxia qualified to fight him now. For so many years, apart from Manny Xiaojing of Daming, no one had been worthy of engaging him. Unfortunately, Manny Xiaojing was too brilliant, drawing the ire of the throne, which led to his assassination. Everyone was well aware of these matters. When he learned of the news, he felt immense regret, knowing there would be no one else to engage in a battle with him. Now there was an opportunity, but Yale understood that fighting this kid in the imperial court would make him appear lacking in magnanimity. Besides, he knew well that this boy was associated with the Zane, while he himself remained neutral. A real battle today would offend the Zane. Despite feeling itchy fingers, Yale reluctantly waved his hand. "Forget it. Perhaps we can have a go at it some other time. Don't tell me Bryce Max is afraid. Have you lost the courage to fight a young man? Or is it that Bryce Max hasn't seen the battlefield in years, and all the fighting spirit has worn off?" The elderly man on the other side said, still speaking sarcastically, as if accusing the so-called Bryce Max of neglecting the battlefield to mingle in court affairs. Upon hearing this, Preston frowned and snorted. "Amadeo, I call you Amadeo out of respect because you're older and more experienced. But it's unreasonable to say this. Now, neighboring countries submit to us in Dongxia. Border residents live in peace and prosperity. What need do we have for me to guard the borders? Besides, I'm old and injured from my younger days, as you well know. If not for my physical limitations, do you think I wouldn't want to protect our borders for the rest of my life? I see that you, despite your age, are strong and fit, quite capable of keeping up with the youngsters. I'm not one for twists and turns. I'll speak plainly. I hope Amadeo doesn't take offense at this martial man's words." This speech made Amadeo snap. "So, Preston, you dare to argue sophistry with me?" Amadeo's face turned red and his neck swelled as if he was about to say something more. However, at this moment, a loud noise suddenly echoed, instantly rendering the imperial court deathly silent. On the high dais, Carlo's face was ashen. After a long while, he closed his eyes to calm his anger before slowly speaking. "You two, do you know where you are? Is this a place for you to shout loudly at will? Your private grievances can be settled elsewhere. This is not a place for your arguments. Amadeo, I know you are old and somewhat senile. There are things that should be said and others that should not. I believe you are well aware of this. Bryce Preston has devoted his entire life to Dongxia. All these efforts, I have witnessed with my own eyes. Now, due to severe injuries and a recurrence of old wounds, he had no choice but to return to the capital. The fact that Dongxia has subdued neighboring small countries is in no small part thanks to Bryce Preston. How can you speak like that? The Earl's tone was calm, but his words cast a heavy shadow over Amadeo. Amadeo was instantly drenched in cold sweat. With a thud, he knelt on the ground, trembling and dared not raise his head. Your Majesty, it was this minister who spoke without thinking and forgot we were in court. This minister is senile, please punish me. This scene made the protagonist somewhat speechless. Just moments ago, Amadeo was unyielding, but now he was deliberately saying nothing at all. Well, I know you are old, and sometimes confusion is normal. What you said today, I will not blame you. However, you also know that your health is deteriorating day by day. Considering your service to the country, it's time for you to resign and return home at this age. With that, Carlo's expression turned cold, and he glanced at Benedict Gonggong beside him. Benedict Gonggong immediately understood and quickly walked to Amadeo, helping him stand up. At your age, you shouldn't be so troublesome. If people hear about this, they might think poorly of me, wouldn't they? Chapter 258 Resignation and Return to Hometown. Don't worry. After you leave, I will arrange everything. You won't have to be concerned anymore. Just enjoy your retirement at home. Everyone knew very well that although Carlo seemed to say this casually, he had probably already made this decision long ago. This old Elisu was never a docile person, and the things he did behind the scenes were likely known by everyone in high positions. However, compared to old Elisu's resignation and return to his hometown, there was another matter that caused more panic among the crowd. The Earl could not possibly be unaware that old Elisu belonged to Emir Dadian's camp. The Earl valued the imperial throne under him more than anyone else. Xavierly, he must have already thoroughly investigated the people in both camps. Now, letting such an influential figure in Emir Dadian's camp resign and return to his hometown clearly indicated that Emir Dadian had fallen out of favor. This threw those in the court who supported Emir Dadian into disarray. If Emir Dadian were truly expelled from the contest for the imperial throne, then the only remaining winner would be Emir Erlong, whose ruthlessness was well known to everyone. They had all offended Emir Erlong before. If he ascended to the throne, none of them would escape retribution. Suddenly, everyone began to contemplate what they should do. They hadn't expected the situation to unfold this way. Emir Dadian's face turned grim. He understood that the reason he became Emir and received favor was solely due to his late mother. Now that she was dead, he no longer held any value. The Earl wanted to kick him out. This was absolutely unacceptable. They would never allow such a situation to occur. This imperial throne must belong to him, not Emir Erlong. Clenching his fists tightly, Emir Dadian raised his head, his eyes fixed on Carlo seated on the throne, as if the fire in his heart sought to tear someone apart. However, he hadn't expected the person on the throne to suddenly turn his head. Their gazes met, and Emir Dadian immediately lowered his head, sweating profusely, his legs trembling inside his robe. Why do I see that His Highness Emir Dadian seems unhappy with this matter? Is it because of that look? Is there something you want to say? Remember, today we are just chatting. If you have something to say, I will not blame you. I know old Elisu once treated you as a benefactor. Your dissatisfaction is understandable. But you must understand that I am also considering old Elisu. He is elderly, and it wouldn't be appropriate for him to continue serving. If you miss him, you can always visit him later. At this moment, everyone looked at Emir Dadian. His face showed signs of anxiety, and he immediately saluted. Father Bartolomeo, I did not mean anything by it. Old Elisu is old, and your Majesty is indeed thinking for him. I would never dare to object. Is that so? Are you really saying you don't dare to object? Hearing these words, Emir Dadian suddenly raised his head. Of course, I absolutely dare not have any objections and have none. The relationship between old Elisu and Emir Dadian has been quite close, hasn't it? Often playing chess and drinking together. Emir Dadian lifted his head but quickly lowered it again. For some reason, he felt uneasy. He knew his father well. He was naturally suspicious. After all, someone who could stand out among several princes couldn't be an easygoing person. Sure enough, the next second Emir Dadian heard Carlo say, let's put an end to this matter today. As for my proposal regarding you and Bryce Preston, I am very interested. Do I have the honor? Upon hearing this, the two could not refuse. They saluted. The protagonist walked gracefully to Bryce Eduardo. My apologies, Bryce Max. I've heard much about you. It is my honor to challenge you today. Is that so? I don't have any fame. That's just exaggerated by outsiders. I'm just a common warrior. But now that Randy has praised you so highly, I've become curious. Since Randy has spoken, I'm very willing to accept. However, I will not show any mercy. Immediately, the group arrived at the martial arts arena. On the vast platform, the protagonist faced off against Bryce Eduardo, their eyes filled with an intimidating aura. Eduardo observed the protagonist curiously. The youth looked quite young, and logically speaking, he should be nervous. However, this youth was completely at ease, even giving off a menacing presence that made others feel uneasy. From this alone, Preston knew that the young man in front of him was by no means an ordinary person. He could no longer underestimate him. His intuition told him that he couldn't relax for a moment during this so-called duel. In the next second, a gust of wind swept past Eduardo, immediately making Preston's body hair stand on end as he instinctively gripped his sandpot-sized fist with a tense expression. Bryce Preston, do you look down on me? Or do you think you can easily defeat me without putting in any effort, so you are being so negligent? Eduardo frowned, and then slightly raised the corner of his eye. Of course not, young man, you're overthinking it. I'm Eduardo who doesn't hold back. Just now, I was daydreaming, allowing you to gain a slight advantage. Next, you will have to withstand my decades of skill. As soon as he finished speaking, Eduardo grabbed the protagonist's arm and flung him out, almost throwing him off the platform. Their speed was so fast that the crowd could barely see their moves, which made them even more astonished. They knew about Eduardo's skills, which were comparable to others in both winter and summer. And yet, this young man, despite his youth, could match Preston in a battle and even fight against Eduardo for such a long time without being at a disadvantage. Any person with eyes could see that this young man was no ordinary person. For a moment, the thoughts of deserting Amir Dadian's camp became even more intense among the crowd. Now that old Elisu had fallen from power in the Amir Dadian's camp, the Stephanie who once enjoyed Carlo's favor also met her fate due to her own misdeeds. The Earl's words just now clearly indicated that Amir Dadian had been kicked out of the race for the throne, while Amir Erlong was ruthless. If they didn't switch sides now, after Amir Erlong secured the throne, they would all be in serious trouble. Not to mention that Amir Erlong's camp now had such a capable person. Chapter 259, A Tiger Without Fangs. He believed that in time he would surely gain Carlo's trust and favor. Moreover, this young man had been promoted from a mere guard to general in just a few days, earning such high regard from Carlo. His future prospects were boundless. Though not visibly apparent, everyone present was busy calculating the outcome of this battle. The final victor seemed predetermined. Glancing at the scene on the platform not far away, Zane squinted his eyes, casting a venomous look that sent chills down Archer's spine from a distance. At this moment, Archer felt a mixture of panic and anxiety. Ever since his mother fell from power, he had desperately wanted to seize the throne. He had even tried to spread some drugs during the last hunting event, but it didn't work. He knew all too well that with Carlo's capabilities, finding out who was behind it would be a breeze. If Carlo discovered it was him, he would lose his position as Archer and might even lose his head. So after that incident, he approached the force behind his mother, wanting to become their sharp blade. Even if it meant living under constant threats, like being a puppet, it would still be better than facing humiliation. He did not want to be trampled by the Zane forever without a chance to rise again. That person had promised to help him, yet now he felt doubtful. If not for this incident, why would Carlo have kicked him out of the duel? Knowing that among all the princes vying for the throne, he and the Zane were the most formidable contenders, kicking him out meant the final victor was already decided. But he was not willing to give up after working so hard for so long. Why should he be ousted at the last minute? Maybe Carlo was only warning him. There must still be room for maneuver. Perhaps Carlo hasn't found out that he was the mastermind behind everything. Archer thought hopefully. But at that moment, he felt an icy chill run down his back. Turning around, he saw contempt and disdain in the Zane's eyes, making him feel like he was being trampled beneath someone's feet, utterly humiliated. Clenching his teeth, fury blazed in Archer's eyes, but in the Zane's eyes, it looked laughable, like a tiger without fangs, completely harmless. With a slow step forward, the Zane swaggered, looking quite pleased with himself. What's wrong, Archer? Not feeling well? Your face is sweating. Look at you. As he spoke, the Zane brushed Archer's shoulder lightly, leaning in closer and saying, Brother, what's wrong? If you're really not feeling well, you can go rest anytime. Rest as long as you want. After all, there will be no need to worry about anything anymore. All matters can be left to me, right? Both our hearts are clear as mirrors, no need to say more. Get lost. The words squeezed out between gritted teeth. Archer's face flushed with rage, his eyes bloodshot. However, the Zane showed no anger but rather smiled. Don't be angry, brother. Anger harms your health. What good is having no throne and a ruined body? Haven't you realized you've brought this upon yourself? You lack my abilities, and you'll never match me. You shouldn't have stood against me in the first place. Then perhaps I could have shown mercy. The meaning of Father Bartolomeo's actions should be clear to you. You know exactly what you've done. Do you think walls can keep secrets? You chose this path and must face the consequences. Just admit you made a poor move. Almost coming to a sudden realization, Archer's eyes glazed over. After a while, he spat through clenched teeth. So it was you. It was you playing tricks behind my back. You did this on purpose. Me? What do you mean, brother? I don't understand a word. Don't accuse me wrongly. I did nothing. Be careful with such accusations. The words had barely left the Zane's mouth when the outcome on the stage became clear. Good, truly surpassing the teacher. The youth today is indeed more capable. Perhaps we should concede our age. How does it feel, Bryce Preston? The Earl clapped, his eyes filled with admiration, clearly satisfied with the protagonist's performance. Bowing and clasping his fists, Preston joined in the praise. Indeed, your Majesty is right. We should admit that we are getting old. Today's young people are indeed formidable. I believe our Dongsha kingdom has abundant talents, and with such youthful talents, we will surely achieve great things in the future. Nodding, Carlo looked at the protagonist with evident admiration and then patted his shoulder. You have not disappointed me at all. Even Bryce Preston speaks highly of you like this. It seems my judgment is quite accurate. Your Majesty flatters me. I merely won because I am still healthy. If I were to compete against Bryce Eduardo in his prime, I would hardly last 3 moves. There are many areas where I need to learn from Bryce Eduardo. I only hope to receive his guidance. Hearing this, Preston hurriedly shook his head. No. Bryce Manny is too modest. With your strength, even I at my peak might not be able to defeat you. Do you take me for someone who can't accept defeat? Win or lose, I can face it squarely. Manny's, Bryce Preston has always been straightforward. Speaking like this might upset him, but you are indeed very humble, and I appreciate such modesty. Indeed. Today you have brought honor to me. Whatever reward you desire, I will grant it to you. What do you say? However, the protagonist wore a troubled expression. The Earl waved his hand generously. Well, I won't force you. If you can't think of anything now, I'll keep it for you. Just let me know whenever you have any requests, and I will fulfill them. The protagonist immediately clasped his fists in gratitude. Thank you, your Majesty. But after this morning, some rejoiced while others grieved. At the residence of Archer, an oppressive atmosphere hung over the entire household. The sound of shattering porcelain echoed as Yale's face twisted with fury. He kicked over the table and growled. What right does he have to speak to me like that? Just because I have no powerful backing now, he dares to humiliate me like this. Chapter 260, Seeking Another Path. I will repay him 100-fold for this day. I will never let him look down on me like this again. I want them all to bow and call me master. The Amir growled softly as he glared at the letter on the table. What should we do now, Dempsey? With what Randy has done, almost everyone knows his meaning. I see those officials already showing signs of action. If this continues, we won't have any time left. A man in guard's attire spoke anxiously, but before he could react, the next second, the Amir kicked him to the ground. Clutching his chest, though Yale felt Bufuchi, indignant. He had no choice but to quickly rise, kneel on the ground, and not dare to breathe heavily. Useless. If you were half as capable as Emilio and could gain the favor of Father Bartolomeo, I would consider having gained a strong ally. Now, you are even lecturing me? Forgive me, Dempsey. This servant was only momentarily confused and spoke out of turn. This servant will slap himself? As he said, the sound of slaps filled the silent room. Irritated by the noise, the Amir raised his hand, signaling Yale to stop. Now everyone in the court is waiting for my downfall. They understand Father Bartolomeo's intentions. I'm sure it's the Zane who has been sabotaging me, reducing me to this state. They're just a bunch of scum. Gordon once advised me to ally with these fence-sitters, but what good have they been now? Gordon talks big about resigning, but it's just a dismissal from office. At this rate, how can I achieve my grand ambitions? Fists clenched, the Amir's face turned grim. Since they have been so unrighteous, don't blame me for being unrighteous. I'll make them all regret their decisions today. Anyway, they are useless to me. I might as well seek another path. What does Dempsey mean? The man boldly looked up to ask, but seeing the dark gaze of the Amir, he immediately lowered his head again. At present, there is only one path before me, all forced upon me by them. You go tell him that I am willing to cooperate with him. As long as I can get what I want, I am willing to pay any price. With a creak, the door closed. The Amir lowered his head, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. No need for him to say anything. I'm already here. What did you want to say? You agree to cooperate with us? A deep voice slowly echoed, sending chills down one's spine. The Amir involuntarily shivered, then turned his head and saw a corner of black clothing. Instantly, his pupils constricted. He knew this black-clothed person must have heard everything. But the most frightening thing was that he hadn't sensed anything at all. It seemed this black-clothed person truly had significant background. Otherwise, how could he have silently entered the heavily guarded Emir's residence? When his mother was still alive, he knew there was a powerful force behind her, a force potent enough to cause unrest throughout Dongxia. After all, it could make even Carlo unable to control it, proving its power. Back then, he wanted to use this power, but his mother refused. Since there is no longer any obstacle, and since they have acted unrighteously first, he couldn't be blamed. Now, he had no way out. He could only choose this dark path. Only this formidable power could help him turn things around. No matter what, as long as he could reach his goal, anything was possible. The Amir thought, whatever the cost, he absolutely could not lose. He must win, and he could only win. Raising his head, he mustered his courage to meet the dark, inscrutable gaze of Yale before him. I know you also want to cooperate with me. Now that you understand my situation, I have no choice. I trust you, but can you guarantee helping me obtain the throne? As long as you can make me become Carlo of Dongxia, I am willing to do anything. I can be your sharp blade or your puppet, just like the current Earl. I only want that position. The Amir said, nearly deranged, which made Yale before him laugh uncontrollably. That grating laughter made the Amir freeze. What do you mean? I am sincerely seeking cooperation with you. Why are you acting this way? Do you not want to cooperate with me? You must know that cooperating with me is your best option now. The Zane is a ruthless person. Cooperating with him is like trying to share food with a tiger. And he is now favored by the current Earl. Do you think he would cooperate with you at this moment? And as far as I know, the current Bartolomeo should have already escaped your control, which is why you are urgently looking for the next person to collaborate with. Campbell wouldn't be that foolish. He now has the Bartolomeo's favor. Why would he want to work with you? Therefore, the best choice for you is me. This way, we can mutually benefit from each other, and neither of us will lose anything. Isn't this perfect? As Emir spoke, a hint of longing appeared on his face. His best option now was to cooperate with these people, even though he did not know who they were or whether he could resist them. But what did it matter? As long as he could secure the throne, everything else could be negotiated. Even if he had to give away all of Dongxia, as long as he remained its Earl, it would be worth it. The man before him raised his hand and began to clap slowly, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. Well said. I understand that Amir is sincere about cooperating with us. Since this is a win-win situation, I also hope that Amir can be a man of his word, unlike your father. Otherwise, you know the saying, water can carry a boat, but can also capsize it. We won't show any mercy when the time comes. Regarding what you just said, we will consider it. Now that your father has slipped out of our control, there are still people loyal to us in Dongxia. If you cooperate with us, the throne will be within your grasp. I can personally place you on the throne. With that, Yale raised an eyebrow and approached Emir. He patted Emir on the shoulder, but the intimidating aura around him made Emir lower his head, unable to meet Yale's gaze. But remember, you must be obedient and know your place. I believe you are a smart man and understand what needs to be done. Chapter 261, At Your Mercy. At that time, you will only have such a position. If you want power, not even a bit of it will be yours. You should understand this principle, so there's no need for me to say more. I know. Since I've decided to cooperate with you all, I've already thought through everything prior. There is absolutely no way I will let my second younger brother take this position. Absolutely not. He is not as competent as I am. Born to be Carlo of Dongxia, how could I possibly give up this position to him? The man laughed loudly, but his smile carried a hint of mockery. Is that so? Since that's the case, once I return and report this to our lord, we will undoubtedly do our best to help you obtain the throne. As for your second younger brother, won't he be at your mercy then? Upon hearing this, the Brenton couldn't help but raise his head, his eyes full of longing and yearning. He wanted this position. No longer an ordinary person. If he could gain the help of these people now, obtaining it would be within easy reach. But, the man suddenly said, causing the Brenton to become anxious. Hastily, he followed up. But what? Speak your mind. If it's something I can do, I'll certainly do it. However, before doing anything, you must inform us of your plan. Benedict, last time when you went to assassinate the current Earl of Dongxia, but got the wrong person, you injured someone very important to our lord. If something were to happen to him, I cannot imagine what your fate would be. You should know our lord isn't someone with a good temper. That young master is highly valued by our lord, more valuable than your life. After all, you can be replaced, but he cannot. The man spoke clearly, and the Brenton knew who was injured in the failed assassination attempt. Wasn't it Emilio on the Grand Hall today? He didn't understand why this seemingly ordinary person could attract the attention of such a powerful force. But his intuition told him that Emilio was no ordinary person. He might be far more influential than he imagined. And someone like this was not someone he could afford to provoke. If he couldn't challenge him, wouldn't it be better to avoid him? How can you not understand this? Or do you want me to make it clear to you? Hearing the impatience in Yale's voice, the Brenton gritted his teeth. Few people dared speak to him this way from childhood. Man it now, he had to bow down humbly. With no choice, he quickly nodded, forcing a smile uglier than crying onto his face. Of course not. Since you've mentioned this, rest assured. I will never provoke him again and treat him respectfully. I promise nothing like that will happen again. Seemingly satisfied with the Brenton's response, Yale nodded and patted his shoulder. Now that's the right attitude. Since everything has been said, I'll leave now. Although I can come and go freely in your palace, staying too long might attract unwanted attention, which wouldn't be good for you, right? The Brenton nodded, bowed respectfully, and when he raised his head, Yale was already gone. This made the Brenton even more curious about Yale's identity. Someone of this caliber shouldn't exist in a small place like Dongxia. Recalling Yale's arrogant tone and the condescending look he received earlier, the Brenton clenched his fists in frustration. Why should Yale look down on him while he had to look up at him? The man was just some mysterious figure after all. With a slight curl of his lips, the Brenton thought inwardly that he was merely following along for now. Once he had the power, he would never allow himself to live under their thumb, living according to their wishes forever. However, he knew that provoking Emilio was out of the question for now. Not only should he avoid provoking him, but he must show respect whenever they met. After all, this man was significant enough for the other man to specially warn him. Proving his importance, improving relations with him might help gain trust later on. The next day, Emilio was busy moving things into his new residence. As a so-called general, the estate naturally wasn't shabby. Seeing the proper-looking mansion, Emilio couldn't help but feel a tinge of nostalgia. The last time he had such a mansion was during the Great Ming Dynasty. Back then, he focused on fighting enemies, never expecting Carlo to fear his rising influence and try to eliminate him. Sir, where should these items be placed? A young man dressed as a servant lowered his head and asked respectfully. Oh, just put these in the guest room over there. Place the rest in the master bedroom. I'll take care of the back part myself. Emilio finished speaking, but at this moment, another servant came running over with a look of panic. Bryce, the Emir is here to visit. Emilio furrowed his brows and was puzzled. He should not have had much interaction with this Emir. Though he agreed last time to serve under him, after what happened recently, their relationship had already broken down. There was no need for him to come over now, unless it was to start trouble. But given his current status as a favorite before Carlo, it was unlikely that the Emir would confront him directly, especially considering the difficult situation the Emir was in. Unless the Emir was a fool, he wouldn't do such a thing. Emilio thought this to himself, but kept a calm expression on his face. Soon, Emilio nodded. You go ahead and invite the Emir in. After all, he is a distinguished guest. How can we let him catch a chill outside? If anything were to happen, neither you nor I could bear the responsibility. Don't worry, Bryce. My body is quite healthy. A little cold won't hurt me. Following the voice, Emilio looked up to see the Emir wearing a yellow robe, looking every bit the regal figure. However, Emilio's intuition told him that this visit from the Emir was not for any good reason. Although this Emir wasn't as ruthless and calculating as the Zane, he was still someone not to be trifled with. I just thought that since so long had passed without anyone coming out, I'd come in by myself. I trust Bryce would not turn me away. The Emir glanced around and then said, Of course not. What are you saying, Dempsey? Your presence here truly adds luster to my humble abode. You are always welcome here. There's no need for formal announcements. Chapter 262. A lack of patience spoils great plans. The Emir burst into laughter and stepped forward, then patted Aiden on the shoulder. You don't need to be so formal. I admit I was a bit abrupt today, showing up unannounced. The main reason for my visit is to catch up with Bryce, since we've met before. I'm quite idle today. I wonder if you would like to join me in tasting some fine wine I just received. Although Emilio didn't know what was going on, it would be impolite to refuse. So he simply nodded. Seeing Emilio nod, the Emir waved his hand, and dozens of servants suddenly appeared, each carrying redwood boxes. Don't worry. These are delicacies collected from all over, all made by famous chefs. They will certainly satisfy you. It's hard to enjoy wine without some snacks. Today being your housewarming, I naturally came to congratulate you. I believe you won't drive me away. With such words from the Emir, Emilio found it even harder to refuse. Moments later, the two sat down at the redwood table, with numerous dishes laid out that smelled so good it immediately opened everyone's appetite. Bryce, please don't worry. My visit today has no hidden agenda. I merely wish to chat with you. And given that it's your housewarming day, it's only natural for me to come over. Bryce. A servant ran over, panting heavily, glancing at the main gate of the residence. The Zane is waiting outside and asked me to report. What a lively day this is. The Emir just arrived, now the Zane too. Emilio chuckled inwardly, but couldn't help feeling curious about how things would develop if these two met face to face. I suppose the Zane also came to celebrate my housewarming. It wouldn't be right to let him wait outside. Amir, do you mind if we invite one more person? Despite his reluctance, the Amir nodded. Normally, he would have left angrily. He never wanted to sit at the same table with that ruthless man whose gaze always made him feel like prey in front of a venomous snake. Worse yet, he had lost a move to him recently. If they sat together, he would surely be ridiculed. But since he had come to build rapport with Emilio, he had no choice. Refusing now would undermine his efforts. Fine, small sacrifices must be made for great plans. If befriending Emilio could earn him the trust of that powerful faction and fulfill his grand ambitions, then enduring today's humiliation was nothing. He looked up again, smiling brightly. You're right, Bryce. It's a celebration after all, so we shouldn't dampen the mood. Gathering like this can be a good thing. We shouldn't keep the Zane waiting outside. He isn't in the best health. If he catches a cold, who knows, maybe he'd blame it on you. That's not fair, elder brother. No matter how poor my health is, I wouldn't blame it on Bryce Manny. You make it sound like I'm an unreasonable person. Let's not cause unnecessary misunderstandings. From not far away, another voice rang out. Both turned to see the Zane walking over, fan in hand and smiling. He looked every inch the gentleman, though both knew he wasn't harmless. Elder brother, you should have called me to celebrate Bryce Manny's housewarming. You've disappointed me. After all, I'm quite acquainted with Bryce Manny. The Zane glanced at Emilio as he spoke. Though Emilio had no interest in cultivating a relationship with the Zane, there were still matters at hand requiring cooperation. Moreover, he had to yield while under their roof. Therefore, Emilio kept his head bowed in feigned respect, which pleased the Zane's ego. Without further ado, the Zane sat in the seat of honor. Ignoring the Amir's darkening expression, he opened his fan and fanned himself casually before continuing. These dishes indeed looked tempting. The Amir must have gone through quite some effort. I wonder why you personally came to congratulate him. Your relationship with Bryce Manny isn't that close. Is there something else on your mind, Amir? Raising an eyebrow, the Amir said. Second brother, you're joking? How could I possibly have other intentions? I merely admire Bryce Manny's abilities and wish to be friends with him. Are you saying only you can befriend Bryce Manny and not me? Isn't that a bit too controlling? Why, before Bryce Manny even says anything, second brother seems unwilling already. Isn't that a little inconsiderate of Bryce Manny? After all, Bryce Manny is now one of Father Bartolomeo's favorites, the first person to rise directly from guard to general, unprecedented, and he even saved Father Bartolomeo's life. Shouldn't second brother show some respect? Otherwise, wouldn't you be slapping Father Bartolomeo's face? The Amir's words left the Zane red with embarrassment and pale with anger. He hadn't expected such a heavy accusation from this occasion, feeling quite bitter about it. Ordinarily, Emilio was just a guard under his thumb, but now, his status had changed. He was Carlo's favorite, someone even the Zane had to respect. Suppressing his rage, the Zane forced a smile and slowly replied, Eldest brother, what are you talking about? How could that be possible? I also admire Bryce Manny very much. When Bryce Manny served in my residence, I noticed his exceptional qualities. Now that he has become a unique historical figure, I respect him greatly. We usually joke around like this without being so formal. Naturally, there's no need for such awkwardness now between Bryce Manny and eldest brother. As they exchanged barbed remarks, Emilio watched in confusion, still unsure of their intentions. How did the situation escalate to this point? But he could guess. The Amir probably saw him as Carlo's favorite and wanted to pull him into his camp. After all, the Amir had lost a key ally recently. However, the Zane's quick arrival suggested that someone close to him must have tipped him off, meaning he had been under the Zane's surveillance all along. Chapter 263, A Headache. I didn't come here today to bicker with you. If second brother doesn't want to sit down and talk properly, then just leave. It's unnecessary to cause a scene like this. How will Bryce Manny handle this mess? The archer glared at the Zane irritably. He had come here today intending to improve his relationship with Emilio, so he would have a way out later. But somehow, the news leaked out and got to this guy, who was really quick. Before anything happened, he showed up, much to the archer's annoyance. From what I see, Bryce Manny welcomes me quite warmly. It's just that the Imperial Elder Brother seems to be quite upset. One might even think this is Elder Brother's residence. Before Bryce Manny could say anything, Elder Brother spoke up first. Emilio watched as the atmosphere became increasingly tense and felt as if one head was not enough for him. Well, I won't argue with you. Since Bryce Manny's mansion is so lively today, I won't disturb anymore and will visit another day. With a flick of his sleeve and a cold snort, the archer stood up. He did not wish to be under the same roof with this guy any longer, especially since this person made it impossible for him to get closer to Emilio. After saying that, the archer nodded at Emilio and left hastily as if there were floodwaters or fierce beasts chasing after him. Seeing the archer leave, the Zane finally sat down, watching Emilio who was still gazing into the distance. The Zane sneered and then said slowly, "It looks like you're very reluctant to see the archer go. From this, it seems you two had quite an engaging conversation before I came over. Could it be I interrupted something important?" Hearing what the Zane said, Emilio was momentarily speechless but quickly regained his composure. "Zane, you misunderstood. That's impossible. The archer came by merely to celebrate the housewarming without other intentions. Besides, my loyalty lies solely with Dempsey. How can I serve others? You can rest assured about this. No matter where I end up in the future, I will always remember the favors bestowed by Zane. Without you, how could I have achieved such a status? And how could I have gained Carlo's favor? So, if there's anything you need from me, just let me know." Seemingly very satisfied with Emilio's words, the Zane nodded and his face broke into a smile, markedly different from his previously grim look. Standing up, the Zane patted Emilio on the shoulder and laughed heartily. "Look at what you're saying. I trust you wholeheartedly and would never doubt you. I only came here today to celebrate your housewarming as well, the same as the archer. But I didn't expect to run into him. But believe me, you will never betray me, right?" Bryce Manny, you should remember who has helped you achieve this status. You must not bite the hand that feeds you. The Zane's words were clear, and Emilio naturally understood the implications. He promptly replied, Manny's, Zane, I am fully aware of this. No matter where I am in the future, my heart will always be with you. I will never serve anyone else. Moreover, the power you possess far exceeds what I can resist. How could I ever go against you? 1,000 explanations are not as useful as this pill, the implication being clear. After hearing Emilio's response, the Zane immediately nodded in approval. He knew all too well the potency of the pill he held. Even someone feared like the young Bryce Manny could not withstand its effects. Such pain was unbearable for most. Let's not talk about these things during such a happy occasion as the housewarming. Let's not discuss these matters that hurt feelings. Today, let's drink until we're thoroughly drunk. Finally getting rid of the troublesome Zane, Emilio now had time to head over to the Tammy's mansion. As usual, he climbed over the wall. This time, however, the Tammy wasn't frightened. Instead, she smiled upon seeing a familiar face. You've finally come. It's been several days. I heard you have become a general now. How did this change happen so fast? Is the Zane suspicious? He's a deeply distrustful person. As she spoke, the Tammy circled around Emilio, checking to make sure he wasn't injured anywhere. Seeing her anxious expression, Emilio chuckled and gently pushed her away before speaking. What are you thinking? I'm standing right here in front of you, perfectly fine. How could anything be wrong? The Earl made me a general. Though I don't know what his true intentions are, the higher my position, the more information I can gather and sooner find out who's behind all this. Zane is naturally suspicious, but also arrogant. Knowing I have that pill in my possession, he believes I can never escape his control and assumes I will absolutely obey him. However, his arrogance gives me some opportunities. Upon hearing Emilio's explanation, the Tammy felt reassured and nodded. She pushed a letter in front of Emilio as he sat down at the table. This was delivered by Cameron a few days ago. The divine doctor found the herbs needed, but it will take some time to refine them. It will also take some time to neutralize the poison in your body. During this period, you will still be under Zane's control. He told you not to worry as it won't take long. Just wait for good news. As for Cameron, he has informed Drake about the situation. The Drake wants to meet you. You should decide if you want to see him. Emilio remained silent, only nodding. He indeed needed to meet the Drake, but not now. Currently, they still knew nothing about the person behind Deming. Emilio didn't want to alert anyone prematurely. After all, the people from Deming had to be dealt with cautiously. While I understand you want to connect with Drake, you should still be cautious. He is, after all, from Deming. The Earl of Deming wants you dead. If he learns you're still alive, he'll surely send someone after you. By the way, Deming plans to send another envoy, but we don't know who yet. It seems like it might be a Bryce Carmine. Shaking his head, Emilio lowered his gaze. That's not the biggest issue. My identity has already been exposed here in Dongxia. It's only a matter of time before Carlo of Deming hears about it. Whether it happens sooner or later makes no difference to me. I am not in danger. Chapter 264, Keen Interest. What concerns me now is that although Aiden does not get along well with Carlo, we still need to be cautious. I just feel that he is not an ordinary person and not someone you can easily understand. This kind of person is the most dangerous. So tell Cameron that I will meet with Aiden, but not right now. I'm only responsible for delivering the message to him. It's up to him whether he believes it or not. And now I have something more important to do. As if thinking of something interesting, Emilio curled his lips, a smile in his eyes. This made the Tammy standing before him a bit puzzled. Compared to these matters, she was confused about what could be more important. Now, what could be more important than this? Of course there is. Although the Great Ming did send envoys before, I suspect my news from Dongxia has nearly reached the ears of the Bartolomeo of Great Ming. I wonder what they mean by sending another group of people. Perhaps they want to discuss current strength. But the person they sent is quite interesting, Bryce Carmine. There's only one I know, and I find him very intriguing. Why? Do you know the person they sent this time? If so, should you avoid meeting him? Smiling, Emilio shook his head. Manny's, I do know him, but we're not close. We've just crossed paths before. He's quite an interesting person, and this time I intend to meet with him properly. I think the Bartolomeo of Great Ming sent him over just to see if Dongxia has any useful talent now, or whether it poses any threat to Great Ming, but he probably won't recognize me. At this point, Emilio straightened his robe and slowly stood up. It's not early anymore. I'll leave first. I'll trouble you to take care of things here. Rest assured, everything you've done, I've seen it, and I will repay you in due time. What you want, I will also give you. No, it's not like that. Just as Emilio was about to leave, he heard the Tammy speak, and even though he turned around, there was a hint of confusion in his eyes. Not what? It's not like that. Emilio, I hope you understand something. Although at first I did approach you with a purpose and wanted you to work for me, to achieve our common goal. But now I hope our relationship can become friends. Even though I know you've been through a lot and might not trust people easily anymore, I still hope you can trust me a little more. I can accomplish many things too. The Tammy's efforts were clear to Emilio, and he knew she was sincere. However, having experienced so much betrayal in the past, Emilio dared not place all his trust in one person. Upon hearing this, Emilio remained silent for a moment before turning away. I know what you mean, and I understand everything you said. Having said that, Emilio did not linger further and vanished almost instantly, leaving the Tammy slightly dispirited. She knew clearly that Emilio still didn't fully trust her, but no problem, there's still time. She believed that in the near future, Emilio would trust her eventually. The Tammy cherished Emilio as a friend very much. The next day, Emilio wore a dignified long robe, his presence striking fear into those who saw him. Just standing there, nobody dared to come close. With a wave of his hand, Carlo said, Emilio, you will stand in the position previously held by Gordon. I believe you can handle this responsibility. What do you think? Don't disappoint me. Your Majesty, I am not yet worthy of this position, but if your Majesty insists, I will gladly accept it, and will do my utmost to prove myself worthy of this role. Stroking his beard, Carlo laughed heartily. Good. I like young men like you. You mustn't let me down then. I have high hopes for you. However, someone was not pleased. Among the crowd stood a middle-aged man dressed in blue robes and wearing a black hat, his eyes filled with jealousy as he fixed his gaze on Emilio. Your Majesty, I have something to report. Interrupted, Carlo showed slight displeasure but did not speak, merely raising his hand to signal Yale to continue. Your Majesty, this might not be appropriate. He hasn't achieved any military exploits yet. Although talented, he is not fit for this position. Gordon has just resigned and returned to his hometown. Taking over his position now seems inappropriate and might cause people to gossip about your Majesty behind your back. Therefore, I suggest finding another suitable position. I believe Bryce Manny can understand this. Surely he wouldn't want to be criticized. As Yale said this, he glanced at Emilio beside him, but found that Emilio wore a smile on his face, not the least bit angered by the words. Instead, he curled his lips, appearing quite interested. It wasn't excessive confidence. Rather, this official was simply too arrogant. The Earl had instructed Emilio to take this position, yet he stood up to publicly challenge Carlo's decision. Not only did he embarrass Carlo in public, but he also indirectly mocked him, essentially dragging Carlo's reputation through the mud. Emilio didn't believe Carlo would let this slide. He wouldn't even need to intervene. This official's position would likely be jeopardized soon. Sure enough, as soon as the official finished speaking, Carlo became displeased, pounding the table hard and standing up. Do you mean to say, Donnie Darun, that Carlo cannot properly appoint someone? Is there an issue with allowing him to stand here today? Moreover, since Gordon has resigned and returned to his hometown, it's unreasonable to keep his position vacant indefinitely. I believe Gordon is a broad-minded person who wouldn't quibble over such trivial matters. Although Bryce Manny hasn't achieved military glory yet, his capabilities are undeniable. He will surely live up to this responsibility in the future. Moreover, he saved my life, which alone should be sufficient justification. If anyone dares to question this decision, does Donnie Darun intend to overstep even Carlo? With these pointed words, Donnie Darun immediately broke into a cold sweat. Without hesitation, he fell to his knees with a loud thud. Large beads of sweat dripped from his forehead, and his head pressed heavily against the ground. Yet his trembling body showed no sign of pain. Chapter 265, Bryce Carmine. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I spoke without thinking and said the wrong thing. Minister Donnie, you have always been straightforward and outspoken. I never held it against you. But this time, you have really gone too far. I think you should go home and reread the classics carefully. You shouldn't be like this anymore, right? The Bartolomeo's meaning was very clear. If he were to object again, it wouldn't just be a few days at home. It would be the end of his career. He believed that Carlo on the throne now could certainly do such a thing. Ever since the Stephanie passed away, everyone realized the Bartolomeo had become even more unsympathetic. Previously, he could tolerate some pointed remarks, but now if someone offended him in the slightest, things would become difficult. Your Majesty is right. It's my mind that has become muddled. I should indeed take a few days off and rest. Thank you for your understanding. I will definitely recuperate well. Seeing that the minister had been dismissed after just a few words, the other officials dared not make any further comments, all bowing their heads like quails, saying nothing. Only when the Bartolomeo saw this scene did he feel satisfied and nod. Well then, since there are no objections, you may take up this position. I believe you can shoulder this responsibility. Don't let me down. Just then, Eunuch Benedict by the Bartolomeo's side whispered something into his ear. The Bartolomeo's expression changed as he listened. It seems that Ming Dynasty is indeed quite interested in our winter and summer seasons. Their envoys come one after another without prior notice, truly a pleasant surprise. As the Bartolomeo spoke, everyone in the hall held their breath. Then they saw a man in long robes walk in slowly. He wore an air of disdain and arrogance, stopping only before the Bartolomeo. But at this moment, Yale's gaze seemed to land on Emilio, with a look of curiosity in his eyes. Although initially displeased, the Bartolomeo quickly reverted to a fawning manner, his aged face creased with flattery. Bryce Carmine from the Ming Dynasty, no doubt. I've heard much about you. It's finally a pleasure to meet you in person. But why didn't you inform us earlier about sending Bryce Carmine here? Look how inadequately we've hosted our guest. Please bear with us. However, Bryce Carmine showed no reaction to the Bartolomeo's excessive flattery, merely raising a hand and maintaining his proud demeanor, his gaze still fixed on Emilio. It was as if he was trying to see through Emilio's mask to uncover the person behind it. Seeing that Bryce Carmine wasn't responding and was staring at Emilio instead, the Bartolomeo felt embarrassed. Man it, he knew he couldn't offend the Ming Dynasty directly and decided to swallow his pride. It appears that Bryce Carmine finds this young man quite intriguing. Seeming to be more engaged with the topic, Bryce Carmine turned his head toward the Bartolomeo, nodded solemnly, and replied, "This young man bears a striking resemblance to someone I once knew, which is why I stared for so long. Please forgive me for lacking decorum." Bryce Carmine, what do you mean? There's no need to be so formal. But if you find him interesting, perhaps you should get acquainted. I've heard Bryce Carmine appreciates talent, and this young man is indeed exceptional. Even Bryce Max praised him highly. I wonder who this person you mentioned might be? That can only be the renowned Benedictal Bryce Manny of the Ming Dynasty. Who else could it be? Do you know that Benedictal Bryce Manny became unbeatable in the Ming Dynasty at a young age? Such talent deserves my admiration. Pity Benedictal Bryce Manny's whereabouts are unknown now. Everyone says he has passed away, but I refuse to believe it. How could such a talented person disappear so easily? Even heaven wouldn't allow it. In front of Emilio, Bryce Carmine seemed to open up. Unlike his previous arrogance, his eyes now shone with admiration. After having the privilege of sparring with Benedictal Bryce Manny once, he found himself eager every day to have another match. Since then, he has practiced tirelessly, yet still feels unfulfilled, especially hearing that Benedictal Bryce Manny had disappeared. Indeed, I have also heard of the matter concerning young Bryce Manny. I feel deeply grieved about it. Although young Bryce Manny's whereabouts are unknown now, good people will always have good luck and will surely be safe. Nodding his head, Bryce Carmine then remembered what Carlo had been saying earlier. He turned to look at Emilio beside him. Just now I heard your Majesty say that this young man is also an exceptional talent, which made me very curious. This young man reminds me a bit of Benedicto Bryce Manny. It makes me miss the days when I used to spar with Benedicto Bryce Manny. If there's an opportunity, I would like to practice a few moves with this young man. It's my honor to spar with you, Bryce Carmine, and I certainly wouldn't refuse. Emilio said with a fist salute. I noticed that Bryce Carmine was quite interested in this young man. Since Bryce Carmine has come all the way to our Dongxia, why don't you stay for a while? Although our land is remote, we do have some unique delicacies. How about letting this young man guide Bryce Carmine around our winter and summer scenes? Would Bryce Carmine do us the honor? Looking at Emilio beside him, Bryce Carmine lowered his head and said, Your Majesty is right. After coming here with great effort, I've long heard that the food in Dongxia is mouth-watering. I'll definitely take a stroll later. I appreciate your trouble, young man. After the court recessed, Emilio was contemplating the upcoming events when a voice sounded behind him. Preston was panting heavily, stopping in front of him. After making sure no one else was around, Preston leaned in close to Emilio's ear and said, Do you know who this Bryce Carmine really is? He's a rather eccentric character, looking so arrogant. Let me tell you, I've interacted with him several times before, and he's not easy to get along with. How did you end up taking on this task? Emilio smiled helplessly. I appreciate your concern, Bryce Max, but given the current situation, I don't seem to have much of a choice. I understand what you mean, Bryce Max. I'm very grateful for your warning. Rest assured, I will handle this matter with great caution. Chapter 266, Unavoidable Fate. Preston knew that Emilio in front of him definitely still hadn't realized the importance of the current situation. As for this so-called Bryce Donnie, he had heard a thing or two about him. That was a notoriously difficult person to deal with. The Earl assigning this mess to Emilio was questionable in intent, but indeed, he did feel some worry for Emilio. I know you might think I'm overreacting, but you don't know that Bryce Donnie has a bad reputation. This person is arrogant, and after gaining military achievements, he's become even more high-handed, treating everyone with disdain. Now Randy is asking you to take on this heavy responsibility, and I fear he might intentionally make things difficult for you. Emilio naturally knew that Bryce Donnie had a poor reputation. After all, he had already experienced Bryce Donnie's temperament during his time in the Di Benedict Kingdom. Preston's words were not incorrect, and Emilio also understood that Preston was concerned for him. Bryce Preston, everything you mentioned, I understand. I've heard some stories about Bryce Donnie too, and I appreciate your concern. Preston knew that in this situation, even if Emilio didn't want to take on this troublesome task, it would be beyond his control. He sighed heavily, a look of worry appearing on his face. Since this mess is now on your shoulders, there's no way to change the Bartolomeo's mind. However, rest assured, if you need any help from me, just say so. I will assist wherever I can. To be honest, Emilio was deeply moved by Preston's words. After all, they had only met for a few days. If someone else said such things, Emilio might have thought it was just out of politeness. But Preston was different. He was straightforward by nature and wouldn't beat around the bush. If he said he would help, he would certainly follow through. Emilio smiled faintly and nodded. Thank you for your good intentions, Bryce Preston. Your words are well noted. If after our rematch there's anything I can do for you, I would spare no effort. Ha ha ha, what nonsense. You're still young. If there's anything, I can handle it myself. You should focus more on your own situation. I see you're still unclear about the situation. You should know that you're currently in Carlo's favor. Both the Amir and the Zane are vying to ally with you. You must choose wisely. The Amir may seem simple, but he's deep in thought, while the Zane is ruthless. Whichever side you choose, you should be cautious. The Amir's current position isn't as strong as the Zane's. I hope you'll think this through carefully. Emilio lowered his head and thought for a moment before raising it again, nodding solemnly. Thank you for the reminder, Bryce Preston. I will choose carefully. Hey, isn't this Bryce Preston? It's been a while since we last met, yet you act as if you don't recognize me. How heartbreaking. Turning around, Emilio saw Bryce Donnie slowly approaching from not far away, a teasing expression on his face. Meanwhile, Preston looked genuinely annoyed, his tone filled with sarcasm. Bryce Donnie, we aren't exactly familiar. How could you forget so easily? We met before but never became close. Not only that, but our relationship wasn't harmonious at all, which is probably why Bryce Manny seems too familiar with you. Upon reaching them, West glanced at Emilio beside him, then at Preston. Bryce Preston, why do you seem so interested in this young man? Indeed, given your appreciation for talent, it's understandable that you're attentive to this rare young man. But surely, you weren't saying bad things about me behind my back. As soon as West finished speaking, Preston furrowed his brows and hastily denied it. Don't frame me. I didn't speak ill of you. What I said was true, just a few words to the young man. Surely, you aren't so petty, right? If you hadn't done those things, why would you be afraid of me mentioning them? Watching the two exchange barbs, although it seemed they were attacking each other, Emilio sensed that they weren't as hostile towards each other as they appeared. Instead, they seemed like old friends, trading banter. However, in the end, West still got the upper hand. Preston turned red with anger, waving his sleeves and leaving behind a remark. Don't think you win today because I simply don't have time to argue with you. Just hope you don't bring your bad temper here to Dongxia. Otherwise, I won't show you any kindness. If you bully people here relying on being from Di Benedict, don't blame me for not holding back. After saying this, Preston gave Emilio a deep look, with a glint of sympathy in his eyes, leaving Emilio with a face full of confusion. Do you hear what he's saying? Am I the kind of person who would do that? How could I possibly bully others at will? But it seems you really are likable. Not only does Carlo show favor towards you, but even Bryce Preston speaks up for you. Today, after hearing about your abilities from them, I've become quite curious. What kind of strength makes them speak so highly of you? As he spoke, Wes scanned around. This young man before him was tall and erect, but he looked frail, not like someone who could fight. I wonder what Preston sees in him. Is this guy worth all those warnings? But upon closer inspection, there's indeed something of Bryce Manny Xiao in this young man. Thinking of this, West sighed. The real Manny Xiao had long disappeared. How could he compare this young man to him? Never mind. I'll have to trouble you to show me the customs of Dongxia. Don't disappoint me. Emilio clasped his hands and bowed. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything for you. Everything will be arranged properly. Nodding, just as West was about to leave, he thought of something and glanced at Emilio's mask, raising an eyebrow. Why does a young man like you wear a mask on your face? If people can't see what's under your mask, won't they fail to recognize you when standing before you? I, West, prefer knowing the background of people. Why don't you remove your mask so we can meet each other honestly? Otherwise, if someone else stands before me in the future, I wouldn't know. Emilio didn't expect West to notice his mask and suspect him. Could he really be that similar to the past? Chapter 267, A World Apart. But what was even more astonishing was that West himself had said those words. That West, with his intelligence, actually became suspicious. This was truly surprising. Seeing Emilio's dull expression, for some unknown reason, West always felt that this person in front of him very much resembled the Berkeley in his memories. Although he knew it was impossible for them to be the same person, he still couldn't help but wonder what kind of face lay beneath this mask, especially when the so-called young Berkeley before him was unwilling to take off the mask on his face. It made West even more curious. In a blink of an eye, West raised his hand and was already standing in front of Emilio, just one step away from removing the mask on his face. At this moment, a hand gripped West's wrist. The strength was so great that no matter how hard West tried, he couldn't move at all. This sudden development left West greatly astonished. With wide eyes, West looked up, his curiosity about this man growing. An ordinary-looking young man could actually exude such powerful aura and have such strength, leaving him unable to retaliate. Just how terrifying was this? He had never encountered anyone like this before. Moreover, this person was still young. If he went through more challenges in the future, wouldn't he become unbeatable in the world? West believed this person absolutely had that potential. All the while, Emilio remained calm and composed. Simply standing there made people feel chills run down their spines. Bryce Donnie, what do you mean by this? Emilio slightly curled his lips, looking at West as if curious. West awkwardly smiled, pulled his hand which was being held by Emilio, and patted it. Only after Emilio released his hand did he pull it back and rub his wrist. If it had been a moment longer, he feared his wrist would have been crushed. Bryce Manny, you jest. I merely tripped. Thankfully you caught me just in time. Or I would have been in big trouble today. Is that so? I thought Bryce Donnie was trying to remove my mask. Never mind, Bryce Donnie, please don't worry too much about it. I believe you are certainly not that kind of person. As a Grand General, how can you possibly have such childish curiosity? Originally, West intended to try this trick again when Emilio wasn't paying attention, believing that Emilio couldn't always notice his actions. But he hadn't expected Emilio to say such things. If he were to do the same thing again, wouldn't he seem like a child with excessive curiosity? After coughing a few times, West straightened his back. That's right, someone like me would never act out of curiosity over such trivial matters. I'm not that kind of person. Indeed, as Bryce Manny says, don't worry, I was merely asking. If you don't want to take off your mask, then it's fine. I was just curious about what your face looks like under the mask. After all, you resemble the young Berkeley so much that it reminded me of an old friend. West got interested and leaned closer to Emilio, saying, oh right, do you know Berkeley? The legendary Bryce Emilio who is known far and wide. I believe there shouldn't be anyone who doesn't know him. Observing Emilio's expression, seeing that Emilio showed no interest, West became even more anxious and involuntarily leaned in closer. No way, you can't possibly not know Berkeley? Everyone knows him. He's famous across the country. Do you really not know him? Seeing West's anxiety, Emilio found it somewhat amusing. Shaking his head, he said, of course, Bryce Donnie misunderstood. I naturally know Berkeley. At such a young age, he has achieved remarkable military feats. How could anyone not know him? I believe everyone would know Berkeley. It's just that I am still young and have never met Berkeley in person. I've only heard of his deeds. I didn't expect Bryce Donnie to be acquainted with Berkeley. Indeed, I've known Berkeley for many years. You should understand that no fight, no acquaintance applies here. You wouldn't know, but Berkeley, though young, had incredible martial skills and accomplishments that left people in awe. Not only that, Berkeley was also very easygoing. Unfortunately, such a talented person was envied by heaven, and now his whereabouts are unknown. I once fought against him. Since then, I have always wanted another match. But after so many years, there's no longer any opportunity. Heaving a heavy sigh, West shook his head, seemingly deeply regretful. Emilio knew that West definitely didn't understand the true reason why someone had set their sights on him, and that person was none other than the current Bartolomeo of Dali. The Earl's thoughts were unfathomable. Dissatisfied with Emilio's overshadowing contributions and believing he was no longer needed, Carlo ruthlessly decided to eliminate him. West still believed that Carlo used people as he should, just as it appeared on the surface. Perhaps now, under heaven, only he held such thoughts. If West continued down this path, sooner or later, he would meet the same fate as Emilio once did. Out of a sense of rivalry with West, Emilio decided he should give him a gentle reminder when the time came. But if West refused to believe him, Emilio wouldn't bother anymore. He wasn't a kind-hearted person and would never expose his plans for West's sake. Tad, you seem uninterested in Bryce Berkeley. That's not a good thing. I think your generation is too young. You haven't faced Bryce Berkeley, nor have you experienced his prowess, yet you think too highly of yourselves. As he spoke, West let out a cold snort, his expression turning sour. From the start, he had noticed that this young man showed no admiration for Berkeley, but instead wore an inscrutable smile, which made West feel this young man looked down on Berkeley. In an instant, West's impression of this young man plummeted, and he lost all desire to continue talking with Emilio. Forget it, since you young people don't know about Berkeley, I won't bother chatting with you. In the future, I'll just talk to Preston, even though that guy isn't much liked either. With a wave of his hand, West turned to leave, but at that moment, Emilio said, "It seems Bryce West truly admires Berkeley, but despite this admiration, Berkeley remains missing. Almost everyone now assumes Berkeley has met with disaster. Don't you think so, Bryce West?" Chapter 268, Two Faces. Furrowing his brows, West's gaze flickered, no longer bearing the amiable expression he had just moments ago. With a cold look, West spoke slowly. "What do you mean by that? I know you might not hold much reverence for Bryce Berkeley, but isn't this too disrespectful? Everyone knows of Bryce Berkeley's deeds. Even though there are no traces of him now, I believe in fortune favors the brave, and he will not just vanish like that. As for you, don't think someone protecting you means I won't do anything to you. I advise you to refrain from such remarks. You have never surpassed Bryce Berkeley, so you're not qualified to talk like that. You're still green." West's words carried a warning, his tone no longer gentle. Man it, as Emilio listened, he did not show any sign of displeasure or anger. Instead, he wore a smile, leaving West even more puzzled. "You're inexperienced and reckless. I will not quarrel with you, but if you continue like this, even if Preston is around, I must teach you a lesson, that there's always someone better than you, and one should not be overly proud." However, in response to West's fury, Emilio showed no hint of concession and remained calm, making West even more irritable inside. He regretted comparing him to Bryce Berkeley, who was kind and approachable, just moments ago. These two were completely different. Moreover, the person before him seemed to be very conceited despite his achievements at a young age. Now he questioned how Preston could possibly favor someone like this. After all, Preston was known for his straightforward nature, which would hardly align with such a person. Could it be that this person has two faces? The more West thought about it, the angrier he got. Man it, he couldn't do anything to Emilio, knowing that the latter was favored by Carlo, and also protected by Preston. At this moment, moving against Emilio would mean losing face in front of Carlo, potentially escalating into a diplomatic issue. He certainly wouldn't do something so foolish. "Bryce Donnie, please, my previous words were indeed arrogant. I know Bryce Berkeley's fame and strength far surpass me, and I truly admire him. Bryce Donnie and I both share this admiration." Despite witnessing Emilio's dual-faced nature just moments ago, West didn't believe a word Emilio said. He only shot him a fierce glare, flicked his sleeves, and turned to leave without another word, almost afraid of hearing more from this person he couldn't deal with. Emilio's actions were meant to erase West's impression of him being similar to Berkeley. Otherwise, with West's character, even if he didn't reveal his true identity today, he would eventually try to uncover it. Unless he saw his face, he wouldn't drop the notion. After saying this, West would probably let go of the idea. After all, the way Emilio behaved just now was completely different from the previous Berkeley. No one would associate them. Besides, West now despised him so much that why would he seek trouble? This solution would surely last forever. Emilio inwardly approved of his plan, albeit at the cost of making West angry for a while. He couldn't tell West his real situation now, and it was best if fewer people knew, especially those from de Benedict, and given West's loyalty to Carlo, he couldn't guarantee where West's loyalty would lie between himself and Carlo. Better not risk it. Perhaps this method worked. In the following days, West did not contact Emilio once, allowing him a leisurely period. But this idleness didn't last long as someone came seeking him. "You seem quite comfortable these days. Didn't you say you were supposed to accompany Bryce Donnie from de Benedict? How can you have time here?" The Amir wore a somewhat ingratiating smile, his demeanor unlike what one would expect from a prince. Emilio knew the past few days hadn't been easy for the Amir. With the Zane in the prime of power, many fence-sitters had already defected to the Zane's camp. Now the Amir had very little support behind him, forcing him to be subservient, hoping to recruit Emilio to gain some votes. As the archer said, "But these past few days, Bryce Donnie seemed to want to stroll around on his own without giving me the chance. So I thought of taking advantage of my leisure time to cultivate my taste. But you must keep it a secret for me and not let Randy know." "Ha ha ha, rest assured on that. Would I be such a person? However, I came today just to talk about West with you. I wonder if you're interested or have the time now. If not, we can set another day." Raising an eyebrow, Emilio did not expect that the archer would humble himself to this extent just to win his support. This was something that would never happen under normal circumstances. Just as Emilio was quite bored and wanted to hear what the archer had up his sleeve. "Of course it's fine. Archer, please rest assured, I have plenty of free time now, all thanks to Bryce Donnie. I wonder what matters you have come here to discuss. In that case, let's find a suitable place." Soon, the two of them sat in a small pavilion on the lake, with delicacies laid out on the table, yet neither of them had any intention of tasting a bite. The archer looked at Emilio intently, as if he had something stuck in his throat that he couldn't bring himself to say. "Archer, you may speak freely. There's no need for secrecy between us." Hearing Emilio say so, the archer sighed and put on an earnest expression. "I did come today with some things I wanted to discuss. Let's be straightforward. There's no need for unnecessary pleasantries. I know your identity and understand why you are here. You don't have anyone helping you in Dongxia. How can you hide your true identity? It will eventually be exposed. Why not cooperate with me? We can both achieve our goals." Chapter 269, Victory Within Grasp. You must understand that only a few people know your true identity now. Once they find out who you really are, do you think you can still live as you do now? I remember the Bartolomeo of Dali seems to have quite an ill feeling toward you. I suspect it's because your power is too overwhelming, overshadowing his authority. Naturally, he can't tolerate a grain of sand like you. So you must think clearly. If he finds out you're still alive, he'll surely try every means to eliminate you. By then, will you be certain you won't need help from others? Saying this, the Grant already had a look of assured victory on his face. Clenching his fists, he leaned forward towards Emilio with a faint smile. "Although my strength isn't enough at present, I have some methods to keep your identity hidden. Right now, I'm your only ally and your best choice. Moreover, if you join me, any wealth, honor, power, or money you desire, I can give you. When I sit on the throne of Dongxia, I assure you, I won't be like the person on Dali's throne who can't tolerate others. Honestly, Emilio didn't expect the Grant to know his identity, given his capabilities. It wasn't something he should be able to discover. At this moment, Emilio was more certain that there must be a force behind the Grant, and this force was likely the same one that stood behind the Bartolomeo initially. It seemed the current Bartolomeo was no longer under their control, so they wanted to back someone new. Man it, Emilio didn't think they would choose the Grant. If they really needed to choose, the Zane should be a better fit. But he's ruthless and devious, making him hard to control, unlike the Grant who isn't nearly as clever. However, learning about the force behind the Grant might be a viable approach. After all, the people behind him were those of the uprising army. Given the Grant's abilities, Emilio doubted how much he truly knew. He was probably just a puppet. What do you say? Don't you trust me? Rest assured, I'm different from my second brother. As long as you cooperate with me and serve me, I can definitely make these promises come true. Seeing Emilio's silence, the Grant's confident expression began to crack, showing signs of anxiety, his voice quickening. But when Emilio still showed no reaction, the Grant gritted his teeth and continued. I know you're being controlled by my second brother, and you don't really want to serve him wholeheartedly. Since that's the case, let's be honest. Upon hearing this, Emilio became interested. What do you mean by this, Grant? What do I mean? You understand better than I do. Some things don't need to be said outright, but I urgently need you, so let's be clear. Let me ask you, did my second brother give you a pill? If I'm not mistaken, that pill can make life unbearable for you. Without taking the antidote once a month, you'll suffer unbearable pain daily, something few could endure. The moment the Zane said this, Emilio's expression changed drastically. He hadn't expected the Grant to know such details. After all, the Zane had been quite secretive and cautious about it. What are you talking about, Grant? I don't understand. Standing up, the Grant smiled. It's fine if you pretend not to know. I suspect you're afraid to speak up under my second brother's pressure, but rest assured, I won't leak a word to him. You know we never get along. Where did you hear about this pill in the Zane's possession? Raising an eyebrow, Emilio looked at the Grant. Though not as cunning as his brothers, the Grant wasn't stupid. He realized Emilio was trying to pry information from him. You don't need to know where I learned this. Just know I also have support and power, though it can't be revealed openly. But today, I came here specifically to discuss these matters. If you join me, I'll tell you more and even let you use this power. You are still young, and will surely have great prospects in the future. Not to mention your strength is already impressive, and the Bartolomeo holds you in high regard. If you join my camp, I can ensure that all your potentials will be maximally realized, and I will certainly give you the space to flourish. Having said this, the Grant lowered his head, with determination shining in his eyes. You must think carefully. My second brother would not stand here and chat amicably with you as I do. You've seen his methods, haven't you? If he ascends to the throne, do you think he would let you live? By then, what awaits you will only be being cast aside like a worn-out tool. I believe you understand this clearly. Shaking his head, Emilio replied. Grant, though your offer is very tempting, under normal circumstances, I would choose you without hesitation. But now, I have no choice. As you know, I am already under the control of the Zane. Without those antidotes, my life would be worse than death. So if I join you, and the Zane finds out, do you think I could still get the antidote afterward? How would I survive then? But it seemed the Grant had anticipated this, for he took out a red wooden box from his sleeve and slowly pushed it toward Emilio. Don't worry. As long as you join me, these won't be problems. How could I not understand your plight, right? We are comrades in arms, both caught in the same predicament. I naturally consider your well-being. You can inspect this. It's an excellent remedy that can alleviate your physical suffering. I imagine if you don't complete the tasks assigned by my second brother, he wouldn't give you the antidote, right? By now, you must have experienced that excruciating pain. Once you take this antidote, it will certainly ease that torment. I don't need you to openly support me. You can continue to stand by my second brother publicly, but work for me secretly. In return, I will provide you with all these antidotes. Chapter 270A Helping Evanderd. I can assure you that everything you desire, I can provide. Not only that, but once I ascend the throne, I will also be able to rid your body of these poisons. What do you say? The conditions offered by the Grant were indeed tempting. Emilio narrowed his eyes. Now that the Grant had spoken to such an extent, and he could still publicly support the Zane, acting as an intermediary to gain information from both sides might allow him to approach the person behind the rebel army more quickly. Besides, the Zane often failed to provide the antidote. If he could obtain the antidote from the Grant, he would have a way out. Although he had found a divine doctor, it would probably take quite some time for him to formulate an antidote. Seeing that Emilio seemed to be thinking, the Grant already knew in his heart. It was only a matter of time before he agreed. Such a tempting condition. How could anyone refuse? I know you may be very loyal, but the Zane cannot tolerate you. Come to me, and I will ensure you get everything you want. The power behind me will also be at your disposal if you give me a helping hand. Whether or not you agree, please take this antidote as a token of our meeting. There will be many more good things sent to you later. After saying this, the Grant curled his lips and turned around as if to leave. But at this moment, Emilio stopped him. Is what the Grant said true? Aiden appeared hesitant, with an uncertain look in his eyes. Seeing this, the Grant felt even more certain of the success of his plan and immediately waved his hand. Of course it's true. I never go back on my word, rest assured. Since the Grant has said so, I have no choice. Please give me the opportunity to serve you loyally. As soon as Emilio finished speaking, the Grant burst into laughter, clearly pleased with the outcome. He quickly walked up to Emilio and supported his arm. Please rise quickly. Between us, there's no need for such formalities. In private, you don't need to bow. We're all in this together. After Emilio stood up, the Grant patted him on the shoulder. We must both do our best, right? Unlike my younger brother, you cannot betray me. You should know what the consequences of betrayal are. Emilio lowered his head slightly and hurriedly explained. Dempsey speaks wisely. I am well aware of that. Please rest assured. I will never betray you. Now that I'm caught in this whirlpool, only you can save me. Moreover, you are the only one who can lead Dongxia away from this turmoil. Our country is strong internally but weak externally, and only you can handle the situation. Ha ha ha, your words are very true. This is exactly what I think too. Once I ascend the throne, I will ensure that Dongxia does not become like this again. Not only that, I will make the Great Benedict submit to us. Then, you can deal with Carlo of the Great Benedict as you wish. The Grant's words were indeed very tempting. Emilio couldn't help but think that his way of persuasion was very skilled. However, he did not dare to trust the Grant. Although the Grant was not as ruthless as the Zane, he was far from simple. It was hard to tell how much truth was in his words. He might end up like Carlo of the Great Benedict, discarding and eliminating those who served him once he ascended the throne. If he truly believed him, he would be a fool. But it didn't matter. Emilio was merely using the Grant for now. If they could connect with the rebel army through him, they could eventually find out who was behind it and who betrayed the Great Benedict. Ultimately, someone needed to save the people from suffering. Thank you, Dempsey. I will do my utmost to help you achieve greatness. Seemingly having achieved his goal, the Grant was in a great mood. He patted Emilio on the shoulder. Well, I see you need some rest. I won't disturb you further. Since that's the case, I'll take my leave. Think carefully about the rest. Watching the Grant's figure disappear from view, Emilio's respectful expression vanished instantly, replaced by disdain. With a cold snort, Emilio brushed off his robe. Picking up the wooden box given by the Grant, Emilio opened it to find a pill inside. Based on the Grant's methods, without this pill, he wouldn't even know about the poison pill in the Zane's possession. So now, the only way the Grant could have known was through the person behind the rebel army, who informed him and even procured the antidote. He hadn't expected that the Grant would go to such lengths just to need him. Speaking of Dongxia today, whether it is handed over to the Grant or the Zane, neither would be a good choice. Emilio's intention was to hand Dongxia over to the Tammy, which he believed would be the best solution. Only the Tammy could make Dongxia prosperous and peaceful, unlike the current state where everyone plots against each other and the people live in misery. Whichever prince ascends the throne, whether it's the Grant or the Zane, both Dongxia and the Great Benedict would experience great suffering. That's not what Emilio wants to see. What Emilio desires is for everyone to live in peace and prosperity, so he absolutely will not hand over the throne to either of these two. Just as Emilio was about to rest for a while, he heard a knock on the door and frowned. Opening the door, Emilio saw a servant with a panicked look. Bryce Preston and Bryce West from the Great Benedict are fighting right outside our residence. Please come quickly. I couldn't stop them. Hearing this, Emilio rubbed his temples. What kind of situation was this? Why were these two generals fighting outside his residence? This was absurd. It seemed like every day there was something new to handle. Sighing, Emilio nodded. All right, you may leave. I'll take a look. By the way, do you know why they started fighting? Why did they come to blows here? The servant shook his head. I'm not sure either. They just started fighting while talking. Waving his hand, Emilio dismissed the servant and hurriedly made his way there, hoping that these two wouldn't tear down his gate. Chapter 271. Insolent Words. After taking only a few steps, Emilio saw a crowd not far ahead. At the center of this group were Preston and West, engaged in combat without showing any signs of stopping. Their speed was so fast that everyone around could barely keep up, yet Emilio's head ached with worry. It seemed like they didn't choose a proper place to fight and ended up right in front of his residence. Emilio had long known that when Preston and West disagreed on something, they would immediately start a brawl. However, he hadn't expected them to be so reckless. Moreover, given that West now represented Dali and Dongxia, it was outrageous that Preston would openly engage him in front of his mansion. If this got reported, surely no one would come out unscathed. Who knew if Dali might even exert pressure on Dongxia because of this? Seeing the two locked in an intense battle, making it impossible to distinguish one from the other, Emilio shook his head and sighed deeply before donning the mask in his arms. With a swift kick, Emilio moved rapidly, arriving between the two in just a couple of steps. He grabbed West's arm while dodging Preston's punch, then kicked West half a meter away, nearly causing him to lose his balance. As soon as the two were separated, Emilio let out a sigh of relief. His tone tinged with sarcasm. Emilio curled his lips and said, "Do tell, what treasure could possibly have these two generals fighting over right in front of my residence?" Recognizing Emilio, West appeared somewhat irritable, still holding a grudge for Emilio's previous remarks about Benedictal Bryce Manny. Brushing off his clothes, he muttered, "It's all because of Preston." After exchanging a few words, he attacked. "A few words? Your so-called few words weren't pleasant at all. Since you seem eager for a beating, I'll indulge you, seeing as your skin seems to itch." As the two began trading barbs again, Emilio felt a headache building in the middle. "How about we find another place if we want to chat? There are too many people watching here. If word gets out, it will be troublesome for everyone, especially since Bryce West represents Dali and Dongxia. It could complicate matters if this is reported." Admittedly, although both Preston and West were free-spirited, they understood Emilio's point. They knew the gravity of the situation. Upon hearing Emilio's words, Preston gave a cold snort, glaring at West before stepping up to Emilio. "Bryce Manny, I apologize. This person's words were truly unbearable, and in the heat of the moment, I couldn't hold back, leading to this commotion in the street. I've caused you trouble?" Speaking apologetically, Preston admitted he had originally come to ask Emilio about how things were going with West but encountered him unexpectedly. West's words had been unbearable, and Preston acted on impulse, realizing now it was a mistake to fight here. "Are my words offensive? If you can't control yourself, why blame me? Emilio, you must arbitrate on this matter. Representing Dali, am I welcomed like this?" West also felt irritated, leaving Emilio caught in the middle, struggling. "How about we all go somewhere first?" Noticing more people gathering, the two finally agreed, though as they entered the residence, they gave each other cold glares, trying to stay as far apart as possible. Emilio's head throbbed. "What brings you here, Bryce Preston?" Preston nodded, glancing sideways at West, then continued. I hadn't visited in a few days, so I thought I'd check on you and see if this fellow has been giving you trouble. This comment displeased West, who immediately stepped forward. What do you mean by giving trouble? How could I possibly make things difficult? Who knows? Considering your poor reputation, which everyone knows about, I wonder if you might have taken a disliking to someone younger and deliberately made things difficult. That sounds like something you'd do. What do you mean, Preston? Are you looking for another fight? Let's see how much better you've gotten since our last bout. As West stepped closer, Emilio rushed between them again, trying to intervene. But West wouldn't listen, springing forward. I've always found you annoying. I'll teach you a lesson. No one can stop me. Hearing Preston interject, West was even angrier. Preston, this is the first time I see you so protective of a young man. It seems you really value him. I don't understand why you hold him in such high regard. He's just a greenhorn. I heard that the Bartolomeo of Dongxia was saved by this young man this time, who single-handedly fought off 6 hungry beasts. Doesn't that sound exaggerated? Emilio frowned, not sure whether it was his illusion or not, but he felt that West was deliberately provoking him, trying to make him angry so that he would agree to a fight. However, this did align with West's usual behavior. Chapter 272. No improvement at all. West, what do you mean? Are you suggesting that the current Earl would help him deceive everyone? Do you think this is possible? You must be careful. Your words can have serious consequences. Seeing West's expression change drastically, Preston quickly waved his hand. Bryce Preston, don't scare me. I didn't mean that. I just doubt that this young man only got lucky for a moment and lacks the capability. Think about it. He has no battle achievements. Even if he is now quite capable, he doesn't deserve to be a general. Or are you saying that Dongxia has no one else and had to let a young man like him be a general? Hearing West dare to say such things, Preston could not hold back anymore. He rushed in front of West in a few strides, which startled Emilio. Looking at Preston's posture, he seemed ready to fight West. Emilio knew this was all part of West's tricks, merely trying to see his strength by provoking a confrontation. Well, since there's no avoiding it, resolving it sooner might be better. Otherwise, with West's temper, who knows when he would stop talking? Holding onto Preston's arm, Emilio looked at him while Preston responded with confusion, furrowing his brows. What are you doing, Emilio? He has insulted us so much. Today, I must teach him a lesson, making him know this is Dongxia, not his day where he can act recklessly. Shaking his head, Emilio explained. Haven't you noticed? He is deliberately provoking us, merely wanting to test my strength. I was reluctant at first, but since he insists, I have no other choice. If you were to jump in now, you'd be falling into his trap, creating a handle for him. This won't be good for either of us if word gets out. Besides, you know West's character. If I don't agree now, he'll likely bring it up again later. It's better to resolve this once, and for all than to deal with continuous trouble. After hearing Emilio's words, Preston realized how rash he had been. Calming down, he indeed thought that West's behavior was predictable given his nature. If he had acted on impulse, West would surely have seized the opportunity to use it against them. Now Preston felt deeply ashamed, realizing that even this young man thought more carefully than he did. That was certainly regrettable. On the other side, West wore an expression as if everything was going according to plan. With folded arms, he calmly watched the two men. Why haven't you two reached an agreement yet? Bryce Preston, your temperament really needs changing. After all these years, you're still so impulsive. How is this any improvement? Thanks to Emilio's reminder, Preston now understood he couldn't lose his temper. Taking a deep breath, he gave West a hard look without saying another word, and finally walked away without acknowledging West. This somewhat surprised West. Given Preston's usual behavior, he should have lunged at him already, giving West a chance to force Emilio into a confrontation. He definitely wanted to see what skills this Emilio possessed. Just a young man, daring to speak disrespectfully to junior Bryce Manny like that. Truly lacking knowledge of humility. Wow, Preston, I didn't expect that over the years you've not only gained no abilities, but have also become cowardly. This isn't like your usual style. Though infuriated, Preston knew better than to confront West directly. He could only wait for the next encounter to teach West a proper lesson. Seeing West growing increasingly agitated, Emilio shook his head and took a few steps toward him. So, are you wanting to take up Preston's anger for him? Fine, let me see your capabilities too. If so, get it over with. Don't waste our time dawdling. Bryce, you jest. You are Day's envoy. How could we possibly engage you here? Doing so would embarrass Day, leading to complications. Realizing his scheme failed, West grew visibly irritated. I didn't expect that after all these years, Dongxia has become so timid. There's no one left to shoulder responsibility. Bryce, please calm down. I understand your intent. If you want to spar, let's do it straightforwardly without these tactics. We both bear responsibility for whatever happens. Caught off guard when his thoughts were guessed, West felt somewhat embarrassed for a moment. He coughed a few times and resumed his earlier nonchalant demeanor. Folding his arms, West spoke indifferently. Since you know what I mean, your repeated refusal to fight is probably because you fear losing face if you lose. You should know that I have mentioned this several times before, but you always declined. Isn't it that you are afraid of losing face? That's why you refuse to fight, forcing me to use such means. Finding it somewhat amusing, Emilio lowered his head and curled the corner of his lips, unsure of what to say about West. It's my fault, but since Bryce Donnie is so curious about me, I can no longer decline. We might as well resolve this issue sooner. It will also save Bryce Donnie from worrying. Seemingly thinking of something, West raised his hand and said, I have one more request. Since it's a match, there must be a stake involved. Otherwise, it would be quite boring, wouldn't it? I believe Bryce Manny would agree with me on this point, wouldn't he? Hearing this, Preston couldn't help but intervene. West, what else do you want? We've already agreed to it. Why do you keep making so many demands? If you want to fight, just fight. What's with all this talk? It's fine, Bryce Preston. I want to see what stakes Bryce Donnie has in mind. Bryce Donnie is right. A match without stakes is indeed very boring. Not expecting Emilio to agree, Preston became a bit anxious. He knew that West was not an easy person to deal with and was naturally worried that Emilio might fall into West's trap. However, just as Preston wanted to say something, he saw Emilio's composed expression. For some reason, he felt that Emilio had everything under control, as if everything was within his expectations. Recalling Emilio's words from earlier, Preston shook his head. This young man was much smarter than he imagined and didn't need his reminders. Thus, he didn't say anything further. Chapter 273 Extreme Arrogance. This is more like it. Bryce Manny knows a lot more than Bryce Preston, who is so uninteresting. Let me think about this wager. West said this while putting on an appearance of deep contemplation, as if he were truly troubled. However, all of this was clear to Emilio. Emilio knew that West merely wanted to teach him a lesson and find out how he was connected to Bryce Manny Xiao. West was certainly not the type to give up halfway. Sure enough, after a short time, West waved his hand as if he had thought of something entertaining. I believe Bryce Manny is someone who can afford to bet. However, since you are still young, I naturally won't make things difficult for you. We won't gamble on anything random. Let's do this. If Bryce Manny loses, you must remove your mask and let me see what you really look like. If I propose a condition, why don't you propose one in return? To be honest with Bryce Manny, I feel you resemble the Bryce Manny Xiao I know very much. If you don't mind, fulfilling my curiosity isn't a big problem, right? Just as Emilio had imagined. Nodding, Emilio did not refuse, which piqued West's curiosity since Emilio had previously been extremely resistant, unwilling to reveal even a fraction. It's fine. Since Bryce Donnie wants to see, then let Bryce Donnie see. I'm not stingy to such an extent. But Bryce Donnie asked me to propose any conditions. Is this not too broad? Having achieved his purpose, West smiled, shook his head. Tad, don't be too arrogant. I admit you're young but strong indeed. Man, at your loss lies in your age. At your age and experience level, do you really think you can beat me? But no worries. Impressed by your courage, I will fulfill whatever you ask for as long as you win me. Have you thought it through? Do you have the strength for it? Alright, I plan to hold back somewhat. But since Bryce Donnie has spoken so clearly, holding back would seem disrespectful, wouldn't it? Hearing these words, West's face showed surprise, staring straight at Emilio. He didn't expect this young man to say something like this. He can't possibly think he can defeat me? This is sheer arrogance, even considering holding back. Aren't you humiliating yourself before the competition? West, a great general who had fought many battles, had never seen such an arrogant young man. Clenching his teeth, he decided that this youth could not be Bryce Manny Xiao. The humble Bryce Manny Xiao would never talk like this. Boy, don't boast too soon. When you cry later, don't come complaining. West, you are a great general yet despise this young man and impose so many conditions. Isn't this bullying the weak? You'll bring shame upon yourself if this gets around. Preston observed West's confident demeanor and felt he was overstepping, considering Emilio was just a young man. With such a slim physique and inexperienced in the world, not even once on the battlefield, Preston knew Emilio's unique abilities but still believed that given West's rich experience, Emilio stood no chance. But insulting Isia's general like this, is this not bullying? This is not the demeanor of a true general. Previously, West wasn't like this. Though this person lacks judgment, arguing with a young man is unnecessary. He couldn't understand what made Emilio worth West's persistent attention. Preston, stop. Emilio hasn't said anything against it. Why intervene? Bryce Preston, I understand your concerns. Rest assured, I will not disgrace you or Isia today. I have my measures. Emilio turned to speak to Preston. Hearing this, Preston held back his worry, sighed, patted Emilio's shoulder, and looked away. Standing 10 meters apart, Emilio narrowed his eyes at West, who stood with arms crossed, brimming with confidence as if Emilio posed no threat. What does Donnie Haley-Jun mean by this? What Bryce Preston just said, I thought about it. Indeed, you lack experience. If I don't hold back at this moment, it does seem like I'm bullying the weak, which would be embarrassing if it gets around. How about this? I'll let you use one hand, or give you 3 moves. As long as you don't say I bullied you afterward. Emilio didn't expect West to mean this. No problem, Bryce Donnie can use your full strength. If you hold back, that would be unfair instead. Although I am young, since I agree to this, I admit my loss. I won't complain afterward. Please rest assured. West burst into laughter and patted his chest. That's more like it. Since you've said so, don't blame me for using all my might. If you lose too badly, don't go around saying I bullied you youngsters. But rest assured, I'm not that stubborn. Let's do this. You attack first. How about it? Emilio really didn't want to continue Juchan with West here. He just wanted to resolve this matter quickly. Hearing West's proposal, Emilio nodded and didn't say anything else. With a push of his foot, in an instant, he was in front of West. This wind-like speed shocked West. He didn't expect Emilio's speed to be so terrifying. Before he could react, he was kicked to the ground by Emilio. Stepping back a few paces, West clutched his chest and looked at Emilio in disbelief. Ha ha ha, I never thought you, West, would end up like this. You were talking big just now, weren't you? Now you can't even beat a young man. Looks like your body isn't what it used to be. Everyone must acknowledge their age. Grinding his teeth, West's face was somewhat tarnished. After all, being kicked several meters away by someone much younger than him, who could bear that, especially after he had been so boastful earlier. Chapter 274, Gaping in Disbelief. This doesn't count. I haven't fallen to the ground yet. Let's see who falls first. Just now, it was merely because I was too relaxed. Let's go again. West was thinking that his loss was definitely due to being overly lax and underestimating his opponent, giving this young man a chance. This time, he would give it his all and wouldn't give the youth any opening. West, when did you start liking to cheat? Truly, each year is worse than the last. Shut up, you talk more every year. Nelson looked at the cautious expression on West's face and felt a sense of familiarity. He remembered their first meeting years ago. It had been a similar scene. Indeed, after all these years, West hadn't changed a bit. He still underestimated others, and today Nelson would show him the strength of the youth once more. Just now, I made the first move, and perhaps Bryce Donnie didn't go all out. So, let Bryce Donnie make the first move this time. If this were any other day, West would never agree to be insulted like this. But now he knew this young man wasn't as he imagined. It seemed Preston hadn't lied. This youth was indeed highly skilled. Even if he had been careless just now, it wouldn't have been so easy for him to be defeated. This clearly showed that the young man wasn't an ordinary person, and indeed, West had underestimated him. After all, they had already fought once before. At that time, the youth's speed had surprised West. He hadn't expected that back then. The youth hadn't used his full strength. Now he saw the true potential. All right, as long as you don't say I'm bullying the young. Even so, I will respect you and make the first move. Beside them, Preston rolled his eyes at West's words. Respect? It was probably just that he felt embarrassed about losing and didn't want to appear as arrogant as before. Man it, Preston was genuinely surprised that Nelson had the strength to make West feel challenged. If not for feeling challenged, why would West lower himself to speak such words? Involuntarily, Preston grew more appreciative of the young man. With a few more years of cultivation, he might become unbeatable, possibly even surpassing the young General Manny from years ago. With such a great general, Dongxia would have nothing to fear. At this point, Bryce can rest assured. I hope you will respect me and use your full strength. West clenched his fist tightly and stomped his foot, causing cracks to appear on the stone slab. The sheer power was immense. If it were a regular person, this punch would likely cause internal bleeding. As West approached Nelson, Nelson remained idle with his hands behind his back. This made West feel even more humiliated. The wind from the punch ruffled Nelson's hair, and even Preston could feel the power of the punch. He became worried. Why didn't Nelson dodge? Didn't he know how terrifying the force of this punch was? This wasn't something an ordinary person could withstand. Although Nelson's speed was astonishing, his strength couldn't compare to West's. Preston, anxious, shouted from the side. Nelson, get out of the way. If you don't, you'll be severely injured. His strength isn't to be taken lightly. Preston wasn't exaggerating. West's strength was beyond anyone else's. Even though his body wasn't as robust as Preston's, his power was exceptionally terrifying, not to mention for someone as slender as Nelson. But just as Preston was fretting, the punch stopped right in front of Nelson, who caught West's fist with one hand. Despite the tremendous speed and force, it seemed as soft as cotton in Nelson's grip, easily halted. Preston gaped in disbelief at the scene before him. He pinched his face, wondering if he was seeing things. But when he opened his eyes again, Nelson twisted the fist slightly, causing West's face to contort in pain, forcing him to kneel. West clutched his hurting hand tightly while Nelson raised an eyebrow. For a moment, everyone stood frozen in place. Preston couldn't believe what he saw. A seasoned general being defeated by a young man in 2 moves, with no ability to retaliate. How was this possible? Just how powerful was Nelson? And what kind of person was this young man? Preston now felt a bit frightened. He had thought that although this young man was formidable, he might not be as terrifying as rumored. But now he knew that the rumors were not exaggerated at all. This young man's strength could indeed challenge 6 fierce beasts alone. Thank you for letting me win, Bryce. Otherwise, I would never have been able to defeat you. Nelson held his fists humbly, but this made West feel even more ashamed. Just moments ago, he had been so arrogant. But now, this young man had beaten him to the ground without any resistance, kneeling helplessly. He dared to believe that if the young man had used just a little more force, his hand would have broken. West's strength was already among the best. Yet he never imagined this young man could grasp his fist so easily. West regretted challenging this young man, feeling it was like asking for trouble. Now he believed this young man was probably not the young General Manny. This young man's power was even more terrifying than the young General Manny. However, he was not someone who couldn't admit defeat. Even if he lost, he would accept it. There was no need to act like this. Clenching his fists, West stood up, looked at Nelson, and finally patted Nelson on the shoulder. What kind of person do you think I am? I lost today, and admitting defeat is all I can do. There's no need to be so humble. It makes me seem too petty. I apologize for my arrogance earlier. You truly deserve it, and there's no need for you to say those things. On the side, Preston was somewhat surprised by West's behavior. After all, he had never seen West act like this before. I didn't expect that you, West, would have such a day. It's quite sigh-worthy. I thought you would deny losing. Chapter 275, Poaching. West couldn't hold back and rolled his eyes, shooting Preston a glare. Though I usually speak loosely, I would never cheat on such matters. You can rest assured about this, and I'm not someone who can't admit defeat. By the way, I mentioned you could ask for anything before. Have you thought of something now? Since I lost, it's only right to accept the consequences. Whatever you require, I will do my best to meet if it's within my capacity. Shaking his head, Emilio's demeanor made West think that he was being looked down upon, which annoyed him slightly. Do you look down on me? I wasn't joking. Since I lost, the wager stands. You can ask for whatever you need. Shaking your head like that is disrespectful. Of course not, you misunderstood me. I just haven't thought of any requests at this moment. Can we talk about it when the time comes? Hearing this, West's expression eased somewhat. Certainly, as long as I live, the wager stands. Feel free to come to me with any requests. If Eastern Xia cannot provide you with opportunities, you're always welcome in my Great Benedict. I will ensure you're well taken care of. Hey, what are you implying, West? You've come all the way to Eastern Xia and are already thinking of poaching talent? Let me tell you, Emilio belongs to Eastern Xia and always will. Don't try to poach our people. If word gets to Randy, it could be a serious offense. Waving his hand dismissively, West felt quite bored. Preston, after all these years, why are you still so dull? Can't you see it's just a joke? Besides, Eastern Xia has too many rules. Even joking around isn't allowed. Even if it's a crime, there are only the 3 of us here. Who else could hear? Or are you fond of reporting things behind people's backs, Bryce Preston? That would be surprising indeed. Stop putting on a show here. I'm not like that. But next time if others hear such talk from you, I won't guarantee what might happen. Remember, we're in Eastern Xia now, not Great Benedict. You can't say whatever you want without consequences. If Carlo hears this, No one can save you. Benedictioning to Preston's nagging, West felt irritable. Manny's, yes, I get it. Stop nagging. You haven't changed a bit over the years, still lecturing everyone. Talking to you is always boring, which is exactly why I dislike conversing with you. Saying this, West glanced at Emilio beside him, revealing a hint of sympathy in his eyes. To be honest, don't you find it annoying to be with this guy every day? Back when I dealt with him when I was young, I found him very tedious and naggy. I didn't like talking to him much either. Though they often bickered, Emilio could see that they merely liked to banter. In truth, they cared for each other. Thinking back, we weren't exactly friends until we met. Back then, whenever we saw each other, it wasn't pleasant. We fought bitterly. But later on, seeing how genuine he was, we gradually grew closer. Unfortunately, relations between Great Benedict and Eastern Xia were tense, and it's only been in recent years that we've started interacting more. Recalling those days, West had a nostalgic look on his face, glancing at Preston. This time coming to Eastern Xia, I went through a lot of effort. Man, you not only don't welcome me but also speak poorly of me. It really pains me. If you wanted to come, you should have. No one forced you to deal with me. You're good at putting on a show. I won't argue with you. Enough, since you're here, let's sit down and eat. I'll treat you well, or you might complain to others behind my back when you return. Preston gave a cold snort, finally speaking. But West, who had anticipated this, patted Preston's shoulder. That's the spirit. Finally, you're showing some human warmth, Preston. Normally, you wouldn't say such things. If you hadn't invited me for dinner, I'd surely tell others how stingy you are. Let's do this, Emilio. Why don't you join me? After all, we've become acquainted through conflict. Although there's quite a gap in age, I consider us to be friends across millennia. If you don't mind an old bone like me, come along. West's words were indeed exaggerated. While their age difference was significant, it wasn't enough to call them friends across millennia. Bryce Donnie, you flatter me. It's my honor to be friends with you, and I would never refuse. Throwing his head back in laughter, West seemed very pleased with Emilio's response. He patted Emilio on the shoulder so hard that Emilio felt as though his bones might shatter. Ouch, I'm terribly sorry. When I get happy, I lose control of my strength. You must eat more to strengthen yourself. Turning to Preston, West continued. Look at Preston. You should learn from this young man. His words are so pleasant to hear. Not like you. When I invited you for dinner back then, it took a lot of effort. You drove me away countless times. Even Benedict Bay had to visit Juga Benedictong 3 times to bring him out of seclusion. Back then, how many times did I invite you, only for you to refuse? You still have the nerve to bring that up? Didn't you know how tense the relationship between Eastern Xia and Great Benedict was? If I went out to eat with you, it could have been a capital offense. How could I dare to go? You were too carefree, not thinking about the consequences. Why fear? We had nothing to hide. It was just a meal. But if you ask me, your Earl is too petty. Hearing this, Emilio almost wanted to argue that Carlo of Great Benedict was no less petty. Otherwise, he wouldn't have attempted to assassinate him due to jealousy over his achievements. But West probably wouldn't understand that Carlo likely didn't think so deeply. I'm tired of arguing about these old matters. Since you're inviting us to dinner, hurry up and choose a place. Don't procrastinate. You're not trying to escape, are you? Am I that kind of person? If I said I would treat you to dinner, I will. However, I'm a bit short on money now. Perhaps Bryce Preston could take us out instead? Chapter 276, About. I knew it would be like this. You, West, said you would treat me to a meal years ago, but until now, I haven't had that meal yet. Every time you say you don't have money, how come you still lack responsibility in front of this young man? However, after being scolded by Preston, West didn't show any remorse. Instead, he shrugged with an indifferent demeanor. No way, isn't it really because I don't have money? Otherwise, I would definitely invite you. Look at me, a great general. Would I run away from you? That's not certain. Who knows how many times you've run away before? Forget it. Just let me take care of it today instead of saying you'll invite us. West curled his lips, satisfied with his plan succeeding. A smile couldn't help but spread across his face as he continued. Oh no, no need. I said I would invite you. How could I possibly let you do it? If word gets out, how could I maintain my reputation as a general? On the side, Emilio sighed in exasperation at the two bickering men and interjected between them. Both generals, if you don't mind. Why don't we just have a simple meal at my residence today? Since we're already here, wouldn't it be troublesome to go out again? There's no other way then. Since Bryce Manny has already spoken, it would be impolite for us to refuse. It's a pity that I was originally planning to treat you all. Now, you've let this young man steal the spotlight, but no matter. Next time when you visit Dalei, feel free to find me. I will make sure to return this favor. Ignoring West, Preston waved and draped an arm over Emilio's shoulder. Let's go. No need to talk nonsense with this guy. He's just trying to avoid paying for meals. He even complains about losing face after talking circles around himself. Despite this, West happily followed behind them, taking out a fan who knows where from. An imposing middle-aged man waving a fan in a flirtatious manner looked quite out of place. You can't speak like that. I said that next time you come to Dalei, I will certainly invite you. And besides, I can't escape. Preston, you should not defame me like this publicly. I might come looking for you at your mansion. After this meal, West was quieter for some time but soon resumed frequent visits to Emilio's doorstep, which gave Emilio a headache. Finally relieved when West returned to Dalei, these days West had been running him ragged, leaving no time for other matters. Who knew what charm Eastern Xia held for West to become so infatuated? In court, Carlo looked at West. How did your stay in Eastern Xia go, Bryce Donnie? If there was anything unsatisfactory about our hospitality, please do tell. I will make sure to address it. Your Majesty is joking. Eastern Xia is much more entertaining than Dalei. To be honest, I almost didn't want to return, but they pressured me from Dalei to come back today. That's good. I see you frequently visit Bryce Manny's residence recently. Your relationship with Bryce Manny must be getting better. West curled his lips and turned to glance at Emilio before speaking. Indeed, as your Majesty said, though young, Bryce Manny is exceptional in every aspect. I visit him daily to spar with him. Unfortunately, I haven't won once. Truly, the new generation surpasses the old. I suppose I should admit I'm getting old. Though Wes may seem not too bright, he wasn't foolish. He understood Carlo's implied praise and responded accordingly without hesitation. Sure enough, after West's comment, Carlo on the throne appeared delighted. Even with a wave of his hand, he laughed heartily. Never thought our Bryce Manny would receive such high praise from Bryce Donnie. This is truly rare. It seems Bryce Manny does have some capability. However, Bryce Donnie, there's no need to be so modest. We know very well that you're letting our young Bryce Manny have his way. Right? Please pass my regards to the Daily Eye Earl upon your return. Thank him for his concern and having you specifically come over. Your Majesty, this is what I should do. Besides, you are also very concerned about Dongxia. It is everyone's wish to see a friendly relationship between the two countries. Look at how border conflicts have subsided and people live in peace now. This is exactly what we want to see. Then came a round of mutual flattery. Emilio's mind was no longer on this, as he recalled going to the residence of the Tammy last night under the cover of darkness to obtain news. Cameron had already discussed this matter with the Drake, but the Drake insisted on meeting him in person. The attitude was such that if Emilio refused to meet, the Drake would not offer help. Man it, if they did meet, Emilio's identity would inevitably be exposed since the Drake had seen him before. Moreover, Emilio now suspected that the Drake might be the mastermind behind the uprising. After the court session, Emilio intended to find the Tammy to discuss this, but unexpectedly, Eunuch Benedict approached him, his voice shrill as he bowed his head. Emilio, Randy invites you for important discussions. Though eager to speak with the Tammy, since Carlo had spoken, Emilio had no choice but to nod and follow Eunuch Benedict. Passing through the resplendent Shinkong Palace, Emilio waited by a door. Your Majesty, he has arrived. Very well, open the door and let him in quickly. Hearing this, Eunuch Benedict stepped aside and signaled two other eunuchs to open the door. Aiden then strode through the entrance. On the high throne sat a man in yellow robes, diligently reviewing documents. Upon seeing Emilio, he placed the document aside slowly, adjusted his robe, and sat upright, exuding an air of divine mandate. Clenching his teeth, Emilio didn't know what Carlo's intentions were, but he was clear that Carlo was not so simple. To rapidly promote him from a mere guard to a general and bestow him with such significant power, there must be something else Carlo needed from him. Chapter 277. Testing. Now it was likely that he was about to assign a task to him. If he failed to complete it, his position as general might not be secure. How could anyone who endured humiliation and carried the heavy burden for so many years under the coercion of the rebels be an ordinary figure? You're standing there for what? Come sit down, let's have a good talk. As Carlo spoke, he sized up Emilio from head to toe. To be honest, Carlo still felt some caution toward this young man. After all, for someone so young to possess such capabilities, one had to be wary. He was not someone who could be fully trusted just yet. However, due to this young man's formidable strength, he indeed wanted this person to work for him. Seeing how well he got along with Bryce Donnie according to others, even earning annual praises from Bryce Donnie, Carlo became even more convinced that he had found the right person. This young man would certainly stir up great waves between the two countries in the future. Not only that, upon entering the Xiongnu Hall for the first time, this young man showed no signs of panic or fear but rather exuded an air of calm and ease. Just by standing there, one could feel his extraordinary aura. At such a young age, to possess such an aura meant this young man would definitely become a significant figure in the future. The Earl couldn't help but commend him internally. Therefore, this young man must be made to serve him. If he could not be used for his benefit, he needed to be dealt with sooner rather than later, lest he became a major threat. Your Majesty jests, I'm fine standing. I am quite young, and standing more will keep my blood circulating better. Hearing this, Carlo did not argue further, only laughing heartily. Well, since you say so, then you may stand for now. Let us have a heartfelt talk. I know entrusting you with such a task is indeed demanding. I've heard of Bryce Donnie's reputation. You won't blame me, will you? Emilio knew Carlo was bringing up Bryce Donnie's matter. Clearly, Carlo was aware that Bryce Donnie was a tough character. Entrusting this difficult task to a young man like him was already challenging. However, he understood Carlo's intention went beyond this. How could I? Your Majesty truly jests. Since your Majesty has arranged it thusly, there must be a reason. Moreover, it shows your appreciation for me, assigning such a significant task. If I cannot handle it properly, how can I hold the position of Grand Bryce? This is an opportunity for your Majesty to grant blessings to all through me. Not to mention, Bryce Donnie has a straightforward nature, making our interactions harmonious. He has taught me much this time, for which I am truly honored. Sure enough, hearing these words made Carlo laugh heartily again. On the contrary, but indeed, you, young man, have understood my intentions. Entrusting Bryce Donnie to you was indeed to test your capability. You have not disappointed me at all. Indeed, you are the one I chose. The position of Bryce Manny will certainly be secure. After saying this, Carlo paused for a moment, as if he had something hard to express. Since your Majesty summoned me today, I believe you have something important to address. It is my honor to receive your Majesty's favor, and reaching this position owes much to your Majesty's promotion. A 1,000-mile horse is common, but not so its discoverer. Without your Majesty, how could I be where I am now? With a deep sigh, Yale on the throne finally stood up, poured a cup of wine from a nearby jug, and slowly walked down the steps. He came to Emilio in a few strides and handed him the wine cup. Let's put aside matters for a while and enjoy a drink. There's no need to make the atmosphere so tense, right? Staring at the cup of wine before him, Emilio was momentarily unsure of Carlo's true intention. What? Is Bryce Manny unwell and unable to drink today? Emilio detected a hint of threat in Carlo's words. Although Carlo still smiled, his demeanor told otherwise. Emilio even suspected that if he didn't drink the wine, his life would be in immediate danger. Naturally not. I was merely wondering why your Majesty personally passed me the cup, which was my fault. No worries, there's no one else here today. Between us, there's no need for such formalities. Emilio took the cup and drank it without hesitation, pleasing Carlo greatly. The Earl nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, Emilio realized what Carlo's intent was, testing his loyalty. If he had not drunk the wine today, he feared he would never gain Carlo's trust again and would never secure his position. Indeed, he was a cunning old fox, just like his sons. As the saying goes, like father, like son. This family was not to be underestimated. Seemingly friendly on the surface, but in reality, they might have already calculated everything, waiting for you to step into their trap. Bryce Manny is truly generous. Such courage at your young age makes even I feel ashamed. Since we finished our drinks, let's discuss this matter. It's not anything major. I just want to assign a small task to Bryce Manny. I believe you can handle it. Your Majesty, whatever you need, I will do my utmost. Whether it's through fire or water, I will complete this task. The Earl smiled, waving his hand. It's not that serious. You speak boldly, young man. But rest assured, I'm not someone who would deliberately make things difficult for others. Have you heard of the rebels? Hearing Carlo mention this suddenly, Emilio barely managed to hide his shock. Feeling Carlo's gaze sweep over his face, Emilio knew he was being tested. Maintaining his respectful demeanor, he responded with a hint of confusion in his eyes. I have heard of them. The rebels caused quite a stir back then. But wasn't it said that they were all wiped out and vanished without a trace? Why does your Majesty bring this up now? Have the rebels reappeared? Seeing no suspicious expressions on Emilio's face, Carlo finally shook his head, feeling relieved. His suspicions about Emilio eased slightly. These rebels are very troublesome fellows. Although they were supposedly all eliminated back then, most of them had already hidden among the common people, making it impossible to identify them. Chapter 278 Grand and Lofty. That group of rebels appears unpredictably. How could they be completely eradicated? For many years, they have been secretly contacting each other. Unfortunately, even after so many years, I have not found any clues. Only recently did they start to show some activities, which finally gave me a few leads. Benedictioning to Carlo's grand and lofty words, Emilio silently mocked in his heart. The Earl was indeed very good at acting. Or perhaps all people from Dongxia were skilled actors. If they were in modern times, wouldn't everyone be an Oscar-winning actor? What you've been saying about having no clues for so many years, and the so-called unpredictable rebels who can't be fully eliminated, it's all because you're protecting them. Those rebels have always been your backing, haven't they? Haven't you, Carlo of Dongxia, been protecting them all these years? But Emilio only thought this in his heart, and would never dare say it out loud. Now that Carlo said this, Emilio naturally had to act surprised. Thinking this way, he acted accordingly. He then put on a look of surprise, and immediately looked up with his eyes fixed on the Oscar-winning actor on the throne. Your Majesty means to say that the rebels have not been wiped out all these years, but have taken root in secret, and are now emerging again? Nodding, Carlo seemed very troubled as he rubbed his temples. Mannies, after so many years, I didn't expect them to come out again. I fear that their appearance this time will stir up another storm. They once caused chaos and unrest among everyone. People lived in dire straits due to the conflicts between Dali and Dongxia, leading to the destruction of almost all neighboring small countries. Countless people were displaced and left homeless. That is why for so many years, I have been trying to find the rebels to eliminate them using all human and material resources. Only by rooting them out can we bring peace to the world. After waiting for so many days, Emilio finally got news about the rebels. Naturally, he was somewhat excited. The Earl only got this position because of the rebels. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been his turn to sit here. So, this Earl must know much more than he does. If he could learn from him who was behind the rebels, he could find out who betrayed Dali and who intentionally provoked the war between the two countries. So, what clues does your Majesty speak of? Raising his hand, Carlo signaled for Emilio to be quiet, then picked up the memorial beside him. Emilio instantly felt the surrounding atmosphere become tense. We don't need to rush into the clues. These rebels are a bunch of liars. If it weren't for them, we wouldn't have the wars with Dali, nor would Dongxia be in this state of submission today. All this is due to my old and confused father. Remember, no matter what those rebels tell you, don't believe them. You are saving the common people. Hesitantly, Carlo sighed. To be frank with you, one of the rebels approached me not long ago, wanting to cooperate and repeat the disaster of the past. How could I possibly agree? That would be a catastrophe, leaving many people homeless. I am afraid of what those rebels might do, so, Emilio, I need you to eliminate this group of people. Now, I only know where they are located. You should know that if you go after them, they might chase after you, for they hold grudges. Upon hearing this, Emilio caught the key point. Your Majesty means there is more than one group of rebels, possibly spread across various places? Is the person who came to see your Majesty the leader of the rebels? As the saying goes, to catch the thief, first catch the king. If we can remove this leader, it might be a significant blow to the rebels. However, after hearing this, Yale on the throne shook his head. If it were really their leader, it would be a good plan. But those rebels are extremely cunning. After so many years, I still cannot find out who is behind them. Who organized this rebel group? The only person I've met is one of them, but he is definitely not the mastermind behind the rebels. But I think that eliminating him will also deal a blow to the rebels. He is responsible for contacting all the rebel groups. If we eliminate him, the rebels won't be able to act for a while. Biting his teeth, although Emilio had never thought from the beginning that this Earl could get in touch with the masterminds behind the rebels, he still felt somewhat disappointed when hearing what Carlo said. After all, investigating these rebels had taken so many years, and the only person who had any close connection with them was Carlo standing before him. Man, even Carlo could not identify who was actually behind the rebels. This was enough to show how terrifying this group of rebels was. Their power spread everywhere, and their informants were scattered across all countries. Such a formidable force could not be easily resisted. Even Carlo could do nothing about them. However, it seemed that the current Earl of Dongxia wanted to kill the goose that laid the golden eggs, knowing that these rebels would threaten his position, so it was better to strike first. When he needed them before, he wished for them to do anything without opposition. Now that he no longer needed them, he began to pull up the ladder after climbing up. No wonder his own promotion came so quickly. It was probably because he wanted to use him as a scapegoat to help eliminate the rebels. Surely this Chavez wouldn't be so kind-hearted. This Earl did not seem like a fool either. He probably realized that once his connection with the rebels was severed, those people would certainly find a new replacement. If he didn't take action first, then sooner or later, he would be eliminated along with everything he had. His two princes under his knees would naturally replace him. If this were the case, then there was an explanation for why this Chavez had gotten rid of Gordon, the right-hand man of the eldest prince, in front of so many people. Because he knew that the rebels, given their nature, would definitely find someone easier to control among the eldest prince and the cliff. Naturally, the eldest prince was more suitable, as assisting him to ascend the throne would allow them to regain control over all of Dongxia. Chapter 279 The Scapegoat. Zane was different. He had great ambitions and was not easily controlled. Moreover, he was too calculating and unpredictable. Even this old Earl probably couldn't hold on to his position for much longer, and the old Earl himself was aware of this. It wouldn't be long before the Grant eliminated the old Earl. This might explain why the old Earl urgently summoned him and disclosed all these matters without additional suspicion. Perhaps it was because Carlo no longer had time, and thus could only find a scapegoat to deal with the uprising army. By assigning this heavy responsibility to him, it simply indicated that he appeared harmless. However, this task was not an easy one. If he really provoked the uprising army, he might not even know how he ended up dead. But these concerns were nothing significant to Emilio. To find out who was behind the uprising army would naturally mean offending them. Now his ultimate goal aligned with Carlo's, eliminating the uprising army. It would be better to have an assistant, thus creating more opportunities. In addition, given the current situation, there was likely no way he could refuse. If he refused, he would probably be beheaded tomorrow for stepping into Maxed Hall with his left foot first as an excuse. How about it? Is Bryce Manny afraid? Or don't you want to accept this wealth-bringing opportunity? If you're unwilling, I won't force you. Just say the word, and I will not blame you. That's right, you are still young. If you ruin your future over this, it would be unimaginable. This is my negligence. How about this? Forget we had this conversation and continue being Bryce Manny. Emilio knew that while Carlo said so, if he truly did this, he would face far more than just words. Your Majesty jests. To serve the common people is my honor. Why would I be unwilling? Besides, these insurgents are extremely detestable. I have long wanted to get rid of them. Now that your Majesty gives me this chance, I'm elated and cannot possibly refuse. Rest assured, I will do everything in my power to eliminate these insurgents and relieve your Majesty of this burden. I am only concerned about the welfare of the people. Ha ha ha, now that's the Bryce Manny I know. You're indeed the person I trust. I knew you weren't timid or petty. Bryce Manny, rest assured, I will protect you and provide support, never letting you go to your death in vain. Furthermore, if you complete this task, whatever you wish for, I will fulfill it. The Earl then poured another cup of wine and placed it in front of Emilio. Consider this cup of wine as my toast to you. Do not turn down my offer. Seeming to recall something, Carlo leaned closer to Emilio's ear, confirming there was no one around before continuing. Right, I believe you understand what should be said and what should not be. Remember, what I told you today must stay between us. Absolutely do not mention it to anyone else. Otherwise, if the information leaks and those insurgents learn of it and escape early, all my efforts would be in vain. Emilio nodded. He knew the importance of keeping secrets. If he hadn't been discreet, how could he have risen to such a high position? Reflecting on the current absurdity, he was playing double agent for both the Grant and Zane, and now had to divide his attention even further for Carlo. However, if any source provided useful information on the uprising army, it wouldn't be wasted effort. He believed that in due time, he would definitely uncover who was behind these insurgencies and who betrayed the de Benedict dynasty. That person had harmed many innocent people. He had to eliminate him. Fine, I trust you. I believe you will handle things wisely. Rest assured, if you successfully complete this task, I will greatly rely on you. Your future will be bright, and whatever you desire, I can fulfill. As for now, take some rest. These past few days walking around with Bryce Donnie must have been tiring. Take care of yourself in preparation for what's ahead. When the time comes, I will inform you. After leaving Xiongnu Hall, Eunuch Benedict escorted Emilio out the main door, turning to close it behind him. At that moment, Emilio felt a chill at his back. It felt like several pairs of eyes were watching him closely, which wasn't surprising to him. The Earl didn't fully trust him yet, and would surely have people monitoring him. He wasn't foolish. This indeed became quite troublesome. Now, those watching him weren't just Carlo's group. He was also thinking about visiting Wendy's residence, which wouldn't be an easy task. However, since that was the case, it would be fine to let them meet each other this way. Thinking of this, Emilio squinted his eyes, then walked into the bustling market with an air of complete ignorance. Instead of returning to the Bryce's residence, he zigzagged through several small alleys. Although those following had some doubts, they still kept up. But they hadn't taken many steps when the person they were tailing vanished without a trace. A living person disappeared right under their noses. How could they explain this? However, at that moment, they noticed some movement nearby. The sheaths of knives glittered with cold light under the moonlight, causing anyone who saw them to shudder involuntarily. They slowly approached the source, and suddenly, several men in black night clothes emerged from the grass. The two groups clashed without any exchange of words, while on a nearby pathway, Emilio glanced at the scene before pushing off and disappearing into the alley. Emilio knew those people wouldn't last long. Once they discovered he was gone, they would surely return to report. Thus, he didn't have much time. He had to return to Wendy's residence within this period and discuss these matters with her. Meanwhile, at Wendy's residence, Jolie was pacing back and forth around the table. Wendy had received news from Emilio, asking her to wait for him at her residence. He planned to return here late at night to discuss matters with her. Man it was already deep into the night, and Emilio had not shown up, leaving Wendy feeling uneasy. This was unprecedented. Considering Emilio's current situation wasn't ideal, she couldn't help but worry. It wasn't just Amir who posed a threat, but also Zane, who was naturally suspicious. If Emilio made even the slightest mistake, everything could fall apart. In such a scenario, those two definitely wouldn't spare him. Chapter 280. Failure at the last moment. Biting her lip, Milena took a deep breath. She absolutely could not sit here and wait for disaster to strike. If something had really happened to Emilio, she had to save him. With that thought, Milena was about to head to the Bryce's residence to see what was going on. However, at that moment, there was a sound from the window and door. The next second, Emilio appeared right behind Milena, looking at her with confusion and asked, "What are you preparing to do?" Emilio's sudden appearance startled Milena, who instinctively opened her mouth to scream. Fortunately, Emilio reacted quickly, covering her mouth just in time, preventing anyone from being alerted. "Be quiet. I came here quietly. If someone finds out, we'll be in trouble," Aiden said, leaning close to Milena's ear. Realizing this, Milena nodded hastily. After Emilio released her, she stepped back, gazing at him with a slightly reproachful look, making Emilio feel a bit uncomfortable as he rubbed his nose. "What's wrong? Why did you suddenly appear behind me without saying anything? You scared me. I was about to call you, but I saw you preparing to go out, so I didn't have time. Didn't I tell you to wait for me inside?" Now it was Milena's turn to feel somewhat guilty. "I was wondering why you were taking so long. I thought something might have happened to you, so I wanted to go to the Bryce's residence to check. Your current situation is dangerous. If something happens, Amir and Zane would certainly try to kill you." Milena's voice became softer as she spoke. As expected, Emilio's expression turned grim instantly. With a serious look on his face, he continued, "I told you before, don't take any rash actions unless there's an emergency. If you had gone to the Bryce's residence today, and those people watching me saw you, do you know what the consequences would be? If they find out that you and I have been in contact secretly, I will never gain the trust of the Amir or Zane. All our plans might fail. How could you be so reckless?" Milena had been worried all night, feeling helpless and wanting to check on the situation at the Bryce's residence. Who wouldn't be worried after so many incidents? She truly couldn't put her mind at ease. Though nothing had happened yet, Emilio's reprimand made Milena feel somewhat aggrieved. Having served Carlo for so long, Milena clearly understood his true nature. No matter how well he disguised himself on the outside, inside he was rotten. There was no way he would promote someone to general just because they saved his life, especially someone as young as Emilio. Only one possibility remained. That was because Carlo needed this person. When Emilio became a general, Milena knew for sure that Carlo must have something to entrust to Emilio. Indeed, her guess was right, but she did not know what exactly Carlo wanted from Emilio. Upon hearing Milena's words, Emilio showed a look of surprise on his face. To be honest, it was indeed beyond Emilio's expectations that Milena could think of this point. He nodded, with some admiration in his eyes. Indeed, Milena is the best choice. If Dongxia were to be given to Milena, it would certainly get better and better. You're right, I also thought about this. Today, Carlo called me to Xiongnu Palace to discuss matters concerning the rebel army. The rebel army? Manis, it's about the rebel army. The Earl wants me to lead people to eliminate one group of the rebels. I believe this group is probably the same one that once cooperated with Carlo. The Earl wants to remove him because he is an important figure responsible for connecting the various parts of the rebel army. Eliminating him would mean the rebel army won't have much impact on Carlo in the short term. I believe Carlo knows well that the rebel army has now switched allegiance to Amir. They will surely assist Amir in becoming the new Earl of Dongxia. So he is no longer useful. Being useless means he will be eliminated. That's why he hurriedly promoted me to general, seeing as my martial arts skills are quite good, wanting me to eliminate this group of rebels. He is afraid that the rebel army might threaten him. Milena nodded, suddenly enlightened. Indeed, this made sense. Why Carlo would suddenly eliminate Gordon and constantly strike against the Amir. It was because he knew the rebel army had defected to the Amir, which explained everything. This also explained why he promoted Emilio so quickly. But how did he know Emilio could really take on such an important task? He merely used Emilio as a scapegoat, testing the waters. Chapter 281. Headless Fly. Thinking of this, the Tammy raised her head, as if she had just thought of something. Well then, does Carlo know? Who exactly is the leader of the rebel army? If we knew who they were, it would be easier to deal with. Maybe we can seek external support. Those rebels are also detested by the great Benedict kingdom, aren't they? No, he doesn't know. I've asked him, and he doesn't appear to be lying. The leaders of the rebel army must be hiding very deeply, so much so that even the Bartolomeo of Dongxia has no right to know who they are. Besides, the Bartolomeo of Dongxia is nothing but a puppet. For a mere puppet to know the identity of the rebel leaders would be far too easy. Over these years, the ones interacting with Carlo have probably been the alleged contact persons coordinating the local rebel armies, never the real mastermind. Feeling somewhat disappointed, the Tammy lowered her head, but Emilio shook his head after seeing this. Although Carlo doesn't know who the real mastermind is, I believe the leader of the rebel army will be aware. Perhaps we can get some clues from them. For now, Carlo has asked me to come back and wait for news. After a while, he'll inform me of where the person is. I believe during this time Carlo will surely contact that person again. Once we capture that person alive, maybe we can ask them for some useful information. At least we now have a lead, instead of being like a headless fly. This indeed could be a viable plan. However, won't you then be serving as a double agent among three parties? Not only in Prince Crown and Zane's camps, but also here with Carlo? Isn't this too dangerous? If anything happens, no one in all of Dongxia will spare you. And you have no backup in Great Benedict, what will you do then? Knowing that the Tammy was worried about him, but with no other choice, ever since Emilio left Great Benedict for Dongxia, he never considered returning alive. All he thinks about now is finding out who the real mastermind is and getting rid of them along with the entire rebel army. Only then can peace reign in the land. Isn't this more valuable than his own life? Don't worry, I have my ways. You don't need to think about these things. You just need to continue gathering intelligence for me. If Cameron or the Miracle Doctor have any news, make sure to inform me immediately. I don't have many resources set up in Dongxia, so I hope you can help me wholeheartedly. I'm under close surveillance now and can't get in touch with Cameron. The Tammy sat down opposite Emilio, frowning, her black eyes staring at him intently until Emilio felt uncomfortable and lowered his head. Emilio, I know you're thinking about everyone, but I hope you can sometimes consider your own situation. Your current predicament is rather dire. If there's really no way out, please don't dig yourself deeper. Losing your life here would be such a waste. If you stay alive, you can continue the investigation. I believe you understand this better than I do. What you just said, rest assured. Since I've promised you, I will not regret it. I know that to achieve our goals, sacrifices are inevitable. We're in the same boat. I told you before, I hope you trust me. I will definitely not let you down. Relaxing her brow, Emilio smiled and was about to speak when suddenly there was a hurried knock on the door. For a moment, the room was silent, as if even the fall of a pin could be heard. The two looked at each other, and then came the voice of a servant from outside the door. Dempsey, the Grant is outside, saying he wants to see you. It's so late. Tell him that this Rosanna is already asleep and ask him to leave. After saying this, the Tammy looked at Emilio across from her. To be honest, she didn't expect the Grant to visit late at night. This visit was far too suspicious. Moreover, though the Tammy and the Grant were allies on the surface, they actually had little interaction behind the scenes. She being in his camp offered no reason for him to come over at this hour. Dempsey, I've just told him that, but he refused to leave, insisting I report to you. I don't know why. Hearing this, the Tammy felt increasingly certain that the Grant's visit today must have some purpose. It was indeed strange. Never mind, just let him come in. I doubt he'll leave even if you ask him to. I'll be nearby. It seems this trip is bound to see you face to face. It might be better for you to meet him and see what tricks he's playing. But I'm afraid that Emir will discover you, and that would be disastrous. As soon as she said this, the Tammy felt she was overthinking. Emilio had managed to escape so many people's pursuit and arrived at her residence unscathed. There was no need to worry about Emir discovering him. How could someone like Emir possibly find Emilio here? Don't worry about this. You just go meet Emir. I want to see what he has to say today. Rest assured, I will not let him discover me. The Tammy also knew that meeting Emir today was inevitable. She nodded slightly and spoke to the servant outside the door. Then take Emir to the main hall. I'll go change my clothes and come over. After the servant left, the Tammy spoke to Emilio again. Don't you think it's odd for Emir to come here today? In the past, he never came to see me this late. Besides, even though I say I'm on his side, in reality, I remain neutral. And today is so late, yet Emir insists on meeting with me. This is indeed very strange. Unusual events must have unusual reasons. Aiden also nodded in agreement with the Tammy's thoughts. He could guess that Emir might want the Tammy to join his faction, to secure more backup for himself. That made sense. But there was no need for such urgency. Coming over in the middle of the night seemed too peculiar. So this couldn't be the only reason. Emir must have other matters to discuss with the Tammy, which made him so anxious that he needed to come in the dead of night. Forget it. Everything will become clear eventually. Today, I'll find out what kind of trick Emir has up his sleeve. You're right. No matter what, running away won't work. Since that's the case, I'll see what he intends to do, to come to the Tammy's residence in the middle of the night. Chapter 282 Tossing and Turning, Sleepless Nights. When the Tammy arrived at Xiongnu Palace, the archer was already waiting there, holding a teacup. The archer seemed restless and uneasy. However, when he saw the Tammy, he coughed a few times before attempting to cover his discomfort with what he thought was a perfect smile, unaware that the dark circles under his eyes betrayed his sleepless nights. Nine's sister has arrived? Just in time. This tea is still warm. Nine's sister, have some tea. I do feel apologetic for disturbing you so late at night, but you surely wouldn't blame me, would you? Since you know it's a disturbance, why choose such a time to come? Now that I'm disturbed, these words are unnecessary. I won't drink tea either. Your visit has woken me up more than enough. But honestly, I didn't expect you to come this late. If this were any other time, the Tammy's words would not have been met with composure from the archer. He might have turned grim even before she finished speaking. But now, after hearing such rebuke, the archer chuckled awkwardly, a fleeting shadow of gloom flashing across his face before quickly disappearing. Roni, what do you mean by that? I know coming this late disturbs your rendezvous with your beloved, but there's no way around it. These past few days, I've indeed been tossing and turning all night, which is why I came to chat with you late at night. The Tammy had initially not intended to engage with the archer, glancing around looking for Emilio. When her gaze swept the room and found no trace of Emilio, and upon hearing those words from the archer, she almost dropped the teacup she had just picked up. Bringing the teacup to her lips, she coughed a few times. On the other side, the archer stood up and patted her back. Roni, be careful while drinking tea. You don't want to choke. The Tammy waved off his gesture, signaling she was fine. Then she looked up at the archer. Now she wished Emilio wasn't here, yet she knew he must be here, just hidden where she couldn't see him. She rubbed her temples, puzzled as to why the archer suddenly brought this up. Could he have discovered something about Emilio? If so, how should she deal with it? Not angry, but I wonder who started these rumors. When did I ever have a rendezvous with my beloved? Where did you hear that, eldest brother? Oh, Roni, don't treat me as an outsider. I wouldn't say anything. I only heard this recently, isn't that right? If not, maybe I misunderstood. Please don't be upset. The Tammy could easily detect the probing in the archer's tone. She was sure he wasn't just repeating hearsay. He likely had someone keep watch over her residence and probably spotted Emilio during one of his visits. This was clearly a test. Though anxious inside, the Tammy wasn't certain if the archer's visit was specifically to probe her relationship with Emilio. He likely suspected something but hadn't gathered evidence yet, hence the testing. She had to be careful, or it would put Emilio in a worse situation. Not really upset, but I must investigate who started these rumors. Anyone daring to discuss the current Rosanna deserves a stern punishment. But what you say reminds me. Indeed, someone did break into Gale's residence a few days ago, a thief. Imagine his audacity to intrude on Gale's residence. Truly lawless behavior. As she spoke, the Tammy glanced at the archer. Now recalling this incident, she suspected this thief might be one of his men sent to spy. Perhaps this visit wasn't about probing Emilio but rather questioning the thief. Thinking this over, she smiled. How these rumors got twisted is beyond me. It took a moment for the archer to react. Mannies, who would dare spread such things? Roni, rest assured I will handle this matter. However, how did you deal with the thief? Why ask that, eldest brother? Seeing the puzzled look on the Tammy's face, the archer immediately coughed, covering his fist as he said, Don't I worry about you? Recently, Dongxia hasn't been peaceful, with many thieves around. So I came to check on you. Plus, hearing what others say, as your elder brother, I naturally need to visit. The Tammy found it very amusing to see the Amir's hypocritical manner. It would be truly strange if he were here to genuinely care for her, as if the sun was rising in the west. Dempsey need not worry. The thief was beaten to death by my guards on that day. However, I do hope you can help stop these rumors. The Amir's expression changed momentarily, but rather than showing anxiety, he seemed relieved. Is that so? Nine sister did the right thing. Such people deserve to be beaten to death. Let's see if anyone else dares to do the same again. This is their consequence. But you are still too kind. If it were me, I'd hang him at the city gate for everyone to see. Dempsey, don't joke like this. And please don't call me that. If you have anything else to say, feel free to speak directly. If not, I've caught a cold these past few days and cannot continue chatting. For any inconvenience today, I will visit you another time. Taken aback by this blatant hint to leave, the Amir, who was no fool, understood immediately. His face changed, a flash of disdain crossing his eyes as he clenched his fists. He thought to himself, in the past, who would dare talk to him like this? Now that he had fallen from power, these people dared to overstep. But even so, the Amir didn't dare to retort. After all, this Roni of his was quite capable, and if she could lend her support, it would certainly be beneficial for him. Besides, he now had no choice but to rely on her. He couldn't afford to conflict with the Tammy openly. With this thought in mind, though displeased, the Amir maintained his amiable demeanor and smiled. You're right, Nine Sister. Disturbing you late at night was indeed my fault, disrupting your rest. But I'm not here just to talk about the thief. I know that you belong to the neutral faction now, but if you can lend me a hand, the benefits will certainly not be lacking for you. Chapter 283, Making Promises. Upon hearing this, the Tammy furrowed her brows. Indeed, the Amir had come to her today not just for matters concerning the thief, but also with another agenda. He wanted her support and to strengthen his faction. After all, he had lost a key ally and now desperately needed more people in his camp. Noticing the Tammy was less than satisfied with his proposal, the Amir immediately grew anxious. Is there anything unsatisfactory for the Tammy? Although I may not have many advantages at present, you can rest assured that if you follow me, I guarantee your prosperity and luxury will be taken care of. Once I ascend the throne, everything you want is yours. The Tammy found this amusing. The Amir made promises without any substance. It was as if he could say anything. If she truly believed what the Amir casually promised, it would indeed be laughable. Once on the throne, who knew if he wouldn't just cast her aside? Though these thoughts remained within her, outwardly, the Tammy still appeared supportive of the Amir. After all, the Zane was ruthless and shrewd, far more difficult to deal with. Moreover, with the rebel army backing the Amir, the outcome of the power struggle was uncertain. Joining the Zane would likely make things harder for her, especially in meeting Emilio. Turning around, the Tammy smiled and leisurely sipped her tea. This only heightened the Amir's anxiety. He couldn't fathom what she was thinking. The Amir should choose your words carefully. Remember the saying walls have ears? Some things can be said, while others must be kept silent. Randy is still in good health. Realizing his indiscretion, the Amir glanced around nervously, breaking out in a cold sweat. Seeing this, the Tammy continued, I've always been on the Amir's side. Is there a need to confirm this? Did you doubt me, Amir? Relax, I've always stood by you. There's no need to question my loyalty. Hearing this, the Amir's face lit up with relief. It's rare to hear such comforting words from you, Roni. Of course, I'm happy. Please don't misunderstand. How could I not trust you? Today was just a casual visit, nothing more. Since you need to rest, I won't disturb you further. I'll send some high-quality tonics to you soon. You've been through a lot with those thieves. Rest assured, such incidents won't happen again. After saying this, the Amir waved his hand. What? You lost the person you were supposed to follow? What exactly are you good for? I just asked you to tail someone. How could you lose him? Losing him is one thing. But where did all these injuries come from? Don't tell me you tripped on flat ground. Campbell's face was grim, as he coldly stared at the few guards in front of him. His gaze made them shiver with fear, causing them to kneel on the ground trembling, afraid that this living Yama would kill them at any moment. Please forgive us, Dempsey. We did indeed follow Emilio, but after he left Xiongnu Palace, he didn't go straight back to the Bryce's mansion. Instead, he went to a small alley on South Street. Just as we were about to follow him in, we encountered another group of people. We don't know when that group had been hiding there. They were extremely skilled in martial arts, and we couldn't match them. By the time we escaped, Emilio had already vanished. One of them said, and the others echoed in agreement. Mannies, yes, we had no choice. There were so many of them, and we were only a few. We're lucky to have escaped. Please forgive us, Dempsey. Clenching his teeth, Campbell kicked them over, feeling unsatisfied. He then picked up a tray from the table and hurled it at one of their heads, smashing it to pieces and covering Yale in blood. The man dared not say a word, only holding his head and quickly getting up, still kneeling on the ground without daring to look Campbell in the eye. He knew that if he lifted his eyes now, it might be the end of him. You still dare to argue here? I've trained you for so long, not to argue when encountering problems. What use are you? You boasted about your martial skills, so I kept you around. Now look at you. Each one of you becomes a turtle with its head pulled in at the slightest trouble. Are you saying Emilio can slip away right under your noses? You are so many, and he is just one. Chapter 284 Bone Deep Hatred. Or are you saying that Emilio had already discovered the people you arranged to deliberately block your way? Didn't you claim to be most adept at this? How did Emilio manage to discover it? The Zane did not believe a word of what these few people had just said. He had long investigated Emilio's background and was very confident in this regard. Emilio had no ability to cultivate such a group of highly skilled martial artists. Only at this thought did the Zane suddenly have an epiphany, turning his head around. In 2 or 3 steps, he came to face the group, which scared them half to death. They immediately covered their faces. What did you say just now? Emilio came out from Xiongnu Hall? Is this true? Really from Xiongnu Hall? Feeling the shift in the Zane's tone, the group exchanged glances, and then one immediately knelt on both knees, crawling before the Zane, before heavily bowing and speaking. Dempsey, we truly didn't lie. After court adjourned, Randy seemed to have kept Emilio behind. What they discussed, we don't know. That place is heavily guarded. We could only wait outside and secretly observe. We only knew Emilio came out from Xiongnu Hall, but it seems he stayed inside for quite some time. We don't know what the Bartolomeo discussed with Emilio that required so much time. Upon hearing this, the Zane coldly snorted and swung his wide sleeves. Now that makes sense. Those who blocked your way must have been the current Earl's men. Although we don't know what they talked about, it seems Carlo has not fully trusted Emilio yet. Otherwise, why would he send someone to follow Emilio? I just didn't expect they'd encounter you all. You didn't leave any traces, did you? If Carlo knows you were sent by me, there will be more than one trouble. As soon as he finished speaking, the Zane stared directly at the group. They immediately lowered their heads. Zane, please rest assured. We took care of everything at the time and left no trace whatsoever. It's absolutely impossible for them to know who we are. Waving his hand, the Zane motioned for the group to leave while flinging his robes. Seeing this, the group felt like receiving amnesty, bowing a few times and then fleeing, fearing if they moved too slowly, they might be called back. The Zane's mood was unpredictable. He could greet you with a smile one moment and beat you senseless the next. After the door closed, the Zane stood up. Though he didn't know what the Bartolomeo had discussed with Emilio, from the current situation, it seemed the Bartolomeo wanted to bring him into his own fold. Analyzing the present circumstances, it wasn't hard to guess the Bartolomeo's intentions. The Zane naturally knew there was a mysterious force backing the Bartolomeo, helping him ascend to the throne. But now this force seemed unsatisfied with the Bartolomeo. Since this force hasn't approached him, it likely targeted the archer. Given the actions of the archer last time, and how the Bartolomeo hadn't degraded him, it was probably because he feared this powerful force backing the archer. As Bartolomeo, how could he allow his son to possess a strength surpassing his own, thus putting him under constant control? His seat on the throne couldn't be secure like this. Therefore, the Bartolomeo would certainly try to eliminate the archer or the power behind him. Summoning Emilio to Xiongnu Hall was either about bringing him into his fold or matters concerning the archer or that force. But no matter, since Emilio was his man, everything was under his control. Man, at thinking about it, the Zane's expression turned grave, then he fiercely hurled everything on the table to the ground. He didn't understand. Why should the archer, such an incompetent fool, be chosen by these people? The archer was nothing more than a brainless individual. With the current situation, who would ultimately sit on the imperial throne was becoming clear. The final winner would surely be himself. If so, why did that force still favor such a useless person like the archer? Supporting him might require significant effort, but supporting him, it would almost mean half stepping onto the throne. With the loss of Abraham's support and many fence-sitters joining him, plus Emilio being on his side, he would undoubtedly sit on the imperial throne. But now, the archer had received the support of this force. Even though the Zane currently didn't know who this force was or its strength, it troubled him deeply. But the Zane didn't need to think hard to know that this force was far from ordinary. If it weren't for its backing, his good-for-nothing father wouldn't have ascended to the throne, a position everyone coveted. At that time, the old Earl wasn't even favored and could be described as an ignored prince. But with the support of this force, such a person still ascended to the throne, which already illustrated just how powerful this force must be. Now that the archer had gained the support of this force, no wonder he wasn't anxious at all. If this force truly backed the archer wholeheartedly, then he might be moving further away from the throne. No, this absolutely cannot happen. He was the most suitable person for the throne. The final winner could only be him, not someone without any skills. He would never give this position to that guy. Clenching his fists, the Zane slammed his fist on the table. He couldn't understand why they chose him. Were these people foolish? Since that's the case, he should pay Emilio a visit tomorrow to see if he has any intention of joining him. If Emilio lied to him intentionally, then he wouldn't need to keep Emilio around. Clenching his fists again, a trace of murderous intent flashed across the Zane's eyes. Moreover, perhaps he could find out from Emilio what the Bartolomeo is thinking. As long as the Bartolomeo loses faith in the archer and doesn't wish to pass the throne to him, there was still hope for him to match the archer. The next day, the Zane came to the gates of Bryce Manny's residence early in the morning. Oh, coming so early. I hope I'm not disturbing your rest. Though the Zane's tone sounded apologetic, Emilio knew it was merely superficial concern. In the Zane's mind, he was still just a guard who had no right to challenge him. Chapter 285. The Fisher takes advantage of the struggle between the heron and the clam. Zane, you jest. How could this be? Your visit has already made my humble abode shine. How can it be considered a disturbance? When will Zane come over? I would naturally welcome you wholeheartedly, but I didn't expect your sudden arrival, leaving me unprepared, which indeed seems rather poor. Laughing heartily, the Zane waved his hand with an indifferent manner. No worries at all. I didn't come here to freeload. These things don't matter. Besides, I'm not that picky. After inviting the Zane into the house, Emilio sat beside him. The Zane glanced at Emilio, raising an eyebrow. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he felt that the Emilio before him seemed different from before. Previously, Emilio always kept his head down, never daring to look directly into his eyes, much like the other guards. Back then, the Zane felt that nothing escaped his notice concerning Emilio, making him easy to manipulate. But now, it wasn't like that anymore. Now, when the Zane looked at Emilio, he felt that he couldn't see the depths of Emilio's eyes. Not only that, looking into Emilio's eyes, the Zane felt as if there was a pulling force, sucking him in like a vortex, making him feel an inexplicable fear deep within his heart. Feeling the change in Emilio's aura, the Zane felt cold sweat break out on his back. However, when he looked at Emilio again, he thought he might have been mistaken. The current Emilio still appeared as respectful as before, with no hint of depth in his eyes. Is there anything specific, Dempsey? Hearing Emilio's voice, the Zane snapped out of his daze, shaking his head and then nodding. Mannies, I did come today to discuss something, but it's nothing major. Think of it as a casual chat. We don't need to follow formalities. Though I am officially a general now, rest assured, I remain your guard, and that won't change. Upon hearing these words, the Zane realized what he had been thinking about. No matter how powerful Emilio might be, even if he were the legendary Benedictal Bryce Manny, so what? Isn't he still my underling? Isn't he still under my control through the pill in my hands? Why should I be afraid? What was I thinking? How could Emilio be someone I can't handle? This is just being overly cautious. Thinking of this, the Zane shook his head with a slight laugh, then looked up and continued talking to Aiden. Your concern is enough. I know you're loyal to me despite your position. I've seen your loyalty. Today, I came to talk to you, but don't worry. It's not about those matters. I was just feeling bored and decided to chat with you. I know you have some free time now, right, Bryce Manny? Emilio immediately stood up. Whenever you call, Dempsey, I will always make time. You can come anytime. Since we're chatting casually, let me prepare some tea. I recently got some good tea that I'd love for you to taste. By saying this, Emilio was giving the Zane an opportunity to save face. He clearly knew why the Zane had suddenly visited. It must be related to the people he sent yesterday. Originally, Emilio didn't know who sent them, but now they had come to him. That's not necessary. I just came to chat. There's no need for Bryce Manny to go to so much trouble, making me seem unreasonable. Please sit back down. Seeing Emilio sit down, the Zane narrowed his eyes. Since you are one of mine, I trust you completely. Let's be frank, shall we? Can you help resolve my doubts? Emilio knew the Zane was getting to the point. He slightly lowered his eyes, raised an eyebrow, then looked up again, maintaining a respectful demeanor. Rest assured, Zane, I am still yours. Whatever you want to ask, as long as I know it, I will answer truthfully. What would you like to ask me? Glancing around, the Zane leaned closer to Emilio and whispered. Manister Day, after father dismissed court, did he summon you to Xiongnu Palace? Mannies, Randy did summon me to Xiongnu Palace. Did Randy have something specific to discuss with you? Tell me what was said in Xiongnu Palace. Remember, don't hide anything from me, you understand? At this point, a hint of threat had crept into the Zane's tone. Emilio nodded. Since the archer and the Zane were now engaged in a struggle, he only needed to stand by and watch, eventually reaping the benefits. Emilio didn't plan to deceive the Zane. He believed that the Zane wasn't a fool and could likely guess that if he really did hide anything, it would make things difficult later on. Please rest assured, Zane, I will not withhold any information. Having recounted everything that happened in Xiongnu Palace, Emilio then clasped his fists and said, I have revealed everything without holding back. But the Zane's mind was no longer focused here. Reflecting on what Emilio had just said, he felt secretly pleased. If Emilio hadn't withheld anything, then it seemed that the Bartolomeo couldn't hold back either. It made sense. Why wouldn't the Bartolomeo act when the archer, being so foolish as not to cover up his actions, plotted with outsiders to eliminate him and seize his position? How could the Bartolomeo possibly allow such a thing to happen? So even if he didn't take action himself, the Bartolomeo wouldn't tolerate that fool any longer. After all, following the spring banquet, the archer had already lost his qualifications for the throne, and with the Bartolomeo aware of what he had done, he wouldn't be so stupid as to think the old Bartolomeo would still tolerate him. Knowing that the Bartolomeo wouldn't easily let the archer off the hook, and after dispatching Emilio to crush the rebellion, the Zane finally felt relieved. In this case, there was still hope for him. As long as the old Bartolomeo didn't favor the archer and managed to suppress the rebels, he could reap the benefits. After all, what other choice did the old Bartolomeo have besides him? Only then did the Zane realize that the forces backing the archer were none other than the notorious rebels who had been infamous and feared for years. Chapter 286, Infamous and Frisconed. Campbell turned to look at Emilio, his pupils slowly focusing. You just said that the people behind Archer are rebels, and this time, Carlo is also dealing with the rebels. So it means that Carlo managed to ascend to the throne because the rebels supported him. After saying this, Campbell stared intently at Emilio. Seeing Emilio nod, Campbell lowered his head again. He had always known that without a powerful force backing Carlo, it would be impossible for him to stand out among so many princes and claim this position. He just never thought that the group behind Carlo was the notorious and infamous rebels. Those were not easy foes. Each one of them seemed like ferocious demons, capable of anything. If it weren't for them, Dong Xiao wouldn't have started a war with Dali. One could say that the war back then was instigated by the rebels. Moreover, until now, no one knows who the mastermind behind the rebels is. To be able to hide so deeply, that person must not be an easy opponent. This made Campbell worry. Even if Carlo wanted to eliminate the rebels, it would probably not be easy. If Carlo really couldn't defeat the rebels, would he have to hand over the imperial throne to Archer? Absolutely not. The prince squeezed his fists as he thought about it. How sure are you that you can capture that person alive? Campbell looked straight at Emilio, his eyes filled with anxiety. He knew that given Carlo's current strength, dealing with the rebels would not be easy. Though now that there's Carlo paving the way, he himself could reap the benefits. But if Carlo loses to the rebels, the throne would fall into the hands of Campbell. He could not allow such things to happen. Just thinking about it, Campbell felt distressed. Why would they choose that fool Archer when he himself was better suited and more deserving of trust? Since it's unknown whether Carlo can indeed destroy the rebels, the best strategy might be to prepare for both possibilities. That way, no matter which side wins, he could still claim the throne as a safeguard for his future. Furrowing his brows slightly, Emilio nodded and spoke. Rest assured, Campbell. As long as the information provided by Randy is correct, I believe I have at least an 80% chance of bringing the person back alive. However, from what I gather, Carlo doesn't seem to intend capturing him alive. Do you mean Carlo ordered you to kill him on the spot? Randy didn't explicitly say so, but I think that's what he meant. If that's the case, I doubt I can bring the person back. The target is too significant. If discovered, a smile flickered at the corner of Campbell's mouth, but his eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness, and his tone brooked no argument. I understand your position is indeed difficult now. After all, Carlo trusts you greatly, and I also need you to do things for me in front of Carlo. So you mustn't expose yourself. Rest assured, I won't make things hard for you either. But this person is very important to me. I cannot afford to give up. Once I get any clue about him, I can find out about the mastermind. This is beneficial for my current situation, and I believe you understand, don't you? Having said that, Campbell raised his head and looked at Emilio, whose eyes were full of caution. Emilio knew he could not refute it. If he did, he would not be able to stand firm with Campbell. After all the efforts he had put in to gain Campbell's trust, he absolutely could not give up here. If he dared to refuse, Campbell would no longer fully trust him. You're right, Campbell. As your man, these decisions naturally rest with you. Rest assured, I will deliver the person to your residence, and I will find a way to handle things on Carlo's side. I won't let you down. Sure enough, after hearing this, Campbell appeared satisfied. He laughed heartily and then stood up to pat Emilio on the shoulder, pretending to be affectionate. What kind of talk is this? Since you are loyal to me, how could I possibly harm you? Don't worry, you are very useful to me and to Carlo. How could I possibly harm you? You don't need to explain things to Carlo. Leave that to me. Rest assured, I'll make sure not to leave any trace that could lead back to you. All you need to do is hand the person over to me, and I'll send someone to pick him up. As for you, Bryce Manny, you only need to complete your mission gloriously and report back to Carlo to receive your reward. You don't need to worry about anything else. Saying this, the Zane straightened Emilio's clothes, his face wearing a chilling smile. Then he leaned in close to Emilio's ear with an eerie tone. Rest assured, I have no doubt about your loyalty to me. You've done so much for me over these days, and I remember all of it. A young and capable person like Bryce Manny, I believe you will surely be heavily relied upon in the future. Rest assured, under my patronage, you will surely reach your fullest potential and realize all your abilities. Your future has no limits. Well, we've chatted for quite a while today. Bryce Manny still has a mission ahead of him, so I won't keep you any longer. Make sure to rest well. Otherwise, failing the mission would be quite troublesome. I'll take my leave now. Lowering his head and clasping his fists, Emilio adopted a respectful and submissive demeanor. How can the Zane leave? Please rest assured, I will certainly complete the task you entrusted to me. However, as he spoke, the Zane seemed to recall something and turned back, pointing at Emilio. Look at me, almost forgot about this important matter. It would be uncomfortable for you later if I did. Placing a small wooden box on the table, the Zane pushed the box toward Emilio. Bryce Manny, you should have reminded me. I'm busy all day with many affairs, and sometimes I might forget such matters. Remember to remind me. Otherwise, it will be quite troublesome if you feel uncomfortable later, or if the mission fails because of this, wouldn't it? But I'm sure Bryce Manny won't blame me, right? Chapter 287. Smart person. By the way, there's one more thing. Bryce Manny, you must remember who you belong to. In this imperial court, everyone is on edge because of Bryce Manny. I know that, being young and capable, all factions are vying for your favor. But Bryce Manny, don't forget your original intention. Some things should be said, while others shouldn't. You are a smart person. You know who to befriend. Before Emilio could reply, the Zane waved his hand and left without another word. Emilio watched as the Zane's figure disappeared from sight. He turned and picked up the wooden box on the table. He knew that the Zane's last words were meant as a reminder and an open admission that he had sent those people to follow Emilio. He also understood that staying in Xiongnu Palace for so long was a subtle warning that everything about him was under control, and if he dared to have any disloyalty, the Zane wouldn't let him off. It seemed that the Zane still didn't fully trust him. This was a threat, fearing that he might align with the Amir or the Bartolomeo, hence using the medicine as leverage. If he dared not cooperate, he wouldn't get the medicine. Few could endure that bone-piercing pain. That must be why he dared speak so recklessly. Tightening his grip on the wooden box, Emilio thought quietly to himself. It's just a pill after all. How painful can it really be? Am I supposed to submit due to this minor pain? They are truly ridiculous. I believe Divine Doctor will find an antidote soon. However, Emilio did not want his fate in anyone else's hands. Placing the box back on the table, Emilio narrowed his eyes. Late at night, a figure sneaked into the Zane's residence. In an instant, he vanished from the spot. Emilio grabbed the tree trunk and swiftly swung onto the eaves. To Emilio, the Zane's residence posed no threat. As long as he was cautious, he wouldn't be discovered. Previously, he didn't know where the Zane hid the antidote. But now, every time the Zane used the antidote as leverage, Emilio found it unbearable. Since Divine Doctor needed time, he decided to search for it himself, perhaps even by chance. However, after circling around, Emilio found no place suitable for hiding the antidote. Not far away, he saw a lit room. Emilio knew it was the Zane's study. Observing the urgency in the Zane's actions, Emilio realized they must have been discussing something important. Whoever had been in the study with the Zane wasn't ordinary, given his anxiousness. This made Emilio curious about the intruder. After ensuring everyone had left, the Zane nodded and looked into the room. Before long, Emilio saw a figure walk out of the room. The next second, his pupils constricted in shock. He hadn't expected that the person inside the Zane study would be Barrett. This was truly strange. Wasn't Barrett aligned with the Amir? Previously, he had caused quite a bit of trouble for the Zane while aiding the Amir. Why would he now be together with the Zane? And it seemed they were even having an amicable conversation. It was truly bizarre. Two people who were clearly bitter enemies were now talking for so long in the study. There must be some unknown secret between them. Could it be that Barrett was a mole planted by the Zane within the Amir's camp from the start? But that should be impossible, right? If that were true, the Amir did indeed cause a lot of trouble for the Zane through Barrett. Could all this have been arranged by the Zane himself, just to let Barrett gain the Amir's trust? Emilio didn't think the Zane's character fit that scenario. That left only the second possibility. After being dismissed from his post, Barrett learned about the Amir's affairs and realized that with the current power of the Amir, it was unlikely he could contend with the Zane. With no future in politics, Barrett urgently sought out the Zane. After all, he knew many of the Amir's strategies. By providing these to the Zane, perhaps after the Zane ascended to the throne, he might forgive past grievances. Not to mention, whether or not he had a position, considering the Zane's character and the trouble he caused. Once he became Earl, could he really live peacefully in retirement? Barrett naturally knew that was virtually impossible. Moreover, given the current situation, the Amir clearly couldn't match the Zane. Barrett wasn't foolish. He naturally came to seek refuge with the Zane. However, it seemed the Amir didn't fully trust Barrett either, otherwise why wouldn't he have mentioned the rebel army to him? It appeared that all these people were cunning foxes, putting on a good show on the surface, but privately, any slight conflict would turn into mutual betrayal. Chapter 288. A belly full of wickedness. Indeed, there was no one in Dongxia that could be trusted. Each and every one of them harbored wicked intentions. Emilio nodded as he thought this, while the Zane spoke a few words to Barrett, who then nodded in agreement. After escorting Barrett away, the guards brought over the captive. The Zane had the black-clad man tied up. Emilio silently prayed for the black-clad man, knowing full well the Zane's character. The captive was sure to undergo severe torture, and the Zane would definitely interrogate him to find out who was behind him. However, he wondered if the archer was aware that Barrett had already betrayed him, which might explain why someone was sent to the Zane's mansion. But all these matters were insignificant to Emilio. Their quarrels were none of his concern. All Emilio wanted now was to find the antidote as soon as possible. After seeing the Zane leave, Emilio set his eyes on the study. This was the only place left to search, and if it wasn't here, the antidote must be with the Zane. In no time, Emilio vanished from where he stood. In the study, he searched high and low but found no trace of the antidote. He practically turned the entire study upside down but still couldn't find it. Sure enough, with the Zane's cautious nature, he probably hid it on himself long ago. For something so important, how could he not hide it well? After all, he used this drug to control many people. It was simply a powerful tool for him to manipulate others. With hands on his hips, Emilio sat on a stool, gazing at the Zane's study. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and a smile curled his lips. Narrowing his eyes, he shifted his gaze to the teacup on the desk. He then pulled out a small white medicine bottle from inside his shirt, uncapped it, and poured the white powder into the teacup. After doing this, Emilio disappeared as though he had never been there. The medicine bottle was given to him by the Tammy, whom Emilio initially thought wouldn't be useful. But since the Tammy insisted he carry it, Emilio kept it in his shirt pocket, thinking it might come in handy later, and indeed, it did. At that time, the Tammy said this drug was a potent laxative, colorless and odorless, impossible to detect. It would make anyone think they ate something bad, causing severe vomiting and diarrhea, making life unbearable. Moreover, its effects lasted long, and it was hard to find an antidote. Crossing his arms, Emilio glanced towards the study that lit up again nearby. He was somewhat curious about how the Zane would look tomorrow during court. But considering he was affected by the laxative, he probably wouldn't be able to attend. Who asked the Zane to always drug others? So now, being drugged once should not matter much. This was all self-inflicted. As they say, karma is a bitch, and no one escapes it. Everything happened because of his own actions. Now he would know what it felt like to be drugged. The next day, in the imperial court, Carlo looked at the empty seat on one side, slightly frowning. Where is the Zane? Why isn't he here? Your Majesty, the Zane ate something wrong yesterday, which caused his stomach to pain. He can't get out of bed now and has summoned some physicians? What happened? How could such an adult still suffer from food poisoning? Who prepared the dishes? Seemingly speechless, Carlo stopped talking after that. Meanwhile, Emilio sneaked a smirk, thinking it was easy to say but imagining the Zane must be suffering terribly. The archer lowered his head with a hint of amusement, seemingly reveling in the Zane's misfortune. Yesterday, the person he sent to the Zane's mansion didn't return. The archer knew the Zane had caught him, but it didn't matter. Even if the Zane knew the person was sent by him, what could he do? After all, the uprising army would handle it for him. Since that person was part of the uprising army, they wouldn't let the Zane off easily if he touched him. However, he hadn't expected the Zane to have diarrhea just overnight, which was rather amusing, indeed. Perhaps this was retribution. Just as the archer was enjoying the irony, a voice came from afar. Your Majesty, please help your humble son. Turning their heads, everyone saw the wooden wheelchair where Zane sat with an ashen face. Beside him was a man tied up tightly, already bruised and battered, looking like he had only half a breath left. The injuries on his body were shocking to see, making anyone who saw it feel chills. Furrowing his brows almost imperceptibly, Carlo raised his hand and said, What happened to you? Why are you sitting in a wheelchair now? Who is this person next to you? Even if there's something of great importance, you shouldn't shout like that. As a prince, keeping calm even when faced with life-threatening situations is the bare minimum requirement. Don't you know this? Although he was inwardly dissatisfied, the Zane couldn't say anything. He lowered his head and forced out a few words from between his teeth. Your Majesty speaks wisely. It was my rashness. However, when he lifted his head again and saw Carlo's disapproving expression, he immediately realized he had spoken wrongly. Manny's, Your Majesty. You should learn not to make the same mistake again. Now stop embarrassing yourself and tell me what's going on. You said you were too ill to rise, but here you are in a wheelchair. Looks like you didn't rest much last night, did you? Did your legs really become useless in just one day? As he spoke, the Zane clenched his teeth in anger, glaring fiercely at the archer. The archer had seen the bound man next to the Zane the moment he entered and felt somewhat guilty, avoiding eye contact with the Zane. This only made the Zane more convinced that it was the archer who sent this person to drug him. Though he didn't know when it happened, no one else besides the archer could have done it. Your Majesty, please help me find justice. Someone broke into my mansion yesterday and drugged my tea, leaving me bedridden and in unbearable pain these past few days. The Earl's expression grew serious. Is this true? Your Majesty, every word I speak is true. Yesterday, after severe interrogation, he finally confessed. He said the archer sent him. I believe my elder brother would never do such a thing. Therefore, today, I handed the matter over to him for handling. I humbly request your Majesty to investigate and uncover the truth. Chapter 289. Infamous. The atmosphere in the imperial court became tense, with everyone's eyes fixed on Campbell and the black-clad figure beside him. Emir frowned, his face showing discomfort, yet he maintained composure without directly refuting the accusations. Brother, your words are inaccurate. I have never sent anyone to harm you. Clearly, someone is trying to sow discord between us brothers. Besides, my men are missing too. Last night, I heard that an assassin broke into second brother's residence. This matter seems more complex than it appears on the surface, the Emir said calmly. Bartolomeo remained silent after hearing this, clearly doubtful of both parties' claims. At this moment, a minister stepped forward. Your Majesty, perhaps we should interrogate the captured individual thoroughly before making any decisions. Everyone nodded in agreement, leading to a lively discussion. However, just as they awaited the next order, Emilio appeared abruptly in the court. His unexpected arrival astonished everyone, even catching Bartolomeo's curiosity. Who is this person? How did he dare intrude into the Golden Hall? Campbell reacted immediately, sternly yelling, "Impudence! You actually dared to?" Before he finished speaking, Emilio walked over to the black-clad figure and crouched down beside him, whispering softly, "Are you sure you want to do this? Remember, if you say what shouldn't be said, the consequences might be worse than what you're facing now." He glanced briefly towards Bartolomeo, then quickly looked away. Witnessing this, people around them sucked in their breaths, whispering among themselves. An elderly minister whispered to his neighbor, "This person's origin is unknown, yet he acts so boldly. There must be some untold story behind him." Suddenly standing up, Emilio bowed respectfully to Bartolomeo, saying humbly but firmly, "Your Majesty, I am Emilio, a wandering martial artist. I've come here today hoping to uncover the truth of this matter concerning the trust between the two princes." Upon hearing this, Emir couldn't help but ask, "Friend from the Xiongnu, why do you speak like this? Do you have any clues?" On the other side, Campbell stared at Emilio intensely. Suspicion filled his eyes. Emilio smiled faintly without rushing to reply. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the black-clad man who was about to be interrogated further. The latter's expression changed with mixed emotions, visibly trembling when meeting Emilio's eyes, then looking down avoiding eye contact. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the palace, followed by a eunuch rushing in. Alas! Edlin has passed away suddenly. Everyone fell silent instantly. Bartolomeo and both princes displayed looks of shock, especially Campbell, whose disbelief was evident. Edlin was fine yesterday. How can this be? Several senior ministers exclaimed in unison. The air seemed frozen. Only Emilio stood there, a hint of cold smile playing on his lips. It appears this palace intrigue is far more complicated than it seems, he thought silently. Regardless, today's events cannot end like this. I need to find a way out fast. As everyone sank into shock and confusion, one voice broke the silence. Why don't we ask your Majesty for permission to investigate this matter further before making any judgments? Given the current unclear situation, while speaking, Emilio secretly observed the facial expressions of Bartolomeo and both princes. He knew he had to tread carefully to survive this smokeless battle. The court was deathly quiet, focusing on the minister who spoke up. Emilio's suggestion offered a temporary respite from the sudden upheaval. Bartolomeo furrowed his brows, clearly puzzled and dissatisfied by Edlin's sudden death. Very well, let it be as you suggest. Today's court session ends here. Everyone may leave now. This matter must be thoroughly investigated, Bartolomeo declared firmly, though his tone remained calm, carrying undeniable authority. After bowing, officials began leaving the Golden Hall in an orderly manner. Some cast sidelong glances at Emilio, whispering, "Manny Lord is indeed bold, daring to speak so openly before Bartolomeo. And he seems to have connections with the assassin. Do you think he has a powerful force backing him? Otherwise, where does his confidence come from?" Meanwhile, in the crowd, a young man dressed in a blue robe was carefully observing Emilio's every move, his face displaying a complex expression. This person is not ordinary. To stand up at this moment, he must be no common man. After everyone had left the hall, only the Bartolomeo and the two princes remained. At this time, Emilio stayed where he was and did not leave immediately. "Please rest for a moment, sir. I will go prepare what's needed for the investigation." Having said that, Emilio bowed respectfully and slowly walked toward the palace gates. Just as he was about to step out, the Zane called him back. "Wait." Emilio paused and turned to face the handsome yet somber prince. "What can I do for you, Dempsey? I am very interested in you. How could an ordinary martial artist get involved in such royal disputes? Or do you have your own agenda?" the Zane asked coldly, staring directly into Emilio's eyes. The archer also moved closer upon hearing this. "Manny's, I'm curious too. If you have any secrets, it might be better to speak openly. Perhaps we could become great allies." Facing their almost interrogative questioning, Emilio showed no sign of panic. He calmly smiled and shook his head. "My family was destroyed long ago, and all I seek is a chance for survival and revenge. If your royal highnesses can empathize with me, what fear would there be? Only hope that no innocent loyal person dies unjustly." Upon hearing this reply, the two princes were speechless, unable to find words to counter. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps came from a nearby guard. "Your Majesty, urgent news from outside the city. The border is under attack. Enemy forces have breached multiple defense lines and are now advancing towards the capital." This statement sounded like thunder in the clear sky, making the already tense atmosphere even heavier. What? Roared the Bartolomeo, his voice echoing through the hall. Emilio quietly retreated to a corner, pondering his next move. Didn't expect the situation to escalate so quickly, he muttered to himself, noticing several ministers gathering nearby to discuss the matter. Chapter 290. Misfortunes never come alone. Truly, misfortunes never come alone. Just when we resolve the internal conflicts, an external threat appears. Our Bartolomeo truly has it tough. Someone sighed and shook their head. Oh my, looks like the days ahead will be more unstable. Fortunately, I have a small courtyard for shelter. If anything happens, at least there's a place to stay. Various voices mixed in the air, but Emilio paid no attention to these idle comments. He understood that the most critical task now was to swiftly identify the true objective of the enemy and resolve the current crisis as soon as possible. As everyone fell into panic, Oren, who had been silent all along, suddenly stood up. Father, please rest assured. I am willing to lead the army to defend on the front lines. I swear to protect our homeland with any hope left. These words immediately earned him praises from the ministers. Indeed, only Archer can shoulder this heavy responsibility. However, Zane coldly glanced at his elder brother and responded without falling behind. Since brother has made such a bold declaration, I do not wish to lag behind. Please allow me to join elder brother in battle. My loyalty remains unchanged, regardless of life or death. Upon hearing this, the Bartolomeo nodded approvingly with a rare smile on his face. Excellent, with you two brothers fighting side by side, I feel much relieved. At this crucial moment, Emilio stepped forward again. Since both princes are willing to stand up for the country, though I dare not expect to participate in combat, I wish to contribute my humble efforts. The two princes exchanged glances, though they still harbored doubts. Such special times indeed required more trustworthy people to join. Then let's go together. May you prove your loyalty. Just as they started discussing specific action plans, sudden noises of chaos sounded outside the palace. What's happening? Archer frowned and looked towards the door. Could there be new trouble? Emilio murmured to himself, his gaze flickering, as if he had vaguely sensed an even greater storm awaiting them. Before Archer finished speaking, the palace gates were pushed open forcefully. A squad of armored guards rushed in, led by an elderly minister dressed in dark red official attire, looking tense. Your Majesty, the situation outside is completely out of control. Large crowds have gathered outside the imperial palace demanding an audience. They claim that due to the invasion, food supplies are scarce and living conditions dire, requesting your Majesty to open the granaries and provide relief. This statement caused an uproar within the Golden Hall. Ministers began discussing loudly, while the faces of the two princes and the Bartolomeo grew especially grave. The Bartolomeo frowned deeply, slowly standing up, his voice heavy yet authoritative. Issue the decree to send someone to investigate the situation and soothe the public, preventing further escalation. As the elderly minister left to carry out the order, Zane sneered. It seems we are not only facing external enemies. These commoners are accustomed to being pampered, causing unrest at the slightest difficulty. Truly outrageous. Some officials echoed. Zane speaks wisely. These people don't know how to be grateful. But Emilio shook his head slightly. Zane, you are too harsh. The commoners are not intentionally causing trouble. In these tumultuous times, if basic living needs cannot be met, people's hearts will surely become restless. After all, water can carry a boat, but also capsize it. Bowing to the Bartolomeo, he added, Your Majesty, forgive me for speaking frankly, but besides preparing for defense, measures must be taken to alleviate the people's grievances as soon as possible. The Bartolomeo nodded. Mr. Manny's advice is sound. However, balancing both tasks is the most daunting challenge. At this moment, the young man who had been observing Emilio stood up. If allowed, I would like to attempt resolving this issue. Please entrust this task to me. His gaze was firm and resolute. You? How dare you intervene in state affairs? A middle-aged official questioned, full of skepticism. The young man smiled lightly. I am Imran. I once served in local administration, managing civil affairs for many years. Though not as experienced as the ministers, I might still contribute to stabilizing public sentiment. Hearing this, the Bartolomeo thought for a moment before nodding. Very well, I will temporarily entrust you with this heavy duty. May you quickly calm the city's unrest. Just as everyone thought the matter could be put aside, an anxious voice came from outside the hall. Your Majesty, it's bad. Another urgent report from the southern defense line. The enemy seems to have received unknown support and is breaking through the city at an astonishing speed. The messenger panted heavily after speaking, nearly collapsing on the spot. This sudden situation was like a blow to everyone's head, causing the atmosphere, which had gradually returned to calm, to instantly plunge back into panic. How is this possible? Could it be that the other side also has experts assisting them? A minister asked in shock. Emilio narrowed his eyes and gazed into the distance, his voice low yet resolute. No matter what, we cannot let the capital fall. Before the frontline troops arrive, we must do everything possible to stabilize the situation. Otherwise, once we lose the people's trust, the consequences will be unimaginable. You're right. Suddenly, Oren clenched his fists, his determined gaze sweeping across the room. No matter what means the enemy uses, we absolutely cannot give up easily. Even if we fight to the death, we must protect everything on this land. Who will join us in resisting the foreign invaders? In an instant, many brave warriors raised their hands in unison, vowing to fight side by side with the two princes against the incoming enemies. At this moment, the atmosphere in the court reached its peak, everyone filled with fervor and courage, awaiting only one command to march out. While on the other side, Imran quietly began his mission to pacify the people. Wait, Emilio, you just said, no matter what, we cannot lose the people's trust. Shouldn't we immediately set out to understand the actual situation among the civilians? Standing beside him, Third Rena suddenly interjected after remaining silent for a long time. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with wisdom, clearly already guessing what needed to be done next to better solve the problem. Meanwhile, outside the palace gates, chaos and noise continued as people chanted slogans, hoping to receive the help and care they deserved. An indescribable emotional change lingered in the air, as if everything was about to climax. As for the final outcome, only time would unravel the mystery. Chapter 291. Trust us. In this tense atmosphere, Emilio and the third Rina quickly left the palace to personally understand the true situation among the people. They passed through the palace gates, and before their eyes was a chaotic scene. People filled the streets and alleys in front of the palace, shouting various slogans loudly, with extremely agitated emotions. This is the situation you mentioned, the third Rina asked Emilio in a low voice, her eyes filled with disbelief. I never thought it would have escalated to this extent. Emilio frowned, his sharp gaze sweeping around. It's indeed more severe than I expected. Now the key is to make them believe that Randy is taking action to resolve this issue. Just as they were discussing, and Chavez, wearing tattered clothes and with a face full of wrinkles, came out from the crowd, asking in a trembling voice, Your Excellencies, is there an imperial decree to open the granaries? We are starving. Please do something. Hearing these words, the crowd burst into commotion, echoing in agreement. Manny's, yes, let us have some food. We want to see the Bartolomeo. Faced with such a scene, even the usually calm and composed Emilio couldn't help but sigh. Old sir, please calm down. We will do our best to help everyone get through this crisis. However, his words seemed to have little effect. Most of the people present still looked desperate and resentful. At that moment, a young girl suddenly rushed out, pointing at Emilio. Which official are you? You're nowhere to be seen on normal days, but now you just talk big when it counts? Her tone was sharp and challenging, making the situation even more complex and delicate. In response to this sudden accusation, many bystanders nodded in agreement, while some even started cursing aloud. Seeing the situation about to spiral out of control, Imran suddenly stepped forward. What this lady said is correct. As officials of the court, we indeed have the duty to help the people in distress. Since so many of you are here today to voice your grievances, let me give you a clear answer. He took a deep breath and slowly spoke. Dear villagers, please calm down and listen to me. I have been temporarily appointed by the Bartolomeo to be specifically responsible for addressing the current civilian concerns. My surname is Yoon, and my given name is Yang. I have heard all of your demands and will remember them well. Please rest assured, I will visit different regions shortly to assess the situation and promptly devise effective measures to address your immediate needs. After hearing this, the originally restless crowd gradually calmed down somewhat. Although some people still harbored doubts and continued to mock him, more chose to give this seemingly sincere young man a chance. I hope you don't go back on your word, the young girl added a final threatening remark. With the situation slightly alleviated, Emilio hurriedly signaled the accompanying soldiers to distribute food first to stabilize the situation. Meanwhile, he pulled Imran aside and whispered, Looks like we've managed to patch things up for now, but how we proceed next is the real test. How do you think we should start to win back the people's hearts? Imran nodded thoughtfully. First, we need to investigate exactly how many families are without food. Based on that, we can decide how much supplies we need to mobilize and how to distribute them reasonably. Good idea, Emilio agreed. I'll leave this matter to you. Remember to provide feasible solutions as soon as possible. Time is running out. Just as they finished their discussion and were about to separate to take action, another commotion nearby caught their attention. Not good. Something seems to be happening over there. Let's go check it out. Imran immediately called and ran toward the source. When the two arrived at the incident site, they found several guards had mistakenly judged the situation and injured people, sparking a new round of conflict. The scene was now highly charged, and if not stopped in time, the consequences could be unimaginable. Emilio's eyebrows furrowed into a frown, and he shouted loudly, Enough! Everyone stop! He leaped into the center of the crowd, blocking those who wanted to continue fighting. Then he turned to look at the angry soldiers and sternly ordered, You are all loyal warriors of Evander. How can you wield weapons arrogantly in front of your own people? Do you really want to be the ones who assist in tyranny? These words struck deep into their hearts, and the few men who were originally ready to fight instantly backed down, lowering their clenched fists. Seeing this, the onlookers began to discuss. Wow, this guy is amazing. A few words convinced those fierce soldiers. Manny's, yes. Wonder what kind of background he has to handle everything so smoothly? While all this was happening, the Zane, who had been observing from a distance, only sneered. It seems we've really found ourselves a tough nut to crack this time. Amidst these changing circumstances, no one knew what dramatic twists would follow. But one thing was certain. The smokeless yet equally fierce and brutal contest had just begun. What do we do next? The third Rina asked softly as she watched the situation gradually calm down. Do you think we can truly turn things around and regain the people's trust? Emilio slightly shook his head, revealing a barely noticeable smile. As long as we work together, nothing is impossible. But before that, let's focus on overcoming the immediate challenges. All right, let's do it your way. Imran, you are responsible for quickly investigating the real situation. The third Rina turned to Emilio. What about us? Should we just wait here idly? Emilio nodded. We need to take action personally. Since the people still have reservations about us, I will go to the front lines myself so they can witness our efforts firsthand. With that, he led the third Rina deeper into the crowd. They had barely taken a few steps when an elderly woman in rough clothing, her face etched with hardship, blocked their path. You're important figures from the palace, right? Her voice trembled with a hint of anger. My husband and grandson are starving to death, yet officials hide behind high walls. Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd immediately gathered around, sharing their own plight. That's right. Does even the Bartolomeo not care about our lives anymore? We used to hear how wise and powerful the Bartolomeo was, but now look at what we're suffering. Faced with these accusations, the third Rina seemed somewhat at a loss. At that moment, a sharp female voice rang out. What do you know? These people only care about keeping their positions. They won't genuinely help solve our problems. The voice came from the young girl who had previously accused the officials. She stood with her hands on her hips, staring fiercely at Emilio and the third Rina. Seeing this, Emilio said solemnly, "Miss, your words carry weight. What you say does make sense. There may have been many instances of dereliction of duty by officials in the past, but starting today, please believe that we will change all that." Chapter 292. Resistance. Before the words had even faded, a middle-aged man stepped forward. "How do you plan to proceed? Problems can't be solved just by talking." Without waiting for Emilio to respond, Rina III took a step forward and said, "This brother makes a good point. However, please calm down and listen to us finish. From now on, we will personally inspect various regions and ensure that each difficulty is properly addressed." Upon hearing this, though everyone still wore puzzled expressions, they seemed somewhat moved. At this moment, an elderly woman gently held the hand of another elder beside her. "Brother Todd, do you think it will really be different this time? After all, even the prince has come in person." The latter patted her hand as a sign of comfort but quietly murmured, "Ah, we can only take things one step at a time. Anyway, our days are numbered." Just as the atmosphere became slightly eased, suddenly there was a commotion not far away. Several drunken soldiers were roughly shoving a group of elderly people and children. "Get out of the way. Can't you see we're busy here?" A clearly drunk guard loudly scolded those who tried to stop them. Seeing that the situation might escalate again, Rina III hurriedly turned to Emilio with a pleading look. "Stay here and keep everyone calm. I'll go check it out." He then quickly ran towards the disturbance. Upon arrival, he found that refugees were attempting to seize materials used by the military to build makeshift shelters. "Stop, all of you. Hands off." Emilio shouted as he rushed into the confrontation, trying to prevent physical conflict. After several rounds of verbal exchanges, he finally managed to calm both sides down and started dialogue to resolve the issue. From the crowd came sounds of admiration. "Wow, this guy is like a hero from a martial arts novel. Just casually subdued a group of tough guys." Another young man shook his head and sighed. "These days, it's getting harder to understand the world. Who would have thought a prince would actually handle such trivial matters on the street?" Meanwhile, Zane, watching everything from the shadows, smiled increasingly broadly. "This is very interesting. This works well, giving me more room to maneuver." Hehehe. As everyone harbored their own thoughts, the tiara who had spoken to them earlier quietly approached Rina III, who was consoling other residents. "Hey sister," she said, "are you really planning to help us this time, or just putting on a show to scare us?" Rina III smiled faintly. "We're definitely not here for a show. If you trust me once, you'll see the results soon enough." She then continued with her work. As night fell, the crowd in front of the palace had yet to disperse, but compared to the initial frenzy, it had calmed significantly. "Looks like we'll have a sleepless night tonight," Emilio whispered to himself, looking at the gradually extinguishing lights. "Mannies, but this is the best time to show everyone our sincerity," came Rina III's resolute yet hopeful voice beside him. With both exchanging smiles, the next round of tests was about to begin. Behind them, not far away, those who had once been filled with despair were now rekindling hope for the future, however faint it might be. Whether this light was sufficient to illuminate the darkness awaited time's answer. As night deepened, the square in front of the palace remained crowded, but the atmosphere had become much less tense. In the distance, children's laughter could be heard, although it was drowned out by the noise. It indicated that this place was no longer suffocating. "Never did I expect you to go this far." The old woman reappeared before Rina III, her eyes flashing with complex emotions. "In my long life, I've never seen royalty care so much for the common people. We merely did what we should have done," Emilio replied calmly. "Next, let's see what more we can do for everyone." This statement immediately earned applause from the surrounding citizens. At that moment, a few children curiously ran up to Emilio. One bolder child looked up and asked, "Big brother, are you really from the palace? Why are you so nice to poor people like us?" These words seemed to unlock a floodgate. Other children began voicing their genuine thoughts and questions. Seeing this, Emilio bent down and gently stroked one child's head. "Because in this world, everyone deserves respect and equal treatment. Though you are young, you are also the precious future of the country." "But books say, Carlo only cares about himself and the nobles," the tiara said, puzzled. Rina III explained with a smile, "Sometimes books cannot fully reflect the real situation. Benedict, now, despite many misunderstandings from outside, we hope to change everyone's perception of the royal family through our own efforts." As they were talking, another commotion arose not far away. A group of displaced people had started a conflict over resources. "Not good. We need to mediate that situation." Realizing the urgency of the matter, Emilio immediately stood up and headed toward the incident location, signaling Rina III to stay behind to comfort the crowd and prevent further panic. Upon arriving at the scene, he found both sides in a deadlock, ready to resort to violence. With his timely arrival and firm yet gentle words, he managed to avert an impending tragedy. "Please calm down and tell me what happened." Under the influence of his composed demeanor, the argument gradually subsided, replaced by a collaborative discussion on solutions. Admiring voices emerged from the crowd. "This guy is amazing. He speaks and acts so professionally. No wonder he can represent the royal family to handle these issues." A passing merchant praised, giving a thumbs up. "If all officials were this responsible, our lives would be much better." An elderly man on the other side sighed with emotion. Among the young people, discussions began about, "This is the true demeanor that a king should have." Just as everyone was expressing their support, a young man dressed like a vendor squeezed through the crowd and approached Rina III, whispering, "Dempsey, I've heard someone is trying to stir trouble and intends to destroy the trust built today. Please be careful." "Thank you for your warning," Rina III nodded, acknowledging his concern. "But no matter what challenges we face, as long as we stand firm and fight together, there will be no insurmountable difficulties, including any resistance from inside or outside." Chapter 293, Complicated Situation. As night gradually fell, The square in front of the palace slowly returned to calm from the earlier chaos. Emilio and Naomi had just finished calming the crowd and were about to return to the palace to handle the next steps. At this moment, a nervous guard rushed over, breaking the brief tranquility. Dempsey, Randy has summoned you urgently for important matters, the guard panted, his voice filled with obvious urgency. Emilio and Naomi exchanged a glance, a sense of unease rising in their hearts. What kind of matter could make Carlo so anxious? Could another crisis be looming? All right, we'll return immediately, Naomi said decisively, turning toward the palace gates. Emilio followed behind her, both feeling heavier hearts. On the way, they encountered several civilians chatting idly. You know, today's events really owe much to that young man. Otherwise, we wouldn't have known what to do, Harris remarked thoughtfully. Manny's, he's truly of royal blood. Yet he's so approachable, Jolie nearby agreed. Oh look, there they are. Oscar suddenly pointed towards Emilio and Naomi, admiration shining in his eyes. That's him. That's him. Everyone followed his gaze and immediately recognized Emilio. In an instant, the atmosphere around them grew more enthusiastic. Are you leaving again? An elder asked, his face full of anticipation and worry. Will you come back tomorrow? Emilio stopped, smiling gently. Of course we will. Trust us. We'll be here until all difficulties are resolved. The crowd erupted into applause and cheers, many shedding tears of emotion. Just as everyone was immersed in this warm moment, the tiara squeezed forward again, her eyes filled with concern. Can everything really change? Her voice trembled slightly. My family is waiting for me to report back safely. Naomi squatted down, softly consoling her. It will surely happen. We'll come again tomorrow morning. Keep your hopes up. The tiara nodded, tears finally spilling over. Naomi handed her a handkerchief, saying gently, Be strong, Tiara. Everything will get better. Thank you, thank you. The tiara wiped her tears, bowed deeply, and then left reluctantly. Emilio and Naomi set off for the palace again. Their steps were now firmer despite the uncertainty ahead. They understood that as long as they united, any challenge could be overcome. Soon, they returned to the palace. The guards led them to the council hall. Before entering, they heard heated arguments inside. Emilio and Naomi glanced at each other, took a deep breath, and pushed open the heavy door together. Inside, the hall was brightly lit, and all the officials were present. The earl sat on his throne, his expression grave, clearly indicating a serious situation. Father, what has happened? Naomi approached quickly and asked respectfully. You've returned just in time, Carlo began. We just received an urgent report from the border. The enemy troops have begun large-scale movements, intending to invade our borders. If we don't respond promptly, the consequences will be unimaginable. Hearing this, Emilio frowned. The shadow of war loomed over the country once more, but he did not lose hope. We will spare no effort to protect our homeland, he said firmly, scanning the officials. Good, Carlo nodded in approval. Tonight we will finalize a strategy here to ensure nothing goes wrong. With these words, the atmosphere in the hall became even more solemn and tense. A critical battle concerning the nation's survival was about to begin. Night deepened, but people inside and outside the palace remained busy and anxious. No one knew how winding the future path would be, but it didn't stop them from seeking a glimmer of hope in the darkness. Inside the hall, lights shone like daylight. As Emilio and Naomi entered, all officials immediately quieted down. Seeing them, Carlo's face showed a trace of relief. All officials greet Gale, they bowed in unison. Naomi nodded and then turned to Carlo. What is the specific situation? A general stepped forward. Your Majesty, the enemy army has gathered near the border, expected to attack by dawn at the latest. This news cast a heavy shadow over everyone in the hall. Meanwhile, two officials whispered in the corner. This is going to be difficult, with our treasury empty and supplies insufficient, one official murmured. Indeed, if it weren't for young Ellie Manny. Before they could finish, a voice rang out. Everyone, please calm down. All eyes turned toward the speaker, Emilio. He stepped forward calmly. The war hasn't begun yet. Each one of you here is key to victory or defeat. I have a few suggestions. He then proposed several specific recommendations regarding fortification construction and logistical supply distribution. Though many were present, his words seemed to instill a bit of confidence in them. At this moment, a young official couldn't help but exclaim, I didn't expect that someone could step up with such a comprehensive plan in such perilous times. Truly eye-opening. This remark drew agreement from those around him. Indeed, we only heard that he was the hero who saved the palace, but now it seems he has even more exceptional talents. As the discussion continued, a sudden cry came from outside the door. Come see. It was Servina rushing in excitedly. Just now, I heard people outside talking about another incredible deed done by that hero. The head guard asked skeptically, what do you mean? Breathlessly, she continued. A few merchants entering the city just now said they saw a mysterious group appearing on distant hills outside the city. They might be here to assist in defending our country, and apparently, the leader looks very much like that young man. Hearing this, several ministers wore disbelieving expressions. Even Carlo couldn't help but smile faintly. Well, that's good news. Meanwhile, Emilio appeared slightly embarrassed. Those are probably some friends who heard the news and rushed over to help. I only received word recently, but this could boost the morale of our frontline soldiers a bit. However, at that moment, another attendant burst into the hall with a terrified look. Your Majesty, Rena, there's another urgent report from the west. According to our scouts, the enemy forces are far larger than expected, and several powerful figures are also joining them. The situation will likely become even more complicated. Chapter 294, Mysterious. Carmine Yan's words were like a bolt of lightning in the night, stunning everyone present. Xavier's eyes sparkled with curiosity and anticipation as he quietly asked the veteran next to him, Big Brother Isai, do you think they will come up with some earth-shaking plan? The veteran patted Xavier gently on the shoulder, revealing a kind smile. Tad, follow young Ellie Manny's lead. As long as you stay with him, you will surely witness shocking events. Benedict and Luo stood aside, a confident smile hanging at the corners of his mouth. He whispered to Darien, "Old Zhang, do you think Mr. Carmine Yin has any secret weapon?" His smile is even more mysterious than Emilio's. Darien nodded thoughtfully. "Brother Benedict, I believe this Mr. Carmine Yin is no ordinary man. He is highly skilled and deeply strategic. We should trust young Ellie Manny's judgment. If he has decided to cooperate, there must be good reason." At that moment, Naomi was quietly listening to their conversation, nodding in agreement. She looked at Emilio tenderly and said, "Young Ellie Manny, although Mr. Carmine's proposal does come with unknown risks, I trust your judgment. We need to trust each of our comrades. Only then can we overcome our powerful enemies." Emilio gave Naomi a deep look, nodding gratefully, before turning to Carmine Yin, a sharp gleam in his eye. "All right, let's take this gamble." Carmine Yin smiled slightly and pulled out an ancient scroll from under his black cloak. This scroll records the location of an ancient relic. It is said to contain power that could change the tide of battle. If we can find it and unlock its secrets, we might defeat the enemy all at once. The young soldier rubbed his hands excitedly, eyes wide as he stared at the scroll, unable to resist asking, "Wow, such treasures really exist?" Carmine Yin shook his head gently but wore a mysterious smile. "It's just a legend. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. But this is the best option I can think of for now." Benedict and Luo slapped his chest heartily and laughed boldly. "A chance is better than nothing. Let's give it a shot. Even if it ends up being wishful thinking, we must show our determination and perseverance." Darien nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed. We've come this far. Nothing can make us retreat. Regardless of the outcome, we must try our hardest." Seeing everyone unanimously agree, Emilio's gaze swept over them with determination as he announced loudly, "It's settled then. Let's depart now, following the map to search for that ancient relic. Remember, support each other along the way." As the order was given, the entire team quickly prepared themselves, checking their equipment for the new journey. Just as the squad was about to set off again, a faint rustling came from the bushes in the distance. Emilio abruptly waved a hand, signaling everyone to stop, his alert gaze sweeping around. Benedict and Luo whispered, "Is it the enemy reconnaissance unit?" After listening intently for a moment, Emilio suddenly smiled. "No, it seems our luck has arrived." As soon as he spoke, a figure slowly emerged from the bushes, a graceful female warrior with sharp eyes and a light step. Her appearance immediately drew the attention of all the squad members. Carmine Yin raised an eyebrow in surprise. "You are?" The female warrior smiled, her voice clear and pleasant. "I am Kim, guided by a sage to assist you. I believe my skills can play a crucial role in this mission." A flicker of surprise flashed across Emilio's eyes before he nodded approvingly. "Welcome to our team, Miss Kim. With your strength, we shall become invincible." The young soldier was almost jumping with excitement beside them. "Great! Another expert joins us. We'll surely find that legendary treasure." Kim smiled, glancing around at everyone before saying, "Follow me, everyone. I know the nearest path to the relic, but it is filled with danger. We must proceed cautiously." The squad readjusted their gear and followed Kim into the dark night. The challenges ahead were uncertain and perilous, yet their fighting spirit burned hotter than ever. With Kim leading and Emilio closely following behind, as they approached a dense forest, Emilio suddenly turned back and glanced over his shoulder, seemingly lost in thought. He murmured to Carmine Yin, "Mr. Carmine, if we truly find that legendary power, how would you use it? For victory or another purpose?" Carmine Yin replied with a meaningful smile, "We'll see once we find it. The most important thing now is to survive. Everything else will become clear in time." Emilio nodded, a trace of complex emotion flickering in his eyes. In this darkness, everyone harbored their own thoughts as they embarked on this journey destined to rewrite their fates. The forest at night was eerily silent and gloomy. Only the figures of the team moved silently under the moonlight, each carrying different emotions but united by their unwavering determination to move forward. No one could predict what dangers or opportunities lay ahead. Ewing led the group along the winding trail into the depths of the forest, the moonlight filtering through the dense canopy, casting mottled shadows on the ground. The young soldier was visibly excited, gripping his weapon tightly and frequently glancing around, his eyes sparkling with curiosity and anticipation. The veteran in the center of the formation remained calm, as if such adventures were commonplace to him. He whispered to the young man beside him, "Kid, don't get too excited. Ancient relics aren't as simple as you think. They're full of traps and mechanisms." The young soldier nodded upon hearing this, but couldn't hide his excitement. "I understand, Brother Isai. But I just feel that we can accomplish great things following young Ellie Manny. There's nothing wrong with that." At that moment, Ewing's cool voice came from up ahead. "Everyone, stay close. This path may be shorter, but it's also more dangerous. We need to be extra cautious." Carmine Yin nodded slightly and whispered to Emilio, "This woman truly stands out. She found such a hidden path. But because of this, we must be even more vigilant." Benedict and Luo interjected, "Indeed. But with Miss Ewing joining us, our chances of success have greatly increased. Truly, good news brings high spirits." Darien added, "Old Zhang agrees with you. The most important thing now is for everyone to work together. As long as we unite, there's no challenge we cannot overcome." Chapter 295. Hope to change what? Tiffany suddenly stopped and raised her hand to signal everyone to halt. Then she slowly squatted down, searching in an inconspicuous patch of grass for a moment before turning around with a mysterious smile. "There's a hidden mechanism on the ground here that will trigger a trap if stepped on. Fortunately, I discovered it in time. Otherwise, we might all have suffered." The young soldier widened his eyes, looking at Tiffany with admiration. "Amazing. Thanks to you, Sister Tiffany. If not for your guidance, we could have been trapped." Naomi spoke gently. "Indeed, she is a rare talent. It seems that not only is her combat strength formidable, but she also has considerable knowledge of various traps and mechanisms." Emilio gave Tiffany an approving look. "With your participation in this mission, I believe everything will go much more smoothly." He then turned to continue leading the group forward, reminding everyone to maintain their formation tightly and not fall behind. Suddenly, an unusual atmosphere filled the air. An almost imperceptible yet chilling feeling crept over them. Emilio abruptly stopped, his gaze becoming unusually alert. Everyone be careful, something is approaching. Tiffany frowned slightly and drew a long sword from her waist. I felt it too. It seems there are some unknown entities hiding here. We need to prepare for any potential conflict. At that moment, a faint rustling sound came from not far ahead. A black shadow quietly appeared, followed by several others. They were dressed in black armor, wielding sharp blades, resembling ninja-like figures. They silently surrounded the small expedition team. It seems you intruders are not destined to go far, the leader of the black-clad men sneered. Evander over the sheepskin map and leave this forbidden area immediately, or don't blame us for being unfriendly. Benedict and Luo stepped forward and replied sharply, Himph, do you really think you can stop our progress with just a few of you? Pure delusion. Just as tensions were rising, Tiffany chuckled lightly and spoke up. Since you're here, why don't we make a deal? How about you let us pass, and I'll teach you some self-defense techniques as compensation. The black-clad man was clearly taken aback by the unexpected suggestion. What kind of deal? Aren't you afraid of dying? Know that no one who offends the master of this place has ever left alive. Tiffany responded calmly, that's precisely why I'm making this proposal. Instead of fighting to the death and losing everything, why not take a step back and find common ground? Besides, if we really fight, it's not certain you would win. As she spoke, she slowly raised her palm to display her internal martial arts prowess to those surrounding them. Upon hearing this conversation, onlookers murmured in surprise and started discussing among themselves. One of the ninjas hesitated for a moment and whispered to a companion, what should we do? Should we follow their advice and let them go for now? The leader furrowed his brow, weighing the pros and cons. Just as the scene was reaching a stalemate, Emilio lightly tapped his companion on the shoulder and asked, what do you think? If conflict breaks out, it wouldn't be favorable for us. Maybe we should listen to her suggestion. Carmine Yen squinted his eyes and looked at the black-clothed masked men opposite, revealing a thoughtful smile. All right, since she suggests it, let's give it a try. After all, the most urgent task is still to find that secret base. Tiffany's voice echoed in the quiet forest, adding an element of uncertainty to the standoff. The gazes of the onlookers shifted between the two groups, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. A passerby hiding in the shadows whispered, this girl dares to speak so boldly. Is she really that skilled in martial arts to challenge even the Selena guards? Another bystander marveled, judging by her demeanor, she must not be ordinary. Word is that this expedition team is filled with experts. Perhaps they will succeed. As people continued to discuss, the leader of the black-clothed men finally spoke. Your words sound reasonable, but how can we be sure you won't betray us? Our priority is ensuring our safe exit from this area. Though his tone was calm, it conveyed an unyielding determination. Tiffany smiled faintly, as if she had anticipated this. I understand your concerns. How about this? After you let us pass, I'll leave one of our people here as a hostage to guarantee our good faith. She turned her head and looked at a young man in the group who seemed strong but not particularly skilled in combat. Benedict Max, what do you think? Benedict Max was slightly surprised, but after a brief hesitation, he nodded cheerfully. No problem. I trust Sister Tiffany's arrangement and believe we will all return safely. He gave the ninjas a friendly and trusting smile, which immediately softened the tense atmosphere. Seeing this scene, another bystander watching from a distance sighed in admiration. Wow, such trust and willingness to sacrifice are truly admirable. This young man is really brave. The leader of the ninjas stared at them for a long time before finally nodding slowly. All right, we accept your terms. But let me warn you, any deceit on your part will result in dire consequences for everyone, including this brother who volunteers to stay. Before he finished speaking, Benedict and Luo interrupted eagerly. Deal. Let us pass. He winked at Tiffany in support, and the others also joined in, urging him on as they hurriedly continued deeper into the area. As the group moved farther away, Benedict Max, left behind as the hostage, showed no trace of fear or anxiety. Hey, don't worry about me. When I get back, I'll have plenty of amazing stories to share with everyone, he told the guards. A young ninja watched Benedict Max curiously. Why are you so relaxed? Aren't you afraid we might harm you? Haha. Benedict Max laughed heartily. Because I know how reliable my companions are, and I trust that Miss Tiffany will come back quickly to save me. Besides, having been through so many dangers with everyone, this is nothing. His confident and composed attitude touched these warriors who were accustomed to bloody battles. One of the older masked men sighed, saying thoughtfully, your mindset reminds me of my younger self. Back then, we also joined the organization full of hope for the future, hoping to change something. Chapter 296, Sounds of Combat. As they were talking, a hurried series of footsteps and the sounds of intense fighting suddenly erupted from afar. Oh no! The leading figure at the front suddenly cried out, something seems amiss. You two, go check the situation immediately. The rest of you, don't let this young man leave. He then swiftly led the others in the direction of the sounds. Meanwhile, at the other end of the intersection the exploration team had just passed through, a bloodied mysterious stranger stumbled into view, struggling. The stranger panted for a moment before shouting in a hoarse and urgent voice, run! There's a trap here. The real danger hasn't ended. Hearing this sudden warning, Carmine Yen, who was walking at the back, furrowed his brows, turning to look back with heightened vigilance. At the same time, he quickly relayed the message to the teammates who were still advancing, putting the entire team on high alert once again. No one knew what would happen next, but it undoubtedly added uncertainty and excitement to their upcoming adventure. As the scream echoed, Carmine Yen felt his heart sink. He immediately called out to warn his teammates, everyone stop. Something seems wrong. Benedict and Luo, walking at the front, turned around, his face etched with confusion and unease. What do you mean? Is it that mysterious person? He didn't finish his sentence when faint yet eerie sounds began emanating from between the trees, as if something unknown was quietly approaching. What's happening? A young member looked panic-stricken. Is it Ursula and the others who are in danger? As everyone hesitated, another cry rang out from a distance, followed by the sound of snapping branches and rapid footsteps. At this point, a seasoned middle-aged man stepped forward, trying to stabilize the situation. Calm down, everyone. Let's not move recklessly. We need to understand the situation before we can decide. Man it, everyone could feel the threat drawing closer, and an inexplicable sense of oppression hung heavy in the air, causing shivers to run down their spines. Benediction, someone whispered, prompting everyone to listen intently to the changes in the surroundings. A few seconds later, agonized screams erupted from deep within the nearby forest, accompanied by the clash of metal and heavy impacts on the ground. Clearly, an intense battle was underway. Carmine Yin took a deep breath. Whatever happens, we must find the truth and ensure the safety of our companions. A brave young woman nodded. I agree with Carmine Yin. No matter how dangerous it is ahead, we can't abandon Benedict Max and his guardians. With more alarming news about the impending danger surfacing, some members who had been observing now showed signs of nervousness. Shouldn't we go back to provide support? Someone asked tremulously, drawing concerned glances from the others. Just then, a black figure darted out of the dense forest, charging straight towards the center of the crowd. Before anyone could react, the figure landed gracefully on the ground. It was none other than Ursula, who had first negotiated with the Selena Freitas. Despite minor injuries, she remained calm. Come with me quickly. The situation is far more complex than we imagined. We need to retreat immediately and prepare fully for the challenges ahead. Seeing this composed and charismatic leader appear before them, previously anxious members let out relieved smiles. But what terrifying enemy lay ahead? Meanwhile, Benedict Max, who had been left behind as a hostage, was startled by the commotion. Hey brother, what's going on? Why do you all look so grim? Facing his question, the guards exchanged uneasy glances. One of them sighed. Looks like our peaceful days are coming to an end. At this moment, thick clouds covered the sky above this ancient and mysterious land, foreshadowing an even more intense and thrilling battle to come. In the distance, Ursula sped away with her team, whispering, we have to hurry. If we're surrounded, we'll be in big trouble. What exactly are those creatures? Benedict Luo asked as he ran alongside. Why have we never heard of such terrifying beings appearing here before? Selena furrowed her brows tightly and shook her head, indicating that she did not know the answer. I hope this isn't some new evil force attempting to exploit the unique qualities of this place for its sinister plots. In any case, our top priority right now is to get out of danger as quickly as possible. As they spoke, the group had already passed through a dense forest and reached a relatively open area. At this moment, someone with sharp eyes noticed smoke rising in the distance, suggesting that another team might have met the same fate. Not good. It seems we're not the only ones experiencing this, Carmine Yin muttered through gritted teeth. The entire expedition became even more perplexing. What divine entity awaited them ahead? And what was the true danger mentioned by the mysterious stranger? All these questions awaited unraveling by this band of fearless heroes. On the other side, Benedict Max, who had been left behind as a guarantor but still maintained an optimistic attitude, did not fully grasp how critical the situation had become. He even tried to comfort a few slightly nervous ninjas. Don't worry. I believe we will soon reunite with the others. After all, we've gone through so much together and built such strong bonds. Upon hearing this, the elder masked man who once dreamed of changing things fell silent for a long time before finally speaking slowly. Perhaps you are right. In this unpredictable world, it is truly precious and grateful to have friends who hold firm beliefs and strive for them. Just then, a deafening roar erupted from the direction of the dense forest, making the ground tremble. The two people who were engrossed in conversation stopped talking simultaneously and focused on this new development. That's? Both exclaimed in unison. Chapter 297. Trial? An unusual atmosphere permeated the air, adding an even more suspenseful aura to the entire scene. As the roar from afar grew clearer, the expression of the old masked man became increasingly grave. It seems something really has happened. Look in that direction. It appears there's something massive moving towards us, Benedict Max said, pointing ahead, his tone revealing unhidden shock. The old masked man nodded and then turned to give orders to the several ninjas beside him. Are you ready? We must protect this place. Once that thing arrives, we have to do our utmost to stop it. Benedict Max immediately added, that's right. Although we don't know what it is, it clearly poses a huge potential threat. And I believe Tiffany and the others will solve any problems in return. So we just need to hold out here. The ninjas exchanged glances and promptly indicated they would do their best to complete the mission. Understood. We'll hold the ground until the last moment. Meanwhile, under Tiffany's lead, the exploration team was approaching a hidden cave. Turning to her team members, Tiffany explained, this cave has a secret passage leading directly to the outside world. We can temporarily take shelter inside to avoid those unknown forces outside. Just as she was setting up the plan, a young team member's face changed drastically. Wait, did you hear the sound coming from that forest? It sounds like someone is shouting for help. Hearing this, Tiffany's heart tightened as she instantly looked toward the source of the sound. Indeed, faint cries for help mixed with moans of pain could be heard wafting over. We must go and see what's happening, Tiffany decided immediately, then led the group to quickly change direction. At this moment, back at the small mountain hollow, several brave warriors were still on standby, facing the impending storm. How would they greet this unprecedented trial? Tiffany's team moved swiftly through the dense forest, getting closer to where the cries for help came from. An unsettling aura filled the air, as if every step carried potential danger. But no one in the team showed any signs of retreating. They all knew unity was key to handling the unknown crisis. Emerging from the final thicket, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Several people dressed in peculiar clothes lay on the ground, clearly injured. One of them struggled to half rise, extending a hand towards the arriving group. Help, please help us. His voice drifted into the air in broken intervals. Tiffany immediately crouched down to examine their conditions, issuing brief instructions before starting to direct her companions to provide first aid. On the side, Carmine Yin and the brave young girl stood guard, alert for any new threats. Who are these people? How did they end up here? The young man gripped his sword tightly, his eyes scanning the deep forest warily for any movement. At this moment, a girl who appeared young yet resolute struggled to rise from the rescued individuals. Thank you, kind people. If you hadn't come, we might have really become dinner for beasts. After expressing her gratitude, her face paled again. But you should be careful. There are even more terrifying things hiding in the forest. They seem to be looking for something. Looking? Do you mean they have a specific purpose other than attacking innocents? Tiffany asked, frowning while her mind raced to consider possible scenarios. During this conversation, a bystander who looked like an ordinary villager couldn't help but interject, sighing dramatically, "Oh my! What kind of world is this now? Not even allowing people to stay quietly in a small village. These days strange events keep happening one after another, truly causing anxiety." He shook his head and whispered to those nearby, "But honestly, that female warrior earlier was truly amazing. Her calm demeanor. It's just like a real-life heroine." Hearing such words, the surrounding villagers nodded in agreement, admiration and respect evident in their eyes. "Manny's, yes, you're right. Look how calmly she handled such a tense situation. We'd probably be terrified if faced with something like this," someone laughed in agreement. After calming the injured civilians, Tiffany had already reorganized the team, planning to retreat via the secret passage mentioned earlier and seek help. Remember, whatever happens, be extra cautious. Since there are even more terrifying enemies out there, it indicates that the situation is far more complicated than we imagined. After speaking, she turned her gaze toward the smoke in the distance. "Let's go. We must stop this before the worst happens." As the team continued forward, an exchange unfolded between the old masked man and Benedict Max, who were observing the developing situation from behind. "If the monsters Tiffany spoke of are truly as powerful as described, I wonder if all our efforts will be enough." The elderly man voiced his genuine concerns, worry clouding his face. Benedict Max smiled, almost as if to boost morale. "Trust me, with determination in our hearts, nothing is insurmountable. Besides, none of us are the type to give up easily, are we?" However, just as the atmosphere began to ease slightly, the ground suddenly started to shake violently. This was no longer a faint signal or minor tremor, but a real earthquake. Almost simultaneously, both men exchanged looks filled with shock and bewilderment. Could it be? Before their words could fully form, an overwhelmingly massive figure appeared within their line of sight, radiating a suffocating aura of immense power. The earth shook more intensely, and in the forest, the birds' songs and beasts' roars ceased almost at the same time, replaced by an indescribable heaviness in the air. The smiles of reassurance on the villagers' and bystanders' faces froze instantly, turning into expressions of terror and confusion. Tiffany quickly made a decision. "Everyone, don't panic. Follow my lead and stay calm." Her voice acted like a soothing balm, steadying the group somewhat, but the looming figure following closely behind plunged everyone back into chaos. Chapter 298, The Monster. "Oh my god! What kind of monster is this?" a timid passerby exclaimed, his hands tightly gripping his companion's arm as his face turned abnormally pale. Beside him, another slightly braver person swallowed hard and said with difficulty, "This is even scarier than all the stories Danny at the village entrance has ever told." As the gigantic creature approached step by step, Carmine Yin was the first to react. "Captain, we need to come up with a way to deal with it quickly." He then picked up his weapon, preparing for battle. "Don't act rashly." Verna swiftly stopped Carmine Yin's actions and carefully observed the situation. "Let's try to communicate first." Her voice was deep and firm, giving people immense courage even in such a perilous situation. At that moment, the previously resolute girl stepped forward. Although she looked exhausted, her eyes shone with unusual light. "I know a little bit about these creatures. It's said that only a few can communicate with them." Upon hearing this, Verna nodded, gesturing for the girl to approach. As they moved closer to the massive creature, everyone present held their breath. Just then, from afar came hurried footsteps followed by a clear voice. "Hey, you little ones over there. How about holding off playing with that thing for now? We have more important matters here." Along with these words, several well-trained and well-equipped newcomers emerged from the woods, led by Jolie with a confident smile. Seeing the seemingly unfriendly arrivals, the surrounding villagers began to chatter. "Oh dear. Here come more experts. This is getting too crazy. I wonder if they're here to protect our village or... forget all that. Let's hide far away and watch the show." Meanwhile, the newcomers stopped and did not immediately join any side. The leading woman glanced at the huge creature and the girls who were performing a mysterious ritual-like action. "Interesting. So there really are ancient Benedictine remnants here. What do you mean? You can understand?" A flicker of surprise crossed the girl's eyes, clearly noticing this. But the other didn't give a direct answer. Now isn't the time for explanations. But if we want to solve the current predicament and prevent further harm, we must cooperate. After a brief exchange of glances, both sides chose to move forward together. At this moment, the old masked man hiding in the shadows sighed softly. "I hope their decision is right. But whatever happens, please return safely." On the other side, just as everyone had breathed a sigh of relief and were ready to continue, a new unexpected event occurred. The forest depths echoed with an even sharper and ear-piercing roar. While everyone was feeling confused and uneasy, a scout rushed over shouting, "Bad news! One of those people we saved earlier has vanished," and, before he could finish speaking, an eerie blue light appeared from a hidden corner nearby, and there seems to be a barrier where there shouldn't be one. This information instantly plunged everyone into unprecedented tension. Verna's expression turned grave, and she quickly reacted, "Everyone, stay alert. Do not act rashly. Let's find out what's going on first. She turned her gaze towards the newcomer, the confident smiling woman, questioning her with her eyes. I'm Demi, part of the Night Falcon Special Unit. Eleanor introduced herself without avoiding eye contact. It seems the situation is more complicated than expected. We need to act quickly. Verna nodded. All right. Carmine Yin, lead some people to check out that barrier. The rest stay here to protect the villagers. The surroundings had become completely silent, interrupted only occasionally by faint sounds from afar and the crying of children among the crowd. An elderly villager couldn't help but ask, what's happening? How did monsters even appear? Another Orson clenched his fists, his face showing indignation. Whatever monsters or aliens there may be, as long as they hold the front line, our village will surely get through this crisis unharmed. Hearing this, many people present nodded in agreement. But soon, a timid child started crying, and an older boy beside him patted his shoulder to comfort him, saying, don't be afraid. The big brothers are so strong. They will surely drive all the bad things away. We just need to stay behind and be good. Though his voice still trembled slightly, he tried hard to appear brave for his younger siblings. Just then, Eleanor named Demi suddenly interrupted their discussion. Does anyone here know or have seen anything special about the person who disappeared? After some murmurs among the crowd, they shook their heads indicating no knowledge, until someone hesitated for a moment before slowly raising his hand. I remember that person mentioned he was one of the refugees who fled from the south due to some unknown disasters. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression turned even more serious, and even those who had previously been relatively relaxed began to show signs of concern. Meanwhile, the team investigating the mysterious blue light phenomenon returned with preliminary information. Carmine Yin, out of breath, said, that barrier is indeed extraordinary. It not only blocks our instruments from entering to conduct detailed observations, but also cannot be destroyed from the outside. However, based on existing data, it does not seem to be of an attacking nature. Perhaps, as legend suggests, there might be some unknown power manipulating everything behind the scenes. Hearing this, Verna frowned and fell into deep thought, eventually speaking after a long pause. It seems we can only find the answer by delving deeper inside. Manny's, I agree with this view. The silent girl who had been listening to various opinions stood up again. If we want to truly unravel all the mysteries before us, which may even relate to the secrets concerning the fate of the entire continent, we must investigate personally. Chapter 299. The Decision. Just as they were about to make the final decision, a young man from the onlookers suddenly shouted loudly, wait, take me with you. Although I don't have strong combat skills, I'm very familiar with ancient languages and might be useful at crucial moments. His eyes sparkled with a desire for recognition as he looked at Captain Tiffany. Fong Benedictico smiled at this and was the first to respond, all right, considering time is tight and we do need a translator to help us understand those strange texts, you indeed seem like a good choice. Tiffany glanced at her companions and then nodded in agreement. Let's settle it this way. Remember to stay in constant contact with us and be ready for evacuation. Inform everyone immediately if anything unusual happens. After issuing the order, the squad members started packing their gear, preparing thoroughly for the upcoming adventure. To reassure the crowd waiting behind, Tiffany turned back and added, ladies and gentlemen, please trust that we will accomplish our mission and ensure the safety of not just the village but the entire region. Please wait here with peace of mind. Good luck, brave warriors. Return safely. Someone shouted from the crowd, and others quickly echoed the sentiment. That's right. Do be careful. Don't let down the expectations of all villagers. Wish you success. Bring down the evil dragon soon and save Gale. As the encouraging voices faded away, the four figures who were about to embark on their dangerous mission had already vanished into the depths of the dense forest. When they cautiously approached the exact location where the eerie blue light was emanating from, a sudden gust of cold wind whistled through the treetops, producing a shrill and piercing sound, indicating something terrifying was drawing near. As the four-member team traversed the forest, everything around them seemed eerily silent except for the occasional bird chirping or rustling leaves, which added to the strangeness of the scene. They had walked for some distance when Carmine Yin abruptly stopped, his eyes filled with confusion. Did you hear something? It sounded like... His words were cut short by hurried footsteps. Out from the thick woods emerged several figures. It was a few young villagers who had been evacuated to the outskirts of the village. The leader, a young man whose face bore clear signs of panic, shouted, wait, there's still one more of me. Instinctively, Tiffany raised a hand in a defensive posture. Stop, we are on a mission. Yet there was no anger or sternness in her voice, only empathy and understanding for these courageous followers. The young leader hastened to explain, Captain, I know the situation is dangerous, but my brothers and I feel we can't just stand by and watch others take risks while we remain idle. At least, let me go with you to face the challenge. Upon hearing this, the other youngsters nodded in agreement. Fong Benedictico glanced at Tiffany, who sighed lightly but did not reject them immediately. Everyone has their own battlefield, she said slowly, but this mission does come with significant unknown risks. Are you really prepared? A shy youth replied, even if not for anything else, we shouldn't retreat from protecting the place where we've grown up. Besides, with so many seniors as role models, what is there to fear? This statement drew immediate approval, and even the air seemed to warm up under such encouragement. All right, if that's the case. But remember, safety always comes first. Evacuate promptly if you can't continue. With permission granted, the new recruits showed mixed expressions of excitement and apprehension. After readjusting their equipment, the entire team set off rapidly towards the blue light source. After a tense and long journey, they finally came upon an ancient and magnificent city ruin, the legendary Lost City. Its perimeter was enveloped in a peculiar blue glow, exuding both mystery and danger. This is incredible, one of the newcomers exclaimed, his voice trembling with awe. Is this the legendary ruins? It's even more magical than the stories tell. Don't be deceived by appearances, friends, Carmine Yin said gravely. The true test of courage and wisdom is yet to come. Just as everyone was about to enter the perimeter of the ruins, the sky suddenly darkened, with thick clouds rolling in and completely obscuring it. "What's going on?" came waves of exclamations from the crowd. "Is that monster about to appear?" Soon after, the ground began to tremble slightly, and a powerful sense of oppression followed. However, just as everyone was filled with panic, Tiffany stepped forward and shouted, "No matter what difficulties and dangers we face, we will forge ahead bravely. As long as we unite as one, there is nothing we cannot overcome." Her words shone like the dawn, lighting up the hearts of each team member and inspiring boundless fighting spirit. Following her lead, everyone nodded resolutely. "Let us uncover the secrets behind this city together and protect every important person around us." Fong Benedictenko's voice was full of strength. "Onward, charge into the unknown." In such a passionate and solemn atmosphere, several people finally embarked on their journey into the Lost City. As they delved deeper into this city filled with unsolved mysteries, scenes never seen before struck awe in people's hearts, but also fueled an irresistible desire to explore more. The gigantic statues standing still despite abandonment, intricately carved yet unidentified symbol murals, and the eerie whispers lingering in the air. At this moment, the young translator leading the way suddenly stopped and turned back to ask, "Did you all notice that the strange language has become clearer recently? If I didn't hear wrong, it seems to be saying, 'Welcome back here.' I wonder if it's a trap or genuine guidance?" Everyone exchanged glances, as if their hearts were unsettled by this sudden question. But regardless, they did not pause their steps. Instead, under Tiffany's leadership, they sped up toward the source of the sound. Meanwhile, in a hidden corner far away, a pair of concealed eyes quietly watched all of this. Chapter 300, Countermeasures. As the small team cautiously navigated through the ruins of the lost city, the murmuring sounds in the air grew clearer, causing everyone to involuntarily tense up. Aaliyah gently patted the shoulder of a young translator beside her. "Are you sure that phrase means, 'Welcome back here'? This doesn't sound very friendly at all." The young man nodded, but his face was much paler than before. "I think it should be. But this language is so ancient and unfamiliar that I can't be entirely certain." Tiffany frowned lightly after hearing this, yet her eyes sparkled with unwavering determination. "Regardless, now that we're here, there's no reason to retreat." She turned to face everyone. "Everyone, please remember, no matter how perilous the road ahead may be, our hearts must remain as strong as iron." At that moment, a peculiar scent wafted from the distance, something that smelled faintly sweet but also sent shivers down their spines. "What is this smell?" muttered one of the younger men walking on the edge, while vigilantly surveying the surroundings. "Did any of you notice that the scenery around us is subtly changing? These murals and pillars seem to have moved." Upon hearing these words, everyone stopped in unison. Indeed, upon closer inspection, they could feel every object within the city trembling slightly and gradually revealing an unprecedented new appearance. Statues that had slumbered for 1,000 years slowly opened their eyes. Deep cracks in the ground began to expose something unsettling. "Oh no! Everyone, quickly evacuate this area." Tiffany swiftly reacted and shouted, "Follow the predetermined route, and don't fall behind." Just as everyone was preparing to act according to the plan, a melodious yet slightly chilling female voice drifted from the sky. "Valiant warriors who come from afar, welcome to this ancient and mysterious land." Following the voice, they saw Jolie dressed in luxurious robes with a beautiful face floating in the air, the legendary guardian spirit. The crowd watching was instantly thrown into chaos. What's happening? Where did that woman come from? Amazing. Could she really be a divine apparition? Such a pretty older sister. It feels like a dream. Facing this bizarre scene, Tiffany remained unusually calm. "Esteemed Soulkeeper, are you friend or foe, or merely a guide?" She politely bowed and asked. Simone smiled slightly and replied, "Neither foe nor friend. I am just the long-time memory bearer of this forgotten place. Since you have reached here, it means destiny has connected us, and everything next will be revealed by time." With that, the figure vanished, leaving only the echoes lingering in the valley for a long time. While everyone was still in a daze, a weak but resolute voice sounded. "No matter what awaits us ahead, I believe Captain will surely lead us to the right path." The speaker was a young man who had come with them on the expedition. His eyes were filled with admiration and trust as he looked at Tiffany and other members of the team. "Right," another voice chimed in. "Since we've chosen this journey, we must move forward united. No matter what happens, never give up hope." These words immediately warmed the atmosphere, reigniting everyone's initial passion. Thus, as nightfall approached, this small team finally arrived at the most dazzling source of blue light, a colossal pyramid adorned with strange patterns at its base. "Wow! So this is the real core," someone exclaimed, voicing everyone's thoughts. As they prepared to proceed further, Tiffany looked back at the brave companions beside her. "This is where the true test begins. Are you ready for even greater challenges?" "Of course." Carmine Yin took the lead in responding, "Whatever difficulties lie ahead, nothing will stop our steps." The rest of the companions also nodded in agreement. "That's right, let's work together. For our village, families, and the bright future, we will strive until the end." So, accompanied by a deafening yet inspiring oath echoing through the vast ruins, they marched forward with enthusiasm and courage towards the heart of the misty pyramid. However, none of them noticed that deep in the darkness, two cold pairs of eyes were fixed on their figures. As they fully disappeared into it, the two long-dormant figures exchanged a smile. "Looks like our show is about to begin." The interior of the pyramid was much more spacious than the team had anticipated. Mysterious symbols carved into the surrounding stone walls emitted a faint yet warm glow, filling the entire space with an unknown magic. Just as everyone was admiring this spectacular sight, an unexpected voice broke the silence. "Wow! The architectural techniques here surpass human comprehension. How on earth was this achieved?" An accompanying expedition member exclaimed in astonishment. He shone his flashlight carefully over every detail, afraid to miss any potential clues. Another member quickly responded, "Indeed, and look at these murals. They seem to tell some ancient story." Unfortunately, there are no written records. Otherwise, we could have unearthed even more valuable information. Upon hearing this, Tiffany, who was walking at the front of the group, stopped in her tracks. All right everyone, don't get so caught up in the scenery that you forget the purpose of our journey, she reminded them. Remember to stay highly alert. Unknown places are always full of dangers and challenges. Just as she finished speaking, a strong tremor shook the entire building, as if powerful energy from deep within the earth had suddenly erupted. At the same time, those previously calm and glowing symbols began to change. Some dimmed before lighting up again. Others altered their arrangement patterns, and some even floated around as if they had a will of their own. This sudden turn of events caused panic among the group. Oh no, quickly stabilize yourselves. What on earth is happening? Someone shouted anxiously, even trying to find a stable object to lean on to reduce the discomfort caused by the shaking. It seems the critical moment mentioned by the guardian spirit has arrived. We must react as quickly as possible, Tiffany calmly stated, immediately adjusting her breathing to stay composed and think of a solution. Chapter 301. Adventure. At this moment, a guide who appeared ordinary but was actually very knowledgeable in history and culture stepped forward. Based on my observations and analysis, this might be a signal to trigger some kind of activation ceremony. In most cases, before entering a place with significant historical status or cultural significance, there will be similar ceremonial procedures aimed at awakening the hidden power of the place to open the door for future generations. Just as he said, after a while, the originally tightly sealed and extremely heavy door indeed opened automatically, casting even more dazzling and brilliant blue light from within. It looks like we're on the right path. Come on, everyone. Victory is just around the corner. Carmine Yin encouraged his comrades loudly, taking the lead towards the light ahead. At this moment, a rather inconspicuous character, Joey, who usually didn't talk much, seemed unusually active. Hey, don't you all think this is just like something out of a novel or a game? It's unbelievable, he said excitedly while following the group. But since we are already the main characters in this adventure, we should march forward bravely like true heroes. People around him laughed, and the tense atmosphere eased slightly. Finally arriving at the center of the hall, they saw a huge mirror hanging beneath the ceiling. When everyone's gaze focused on it, suddenly, an odd energy wave projected from the mirror enveloped everything in the room. This is magnificent. What's going to happen? Someone in the crowd exclaimed. As everyone speculated what would happen next, a deep and powerful voice echoed in everyone's ears. O brave warriors, please accept the final test. Only those with the purest hearts and unyielding will can gain access to the path of true mysteries. Upon finishing these words, countless illusions surged from all directions. Battles, laughter, sorrow, reunions. Each person's most cherished or deeply buried memories were replayed one by one. For a moment, various emotions intertwined and merged into a complex and ever-changing scene. Seeing this scene, Tiffany quickly turned back to look at her companions. Remember your original intention and stay firm in your beliefs, she shouted, trying to remind everyone not to lose themselves. However, just as the situation was becoming increasingly difficult to control, the figure of the mysterious guardian spirit quietly reappeared before them. Brave children, this was all to test if your deepest thoughts are strong enough. Simone smiled and explained gently, then reached out her hand to lightly brush through the air. In an instant, all chaos dissipated into nothingness. Simultaneously, a new entrance appeared before their eyes. It led to a place that was even more unknown yet yearned for. Just as everyone was about to take the first step to explore, the surrounding light suddenly dimmed, an unprecedented tension filled the air, and it felt as if the atmosphere had become heavy and stagnant. At this moment, one of the figures who had been lurking aside, waiting for the right moment, let out a sinister laugh, breaking the silence. Congratulations on passing the first stage, but the real trials are only just beginning. Another immediately added sarcastically. Indeed, we've been eagerly waiting to have some fun with you. Get ready to face the greatest challenge bestowed by fate. As the voices faded, the scene plunged once again into an unsettling yet thrilling mist, leaving endless possibilities and expectations. Tiffany's eyes instantly turned sharp, and her hand involuntarily rested on the weapon at her waist, as if ready to face the impending challenges. Who's there? Show yourself. Her voice resonated firmly throughout the spacious hall. Immediately afterwards, light laughter echoed through the entire space. Accompanying this laughter were two figures, a man in a black robe with his face covered by a mask, and Jolie dressed in ancient attire, whose eyes sparkled mischievously. They stood not far away, looking at every member of the team with almost provocative gazes. Well, you outsiders sure live up to your reputation. Your reaction is impressively swift, the female mysterious guardian remarked teasingly. But we aren't exactly pushovers, you know? Shaw followed up, indeed, there's more than just puzzles and traps here. Something far more exciting awaits you all to uncover. Joey was so nervous that he almost couldn't hold onto his lighting equipment, but he still couldn't resist asking the question on his mind out of curiosity. Who are you exactly? Why are you treating us like this? Can't you just let us pass directly? Haha, if everything could be that simple, it wouldn't be fun at all, the female guardian spirit replied with a laugh. And besides, reaching this place itself is an extraordinary experience. Not everyone who enters the pyramid can find the secret entrance to the real treasure, you know? Just as the team members were trying to make sense of the sudden conversation, suddenly a strange force rose from the ground, turning the entire environment into dreamlike colors. It seems the time has come, the male guardian spirit murmured and waved his arms, making the light within the space even more unpredictable. Wow, what's happening? Are we being ambushed again? One of the team members exclaimed in shock, clearly bewildered by the scene before him. Quick, figure out a way to stabilize the situation. Carmine Yin shouted loudly, searching for a way to break through. Faced with the impact of this bizarre transformation of the scene, some began to doubt their confidence in successfully completing their journey. At this moment, a previously silent and unknown member of the group finally spoke up. Don't be afraid. I believe that as long as we work together, there's no problem we can't solve. He said this firmly while encouraging his companions around him to lift their spirits. We don't know whether these so-called guardians intend to test or hinder our progress, but remember why we set out on this journey in the first place. After hearing these words, the initially restless and uneasy atmosphere gradually calmed down. Meanwhile, the two mysterious guardians seemed to feel it was time to give the final hint. Well, it appears that someone among you has already found the answer needed to move forward. Alright, since that's the case, prepare yourselves for the true challenges ahead. Remember, what awaits you isn't merely abundant rewards. As they spoke, their figures slowly faded until they completely disappeared, leaving behind only a newly visible path guiding them deeper into the unknown world. No matter how difficult the future may be, as long as we are together, there's nothing we cannot overcome. Tiffany declared resolutely to all members before taking the first step forward. The rest followed closely behind, ready to embrace the new round of exploration challenges. As the two guardians vanished, the magical light in the hall also gradually dissipated. The team members followed Tiffany's lead, advancing toward the newly revealed path. Though a suppressed atmosphere lingered in the air, each person was adjusting their mindset, knowing well that this was an unprecedented adventure. Chapter 302, Launching the Attack. Just as the team was about to continue, a faint beam of light came from afar, breaking the silence of the darkness. Everyone stopped in their tracks, staring intently at the direction of the light source, filled with vigilance and curiosity. Do you see that? There seems to be something over there. Verna pointed ahead, her voice heavy. The energy staff in her hand lit up once more, providing some illumination for her teammates. As they slowly approached, a figure dressed in ancient attire gradually appeared. It was an elder, with patterns on his robe similar to those of the guardians they had previously encountered, clearly belonging to the same organization. But there was no hostility in his eyes. Instead, they revealed a gentle glow. Welcome to the second checkpoint, brave souls, the elder spoke slowly. I am one of the guardians here, Dalton. Please allow me to explain the challenge you will face next. The tense atmosphere among the team eased slightly as they listened carefully to this newcomer's words. We are in a world full of trials, but it is also a critical step in revealing the truth, Dalton continued. However, before that, I need to confirm one thing. Are your hearts truly as solid as rock? Only the most resolute can ultimately reach the place where the treasure lies. Hearing this, the team members exchanged glances, their gazes growing more determined. Of course not a problem. Benedict Tao stepped forward first, his tone brimming with confidence. We've come this far after going through rigorous selection processes. Nothing can stop our progress. Seeing this, Benedict nodded in agreement. Right. No matter how difficult, we must persevere to the end. After all, who wouldn't want to uncover the secrets deep within the pyramid? Very good, very good. It seems my worries were unwarranted. Hearing the firm responses from the team, Dalton smiled in satisfaction and clapped his hands. Instantly, a strange wave of energy spread from beneath their feet. So, the true journey begins now. With these words, the surrounding scenery changed dramatically again. It seemed as if the entire space was twisted by powerful magic, transforming into another world. The originally narrow and dark path disappeared, replaced by a vast, bright landscape like a fairyland. Ahead lay a broad plain covered with exotic flowers and herbs. Majestic mountains stood tall in the distance, reaching high into the sky. At their peaks, palace-like structures could be vaguely seen amidst the clouds. While everyone was captivated by the breathtaking scenery, several locals nearby were gathered together whispering, "Hey, look over there. Those people in strange clothes seem to be outsiders. They actually managed to pass through the legendary mental trial and reached here? Unbelievable. Manya. It's said that since the last Holy King passed away 1,000 years ago, no outsiders have been able to enter this forbidden land. What skills do these guys possess to make it here? Hey buddy, if we follow them into that mysterious palace, do you think we might discover some earth-shattering secrets too?" Another man nearby immediately retorted, "Forget it. If it were that easy, would it be our turn? From the looks of them, they don't seem ordinary. We'd better stay put and see if they can bring us any opportunities." Hearing this conversation, Carmine couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Oh, I didn't expect to attract spectators, but in a way, this indirectly acknowledges our strength. Ha ha ha. Don't get carried away, friend." Xiaowang interrupted his self-congratulation immediately. This might just be surface-level friendliness. Stay vigilant no matter what. Verna silently nodded in agreement, then announced to everyone, "Alright, follow closely. No matter what challenges lie ahead, remember to stay united and overcome difficulties together. Let's go." Toward that unknown palace. Thus, under the gaze of many curious onlookers, this expedition team moved forward as dawn broke. Despite lingering uncertainties, they believed that as long as they worked together, nothing would remain unsolved. Just as they left the village boundaries, the ground began to tremble violently. Not good. What's happening? Benedict Tao exclaimed in surprise. Before he finished speaking, cracks formed in the earth, from which hundreds of grotesque, gigantic stone creatures emerged, approaching the group menacingly. They were clearly enemies trying to prevent their advance. Facing the sudden crisis, all team members went on high alert. Verna shouted loudly to encourage everyone. "Looks like this is the real test. Get ready for battle and show them what we're made of." After saying this, Verna swung her energy staff, releasing a dazzling light that formed a protective shield around all the team members. At that moment, another unfamiliar voice echoed from above. "Oh, ho ho ho. What a delightful scene indeed. But this is just the beginning of the grand performance." As the words fell, a figure slowly descended from midair. A mysterious female guardian appeared before everyone's eyes. Wait. Why is the plot getting stranger and stranger?" Xiaowang furrowed his brows and asked, "Who are you, miss?" The guardian smiled gently, her gaze profound. "I am a part of the Wheel of Fate, responsible for testing your inner resolve towards your goals. So, are you ready? Let's see how this journey will ultimately come to an end." As she finished speaking, She spread her hands as if preparing to cast some secret spell, while the surrounding monsters' attacks intensified. A tense yet exhilarating atmosphere filled the air, as if anything could happen. And at this moment, the story still brimmed with infinite possibilities and challenges. Just as the mysterious woman who claimed to be a guardian of the Wheel of Fate spoke, the environment around them suddenly changed again. The originally blue sky was now covered by dark clouds, sunlight vanished, leaving only streaks of lightning cutting through the gloom, adding an eerie ambience to the battlefield. Seeing this, the monsters seemed to receive some signal and became more frenzied, roaring and charging towards the expedition team. Chapter 303. Another test. Kim tightened her grip on the energy staff, her whole body enveloped in a faint glow. "Don't panic," she shouted. "Follow our previous training. Spread out and use the terrain to take down the enemies one by one." With that, the calm and decisive girl was already charging forward. Her energy staff left trails of brilliant light as it effortlessly tore through several earthen monsters, attempting to attack her up close. At the same time, Carmine Yin quickly sprang into action. "It's always right to follow the captain's orders," he muttered to himself. He took out a bow from his backpack and aimed at an especially large rock giant not far away, right in the heart. With a deafening explosion, the target turned to ashes on the spot. Benedict Tao, seeing his companions performing their best, didn't want to lag behind either. "Hey brothers and sisters, let's give it all we've got." Holding a uniquely designed long sword, he charged into the enemy ranks, weaving left and right like no one else was there. Each slash felled at least 2 enemies. On the other side, a few locals were still observing everything unfold, exclaiming in amazement from time to time. "Oh my goodness! So legendary warriors really do exist?" exclaimed a bearded uncle. "They are like gods descended upon us." Another young man watched the battlefield intently with sparkling eyes. "Man ya! Although we have many brave fighters here too, these outsiders can not only fight numerous monsters alone but also cooperate so closely. That's rare indeed," he said excitedly while clapping his hands. "Maybe today we'll witness a miracle happen." The bearded uncle couldn't help but laugh bitterly after hearing this. "Let's hope they succeed, bringing some comfort and encouragement to ordinary folks like us. But I wonder what kind of test they went through to gain entry here." As the observers chatted, Joey noticed that some teammates who had retreated to regroup due to overwhelming odds seemed somewhat dispirited. "Cheer up, friends," he patted everyone's shoulders encouragingly. "We can't give up easily. Remember the grand ambitions we set when we started out." Feeling the warmth of their camaraderie, the originally dejected people felt much better. One clenched his fist and said, "You're right. If we chose this path, we must go all the way to the end." Encouraged by these words, everyone echoed in agreement and re-engaged in the fierce battle. At this moment, Eleanor named Frida floated silently in the air, surveying the scene with satisfaction. "Quite a fine group indeed," she murmured. "Now comes your time to prove yourselves. Are you ready for a tougher test?" Just as she finished speaking, more violent tremors and roars erupted. From the depths below emerged even larger, more grotesque unknown creatures. "Looks like it isn't over yet." Kim looked up at Eleanor above and said solemnly. "But no matter how dangerous the road ahead, we won't quit, right?" She addressed all her team members, receiving resolute replies filled with determination. But just as everyone adjusted themselves to welcome the new battle, the mysterious woman suddenly pointed downwards with one hand, causing another unexpected change. The enemies stopped attacking and slowly parted ways to reveal a path leading forward. "What does this mean?" Joey asked curiously. Kim's eyes gleamed as a smile spread across her face. "Maybe this is where our true journey begins?" Simone remained aloof, her fingers twitching slightly, spreading unseen ripples in the air. As if responding to some invisible signal, the monsters halted their attacks and opened up a wide path. What's going on?" Carmine Yin asked Kim suspiciously, still holding his bow tightly, ready for another fight. Kim's gaze became even more resolute. "Perhaps this is her new test for us." Her voice wasn't loud but full of power. "We cannot back down." An elderly observer sighed with realization. "Oh, indeed, this isn't just about physical prowess. It's also a test of psychological and willpower." The young man widened his eyes and responded excitedly. "Man ya, I've never seen anything like this before. Those warriors can actually change the behavior of the enemies. It's amazing." He kept turning back to share this incredible feeling with his friends. Inside the group, discussions about the current situation began. "What do you think we should do?" Benedict Tao tightened his grip on the long sword and asked his companions around him. Joey pondered for a moment before saying, "Since the path has been opened, let's proceed according to our original plan. But be on guard. This could very well be an even bigger trap." Everyone nodded in agreement and quickly adjusted their formation, cautiously stepping onto the newly opened path. "Cheer up, warriors." The crowd watching burst into applause. Some even waved cloth banners to cheer them on. "Look over there. That girl using beams to slay monsters is just as heroic as legends describe." The bearded uncle pointed at Kim, who was intently observing the changes in her surroundings. "If this mission succeeds, I will definitely compose ballads to spread their stories." The leading members felt the pressure and encouragement from the countless eyes filled with anticipation behind them. "Don't worry," Kim replied softly. "We'll fulfill our mission and come back to tell you all about it." Her words carried an unshakable determination. But as everyone was immersed in this brief atmosphere of calm, sudden cries rang out from not far away. "Watch your step." Along with the screams came several massive stone pillars rapidly rising from the ground, attempting to pierce through the entire area where the expedition team stood. At the same time, the Frida floating above revealed a barely noticeable smile. Another new test? Or perhaps. Chapter 304. Action. Tamsin quickly infused the last of her healing energy into Benedictly, and the girl's eyes regained their luster. "Thank you, Tamsin," Benedictly said gratefully. "Now is not the time for that," Tamsin replied sternly. "We must act quickly and come up with a response." Meanwhile, Frisco and Arlie had already adjusted their positions swiftly, preparing for the upcoming ultimate attack. Benedict and Xian gripped his spear tightly, ready to charge at any moment. David kept his eyes firmly on the movements of the Edmund, fearlessness and determination in his gaze. The flames around the Edmund grew more intense, and his deep voice roared like hellfire. "Let me show you my true power, blazing judgment." As he spoke, a massive whirlwind of flames erupted from his hand, sweeping toward everyone. "Scatter! Quickly!" David shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone moved in different directions rapidly, and Anthea took the opportunity to release a dense fog to conceal his teammates' escape. At this critical moment, a strange light flashed across the sky. Suddenly, a large silver-white eagle broke through the clouds, flying straight towards the impending fire vortex. It used its broad wings to shield most of the impact area and let out a loud, clear cry, as if encouraging the human friends below. "This is..." David stared in amazement at the powerful creature that suddenly appeared, but quickly understood what was happening. "It's her. It's the guardian beast sent by the Moonlight Goddess." He was thrilled. It turned out that when everyone learned they would face the Edmund, David had requested external assistance through a telepathic link. Clearly, their prayers had been answered. Encouraged by divine protection, everyone instantly felt revitalized. "We have reinforcements too. Don't be afraid of the Edmund. Let's take him down together." Arlie encouraged loudly. "Mannies," Benedictly rallied herself. "I will provide protective shields for everyone. You can advance without worries." As Benedictly waved her staff and cast spells, a faint blue glow enveloped everyone present. This was her signature skill, Magic Shield, which could significantly enhance defense and absorb most of the attack damage within a certain period. "Alright, then let's teach the Edmund a lesson. Never underestimate any opponent's resolve." David raised his sword high and pointed it toward the enemy, his eyes shining with unwavering determination. "Attack!" Frisco followed suit. Almost simultaneously, several people charged towards the Edmund. They cooperated seamlessly, each leveraging their strengths for attacks or support. "You annoying insects, daring to resist." The Edmund roared in anger, swinging his giant blade to block everyone from getting closer. But during his distraction, he overlooked another potential threat approaching silently from behind. "Anthea?" Tamsin whispered upon noticing her companion had vanished, then smiled slightly. "She's always so reliable." Before finishing her words, she closed her eyes and fully devoted herself to distracting the enemy. Anthea was using her outstanding stealth ability to quietly circle around to the back of the Edmund, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. At this time, other teammates also began taking corresponding actions to attract attention and create opportunities for her. Suddenly turning his head, the Edmund discovered an attempted sneak attack, but it was too late to stop it. In that moment, silver light burst forth, and a powerful shockwave tore through the surrounding air. When the light faded, the Edmund was completely engulfed in it. "How about that? Qualifies as a miracle, doesn't it?" Anthea smiled as she reappeared before everyone, her face radiating confidence. "Haha, looks like we really won this battle." Arlie patted his teammate's shoulders, saying happily. "But this is just the beginning," Frisco calmly reminded them. "Real challenges still lie ahead." "You're right," Tamsin agreed. "So please take a good rest for now. We still have many unknown adventures waiting for us." At that moment, several dark shadows appeared on the horizon, indicating new enemies were coming. "It seems we don't have much leisure time after all," David laughed helplessly. "But no worries, as long as we stick together, there's nothing we can't overcome. So what are we waiting for? Let's rise to the challenge," Benedictly said excitedly. "Let's give it our all," they said in unison, their gazes firm as they looked toward the new challenges approaching. As the dark figures in the distance became clearer, they could see that this was a small army, not numerous but well-equipped and advancing menacingly towards them. Leading them was a man in black armor with a silver mask on his face, followed by soldiers equipped with standardized weapons and armor. "Looks like we've got another tough opponent," David frowned slightly, muttering under his breath. "But this time we're fully prepared." Frisco nodded. "Manya, we can't let any enemy underestimate us anymore. After this battle, I hope everyone will understand that we're more than just an ordinary team." Arlie swung his heavy mace, eager for action. "Hey, let's get this over with. I can't wait to show off my strength again." "Hold on," Tamsin interjected suddenly. "Maybe we should try a different approach now. Let's not rush into attacking. Hear their intentions first." Benedictly nodded in agreement. "Right. What if they're just passing by? While I also prefer avoiding unnecessary conflicts, this army is clearly coming straight for us. If there's anything worth talking about, it'll likely be while we're fighting," Anthea calmly analyzed. "Alright, let's do it your way, Tamsin." David finally decided to trust his companion's wisdom. "But we must still prepare for battle, better safe than sorry." Soon after, the opposing forces stopped a few dozen meters away from them. The leader slowly removed his mask, revealing a cold, arrogant face. "You must be the adventuring team that has recently defeated various monsters?" His voice was deep and powerful. "I am Bryce Salvatore's top general, Taros. I have been ordered to deliver a message to you. Leave this territory immediately, or bear the consequences." Chapter 305. Unable to leave. "Oh, so you're not enemies then?" Einar deliberately put on an expression of realization. "I thought you were going to attack us directly." "Hmph, cut the nonsense." Eric glared at him. "We'll give you 10 minutes to think it over. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." At this, everyone present burst into laughter. Finn stepped forward 2 paces and calmly replied, "I'm very sorry, but I'm afraid we can't accept that condition. There's no rule stating this area must be controlled by any one individual or force, especially when this safe zone was secured through our joint efforts in defeating the monsters. There's nothing more to say, is there? If you really want to fight, we welcome it any time." Having said that, the entire team went on high alert. At this moment, standing behind them, Selena cast a glance at Tamsin, then silently moved towards the enemy's flank. Seeing this, Eric's face turned ashen. "Arrogant humans. Let's see who is better." With that, he drew his long sword from his waist and waved it forward, signaling his soldiers to prepare for an assault. Just as both sides were about to engage in direct conflict, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking the opposite crowd with a massive explosion. Simultaneously, the originally calm space seemed to be affected by some force, causing the air to become heavy and oppressive. Eric couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath at this sight. This is an uncontrollable surge of elemental magic? Then, he saw dark clouds gradually covering the sky, rapidly turning the environment as dark as night, enveloping the battlefield. Hee, let me show you true dark power. Only then did Selena's voice come. She had already reached the rear of the enemy forces and used her unique abilities to summon thick, black fog which engulfed them, disorienting them completely so they could not distinguish directions. On the other side, Benedict Xian didn't idle either. Taking advantage of the brief chaos, he raised his spear high and leaped into the midst of the enemy, unleashing his signature move, Gale Thrust, swift, continuous attacks adhering tightly to an opponent while dashing at high speed, creating immediate, lethal damage. He swiftly shifted to the next target, completing the process almost imperceptibly. Realizing the situation was turning against him, Eric immediately ordered a retreat. But with severely impaired visibility and the sudden assault leaving many soldiers unresponsive, the plan ultimately failed. Damn, I let you off today. But remember this, we now have a feud. One day, I'll come back to settle accounts. After issuing these threats, the remaining troops hurriedly retreated from the scene amidst heavy casualties. Once safety was confirmed, Tamsin retracted her protective barrier and walked forward to ask, "How is everyone?" "Don't worry, we're all fine," Benedictly said happily. "It's just surprising how easily we won this time thanks to your weather manipulation skills." "Haha, it's thanks to excellent teamwork," Finn laughed. "And we should take a rest now, as that boastful friend surely won't leave things be." "I agree. We need to find a suitable place to rest and reinforce our defenses," Einar proposed earnestly. "No matter what happens next, we must ensure everything goes perfectly." As they prepared to pack up and set out again, suddenly a deafening roar came from afar. "Oh no, what's that? Is there another problem?" Benedictly said worriedly. "Let's go check it out first," Finn decided resolutely. "Whatever challenge we face, I believe unity can overcome anything. Let's move together." Frisco agreed, and they all responded in unison, moving quickly toward the source of the noise. Upon approaching the sound, they found a cloud of dust swirling around a towering iron tower. The tower was surrounded by various complex mechanical devices. As the rumbling continued, the base of the tower seemed to be operating non-stop, producing thunderous noises. "This is..." Benedictly looked at the scene in amazement. "I've never seen such a huge mechanical structure. This can't be good," Einar remarked solemnly. "We need to be careful." Tamsin frowned. "A technology of this scale can't be created by ordinary people. There might be a powerful enemy or force hiding here. Anyway, we need to figure out what's going on here first," Finn said with a determined gaze. "Perhaps we can find some clues here, or even a path to victory." Frisco nodded. "Right. Since we're here, we shouldn't waste this opportunity. Let's investigate." Just as they were about to act, a low laugh came from beneath the iron tower. Then, a figure emerged from the tower. A man in a long black robe, with a stern face and deep, penetrating eyes. "Welcome to my domain," he spoke slowly, his voice calm yet commanding. "I am Enzo, the master of this land. Your presence here indicates that you have caught my attention." Finn watched him warily. "Who are you? Why are you here?" Enzo smiled faintly. "I am conducting research on a power capable of changing the world. Your arrival has disturbed me, but I welcome your challenge." Einar swung his heavy hammer, eager for a fight. "Hey, let's have a fair duel then." "Not so fast, young man," Enzo waved to stop him. "I bear no ill will toward you. In fact, I have a proposition." Selena silently approached Enzo and whispered, "What's your offer?" Enzo looked at Selena and smiled slightly. "It's simple. I can provide you with a power that will aid you in your mission. But first, you must pass my test." Finn raised an eyebrow. "What kind of test?" "In my domain, there is a labyrinth. If you can find the exit before nightfall and defeat its guardian, I will grant you the power you desire." Benedictly asked curiously, "And if we fail?" Enzo's gaze sharpened. "Then you will be trapped in the labyrinth forever, unable to leave."